The story opens in a luxurious room, resembling a miniature palace, where Taylor, the illegitimate child of a prestigious and unimaginably powerful aristocratic family, who once ruled the academy like a supreme king, sat brooding on a velvet-cushioned bed, his eyes cast downward. He intently read every line of text on the crumpled piece of paper in his hands. A soft hum escaped his lips, carrying a hint of bitterness. So to sum it all up, they want to scrub my name right off the family registry. Is that it? His voice was cold, yet buried deep within it was an undeniable hidden pain. The paper listed his crimes like razor-sharp blades, using vulgar and offensive language right in front of Princess Phonia, illegally interfering with the entrance examination of the Holy Sylvania Academy, breaking etiquette and tarnishing the family honor out of blind jealousy. Every single one of them was a heavy, unforgivable charge. Taylor rubbed his forehead, a wave of helplessness surging up inside him. "It is as if the god of destiny is just playing games with me," he muttered, his voice heavy with despair. In just a fleeting moment, Taylor's entire life collapsed. He was cast out of the family, thrown onto the streets with barely a few suitcases of personal belongings. The elderly servant, with an icy glare, barked, "Here is your stuff. Thank a lot for giving us such a hard time all this while." Those razor-sharp words made Taylor's heart wrench in agony. Over at the academy, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd like a mocking tune. "Oh, look over there, it is Taylor. Shoo, do not stare, or you'll end up on his radar, and that is a headache." A few jerks sneered, their tones dripping with contempt. "That kind of lowlife dares to put on airs. You can tell just by looking at him that he got disowned by his family. He even cleared out his dorm room. So, does that mean he is not coming back next semester? Huh, what a filthy noble trash. I knew something like this was bound to happen." Taylor slumped down onto a bench, his pile of cluttered belongings sitting right beside him as living proof of his utter failure. A gloomy fog enveloped him, his chest boiling with discontent. "This is just so unfair," he muttered, his eyes welling up with tears. Taylor slumped down onto a bench, his pile of cluttered belongings sitting right beside him as living proof of his utter failure. A gloomy fog enveloped him, his chest boiling with discontent. "This is just so unfair," he muttered, his eyes welling up with tears. Then he started recounting, his voice trembling as if he were desperately trying to make sense of it all to himself. "I transmigrated into a video game, Sylvania Academy, my all-time favorite game, the failed swordsman of Sylvania. Normally, in these transmigration stories, people get to be the son of some prestigious corporate tycoon, or at the very least a young prodigy of an association, or some hunter who shatters every single rule in the book. But what about me? I had to transmigrate into some third-rate villain who gets expelled right at the very start of the game." Taylor hollered out, his voice filled with burning resentment. "It is not fair. We both transmigrated, so why do other people get to live a peaceful, cozy life, being loved by everyone, while I'm stuck being hated and thrown into the most pathetic body at the absolute worst possible time?" The crowd around him continued to point fingers. "Hey, look at that. He still dares to yell. It is not fair after everything he has pulled." One guy smirked. "Living a peaceful and casual life, my foot. What a shameless piece of trash thicker than concrete." They walked away, leaving Taylor sitting there with a blank, hollow stare. He glanced over at a nearby mirror, and a pop-up window of information materialized. Taylor. Physical strength, 3. Intelligence, B. Aptitude, 7. Endurance, 7. Luck, 6. Gender, male. Age, 17. Race, human. Achievements, none. He stood there dazed. "Oh Lord, look at these stats. To transmigrate and end up in such a miserable piece of garbage like this. How is that even possible?" He stood there dazed. "Oh Lord, look at these stats. To transmigrate and end up in such a miserable piece of garbage like this. How is that even possible?" He tried digging through his memories, but this Taylor guy was so utterly insignificant that he left behind zero impression. "Let me think back, all right." An ending credit on the endgame roster list. This guy ends up becoming a beggar. Just a total lowlife who knew nothing about how the world works, tossed out onto the streets, and ending up in utter destitution. Despair solidified like stone inside Taylor's heart, before instantly shattering into pieces. Makes total sense, though. A guy like that, getting disowned and left to fend for himself out on the streets. Surviving this long would already be a miracle. A little while later, deep inside a lush green forest situated northeast of the academy, Taylor had already hauled all of his belongings over here. He sat atop his suitcase, his mind completely tangled and chaotic. Why did it have to be me? Why did I have to transmigrate into this exact body? I have no clue why, and I have no idea what I am supposed to do. But then, he clenched his fists tightly, a spark of determination flashing in his eyes. Fine, whatever. I will just treat this as starting completely from scratch. Sylvania Academy was not just any ordinary school. It was a miniature city framed by majestic mountain ranges in the background. This forest, where Taylor was currently taking refuge, was an isolated corner, tucked away far from the prying eyes of the student body. It took me half the bloody day just to get out here, but at least I finally have some breathing room to figure out the situation, he muttered to himself. Luckily, even though his family disowned him, the academy had not officially expelled him yet. This was his very last lifeline. Sylvania Academy was an elite institution. Graduating from a place like this, my future would be completely secure. With the experience of beating the game 5 times from start to finish, I can quietly graduate, live a peaceful life, and maybe even do better than I ever did in my world before transmigration. But right on cue, reality dragged him crashing back down. The tuition fees are astronomically high. This current semester has definitely been paid for. But what about next semester? What, apply for a scholarship? He glanced back down at his stats, his heart sinking. With these kinds of numbers, just managing to avoid flunking out is already going to take a miracle. Taylor popped open his suitcase and inspected his items. Flashy clothes, 0 value. Ceremonial dagger, 0 value. Decorative goblet, 0 value. I've got enough clothes, but what about food and shelter? Who in their right mind would ever hire a guy like Taylor for a part-time job? Go crawling back to the household that just kicked me out? No freaking way. He looked around the forest. Guess I'm camping right here then. There's a stream nearby, so at least I won't die of thirst. 10 days before the academic year officially kicked off, Taylor stood up with a resolute look on his face. All right, time to whip this body into some decent shape so I can keep up with the pacing. A moment later, the forest echoed with the sound of loud, thwack noises. Taylor struggled as he hauled the logs he had just chopped down, panting heavily. Dear God, thank goodness this guy can still use magic. That is awesome. But a second later, his face twisted in agony. After cutting down all 15 of these trees, I am probably going to drop dead from sheer exhaustion. On top of being starving, this is totally useless. Starving. Famished to the absolute core. Taylor suddenly recalled what his grandfather used to tell him when he was a kid. Even the tree bark behind the mountain is edible. He stared at the pile of branches and set up a pot over a makeshift campfire. The flames roared to life. Anything that can be eaten is good for me, he muttered to himself, skewering a branch onto a stick. From a distance, it kind of looks like a piece of fried chicken. He took a bite, chewing away with a loud crunch-crunch. By the third day, Taylor looked as haggard as a freaking vampire. Clutching his pile of tree branches, he let out a roar. Damn it all, Grandpa, I hate you. After starving all day and throwing up twice, he came to a firm conclusion. Tree branches should only ever be used for building houses. He jammed a wooden log straight into the dirt and started framing the structure. Working all by himself while drenched in sweat, he eventually collapsed flat onto the ground. Not everything in life is that easy. Finally, after an immense amount of grueling effort, he managed to finish a crude little cabin. A notification window popped up. Asterisk. New creation completed. Basic wooden hiding hut. A temporary, crude, and rather ugly shelter. If left unmaintained, it will lose its functionality. Crafting difficulty, 1 star. Life skill, novice builder's silver. Traits, clumsy. Design level 4. Gathering ability level 1. Asterisk. Taylor muttered under his breath. Living life like an aristocrat. This guy probably never knew a single thing about manual labor, but turns out I actually have a bit of a hidden talent for this. He stood back up, and proceeded to craft a crude spear out of his ceremonial dagger and a wooden stick. New creation completed. Crude spearhead. Can be used for hunting, but durability is quite low. Taylor swung the spear around and yelled at the top of his lungs. Time to hunt down something edible. After 2 days of nonstop backbreaking labor, he finally caught 2 fish. This time around, the pot sitting over the campfire wasn't boiling tree branches. It was boiling fish. The mouth-watering scent of cooked fish made his stomach growl fiercely. Just gotta tough it out like this, and I will graduate without running into any trouble. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Taylor lifted his skinny, mud-stained face, completely dumbfounded. Out of all the people in the world, she is literally the last person I wanted to run into here. Princess Phonia, the very person who had banished Taylor from the family, stood right in front of him with an icy glare. "You don't feel a single shred of hatred at all?" she asked, looking deeply suspicious. Then she dropped her tone and barked out an order. "You still refuse to get out of this place?" Edrot Taylor was a villainous character who popped up right after you started the game under the identity of an aristocrat. He was always picking fights with the main character's friends and always ended up getting severely punished. Not stopping there, driven by intense malice, Ed had maliciously tampered with the main character's Sylvania Academy entrance exam papers. But he got caught red-handed by a girl hiding her identity who had come to grab the test papers. Philia Elias Clowell, the 3rd princess of the Glol Empire. Princess Phenia activated her clairvoyant skill, exposing his plot and utter lies. But his lies were completely laid bare by Phenia's clairvoyance, and then he got booted out of the dorms. Every single student at the academy despised Ed Rot Taylor, but he had just run into the absolute last person he should have met. Phenia frowned and demanded, "What on earth are you doing out here?" She pressed him continuously. "Did you not just say the academy didn't expel you?" Ed stepped backward. "Well, I'm still technically a student here. I just got kicked out of the dormitories, that's all." Phenia stated, "I will keep this brief." She snapped harshly, "Get out of here. I cannot stand looking at a shameless scumbag like you showing up inside the academy grounds. I'm going to talk straight to the academic board and recommend your formal expulsion for carrying out such disgraceful behavior while remaining a student of this academy." Glancing over toward the 2 fish burning to a crisp on the fire, Ed panicked internally. They're burning. They're totally burning to a crisp. After spending 3 whole days starving blind, those were his precious meals. Ed pulled a dark face as he looked at Phenia, thinking to himself, while the food burning up is already a massive headache. I thought she said she was going to make it brief, but this is just one of the infinite problems I've got piling up in my life right now. This person, Princess Phenia, genuinely had enough authority to kick him right out of the academy for good. "So," Ed abruptly spoke up, "the sun is about to set. Aren't members of the royal family always supposed to be tailed by armed guards for protection? For a princess like you to wander out into a remote forest all by yourself like this?" Phenia channeled her mana, turning defensive. "If you're trying to threaten me just because you figured out I have no escort with me, you are going to regret it big time." Ed suddenly dropped to one knee, and she spoke up. "Threaten you? What are you even talking about? I was just trying to thank the princess. That's all." Clairvoyance was instantly triggered. Phenia questioned suspiciously. "Thank me? What for?" The clairvoyance skill echoed out. "Truth, Edrot Taylor is not lying." Phenia looked stunned. "What? What the hell?" Ed glanced up, noticing she looked genuinely surprised. Ed's Rayer household was a renowned and influential family, but they had been using that very name and reputation to exploit the common folk and run twisted experiments trying to unlock immortality. All members of the family were imprisoned or executed, but I managed to get myself exiled instead. A new status window suddenly popped up. New item, burnt grilled fish, unable to consume. Ed thought, I might be freezing and starving right now, but this is still way better than being dead. In the long run, this is actually for the best, buddy, so I need to genuinely convince Phenia like this. Otherwise, I'm going to get kicked out for real. No, if that happens, it's literally game over. Judging by the timing right around Ed Rot Taylor's exile, it's probably about a week before the start of the school semester. So what on earth is the princess doing here? Ed stood up and said, showing up here without any guards and dressed in casual clothes like that means you're taking the placement test. Professor Glass' placement test assignment, which is a trial that requires tracking down a magic bead hidden deep within the forest. Speaking of which, Professor Glass' test is notoriously brutal. Naturally, since she's Fenia, the royal princess, her sights are set on the highest rank possible. Class. Fenia looked wary and said, "Are you trying to butter me up right now? You haven't changed a bit, just as I expected, and I'm definitely going to demand that the Academy expel you." Ed interrupted her, "But without my help, you'll never make it into Class A. If you think I'm lying, you have every right to get me expelled." Following that, Fenia actually decided to trust Ed's word, and if she headed toward the lake in the southeast part of the forest, she would find a small, lush island overflowing with greenery, where a massive tree known as Merida's guardian tree grew right in the middle. Right there, she would find the gift I left behind. Fenia held the magic bead in her hand, looking completely skeptical. The Edrot Taylor from 3 days ago was nothing more than a scumbag and a swindler, and I still remember that day vividly. Yet she couldn't help thinking back to the scene from earlier when he was kneeling right in front of her. The current Ed Rot Taylor, on the other hand, left Fenia standing silently under the tree for the longest time, deep in thought without saying a single word. The next day, during glass class, he spoke up. "The placement test has officially come to an end. Hold up the magic beads that you managed to find." Then, looking utterly bewildered and speechless, Glass stared out at his students, who were each clutching round objects of completely different sizes and types, with one person even dragging in a massive egg the size of a full-grown human while looking at the professor with big, sparkly eyes. He coldly turned his head away and said, "All of you belong in Class F, and take note that following an examiner's instructions precisely is vital, because this test wasn't just about picking up any random magic bead you happen to stumble across." Glass continued, "Only those who found a magic beads devoid of magical energy are assigned to Class A, and only 3 people managed to find this specific kind of bead, Zix and Lortel." After that, he gestured toward Fenia and announced loudly, "And the final person who tracked down the magic bead at the base of Mariuta's guardian tree, possessing extraordinary magical power, is none other than you. You actually managed to discover the hidden magic bead." She was quite literally the top student in the class. Meanwhile, Ed was openly mourning his ruined fish, crying out, "It's completely burnt to a crisp," and complaining that he didn't even have enough energy left to swing a spear. Another system window popped up. New item, crude fishing rod, crafted by using a dagger to snap off a tree branch, pulling thread fibers from a piece of cloth, and using a tiny nail as a fishhook. Terrible durability. Highly questionable whether any fish will actually bite. Crafting difficulty level low. Ed examined his brand new makeshift tool and muttered, The third princess of the empire, Fenia Elias Glol. Ever since she was a little girl, Princess Fenia had been constantly bombarded with endless flattery and sophistry, which ultimately sharpened her perception and naturally formed her innate ability, meaning absolutely no one could ever escape her sharp discernment. As Ed cast his fishing line, he analyzed the situation. "So I really had no other choice but to provide her with accurate information, but that's going to lead to an even bigger problem. The proud Princess Fenia was originally supposed to be hailed as the Princess of Love after facing a devastating failure on the placement test and dropping down to Class F, which would trigger her character development. But if Fenia, who holds massive influence over the plot right from the start, manages to find the hidden magic bead and breeze into Class A, the entire storyline of the original plot is going to completely collapse, and I'm going to be completely screwed." Of course, the top student of the class, Lucy Mayer, might still remain unchanged in the future. Holding the magic bead, Fenia muttered, "This really is a genuine magic bead, which means Edrot Taylor didn't lie to me." But her hands trembled as she realized, this isn't a gift given out of kindness. Why did Princess Fenia hide her identity right from the very beginning? Because she was terrified of receiving special treatment if her background was exposed, as she desperately wanted to prove her own worth. Just by looking at the magic bead, she immediately recognized it as the pinnacle result of the exam. Yet Fenia refused to take credit for it, because it was something she hadn't found through her own independent effort. meaning the title of the Princess of Love that she would eventually earn in the future. It wasn't some granted skill or stat, but a true title achieved by walking the righteous path. Back in the classroom, the other students cheered. "That's amazing, Lucy." Ed recalled that day and thought. I tested her, thinking, "Princess, you'll never be able to make it into Class A, and if I'm lying, you have every full right to expel me." Whether those words were the absolute truth or a total lie didn't even matter anymore, because the princess was always capable of distinguishing right from wrong, even when Ed Taylor genuinely believed she would fail the test, while she herself was fiercely confident she would succeed and prove him wrong. Even so, Ed Taylor hadn't technically lied, because the princess truly couldn't make into Class A on her own merit. And now, there was simply nothing the princess could do about it. Meanwhile, after leaving the classroom, Phenia was boiling with absolute rage as she thought back to the events of that day, slamming her fist against the door and gnashing her teeth as she growled, "Ed Taylor, I am keeping my eyes on you." At that exact moment, he miraculously managed to hook a massive fish. Ed cheered in pure bliss. "I finally caught one." The next morning, under a brilliant blue sky, just as the sun was peeking over the horizon, Ed hurriedly jogged all the way to school, thinking, "I might be living a life where I have to sprint from the crack of dawn just to make it to class on time, but I finally made it back here anyway." After panting heavily for a long while, he finally came to a complete stop and realized he was standing right in front of the school grounds. Inside the bustling banquet hall, an announcement echoed through the speakers. "Here at Sylvania Academy, the entrance ceremony will now commence, and it is truly wonderful to see how much our students have improved even before the official start of this new semester. So please enjoy the meal while listening along." Ed thought to himself, "I can actually hear the sweet whispers welcoming a survivor like me," while surrounded by murmuring crowds whispering, "Oh God, look at him! How on earth does he even have the nerve to show his face at the entrance ceremony after everything? Is he seriously planning to keep attending classes?" Ed calmly and neatly continued eating his meal, thinking, "This is the sweet reward of a victor. So I need to take my time and savor it properly." The whispering around him persisted. "Wait, isn't that Ed Taylor over there?" With his ultimate goal firmly set on graduation, students at the neighboring table gossiped. "Wasn't that the second-year guy who pulled some shady stunt during the entrance exam? If you look closely, he actually seems a bit different now, especially since he's eating so politely." Ed thought, "I don't have any grand ambitions, I just want to graduate safe." Shortly after, the group began to drift away, chatting. "I heard the desserts made by head chef Phyllis are over at that table across the way. Let's go grab some, and we can keep talking on the way. What you think, Anise?" Hearing that, Clara and Janica noticed the scene and murmured to themselves, "How strange. It almost feels like he's a completely different person today." Today marked the very first day of enrollment at Sylvania. The loudspeaker announcement blared. "A brand new semester is finally upon us, and I am beyond thrilled to see all of you in a renewed state. The shape of those who have truly improved, and even happier to witness that this is all the fruit borne by Sylvania Academy." Ed muttered under his breath. "However, on the very first day of all days, I almost got myself expelled." He felt thoroughly exhausted by his own ridiculous circumstances, muttering, "I just hope Phenia didn't actually go running off to report me to the dean," while vividly remembering the dean smiling warmly at him and thinking, it was honestly kind of creepy how he just kept smiling away while we were talking like that. Before concluding, it didn't seem like he was actively bad-mouthing me behind my back, but it was still way too close for comfort. Ed hardened his resolve. "I need to be extra cautious so the storyline doesn't veer off course from the original work, sharpening my survivalist lifestyle skills, and thoroughly training my magic to match the standards of a proper Magic Academy student." Returning deep into the woods, a wild rabbit suddenly popped up, only to be instantly pierced and struck down by a flying arrow. Returning deep into the woods, a wild rabbit suddenly popped up, only to be instantly pierced and struck down by a flying arrow. Returning deep into the woods, a wild rabbit suddenly popped up, only to be instantly pierced and struck down by a flying arrow. Janica was sitting quietly reading a book nearby. Ed thought to himself, "She's completely out of my league in terms of raw talent. Janica Failover, the undisputed top student among the genius elemental wizard class. Janica had already noticed his presence as well, and she cheerfully called out, "Oh, so you're the funny little guy that Marilda was raving about?" Leaving Ed completely dumbfounded. Janica bounced over and greeted him brightly. "Hey there, Rod Taylor. I'm Janica Failover, a second-year student just like you, so feel free to just call me Janica." Ed thought in sheer surprise, "Wait, how on earth did she sneak up on me like this?" Janica continued, "Are you surprised? It's simply because I already know all about you." Extending her hand, she explained, "You see, this entire forest happens to be the territory of Merida, a high-ranking spirit, and she talks your ear off whenever she chats with me." Ed asked in shock, "The master of this actual forest talks about me to you?" Janica replied with a grin. "Marilda is naturally super curious, so there's practically nothing happening in this forest that she misses, which means finding out about a sudden uninvited guest is just a given, right?" Ed quietly chewed on those words. An uninvited guest. He glanced down at the rabbit he had just hunted, feeling more uneasy by the minute as he thought, "I've already taken a ton of lives and chopped down way too many trees." Noticing his hesitation, Janica quickly chimed in, "Oh, don't sweat the small stuff so much, since the fundamental rule of nature is just creatures eating other creatures anyway, and Marilda doesn't care about trivial things like that at all." Ed felt his cheeks flush slightly, so he averted his gaze and muttered, "Well, I guess even a wild wolf has a surprisingly gentle heart after all." Catching that subtle expression, Janica beamed brightly and said, "Who would have thought, right? Actually, there's something super cool I want to show you." Cupping her two hands together to cradle a tiny, glowing sliver of light, Janica smiled. "Isn't she just the cutest? I just formed a contract with her yesterday, literally the moment we first met. Do you want to try touching her?" Ed reacted with utter astonishment. "A contract? Wait, is this a spirit?" He quickly calculated, if I actually want to make friends with Janica, this is definitely the absolute best timing. But instead, Ed abruptly replied, "I honestly don't have a clue what you're talking about, because I can't see spirits, I can't touch them, or more accurately, it's just completely impossible for me." Janica looked genuinely shocked and asked, "Wait, you seriously can't see spirits?" Ed answered flatly, "That's right." He turned his back on her and added, "Besides, I only came out here to forage for food, so if you'll excuse me, I'm heading off now." He reminded himself with steely resolve, "Only by strictly sticking to the path of the original plot can my prior information actually prove useful." Janica Failover was a character carrying massive weight and importance in the original work, someone he was under no circumstances supposed to get close to. Yet Janica simply stood there in place, quietly watching Ed's retreating figure fade into the distance. She thought back to Ed's expression and words from earlier. So even a wild wolf has a gentle heart, after all. Afterward, she reached out and gently touched the animal's chin, saying, "Just like you said, Marilda, he's really interesting." A shimmering blue-white wolf stood right beside Janica, and she said, "No matter how I look at it, I seriously doubt he can actually see you. Who on earth is he anyway?" Burying her face in the wolf's thick fur, she pouted and whined, "I mean, I went out of my way to be super friendly with him, but why does he keep giving me those weird, evasive answers?" Pausing for a moment, she added, "Well, I'm sure we're bound to run into him again anyway. I can only figure things out as I go from here on out." As she thought about the map sketching out the route to campus, she muttered, "The distance from my campsite to the academic district is honestly not close at all. I literally have to haul myself up and sprint with everything I've got the moment the sun comes up, walking around, hunting down monsters, and doing it all over again. Ironically, it somehow ended up accidentally boosting all my own stats." Back in class, he threw himself into his studies and poured every ounce of effort into his assignments, resolving, if I want to secure that scholarship, I have to work even harder. He wrote notes on flat stones using a charred piece of wood and borrowed textbooks straight from the library. On the way back home, he washed his sweat-drenched clothes after a long, exhausting day, muttering, "I wonder if these will actually dry in time by tomorrow." He then shook his head, thinking, "Did you really think the day was over just like that? No, absolutely not. I still need to check if we're running low on tinder, make sure I've had enough water, and prep the dried meat for the next day's lunch." Ed furrowed his brow and thought, though honestly, that isn't even the most annoying thing right now. Turning toward Janica, who was awkwardly hiding behind a nearby bush, he called out loudly, "Hey, just how long have you been trailing behind me? Do you have any idea?" Janica jumped in surprise and stammered, "W8, how on earth did you know?" Giving himself a massive headache, Ed muttered, "Of course I'd notice, are you kidding me?" Putting on a menacing expression, he pressed on. "Do you still refuse to understand who I am? I am Rot Taylor, the absolute scummiest, most good-for-nothing delinquent to ever exist. Ed Rot Taylor. Why does this girl keep hovering around me all the time?" Janica interrupted him. "Well, that's just what everyone else says about you, isn't it?" Ed froze in place. Wearing a bright smile, Janica said, "I don't really know who you are yet." Glancing sideways at her, Ed thought to himself, all right. Janica Faylover is literally that kind of character. On the surface, she looks totally innocent and a bit airhead, but she's actually someone with fiercely independent thinking. Even so, whenever he thought about what her future held, he still couldn't bring himself to flash a carefree smile right in front of her, because Janica Faylover just so happened to be Ed's ultimate in-game boss. Rubbing his throbbing temples, he thought, she's also the single person who actually smiled at Rot Taylor. He didn't want things to escalate way too far, but he ultimately decided to say, "Well, I guess fate brought the two of us together. Do me a favor, will you?" Hanik exclaimed happily, "A favor." Ed maintained a deadpan expression and said, "Look, as you can see, I'm an absolute mess right now. I just got disowned and exiled by my family, and I'm in a really tight spot. Could you lend me some money?" Hearing that final question, Janica instantly turned to stone. Ed kept right on going, "Look, it's not like I'm taking it and never paying it back. That's what friends are for, right? I'm just borrowing a little extra. How much do you have on you?" Ed reasoned inwardly. Every single year, Janica snatches up the top scholarship because she's at the top of the class. But that doesn't mean her life is anywhere near perfect. Her financial situation is super rough. So without that scholarship, there's no way she could afford to stay enrolled or advance any further in her studies. As the daughter running a tiny countryside farm, Janica's absolute fatal weakness is money. The two of them fell silent for a moment. Looking completely shattered, Janica weakly murmured, "I'm so sorry." Ed muttered under his breath, "Janica Faylover, game over for you." 3 days later, just as Ed was trudging back from a rabbit hunting trip, he thought, "I really don't like how this is turning out because I want nothing to do with the main plot's major characters." He hardened his resolve. "I've got to be extra careful so the original storyline doesn't veer off the rails." Returning to his makeshift campsite, Ed ducked inside the tent, only to scramble right back out in a panic. Freaking out, he thought, Girl, what on earth is this?" Most importantly, she was a character whose sheer presence carried even more weight than Janica. The rare, once-in-a-generation genius and absolute strongest fighter among Sylvania's failed swordsmen, Lucy Mayer, was currently fast asleep right inside Ed's tent. Completely baffled, he muttered, "Why on earth is she sleeping here of all places?" Lucy stirred awake, stretched her arms lazily, and let out a massive yawn. Still standing there in a daze, Ed thought, what is she even doing out here, hiding in this desolate valley? As he kept muttering to himself about the rule of caution, Lucy spoke up. "You're so loud. How am I supposed to sleep?" Ed shot back. "Who's bothering you?" Before he could even finish his sentence, Lucy cut him off. "Not you." Rubbing one eye with her hand, while pointing a finger straight past Ed's back, she said, "That wolf right there is like the size of a whole house. It's been talking your ear off this whole time." Ed slowly turned his head around and heard it continue. "It's demanding that one of these days, you've got to protect Janica, no matter what it takes." Getting right back to work while walking and thinking, Lucy's only been camping out for 2 days, so surely it won't cause any major issues, right? During the Joint Training Academy matches, which literally meant one-on-one combat practical exams where participants used mostly dummy weapons to keep lethal damage down to an absolute minimum. Ed kept talking to himself. The merciful Princess Phenia, the precious gem Lortel, the spiritual elementalist Janica, the lazy Lucy, and the nasty Clebius. You could go on listing all those names forever, but the real focal point isn't any of them anyway. It's the main protagonist, the failed swordsman Taylor. Ed perked up excitedly. Is Taylor's match up next, or what? Down in the spectator stands, Zix was actively weaving magic and blowing his opponent away. Ed thought, I already know the outcome of all these matches anyway, so I don't really care much, because every single winner in the joint training tournament turns out to be a first year, just like the protagonist Taylor, with literally only one exception. Janica waved her hand and called out, Ed, hey. Ed looked at Janica with a helpless expression. I seriously can't believe this girl still had the energy to come track me down, looking all cheerful after witnessing my utterly pathetic money-begging stunt. Janica happily brandished a slip of paper and announced, the match brackets are finally out. Ed continued pondering. Unlike Lucy, who's from the Cat Clan, it's pretty much guaranteed that Janica belongs to the Dog Clan. Zoning out for a second, Ed muttered, I'm not interested. Janica asked, what do you mean? Aren't you even curious about your own match? Ed froze in his tracks. Wait, hold on a second. Do I actually have to fight too? Frowning in doubt, he checked the match list. Since Edrot Taylor was supposed to have already been expelled by this point in the original story, who on earth was his opponent going to be? Ed muttered, no way. Down on the arena floor, Taylor stepped forward, declaring, I humbly request the chance to showcase my ultimate capability. Seeing that, Ed instantly fired back up, thinking, at this point, who I'm fighting doesn't even matter anymore. I just need to focus entirely on Taylor's match. He mused to himself, even though I came from the real world, my life isn't all that different from Taylor's. To turn a tragic, mangled ending into a truly unforgettable conclusion that leaves the lasting mark. I've replayed this entire journey through countless times. He pictured the image of Taylor collapsing into the dirt, all bruised and battered, knowing full well that not a single one of those playthroughs ever went by without a mountain of grueling hardships. With a surge of fiery determination, he thought, I originally decided I was just going to look out for my own skin, but you know what? I'm still going to root for you, Taylor. By the way, a loud broadcast announcement abruptly cut right across Ed's train of thought. Repeating the announcement, is there a student named Lucy Mayer present? Please get ready and make your way onto the arena floor. Ed looked utterly stunned. Wait, where did Lucy go? The spectator bench was completely empty, because Lucy was already trudging her way up onto the stage. A booming voice echoed across the stadium. Go take down your opponent first. Ed mentally retraced the original plot line. The top-ranking first-year student, Lucy Mayer, is facing off against Taylor Marlin, the protagonist of this world, who was born to be a swordsman and had never once laid a hand on a sword before. Yet with his very first slash, he managed to slice right through Lucy's light-speed magic. The spell she was certain would land dead on target was completely blocked. Seizing the exact moment she dropped her guard, Taylor instantly closed the distance between them. Caught completely off guard, Lucy whipped out a rapid-fire lightning strike, followed by a mid-tier light magic spell. Taylor was instantly overwhelmed by the counter magic, but Lucy was disqualified on the spot for using a mid-tier spell, which miraculously handed Taylor his victory as the very first person to ever beat Lucy. Ed teared up with emotion, thinking that moment was so damn epic. The loudspeaker crackled back to life. All right, the match may now commence. Taylor launched his attack, shouting, Eat this, here I come. Instantly, Lucy chanted a spell, unleashing a brilliant flash of deep blue light streaming straight toward Taylor. When the smoke finally cleared, Taylor had been blasted backward, slamming violently into the stone wall and leaving a massive crater as he lay gasping for breath at the base of the wall. Everyone in the stadium sat frozen in absolute shock. Holding her posture, Lucy let out a tiny yawn. The crowd started murmuring, Wait, is that really it? I guess he couldn't beat the top student in the class after all, which isn't even surprising. What did a guy like Taylor, who doesn't even have a scrap of talent, expect to happen when he blindly rushed a powerhouse mage like her? Taylor Marlin's entire life had been nothing but a continuous chain of trial and error. Thinking back, a pathetic bumpkin student, an absolute bottom feeder who hasn't managed to earn a single decent score since the day he first set foot on campus. A total nobody who failed. Right before everyone's eyes. How could anyone judge him? While everyone else was purely fixated on the final scoreboard, staring down at a match with such an obvious outcome, They could only spare him their pity. But no matter how many crushing disappointments stood in his way, Taylor never once lost hope. In Ed's line of sight, Taylor grabbed his fallen sword and slowly dragged himself back to his feet. Grinning with satisfaction, Ed thought, "That's right, my man, you can do it." Pushing forward, Taylor charged straight at Lucy, roaring, "Ha!" Taken completely by surprise, Lucy mere widened her eyes. Ed predicted, and right here, Lucy is going to unleash her light magic. Suddenly, he froze in place. Wait, what? Lucy had already channeled her magic, swirling a concentrated vortex right in front of her forehead that erupted with her raw magical energy, clashing directly against the tip of Taylor's sword and triggering a violent, massive explosion. Putting every ounce of remaining strength into it, Taylor roared at the top of his lungs. Right in front of him stood a ferocious magical tiger manifestation. In the end, the sheer force of Lucy's magical shockwave blasted Taylor, flying straight up into the air. Hanging weightlessly for a moment, Taylor crashed back down into the rear stone wall, shattering the masonry to pieces. He stayed wedged against the wall for a few agonizing seconds, while Ed stood completely paralyzed by shock, whispering, "That wasn't light magic." Ed repeated in disbelief, "That wasn't light magic." The loudspeaker blared, "Lucy Mayer is the winner." The entire grandstands erupted into deafening cheers. Still in a state of utter bewilderment, Ed whispered, "Did Taylor really lose?" Watching Taylor's retreating figure fade away, Ed felt a deep knot of anxiety twist in his stomach as he thought, "Whoa, we've got a serious problem on our hands." Without missing a beat, he spun around and sprinted after him, thinking, "I definitely can't just leave him hanging. There is no way I'm letting this go." Windshield, a utility spell utilizing the power of wind spirits to automatically safeguard the user from sudden, unexpected attacks, was a sustained support magic acquired exclusively by forming a contract with the high-ranking wind spirit Marilda. As he jogged past Lucy, she reached out her hand and muttered, "So can I finally have that piece of dried meat now?" But Ed completely ignored her. Given the current situation, Marilda and Lucy were technically supposed to be two entirely separate entities. So he analyzed, because Lucy sided with me, it resulted in me making a contract with Marilda, which in turn is how I got so much stronger. The announcement echoed once more. The next match is between Edrot Taylor and the esteemed Princess Phenia, Elias Clole. Standing by the doorway and catching sight of Ed rushing frantically past, Phenia called out, "Rot Taylor, I am telling you this for the very last time, you." But Ed couldn't afford to care about anything else right now, his mind entirely consumed by the thought. Taylor has to win. He needs to pick up his sword, stand back up, and reclaim his self-respect. But in the end, he lost because of me, because of the mere existence of Rot Taylor here at Sylvania. Rushing right past Phenia, Ed bolted outside and spotted Taylor up ahead, yelling, "Hey, Taylor!" He thought, "I have no clue if what I'm about to do even makes any logical sense, but it's still way better than just standing by and watching." Raising his voice so Taylor could hear, Ed shouted, "All your hard work is going to pay off eventually, so don't get discouraged. There's zero reason to feel ashamed." He firmly believed that, if Taylor's spirit completely shattered right here, there was a dangerously high chance he'd eventually be forced to deal with a world of hurt himself. Continuing to shout at Taylor, he yelled, "Keep your head held high as you walk away. You did an amazing job out there. It's just that your opponent was ridiculously overpowered. So don't let a setback like this crush your drive." Ed knew full well that there were countless hardships still waiting for him at this academy, but you're the one who has to face them head-on, not me. Emperor Clell had once stated, "Phenia, you were born blessed with divine grace." According to the lore, the very first person to discover her innate clairvoyance ability was Emperor Clowell. Her unique gift wasn't actually granted by any god at all. Rather, her clairvoyance allowed her to instantly sniff out lies and hidden malicious plots. Growing up in the royal family meant living amidst an endless sea of dirty political backstab. It was precisely from those murky depths of the abyss that she had forged her own defensive mental armor. That was the exact reason Princess Phenia carried such unwavering confidence in her own capabilities. Deep down, hidden among the members of the imperial family were dark, hellish beasts constantly eyeing Phinia as their target. Even when she saw right through every single one of their schemes, the Princess of Love still had to pretend she was completely oblivious just to survive. In Ed's eyes, she had no other choice left, so she was simply forced to see right through everyone around her. Up in the stands, Ed called out, "Please go easy on me, Your Highness." Phinia replied, "Very well. I expect you to hold back against me as well." The surrounding crowd instantly erupted in a chatter. "Did you guys hear what that jerk shouted at Taylor earlier? He's so stubbornly shameless. Wow. Is he seriously trying to make a mockery of someone who's never achieved a single thing? Bullying the guy and then suddenly turning around to cheer for him? Talk about playing the wolf in sheep's clothing. Ugh, absolutely repulsive. He's been that kind of scumbag from day one." Phinia thought to herself that everything they were saying was technically true. Old Taylor had bombed his exam and was subsequently caught red-handed trying to tamper with his scores. A disgraceful past. He really was that kind of person. Yet she couldn't help recalling those brief moments involving Ed. The time he knelt down to thank her. The moment she successfully tracked down the magic bead based entirely on his directions. And when she stood tall amidst the roaring applause of her peers upon making it into Class A. Troubled, Phinia wondered, is that really the whole story? Just moments ago, she vividly remembered Ed standing up and shouting those encouraging words to Taylor. And that fierce determination had felt entirely genuine. The announcement blared. "The match will now officially begin." Breaking the silence, Phinia said, "Edrot Taylor, you are a complete and total puzzle to me." Channeling her magical energy toward Ed, she declared, "I intend to get a definitive conclusion once this fight is over." Flicking her wrist to propel a burst of force, Phinia muttered, "Here I come," thinking, "I'll kick things off with this opening spell." The spells Ed specialized in were wind and fire. Glaring at Ed as he settled into a ready stance, Phinia calculated internally, "Let's see how you handle this," planning to dodge and counterweave her way through his attacks, and wrap things up with a flashy finish, so she could finally purge that mysterious guy from her mind. The second that thought crossed her mind, Phinia's magic struck Ed dead on, forcing him to absorb the full brunt of the impact. Phinia froze dead in her tracks, a giant question mark appearing over her head. Ed collapsed heavily to the ground, his clothes smudged with dirt, and looking utterly thrashed as he wheezed. "I lost." Looking completely stunned, Phinia blurted out, "What did you say?" "You." Her mind couldn't make sense of it. She vividly remembered earlier how he had easily tracked the trajectory of a water ball without even bothering to block it. The spectators instantly burst into mockery. "Whoa, look at you guys. This guy is even weaker than Taylor. Trying all that cool talk just to take a single hit and get instantly knocked out. Princess Phinia, you are so awesome. Watching this clown show just cured my sleepiness." Ed wobbled back to his feet, bowing deeply while clutching his injured stomach with one hand as he rasped, "That was a fantastic match. I learned a great deal." Phinia challenged him. "Just what on earth are you?" Mid-sentence, she abruptly cut herself off. She suddenly realized that throughout the entire fight, come to think of it, he hadn't even looked her in the eyes once. Over the loudspeaker, the referee announced, "Princess Phinia Elias Clole is the winner." Skeptical, Phinia thought, was he never even interested in this match from the very beginning? Is this really the time to be pulling something like this? Meanwhile, Ed hurriedly bolted off the arena stage to go hunt down Taylor, thinking, if I have to interact with Princess Phinia, it's best to stay as cautious as possible and not let anything throw the plot off track, because Princess Phinia is a vital pillar of this story. But an even more crucial character than the princess is the world's actual male lead, Taylor. Ed searched high and low, grumbling, where on earth did that guy Taylor run off to? Right at that moment, Phinia's voice rang out from behind. Rot Taylor! Turning around in surprise, he watched her trot up to him, out of breath and panting heavily. "Princess Phinia, what on earth are you doing all out here without any guard?" Phinia demanded. "What on earth are you scheming this time?" Looking completely blank, Ed replied, I honestly have no idea what your highness is talking about. If you mean the match, I really did learn a lot from it." Screaming in frustration, Phinia snapped, "Learn a lot, my ass." Furious, she ranted, You didn't even intend to win against me from the start. You were just trying to scramble off that stage as fast as humanly possible. Overwhelmed with pent-up stress, Phinia blurted out, "Just keeping up with the academy coursework is already driving me nuts, while that old fox of a dean is constantly plotting how to take over the school grounds. And Professor Glass isn't cutting me any slack either. On top of all that, my retainers won't stop nagging me about absolute loyalty and devotion. My brain feels like it's about to explode from information overload. Who the hell do you think you are to come along and mess with my head even more?" Resigned to acting as Phinia's emotional punching bag, Ed thought in surprise. Wait, she was actually bottling up that much hidden stress. Reaching out to gently place a hand on Phinia's shoulder, he said, "Your Highness, take a deep breath and calm down. You don't have to force yourself to carry all that heavy baggage alone. Just breathe in and breathe out." And just like that, a few moments later, Phinia covered her face with her hands and stammered weakly. "What just happened?" Blushing furiously, she muttered, "Just forget everything I just said, all right?" Ed replied, "Sure thing." Stepping back, he thought, "I can finally leave now, right?" But Phinia suddenly piped up, "You know what, I have this terrible habit. I'm perfectly capable of just asking straightforward questions, but I always end up overanalyzing and trying to guess what everyone else is thinking. Probably because I've lived locked inside the Imperial Palace for way too long." Internally screaming, Ed thought, "Please, for the love of God, just let me go already. I need to find Taylor." Raising her voice sharply, she confronted him. "So I'm just going to ask you directly. You intentionally cut ties with your family because you uncovered their dark, rotten nature, right? And the only reason you kept harassing Taylor in the first place was because you desperately needed a justifiable reason to get yourself exiled from the household. And the only reason you kept harassing Taylor in the first place was because you desperately needed a justifiable reason to get yourself exiled from the household." But Ed immediately shot it down. "No, I haven't the slightest clue what your Highness is talking about." Mentally, he sighed. It's way too soon to deal with any of that mess. Infuriated, Phinia argued, "No way, hey, my intuition doesn't make mistakes. None of this adds up at all." "Then how do you explain what you said to Taylor? Why would you deliberately step up to cheer for and encourage someone you previously tried to weed out? Don't tell me you never actually hated Taylor from the start." Ed quietly evaluated. "Those are some razor-sharp questions, but so what?" Ed kept right on lying smoothly. "Well, you see, since everyone else hates my guts, if I went out of my way to cheer for Taylor, people would look at me in a different light, or something like that." Livid, Phinia snapped back. "Such a fake, hypocritical excuse. Who on earth is going to buy that? Look me straight in the eyes and say it again." With that, she activated her clairvoyance ability to scan him. Ed stubbornly pushed through the lie. "But I'm telling you the truth." Driving herself crazy, Phinia yelled, "Oh, yeah, right." But the moment she did, her clairvoyance chimed in lie. One after another, every single word coming out of Ed's mouth was flagged by her skill as a blatant falsehood. Yet he kept a straight face, insisting, "I'm being completely honest here. It's," while thinking to himself, "She still doesn't have any actual hard proof on me." He kept rambling on, "I really mean it from the bottom of my heart." Looking like she was ready to breathe actual fire, Phinia shrieked, "Oh yeah, sure you do," Ed thought. "Above all else, my one and only wish is for this story to progress exactly according to the original script." Finally, Phinia exhaled a long sigh and calmed down. "Phew, fine, whatever. Since I don't have concrete evidence, I suppose I can't press charges. You're dismissed." Pointing toward the exit, she added, "Ever since you got here, your eyes kept darting toward that door. You've got somewhere urgent to be, don't you?" Ed nodded. "Thank you, Your Highness." Walking over to the door and pausing for a brief second, he thought, this is the first time Phinia has ever revealed this particular side of herself. In her role as a major plot-driving character, remembering her emotional outburst just now, he mused, she really is deeply intertwined with so many different characters and events, which is honestly giving me a headache by association. Me getting dragged into this whole narrative in the first place was definitely a massive mistake. After wrestling with his conscience for a moment, Ed finally muttered under his breath, "The heavy burdens I'm carrying are nothing compared to what the princess has to endure." Even though she acted a bit erratic just now, at the end of the day, it's only because she's completely exhausted. Sticking rigidly to all those complicated court etiquettes is important, but you really ought to loosen up and relax every once in a while. This isn't the royal court where you have to walk on eggshells every second. This is Sylvania Academy. Phineas looked at Ed in surprise. He thought, Phineas's entire life has revolved around seeing through people's hearts, but this is the first time someone has ever seen through hers. Meanwhile, rushing frantically to find Taylor, he fretted. This is such a pain, wasting all this time. If Taylor gives up, then my carefree life. Won't the whole world just come to an end? Fortunately, Ed soon found Taylor sitting alone on a bench in the courtyard. He shouted out, Taylor, hey? But wait, what am I supposed to say? Suddenly, a girl's voice rang out. Don't take another step. It was Ayla Kais, the female protagonist of the story. With tears still lingering in her eyes, she warned, Edrot Taylor, stop harassing Taylor right now. Ayla stepped firmly in front of Taylor and said, Taylor's life is already hard enough without you around, so you don't need to come and bother him anymore. Taylor abruptly stood up, turned toward Ed, and blurted out, Are you still hanging around school? Ed was slightly taken aback. He was back to his indomitable fighting spirit, no matter how powerful the enemy might be. Taylor stepped forward, raised a hand to block Ayla, and called out Ed's name with a hint of suspicion. Edrot Taylor. Ed was still caught up in his own thoughts, a fierce willpower swirling in those eyes. He understood now. Fighting the princess, along with his childhood friend and most enthusiastic supporter, Ayla Kais, had just bolted from the dueling arena without even looking back. He imagined Ayla comforting Taylor. You'll get over it soon enough. That's your specialty anyway. You can do this, Taylor. Don't let this get you down. Taylor, and Ayla stared at Ed with strange looks. Taylor asked, Why are you here? Is there anything left for you and me to talk about? He thought, as long as Ayla is by his side, Taylor will definitely bounce back, no matter how many times he stumbles. After a moment of silence, Ed finally spoke up. You're great with a sword. I'll give you that much. Taylor guarded. What are you plotting this time? Looking at Taylor's unyielding face, Ed thought, Right, I've witnessed Taylor bounce back countless times, and I'll still be right by his side until the very end. Ed turned his back and replied, It's nothing. He muttered to himself. Honestly, I figure he's going to save the world anyway, so all I need to do is figure out how to survive. I treat him like a bully simply because he's the main character of this story, the guy who's going to do all the heavy lifting for me. But now, I feel somewhat at ease. Ed's mood seemed lighter, not because the story, which had been going off track, was finally back on course, but simply because Taylor, the person he had been walking this path with, was going to be okay. That's all I really need. Ayla and Taylor stood frozen, watching Ed's retreating back. The two of them were completely petrified, wearing awful expressions. EW, what the hell was that? Why did he have to pull off such an edgy act? Ed was still lost in thought, and I can't just run away from this either. He stepped out the door, when suddenly an explosion went off, making him freeze in his tracks. Looking back, he wondered, could it be time for that already? Ed thought about the plot. In the original story, everyone witnesses this exact scene while sitting in the nail building, where the battle is currently taking place. The precious daughter Lortel and the spirit mage Janica Failover just clash. But I'm sure Taylor and Ayla are seeing this happen too. Open your eyes and watch closely, Taylor, because one of many trials is coming right at you. The final boss of Act 1 is none other than Janica Failover. Lortel and Janica's battle was fiercely intense, with both sides trading blows continuously. Lortel threw everything she had at her, but got hit by Janica's magic dragon, leaving her desperately trying to hold her ground. Up in the stands, once the match ended, everyone swarmed around Janica, cheering, Woo, congrats Janica. Janica is the only first year in our class who managed to beat the new transfers. She's amazing at spirit magic and has such a friendly personality. Seriously, does she even have any flaws? Janica replied shyly, thanks everyone. Suddenly, a voice called out, An injured person is being taken through. Everyone please make way. Janica stopped dead in her tracks when she saw that, practically frozen. The people around her kept laughing and chatting. How on earth is your spirit control actually that strong, Janica. Janica is the pride of our sophomore class. Unlike the original version where Lucy defeats Taylor, the focus of this joint training drill shifted entirely to Janica Failover. You've brilliantly restored honor to the sophomore class and above. Janica already had plenty of friends, but this incident was only going to expand her social circle in ways she never expected. Maybe that's for the best. Ed picked up his jacket, glanced over at Janica, and turned away. I don't need to run into her face at the camp. Night fell, and he was back at his living quarters. Ever since he got tangled up with the main characters, his mind had been spinning out of control. It had already been 2 weeks since the joint training drills kicked off. Without the main cast around, he could focus entirely on his studies and live a carefree life of survival. Down by the stream, a fishing net was set up as a trap. Ed thought, I've got a fishing net, so my basic food problem is pretty much sorted. His character status window popped up. Stamina 6, Intelligence 5, Proficiency 6, Willpower 8, Luck 6. Glancing down at his own physique, Ed muttered to himself, is it because my stamina stats have gone up so much? I feel like my body is gradually getting stronger. He walked along thinking, but it's still way too early to slack off. Suddenly, Janica showed up, hiding behind a bush with a blushing face and her hands covering her eyes. She stammered, It's you. Do you really like walking around shirtless? Ed yelled back in embarrassment. Show up out of nowhere and ask what kind of nonsense is that? I just got back from fishing. Is there anything so great about this place that you keep coming back? Janica walked up to the campfire and said, That's top secret. I feel like an explorer, so I'm pretty excited. I wanted to chat with you a bit more, and I figure I might need some advice too. Ed was putting on his shirt when he heard that and double-checked. Advice? He looked baffled. Out of all the people you could ask, you come to me? Janica started explaining. Back then, you left early, so you probably didn't see it. But during the joint match, having won first, she thought of Lortel and said, I ended up hurting someone. You know, Ed thought, could her opponent have used intermediate magic? But intermediate magic is banned, though knowing kind and forgiving Janica, that probably doesn't matter to her. Janica continued, I tried to brush it off, but I feel like I might have gone a bit too far. I can't stop thinking about how I overreacted. Ed nodded along. I get it. Janica hesitated. Should I apologize to her, even though my friends told me she started it and kept trying to hold me back? Calmly said, just go with it if you think you're in the right. Ed mentally analyzed. Janica, a sophomore who's adorable and charming to everyone, is an invaluable asset in every possible way. So if she feels guilty and starts blaming herself, people are definitely going to side with her to comfort and dote on her. Still, Janica knows very well that having someone willing to protect her is nice, but that still doesn't wipe away a mistake she already made. That's probably why she came looking for me. Janica was taken aback by Ed's response, pausing for a second before frowning miserably and burying her chin in her knees. Suddenly, she blurted out, just what I expected, Ed. She stretched out comfortably and said, You never take my side unconditionally. Ed shrugged. If you're feeling hurt, then I guess that's on you. Janica quickly corrected him, waving her hands. No, you misunderstood. I'm not hurt at all. She looked over at Ed, thinking about him from way back when, last year, he wasn't like this at all. Janica might be a charming, bubbly girl, but she's also extremely observant. Janica thought. Even when he had to swallow his pride and beg her for money during a tight spot, he didn't look desperate like people usually do when they hit rock bottom. This guy practically gave me a subtle warning to stay away. Janica might be a charming, bubbly girl, but she's also extremely observant. Janica thought. Even when he had to swallow his pride and beg her for money during a tight spot, he didn't look desperate like people usually do when they hit rock bottom. This guy practically gave me a subtle warning to stay away. I wish everyone in the world was like you. The next day, Ed hurried along his way. While calculating, this situation is getting seriously intense. Sylvania's Failed Swordsman is called a masterpiece, but very few people actually get to see the ending. Beginners run into bad endings super fast. Gee, if you rescue a girl during the grass monster ambush in the placement test, you end up discovering the precious daughter's secret. After that, the girl sends people to corner Taylor, and just like that, you die. Bad ending number 3. Taylor gets assassinated during the Monster Combat Practical. If you skip your childhood friend Ayla and form a team with the precious daughter instead, you die. You die. Bad ending number 7. Ayla falls off a cliff and dies because Taylor was supposed to be the one to catch her when she fell. If you protect the precious daughter from the fire spirit Tan summoned by Janica, you die. Bad ending number 3. Taylor gets burned alive. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Senior, can't you hear me?" Ed thought, "I've got to run." Suddenly, the figure of a red-haired girl darted out to block Ed's path. Ed asked in a panic, "How much longer are you planning to stalk me?" The girl replied, "I didn't expect you to be so determined to ignore me for this long." Ed thought to himself, "Of course I'm going to ignore you. Isn't that obvious?" The 4th heroine in Sylvania's failed swordsman, the only daughter of business tycoon Elterkitchen, Lortel, the precious daughter, also known as the freshman destroyer. The red-haired girl said, "I'm only asking for 2 hours of your time, okay?" Senior Ed accepted, and as expected, Lortelkitchen is the precious daughter. In his mind, an image of Lortel standing proudly alongside a blonde girl flashed by. Lortelkitchen was dubbed an unsung hero. In Ed's mind, Lortel is as dangerous as a witch. Well, Ed thought, unlike Fenia, Lortel has been painted as a villain right from the start. It's not until the second half of the plot that her true identity gets revealed. Ed recalled the plot and sighed. The moment people finally understand Lortel's loneliness and pain is also the exact moment the player is forced to choose between Fenia and Lortel. Ed closed his eyes and nodded. Before his train of thought could even finish, Lortel's voice chimed in, "Senior." "Hey, Senior." Finished with his thoughts, he walked straight ahead, leaving her standing there looking stunned. "But right now, I can't play along with her pace. If I dance to Lortel's tune, I'm going to lose the upper hand." Under Ed's distant gaze, she kept trailing after him, sucking up, "At least listen to what I have to say, okay? I seriously need your help." He replied, "Don't go acting like my ears don't work, Lortel." Whining, "Come on, Senior. How can you say things like that when I respect you so much?" Lortel stood right in front of Ed, forcing an awkward smile. Hands on her hips, she crinkled her eyes and smiled. "You've seriously been a massive source of motivation for me, you know? Even when you hit rock bottom, you still chose to keep studying." Lortel quickly chimed in again with a bright laugh. "And that whole arrogant the world revolves around me vibe of yours is probably the real deal. But who even cares?" Seeing Ed stay completely unfazed, she said, "Anyway, I hope you'll listen to my request first. I'll give you 3 gold coins as a down payment." Seeing Ed hesitate, she asked, "You've been getting pretty close to Senior Janica lately, haven't you? Think you could help me become friends with her?" Ed looked at the gold coins in his hand, his eyes flashing as he thought. 3 gold coins? Let's be real. That's like a whole month's salary. But Ed leaned in close and asked, "So the wealthy, precious daughter is trying to buy relationships now?" Lortel smirked. "Just keep him, you saw it yourself. Right beside me," she answered while slipping her hand straight into Ed's pocket. And then Lortel went ahead and shoved 3 gold coins right into his pocket. There are tons of better people. After that whole stunt, Ed's expression darkened. She actually realizes that she's locked in a political war with Princess Fenia for control of the academy. In his mind, he pictured the 2 cousins standing back to back. Ed smirked, and she got to find allies starting right now. Ed reached out his hand for a handshake. "All right, if we're collaborating, we've got to seal the deal with a handshake." Lortel smirked back, laughing as she reached out to shake Ed's hand. He thought, for people who've lived in luxury their whole lives, a handshake means they're officially partnering up for the road ahead. But for people who are struggling, even a single moment of poverty can drive them to the brink of death. Ed's train of thought kept rolling, but suddenly, for those forced to face the harshest realities, even a tiny bit of money can lead to their corruption. Ed thought of wealthy nobles throwing cash around to buy the daughters of the poor, assuming they'd sell their families, their self-respect, or even themselves just for a single gold coin. Driving a target to total despair is the easiest and simplest thing in the world. Snapping out of his imagination and back to reality, Lortel was standing there frozen like a statue. Ed thought sadly. He handed the 3 gold coins back. It doesn't always work like that. Lortel watched Ed's retreating back. That's hilarious. Ed walked far away from Lortel, leaving her gaze behind him as he pressed forward. Ed gritted his teeth hard. If I had just taken them, everything would have been so much easier for me. How shameful! Ed broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, I can't even imagine how messed up this is going to get if I get entangled between the freshman destroyer and Janica. At all costs, I have to avoid any factors that could throw the plot off its original track. By that night, in a mansion shrouded in darkness, Lord Telkachin didn't feel humiliated at all by Ed's blunt rejection. Spotting Janica, Lortel called out, Oh, Senior Janica! Knowing who's for her, who's against her, what's profitable and what's self-serving, a sharp businesswoman would never let any opportunity slip by. Lortel smiled brightly, her eyes curving. I didn't expect to run into you here. Janica realized, Oh, it's you, Lortel. You got your hair down. You look a bit different. Far from getting discouraged by Ed's rejection, it only fueled a deep, burning resolve inside her to make Janica fail of her. Lortel wore a sly, wicked smile, completely her own. Lortel reminisced, I got caught up in a huge scandal for using forbidden magic during the combat test. Standing face to face, she continued, Even though it's been a while, I've always wanted to apologize to you whenever I got the chance. Inside, she thought, I just wanted to test the strength of a top 5 student. Janica looked at Lortel's arm and asked, So that's why your injury still hasn't healed yet, huh? Though I suppose I paid a pretty steep price for that mess myself. Lortel put on a corporate smile. Don't worry about it, Senior Janica. It'll heal up in no time. She thought, Janica is practically like a protagonist straight out of fairy tale. So if I use the guilt she's carrying to reel her in, would it be way easier? Cutting off Lortel's thoughts, Janica asked. Your chat with Ed must have gone pretty well. Lortel jumped. Why'd you suddenly bring that up? Janica smiled and replied, I told them to keep a lid on things when something happens, but all sorts of various spirits materialized behind Janica's back. She smiled. Spirits love to gossip, you see. Janica let out. I basically heard almost the whole conversation over by the northern part of the forest. Lortel stammered. That meant her memory flashed back to when she pulled out those 3 gold coins in front of Ed. Think you could help me become friends with her? Janica replied. While I really appreciate your good intentions, being willing to shell out a few gold coins for my sake. Janica leaned in close to Lortel, her expression dropping. Do you have any idea what they said when they saw you trying to buy trust with money, huh? She thought of Ed. As far as I'm concerned, Ed's approach was way more touching. After whispering that, Janica scratched the back of her head with a goofy grin. I guess I'm getting way too full of myself, but since this is my first time being a senior, I gotta look the part. So embarrassing. Lortel thought. I seriously need to rethink my evaluation of her. Janica, turn away. I gotta go now. I need to prep properly to form a contract with a high-level spirit. People have been helping me way too much lately. I gotta step up my game. Watching Janica's retreating figure fade away, Lortel thought. Janica Failover is like a fairy tale protagonist? I was totally wrong. Janica suddenly stopped in her tracks and called out, Oh, and Lortel. At this moment, she was still lost in her own thoughts. Whoever predicted the future of this world was completely wrong too. Janica spoke up. I'm also sorry about the other day. You got hurt because of me, right? Lortel thought, even though she's fully aware of the world's dark side. Janica turned back around with a rather unenthusiastic look. Hope you feel better soon. She's always just way too cheerful. Cutting through Lortel's thoughts, the door clicked shut with a soft thud. Out in the hallway, Lortel muttered to herself, This is tough. She recalled how just a moment ago, that woman had given Ed such a strange, unusual look. Inside Janica Failover's room, she told herself, I have to work harder. Janica leaned her back against the door and whispered, Because it's nice knowing someone actually wants the best for you. Time flew by like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, the next morning arrived. Bright, blinding sunlight beat down on a pile of laundry hanging out to dry below. Somewhere nearby, a white-haired girl was holding her breath and breaking out in a sweat, exclaiming, That smells awful. As for Ed, he was getting totally swarmed by a messy pile of clothes, screaming at the top of his lungs, I was just hanging them out to dry. Hearing the commotion coming from Ed, someone walked over and asked, Who's there? Ed spotted Belle and immediately remembered. It's the top maid senior of Sylvania's dormitory, Awfulest Hall, Belle Maya. He remembered when he got kicked out of the dorm. She was the exact person who threw him out. Ed stood up, walked over with a smile, and asked, you mean this place? Belle turned her head and replied, I already knew you were living here. Janica talks about you all the time. Belle looked toward Ed's tent and evaluated. Still, I never expected you to be living in a state like this. Belle continued, sizing him up under Ed's clueless gaze. Though I'm glad it's changed you for the better. Clutching his boxers, Ed stammered out, yeah, exactly. He thought. Belle's words went in one ear and out the other, while I was just staring right at them. Belle reminded him of the maids at Awfulest Hall, a group of women trained to handle household chores to absolute perfection, including feeding the students. Ed's attention was currently locked on to, in that basket, there's definitely got to be some top-tier stuff this elite maid managed to track down. And that's information on food you can't easily find in books. Ed muttered, remembering, let's see, Belle Maya's event has a direct impact on the main plot. Belle spoke up, cutting into Ed's thoughts. You don't need to be so modest. She looked straight at Ed. You can just talk to me like you used to back at Awfulest Dormitory. Ed replied, no, thank you. His response made Belle's eyes widen, stripping away her usual cold demeanor. Ed clapped his hands together with a corporate smile. How could I ever talk like that to a maid who always works so hard? And this wasn't just some ordinary event. It was one that made Belle Maya directly impact the main storyline. Maintaining that smile, he asked, also, that basket. Thinking to himself, it shouldn't cause any problems for either of us. Let's definitely be friends. The system popped up. You have absorbed Belle Maya's teachings on edible berries, mushrooms, and herbs. A new achievement notification appeared. New artifact completed. Construction proficiency has leveled up. Completing the new artifact. Fishing system. You've tied the net correctly, reinforcing and protecting it by connecting it to tree branches and setting it up so it won't be disrupted by the river's current. This can help you survive for a few more days. The crafting difficulty this time is 2 stars. Ed looked at the results in front of him, piled high with fish meat, and thought, with so much meat and fish, my diet is definitely going to improve. He poured water into a cup and shouted, burn! Flames flared up at Ed's command. The cup of water began to boil. Ed sat there, looking over the skills he possessed, such as Pyromancy level 10 and Windblade level 10. He thought, I still only have 2 basic spells, but I've used them so much they somehow hit level 10 without me even realizing. The system popped up again, announcing the completion of a new artifact. Herbal tea made from the herbs Belle Maya mentioned, with a very fragrant aroma. The crafting difficulty this time is 1.5 stars. Looking at the cup of tea in front of him, he thought, drinking this while chopping wood or cooking will immensely boost survival capabilities. Ed picked up the cup of herbal tea and took a sip. To prove it, right at that moment, the sun gradually dipped below the horizon. The silhouette of a lonely back sat there, gazing at the sunset, thinking, I'm done with my work and the sun still hasn't set. If I'm being honest, looking at the sunlight with a smirk, I'd say I'm actually pretty happy about this. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light burst across the sky. Confused and panicked, he tracked the light with his eyes, watching. A streak of light come hurtling down. He thought to himself, right up until that moment, when a massive explosion sent him flying backward by sheer momentum. Groaning in pain, he let out a cry. Dust and smoke filled the air, making it impossible to see what was happening. Landing on the ruined tent in terror, he asked, what the hell is this again? He stared at the battered, dilapidated tent. His beloved tent. The aftershocks were still rolling through, with dust and debris kicking up everywhere. Right inside the crater, a girl was sitting flat on the ground. That's gonna kill me. Ed clearly recognized the person inside and thought, Lucy, Lucy. Panting heavily inside the dirt crater, she complained. That was way too close. Before Lucy could even finish, Ed cut her off. You? Too close to dying. He thought, she's the strongest mage in the world. Who on earth could possibly? Lucy shivered uncontrollably and whimpered. Belle Maya. Puzzled, he thought, wait, isn't she supposed to be a good person? At that moment, an image of an angry Belle flashed through Lucy's mind. I was just skipping class like I always do, but this time, for some reason, she completely lost it. She came looking for me and threw hands way more terrifyingly than any time before. Lucy looked a bit embarrassed, and then out of nowhere, I got teleported all the way out here. Seeing Lucy still sitting there, Ed asked, "That must have hurt, huh?" Lucy started to say, "Hey, While Ed was boiling with inner rage, screaming internally, "That damn Belle Maya, seriously?" Lucy continued, "Do you have any beef jerky?" Enraged, Ed gave her a whack on the head and snapped, "Damn it, you ruined everything. What on earth is wrong with your life?" Lucy rubbed the spot where Ed hit her and winced, "Ouch." He wondered, wait, didn't she use a protective spell? As if reading his mind, Lucy replied, "I ran out of mana." Hearing Lucy say that, Ed put on a wicked tone that brought tears to her eyes. "Is that so?" Ed flashed a dangerous smile at Lucy, his hand cocked and ready with all his strength to flick her forehead. "Then this one is payback for my beloved home." A scream echoed through the mountains and forests, accompanied by a sweet, loving message from Ed. "Take this one straight from me to your mother figure, Belle Maya." Meanwhile, inside the main building of Sylvania Academy, Ed was planning his upcoming life. "I need a sturdy house. I've got to build it with top-quality timber." While reading, Ed mapped out a more detailed plan. Amidst such a busy schedule, the most optimal approach was to use trips to the library to read up on any extra info he needed. With that thought, Ed closed the book, planning methods, plus other essential info. "I guess at this point, just knowing how to sand wood and thatch leaves should be enough, right?" Interrupting Ed's thoughts was a clear voice. "It's time to close up." The pink-haired girl guarding the library walked right up to Ed. "You study really hard, don't you?" Ed replied. "Have I been sitting here that long? How embarrassing." This pink-haired girl was Elka Island, a freshman in the magic department. Elka gave a gentle smile. "It's fine. It's been a while since I've seen someone as diligent as you. It really motivates me to study harder, too." "My name is Elka Island." Ed looked at Elka and broke out in a sweat, thinking, the way she's looking at me, it's like she's begging me to say my name. After pondering for a moment, he stated bluntly, "Ed, I'm Ed Rotilor." Hearing his name, Elka froze like a statue caught in wet cement. Ed thought, the usual reaction as expected. How could this guy's infamous reputation ever be washed away? Not really surprised, though. I've tried to be more diligent, but I guess it won't change a thing. Before he could finish his thought, Elka interrupted, "You are actually completely different from the rumors. You know that?" Elka looked toward the pile of books at his feet and praised. "For you to read all those materials on elemental magic and grasp everything in just a few short days is beyond me. Even right now, while still sitting here, you've already read through 6 technical documents." She excitedly listed everything she had noticed over the past few days. "The people spreading rumors that you're an arrogant jerk don't know a single thing about you." Elka beamed with a bright smile. "Looks like rumors really are just rumors in the end." "Huh?" Elka looked away, thinking of someone. "I actually know someone just as upright and straight-laced as you, senior." She looked sincerely at Ed. "I'll definitely support you." Ed replied, "Thanks." Elka waved and smiled at Ed. "Have a safe trip back. I'm going to tidy up and head back to the dorms, too." Suddenly, a violent tremor cut their conversation short. Ed startled. What was that? The surrounding atmosphere shook, making it hard to even stand straight without swaying. Right then, dozens of massive books were tumbling off the shelves directly above Elka's head. She was rooted to the spot, completely unable to dodge the falling books. Suddenly, somewhere nearby, a magic formation materialized. At its exact center, a pillar of purple light shot upward. A system notification flashed. 11:30, battlefield camp outside the Academy Center. Tons of dark-colored monsters are appearing all around. Thanks to the efforts of the male lead Taylor and his friends, a large number of students had gathered at the camp. The pillar of light showed no signs of fading. 2 hours had passed since this unprecedented disaster struck. Ayla stared at the beam. "I've seen these drawings in a spirit magic book before. Look at the summoning circle. Those are rune inscriptions used to summon the high-ranking dark spirit Glaskin." Fenia crossed her arms and said with a grave expression, "This is bad, because there's only one person with a spiritual bond strong enough to summon this many spirits, and the chances are high that our enemy is." She continued her deduction. Someone who went insane after trying to summon a dark spirit. Top sophomore student Janica Falov. Following the clues Fenia laid out, everyone fell into a heavy silence, staring straight at her. Breaking that silent atmosphere, Taylor spoke up. Unfortunately, this isn't the time to deal with that. If what Ayla said is true, the barrier around this campus will buy us a little more time. Taylor seriously reassured everyone around him. If Glass can get summoned, casualties will be massive. We have to head to the central campus immediately. Taylor McCroy, Combat Department, freshman. Over in this corner, a conversation was unfolding between Claire, captain of the Royal Guard, and the meddling Alvira Eniston, Alchemy Department, freshman. Claire crossed her arms and frowned. Anyone outside the barrier will be spotted immediately. Letting the Royal Guards and professors handle this will be much faster. Before she could finish, Alvira cut her off. If it's actually a dark spirit, our barrier will be severely outmatched. Therefore, we have to reinforce it from the inside. Headmaster Obel left town too. Everyone looked toward Alvira. If all of us here join forces, defeating a high-ranking spirit isn't out of the question. Don't you all think so? Hearing that, tucked away in a small corner, the gloomy Klusnanon, Combat Department, freshman, widened his eyes in terror and stammered, "I object." Over on the other side, everyone continued hashing out a strategy. We'll wipe out the mid-tier spirits and take down the high ranker, while you go into that building to defeat Janica, right? Someone else replied, but that's not all of it. The students cast worried glances toward the horde of dark spirits. Even inside, there are a few more high-ranking spirits, specifically two of them, the high-ranking Fire Rage Spirit Tan and the high-ranking Dark Spirit Velocipher. Clebius protested in a panic. How? Is that any different from suicide? I'm not going, Lord Hell asked anxiously. Wait, did she really create all of this? I mean, even if she carries the title of top sophomore student, isn't this level of power way too absurd? She summoned Glaskin while still controlling this entire swarm of spirits. Ayla rubbed her chin. This seems to be caused by Velocifer's ability. Senior Janica is just acting as a medium for it to take over control. She explained, dark spirits are the natural predators of spirit mages. Their immense power easily spirals out of a spirit mage's control. An image of a massive horned monster controlling Janica flashed across their minds. In reality, these demons manipulate spirit mages, and that was the exact reason they were terrified, because they themselves would become prey to them. The monster's eyes and several feet-long horns became even clearer. Ayla continued, and besides, we still don't know what method Senior Janica, the top student in spirit studies, used to order Velocifer around. Someone else spoke up, cutting Ayla off. That's not the main point right now. Zix looked toward them with a stern face. Right now, what matters is determining our next direction of attack, and there's only one person capable of making that call. His gaze shifted toward Fenia. Princess Fenia, please give the order. Biting her lip and looking straight ahead, all eyes converged on Fenia. At the exact moment, everyone pinned their hopes on her decision. Fenia pressed her lips tightly together in thought. Suddenly, that guy's casual reminder flashed back into her mind. Her memory looped back to when she was chatting with Ed. Back then, he turned and looked at her. Whatever burdens I'm carrying, compared to yours, they're nothing, right, princess? Why don't you let your mind relax for a bit? Fenia thought, if things were as simple as he says, that would be great. She spoke up. In 1 hour, we push straight inside. She swept her gaze over the varied emotional expressions below her. Only myself, my guards, and other top-tier students, regardless of major, are allowed in. Only those who have proven their strength are permitted to come along. So make sure you prepare thoroughly in both body and mind. Fenia crossed her arms and shouted loudly, I will shoulder all the responsibility. Behind her, someone stepped forward to report. She turned to look. Princess, we've estimated the head count of all staff and personnel in the lecture hall area. That person knelt on one knee respectfully. The Great Hall and the Otter Pharmacy Wing are right at the center of the disaster zone. They can't join the fight. She rubbed her head helplessly. Looks like we're the only ones left who can enter the battle. The other person replied, there aren't any students left over there either. Someone's shout cut through the report. There's still one person left. A purple-haired girl ran over frantically. Hurry, go. I need to get to the library reading room. A student friend of mine is in there along with an academy librarian and a sophomore student. Phinia asked, were their names? The purple-haired girl replied, Elka. It's Elka Island. Hearing that, Zix's eyes widened in shock. Then he bolted forward, roaring as he demanded, Elka! You just said Elka, right? The purple-haired girl stammered, yes, we share a class for apprentice librarians, learning how to manage magical documents. Hearing that, frustrated and worried, he turned away, cursing, damn it, I have to go save her right now. She can't protect herself on her own. Seeing that, Lortel and Phineas stepped forward to block him. Calm down. Zix, the library is way too far away. Right now, our priority is dealing with the immediate threat, Senior Janica. Phinia continued. That's right, Zix. She also mentioned there's a sophomore student in there with her, didn't she? The two of them continued to reassure him. Right now, we can only place our trust in him. Zix looked uncomfortable and speechless. Phinia turned to the purple-haired girl and asked, just now, you clearly said there's a sophomore student in there, right? The purple-haired girl didn't know how to respond out of sheer panic. Seeing this, Zix lunged forward, grabbing the purple-haired girl by the collar and shouting so loudly it made Phinia jump. What are you hiding? Spit it out. The girl stammered. Ed. She answered more clearly. It's Ed Rot-Taylor. Hearing that, Zix's face twisted, his eyes looking as though he wanted to strangle her right on the spot. She cried, her voice trembling. I'm sorry, he just sat there from morning till late at night. I found him annoying, so I passed him off to Elka. Everyone knows what kind of person he is, right? On this side, everyone pictured Ed's bizarre expression and shuddered in fear. Ed Rot-Taylor. How did that shameless bastard and the apprentice librarian get stuck in the library together? Zix cursed. What the hell? Seeing him like that, Phinia called out, hey! Standing there, she held Zix back. Wait a second. Phinia thought for a moment, then stammered. Even so. Then, using all her resolve, she blurted out, could you try placing your trust in him just this once? After Phinia said that, everyone froze like statues, staring at her blankly with no one answering. Even Lortel looked at her, not knowing what to do. Zix's expression grew darker by the second, showing he had reached the absolute limit of his anger. Suddenly, Zix took off flying, leaving Phinia standing there stunned before she could even process it. As soon as he stepped out of the safe zone, the monsters caught Zix's scent and swarmed toward him like mad. Zix thought, if that punk dares lay a single finger on Elka, venting his fury on the monsters, their miserable screeches echoed loudly. Furious, Zix bolted forward at top speed. I'm gonna beat you to a pulp. Somewhere out there, the phrase rags to riches didn't even begin to describe Zix's miraculous existence. Someone who started out as mere grass by the roadside crossed their arms and thought, judging by its size, it looks like a fully grown one. Observing the bark condition of the surrounding trees suggested it had only just arrived here. Amidst the grass, a pair of greenish eyes slowly concealed themselves and observed. From inside an animal pelt, that person stared at the massive deer straight ahead. Gotcha! With that thought, he grabbed his knife and sprinted into the vast grasslands of the kingdom's northern region, a land of brutal competition where even a faint echo of the royal court's decrees could never reach. The deer panicked at the boy's sudden presence. He leaped into high air, took a ready stance, and gripped his knife tightly. Living in a place where at the end of every day, you had to reach up and touch your neck just to make sure your head was still attached. The finishing slash of his blade came accompanied by bright red blood splashing everywhere. Zix was the descendant of a nomadic tribe currently living a temporary life on this land, and he had been forced to live separated from his family ever since he reached adulthood. Snippets of someone's thoughts continued to echo. You never knew when you were abandoned, why they threw you away, or whether you'd ever have a chance to return to your tribe. And he learned how to decapitate a deer before he even learned how to read. To the astonishment of others, before he even knew how to barter goods, he had already mastered scavenging whatever usable items could be found on a roadside corpse. Needless to say, his life, the buzzing chatter of outsiders kept resurfacing. That Brad is the one from the northern steppes, right? Is he a descendant of those barbarians up there? Rumor has it they even eat human flesh. Following those whispers everywhere, he went was the life of a monster. Suddenly, a clear voice asked, "What's your name?" Standing right in front of him now was a bright, cute girl looking happy. He replied, "Zix." The little girl smiled. "You know what, Zix? You kind of look like a wolf walking on two legs." Zix's narrator thought. That was the moment he realized. Elka's eyes went wide with surprise as she gasped. After a lifetime of wandering the boundless, uncertain steppes, scavenging for scraps among rotting roadside corpses, hearing Elka say that, Zix dropped the tree branch he was holding to the ground. Sleeping under a starry house with the moon as his roof, this young boy was, in the end, just a wild wolf discarded by his own pack. "Zix, are you okay?" Elka asked. Tears flowed like a small stream, weaving through the gaps of his lower eyelashes and falling down. He thought, for all these years, I've lived a lonely life. The day Zix met the very first companion in his life, he suddenly understood what loneliness had felt like all along. Afterward, Elka led him home to meet her parents. He bowed respectfully. Elka and her father welcomed him like a family member, and the meals that followed were much more nourishing. Amidst the rush of chasing modern civilization, Zix had to go to school alongside Elka. He thought the harsh life of the past gradually faded into oblivion. And as we've come to know, Zix's buzz cut was actually trimmed by Elka's own hands. Ah, how sweet and sticky, which proved that the little wolf cub of the past had now grown into a full-grown man, ending the sequence of memories, returning to reality, and facing the horde of monsters. He thought, if I have to protect her, he used his terrifying strength to break through the encirclement of pitch-black monsters. Furious, Zix roared, "Even if I turn back into a monster, I don't care." At that moment, Zix thought of the rumors about Ed, picturing an ugly image of him in his head. "I've heard countless rumors about that Rot Taylor guy, so I know full well he rigged his exams, insulted the princess, and harassed junior students." Zix thought to himself as he sprinted forward at a speed faster than a kid riding a bicycle. Whatever. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a certain spot. Zix called out, "Rot Taylor." Leaning against the wall, Ed asked, "Who are you?" Enraged, Zix lunged forward, grabbed her by the collar, and demanded, "Elka, where's Elka? Why is it just you here? Tell me right now where Elka is." Ed replied, "Reading room, 3rd floor." Hearing the answer, Zix shoved Ed aside, shouted Elka, and bolted off. Zix rushed into the 3rd floor reading room and called out, "Elka, are you okay?" Seeing Elka soundly asleep on the bed, Zix finally let out a sigh of relief. His hands were shaking uncontrollably as he whispered, "Thank goodness." Supporting himself, he felt a wave of relief. Seriously, thank God. Zix's gaze shifted over to the massive bookshelves, looking at them closely now. He broke out in a sweat, surveying the area. All of these shelves, even for a grown man, moving them would be tough, let alone having them arranged around here like they were set up to shield her. Zix's eyes drifted to the window, where the curtains were carefully drawn shut to block the view of the raving spirits outside. Zix placed her hand on the wooden board with handwriting left behind by Ed. The note read, "When you wake up, don't panic, just stay put right here. Before tomorrow morning, everything will be resolved, so stay calm, lock the door tight, and don't draw the spirit's attention. Your own safety must be the top priority. Do not do anything reckless under any circumstances." Zix looked at those words and thought to herself, someone protected Elka. At that moment, as she picked up the coat, she saw blood. It's not Elka's blood. Zix followed the trail of blood along the path and thought, "This reminds me of something." She thought, even though he was injured, he didn't care about himself first, but came all the way here just to protect Elka. The bloodstains belonged to... Zix thought of Ed Rot Taylor. Zix wondered, but why? How on earth? Outside, Ed was growing exhausted. Oh man, that was close. He recalled 3 hours ago. After the tremor stopped, Ed supported a shelf with one hand while carrying Elka on his shoulder with the other, whispering to himself, "Good thing I usually do a bit of physical training. This show is moving faster than I thought." Looking out the window where a purple column of light appeared, judging by the observation, looking at these runic ancient scripts, It seems Glaskin is about to be summoned. He thought, Taylor will probably handle this. That side is full of key figures, so there's no reason for me to butt in. Ed grew serious, frowning, because I'm not allowed to alter the future. Still, time is money. I can't just sit around doing nothing. Ed gritted his teeth, holding up each bookshelf to barricade the surroundings. In a little while, those spirits will go wild and swarm here, so I should block the door to keep them out. At the same time, taking advantage of this moment, even if it's just a little bit, he needed to reinforce his charms further. Now I need to finish off the beef jerky I brought along, then sit up all night studying. Suddenly, cutting off his train of thought, wait a minute. The thing that made Janika's abilities so peculiar was Ed's memory shifting to Janika being surrounded by colorful spirits and her overwhelming control, spirit affinity, and spirit bonding. These two stats are boosted through interaction with spirits. Ed opened the door and stepped outside. Fundamentally, communicating with spirits is her innate ability. For someone like me who can't even see spirits, raising spiritual stats is almost unthinkable. But the scene unfolded. The dark spirits were lunging at something. Janika was summoning countless flesh and blood spirits. Ed used his wind skills, preparing to join the fight, an event this interesting. Ed rushed forward using his skills, smiling with glee. It's all thanks to that meal. Ending the flashback, Ed leaned his back against the base of the statue. The speed is insane. The system panel popped up. Fire magic. Elemental fire LV. 12. Spiritual magic. Spirit bonding LV. 7. Ed was completely exhausted, thinking fire magic at level 12, and even my spiritual stat has reached level 7. Just one more level. I'm almost there. If the combined level of spirit bonding and spirit affinity reaches level 15, I should be able to form a contract with a spirit, right? Ed lay there, groaning in his head. Man, I've pushed myself to the absolute limit, so if anything else happens, it's going to be really dangerous. Zix, carrying Elka on her back, walked over and asked, What are you doing here? Ed felt annoyed, looking at Zix and thinking, What am I doing here? Are you blind or something? Not seeing my beat-up, ragged state. But whatever, I have no reason to lie. Thinking that, Ed scratched his cheek and replied, Training. Zix let out a sigh. Zix thought to herself, Damn it, what training? Only an idiot would buy that. Thinking that, he bit his lip and replied, I get it. I think I finally understand what kind of person you are. So, that was your true nature all along. Zix did something that made Ed's eyes widen in surprise. Zix choked up, I truly. Then he bowed his head to Ed. I owe you a huge favor, Senior Ed. Zix's eyes grew resolute. No matter what, I will repay this debt when the time comes. Looking at the scene before him, Ed remembered, right? Elka will be Zix's girlfriend later on. She was hardly important enough to even appear on the settings board, so I totally forgot about her. However, looking at Zix standing seriously and respectfully in front of me, I think, this guy is Taylor's friend, the one who trusted him throughout the whole story. This character is extremely important. Ed opened his mouth and said, It seems like you just left the Academy Center to run over here, right? Serious, turning around. Now that you're sure Elka is safe, why don't you head back and carry out your proper duty? Go back to the Academy Center. You don't belong here. Ed bent down to pick up something. Hurry. Go help Taylor. If you do as he says, everything will be fine. Puzzled Taylor? You mean Taylor McCroy? Ed replied, Yeah, the guy who almost always runs away from failure. Zix was confused. I don't get why you rate him so highly. The two of them hadn't even talked once yet. Taylor's image popped up. It wasn't so much about praising him, but rather about compatibility. Especially since the outer shell of High Fire Spirit, Tan, could only be damaged by his elemental/skill. In Act 1, Scene 9, Taylor learned the elemental/technique. That skill was a necessary condition to win this stage. If I can get Taylor to use that move, he'll win. Returning to reality, Zix bowed his head in thanks. Your advice, Ed replied. There's no time to stand on ceremony. Move fast. I'll stay here and rest for a bit. Ed watched Zix's back as he carried Elko away. Sighing, I even gave him such a huge hint. The story should unfold just like the original, right? Suddenly, as if realizing something, wait a minute. Just a moment ago, Zix was puzzled. Taylor? You mean Taylor McCroy? The two of you haven't even talked once. Ed thought, why doesn't Zix know Taylor yet? Act 1, Scene 9, the final exam. Although Taylor was pushed back and overwhelmed, he unlocked the ultimate technique, Elemental Slash. Afterwards, he used this exact move to slice Zix's magic in half. In his memory of the plot, Zix admired Taylor's unyielding willpower and decided to get to know him. The two later became friends. However, the final chapter of the first act took place a whole month earlier than in the original story. Ed's gaze shifted to the window, where Act 1, final chapter, the summoning of Glaskin, was taking place, and Act 1, Scene 9, didn't even get a chance to happen. As a result, Zix and Taylor couldn't become friends, and Taylor didn't learn Elemental Slash. On this side, Taylor's group and Princess Phinia were traveling together, and now no one in the raid team would. Ed's stream of memories flashed to the head of the beast waiting for its prey to fall. Ed thought, inflict whatever damage possible on Tan for now. That purple dragon was going wild, roaring. I didn't even notice it, but the entire storyline has been completely messed up. At a place called the Academy Center, the raid team's base, right now, kneeling on one knee with a bowed head to admit guilt. Forgive me for being late. I accept any punishment for my negligence. Phinia spoke up, replying, forget it. Even if you were here, we wouldn't be able to win. An announcement came from somewhere stating, the raid team's first attempt to breach has failed. Claire spoke up, if we want to breach again, we must reinforce our numbers first. I'll go with everyone as soon as my leg injury gets a little better. Phinia spoke, it's fine, Claire. You'd better stay at the base and rest. Your condition doesn't allow you to move. Facing Phinia's utter helplessness, Claire replied, Princess Phinia, if you truly care about me, then please rescind your order. She replied, you know full well my heart isn't made of stone. A heavy silence hung over them. Luckily, they managed to retreat in time, but Claire was severely injured. Even Clebius, the standout first-year student from the combat department, was heavily wounded. Phinia let out a sigh. Is there any way out of this? Everyone who is still here, do your best to defeat Tan. Someone interrupted her. We don't have time to deal with Tan anymore. Everyone's eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Ed spoke up, analyzing the situation. Based on the speed of the summoning ritual, that monster will be called forth in just a moment. Phinia was stunned, stammering. Ed walked toward everyone, thinking, this is a last resort, but I have no other choice. He stepped forward. Let's split into two teams. Ed grew serious, looking at the others, crossed his arms, and spoke up. I will command one team. From now on, I will intervene in the storyline. Ed glanced around at everyone present, split the raid team into two. Taylor glanced at Ed, thinking, rot Taylor. Clebius blurted out, hey you, do you think you're on a damn picnic? Claire stopped him, let him finish talking. Clebius seriously explained, we have to get past the fire spirit Tan that Janica summoned, and then face the dark spirit Velocipher who is controlling her mind. Everyone saw that it has a protective barrier around it, so all our attacks are useless. We don't necessarily have to destroy Tan. An illustration spun inside Ed's mind. While one team draws its attention, the other team will sneak into the combat training basement to attack Janica's fury. The blue side is the decoy team, and the red side is the strike team. Once you get past Tan, you'll be able to face Janica directly. Lord L panicked. No way, this spirit Tan is completely different from the Tan in practice sessions. We need pure luck just to have a chance at retreating. And what if the team decoying Tan fails to distract it, and it ends up chasing the strike team instead? Or what if things don't go as planned, and the entire decoy team gets wiped out? In the end, everyone will be facing two spirits at the same time. That's way too risky, Ed replied. If you had plenty of options, you could afford to weigh the risk levels, Lortel. Our ultimate goal is to take down Janica. Logically, we will also be weakened. At this moment, standing behind Ed with a stern face, the issue is who will join the decoy team. Phinia can just go ahead and pick those who are willing to throw their lives away, right? Suddenly, someone raised a hand. Me, Taylor. He spoke up. I'll join. Ed replied, no, get back in position. Stop messing around. It's settled. You're on the team going down to the combat training basement. Taylor was pushed forward by Ed. I'm really fast. I don't know how long I can run, but if you need a bait, I'm the most logical choice. Ed sighed. You got it wrong, man. We're not picking sacrificial lambs here. Ed grew serious. It doesn't necessarily have to be split strictly half and half for each team. Ed raised his voice. Just Clebius and Lortel are enough, plus me. The three of us will draw Tan's attention. Clebius said, Why me? I'm way too young. I think I'll decline as politely as humanly possible. Ed was helpless, stuck right between two people who were about to become his teammates. Trust me, there's still a way to hold Tan back. It was Lortel who shook her head, but how? On this side, Clebius clutched his head. Fighting Tan alongside Rot Taylor? I'd rather die. It sounds way better. Ed clicked his tongue. We don't have time for this. A clear voice echoed from behind. I don't think what you're saying is wrong at all. It was Phenia, covering her face with her hand. I still don't fully understand your intentions, but... She looked up. As Phenia Elias Clole, third princess of the Clole Empire, this is my command. She called out sternly. Clebius, Lortel, and Edrot Taylor will be the team to distract Janica. She called out sternly. Clebius, Lortel, and Edrot Taylor will be the team to distract Janica. Phenia turned around, looking at everyone. Also, since time is tight, I will keep this very brief, just as a precaution, but no matter what. She gave the final order before setting off. Do not die. Scene shift to the NA Hall corridor. Ed's group was moving forward to where a glowing green blob floated along the hallway. Ed spoke up. Do you have any plan to stall that giant fire lizard? Just do as I say. If everything goes according to plan. He looked at Tan. We will definitely win. Glancing toward Clebius. No need to worry, Clebius. He thought. Clebius, gloomy, consumed by fear and lacking confidence. Completely opposite to his actual skills. Still, he's the top student among the freshmen in the combat department. Ed looked over to reassure him. Because you can definitely pull this off. Clebius thought. This guy's insanely confident. He looked at the smiling Ed and thought. Does he seriously have a plan, though? On the other side, the monster's massive foot slammed heavily onto the ground. It growled and whipped its tail, kicking up a cloud of thick dust. Right behind the door of the combat training basement, Phenia asked, We just need to keep Tan distracted, right? Clebius recalled how Princess Phenia's resolute attitude had successfully persuaded him to come all the way here. He gave a soft laugh. Because I'm not alone. Clebius got excited, running fast forward. Who knows, maybe I'll manage to scrape up a bit of courage too. At this moment, the battle of Ed's team had already begun. Clebius used all his strength to block the monster's terrifying power. Breaking into a cold sweat, he asked, It's coming, it's about to attack. How the hell am I supposed to face this thing? Right then, the two figures behind him were nowhere to be seen, making him let out a startled gasp. At this point, Clebius stood there clueless, not realizing what happened, completely frozen in place. Right now, the monster had closed in behind his back, making Clebius tremble. And then he screamed at the top of his lungs, You bastard scammed me. You lied to me. Is this how you treat a brotherhood? The shout echoed all the way from inside to the outside. You shameless scumbags, show your damn faces. I hate you guys. I hate this damn world. Lortel closed her eyes, acting as if whatever happened inside had nothing to do with her. Ed placed his hand on Lortel's shoulder, serious. Let's get out of here. Just tricking Clebius into making it to the NA Hall corridor was enough. Hearing that, she immediately caught the main point. Wait, that main point sounds super sketchy, though. You mean you plan to sacrifice Clebius? The idea isn't bad, but people are going to stone you to death over human rights. Ed replied, reiterating once more, this isn't a sacrifice. He continued explaining, even though he looks super cowardly, he's actually a top student and insanely durable. And besides, when it comes to the most crucial role, it belongs to you, Lortel. A system notice popped up outside the NA hall, outside the combat training basement. Lortel cast her spell, emitting a faint pale blue aura, explaining, because you will shoulder the responsibility of keeping the strike team's path safe and landing the decisive blow to take down Tan. A system notice popped up outside the NA hall. Turning back to look at her, I guarantee you, in a situation like this, anyone else would hesitate, but you're the complete opposite. You're great at it. Lortel stood in front, shouting out loud, blow it away. a strike of purple power mixed with a hint of ocean blue, mesmerizingly beautiful, yet so strong that the floor shattered to pieces. After that display, those massive, sturdy walls were turned completely upside down. Lortel stood tough and fierce amidst the rubble, looking cool as hell. Lortel stood tough and fierce amidst the rubble, looking cool as hell. Lortel looked back and smiled. "Let me inside." The image of Ed's back appeared as he looked at the pillar of light ahead, thinking, come to think of it, during the combat training, I used a mid-tier forbidden magic spell that blew the roof off Nail Hall. Lortel smiled and thought, so that's why he handed this task to me, huh? Rot Taylor, you really are an interesting guy. She looked toward Princess Phenia's group and thought, at any rate, the entrance is wide open now. She glanced behind her. Now all that's left is... Lortel saw Clebius running while screaming at the top of his lungs. Lortel, Ed, you two just wait, I'm going to kill you both. I am never letting you live this down. Over here, Lortel gritted her teeth, holding on with whatever strength she had left. Although the basic plan succeeded and the raid team made it inside safely without being spotted by Tan, she and Clebius still had to stick around and deal with this raging, rampaging Tan. As for the monster chasing Clebius, going head-to-head with Tan right in the Academy Square was basically begging to get killed. He screamed, "No, I'm sorry. Someone come save me. I'm sorry, I won't kill you two anymore." "Ow, help me just this once," Lortel asked. "Are you planning to push him to his death?" Ed looked straight ahead and replied, "He can't escape it. The only way is to catch it." He looked at the furious fire dragon, but no spell can pierce through its armor. "Didn't you see during the practice session? I already got wrecked by it once. Not to mention none of the raid team members have even scratched it yet." Ed held up a pouch of something and gave a self-deprecating smile. "We're going to use this to handle its armor. The rest is just gathering enough mana." Lortel asked, "What is that?" She watched Ed running off quickly. She thought, Lortel is right. Suddenly, Lortel charged forward, rescuing Clebius from the monster that was relentlessly hunting him down. Ed looked at everyone and thought, without Elemental Slash, no one on the raid team can break through Tan's armor. The battle gradually started getting tougher. The monster was slowly shifting from blue to a deep reddish purple. Ed ran over and kicked the door wide open, looking down and panting heavily, thinking what they need right now is an insanely powerful fire spell. Ed looked down below, where little Miss Lucy was sleeping so soundly that snot bubbles were popping. Ed explained while thinking, very few people are willing to complete side objectives to clear quests. But as for me, I've done it countless times. Ed hauled that person onto his shoulder. She snored in her sleep. "What is it now?" "Wiggle, wiggle, I want to take a nap." Ed grew furious, thinking, how the hell is this brat sleeping like a rock right in the middle of a massive war? You call this taking a nap? Seriously? After seeing Ed's thought, you realize who this person is. Ah, my dear readers, please bear with me. Here's the main idea. Lucy currently had nowhere to sleep because her place got destroyed, so whenever she wanted sleep, she'd go up to the roof. To be precise, the reason she had to sleep until now was so she could be written out of the main storyline. Ed's stream of thought brought up the image of the maid. Janica isn't feeling well because of that, which got Belmaya all worked up. He looked at the fast-asleep Lucy, thinking, so in the end, Lucy had no choice but to run away, using up all her mana, and fell fast asleep. This might be the game's way of removing an insanely overpowered character like Lucy from the current situation. Catching the scent of food, Lucy snapped awake. "Beef jerky. I smell beef jerky." Ed pulled out a bag of beef jerky, opening it right in front of Lucy, but right now she was gone. Ed shoved the whole pile of beef jerky into Lucy's mouth at once, yelling, "Eat it, eat up, stuff it all down." A right to choose. Ed's eyes turned sinister as he locked his gaze on her, targeting the blazing fire lizard. Ed gritted his teeth, thinking, did I nail the distance? Ah, no need to worry about that. Back in the military, I did this dozens of times. Ed got mad and hurled Lucy forward toward the battlefield, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Everyone get down! Over here!" Everyone was locked in a fierce tug-of-war battle with the monster. The sound of Lucy flying over echoed as she screamed unintelligibly. You rude jerk. A flash of light shot right into the middle of the two sides. Over on this side, Ed was looking down at the battle below from his high vantage point. The light emitted by that immense power shone with a blinding glare, revealing high-tier lightning magic, God's punishment. As for the vanguard, everyone had to grit their teeth and push themselves to the limit just to resist that overwhelming wave of power. All the way up where Ed was, he was still affected by the massive force surging below, forcing him to squeeze his eyes shut and grit his teeth to endure it. Ed squinted his eyes, thinking, in a way, this exact moment is the most critical one. He looked at the monster as its colors faded, thinking, Tan, the high fire spirit, possessed an insanely solid defense that kept all the students from dealing even a scratch, even when working together. But after taking a direct hit from Lucy's high-tier magic, that rock-hard armor had no choice but to shatter. Ed dropped down from the second floor, calculating as he moved. Now the other students' attacks can actually damage it. Normally, taking it down awards a massive chunk of EXP. Now I've finally made it to this step. Ed landed smoothly on the ground, radiating an overbearing aura, thinking, I definitely have to grab everything I can get. This decisive blow is mine. Janica recalled the hug and comforting word from her mother when she was little. I'm so proud of you, Janica, my sweet girl. Not only that, she also couldn't forget the fake words of her classmates. I'm so proud to be friends with Janica. You're the representative face of the second-year students. You were the only one who proved your supreme talent in this combat exam. Of course, I always believed Janica could do it. Without you, the second-year students would definitely just be a bunch of total failures. In that dreamlike space, she felt utterly furious, her tiny feet soaked in blood. Mocking voices echoed from afar. We're so lucky to have you along, Janica. A loud explosion rang out alongside a dense, blinding column of white smoke. She surveyed everything around her, genuinely surprised when she spotted Taylor's group. Is everyone here? Janica was bound tightly by iron chains, telling herself, right, I should smile bright and welcome them like I always do. She forced a strained smile. Welcome. Behind Janica, a massive monster with blood-red eyes materialized. From midair, it began gathering its terrifying power. Ed ran while analyzing the situation at Nail Hall. I wonder if Janica's side has engaged in battle yet. This whole ordeal should probably wrap up before winter arrives. He stopped at a safe distance, feeling an immense sense of relief. Good thing, seeing the monster relentlessly attacking Clebius, Ed let out a sigh of relief. I didn't arrive too late. He asked Lortel, where's Lucy? Lortel replied, she's somewhere around here, probably curled up in some tight corner. He felt a bit of regret. It would have been great if she had wiped it out completely. Lortel explained, I don't think she has enough mana left to finish it off. The monster kept relentlessly attacking Clebius, sending him running for his life in absolute terror. While Lucy was fast asleep, Ed made up his mind. Forget it then, we'll have to end this ourselves. Lortel said angrily, we were going to wrap it up too, but I poured all my magic into firing 2 icicle spears at it, and it didn't even flinch. Damn it, this monster is persistent as a leech. Ed rolled up his sleeves, ready to step up. We have to slit its throat. Your ice magic isn't suited for precise cutting, so leave this to me. She warned anxiously, Senior, you're a student in the magic department too. This sword stuff would be better handled by Clebius. Witnessing his panicked, completely useless face, Ed sighed in disappointment. So do you think he can actually pull it off? He hasn't stopped screaming, save me, I'm sorry, in pure fear. Seeing that, she was at a total loss for words. Point taken. Ed laid out his plan. I'll take responsibility for finishing this off. You try to hold it back one more time. My life is entirely in your hands. So make sure you do a damn good job, God. Lortel composed herself, thinking about his words. I'll take responsibility, so you do this, or my life is in your hands. She saw the danger ahead. Sounds like you make it sound easy, but in reality, this is no different from gambling with your eyes closed. Ed explained, it's not a gamble. I mean, a person's life can't be valued that cheaply. Flashing a handsome smile, Ed turned back and grinned. This is an investment. Lortel seemed to feel reassured. You call an investment? Well, That happens to be my specialty. She began channeling her magic. I like you a lot more than that princess who constantly acts all high and mighty just because she's royalty. You actually dared to bet your life on me. Her power gradually gathered into sharp, crystalline fragments. Then I'll bet my life on you too. Ed kicked off his plan. Here I go. Clebius, after being chased for a while, was now completely out of it. Just do whatever you're going to do. I can't take this anymore. Seeing someone charge straight toward it, the monster's rage seemed to be stoked even further. Ed assessed the situation. Both he and Clebius were hanging by a thread. The monster began gathering power to strike at him. Even so, he knew full well that Clebius was utterly terrified. A deafening roar erupted from the monster, accompanied by an immense wave of incoming power. While Ed was completely exposed, he suddenly began gathering magic, though he hesitated slightly. Not yet, even though I have to get closer. Suddenly, he was forced to a halt. A gigantic arm emerged beneath a sinister red glow. Clebius panicked. What the hell is that? Ed instantly realized. That's Glaskin's right arm, which means Taylor's group has finally reached the climax. It also meant everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. He felt a bit anxious. Still, the timing is slightly off. That scene was bound to draw anyone's gaze ahead. Indeed, the monster had closed in tight, lying in wait to strike. But out of nowhere, a blue light flashed, striking the monster directly. He analyzed. Regardless of being right in the center of such a massive battle, Lortel managed to intervene right on cue. At that moment, he gasped in admiration. Lortel never misses. Hit by the previous move, the monster was left slightly dazed and disoriented. Just as it opened its eyes to scan its surroundings, another surge of power struck out at it. Ed seized the moment while the monster couldn't react to strike. I have to make sure my aim is spot on too. He felt immensely confident, full of hope, because I've cast this spell hundreds, if not thousands of times. The wind blade magic spell instantly sliced right through the monster's neck under his command. It gradually faded away, turning into mere dust and ashes. Accompanied by the system's notification sound, you have defeated High Fire Spirit Tan, followed by a series of incoming upgrades. Spirit Bonding stat has increased. Spirit Affinity stat has increased. Spirit Bonding stat has increased. Spirit Affinity stat has increased. Achieved Spirit Bonding increase. Unlocked Spirit Contract setup. You are now capable of forming a contract with a spirit. Ed directed his gaze toward the surging red light, caught right under its claws. A beam of light shot straight into the sky. The radiance shone brighter and brighter. After a flurry of sharp slashes, that hand exploded, shattering into countless fragments, falling down alongside Taylor. He realized, Guanjian, the male lead, is still the male lead. Cracks gradually spread across the barrier, before shattering into massive chunks. Looks like it's all over. Before shattering into massive chunks. Looks like it's all over. Lortel spoke up. In my life, I've heard plenty of people claim they were risking their lives. Everyone was catching their breath after the grueling battle. She judged, but almost all of them were cowards. Ed simply replied softly, "Is that so?" Facing his nonchalant reaction, she felt a bit curious. What's with that attitude, senior? We just went through a life-or-death battle. Aren't you being a bit too cold? She smiled and extended her hand. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Lortel Ketchum. Ed shook her hand and replied, "Nice to meet you." Feeling something in his palm, he realized there were 3 gold coins inside. Lortel smirked triumphantly. I win this time. She flashed a teasing expression. Did I finally catch you off guard? Consider a favor you owe me. Now what should we do? She said softly, "Goodbye. See you around, senior." Ed felt suspicious. Is she trying to keep in touch with me? But honestly, I really don't want to have anything to do with her anymore. He suddenly spotted a pair of limping legs shuffling closer, along with a furious voice. I absolutely despise you right now, and I'm sure you can guess why, right? Ed assessed Taylor's appearance. So his swordsman form directly alters his outward look? Just like in the game, badass as hell. Standing before Ed's confused look, he said listlessly, "No matter what misunderstandings we had in the past." He bowed his head sincerely. A debt is still a debt, so thank you. Unconvinced, Clebius yelled at the top of his lungs. Taylor, a guy like him doesn't deserve your respect. How do you know he won't take the chance to stab everyone in the back? Not to mention, he almost got me killed. Before he could even finish his sentence, terrifying sounds echoed from behind him. Zik spoke up. Shut up, Clebius. Lortel chimed in. You sure have a lot of resentment built up, Clebius. Phenia didn't hesitate to threaten him either. Clebius, shut your mouth. Hurt by everyone's words right in his fragile heart, he covered his face and sobbed like a giant baby. Phenia offered, Edrot Taylor, you helped us out tremendously this time. I will recommend you to the student council. Ed cut her off. No need. He stood up on his own and analyzed. Lucy is the one who deserves the most credit for taking down Tan. Taylor also killed Velasfer and Glaskin, so you only need to focus on them. Hearing that, Elvira put on a crafty expression. Look at that. Are you seriously denying your own efforts? There's no questioning that Lucy and Taylor contributed immensely, but we're talking about something else. Or are you just embarrassed? Zik stepped forward to mediate. He's still a senior after all. Elvira, speak to him respectfully. She snapped furiously. Why do you keep taking his side? Zix reminded her. Show him some respect. Ed witnessed the whole scene, thinking to himself, I originally wanted to keep my distance from the main characters to avoid messing up the original plot. He couldn't help but smile slightly. But now, seeing all of them gathered together like this, I unexpectedly feel a strange sense of warmth. Under the shining sunlight, he seemed to feel a profound sense of familiarity with them. After all, I've watched them grow up in this world and helped them resolve their problems time and time again. He looked at each of them one by one. Taylor grows a little stronger after every single effort. And Ayla, thanks to Taylor, has become so much braver. Next is Phenia, accepting the duty of destiny as a future queen, growing up day by day as well. Zix also made a few strides that caught his attention. Zix found his own path amidst this chaotic, bustling society. Can't leave out Clebius and Elvira either. Clebius is learning to believe in himself more and more, and Elvira has come to realize that life isn't always filled with sunshine and happiness. Finally, there's Lortel, a girl who buried her life in luxury, yet made her own choices for her own future. He reflected on everything they've been through. All of them are main characters, but main characters who carry their own responsibilities, striving toward the ultimate reward called victory. When Lortel turned her head back to look, it had already slipped away. After everything, he decided, it's precisely because I'm fully aware of that fact that I chose to step back. Holding stones in his hands, he cleared a path through the rubble. Ed stepped into the main hall, where an intact cabinet was lying on its side. He slowly opened it, accompanied by his thoughts, because no matter how I think about it, something still feels off. I had to come here, under his expectant gaze, meant to spark the light illuminating the protagonist's glory. Someone had to be there. Curled up inside the cabinet, Janica flashed a friendly smile. Ed confirmed, play the supporting role, huh? Ed's eyes flickered with a bit of hesitation. Rewinding back to the time when he was still with Lortel's group, he thought curiously, come to think of it, why did Janica go crazy in the first place? Lortel replied, I think I know the reason. She recounted, there was this one time I accidentally caught a glimpse of Janica's room. Ed knew about that room. Every single item in there represented someone's sincerity and gratitude. Inside the room, items were packed together neatly, but on that large desk, there wasn't even enough space to open a single book. On the wooden board pinned, full of sticky notes, every single scrap of paper on the wall felt like a massive boulder weighing down on that young girl's shoulders. Dealing with that pile was actually very simple. The simplest solution was just taking down all those cluttered notes on the wall and stashing that piled-up mountain of gifts away in a corner somewhere. But Janica's guilt overwhelmed her. He realized she felt like she was the female lead in a fairy tale. So throwing away those burdens was simply impossible. She was obsessed with forcing herself to cherish every gift and every bit of affection everyone gave her with absolute sincerity. That exact mindset explains why she was so easily manipulated by the monster. Needless to say, just how difficult that was. Velasfer exploited that dark, hidden corner, and Janica going crazy was an inevitable outcome from the start. But there was still a lingering question. Why did this event occur a whole month earlier than in the original storyline? At that exact moment, he recalled the joint combat practice. In the original story, Taylor was supposed to be the one honored in that situation. But because Lucy blew him away in a single split second, all the students turned to idolize Janica instead. From there, he could clearly analyze the situation. Marilda and Lucy's contract was the exact reason Taylor got defeated in one hit. And the reason Lucy was able to form that contract was because she frequented the northern forest, which had a prime spot for taking a good nap. Ed realized, and the guy who built that prime nap spot, he let out a deep sigh, happens to be the guy who was supposed to be written out of the story the moment Act 1 kicked off. Returning to reality, Janica forced a smile, sat up, and scratched her head. Looks like I know why Lucy likes sleeping here. It's really warm. But I didn't expect you to find me so quickly. In all that chaos earlier, everyone was probably busy fighting and forgot about me. It felt a little sad. She complained, after letting everyone see me cause such massive destruction, I naturally became dead weight. I thought everyone would go running around looking for me, saying stuff like, "Where's Janica?" Ed judged. Sounds like someone was intentionally hiding just to make people look for her. She admitted, "Can't argue with that one." Suddenly, she curled up, "But I still didn't expect you to find me this fast. I wanted to lie inside a bit longer." Suddenly, she curled up, "But I still didn't expect you to find me this fast. I wanted to lie inside a bit longer." He fell silent for a moment. Ed remembered Marilda's words. "It wants you to promise that one day you will save Janica." Ed suddenly realized that Wolf's message, it seems the salvation it mentioned was freeing Janica from this exact predicament. But there's no way that should have happened, since I'm the only one who knows the future. He silently deduced, after connecting all the dots, maybe it foresaw this whole thing. Seeing the pressure and expectations everyone dumped onto Janica, the only person who actually kept his distance from her could end up becoming her solid pillar of support. In the end, Janica Failover had fallen. This might have been the catalyst behind the appearance of the Red Claw, while his group was fighting the monster. She was capable of forming a contract with a high-tier spirit, but her impatience during the summoning ritual turned her into prey for the dark spirit, leading to the destruction of the department building. Ed seemed to recall details regarding Janica. Every single day, she practiced magic late into the night. When facing her family, friends, and teachers, the people who made her happy, she would always smile. Her bright, glowing smile stood in stark contrast to the suffering deep inside her soul. But because she spent all her time living according to other people's expectations, she must have carried an unbearable amount of pressure. He realized the truth. Just experiencing that alone was pure happiness. But paradoxically, failure brought a strangely comforting sense of happiness too. Ed called out, "Hey, Janica." Deep down, he felt a sting of pity. I don't know how much these words can comfort her. He flashed a smile, offering her a genuine acknowledgement. You worked as hard as you could. People bursting with confidence like Taylor's group always shine brightly. He sensed it. On that glorious stage, proud main characters are holding a grand parade. Endless rounds of applause ring out in praise. On the other hand, backstage remains dark and quiet, just like Janica right now. The smile on her lips suddenly faded. The villain of Act 1 steps off the stage to let the heroes step up. She burst into tears. Ed knew better than anyone. I've watched the ending of Act 1 countless times. Before his surprised eyes, Ed witnessed a scene that had never appeared before. But it seemed that even up until now, countless spirits gathered together, flying over to surround the little girl. I've never seen this before. Through her choked-up sobs, it seemed as though everything cared for her. You actually got to witness it. Only now have I truly seen the complete ending. The system chime rang out. Spirit Bonding LV-10, Spirit Affinity LV-10. Furthermore, more spirits appeared. Low-tier Fire Spirit Ego likes you. Low-tier Wind Spirit Risk likes you. Most remarkably right now was the system notification regarding Marilda. High-tier Wind Spirit Marilda likes you immensely. Scene shift. 10 days later. 10 days had passed since the disciplinary decision regarding Janica was issued. She sat in front of the hearing desk, keeping her head lowered. He watched the process. Janica acknowledged her wrongdoing and was willing to accept the punishment. The situation turned extremely intense. However, during the first disciplinary hearing, all of Janica's friends and teachers fought tirelessly to protect her. As events unfolded, by the second hearing, Phineas stated, Janica will not be punished under the charge of attempted assassination of royalty. The princess confirmed, Janica was possessed by Velocifer. Everything that happened back then was unintended. On top of that, other members attended one by one. Lortel also showed up to report damages. The Elt Merchant Guild has covered all repair expenses without asking for anything in return. Ed was pretty well aware of the current situation, but they still included a clause in the contract to lower custom fees when transporting raw materials for the Academy, saying, that is, they will only pay half. But no matter what, the outcome of the meeting was still a set of disciplinary rules. Revoke all benefits for upperclassmen, take back all rewards and honorary badges, and cancel eligibility to enter Opilla's Hall starting next semester, along with 10 days of suspension and 20 days of probation. As the gavel of justice slammed down, the order to lift the suspension went into effect, and everyone was overjoyed, looking as if they had just finished filming an emotional scene in a teen drama. But either way, it seemed Janica couldn't cheer up. Claire sighed. Thank goodness, Anise realized. But Janica's shoulders looked slighter than usual. She seems to be under a lot of pressure. The two had a plan. In that case, we need to take action, right? A warm tea table was beautifully set with delicious pastries. Claire whispered to Anise, don't you dare bring up that Glaskin incident. Don't do anything to upset her, and don't ask how she's feeling or anything like that. Stick strictly to talking about personal romance. Claire, with confident eyes, rehearsed a flinch. All right then. Are you ready? Anise replied, I'm ready. Claire. The two of them, looking like they were plotting something secretive, approached the gloomy Janica. Come here, Janica. Suddenly, she struck a sweet pose and asked, liking someone versus loving someone. Why do you guys think there's a difference between the two? Claire froze. Why are you suddenly asking about this? She stammered out a response. I have a friend. Her cheeks flushed red. This friend had a dream like this, holding a lovely flower garland in her hands. The friend she was talking about was actually herself. In the dream, she was sitting in a vibrant field of flowers. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her. Hey, riding a white horse and looking incredibly handsome. Flashed a smile and called her name. Janica. She placed the garland on his head with a message. I made this garland for you. Wrong. The two were holding hands, skipping around happily, laughing and talking in the flower field. She seemed still immersed in that joy, bashfully recounting, that dream keeps repeating itself. Her friends, meaning the two of them thinking the same thing and knowing full well what was up, said, Janica, you've just been under 10 days of suspension. There's no way you met any friend. Anise forced a laugh, probing, I see. Did that friend say anything else? Janica excitedly described. She said whenever she sits alone in her room, staring in a blank space, the guy's face immediately pops up in her mind. Hearing this, Anise hastily made an excuse to run off. Oh my gosh, I forgot. I have work to do for the assistant professor. I gotta go. Claire called after her in vain. Anise. Janica was blissfully oblivious, even waving goodbye. Claire, on the other hand, was spinning out her head. I have to probe really slowly and carefully so I don't break Janica's fragile, delicate heart. She looked at her with eyes full of dread and worry. Just one slip up, and this will become the gossip of the entire school. The romance of the young maiden Janica Failover. Unbelievable. She took the initiative to say, Janica, instead of trying to overcomplicate everything, why don't you try thinking about this more simply? Claire gently explained, regardless of whether you like or hate someone, that's a secret, isn't it? Janica asked curiously, really? Claire gently explained, regardless of whether you like or hate someone, that's a secret, isn't it? Janica asked curiously, really? Claire leaned in close, starting to manipulate her with eyes full of confidence. What you should do right now is be honest with your own feelings. I mean your friend's feelings. Janica trusted her. You're right. I think your point is spot on. As expected of Claire, she advised, and from now on, whenever you talk about delicate matters like this, You should be a little careful, or else it'll ruin your image. I mean your friend's image. Hearing that, Janica suddenly snapped to realization. Oh, you're so right. That would be disastrous if that happened. Claire was secretly relieved. At least I've successfully nipped the rumor in the bud for now. Having received the advice she needed, Janica cheered up. Thanks for the useful advice. I'm heading to Opilus Hall to report on today's probation. Claire softly replied, Yeah, I'll sit here a bit longer to organize my thoughts. Claire waved goodbye and immediately collapsed her face onto the table. I did it, Anise. Ed calmly reflected on himself. I used to have to tighten my belt constantly to save money, but thanks to Phenia's suggestion, I got my tuition waived for the next semester. He was thrilled with what he had gathered and bought some new tools with the gold he received as a reward. Suddenly, he saw Janica walking along sluggishly, looking as if she was deep in thought about something. He realized, up until now, I've been avoiding her, but now that Act 1 is over, she's no longer the main character. Ed stepped up closer to her and took the initiative to greet her. Hey, Janica, looks like your suspension is over, huh? He thought to himself, if I take the lead and say hi, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Suddenly, as if she had used a flash spell, the moment she saw Ed, she jumped in shock and hid behind a distant tree. Right? Janica was supposed to be honest with her own feelings. But contrary to expectations, Janica covered her face and ran off, shouting back at Ed, I have business at Opilus Hall, so see you later, bye. As you can see, being honest might sound easy, but for Janica, the difficulty level was way too high. He felt utterly conflicted. Right, there's no point in striking up a conversation anyway. I'm about to be busy out of my mind soon. Standing in front of the vast plot of land, he had his own plans. It's finally time to rebuild a hut, starting from day one. Choosing a favorable spot for myself, I picked a wide patch of ground fairly well shielded under the tree canopy, so I could work without being disturbed. By day 3, transitioning into the material selection process, I started gathering timber. My wind spear technique was getting more proficient, so this was a piece of cake. Moving to day 6, he got the results. I paused gathering timber because the final exam results came out. My practical score was pretty high, and my written test score was quite impressive compared to the average new student. Anytime and anywhere, he noticed, that troublesome Janica girl just keeps avoiding me nonstop. Claire and Anise were furious. Whenever they saw him, her friends Claire and Anise would glare at me, as if warning, don't you dare let us see your face again. Whatever, I don't care. I couldn't care less anyway. Continuing the progress like that until day 18, the timber gathering is almost done. I wonder if anyone has ever been this proficient with a wind spear before. Then on day 20, he managed to raise the frame of the hut. Break has started, so now I can dedicate all my time to building the hut. He was furious, because as luck would have it, when I checked the trap I set this morning, I found Lucy caught in it, sleeping peacefully. I definitely shouldn't use beef jerky as bait next time. Just like that, time passed, and then came day 27. Senior maid Belmaya came by and handed me some herbs and mushrooms. She even asked how things were progressing between me and Janica. She seemed puzzled, tilting her head as she listened to me say, it seems like Janica hates me. Just like that, a month had passed since the plan started. Day 30. I only used a single wooden pole as a pillar, so the outer wall completely collapsed. Now I realized that simply sharpening the joints to fit together isn't enough to secure the hut. Life sucks. Up to this point, Janica was still avoiding him. Yesterday at the bakery, I ran into Janica's group by accident again. The moment our eyes met, she bolted for her life. Claire and Anise maintained that same furious attitude toward him. Don't tell me. It's already day 37. Along with him at this time, Zix came to help me. He commented, just like you said, that kid is pretty nice too. Ed replied, is that so? He was overjoyed. Awesome. We're heading back into the main storyline. He helped him out. Do we need nails over here? He replied, no, not over there. That's where the chimney goes. He carved symbols onto it. Assessing up to day 45, stepping onto the wooden floor, he was now inside the completed room. According to his own assessment, he thought, neither the floor nor the walls can be corroded. There isn't a single piece of furniture yet. This place is just a makeshift hut built from a pile of raw timber. In the faint glow of fireflies, he admired his creation. Still, thankfully, it has walls and a roof. If I lock the door tight, bloodsuckers won't be able to creep in. After exhausting days, this was probably the most relaxing moment for him. The new product. A wooden hut created by stacking carved blocks of wood into a specific shape, attached to pillars and crossbeams. Just walls and a roof, nothing inside. Crafting difficulty, 4 stars. Crafting complete. Crafting skill proficiency has increased. Under the romantic afternoon sun, finally got a house. Peeked in the distance was Janica, watching him with expectant eyes. Ed lay back on the cool wooden floor, calculating a few more things. I've built the walls, the floor, and even the fireplace. I should probably build a fence too, plus a shed for firewood and a few other things. Suddenly, a loud thud came from the hut's roof. He stepped outside and looked up, only to see Lucy sleeping soundly. Is this place the top of the tower for you to sleep on? The hell it is. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hello?" He saw Janica waving her hand and replied, "Oh, hey Janica." She was a bit nervous. He asked curiously, "So, what brings you here anyway?" Belmaya recounted. "The last time I went into the forest, I visited Master Ed's hut and witnessed a shocking sight." Janica recalled. "You mean that hut?" She asked curiously. "How did you know, my lady?" She stammered. "I happened to walk past and saw it." Belmaya seemed to guess. "I see." She was slightly surprised. Anyway, going back, he said he built that hut himself, but it wasn't what I expected. It actually looks both beautiful and sturdy. At the time, I was genuinely shocked. Only now do I realize he's that skilled. Facing her praise, she only responded softly, "I see." Belmaya whispered in Janica's ear, "I wanted to take a look inside too. You know, my lady, just walk around and see how sturdy it is." Feeling as if her weak spot had been hit, she said, "I see." She was curious about things like this too, right? Belmaya leaned even closer to her ear. "Of course, because I'm human too. Anyone who sees a hut popping up in the middle of a path would be curious. Who built it? How was it built? And what does it look like inside, right? That's a completely normal and natural reaction." Janica seemed to realize something, her eyes filling with love. She emphasized, as if to make Janica realize it, "I'm saying it's normal and natural." Heading back to the present moment, Janica was extremely flustered, waving her hands around wildly as she explained, "I was just passing by, coming to visit Marilda. Then I saw this hut, so I came to look. I mean, anyone who sees a hut popping up in the middle of a path would be curious. Who built it? How was it built? And what does it look like inside? Right? Isn't that so? Very normal, very natural, right?" Feeling a bit confused, he went, yeah, I guess so." Unable to stay calm, but still trying her best to give a compliment. This hut is so big, Ed." He was a bit puzzled. "I just built this recently. Didn't the spirits tell you about it?" She stammered, I mean, they mentioned it a bit." She seemed to remember what the spirits said, which was totally like we just happened to swing by. She said something like, turns out there's a hut here too, and that was it." A flurry of descriptions regarding his charm were mentioned. When he took off his t-shirt, his toned muscles were exposed. His arm muscles were on the larger side, with firm veins running alongside his collarbone, compared to his triceps, looking slightly. Back then, it gave her a nosebleed. She admitted, I don't usually chat with spirits, see? That alone gave her a nosebleed. I really didn't know how you were living." At this moment, very enthusiastically. "So, want to come inside and take a look?" He extended an inviting hand. "It's just a wooden hut, after all." Janica froze for a moment, and then she happily agreed. She was utterly amazed. "Did you really make all of this by yourself?" Beside the warm fire, she sipped a hot cup of tea. "This time, I owe everyone a huge favor." Janica shared her inner thoughts. Both the princess and Lortel contributed so much. Many of my friends even said they were ready to lend me money for tuition, but how could I ever pay them back? He pondered for a moment. "If you can't pay it back, then don't borrow it." He enlightened her. "It's normal to repay what you borrow, isn't it?" She felt it was a fresh perspective. I've never thought about it that way before. In his mind, right, that's just how Janica is. Based on the plot and her personality, she didn't realize that the weight of everyone's expectations crushing her shoulders was what led to that day's incident. Reality was always the opposite of expectations. Even though there were so many people who wanted to help pay her tuition or even invest in her education, she chose to resolve it by transferring from Opilus Hall, with its modern facilities, to the outdated Dex Hall. Essentially, it was just because she didn't want to owe anyone anything, not even the smallest favor. Her smiling appearance toward everyone, even in difficult circumstances. Back when she was at Opilus Hall, every student had their own private room, but at Dex Hall it was different. Each room housed at least 8 students. Day after day, being stared at with envious eyes, to Janica, it was no different from a prison. With her choice, fundamentally, in the end, that didn't solve a single one of her problems. Ed advised her, "If you ever want to get away from that place, try coming here." He acted like a pillar of support, always backing her up. "I don't mind." She was about to say something, but then stopped herself and responded with a smile. "Hearing you say that makes me feel so much better." Janica opened up. "Hey, if you ever feel too suffocated or whenever you can't handle things on your own, I hope you'll share with me." I was a bit surprised. She expressed herself without hesitation. At times like that, Janica flashed a radiant smile. "No matter what it takes, I'll help you." Ed smiled back in return. He pondered. "Did you say suffocated?" Under the night sky, beside the fire, time ticked away. The second semester was fast approaching. Dedicated farming, and a heavy rainy day marked the beginning of Act 2. A few pieces of information were provided. The Sage's Sealed Grimoire. This book contains knowledge regarding elemental magic, recorded by the great sage Sylvania. Elemental magic is an extremely high-level tier of magic, believed to be capable of altering the laws of nature at will. He assessed, "Just an ordinary old book." Lortel stood before the display case containing the book, letting out a sigh. As for the power this book holds, it has the ability to summon a devastating storm. She let out a slightly sly smile. "Just as I thought, it reeks of money." The power it possessed was blowing away this entire academy. But to him, despite that, he stated, "Thanks for letting me know, but that's not going to happen." He seemed certain of his ability. "That won't happen. At least, not to me." Ed closed his eyes and thought, "You're about to walk into a tough stretch, Taylor. It has nothing to do with me. But to be frank with you, it's going to be like stepping into hell. Hang in there, buddy." Regarding Taylor, the failed swordsman, envoy of Sylvania, Chapter 2 unfolds. The occupation of Opilus Hall. A few details about this place. Most of the students at Opilus Hall enjoyed a royal and aristocratic lifestyle, priority seating in class, complete freedom during lunch breaks, personal servants, and countless other perks that elevated them to a completely different class from the rest of the students. This place was recognized. This is where it all began. During the return to school after the break, heavy rain poured down over the southwest of the Val region. The information gathered, according to the academy, only students at Opilus Hall are provided with carriages and boats to get to school. If they can't make it on time, they're granted special permission to rest for a few days. In stark contrast to those privileged fates, lowly students from Honlu Hall trudged behind, pushing through the raging storm, cursing above their heads, yet failing to arrive on time, leaving them only to sit and wait to lose points while blaming themselves for being useless. It was precisely because of this disparity. In the end, the negativity pent up for so long was bound to explode. Right in front of Opilus Hall, holding the letter in hand. "Everything that is happening." Lordle's voice echoed out as a seal was stamped down, rain pouring like a waterfall. She smiled, "Just as I planned." The current situation was entirely controlled by the hands of a businesswoman. Under the rain, alongside the students, Winlin appeared. This businesswoman had made prior contact with a representative of the struggling students, a person with a single goal, demanding justice from the academy and Opilus Hall. The discontent had crossed the limit of tolerance. Amid the students' rage, one could realize, ask yourself, isn't the simple desire just fairness for all lower-class students? Winlin, adept at using reason to guide others, was the very person who incited the rebellion. Fairness was established, and the letter was sealed. Discrimination. I am very clear about it. For lower-class students, forcing them to brave the storm to get to school. a heavily supported proposal to proactively change the arrival schedule for Dex Hall students based on the privileged treatment Opila students receive. Another character bearing an equally crucial responsibility, the head maid of Opila's Hall, along with a fraction of the school administration, took Lordle's side. They were bound to give their full support to Lordle's proposal. Before the extreme rage of the students, it could be seen that, right now, whether the Academy passes that proposal or not no longer matters. Simply waiting for this to be considered was enough to drive the students insane. The flames of anger would spark the war, and they would blow this riot up to its peak, making it the incident with the greatest impact. An unwanted scenario was bound to occur. Opila's Hall was decorated with paintings presented by royal and noble families. Even from the walls to the carpets and all the wooden furniture inside, everything was crafted by skilled artisans, destroying as much property inside as possible. Facing the hesitation of the leadership, once the riot breaks out, it's best to completely destroy a portion of Opila's Hall. The longer the riot dragged on, the more financial damage the Academy, already weakened after the Glaskin incident, would suffer, and the negotiations regarding the exchange of the sage's sealed grimoire were underway. A likely possibility, this book itself will grant the Elter Merchant Guild a decisive advantage. Calling this grimoire the Heart of Sylvania wouldn't be an exaggeration. Yet despite trading away their very heart, they remained determined to make the deal. Before the endless rain, Lortel held a bit of expectation. I wonder when the rain will finally stop. She stood before the window, gazing into the distance. This view shouldn't just stay like this forever until the rain stops. Across the pitch-black sky, there wasn't a single faint ray of light, bringing back memories of herself in the slums. Just like the slum sky captured in the eyes of a little girl in tattered clothes. Under that year, Lordell seemed to remember it. Precisely because of how her life turned out, I knew nothing to do except delude myself just to get some peace of mind. This unimaginably beautiful land of knowledge held far too much light. Looking at herself through her reflection in the window glass was like seeing a reflection of those struggling fates. The image of the child in the deep darkness, covered in dust, vividly resurfaced right then. Evidence of the schemes on the table was proof of it. They were hunting down someone who had lived their whole life, without ever being honest once. A life built entirely on betrayal and mutual suspicion. I have become someone who risks their life struggling just to survive. But even so, I couldn't brush off the image of my deficient self. That's why I kept frantically searching for who I really was. Even in this land, a paradise of light filled with people bursting with joy. Surely, among them, someone had to understand the disgusting life of a coward rat wallowing in the mud. I kept searching for myself, until that final spark of hope flickered out in my empty heart. Lortel felt a slight sting of disappointment. It's so lonely, because human nature is something that can never change. In order to overcome this harsh reality, Lortel had to hold her ground against everything. No matter when, the long curtain will always be the velvet backdrop hiding the dark truth behind the stage. The audience called her the Black Nightmare. The students were furious, shouting from down in the main hall. We can't take this discrimination anymore. This is a place of education. At the very least, we deserve to be graded fairly. In the original plot, during the Opila's Hall occupation, Winland shouted, "Answer us right now." According to the main story, this was the process where the protagonist ended the riot of the lower-class students and stood up against Lortel. A maid noticed something unusual. "What is this? I have to report this to the head maid." That was the very first step of the plan. From the first to the fifth floor of Opila's Hall, there were mid-boss sub-managers tasked with stopping the protagonist and helping the student uprising. The sub-manager on the first floor was a great decoy. The maid was immediately hoodwinked, and the decoy provoked Taylor by calling him a loser, only to be defeated at the hands of Taylor's friends. So this person held a deep grudge against them, and was eventually recruited by Lortel. His role, while the maid kept struggling, shouting, "What are you trying to do? Who are you?" was to subdue the apprentice maids on the first floor. On another front, opening the doors of Opila's Hall, the doors burst wide open. Clearing the path for the students. Everyone was caught off guard. What the hell is going on? Spotting a way inside, The crowd began to chant. All the ancient gates of Opilus Hall are open. Let's charge in. To be treated fairly. We're not asking for too much, just fair treatment. Let them hear what we want. Once the students passed the first floor, the mid-boss of Act 2, Phase 1, would take center stage. Everyone passed the word along. The maintenance room on the fourth floor. Take that floor first to make an announcement. A crucial role to shut down the main character and his crew. Winland asked, "Are you the person Lord L sent?" According to the storyline, that was correct. This role was originally meant for a mysterious figure who, pulling off their hood, replied, "Yeah, I'm the one sent to inspect and oversee the first floor." Does it belong to Lortel now? Standing there out of nowhere, he was just as shocked and blurted out, "Ed Rot Taylor." Then how in the hell did the mid-boss of this stage turn into me? I became the mid-boss of Act 2. To make sense of this, we have to look back at the events from 2 days ago, rewinding to 2 days before the Opilus Hall riot. Stat-wise, he was only built with apprentice soldier combat abilities, specialized in archery. Level 6 archery mastery, Level 3 arrow knocking, Level 2 rapid fire, Level 1 reloading, Level 2 target sense, Level 1 field of view expansion. Standing in front of the animal tracks he found on the ground, I felt that sensation all over again. Crouched down, he waited with bow and arrow in hand. In actual combat, Rot Taylor really didn't have much ability to speak of. So every time I hunt, I make sure to force myself to use the bow. An entire semester and a half of summer break had passed, yet my archery skills were still terrible. It's not like seeing something. But more importantly, lately, more and more people keep showing up right near the target you're about to strike. Belmaya showed up, and not only that, there were people working out nearby who chimed in, "Hey there, mind if I drop by your campsite?" To put it simply, I feel like ever since I hid away to live in the northern forest, people have been popping out of the bushes left and right. It made him thoroughly annoyed. More and more people are finding out. But anyway, among the regulars who dropped by, a bright light appeared at that moment. According to his observations, there were 3 people who really stood out. Guest A was a genius, which with extraordinary power, Lucy, sitting right on top of his tent roof. She often dropped by unannounced to visit me. Lucy peered inside the tent with a look of pure amusement. "Did you build a front door today? Then build a back door too. Are you trying to make things harder for yourself?" Ed didn't hesitate to shove her outside. She remained stubborn as ever, pestering him. "Why don't you make a glass window? That kind won't break, right? When we're near it, we can't use magic either. Or how about a skylight on the ceiling?" He complained, "Guest A, man, whenever you're around, everything gets turned upside down." On the flip side, Guest B, to be honest, she's the one I look forward to visiting the most. An excited voice called out, "Tada!" Janica stood at the door with a bright smile, holding a basket of eggs. "I brought you some eggs. Belmaya said you'd love them if I brought them over." This girl was the top student among the second years and a standout spirit mage. Janica helped him with the chores. If you add some boiled salt water and stomp on it like this, the fabric gets so much whiter. Pretty cool, right? Back at the farm, every time my clothes got dirty, my parents used this trick to clean them. Ed was a bit touched. Even though she visits super often, I always welcome her. It never feels like a hassle. She came by almost every day, chatting with the spirits while helping me with little errands. Radiating warmth, she eagerly helped him. "Honestly, I owe her a lot," Ed said in admiration. "You're really something, Janica. How do you know all this stuff?" She immediately turned her face away, blushing. Ed was utterly confused. What's up with her? I just complimented her. She acted coy, and meanwhile, he observed, she seems pretty easy to read. Suddenly, she snapped back around with a terrifyingly serious face. "Does Lucy come here often?" He got a bit startled, though every once in a while, she gives me a vibe that doesn't feel safe at all. In short, she was Guest B. Now, the main reason I have to explain all this was a clear, ringing voice calling out, "Mama, looks like you've got your hands full." A pair of slender feet glided across the dirt. Guest C. Lortel walked up alongside her servant. "I've been waiting for you." The person who went by the name, she smiled. "You know, I need you to help me with a few things." She was known as the Treasure Daughter. Lortel, the Black Nightmare of Act 2. Most likely, She was gathering people capable enough for her to use in the upcoming Opilus Hall takeover. But right now, I really don't want to get mixed up in this. Originally, I intended to turn down any offers. Ed deliberately avoided her, but her voice chimed in as if reading his mind. You know full well that I didn't want to ask you for this in the first place. He was sure of one thing. As long as I don't interfere, everything will play out on its own according to the plot. Out of nowhere, she mentioned, if only Tot hadn't passed out. But how in the hell is the story still refusing to follow the original script? He asked her angrily, what? Why'd he pass out? Tell me what happened. Right, in the original story, Tot picks a fight with Taylor. But that orange-haired guy was mocking him. Hilarious. A guy made of gravel, like you defeated Glaskin? In your dreams. The whole school saw Lucy blow you away in a single hit. Following the events, he was only supposed to get punched a few times by Taylor. But next sentence Tot said, you ugly trash. Unfiltered, he screamed. You're lower than a bug, Taylor. Right then and there, he took a heavy punch straight to the face. Zix hit him so hard he ended up sprawling flat on the ground. Lortel recounted, I don't know if he stepped in for Taylor or for you, but Alvira said that was the first time she'd ever seen Zix look that icy calm. She chuckled serenely. I fundamentally dislike placing my trust in emotional people. What I'm about to ask you isn't difficult at all. Alice will hand you the key so you can break into Opilus Hall. And once the lower-class students gather in front of the building, just open the gates. He made a reluctant face. Besides me, there are tons of people who could pull this off. Lortel had it all calculated in advance. Well, no matter how much money I throw at them, there's no guarantee they won't sell me out to the Academy's Internal Affairs Bureau. Lortel had her own anxieties. If word gets around that Lortel is the mastermind behind it all, what do you think will happen to me? I can't trust anyone. Ed's face darkened. So that's why she came to me. Because of my reputation, she seemed to be pushing hard to convince him. Ed, you were kicked out of Opilus Hall, weren't you? Don't you want to take over the Academy to get your revenge? He replied bluntly, I really don't. However, he offered, why don't you hear out my conditions? He calculated, I just need to dial back my own role a little bit. She named her price, 20 gold coins. He weighed his options carefully. Before the story gets derailed any further, he shook hands with Lortel. Deal. Having his own agenda, he thought, I'll get everything back on the right track. One day left before the Opilus Hall riot. The uprising at Opilus Hall broke out right before the battle against the sage's sealed grimoire began. Sitting by the campfire, he studied the situation. Lortel's scheme is to throw the Academy's finances into chaos. So, this side plot was like a side story serving as a bridge. Based on the original story, Lortel's plot succeeded, establishing a merchant network, a group benefiting right inside the Academy. But when this faction turned into a rival threat to Princess Phenia's student council, the idealist student council versus the pragmatic merchant guild. The key point was, whichever side Taylor picks is the side that wins. I just need to keep at least one person who trusts me on my side, then join whichever faction has the higher chance of winning. I mean, they gotta survive too, right? Janica dashed into the tent from outside. Soaked from the rain, I still have to head back to the dorms. It'll probably stop raining today. She praised him without hesitation. Ed, you're seriously amazing. I could just walk back comfortably like I'm out camping, but you have to live here full-time, even on rainy, windy days like today. Ed replied softly, you get used to it after a while. She opened up, speaking of which, it's almost time for me to move out of Opilus Hall. He picked up the conversation. Yeah, summer break is almost over anyway. She confided, I have to throw away a whole bunch of random stuff. Dex Hall is smaller than I thought. Janica chimed in enthusiastically. By the way, if you need anything, just let me know. Ed's point was, living out here, you need plenty of stuff too, right? Ed answered, yeah, all right. She seemed thrilled. I've got tons of extra pillows, sleeping gear, mattresses, clocks, and even a few lanterns. Janica seemed to really enjoy the idea of furnishing Ed's tent. Beyond that, there were plenty of other daily necessities. She said eagerly, I feel like throwing it all away would be such a waste, plus it's a huge hassle. But I can't take all the furniture with me either, since it technically belongs to Opilus Hall. Ed said sincerely, thanks a lot. Overjoyed, Janica stretched her arms. Awesome. As soon as the new semester starts, I'll move out right away and bring it all over to you. She asked curiously, what about Lucy? Does she usually act like that? He looked at her and answered, once in a while. Lucy, already perched on the roof. Her extraordinary power came at a steep price. Sitting up on the roof, gazing off into the distance, Lucy spent her days using laziness as an excuse to run away from everything. For years on end, she kept dodging her own promising life. No matter how carefree she seemed on the outside, on rainy days like this, she couldn't help but ponder over her existence. He complained, she always gets like this whenever it rains. Don't pay too much attention to her. I was planning on ignoring her altogether. Janica realized, I get it now. So that's why you play it so cold in front of Lucy, suddenly lowering his voice. By the way, Janica, if you think about it carefully, she was still staying at Opilus Hall. When Opilus Hall came under attack, the defense spell activated by ancient runes would trigger across the entire area, trapping all students inside their rooms. For Janica, breaking out of there would be child's play. But, he brought it up, I have a favor to ask you. She replied just as eagerly. Yeah, what is it? He suggested. Tomorrow around 9 p.m., could you step out too? Carefully keep an eye on the rose garden in front of Opilus Hall. She was a bit caught off guard. Janica indulged in a little daydreaming. The rose garden? Ed explained, I'll tell you why tomorrow. In truth, deep down he thought, I haven't actually come up with a reason to give her yet. He secretly wanted to protect Janica. Still, it's better to tell her to stay out there to avoid any unforeseen situations. Somewhere not too far away where she could take shelter from the rain. Janica jumped to her feet. All right, deal. Thanks. Shielding herself from the rain with her hand, she hurried off. I gotta go now, bye-bye. He let out a long sigh. Right around the time the new semester starts is when the rain will stop. After a long wait, the day has finally come for me to soak in the bright sunshine. When that happens, the trees around here will give off a sweet autumn scent. Sitting alone in the shelter beside the warm campfire. Just like that, the long summer break comes to an end. 0 days left before the Opilus Hall riot. 9 p.m. Zix felt a bit drained. My actions were completely out of line. Sporting his chiseled six-pack and firm muscles, he was doing a handstand. I need to hold back my impulsive, emotional outbursts, too. He hadn't expected Ed to get that angry. He wrapped up his workout. He glanced down toward the window. It looked like he spotted something. A figure bundled up from head to toe was walking by. Looking closely at the face, that person was Ed. Stepping inside the hall, he checked in with Sonny. So what about the other maids? She informed him, except for the essential staff. Everyone else is currently in the meeting room. The head maid called them together to discuss an important strategy. He realized to himself. So they planned to block the entrance after gathering everyone there. Since the main person in charge had been assigned, things were moving quickly. Leading him down the hallway, she announced, I've also prepared the items you requested earlier. He replied, Thank you. A bucket of liquid had been brought over, and she pointed, I'll stash these in the corner. He stood there beside the bucket. The area around the hall was being engulfed by the glow of flames. The riot at Opilus Hall had begun. Hundreds of students were pouring in, everyone shouting at the top of their lungs. We can't take this discrimination anymore. This is a place of education. At the very least, we deserve fair grades. Winland rallied them fiercely. Answer us right now. He was the representative of the lower-class students. People were gradually crowding toward the main doors. Suddenly, the doors burst wide open. Everyone was caught off guard, yelling out, What the hell is this? People passed the word around. All the hall doors are open. Let me in quick. Winland asked in confusion. Are you the person Lortel sent? Ed pulled down his hood. Rot Taylor. The maid was struggling endlessly. He coughed once. Ed placed a hand on his shoulder. I've always been hot-tempered about the things you guys have been shouting about just now. Sure, I used to live comfortably in Opilus Hall, but after getting kicked out, I came to realize deep down just how massive the benefits were that I used to enjoy. He trembled. I am, on another front, opening the doors of Opilus Hall. The doors burst wide open. He put on a look of pure admiration. What an idiot I was. To think I judged your character based on mere rumors. I had no idea you were such a noble person. Today, you truly contributed so much. Ed shoved him forward, urging, You're the leader of this operation. Cursing inwardly, You're the bastard who started this riot in the first place. hurry up and get upstairs. In reality, he wanted to say, cut the crap and haul ass upstairs. He agreed. All right, I'll leave the spot to you. Winland will take full responsibility for this. I am sorry. Stepping up, Winland didn't necessarily have to pick the opportunity to run away right now, because after all the authorities she needs to report to are already inside the meeting room. Headmaid Alice, who controlled the defensive runes, was currently under Lordle's thumb. See, the defensive runes activate. Magical runes originally designed to protect the students. The people inside the room panicked a little. What the hell is going on out there? If we just wait a bit, everything will go back to normal, right? By procedure, this was now their prison. Everything was going according to plan. And the Black Nightmare, the one pulling the strings behind it all. A familiar voice echoed back. Well, you made a much grander entrance than I expected. Once again, a pair of slender feet stepped forward, accompanied by a tone of praise, as expected of Lortel. Leaving this job to you was definitely the right call. Stepping onto the stage, she complained. Now even my socks are completely soaked. This is why I just can't stand rainy weather. Ed asked in surprise. So you've been watching this whole time? He asked curiously. Lortel. She brushed past him, walking straight toward the Academy official. At this rate, the riot will be suppressed in no time, so we have to finish this before that happens. Ed encouraged her. Right, good luck. Lortel hesitated. Ed, this might be out of the blue to ask, but she wanted to know, have you ever killed anyone? Ed went silent for a moment. He answered, no, never. She burst into laughter. Me neither. But, back when a helpless little girl was cast out and had to fight just to survive, I did things like that. She admitted, I trampled on the lives of others just so I could survive, and I had to stab others in the back so I wouldn't be betrayed. Every single day, I stayed alive. I kept soothing my own guilt by telling myself it was the only way, but at the end of the day, those were all just excuses I used to delude myself. As she used material wealth and trampled over the very people she used to move forward. That's why Lortel earned the title of the Treasure Daughter. More than anyone else, she knew full well she didn't deserve an ounce of sympathy. So in the end, she had to search for that feeling in others. She called out, Ed, I really want to know, could you ever bring yourself to sympathize with someone like me? Ed understood. It was as if she was obsessed with the idea. Solitude finds its way to people regardless of whether they are good or evil. And to escape it, people have no choice but to seek out those like themselves, those crawling through the filthy dust of the world. Only when they find someone who can sink deep into the swamp of despair alongside them do they feel like they found a tiny sliver of comfort. He was steadfast. No, he gave her sincere advice. You have to take responsibility for your own actions, Lortel. Ed realized, but naturally that person isn't me. Silence washed over the space. Lortel smiled. Out of nowhere, I started spouting cliché nonsense. That's so unlike me. She seemed to toss it all aside. Maybe I should just get back to finishing my work here, since time is running short anyway. Without another word, he let out a sigh. At this moment, Lortel will go talk to Alice about executing the next stage of the plan. Once they successfully disrupt the protective magic of Opilus Hall and hand over control of the magical runes to Winland, the representative of the lower-class student association, the story will follow its current trajectory and push forward to the climax. After that, Winland, who absorbs the protective power from hundreds of defense spells in Opilus Hall, will transform into the boss of Phase 4. The current storyline is simply to eliminate Winland. He'll soon go berserk amidst the chaotic sea of magical runes. He stretches arms. Now I just need to park my butt right here and sit tight until Taylor pulls up with his squad. He calculated, just play my part properly, buy a little time, and then get defeated. Taylor will rush up to the second floor and handle the rest. He seemed pretty laid back. While we're fighting, I'll probably take quite a few hits, but leaving it all to the script, whatever, playing it like this works too. Over at the Rose Garden, a carriage was idling nearby. Janica asked curiously, why is there a carriage parked here in the middle of the night? She told herself, looks like some big shot. If I just stay put right here, I should be fine. She also wondered, guess they wouldn't know either, huh? She looked at the letter with the message. I've got a few things to take care of, so I'll be a little late. I'll try to get back as soon as possible. Just sit tight and wait for a bit. Really sorry about that. Janica had no idea what Ed was planning, meaning he just took off right after handing me this note. Janika's cheeks flushed bright red. Could he be preparing something really special? Ed seemed to have anticipated it all. That golden carriage meant nothing to her. No matter what happens, she won't leave the shelter in the rose garden. It was because for the past 3 days, she hadn't stopped thinking about what he wanted to say to her. She couldn't even sleep at night. Even though she felt super guilty, she kept asking Marilda to give her constant updates on Ed's current situation. She found out that it wasn't just Lucy visiting Ed's campsite, but Princess Phenia, Belmaya, Zix, and even Lortel were dropping by to visit him too. Coincidentally, they were all girls, which weighed even heavier on her young maiden heart. That was why she would sit right here and wait, no matter how long it took. Janica suddenly paid attention to her appearance. But does this paper flower hairpin look good on me? Marigolds would probably look prettier. She froze mid-thought. Janica calculated, if I sprint back to my room and come right back, I should still make it in time, right? He had foreseen even this unexpected situation. She'll still wait, but only after she gets her hands on that new hairpin. That was how it went. She bolted straight back toward Opilus Hall. Taylor asked again, just to be sure, "Are you sure us deciding to head back inside is the right call?" Alvira scoffed in annoyance. "Do you have any idea how many precious herbs are sitting in my room?" Taylor tried to explain, but wouldn't it be better to just wait for the academy staff to clear up the mess? Alvira immediately yelled back in anger. "That pile of herbs will lose all their potency if I don't use preservation magic on time. Do you know how much those tiny changes end up impacting the final result? Can people like them even appreciate the profound depth of these things?" Taylor, getting a little spooked. He turned to Ayla for help. "Ayla, stop her. She's about to break in there all by herself." Ayla stammered. "Can't you just turn a blind eye to it? Alvira is a top student in the alchemy department. I'm sure she's more than capable of taking care of herself." Taylor explained. "She's not the one in danger. It's those poor other students. If she snaps, she'll pull out whatever chemicals she's holding and throw them at everyone." He rushed to stop her. "Alvira, hold on." I said hold on. She had no intention of stopping, charging ahead full of fire. "Enough chatting. Now I'm heading straight up to my room on the 4th floor. Ayla chimed in. "So you just need to go to your room, right? Once you're up there, you won't cause any more trouble, right?" She talked big. "Of course, as long as my pile of herbs is safe and sound. That's all that matters." She kicked the door open violently, declaring, "If anything gets in my way, I'll use brute force to sweep aside anyone standing in my path." "Got it." Suddenly, all that aggressive momentum of hers seemed to vanish in front of the 3 of them. It was the mess and Ed sitting right there blocking the way up. Alvira said in surprise, "Yes," with an unshakable look in his eyes. She could only call out his name. "Rot Taylor." Taylor immediately stepped forward, shielding Ayla. "Why are you here?" Alvira fell silent as realization struck her. Those were the footprints of the students who had swarmed in here. Looking at the state of the messy display cabinets, she analyzed, and Ed is sitting right here with his back turned toward the stairs. Alvira smirked. "How interesting. I didn't expect this. Are you planning to?" She seemed to catch on to his intention. "Block us." Ed spoke up. "I'm sorry, but you guys can't go inside." With her mischievous grin, she challenged him. "This is getting pretty interesting. What if I insist on going in anyway? Are you sure you're good enough to stop me? I've heard your magic mastery level is fairly high, but so what?" She kept provoking and mocking him. "At the end of the day, you're still just a rookie who can only cast basic spells, a low-tier second-year student." The 3 of them took their stances ready. Taylor didn't hesitate to flex their lineup. "On our side, we've got a swordsman as our backbone, plus a mage who ranks at the top of the first-year class." She added, "And me, an alchemist with the absolute best record in the grade." She boasted, "The gap in power is massive." Taylor said furiously, "Why are you doing this?" "Edrot Taylor, tell me, what the hell is happening up there?" Not a single word in reply, which made him thoroughly enraged. Right off the bat, looks like Taylor didn't hesitate to draw his weapon and charge forward. Force was the only way to make him open his mouth. Skipping the small talk, he used magic directly, hurling a chair straight at him. Taylor used his weapon to slice the chair in half. Alvira observed. She realized that magic looks like basic tier magic. He's a mage, so he'll probably target Taylor since his specialty is close combat. right? Suddenly, she seemed to notice something. Ed began gathering his power, summoning a windblade spell, a single strike that severed the chain holding up the chandelier. The chandelier came crashing straight down toward Taylor unexpectedly, leaving him no time to react. Luckily, he managed to dodge just in time. A sharp scream echoed from the upper floor. What was that noise? Clebius sat trembling in a corner of the room. What's going on out there? On Ed's end, after the impact, a cloud of heavy dust blotted out the view. Taylor asked worriedly, Ayla, are you okay? She spoke up. I'm fine. Taylor, the shockwave just caught me off guard. She asked anxiously, Alvira, are you all right? She remained stubborn. Don't worry about me, as she was trying to withstand the aftershock and Ed's magic. Suddenly, her hair was cut right off, along with the strap of her bag holding the chemical vials. Everything inside the bag went flying out. My bag. She was thoroughly pissed off. So, you're actually planning to get serious, huh? Which means something really is going down up there, isn't it? Before her eyes, Ed had vanished, leaving behind only a pile of complete chaos. Alvira felt a bit anxious. She looked at the chemical vials scattered across the floor. Just as she reached out to grab the nearest bottle, an authoritative voice commanded, Ignite. A wall of fire cut right between her and the vial. Ed's silhouette appeared right at the foot of the stairs. The trap has been completely set up, so everything is going smoothly. She gasped nervously. This is bad. Ed Taylor's moves are way too fast and precise. She complained. Zix, man, you should have given us a bit more detailed info. Ed looked ridiculously cool, standing amidst the blazing fire. She felt a bit annoyed. It's not just his magic mastery level that's high. Right now, only 2 people remained standing in the ruined, brightly burning room. Alvira clutched her painful arm, gritting her teeth in anxiety. I bear the title of the alchemy department's top student, representing the entire department, but the biggest weakness of every alchemy mage is that without magical artifacts or potions, their basic close combat skills are practically zero. Most alchemists carry a spell ring or necklace with them, but I always thought someone as smart as me wouldn't need those things. To be exact, I felt they were just a hassle. Is it possible this guy accounted for that too? He cut down the falling chandelier, using that brief moment to chant a fire spell and raise a wall of flame. Were all those moves meant to target my bag? After all, this guy is just that scum Ed Taylor. On the opposite side, Ed was still coldly gathering power. After weighing her options, Alvira pulled a green gem out of her pocket. I'm never out of tricks. Upon throwing it, a winged jade rabbit appeared. A magic circle unfolded in midair, applying a fire suppression formula and adding reinforced chaos, pushing everything to the absolute extreme. Within the flames, the rabbit instantly grew massive, looking as ferocious as a monster. Off to the side, Ayla the rabbit was still trying to channel power to extinguish the fire, flame-extinguishing spell. Her power flickered within that gigantic fire and immediately amplified, wrapping around those flames. Ayla let out a panic cry when she saw that surge of power rushing back at her. Right at this moment, another aura quickly appeared. It was Taylor, who showed up and swung his sword to defend Ayla. He warned, "Be careful, Ayla." Seeing her panic, he worried. When it came to magic theory, Ayla was very confident, but her actual combat ability, even compared to basic first-year students, is only average. Right now, he keeps targeting her, so even if I can't get close to him. Or more accurately, neither Ayla nor I can move a single step. Suddenly, a voice shouted out, Taylor, if you can just get close to him, you can take him down, right? Alvira, with a fierce look on her face, charged forward. Then let's push through. Alvira, with a fierce look on her face, charged forward. Then let's push through. Just like that, the rabbit closed in on Ed to attack. Taylor gritted his teeth with determination. It's not I definitely will. Alvira quickly threw on her cloak at this moment and shouted loudly. Exactly, that's the spirit. With that, she decisively charged ahead. Ayla shouted in a panic. Alvira, your cloak is getting scorched by the fire. Alvira then whipped out a few potion vials and said, Oh my, you guys missed me already, huh? We were only apart for a second, and I missed you like crazy too. On this side, Ed was counterattacking the rabbit, yet he raised his hand and fired a spell directly at Alvira. The surge of power shot toward her like an arrow. Meanwhile, Elvira was still clutching a green flask, thinking maybe he planned for this, but applying magic release, she decisively hurled the flask right at Ed's incoming attack. Ed's attack sliced through the flask, shattering it. You're too slow. A compound synthesized from minced butterfly flowers and honey mushrooms, when combined with released mana, creates a special chemical reaction. This exact substance will control the streams of released mana. The surges of power in this space were gradually fading and temporarily weakening the effects of other magic formulas. Everything was extinguished, but that rabbit had already been pierced through by Ed. Do you even know what that means? The rabbit was beaten, battered, and covered in blood. The Mr. Mage doesn't know how to use magic? Elvira was still thinking while standing there triumphantly, even though she was covered in injuries. She then yelled, "Are you going to keep standing there pretending you're fine? Don't forget, we still have another warrior on our side. Now it's your turn, Taylor." Taylor also shouted loudly, "Ed Roth Taylor!" But suddenly, Ed turned around and ran. Taylor quickly gave chase, thinking, is he running away? Ed, meanwhile, reached out and grabbed the edge of a large cabinet, using all his strength to pull it down, blocking Taylor's path. An oil barrel nearby was tipped over by the force. Streams of oil spread across the floor. It looked like it was slowly starting to boil. Then, a lava-like surge of energy burst forth violently. Taylor couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Is this smell oil? Off to the side, Elvira screamed at the top of her lungs. Are you crazy? We're in the Opilus Hall. If a fire breaks out, everyone will die. Taylor still held his sword firmly. Regardless of whether this fire is magical or from oil, my elemental slash will cut through it. Besides, this chemical compound can't last for more than a minute. Then Taylor, summoning all his resolve, charged forward. I'll end this before anyone else gets hurt. Elvira panicked and called out, "Wait, Taylor." Then, her calculating thoughts chimed in. The window is open wide enough for the smoke to escape outside. Even the carpets, which would normally catch fire fastest, are nowhere to be seen. There are no flammable objects around either. Ed Roth Taylor actually calculated and planned all of this from the start. Ed was still standing there, while Elvira was still utterly panicked, screaming, "Don't do it, Taylor." Ed had already drawn his bow, pulling back an arrow and aiming straight in this direction. Meanwhile, Taylor was still charging forward in a rage. At this moment, he felt a bit anxious. He's using a bow, an arrow. I'll just deflect it. Someone's eyes suddenly went wide with shock. Ed, his eyes shining brightly, released his grip. The force created a beam of light, but when he saw the arrow fly in an arc, shooting past Taylor and heading straight for Ayla, he realized in shock, his target wasn't me. Ayla held out both hands, as if trying to block that powerful arrow. At this point, Ayla couldn't even cast a basic spell. A terrified scream echoed out, "Ayla!" While Ayla was bracing herself to take the hit, a surge of power shot out from another direction, capturing the arrow. It was Elvira, using a magical tool to deal with it. That was way too close. Elvira looked genuinely worried now, breathing heavily as sweat poured off her nonstop, explaining the magical tool. Grappling hand, a magical artifact capable of pulling any small object within visual range over a very wide area. Elvira wondered herself. But why did he shoot this arrow? Since the tip was wrapped in cloth, did he really intend to hurt her? Suddenly, she stood up and yelled, "Wait, hold on, Taylor. Be careful. He's definitely up to something." But before Elvira could finish, the two of them clashed direct. That's when Ed let out a faint smile. That sound, was it time? And a reminder chimed in. If we don't act right now, we're all going to die. Act 2, final chapter. The Opilus Hall event. The second floor boss, Clevius Norton Dew, has escaped. Everyone was racked with immense pain from some strange power. Only then did Ed let out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally. The moment he let his guard down, he was knocked backward by Taylor. Everything instantly dissolved into a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Elvira, with a bewildered expression, blurted out, What the hell is wrong with him?" Ed, who had slammed hard against the wall, had no strength left to stand. He just sat there with his head down, covered in injuries. A moment later, amidst the messy rubble, A demanding voice echoed out. Are you crazy? What reason did you have to go to such lengths to do all this? Taylor grabbed Ed by the collar, furious. Beside them, Alvira scowled, cursing internally. I can't stand looking at him. It feels like he was just playing with us the entire match. If he wanted the upper hand from the start, he would have hidden somewhere to attack when a chandelier fell. But instead, he stood right in our way and didn't leave a single opening for even a second the whole fight. There was something seriously off about him. After a while, Ed slowly spoke up. Before he could gather enough strength, he leaned back and continued, You guys, now that it's over, head upstairs. Don't stand around here any longer. The three across from him were baffled. Taylor blurted out, Wait, what? You've been stopping us from going upstairs this whole time, so why now? Outside, rain was falling into the night sky. Inside, the interrogation started up again. Why did you let us win? Hearing this, Ayla was stunned. What do you mean by that? Alvira and Taylor were equally incredulous, adding, Let us win? Did he go easy on us? Alvira stepped up, getting right in Ed's face and snapping. If you don't give me a reason, I'm not going anywhere. Answer me quick. Why did you let us win? Ed's blue pupils looked up coldly, while Alvira glared down at him with a growl. The door slowly opened, letting in a flood of light. Ultimately, after a sleepless night of overthinking, she still decided to choose the rose hairpin. Explanation: previously translated as paper flower, but rose is the flower of the persimmon tree. Like dry persimmons? The original text, man, chance, whoever translated it as permission flower, created an out-of-this-world core. What flower is named permission? It should be persimmon flower. Apologies to the readers. Who could call that naive just to mock the innocent feelings of that girl? Maybe those feelings are just a dream, but nobody gets taxed for dreaming. And dreams versus reality can sometimes be surprisingly different. The guy who was supposed to be neatly dressed, waiting for her in the hall, was dragging himself across the floor, covered in blood, after being attacked by a suspicious group of people. Ed was completely drained, leaning there helpless, when suddenly a voice called out, what on earth did you guys do? Janica appeared with an extremely heavy aura and demanded answers. Saying everything is normal would be lying to myself. Something is definitely wrong with him. That was Janica's thought upon receiving the letter that read, I have a few things to take care of, so I'll be a bit late. I'll try to get back as soon as possible, so please just wait for a bit. I'm really sorry. However, from his simple lifestyle to the way he carried himself during the great battle, whether it was a big matter or a small one, Ed Roth Taylor would always be someone who brought a source of hope and a solid pillar of emotional support. Only when awakened from her foolish fantasies did she calmly look back, and at that time, she had smiled gently and said, If that happens, I'll help you no matter what. But Ed Roth Taylor had never once asked for help. The reason he tricked Janica into going to the outer grounds of Opilus Hall and even took the initiative to do something he'd never done before, leaving a written letter for her, was the same reason he chose to fight until he bled on his own. Ultimately, he wanted to keep Janica far away from this fight because after the Glasgow incident, she had already faced a lot of disciplinary action. Janica was radiating pure fury at this point. I don't really know what's going on, but he tried to keep me away from this fight so I wouldn't get dragged into it, while I was only worrying about dressing up to look pretty. Thinking this, she decisively yanked the flower hairpin out of her hair. Janica looked like she was losing her mind, exuding a murderous aura as she demanded, What do you think you're doing? Taylor broke out in a cold sweat, flustered as he tried to explain. Senior Janica, thank goodness you didn't get pulled into this battlefield. Right now, the entire Opilus Hall has been occupied by other students, but I don't think it's that simple. There must be something else going on for this Ed guy to spend all this effort blocking our path the whole time. Meanwhile, Alvira quickly pulled out a pink potion vial and screamed a warning. Watch out, Taylor. She's an enemy. But Janica seemed completely deaf to everything now, her face darkening as she cut her off. Honestly, to tell you the truth, whatever you guys are doing, I don't give a damn. Her power surged violently, and the sheer pressure blasted everything away. It shouted in panic. Janica. Janica tried to act calm amidst the storm, flashing a reassuring smile. It's okay. Alvira's face was twisted in fear. and Ayla was just as panicked. Along with her overwhelming aura, feathers fluttered down, accompanied by shards of glass from the windows that had shattered under the pressure, floating in midair. Following that, a bird spirit appeared, below which was a ferocious stone ape spirit, then a crocodile spirit and a tiger spirit, all summoned by Janica. "Just give me 1 minute." Janica flashed a gentle, reassuring smile at Ed, but she looked completely unhinged. Alvira evaluated the situation seriously. Intermediate spirits of the 4 elements, water spirits, plus those low-level spirits. That's practically an entire battalion. After that, she dragged Taylor and Ayla by both hands, wanting to run away while warning, "We need to get out of here." Taylor agreed. "Yeah, the 3 of us are no match for her. We couldn't even beat this washed-up noble, so—" But Janica reached her hand out, surrounded by a purple energy glow. "Now the battle begins." The top second-year student in the entire magic department, Janica's spirits charged forward. The whole group panicked completely. Alvira screamed, "Taylor, snap out of it. You have to face reality. Luckily the window is broken. Let me escape through that way." Suddenly, Taylor gritted his teeth and blurted out, "You're right." Ed's actions made Taylor realize that this occupation of Opilla's Hall was anything but normal. This could end up hurting the students. Still, he raised his sword, bracing himself to face it. Alvira said, "We can't stop you from looking for your precious ingredients, can we?" But Taylor refused to yield. Not without trying to fight back at least once. Taylor stood small, yet resilient against that overwhelming power. A terrified scream rang out. "Taylor, no." Speaking of which, in the future, Taylor would live the life of a hero. Good grief. Suddenly a hand grabbed Taylor by the collar and yanked him back. As Ed pulled him, he warned, "I told you to get moving, so hurry up." He threw him backward with all his might, then gave a stern reminder, "Listen carefully. I'll handle Janica. So head up to the 2nd floor like you originally planned." Ed was now standing in front of those formidable spirits. Ayla, barely catching Taylor, questioned him in confusion. "What? You were intentionally blocking us from the start and said all that, but now you're telling us to go up? What's that about?" Ed was too lazy to explain, casually saying, "I changed my mind. Go upstairs, hurry." But Alvira made a face like a mad dog and shrieked, "Ha! That's hilarious. With your strength, you expect to stop those spirits? With that battered body of yours? Gak!" Immediately, she took a smack to the head. Ed looked down at her and said seriously, "Worry about your little vials first. Sorry about trying to burn your bag earlier." Alvira cautiously pulled out a few vials, still mumbling under her breath. "What's with him? Giving me orders nonstop? But fine, for now, we'll listen to you." With that, all 3 turned and ran away. "Let's go." Taylor was left alone. Ed stood facing that terrifying power. On this side, Janica was still fiercely radiating her power. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she looked at the person in front of her. Confused, she blurted out, "Ed." Her expression turned sad. "Don't overexert yourself. Step aside. Leave the rest to me. You can explain things to me later. For now, let me settle this first, then patch you up." Ed cut Janica off, an act usually considered rude. As he reached out his hands, "I'm Fina." "Seriously," Ed reassured Janica. "Why haven't you calmed down yet?" Placing both hands on her shoulders, Janica was still stunned, staring straight ahead. Instantly, that low-pressure aura vanished, replaced by Janica's astonished expression. Then her face flushed bright red from embarrassment. "Ed, your hands. Your hands are on my shoulders." While reassuring her, Ed reminded, "Janica, dismiss your spirits. The wind is too strong. I can barely stand." Janica panicked immediately. "All right. With wind this strong, it's hard to stand straight. I'm sorry, what should I do? Oh gosh, I'm so stupid." Immediately, the wind spirit slowly dissipated, and the sharp glass shards floating in the air now plummeted to the ground. The 3 who were running looked back at the sight, their faces filled with utter shock. He actually managed to stop her. Ed turned back coldly, waving his hand to remind them. "Now hurry up and get up there. Maybe. You sound like you have no strength left. There isn't much time." Then he collapsed helplessly onto the ground. Janica panicked completely. A terrified scream echoed through the entire building. Sometime later, outside, A soft, nagging voice rang out. Why do you keep letting yourself get hurt? How many times have I told you that if stuff like this happens, you have to call me? Ed softly replied. It was a forced situation. Next time, I'll definitely tell you everything. The two were currently sitting in the hallway outside. Janica was deeply worried, saying, Those kids were way too much. Why did they have to beat you up this badly? I don't know what happened between you guys, but next time I see them, I'm definitely not letting them off. Mainly, stop jumping headfirst into danger, okay? Promise me, please. Ed agreed. Yeah, thanks for worrying about me. Then, he pushed himself up, his mind still in turmoil. My plan seems to have strayed off course a bit, but my role was the first floor boss, so now I can comfortably rest and focus on the camp. Suddenly, Janica called out, making Ed freeze. By the way, while sitting in the rose garden, I saw a really big carriage pass by. It zipped past so fast that I couldn't see it clearly, but from the outside, it looked like a golden crown. To explain the golden crown, it was the emblem of the Elter Merchant Coalition Hall, Lordal's foster father and the man who murdered her biological father. This boss character was supposed to disappear after being defeated by Lortel. In the battle during the finale, over the act, two sages sealed Grimoire, Gold King Elter. But what mattered more was the fact that he showed up at this academy earlier than I thought, which also meant something is happening, something I don't know about. When playing the game, at this moment, outside, the rain poured down as if the sky were venting its rage. A silhouette was cast against the window, a hand pressed against the glass. Then a voice spoke up, Alice, do you know that I've been abandoned? At this time, in the fifth-floor hallway of Opilus Hall, Lortel looked outside, expressionless. That vile, cruel man. Alice asked back, Do you mean young Master Ed? The one we met at the campsite. Lortel affirmed, That's him. Alice then remarked, I didn't realize he was your type. Meanwhile, Lortel remained lost in thought. His looks aren't bad, but that's not what I mean. I feel the same kind of vibe from him as I do from you. Recalling when she asked Ed back then, Could you ever sympathize with someone like me? She found it strange herself. To think I'm revealing my truest feelings right in front of you. Do you know what he said? Back then, he coldly said, You have to take responsibility for all your actions. Lortel then concluded, He dumped me without a shred of pity. Perhaps people in general are just like us, having spent their whole lives far too accustomed to such harsh words. Alice was the head maid of Opilus Hall, a veteran maid who had dedicated over 20 years of service to this place. At age 15, she started from scratch as an apprentice maid, then step by step proved her abilities to gradually become the manager of Opilus Hall. At age 15, she started from scratch as an apprentice maid, then step by step proved her abilities to gradually become the manager of Opilus Hall. Lordell had invested a ton of money into this, spending massively just to bribe Alice no matter what. And those losses left a huge deficit in the Academy's finances. Lortel turned around with a smile. I'm so lucky to have you by my side, Alice. But Lortel never thought of her actions as throwing money down the drain, because she had found someone like herself, someone willing to cast aside trust and every core value just to chase after gold coins. A kindred spirit. Only by meeting people like this can she break free from the chains of loneliness. Perhaps it was because in the dark corners of the slums or under the bright lights of merchant parades, there are people ready to live and die for a single gold coin. She had lived a life where, if she didn't stab someone first, she would definitely be the one stabbed. But at this moment, Lortel spoke up again. When the representatives of the lower-class students occupy the control room on the 4th floor, if we order them to disrupt the defensive magic at just the right time. Lortel turned back, flashing an unfriendly smile as she made her decision. The entire Opilus Hall will be destroyed from the inside by their own hands, and they won't even realize it, right? But despite her tragic past, or the painful story that pushed her into this dire situation, she was clearly an insidious character, a hidden villain. Later on, the two moved out. As they walked, Lortel laid out the plan. Everything seems to be going according to plan, so I'm heading to the archive room now. I have to play my part well. The foolish student who knows nothing and is so scared she hides in a storage room. Alice followed behind, only able to sigh quietly. What a poor, pitiable human being. At this age, She hasn't even ever been in love. With that, Alice picked up her sword, drew it, and replied, Miss Lortel, while we're on the subject, I'd like to report some news to you. I don't think she held her sword to Lordle's neck or had anyone by her side to consider family. So now, until the moment she dies, she will still be alone. Alice revealed her true ambition, exclaiming, I'm no kindred spirit of yours. Lordle's expression was naturally one of utter shock. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the battle reached its conclusion. Meanwhile, at the second-floor boss, Clevius Norton Dew, Taylor's group subdued and captured Clevius while he was fleeing the second floor, forcing him to join their group. Maidkin blocked their way. As for the third-floor boss, Bedmaker Senny, she cried out in pain, Forgive me, Headmaid Alice. I failed to complete the task you entrusted to me. But without her twin sister, alone she was no match for Taylor's group. Even so, Taylor's group never questioned why the twin maids were separated. Everything went surprisingly smoothly. Finally, they reached the fourth floor of the hall. From the beginning, only the first-floor trial was supposed to be the hardest. Panic screams erupted everywhere. Elvira couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat, feeling uneasy. The students were fleeing in terror. Run! Arg, help, save me. I can't take this. Save me. Fourth-floor boss, hostage of the magical defense system, Winland. Placing a crystal sphere in the middle of the control room to activate the magic circle control system for everyone to see was actually Alice and Lordle's plan. The mechanism of the defense magic weaving through every corner of Opilus Hall was originally meant to protect the students' safety from outside attacks. But the current scene was no different from a child holding an assault rifle. Boss Winland's attacks kept firing relentlessly. Taylor and the others tried to defend themselves while fleeing. Outside, it was still raining, while the building trembled with light quakes. Some students were running, but Elvira was utterly terrified. What the hell is going on outside? At this rate, the whole building is going to collapse. Where on earth did all the maids go? The students of Opilus Hall, who had maintained their composure until now, were also gradually realizing the severity of the situation. Shards of broken glass flew everywhere, followed by urgent cries, Hurry, get out of here! They forcefully burst through the windows, leaping outside and deciding to use their own power to find another way out. Explosions echoed from the building. The current situation had officially turned into a complete tragedy. Then, a massive explosion erupted over a wide area. Taylor was still swinging his sword while shouting, asking, Elvira, do you have any night butterfly flower solution left? Elvira replied, Night butterfly flowers are used to disrupt the caster's mana flow, but these ancient runes are already disrupted, so using that is completely useless. If you want fast results, this is the best thing to use. Saying that, she pulled out a bottle. This is hornwort solution, a mixture made by blending hornwort seeds with emperor seashell powder and melting it down. Elvira stepped forward under the bottle of water, and immediately, power flared up from it. This solution can at least neutralize basic spells used in this hallway. This whole area is full of support magic, so there's probably a ton of spells, but you can still control their mana. So leave this place to me. With that, Elvira grabbed Clevius by the collar and threw him forward, yelling, Go kick Winland's ass up there, hurry! Taylor pressed forward closely, charging ahead, while Clevius screamed, Whoa, but why me? Winland, over on this side, was firing attacks surrounded by magic circles. The two tried to dodge those attacks while attempting to close the distance to Winland. That power grew stronger by the moment. Beside him were magic circles launching attacks. His eyes showed joy as he exclaimed, finally. After that, a massive explosion erupted violently. Subsequent explosions kept going off, one after another in room after room across the building. With such a huge commotion, down below there was still a carriage traveling. Down on the path, Janica and Ed were walking together. She worriedly said, Why did you come here, Ed? If you keep pushing yourself like this, what if your wounds open back up? Ed immediately led her behind a tree to hide, reassuring her, It's fine, most of this blood isn't mine. Janica felt he was exaggerating a bit. Oh gosh, why did you have to go to such lengths? Ed observed the situation at this moment, letting out a long sigh. How completely plain. The grand carriage pulled to a stop, flanked by a line of figures wearing black hooded cloaks. Maybe when I say this word, you'll think I'm an idiot, because there's nothing about the carriage's exterior that isn't luxurious. But upon recognizing the man inside, you won't be able to help blurting out the word plain either. Gold King Elter. In the original story, he would lead a massive fleet accompanied by dozens of carriages following behind. These cautious moves indicated he was up to something secret. Elter was Lordal's foster father, who would later be stabbed in the back by her, ending his role as a puppet boss. Right now, he shouldn't even be appearing at the academy. How the hell is he here? Looks like that carriage has been parked here for a while. Why is he only stepping out now? Don't tell me he was waiting for Opilus Hall to fall. Suddenly, Ed's eyes widened. That person is... He saw the third-floor dishwashing maid, Boss Senny. Senny was one of the orphan maids adopted by head maid Alice. According to the original script, Alice was bribed by Lortel, and Senny was supposed to be the third-floor boss, but right now things were turning out completely differently. She was over with Elter, Lordal's enemy. There's no way Senny would betray Alice. Lortel bribed Alice, but could there be another development entirely? Don't tell me Alice is actually on Elter's side. There is only one possible future: Lordal's failure. Lortel is the one who excitedly sparks the political war with Fenia in Act 3, and she's also the male lead's strongest ally in the fight against the Rayer family in Act 4. I worked my butt off just to serve as a mid-tier boss, and now, don't tell me I have to replace Lordal's role too? What kind of crazy plot shift is this? Thinking this through, he called out seriously, "Janica." She replied, "What is it?" With a somewhat difficult expression. "I need to ask you a favor. It's urgent, and I can't handle it alone." Yet in his heart, he worried, how am I going to explain this to her? Unexpectedly, Janica answered decisively, leaving Ed stunned. "Sure. What I need to do?" Janica asked with a look of determination. The scene shifted to some time later, following the contents of a letter. "Greetings, Gold King Elter Ketchen, honorary guildmaster of the Elter Merchant Coalition. Lady Lordell is not at all as she appears, obediently following orders as your adopted daughter. In reality, she is planning to betray you and seize control of the Elter Merchant Coalition. Lady Lortel knows full well that you killed her parents, and she is currently convincing the major merchants and the board of directors of the Elter Merchant Coalition to depose you. The negotiation to acquire the rights to the Sage's sealed grimoire was merely an excuse to lure you to Sylvania Academy and set a surprise trap to ambush you, leaving you no time to respond to the crisis at the Merchant Guild headquarters. These are valid reasons that drove me to investigate the root of the matter. In my hands are documents verifying Lordal's plot, but naturally, nothing in this world comes free. Since Lady Lortel used a massive sum of gold to bribe me, I will stay on her side, unless you offer me more. I have gone blind, and due to an accident, I've lost my hearing almost completely. This will be my last year serving as headmaid. I have gone blind, and due to an accident, I've lost my hearing almost completely. This will be my last year serving as headmaid. The slip of paper attached to this letter lists the facilities I have secretly managed over the years. Gruff Orphanage in the Sun region, Coenton Orphanage, Anton Skosel Orphanage, Anton Orphanage in the Odolden region, and Community Relief for Orphans in the Taman region. The subsidy amount for these facilities will determine my next move. I trust you will make the right decision. Alice Olympum, head maid of Opilus Hall. Scene change. Inside, a sharp blade was still pressed against Lordal's neck. "Don't move. Soon, Lord Elter will arrive at Opilus Hall." Alice gave a stern reminder. "I never thought you'd look at me with those eyes. I assumed you'd be much calmer. You said you were planning revenge against Gold King Elter, right? But unfortunately, in my eyes, neither of you is any different from the other, including myself." Saying that, she let out a sigh. Soudainement, a massive explosion érupted. Winland was blinded all over and dragged outside. There's no way a useless guy like Winland could get near the defense magic. Just as I guessed, the mastermind behind all of this was Alvira, who angrily pointed her finger and screamed, "Headmaid Alice, she's holding hostage. Be careful, Taylor." Taylor's group appeared. While Alice was bewildered, Lortel collapsed to the ground. The group approached, calling out anxiously, "Lortel, are you okay?" Pale, Lortel calculated in her mind, "I'm fine. That woman over there is the mastermind behind everything. We have to take her down immediately. That's what I should say. I need to pin all the blame on Alice. Alvira called out in panic. Lortel, what's wrong with you? Lortel didn't dare look up, completely confused. Just what kind of expression am I wearing right now? But right after, she decisively stood up, covered her face, and ran off as fast as she could. An anxious call echoed behind her. Lortel. Meanwhile, as Lortel ran, she thought in panic, that guy Elter is coming. The fact that he came here in person proves he doesn't even trust his own subordinates. My plan to overthrow Elter was so close to succeeding. Elter would soon face the consequences of intentionally altering a huge number of financial ledgers and all related damages. Luckily, Elter isn't at the main headquarters right now, so I just need to contact the board of directors there, using the carrier pigeon in the room to send a message. As for me, I'll hide somewhere. As long as I, the trump card of this plan, am not caught, it's not over yet. After thinking for a moment, Lortel slowed her pace, then reassured herself. Everything will be fine. No need to be too disappointed. Nobody in this world truly understands me anyway. But betrayal? Well, goes without saying. Haven't I been through similar things countless times already? Lortel leaned against the wall to catch her breath, so acting weak in a situation like this really isn't like me at all. She trembled at the current situation, tears streaming down her face. Then she kept walking. In short, I'll do whatever I can. First, I have to escape from here. I need to get to my room before Elter arrives. As long as I send the emergency letter in time, everything can still be saved. At the same time, on the first floor in the main hall, everything was in utter chaos. Old Elter stepped in with a cold face, followed by 2 rows of people wearing black cloaks. Seeing the person ahead, he spoke up. Are you a student? Evacuate from here, quickly, because this building is about to collapse. For safety reasons, we can't let anyone inside. Ed, still covered in blood, calmly replied. All outsiders are forbidden entry until the school officials arrive. Elter waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to step back, then asked, Did the academy specifically send you here to guard? Ed replied, No, I did this all on my own because Sylvania has its own system for handling issues like this. Still, he cautiously observed the man. There were 3 key figures driving the story's events. Lortel, who wanted to overthrow Elter, seek justice for her tragic childhood, and take the guildmaster's seat. Elter, who decided to crush Lortel's plan and successfully bought the rights to the sage's seal grimoire. And then the person standing on the line between both sides, Alice, the turning point for the story's dramatic twist. I don't know why she betrayed Lortel, but she's on the 5th floor with her, which means I have to go up to the 5th floor to take her down. No, even if I don't go up there, based on the current storyline, Taylor's group will get there sooner or later anyway. I should leave her to them. They can definitely be trusted. Ed recalled the combat power of Taylor's group from earlier. Everyone can bring out their full strength. Ed analyzed, since I've confirmed his abilities, it also means I have to handle things here. Regardless of what plot Elter is hatching regarding Opilus Hall, as long as I don't let them inside, everything in Opilus Hall will go according to plan. Then suddenly, Ed exclaimed, Sir, bending down in front of Elter with a respectful posture. Unbelievable. Aren't you Elter Ketchen, the president of the Elter Merchant Guild? There must be a reason why a figure of your stature would come all the way here. But I think you should ask the Academy for permission first and ensure you are received with the highest hospitality possible. The old man glared at him for a moment, then spoke up. I get it. Ed bowed his head, but his face clearly showed concern. Elter laid out his deduction. So, you're on that brat Lortel's side. 10 minutes earlier in the quiet night, a loud explosion echoed. The room's wall had been blasted into a giant hole by Ed. He frowned slightly and asked, Everything outside is a complete mess. So how can you stay so calm in your room? On the other side of the room, Zix was propping himself up with one arm, doing push-ups. I'm just trying to avoid rash actions. Besides, even if this building collapses, it's not like I'd die. Hearing that, Ed thought to himself, is this the confidence of the strong? Zix stopped exercising as well. And besides, why did you have to break through the wall to barge in like that? How am I supposed to sleep when it gets cold now? He couldn't help but snicker. Is there any mage in the world like him? Afterwards, He leaned down and said to Janica, who was standing beside him, "Oh, Senior Janica is here too? This is the first time I've properly greeted you, even though we technically met during the Glaskin incident." She softly replied, "All right about that. I'm really sorry." Ed immediately comforted her. "There's no need to be so down, Janica. You've already been disciplined, haven't you?" "Right, hi, you're right. Thank you." Zix raised his head, looking at them. "By the way, are you two dating?" Janica flinched, her face flushing visibly. "No, we're not." Mid-sentence, she bashfully glanced at Ed, who maintained a calm composure. Ed asked, "He said that. So, does it make you uncomfortable?" She lowered her voice and answered, "No, I'm fine. Zix just asked a rude question, so it's his fault." "Ah, is that so?" Zix immediately bowed his head to apologize. "If so, my apologies. But why did you come all the way here, breaking down my wall, just to see me?" At this point, Ed suddenly frowned. "Right, do me a favor. I'll repay you later." Scene change. In a ruined, collapsed room with objects scattered all over the floor, Ed bowed before Elter and said, "There must be a reason why a figure of your stature would come all the way here. But I think you should ask the Academy for permission first and ensure you are received with the highest hospitality possible." "I get it. So you." He gave him a sharp glare accompanied by an oppressive aura. "Are on that brat Lordle's side. Don't tell me you're that obsessed with her depressing face. You'd better take advantage of the opportunity in front of you instead of obsessing over gold you might not even receive." Elter furrowed his brows tightly. That brat was born with cunning blood running through her veins. She's the type who won't hesitate to stab you in the back the moment you turn around. I raised her since she was little. No one knows her better than I do. I'll give you double the gold she promised you. Step aside." Ed's expression darkened as he replied in a low voice, "Thank you for your offer, sir. I didn't take a single coin to do this. So, what meaning does doubling it even have?" Seeing the hostility in his eyes, he said, "I see. So you don't care about my words at all." Immediately after, the men dressed in black inside the room drew their swords and surrounded him. Their bodies emanated a surge of formidable power. Ed glanced around, taking in the surroundings. Elter ordered, "Emissaries, finish him." The group instantly lunged forward to attack. Ed quickly braced himself and ran away, but unfortunately, his path was blocked ahead. "Are you going to just let him escape?" Right at that moment, a beam of blue light suddenly flashed, blowing the entire group away in an instant. It turned out to be Zix and Janica coming to the rescue. "Leave this to us," he hurriedly told them. "I'll go check the situation and be right back. I'll definitely repay this favor later." Janica had already summoned her spirits by now. "All right." Zix smiled softly. "Wasn't I the one indebted to you from the start anyway?" Seeing them, Elter frowned even harder. "They're all students, but they're no pushovers. All of you go all out." A crowd of men rushed straight at the two of them. Just as he ran out, a massive explosion went off with a loud crash. He thought to himself, "Right now, I need to find Lortel to figure out what's really going on." But there was no need to look far. Lordell was currently standing right behind Ed by the door. He asked her, "You couldn't escape?" "Yeah, let me escape through the back door." He turned to look. "Can you still run?" "Don't fall behind. Run at full speed." As Lortel ran alongside Ed, she sank into her own thoughts. Every act of kindness and trust hides a motive. Even Sorrow, the receptionist at the Elter Merchant Guild who always joked and cursed at Lortel, was just waiting for an opportunity for her to slip up and reveal valuable confidential information. Or Kadan, the worker at the guild, who was always full of energy in front of Lortel simply because she tipped him every time she asked for help. The reason the Academy's ringed parrot clung to her was because the food she fed, it was top grade. Every act of kindness definitely comes with an underlying purpose. At least, that's how the world works in Lordle's mind. Running ahead, Ed spoke in a low voice. "There's no time for details now, but basically, Alice sold you out, right?" Lortel didn't answer him. She bit her lip tightly and thought, "It's my fault. A horribly foolish mistake." Janica Felver was raised in the warmth and kindness of everyone around her, so she naturally knows to treat the world with that same affection and goodwill. I'm not like her. That day, when she made that offer to Edrot Taylor, I saw the warmth in her eyes as she looked at Ed, an expression that clearly said she needed no favors in return. I thought I almost had a chance at a relationship like that too, which is why I disclosed the whole plan to Alice. But ironically, a person like me, who spent her whole life trusting no one, placed her hopes in someone else's hands, only to end up in miserable failure. Honestly, no matter how much trust one put in her, I shouldn't have abandoned my old, dark, filthy self. A person like me had no right to dream of living a happy life. To occupy Opilus Hall, I bribed 5 people. Head maid Alice, the twin maids Senny and Kenley, the lower-class student representative Winland, and the noble Ed. Alice, Senny, and Kenley have joined hand with Elter. Winland wants to side with Elter too, so he won't choose my side. He's the same. Lortel. Stopping abruptly, she fell silent before saying, "I'm sorry." Ed. Even as she said it aloud, her inner self resisted fiercely. Why am I saying this? Why? Because he's an ally. Now I'm not sure if I even have the 20 gold coins to pay you as agreed. As you can see, the situation has turned unpredictable. Why do I keep blabbering about surrendering just because there's no one left on my side? Unexpectedly, Ed replied, "Did I ask you?" Without another word, he grabbed Lortel's hand. "There's not much time left, so why are you standing there dazed? If Elter catches you, you're dead meat. What happens later can be figured out later. For now, we have to escape first, right?" She stared at him blankly, unable to utter a single coherent word of trust. Ed said in a low voice, "Tell me, I know something happened." Lortel thought to herself, "There's always a motive behind everything. If you can't figure out their motive, absolutely do not trust them. I'm certain that's how this world works." She then replied to him, "Guild headquarters is trying to manipulate market prices. This plan definitely belongs to my father. After the massive monster hunt on the Eastern Mountain Range last summer, bronze armor prices dropped across the board. He speculated and monopolized that armor domestically. In short, it's market manipulation, right? You don't need a lengthy explanation," Ed said bluntly. Lortel, slightly taken aback, "Huh? Yeah, that's right. To fund that plan, he urgently needs a massive sum of money. He found someone paying a high price for the sage's sealed grimoire. So he immediately sent me to Sylvania to steal it." You don't need to finish. Ed already understood on his own. "Got it. You don't need to explain the rest." Basically, the process of market manipulation involves merchants A, B, and C monopolizing cheap goods and trading them back and forth, driving prices up rapidly. That's the simplest method of market price manipulation, because the prices of those items keep surging unimaginably high. Onlookers assume that at some point, the price will get so high they won't be able to afford them. Instantly, a thought pops into their heads. I need to buy right now, too. And if they sell off what they've hoarded at that moment, they stand to make a fortune. But this form of market manipulation relies on trust. If merchants B and C sell off their stock without letting a know, prices will crash instantly. As merchant A, who sold his bonds to buy up goods and manipulate them, this sudden budget deficit will push Elter into a corner, facing the risk of losing his power. And to plot this over many years, Lortel bribed countless other merchants to play the roles of B and C. But only when Elter steps down from his seat at headquarters can the 6 major merchants she bribed trade freely with one another. Holding tightly onto Lortel's hand, Ed said, "You were planning to use the takeover of Opilus Hall to cause a huge deficit in the Academy's budget, boosting your leverage when negotiating the resale of the sealed grimoire. And that exact move would force Elter to leave guild headquarters himself and come collect the cash he desperately needs. Meanwhile, you take advantage of the opportunity to sell off all the armor at headquarters, right?" Hearing this, Lortel was utterly astonished. How on earth did he understand every single detail after hearing it just once? He glanced at her. "In the end, you only need to do one thing. We need to find a way to send a letter to guild headquarters to notify them to carry out the armor sale." Lortel frowned slightly. "There are carrier pigeons in my room. That's my direct line of communication with my allies at headquarters. So, you just need to send a pigeon to the guild and stay hidden until the deal is sealed, and victory is yours." But chances are, my father anticipated this. Tonight, he'll capture me at all costs and force the traitors to confess the entire plan. Ed stayed silent for a moment, then said through grit teeth, "Listen carefully, Lortel. From this moment on, you must stay hidden at all costs and not let anyone spot you. If I were Elter, I'd have men surround both ends of the bridge leading to the Aeon mountain range. They'll surely search the area. We'll tell the carriage driver at the camp to drive the carriage up to Aeon Peak, leave it in a suitable spot, and quickly get out of there. That way, they'll think you're on the outskirts of the Aeon range. Lortel fell silent, then asked, "Then what about me? In the northern forest, there's an unfinished hut. Just take shelter there for 3 days. I'll use the pigeon in your room to send a letter to the guild. I'll just write a brief message saying sell, and your allies will understand, right?" "Yeah, they'll understand." Suddenly, Ed's eyes widened, and he hurriedly pulled her close. "Someone's guarding the back door. I'll handle things outside, then head to your room. You wait here until they leave, then run straight to the camp." Lortel was completely taken aback by his actions. He gives me such a sense of perfection and security, like an old friend. He acts and resolves everything without a moment's hesitation or wasted time. For a split second, I actually thought about trusting him and leaving everything in his hands. Seeing her standing there staring at him without saying a word, Ed frowned and asked, "Are you still with me? Why are you suddenly zoning out? That's not like you at all." Lortel stammered in response, I understand." Deep down, she told herself, maybe this time it's better this way. Out loud, she said, "Ed, why are you helping me so much?" Not even he expected her to ask that. Asking something like that out of nowhere. Is there a reason? I just do what needs to be done. With that, Ed opened the door and stepped out. The door slammed shut with a heavy thud. Outside, the night sky was dark and quiet, illuminated by bright stars. A few crashing sounds reverberated through the silent night. Lortel collapsed onto the ground, her face flushing red as she panted heavily. "It's so loud. This sound, is it from the battle between Alice and Taylor's group? No, it's coming from somewhere closer. Could be the fight on the first floor? No, even closer. I can't believe this. It's my own heartbeat." Scene change. Outside, rain had begun to fall. A cold voice sounded. "Young master, to think you're the one crawling out of the hall, tasked with washing dishes." The maid Senny pointed her sword at him. He responded without a trace of fear. "If you're the final obstacle, I find that a bit dull. Now this power struggle is coming to an end. Control over all the resonant runes in Opilla's hall rested in the hands of one person. A female swordsman capable of going toe-to-toe with combat department students. An intermediate mage with deadly precise attacks. Head maid Alice. But even so, she couldn't defeat Taylor McCroy, because he was the protagonist. Act 2, Scene 3. Head maid Alice's dominance. The decisive battle begins. A sword sliced through the rain, the sharp blade flashing under the brilliant light from the building, swinging with fierce resolve. Maid Senny fixed a cold glare on Ed. As the two stood amidst the quiet nighttime rain, Ed frowned, calculating, "My mana is almost drained. I probably only have enough for 2 or 3 basic spells." Giving him no time to think further, Senny charged at him swiftly. With a cold gaze and a sword in hand, a swirling purple aura burst around her. A slash was unleashed with lightning speed, leaving behind a curved arc of light. Ed nimbly dodged Senny's initial attack, her blade thrusting harmlessly downward. What? He had, of course, calculated all of this beforehand. Senny's first attack will definitely aim for my legs. Without missing a beat, he stomped hard on the tip of the blade. I know this fighting style all too well. The prediction was so precise that she lifted her skirt, revealing more daggers strapped beneath it. But before she could reach them, Ed forcefully grabbed her hand. Anticipating her next move, he violently knocked away all of Senny's daggers. With him pinning her down, she was completely helpless. Ability sharing once per day. You are permitted to share one of your skills with your twin sister. High tier, mage, telepathy. Right after, she controlled those daggers, hurling them all at Ed simultaneously. He didn't bother dodging, standing completely still. The blades pierced right through him one by one. Senny smirked triumphantly, but before her joy could last even a second, her jaw dropped. He kept his firm grip on her hand, expressionless despite his wounds. However, they hadn't mastered this borrowed skill, so the dagger thrusts weren't deep enough. Ed pulled them all out with his bare hands and tossed them aside. He tightened his grip, causing her to cry out in pain. He kicked a grenade far away with his foot. Done. All of Senny's weapons had been thrown away by him. 1 minute left, they will get here. She broke down crying, screaming, "I can't disappoint head maid Alice. Get lost. I told you not to meddle in our business. Ed said in a low voice. Alice will lose. Hearing that, she glared at him. What do you know about her? Do you know what injuries she has endured? Do you know what kind of battle she has fought in? Meanwhile, in the waiting hall, Alice gritted her teeth, summoning power from the magic cube. A series of small magic arrays appeared, launching attacks toward Taylor. A shock wave erupted, blinding flashes of light, making it impossible to see the opponent's movements. Do you have any idea how many orphans she has saved? I'm one of those children too, Ed thought to himself. Honestly speaking, I don't really know much about her. I'm one of those children too, Ed thought to himself. Honestly speaking, I don't really know much about her. I couldn't get a job like a normal person. But right now, up above, a violent explosion burst forth amidst the blazing flames. Taylor, with an extremely sharp slash, lunged toward Alice. Without being able to earn money to feed myself. Even if it weren't for her, I wouldn't have survived to this day. Immediately after, an immense shock wave shook the area, and an entire room blew up. In the quiet night, the sound was deafening, louder than ever. You know nothing about her, even though he had heard the entire backstory. Yeah, it has nothing to do with me. I still don't feel any different. Senny stopped weeping, biting her lip tightly as she said, I will never forgive you. Why did you choose to side with Lortel? Id didn't wait for her to finish speaking. His entire body collapsed, passing out on the spot. The massive explosion set everything ablaze. Amidst the heavy rain, plumes of dark black smoke rose into the sky. Ed thought to himself, too bad I don't have any backstory information on the side characters. She thought, what am I supposed to do with things I don't even know myself? Besides, there were originally countless stories destined to be buried forever in the dark. If today's damages were to be compared to the orphans Alice has saved all this time, weighing the good and evil inside her, he dragged Senny inside the room with all his strength, leaning her against the wall. The ones who decide to act on that philosophy right now are the ones most worth living. But my direction of action and ultimate goal, ever since entering this body, haven't changed at all. Ed dashed off without a second thought, running through the rain. A system notification popped up. You have defeated Senny, the dishwashing maid. You have unlocked a new skill. Pain endurance. Temporarily negates physical injuries and suppresses the ability to feel pain for a period of time. All damage and pain are deferred to a later time. Unbelievable, I actually learned this skill. Afterward, a small stone suddenly shattered the window pane. He glanced around, taking in the room. Luxurious wooden furniture, along with numerous decorative items, were arranged in order of usage priority. The desk was piled with papers, books lined up neatly in an orderly fashion. It suited her personality very well. Ed opened a cabinet, and inside was indeed a birdcage, just as Lortel had said. Sell off all reserve armor. The carrier pigeon flew through the rain into the night sky. It will bring back Elter's head. Drops of blood dripped down with every step he took. Ed, his body covered in injuries, was struggling to drag himself back to his wooden cabin. If not for Zix and Janika's help, along with seizing a few crucial opportunities, Lortel would have been caught by Elter. Lortel's entire plan would have collapsed accordingly. But right now, the carriage Lortel rented should be driving at top speed toward the Aeon range. Elter will have no choice but to give chase. Even if he captures the driver and forces him to confess that Lortel hasn't left the academy, my carrier pigeon will have arrived before then. The plan to overthrow Elter could be considered a success. If everything went according to plan, Lortel should be waiting for me at the cabin. Yeah, right in front of him. Lortel was slowly stepping out to greet him. Look at me. Don't I look adorable? What? Ed frowned, as if unable to believe his eyes. Right. When piecing all of this together, I should have realized. I'll let my guard down. Lortel was holding a dagger in her hand. The real enemy here is none other than you, the precious daughter Lortel. Up to this point, only 5 people bribed by Lortel knew she was the mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes. If Elter is removed from the board, Alice can only rely on Lortel. Senny and Kinley are loyal to Alice, while Winland can still be bribed just like before. But from Lortel's perspective, Taylor is a wild card that money can't buy. If she truly intended to eliminate me here in the middle of this desolate forest, a place away from curious, judgmental eyes, then her plan could be considered a success. Lortel Ketchen's true character setup is that of the hidden final boss. She manipulates and uses anyone she can bribe as she pleases. A genuine villain. Watching Lortel get closer and closer, I knitted my brows tight. If you want to stay alive, use your brain. But my body, right after, Lortel raised the dagger in front of her. But she didn't stab him. Instead, she used it to cut her cloak. To Ed's astonishment, Lortel carefully bound his wound. Why? What made you push yourself into such a state? Let me help you up. The rain just stopped, so I lit a campfire. Come warm yourself up with me first. Under the flickering firelight, Ed and Lortel sat side by side, chatting. So, did everything go according to your plan? Come on, you're talking to Lortel Ketchen here. Under the flickering firelight, Ed and Lortel sat side by side, chatting. So, did everything go according to your plan? Come on, you're talking to Lortel Ketchen here. Probably not, huh? He looked at her with suspicious eyes. Unfazed, Lortel continued. You know what? If this plan succeeds, I'll officially take control of the Elter Merchant Guild. Most importantly, I owe you a life now. How do you feel? Is that exciting? Don't you think I'm really cool? Ed stayed quiet, tossing wood into the fire without a word. Seeing that, she said, what a boring reaction. But far from being annoyed, Lortel smiled. Thank you for today. I'll definitely never forget it. Once this is done, just remember to give me the 20 gold coins you promised. Of course. Besides, there's something I want to ask of you. Is there something else to take care of? Does it involve Alice? Her face suddenly turned visibly grim. No, not that. I'll handle that myself. I wanted to ask you about Janica. You two are pretty close, right? Yeah, fairly close. She's really kind. She's a friendly and talented senior, so I admire her a lot too. Always caring for everyone, opening her heart to all. He glanced at her. Yes, so what? Lortel paused for a moment, then smiled again. As you can see, I'm not that nice of person. Scene change. At the same time, over at Opilus Hall. As soon as he received the report from his subordinate, Elter left immediately. He seemed to have grown tired of playing around in Opilus Hall. On the battlefront between Zix and Elter's henchmen, it seemed he didn't contribute much. Zix furrowed his brows tightly. I think you went a bit too far, Senior. A whole group of men just got blasted away like that. Please stop. However, instead of fighting them, what he actually needed to do was stop his own comrade. At first, a trace of worry flickered across Janica's face. But a moment later, all the spirits inside her were unleashed. Zix was almost blown away by her sheer power himself. Janica, we have to stop her before someone else gets hurt. What's wrong? Are you mad? Hearing his voice, Janica fell silent, then beamed a smile and turned to look at him. No, I'm not mad at all. Afterwards, dawn broke. It was tough. My uniform was completely shredded, so there was no way I could go to class. Zix brought over his uniform, borrow mine. Then he recounted the situation. The blame for destroying Opilus Hall was pinned on Winland. As for headmaid Alice, who was ultimately captured, she still refuses to utter a word about what happened. A key plot character prevented Lortel's inevitable death from happening. But so far, there has been no response from Elter's side, so the plan seems to have succeeded. For the story to unfold as naturally as possible, there's nothing else to do but sit and wait for the carrier pigeon to return with good news. This ordeal really took a toll on my health. He let out a tired sigh. My body isn't doing so great. Every inch of me aches. Even my daily chores feel overwhelming. But no matter what, I have to finish them. As for the details of Ed's life skills, intermediate craftsman level, special skills, dexterity level 13, design level 8, gathering level 11, high-tier crafting skill, blank. Since the high-tier crafting skill was unlocked, existing skills had to be prioritized for development. I've chosen the type of skill I want to master. Spirit Formula Harmony, the magic most suited for magic spirits, spellcraft, and magitech. Extremely useful for building houses and crafting compact combat gear. To create at least one tool containing a spirit formula, this skill will automatically become second nature. As for Magitech, if I can disassemble and completely reassemble an item of a certain Magitech tier at least once, the skill will unlock. I don't want to waste spirit magic unnecessarily, but for now, at the very least, I should contract a low-tier spirit first. Just then, Janika's voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Hi, Ed. The rain stopped, so it's nice and cool out, huh? Oh, Janika, you don't have classes today. She casually sat down on a small rock nearby. My head hurts and my whole body aches, so I decided to come to the forest to get some fresh air and feel better. Hearing that, Ed asked, Are you sure you didn't get hurt when you helped me hold them off? Nope, not at all. Janika smiled, so brightly her eyes squinted, then added, By the way, is Lortel doing okay? Yeah, she's resting inside the house. At the same time, inside the house, Lortel sat by the window, soaking in the sunlight, thinking to herself, the Opilus Hall takeover incident can be considered settled, but there's still plenty to do. Convincing former head Maid Alice and negotiating step-by-step to buy back the Sage's sealed grimoire. But 3 days have passed, and I'm still waiting for a response from the Elter Merchant Guild headquarters. Every day, I sit inside waiting with a restless, anxious heart. Even though it's terribly boring, I don't want this feeling to stop. She stared wide-eyed at the view outside through the window, because whenever I'm near Edrot Taylor, my heart goes wild. Watching him busily chopping firewood, Lortel couldn't help but smile. His uncalculating sincerity and the trust he gives without expecting anything in return make me feel safe. This kind of feeling is so pure to this man. To Lortel, a girl who spent her whole life wandering cold street corners, it's a treasure more precious than gold. And no matter what, she will never agree to share that affection with anyone else, especially Janika Felver. Janika's life was already overflowing with unconditional love from her family and friends. Seeing Janika happily laughing and chatting with Ed outside, she scowled in frustration. You've gained so much already, so you should leave a little for me. If you won't give him up, then the two of us will just have to fight for him. Coincidentally, that happens to be my specialty. Lortel let out a devious smirk, the kind of smile only villains make. Staying together for 3 days is truly a once-in-a-lifetime golden opportunity. First, I'll use my own ways. What if I stack this wooden cabin full of gold? The moment that thought popped up, she quickly brushed it aside. No way, if I do that, he might think I'm pitying him. Besides, I'm broke right now, completely out of money. Maybe helping him out with tuition wouldn't be so bad, right? Trying to act as natural as possible, Lortel tried to imagine that scenario, standing there shyly as she rehearsed. I'm not paying your tuition for your sake, so don't get any wild ideas. She couldn't help but repeatedly bang her head against the wall out of embarrassment. Ugh, why does that sound so cringy? Lortel Ketchen, with a grand total of 0 boyfriends. Right at that moment, another voice sounded. Can you move somewhere else? That's my spot. Hearing the voice, Lortel was taken aback, huh? Lucy, looking sleepy-eyed, slowly walked in. Watching her casually unroll a blanket and lie straight down on the floor like a fly, Lortel froze. Lucy, what are you doing here? This spot gets the best sunlight. Lortel thought to herself. What now? Unexpectedly, less than 2 seconds after lying down, Ed barged in and picked Lucy up, then bluntly tossed her into a small outdoor camp shelter built of wood. He turned his head and said to Lortel, Oh, sorry, did I wake you up? Lucy snuck into the house, so consider it handled. Kid, go back to sleep. Afterward, she asked, Does Lucy come here often? Just think of that kid as a natural disaster or a drought. Lortel thought to herself. So another rival has appeared. She let out a tired sigh. But I still have plenty of time. Over the next 3 days, I'll even the score. Ed's cabin diary, morning of the 2nd day. She opened the window, poked her head out, beamed a bright smile, and said, Hi. Completely contrary to Lortel's expectations. The person in front of her wasn't Ed, but Janika. Good morning. Lortel turned back inside the room in utter disappointment. Outside, Ed spoke softly. Oh, Janika, you're here? Lortel narrowed her eyes, looking at Lucy rolling around on the ground, and sighed once more. It's so hard to get a private morning with Ed. Ed was currently very busy. Finally done. Completed new product. Handmade bricks. Shaped by putting mud into molds, dried from the inside out, before using a heating spell to dry them again. Crafting difficulty, 2 stars. Crafting complete. Your crafting proficiency has increased. You have learned the construction skill. Thanks to your high talent stats, your proficiency points increased more than average. Completed new product, baked brick fireplace. A fireplace built by stacking handmade bricks. Although the structure is somewhat unstable since the bricks are bound with mud, it functions very well for heating. Since it's built indoors, a chimney is required. Crafting difficulty, 2.5 stars. Crafting complete. Your crafting proficiency has increased. I just finished a fireplace that was left incomplete due to the Opilus Hall incident. Scene change. A table set with an array of delicious, eye-catching food skewers. Oh my, that smells amazing. Did you add basil leaves? Meryl gave me some the other day. You notice just by smelling it? I'm pretty confident in my sense of smell, you know. Holding a skewer in her hand, Lortel said, "Nothing out of the ordinary happened this morning, so for now, I'll assume everything is going according to plan." Ed softly reminded her, "Yeah, that's good news, but don't let your guard down." "Of course not. Speaking of which, there's still a mountain of unfinished business." She took a small bite of meat, for instance, making money to pay you as promised. "Plus, I'm a merchant, so I'll definitely pay you the full 20 gold coins. Would you prefer goods instead of cash?" Ed raised an eyebrow slightly. The first thing that comes to mind is building materials, right? A large quantity of Magitech tools, perhaps. Lortel didn't expect him to want that. Magitech tools? I'll have someone check the inventory. If we have them, I'll let you know. Actually, I'll just check my memory right now. After all, I remember everything in my head. Sitting beside them, watching them chat, Janica couldn't help but scowl. Right then, Ed turned to her and said, "By the way, speaking of which, there's something I want to ask of you." "Janica, ask me?" Right then, Ed turned to her and said, "By the way, speaking of which, there's something I want to ask of you." "Janica, ask me?" Janica was immensely proud. "So, consider me your teacher now. Very soon, you'll be able to form a contract with an intermediate spirit." Hearing that, his eyes went wide. Oh, practicing spirit bonding first, he tried hard to focus on it. On her hand right now, a tiny bird appeared. "Karis, try talking to Ed." Karis immediately spoke up. "Lady Janica, I told you this guy is hopeless." Ed couldn't help but be amazed. "Oh, I can actually vaguely hear what it's saying." The bird continued talking to Janica. If he wants to learn, he needs his spirit bonding skill to be high enough just to hear spirits talk in the first place. "Is that so? But I'm sure Ed will learn faster than we think." Karis went on and on. "A human guy. Just look at his daily routine. How much time does he actually spend practicing magic? You know it too, Lady Janica. According to the weekly report at Dex Hall last time, his food reserve in the shed is running dry. And right now, he's busy concentrating on rebuilding his wooden cabin. So where is he going to find the time to practice anything else?" Janica quickly clapped her hands together, shooing Karis away to stop it from talking further. She forced a laugh and asked, "Did you hear anything?" "Vaguely. Something about last week's meeting." Janica didn't answer. Her face darkened as she looked away, avoiding his gaze. Right after that, Lortel smiled and stepped closer to Ed. "Are you done chatting? All right, to wrap up that magic engineering tool business we mentioned earlier, it turns out our excess inventory is larger than I thought, so there should be plenty to supply you." Hearing that, Ed replied, "Oh, then could you set aside the cheaper ones for me? Somewhere within that 20 gold coins range." Lortel smiled so widely her eyes narrowed into slits. "Sell them cheap? Hearing you say that makes me really sad, Ed. Besides, the quantity isn't all that much, and at the end of the day, it's all dead assets anyway, so don't sweat it." Saying this, she suddenly paused, then looked at him. "It might be a bit tough, but if you don't want to accept them for free, could you swing by the Merchant Guild about once every 3 days? By then, I think I'll be able to sell them to you at a dirt cheap price. When you drop by, we can sip some tea and chat together." Janica turned red with anger and pointed her finger at her. "Kid, can't you just give them to him for free? Do you have any idea how much Ed has helped you?" Lortel replied nonchalantly, "I'm a merchant. I act strictly professionally. So, kid, are you just making excuses to make excuses? For what?" As the two girls bickered back and forth, Ed sat calmly right between them, thinking, looks like from now on I can start learning magic engineering and elemental magic. Right at that moment, another voice called out, cutting into their conversation. So this is where you were, Lady Lortel. The young girl May, the new head maid, bowed deeply before her. Forgive me for barging in unexpectedly like this while things were getting so intense between both sides. Forgive me once again for being the bearer of bad news. However, the former head maid has a message she wishes to deliver to my lady. Beneath a clear blue sky where the massive sun poured down rays of bright light onto the land below, white banners fluttered softly in the wind. Claire put on a grave expression and said, this is top secret, so you absolutely must not be shocked. You can't tell a soul about this, nor can you act surprised at all. She leaned in closer and whispered into Belle's ear, I think Janica likes Ed. Edrot Taylor, that is. Belle didn't look even remotely surprised or shocked. She thought to herself, I suppose I should pretend to be surprised just to be polite. I understand, Lady Claire. I take it that's why you're so worried about young lady, right? Claire, naturally, felt utterly anxious. I don't get what that thug is going for him that managed to catch her eye. But it's true his temperament has been improving lately compared to before. From the perspective of a friend, I'll still support her. But that's not all. Lately, Janica keeps muttering a certain name over and over. Lortel Ketchen. You see? She even imitated that Taylor guy by skipping the opening ceremony. And just yesterday, she didn't even bother showing up for the very first class of the new semester. I mean, when you get right down to it, love is inherently a game of push and pull. And when it comes to that, Janica is completely clueless. I don't get that guy Ed either. Every time Janica looks at him, he acts like he's avoiding her gaze. Isn't that just ridiculous? Is he just oblivious, or is he simply a scheming wolf? Belle said calmly, It's possible he isn't oblivious at all, nor is he a wolf. Maybe he's just in a tough situation where he can't afford to think about dating. Hearing that, Claire got goosebumps all over. Definitely not. I bet he's boasting and strutting around right now, riding high on his absurd luck. Just imagining it gives me goosebumps. Belle stayed silent, thinking to herself, you call that luck? A sneaky, crafty cat, lurking and waiting right in front of fish stall. An innocent little kitten, trembling in fear before a terrifying lake. And as for Lucy, she was purely just a cat. Returning to reality, Belle let out a slightly tired sigh. Ed asked softly, what's wrong? It's nothing, forgive me. I just reminisced about them for a moment and got a headache. Lortel then said, Anyway, what exactly did you want to announce? I want to deliver a message to Lady Lortel. A message from a former headmaid, Alice. Scene changes. The campfire flickered and crackled, driving back the surrounding darkness. Just as Janica had left, Belle also brought Lucy back. Even though I find it quite a hassle, while Lortel is still in hiding, her location has already been leaked to a certain individual connected to Opilus Hall. She spoke softly to Ed. The uniform has been altered, but it still looks old. Huh? It's still perfectly fine to wear temporarily, though. The carrier pigeon finally returned bearing news of victory. The proposal to depose the Merchant Guild president has been fully passed. All of Elter's authority has been revoked. The official decision for deposition has passed, and all members express satisfaction over Elter's overthrow. A request for a status report. Now it is time to prepare to go to school, as usual. Lortel held the letter close to the fire. If things have come to this, my father will probably head straight to the Merchant Guild headquarters to demand an explanation. Even if he's just desperately struggling in vain. It'll at least keep his mind off bothering us here in Sylvania. Adjusting his clothes, Ed asked, Is there any chance Elter still has a trump card up his sleeve? That man is just as cunning as I am, so it's hard to say for sure. But fortunately, the incoming guild president is on my side, so short of trusting them, I don't really have any other choice. The biggest problem right now is Alice, but it seems that from this moment on, that matter has been resolved smoothly. You mean Alice won't blow the whistle on you being the mastermind behind all this? Pulling out another letter, Lortel replied, Yeah, she can't really do otherwise. As you can see, the deal between the two of us was a two-way transaction. From the start, she was destined to side with the winner, regardless of whether it was me or... The piece of paper Belle May brought contained detailed information about the orphanages she was providing annual maintenance funding for, along with contact methods to support the work assigned to Alice. Her health has been rapidly declining, yet the Academy's management ignored her fatigue and complaints. Gradually, she lost the strength to work, which meant she couldn't support the orphanages anymore. So she used her own life to place one final big gamble. Thanks to her inherently tough and stubborn nature, no one realized the hardships she was enduring. Naturally, those close to her understood her thoughts and situation to some extent. She chose to side with me simply because I seemed to have a surer path to victory. It's very difficult to rebuild lost trust, but surprisingly, she sent me this list instead of a threat. Hearing this, Ed remained silent, saying nothing, merely glancing at Lortel. In the world of merchants, such a thing as sympathy simply did not exist. Make a single small mistake, and you'd instantly be treated brutally like a fool. She knew that better than anyone. But right after that, she pulled the letter back and tucked it into her clothes. From her perspective, revealing me as the mastermind wouldn't bring her any real benefit anyway. For now, I'll just accept it as is. After all, in this world, no one stays an enemy or an ally forever. But looking at her, she seems somewhat comforted now. Lordell slowly stood up. I have to leave right away. Next week, you'll swing by the Merchant Guild branch to sign the contract, right? Yeah. Ed picked up a wooden stick and set it ablaze. Take this, it'll burn for a decent while. She didn't take it immediately, but instead stared absently at the flickering flame. Seeing this, he raised an eyebrow. It's just taking a torch. What's taking you so long to think about? It's not that, it's just... Ed, you're taller than I thought. Out of nowhere, she suddenly said that. Lordell's face unexpectedly flushed red as she spoke. Everything happened a bit too fast, but if I want to win, sometimes I have to accept taking bold risks. I think, do you know, huh? The true nature of human relationships is just a push and pull, similar to this necktie here. Look, it's all twisted up, isn't it? Lortel gently adjusted Ed's necktie. He asked in a low voice, no one has ever cared about my appearance before. Is my uniform bothering you that much? She smiled softly. Well, dressing neatly isn't a crime, is it? After all, we're both students at Sylvania Academy. Next, Lordell suddenly pulled his tie downward. You mean, huh? The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Beneath the quiet sky filled with twinkling stars, right beside the crackling campfire, Lortel stood on tiptoe and kissed Ed on the lips. A few seconds later, she stopped, then touched her lips. Those raspberries we ate earlier were really delicious, weren't they? Getting to taste that flavor again makes me very happy. He couldn't help feeling annoyed. There's a limit to everything, you know? Look how flustered you are. Just as they say, nobody likes being pushed or pulled into a relationship too fast. Next time, I promise to pull really slowly. After all, I need to build up momentum to push you out of my life, huh? Next time, I promise to pull really slowly. After all, I need to build up momentum to push you out of my life, huh? Taking a few steps, she suddenly burst into a sprint, but because she went too fast, she carelessly fell straight onto the ground. Witnessing this scene, Ed felt completely helpless, even though I'm trying my best to stay away from the main character storyline. As expected, blushing, he let out a sigh. Not a single thing goes smoothly. Every plan, once put into practice, from this forest, looking up at those stars, they were still sparkling. That moonlight was still bright and clear. The chirping of crickets and the crackling of burning wooden sticks in the campfire were just like any other day. But I felt like the story dragging me along was drifting further and further away. Despite trying my absolute hardest to break free, I could still feel an indescribable discomfort, as if I were being sucked right into the center of this plot's vortex. My plan was to stand on the sidelines, watch the show unfold, and only mess with things that wouldn't alter the storyline. Was I being greedy? All I wanted was to get my diploma, train hard, and boost my stats. But harsh reality tells me that the plan I thought was ridiculously simple actually requires massive effort to overcome the endless trials and dangers waiting on the road ahead. Just like that, summer came to an end, and in the blink of an eye, autumn arrived. The autumn sky was always clearer than in any other season. Yellow leaves slowly fluttered down to the ground. A large red tail slammed hard onto the ground. That red-headed fox had kissed the young master. Janica sat beside the trunk of a cherry blossom tree near a deep stream, flanked by her spirits. Kara spoke with indignation. We can't just turn a blind eye to this. Lady Janica, if we don't intervene, then... She stared at it blankly. Wait, what are you talking about? What do you mean? The fire dragon chimed in as well. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was intense. Youth sure is wild. That red-headed fox girl really knows how to play with people's hearts. Janica flushed red with anger and shouted. What do you mean by that? What do you mean, huh? Are you talking about Ed? How did Ed react? Oh, your question is gradually getting to the heart of the matter. From what I saw, that kid strongly rejected that kiss. That girl risked it all to kiss him. Yet his expression didn't show a single trace of true emotion. His cold reaction honestly surprised me a bit. He was way too cold to that girl. Even though I was just watching, it gave me goosebumps. I mean, there are two possibilities here. Either that fallen noble is impotent, or he doesn't see that girl as a woman at all. Janica felt a slight wave of relief in her heart. Is that so? Thank goodness. The fire dragon continued blabbering. But still, men might be great at taking the initiative, but they're terrible at defense. In my experience, with people like that red-headed fox, the more their target rejects them, the harder they'll cling on and burn intensely. That is completely bad news for you, Janica. She replied flusteredly. But you said Ed reacted super coldly. Hearing that, the fire dragon roared in anger. Are you really just going to let that red-headed fox steal that kid away? You said you'd teach him elemental magic. Wasting an opportunity like this is so not worth it. Or at the very least, wait for a time when it's just the two of you and give him a kiss. The Blue Panther cut him off in a low voice. Don't listen to him, Janica. You are the most beautiful, most captivating person in the world. You just need to be yourself. Oh, that's right. Show off your innocent side and your lively charm, Janica. Or would you prefer a thrilling, exciting experience with a young master? Janica suddenly blushed, shyly asking, feeding each other? Hearing this, the fire dragon and the Blue Panther flared up completely, gritting their teeth in frustration over her lack of initiative. Sigh. Scene changes speak. At the wooden cabin, while currently feeding Lucy, her eyes suddenly widened, and she gagged violently. Bleg, this tastes terrible. Lucy was so angry she repeatedly hit him, but he didn't care in the slightest. All right. If I don't add a lot of seasoning, it doesn't taste like anything. She raised her voice in complaint. Stop using me as your food tester. He thought to himself, looks like I need to improve my cooking skills. While waiting for all the ingredients to be gathered, here are the details of his lifestyle skills at the moment. Intermediate craftsman rank, primary skill. Woodworking, dexterity LV, 14, design LV, 9, gathering LV, 12, woodworking LV, 13, hunting LV, 10, fishing LV, 7, cooking LV, 6, repair LV, 5, advanced crafting skill, none. Key stats heavily impact the development of lifestyle skills. Increasing only a single stat will cause efficiency to drop, so they must be balanced evenly. The problem is I'm way too busy. The new school year has begun, and aside from time spent at school, even if I sleep less, the time I have to grind survival skills is only around 5 to 6 hours. I might get used to this eventually, but the reason I'm worried about the efficiency of my survival activities is that I need extra time to check how the story is progressing. Every day at school, I closely monitor key students like Taylor and the 4 heroines in the academy. Taylor belongs to the combat department, so most of the time I can't meet him, but it looks like he's making rapid progress. His teammate Ayla is also doing a great job in her support role. The benevolent princess, Princess Phenia, doesn't seem to have any issues either, but the phase where she and Lortel clash is coming up soon, so I need to keep a closer eye on her. Claire won't enroll until next year, so I don't need to worry too much about her yet. I'm keeping an eye on the prized daughter Lortel as if walking on thin ice. I don't know how Elter's early dismissal will affect her future actions, but even without Elter, it seems her plan to steal the grimoire hasn't changed at all. The reason I need extra time lately is that it's almost time for the department building inspection to begin, because the final boss of Act 2 is none other than. At the same time, in his room, Professor Glass read the paper with a cold face. I see. So there was a mastermind behind the Opilus Hall occupation incident. Professor Glass frowned as he read the contents of the paper. The name. Afterward, he said to Assistant Professor Claire Elpin, "If you think so, then that is likely the truth. After all, your intuition is remarkably sharp." Glass slowly removed his glasses. "But be careful not to forget other important matters. For instance, the science fiction research paper I asked you to look into." He glared at Claire with a sharp gaze and an overwhelming pressure, making her jump in fright. "I'll have it ready before tomorrow morning." Scene changes at Opilus Hall Department Building, inside Assistant Professor Claire's office. "I've gathered all the relevant information regarding the Opilus Hall occupation incident." She was so exhausted she looked completely dazed. "Thanks, Anise." Claire picked up the stack of papers and read through it. On it was information about everyone involved in the Opilus Hall takeover. She thought to herself, do I really need to focus on investigating an incident that's already been almost entirely settled? I'm so exhausted I could die. Claire narrowed her eyes slightly. Still, no matter how you look at it, something seems suspicious. She flipped to the page with information on Ed Taylor. At the same time, at the Elter Merchant Guild, Sylvania branch, Lortel spoke to Ed with a flustered expression. "Eek, I'm so sorry, Ed. I had so much on my plate that I completely forgot about the contract. I'll probably have to reschedule with you next week. To make it up to you, I prepared some tea and snacks for you. The magic engineering devices are all ready, so you can grab them at the counter." Ed looked at her a bit baffled. "Is that so? Ah, by the way, do you always wear that uniform to work?" Lortel flashed a charming smile. "I have an important meeting today, so I had to dress up a little." "What do you think? An important meeting?" Seeing that he was still blank and didn't catch her subtle hint, she felt a bit embarrassed, then let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Right, it's just personal stuff. You don't need to mind." Lortel quickly pivoted to another topic. "Is your tent finished?" Ed replied immediately. "It's in the final stages." "Then you'll probably need some furniture, right?" "Yeah, but the furniture you sell is all high-end stuff. I can't afford it." She stepped closer to him and said, "Of course I can't just give you these items for free. Giving away merchandise goes against my professional ethics as a merchant. Woodworking is your specialty, right?" Using her ability, Lortel snapped one of the chair legs and tossed it straight onto the ground. "Now this item can't be sold anymore, so I'll throw it out tomorrow." Ed hadn't expected her to pull a move like that. "I told you, that stuff is expensive." Lortel said nothing, merely smiling as she looked at him. How can someone keep such a poker face like that? Leaning her hands on the table, she sat right on top of it, right beside him. "I even took the initiative to make a move." Lortel gently tapped her finger against Ed's chest. "Or do you not see me as a woman, Ed? I've always seen you as the man of my heart, Ed. Exactly as you're thinking. Even the help I'm giving you comes from reasons that are hard to talk about." Hearing that, Ed said, "I understand what kind of answer you're expecting from me." But before he could finish a sentence, she cut him off outright. "Oh dear, it's not like I'm expecting you to answer me anyway. You know I wouldn't enter a battle I'm not sure of winning. But right now, you're still maintaining that cold attitude. Someday, I won't be the only one who can't control themselves." Ed thought to himself, it's still that ambiguous smile. Whether in an advantageous position or a dire setback. Ed thought to himself, it's still that ambiguous smile. Whether in an advantageous position or a dire setback. Scene changes on campus inside the academy. "All right then, so..." Janica excitedly raised her magic staff high. "Let's jump right into the new lesson." Standing opposite her, Ed replied, "All right." Janica flicked her staff lightly, and a flame instantly appeared on her hand. She smiled and asked him, "Do you want to practice focusing your mana and forming a connection first?" Ed widened his eyes, staring unblinkingly. The flame swirled into a vortex, burning brighter and stronger by the second. Afterwards, a dazzling yellow light erupted from it. "Glad to meet you, young Master Ed." The flame from earlier had formed a fire spirit. "It is my honor to form a contract with you, young Master." Low-tier fire spirit mug. According to the results of last week's briefing, based on the proposal to select a spirit to bind with you, I passed the first round of open volunteer recruitment, survived the second round of interviews, performed brilliantly before the Spirit Council in the third round, and smoothly passed the fourth round of capability evaluation. I currently hold the record for the top freestyle magic performance showcase in the Northern Forest. Another thing I take great pride in is my ability to harmonize with same-tier spirits. Though I am already ablaze myself, I shall kindle the fire of passion in my heart even higher to serve you with all my devotion. Young master, Ed just stood there dazed, staring intently at Mug. In his mind, he thought, back when playing failed swordsman of Sylvania, I once obtained a spirit skill. My spirit beast, and I would talk, laugh, and cheer each other on in battle. Over time, a strong bond formed between us. I'm pretty sure what I'm feeling right now is completely different from back then. He frowned slightly. Why is this guy so dead serious? Janica smiled and replied, you told me to introduce you to a capable spirit, so I picked out the one with the highest magic stats among all the spirits I've contracted with. The selection process consisted of very small, extremely light tests with exceedingly low level of complexity. Who on earth set up those selection tests anyway? That would be Taken. Taken is that big-mouthed fire dragon. Get off your butts and run, you small fries. Janica hesitated a bit. Here, take this. Ed took Mug from her hands, his eyes widening as he looked at it. It's so warm. Janica immediately explained to him. You can feel the heat radiating from it, right? Once you connect with a spirit through a spirit contract, you'll be able to sense their physical elements and magical power, even when they aren't actively displaying them. Just be careful to only maintain a moderate connection, otherwise it'll get really hot. Make sure you control the strength of the bond, meaning if I control the level of connection, the firepower changes accordingly, right? Hearing this, she gave a strained smile. Calling it firepower sounded a bit weird, like your spirit is a cannon or something. Ed, his eyes shining brightly, looked at it. This is Mug. Striking a serious pose, it shouted, young master, please give the command. A hand warmer, a bit of information on the low-tier fire spirit. Spirit card Mug, connection rank. 2, spirit consciousness influence level. Good, recovery blessing, ultimate skill, temporary fire resistance boost, magic burst. Novice explosion, ability to boost attack power for fire magic attacks. New spirit card, none. Next are the details on magical ability. Rank, Magic Academy student, skill level, good, major, elemental. From this point on, permitted to learn mid-tier magic, spirit bond, level 12, spirit empathy, level 12, spirit summoning, level 1, sense sharing 1. This really is an unexpectedly useful survival tool. It doesn't even use up firewood. Ed thought to himself. Seeing his amused expression, Janica smiled brightly. I'm glad you like it. You always look so gloomy and exhausted. Seeing you like this makes me really happy. If you need anything else, just let me know. Before class starts, I'll teach you how to bond with them and feel their presence. As long as you study with me, you'll definitely make rapid progress. And if you want to reach a level where you can contract with mid-tier spirits really fast, we'll need to weave spirit battles into our practice. I'll make time to reserve a spot in the dueling arena. Also, I have a few tools that can improve the stability of a spirit bond, but I left them all back in my room. Cut off mid-sentence, she suddenly covered her mouth. Next time, I'll bring them over. Ed. Janica cleared her throat softly, her face turning red as she said, Actually, I'm pretty busy. I'm a woman of 1,000 tasks, you know? And do you have any idea how many people are lining up to beg me to teach them this and that? So, fitting time into my schedule for you is actually really tough. Takin and Claire's words echoed in her head. You can't just keep being so easygoing. You have to play hard to get, tease him a little, act playing hard to get. Janica trembled slightly. You're just asking me to teach you spirit magic for free. Isn't that a bit too much? Hearing this, Ed casually replied, Yeah, you're right. About that, I'm really sorry, Janica. I was taking your kindness for granted, like it was a privilege I deserved. I really should be paying you for tutoring. Flustered, he rummaged through his pockets. I don't have much money on me, but... She gasped softly. What? Money? What money? Do you even know what you're saying? You're barely scraping by living in the forest right now, Ed. You need to save up. There's no way I'm taking your money. Besides, me teaching you and you paying me, That just feels so cold and distant. Aren't we really close friends? Doing that makes me really sad, you know? Listening to her go on and on, Ed was even more confused. But weren't you the one asking for something in return? Why the sudden change of heart? Janika's face instantly flushed crimson, and she stumbled over her words in embarrassment. Claire told me I had to play hard to get. Wait, no, that's not it. She said I'm too generous by nature, so I need to practice saying no more often. He nodded in agreement right away. She's not wrong. Your friend is a good friend. Really? But, I'm not like this with just anyone. Anyway, I'll fill you in on the details next time. See you at the dueling arena. I'll go book a court and let you know later. Janica smiled warmly and waved goodbye. Ed, about that other accessory, if you ever need guidance on spirit bonding, just call me. Bye. Time for me to head to class. Goodbye. See you later. Yeah, bye. Right after, a system notification popped up in front of him. You have learned a new crafting magic technique, consuming one high-grade skill card. Currently inside his wooden cabin, Ed was busy tinkering with the items on the table. The magical craftsmanship Lortel gave me was so simple I could decipher it almost instantly. Finally, I get to learn a proper high-tier skill. Flare up. If I run out of oil, I can just use mug as a backup. And if I run out of mana, I can rely on the hearth. The air is starting to warm up now anyway. My shelter is basically stable now. This much is enough. It felt as though a massive weight had just been lifted off his shoulders. Having been busy for half the day, Ed finally glanced outside. It's already dusk, and the bright moon is casting its light over everything. Is it really this late already? For now, I should go check the traps. Amid the quiet night, only the rustling of trees could be heard. Done. Since I just ran over here, it's pitch black outside now. Maybe I'll just come back tomorrow. Claire walked slowly down the dark path, but the more she thought about it, the more she felt there really is a mastermind behind all of this. Is it that guy, Edrot Taylor? Wait, didn't his family disown him? So he's just dead now? Everyone present at the scene was either a student or staff from Opilus Hall. But the Taylors and Ed have practically no connection to Opilus Hall. If they get rid of Taylor, the one who resolved the incident, Ed will be the only one left. Claire let out a soft sigh. I heard Edrot Taylor often frequents this northern forest area, which is why I hurried over here. But thinking about it carefully now, unless he's literally sleeping and eating in the woods, he wouldn't be crazy enough to just wander around the forest like this. Immediately after, her eyes suddenly widened. A dead deer was being dragged along. Claire hurriedly hid behind a tree trunk. Next to it was Ed, carrying Lucy over his shoulder while dragging the animal with his other hand. She panicked completely upon witnessing this scene. What is this? Judging by appearance, that looks like Principal Abel. Even compared to Archmage Clole or Great Sage Sylvania, he's not lacking at all. Even if he had to go all out against Lucy Mile, Claire thought to herself, I guessed right. My gut feeling was dead on. The mastermind behind the occupation of Opilus Hall is none other than Ed Rotilor. Claire hid behind a tree trunk. It was Ed, and that person was Lucy. Looks like that really is the student Lucy. Claire hid behind a tree trunk. It was Ed, and that person was Lucy. Looks like that really is the student Lucy. What on earth is happening here? What is the meaning of this? Just like that, Claire quietly trailed Ed back to the wooden cabin. He quietly dragged the deer and carried Lucy all the way back, quietly dragging the deer. He then placed Lucy back in her usual spot. He suddenly remembered, now that I think about it, I have an appointment tomorrow morning. Still got so much to deal with. I should probably head to sleep early tonight. Claire hid silently behind a tree trunk, carefully observing his every move. After Ed went inside the cabin, she tiptoed into the yard. I have to rescue Lucy. Real slow, real quiet. Just as she was about to touch Lucy's body, a dazzling beam of light suddenly burst forth. Claire stood there bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What in the world? Student Lucy narrowed her eyes with extreme vigilance and asked back, Who are you? Claire gave a forced smile and replied, well, I'm the professor's assistant. Claire gave a forced smile and replied, well, I'm the professor's assistant. Staring intensely at Lucy. Did she go back to the tent? Lucy turned around, then cast a cold, sharp gaze at Claire, her eyebrows knitting together tightly. Without saying a single word, She flew straight up into the air, right in front of stunned Claire. She let out a soft sigh of realization. Just as I thought. Scene cut. Inside Professor Glass's office, Claire slammed a pile of items onto the desk. Ed? Professor, do you know a suspended student named Ed? Without any expression, he said, the names of useless garbage like him aren't worth my remembering. Your words are always so harsh, Professor. Well then, Professor Glass, do you know the student Lucy? Do you know that Lucy Mile was defeated by Ed and left with no strength to fight back? I was on my way to investigate the anomalies in the Opilus Hall incident, but before I could find anything, I accidentally wandered into the northern forest. Glass slowly glanced at Claire. Can you get straight to the point, Assistant Professor Claire? She continued immediately. So in a way, I successfully used the memory spell on the first floor of Opilus Hall. Hearing this, he asked, a memory spell? Did you get permission? Of course not, but I just came up with a reason for it. You'd better write a formal report for that. Frowning, Claire pulled out a purple orb. I knew you'd say that, so I wrote it in advance. As for this, it'll definitely give you more information. Take a look. The orb suddenly glowed, revealing an image of Ed. Doesn't he look just like a crime boss right there? Can you see that setup of his? He is definitely the mastermind. Glass remained silent, giving no reply, then casually asked, is that all? Like I said earlier, that Ed guy carrying the unconscious Lucy was simply him bringing that sleepyhead back to her tent. Wasn't it? Claire was instantly struck speechless, unable to utter another word. Afterward, Glass said, go write your report. Yes, sir. Claire slouched away listlessly. Inside the room, something suddenly caught his attention. Inside the orb, an image appeared of Ed sitting amid a huge mess, with a few students standing nearby. All right, this scene was recorded by the spell too. Ed intentionally tried to stop Taylor and his group, but they quickly broke through his defenses. Taylor, born along the trails of the holy sword Alvira, was gifted with a natural talent for alchemy. An ordinary person like Ed stood absolutely zero chance, or so Glass assumed. But in the very next moment, Ed left him wide-eyed with shock. Scene cut. Deep inside the northern forest, a massive flame flared up. A small dagger was embedded in a tree trunk. Quest complete. Crafting skill increased by 1 rank. New item crafted. Explosive spirit dagger. A dagger infused with spirit consciousness and engraved with an explosion spell, capable of being activated within a certain distance. These spells are deeply engraved, helping to shorten cast time and increase skill effectiveness. Crafting difficulty, 2 stars. Spirit consciousness imparted. Elemental origin explosion magic, inherited and copied from elemental origin fire magic. Magic accumulation capacity. Medium, resonance area, small. Ed slowly pulled the dagger out. This dagger has been with me for a long time, even since my very first days of survival. I'm really glad I decided to engrave so many spells onto it. Mug raised its eyebrows and said, Spirit consciousness successfully absorbed. From now on, the more the owner uses this dagger, the greater the skill's effectiveness will be. Young master, you've taken another step forward. This truly is a joyful event. We must throw a feast. You mischievous little mug, I shall sing a song for you with all my heart and joy. A shepherd's song, rewritten from the oral tales of the messenger. Ed frowned, grabbing one of its wings and lifting it up. Oh, young Master Ed, I sincerely apologize. I beg for forgiveness for my unruly behavior. It truly is shameful, and the most shameful part is I don't even know what I did wrong. Young Master, please tell me what I did wrong so I can reflect and fix it. Hey, Mug. Hearing his voice, it stopped complaining. Yes, sir. Ed knit his brows tightly and looked at it. Spill it. Spirits that leave the immortal realm to walk the path of becoming a low-tier spirit will choose to form contracts with spirit mages to ensure their safety and inherit magical power. For spirit mages like Janica, it's completely normal for low-tier spirits to willingly contract with her. However, from the start, something seems a bit off, doesn't it? What was your goal in forming a contract with me until you become capable of fighting? Did you promise something to someone? Mug hadn't expected him to be so sharp. It's because he pressed further. So, let me get this straight. The two of us already knew each other, right? Mug suddenly began to tremble. and then it burst into tears. "Oh, young Master Ed, how could I dare hide this from you? My respect and loyalty to you are absolute. None of it came from admiration, but because a tiny creature like me harbors grand ambitions. Truthfully, I am deeply ashamed. If I contract with young Master Ed, I can siphon the pure magical power radiating from Lady Janica. Thanks to that, I'll be able to grow twice as fast as other low-tier spirits." He let out a tired sigh. "Anything else you want to disclose?" "There's more, there is. It's because you've built quite a reputation at the Academy after curbing your arrogant ways and becoming much gentler." Before Mug could finish, Ed cut it off bluntly. "I get it now. So that's the situation you're in. My life is so hard." It started its sob story. "It's been like this ever since high-tier spirits in the spirit hierarchy were granted countless privileges. Just look at how tyrannical and overbearing they are, all because they were born earlier than us." He comforted it in a low voice. "All right, quiet down. Either way, both of us are in the same boat, trying to overcome our struggles. Young Master Ed, but I can't let myself get too complacent. Being this comfortable is enough for me. If we can stay comfortable, that's great." Ed continued to keep busy with his daily routine to level up. Even though his combat skills were still weak, his physical condition had surprisingly improved to a remarkable degree. "Now I'm strong enough to brawl with the top young men, no joke. The storage area is now fully stocked with meat, vegetables, and various seasonings. I've officially escaped the state of having nowhere to eat or sleep. It took so much time and effort. I can finally remember the theoretical lessons and basic coursework now. Cutting down on sleep and constantly studying forced my brain to absorb the knowledge without relying on any innate talent. If I had to describe it, I wouldn't even know how to put these days into words. But compared to the beginning, things are clearly much better." While he was deep in thought, a series of calls echoed out continuously. "Ed, It wasn't until the third call that Ed snapped out his thoughts. Janica stood before him, asking anxiously, "Wake up. What's wrong with you?" He narrowed his eyes slightly. "Sorry, Janica. My mind was wandering, so I got a bit distracted. You don't need to push yourself so hard. Working hard is great, but your health is really important too." He narrowed his eyes slightly. "Sorry, Janica. My mind was wandering, so I got a bit distracted. You don't need to push yourself so hard. Working hard is great, but your health is really important too." At the 3 letters received today, the first letter was sent from the Academy, and the second was from the Elter Merchant Guild. The contents of both letters were nothing remarkable. What was inside was proof that the underlying storyline had been drastically altered. The school currently revolves around the events of Act 2 and the negotiations to acquire the Sage's Tome of Magic. Originally, these negotiations were a direct face-off between the Academy and the Merchant Guild, but in the end, it turned into a 3-way battle between the Academy, the Merchant Guild, and the Rot-Taylor family. Graffin Rot-Taylor intended to use the Tome of Magic for his research on immortality magic, but when the situation grew chaotic, he immediately switched to negotiation tactics. Graffin Rot-Taylor is a boss who only appears in Act 4 of Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, and at this point, assuming he were so strong that no one could defeat him, he surely would have been written out of this chapter. Ed frowned slightly. If he intended to steal the Tome of Magic, it would definitely be a piece of cake for him. But fundamentally, even without the Tome of Magic, he's already strong enough to be an Act 4 boss in the original game. Besides, regardless of whether the Tome of Magic gives him advantageous information or anything else, this game act is going to be hard to clear. This letter not only outlines Graffin Rot-Taylor's actions and expresses suspicion toward them, but also contains an invitation for me. At the same time, in the Academy's garden, I went to the Northern Forest and delivered the letter as you requested. Well done, Alvira. At this moment, Phinia sat calmly on a chair, an attendant next to her holding an umbrella over her head. Phinia thought to herself. The Obel administration stated that Sylvania's financial situation is in a concerning state. I can't just directly support private educational institutions like Sylvania Academy on a whim. If this situation persists, the Elter Merchant Guild will get their hands on the Sage's Tome of Magic. For the Sage's Tome of Magic, a historical treasure of the Academy, to be sold off for money would be a total disgrace. So he secretly asked me for help. However, something is really suspicious. How did Graffin Rot Taylor know how to join these purchasing negotiations? Hearing this, Claire replied, "It was probably Ed. That kid must have tipped them off. He lives on campus, so he probably heard the rumors. If I were that kid, I'd also do whatever it takes to restore my title and return to my family." But right after, another voice piped up, "I don't think so." Lortel stepped smoothly toward them. "May a lowly person like myself join the princess for tea and conversation?" Phinia frowned, looking at her with a suspicious gaze. "I didn't expect this. I thought you hated me, Lortel." She immediately replied, "Oh my, how could that be, Princess Phinia? If so, why would I come meet you to discuss this trade proposal?" Graffenrot Taylor's interference in this negotiation wasn't caused by Senior Ed, but rather due to my father's influence. Phinia looked a bit stunned. "What did you say?" Lortel said nonchalantly, as if it had nothing to do with her. "It seems that from the very beginning, he requested my father to cover the contract." "Well, I didn't find out about that myself. Even though my father lost his position as guildmaster, the plan to seize the Tome of Magic will still move forward. The time and effort the Elter Merchant Guild invested in this deal are very significant." Phinia chimed in, "Then that's strange. After seizing the Tome of Magic, wasn't the Elter Merchant Guild planning to sell it to the Rot Taylor family anyway? Both sides are interested in the item, so why are the Elter Merchant Guild and the Rot Taylor family at odds?" Reaching this agreement was because I have no intention of selling the contract to the Rot Taylor family. My current situation is quite unique, and it's best if this doesn't involve any of my father's business connections. My current situation is quite unique, and it's best if this doesn't involve any of my father's business connections. Lortel smiled and replied, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Princess Phinia will also benefit if you invest in the Rot Taylor family. As for me, I'll get the sales contract. So it's a win-win for both sides. Of course, I'm also worried that Senior Ed might get hurt because of this. But perhaps that's just the overthinking of a humble junior." "You're worried about him? He's been expelled from the family and is living his own life. So if you misunderstand that he's still connected to the Rot Taylor family, that really wouldn't be fair." Phinia couldn't help but think, Lortel is worrying about someone else? What on earth is going on here? On top of that, he has his own agenda, asking person after person to seek help and request that the authorizing side issue the order. But if he won't talk either, Lortel asked softly in response, "In that case, I'll have no choice but to take advantage of him." Her teacup suddenly rattled. Lortel's entire body trembled slightly, deceiving, taking advantage of him. Phinia had absolutely no idea what was going on with her. Who dares to have the nerve to deceive and take advantage of him? Standing beside the princess, Claire immediately shouted, "How dare you speak so insolently in front of Princess Phinia?" Unfazed, Lortel replied, "Princess Phinia, perhaps the two of us are no longer on the same side this time, are we? So, let me give you a piece of sincere advice. Don't try to take advantage of someone who isn't being honest, or, in the end, you'll be the one getting played." Claire couldn't contain her anger. "Your Highness, please allow me to teach this impudent girl a lesson." "That's enough." Phinia frowned, thinking to herself, "It's so baffling. First, Edrot Taylor, who loves living like a hermit, and now Graffenrot Taylor, who is tied to the auction for the Sage's Tome of Magic. But perhaps the most concerning person is still that stubborn, proud girl who never bows her head, even when facing a princess like Lortel Ketchen. I wonder if her face has ever shown even a hint of confusion or fear." But right in the very next moment, Lortel, with a flustered and bewildered face, asked, "What on earth is this?" In front of her stood Janica, looking extremely cheerful. It was Ed with a pale, exhausted face going, "Hey Lortel, how have you been lately?" "Yeah, that's what happened. This place is the Elter Merchant Guild, Sylvania branch." Despite being furious, Lortel forced out a 100% fake smile. "I'm sorry, I didn't know Senior Janica was dropping by. So, I only prepared 2 cups of Snow Mountain Orchid Rosemary tea. Maybe you could settle for cold water?" Janica didn't back down either. "Sure, I'll take it. Even though I saw stacks of rosemary tea in the guild's warehouse, I guess it's inventory for sale. So you can't serve it to guests, huh?" "Yes, that's right," Senior, looking exhausted, said to Janica, "Pass me the mineral water, you can have this tea. Lortel was trembling with rage, yet she still forced herself to maintain her smile. Oh, right. You came to pick up the magic tools, didn't you? Yeah. Lortel was trembling with rage, yet she still forced herself to maintain her smile. Oh, right. You came to pick up the magic tools, didn't you? Yeah. Janica picked up each item to inspect it and gasped. There's not even a speck of dust. It looks brand new, straight out of the box. Giving away items like this goes completely against merchant rules. Lortel smirked and said, "Oh my, Senior Janica, as expected, you really can't judge the quality of goods, can you? If you look closely, you'll see that these items here are full of defects." Really? Right here? You broke them on purpose, didn't you? Well, something like that. But whether the goods can be sold or not doesn't matter. The point is whether they're useful to Senior Ed or not. Expressionless, Ed said, "Yeah, thank you, but receiving so many free items feels a bit weird. Besides, I haven't even paid for the previous purchase yet. This is already the 4th time. It's totally fine. You could just extend our contract. After all, this much isn't too much." Janica frowned, cutting in. "You must pay it off completely and terminate this contract as soon as possible. About that, he and I could just work it out between ourselves, right?" Ah, fair point. While the two girls kept bickering back and forth, Ed sat in place, his entire body overwhelmed by such intense exhaustion that he couldn't even hear their words clearly. Once again, that familiar sensation began creeping throughout his body, as if he were floating in water. "I still have so much work to take care of, but lately I've been experiencing this feeling again, as if floating in water. I still have so much work to take care of, but lately I've been experiencing this feeling again. I need to make a mattress for my bed. Maybe I should layer multiple sheets of cloth together and stuff them with plenty of cotton, wool, or soft padding materials to make it extra cozy. By the day after tomorrow, I need to catch a small deer. It's also time to clean up the inside of the cabin." Next up is beef jerky for Lucy. His body felt heavier and heavier, his eyes slowly closing. Ed? Senior. Ed saw Janica and Lortel looking at him with worried eyes. Ed, Senior. Scene cut. Inside a grand and massive palace, Princess Phineas sat in her room, sipping tea while pondering. Is it time for me to admit it? The way he diligently fished at the campsite and the way he calmly explained every question in detail during the battle against Glaskin. Even though other students say he can only bury his head in studying, Lortel warned me not to underestimate this man. Maybe that warning to me wasn't enough. I definitely need to verify this once more. To achieve this goal, I summoned him to the royal palace for an audience. Afterward, she asked Claire softly, "Claire, is tomorrow's meeting confirmed? What time will Taylor?" Before she could finish, he frowned and reported, "Princess Phineas, it seems he won't be able to make it as scheduled." Why? Does he dare defy a royal order? Actually, Edrot Taylor has passed out from sheer exhaustion. Hearing this, Phineas couldn't hide her shock. Scene cut. The system continuously flashed warnings. Medical condition. Exhaustion. Typical symptoms. High fever from overworking, severe abdominal pain, frequent indigestion, physical collapse, dizziness, lightheadedness, blurred vision, difficulty breathing, decreased visual acuity, side effect from magic and muscle strain. Rest is required to recover the body from this abnormal state. Ed finally woke up from his deep coma. His eyes lacked focus as he looked around, breathing heavily. "So my whole body feels heavy and my lower abdomen is burning up." Then he noticed Lucy sleeping soundly on his stomach, even mumbling in her sleep. "Too salty, just a little bit." Ed frowned slightly. This girl talking in her sleep too. Ed thought to himself, "Looks like Lucy isn't as heavy as I thought. She might even be way lighter, making me instinctively wonder if this girl is actually human. But I can't move. Lucy looks just like usual, so the problem here must be my own body. Huh? I'm completely drained, but I can't move. Lucy looks just like usual, so the problem here must be my own body. Huh? I'm completely drained." Right at that moment, a sleepy Lucy woke up. "I'm hungry." Hearing that, he called out, "Have you ever done anything useful in your life besides eating and sleeping? Well then, welcome back. You're finally awake." She immediately used her magic and channeled it into Ed's body. "The mana inside you is completely haywire. You kept pushing yourself to study and practice magic without taking a single break for months, and now this is what happened. So while I was passed out, you did all of this. Lucy said softly, "This stuff is easy to handle. It's just that doing alone was so boring, I fell asleep a few times. And it feels like those guys are about to catch me doing this." Those guys meaning those two, Janica and Lortel. That would be a real pain. Oh well, this is something I had to do, so they don't really have any right to nag. Make sure you don't fall sick again, okay? Ed's eyes widened in surprise. She went quiet, then continued. Sickness is a real pain. Plenty of people have even died from it. Seeing her like that, he thought, Lucy doesn't dare look at me anymore because it reminds her of her grandfather Clole, who passed away in his sleep. Thanks, Lucy. Thank you so much. Right at that moment, another voice rang out. Oh, Senior Ed, you're awake. Zix, a Magic Academy student, whose hair had visibly grown longer, said, I didn't know if the oven in the tent was usable, so I started a small fire outside. Talking as he walked inside, he witnessed the scene in front of him, and the room instantly fell dead silent. Staring blankly at each other, no one said a word. Embarrassed, Lucy scrambled off Ed's body, and without saying a word, she flew straight outside through the chimney pipe on the roof. Well, fair enough for a real man. Being a little playboy is understandable. It's not like it's rare. Is this the open-minded mindset of modern society? Maybe I've just been looking at life too narrowly and rigid. He stood there talking to himself. Ed slowly sat up and asked, Why are you here? Because Senior Janica was busy with classes, and Lortel had to go back since she couldn't leave the Merchant Guild unattended for too long. Your hair. Well, it's autumn now. Zix lit a fire, brewed a massive pot of porridge, and then gently tried to spoon-feed him. Ed couldn't help but gag. I can eat anything, but I can't swallow this. Guess that's the limit of your skills. If Elka or Claire cook for you, it'd probably taste way better. But Lortel warned me not to let any girl cook for you. Let's check the current situation as usual first. Eating, Ed asked, by the way, did the alchemy students secretly plant ginseng and cause another mess? Zix replied, Alvira was the one causing trouble. But in the end, Taylor and Clebius quickly took care of it. Good. So it seems Act 2, Scene 5, Exploring the Academy, was cleared easily. I also heard rumors that Taylor's group defeated a monster. That creature was hiding in the underground water pipes below the academy. Oh, Taylor and I handled that as well. Wait, there are actually rumors like that. Ignoring the question, he thought, Act 2, Scene 7, Sewer Monster, seems to have been completed without a hitch too. Now the only major event left is the price negotiation for the Sage's Tome of Magic. How long was I out? Including today, 10 days. Seeing you awake, everyone's going to be so surprised, Senior. Ed had absolutely no idea he had been unconscious for that long. What? Zix added, but I can't stay with you today. Right now, Senior Janica is still at the academy, and Lortel left to frantically prepare for tomorrow's auction. Without saying a word, he snatched the bowl straight out of his hands, held it to his mouth, and gulped it down. I thought it was just a day or two. I can't believe I was completely out cold. Zix didn't understand why he was acting like this. Senior Zix. Yes, I need to send Lordell a message right now. There's no time left. Right after the day, Ed woke up. Act 2, Chapter 10 unfolded, packed with chaotic events. The auction for the Tome of Magic had begun. Attendees included Her Royal Highness Princess Phenia, Elias Clole, Lortel Ketchen, and if events progressed according to the original storyline, the head of the Duke Rot Taylor family, Graffin Rot Taylor, the ultimate boss of Act 4, would also make an appearance at Sylvania Academy. That's wonderful. You look as youthful as ever. Princess Phenia frowned, slowly cutting into the steak on her plate. Even though it's been a while, I haven't had the chance to sincerely apologize to you. I heard that a disgraced noble from my bloodline caused you quite a bit of trouble. I heard you went through a lot of hardship because of him, Rot Taylor. On charges of promiscuity under royal decree, we exiled him. But once again, I must offer my apologies. Expressionless, Phineas said, It's fine. No need to make a mountain out of a molehill. Graffin, as expected, was present as well, sitting right across from Princess Phinia. She thought to herself, Rot Taylor, sharing the same bloodline as Ed Rot Taylor, is a high-ranking noble, dignified, and wise, ruling a duchy with absolute power. Just looking at his servants' attitudes is enough to tell how deeply they respect. But those eyes reveal the truth. This man is unequivocally a despicable scoundrel. Graffin smiled and said, Young lady, are you the representative of the Elter Merchant Guild? Sitting quietly, Lortel smiled politely upon hearing him and introduced herself. I am Lortel Ketchen. I am deeply honored to be here, despite my many shortcomings. You must be the only daughter of the Gold King, Elter Ketchen. I've heard much about your sharp foresight and adventurous spirit. She smiled brightly, looking at him. Wherever there's massive profit to be made, no matter where it is, we'll be there. Money is our true leader. Wherever the scent of money goes, we follow. Graffin sized her up with a glance. Is that so? Price negotiations for the Sage's Tome of Magic. Price negotiations are a method of agreement between organizations trading goods and services regarding buying and selling prices, mediated by state authorities according to the law. Forming a negotiation team, having lunch, inspecting the condition of the Tome of Magic, confirming settlement methods. After holding the auction, across all sessions, the highest bidder will own the book. The Sage's Tome of Magic is a treasure of Sylvania Academy. The department head didn't want to make this public at all, but due to severe financial distress, they were forced to put the book up for sale. Therefore, Principal Abel Fortius came up with a clever plan. In my role verifying the item's condition for the princess, I would continuously drive the price up, while Vice Principal Claire, representing the school principal, would secretly manipulate the auction. The plan was that simple. Right here and right now, whichever side makes a higher bid will gain ownership of the Tome of Magic. After hearing this plan, I thoroughly researched many transactions involving similar books. The Book of Arrangement, containing thousands of alchemy formulas compiled by the legendary alchemist, at 8,130 gold coins. The Book of Sloth, a series analyzing real-world replication magic stored in the Royal Library, at 6,730 gold coins. The Sorcerer's Journal, written by the great wizard Kloll when he explored the wild far north, at 7,020 gold coins. Lortel mentally calculated its value in terms of magic inheritance, academic research, and material worth as an expensive commodity. That girl was surely recalling prices and transaction records of other books. But the person who gets this book will be Graffin Rot Taylor. After the price sheets were submitted, Vice Principal Claire stated, We accept the price you've offered. Thank you very much for your contribution. Standing beside her, Princess Phinia thought to herself, an auction established unilaterally by a single bid with no price limit. The key to this rule is knowing the absolute maximum figure your opponent can spend. She recalled Lortel's words during lunch. Wherever there's massive profit to be made, no matter where it is, we'll be there. From the beginning, Lortel clearly showed her intention was purely profit. If Lortel wanted to make a profit, she wouldn't bid higher than the currently most expensive book, which was 8,100 gold coins. It would be extremely hard to resell a book at such an astronomical price, and even if she did, she'd have to take a loss. If Graffin simply wrote a price slightly higher than Lortel's 8,000 gold coins, the Tome of Magic would be his. Next, Vice Principal Claire held a piece of paper in her hand. Now, I will announce the bids submitted by both sides. Bid a Graffin Rot Taylor, 500 gold coins. Phinia pondered quietly. I suspect Graffin Rot Taylor isn't the type of person to come all the way to this academy just to trade for a book. What matters is why he wants that book so badly that he's willing to pay such an insane price. The vice principal continued reading. Bidder Lortel Ketchen, 9,400 gold coins. What? The Elter Merchant Guild is permitted to proceed with the price negotiation for the Sage's Tome of Magic. Phinia was completely taken aback by Lortel's move. Wasn't her goal to make a profit? On the other side, Graffin knit his brows tightly. T-Sich. Let's move to a private room to sign the bill of sale. Very well. Phinia still couldn't fathom why she did it. Honestly, what was Lortel Ketchen's true goal from the start? Could it be? When we spoke in the campus courtyard, she looked at me with threatening eyes and asked, Princess Phinia, We're allies, aren't we? From the beginning, Lordle's goal was simply to prevent that book from falling into the hands of someone like Graff. No, there's no way she would recklessly do this out of some ideal of justice. Even if that were the case, I could only guess that Graffin is a treacherous snake, and even with the power of a princess, I couldn't find any proof. There must be someone who requested or ordered her to do this. Someone behind Lortel pulling the strings, controlling everything. Someone who knows Graffin rot Taylor's dark nature inside out and wants to stop him. Earlier, Lortel said this. I want to emphasize once more so you understand clearly. The rumors about Ed Rot Taylor using curses are completely groundless assumptions. He was disowned by his family and lives in the forest. But even as he works his heart out, trying every possible way to survive to the point of collapsing from exhaustion, he has never stopped fighting against the dark side of the Rot Taylor family. Ed Rot Taylor. Thinking of this, Phineas suddenly trembled and collapsed to her knees. Seeing this, Claire rushed over to support her. Princess, what have I done? I drove an innocent person into such a desperate corner. The princess was being tormented by intense guilt. However, her misunderstanding was perhaps actually just an illusion. Sales contract. Buyer, Lortel Ketchen, Elter Merchant Guild. Seller, Abel Fortius, Sylvania. Transaction amount, 9,400 gold coins. The transfer process will take place 7 days after contract signing. Contract details. Lortel smiled, admiring herself in the mirror. If I resell the Tome of Magic to Duke Graffin, I'll get at least 8,500 gold coins, won't I? I spent 9,400 gold coins to buy it. So, taking a loss, it's about 900 gold coins. But whether I can sell it or not doesn't even matter anymore. She stared intently down at the letter in her hand, which read, As long as you get that book, I will fulfill any request you have, no matter what it is. I'm willing to trade anything. For a merchant, you're making a mistake that's very unlike you, Ed. Getting free reign over Ed for just 900 gold coins. What an absolute steal. Lortel lay on her bed, tightly clutching the letter in her hands. Anything. She couldn't suppress her excitement at all. If the princess saw this expression, she'd probably cough up blood. Scene cut. So yeah, in the end, Lortel won the auction. Zix was currently updating Ed on the news inside his wooden cabin. You should have seen Lortel's face when I handed her your letter. Good thing I played clueless and didn't get it. Yeah, Ed replied expressionlessly, thinking to himself, Lortel has every reason to be interested in me. That girl even dared to take a gamble on information provided by a Rot Taylor family member like me. Thinking about what's about to happen, I'm starting to regret it. Right at that moment, another voice rang out. Ed, are you awake? Before even seeing her, her voice carried over. Janica ran over at breakneck speed, kicking up clouds of dust and dirt everywhere, like stepping into a mystical fairy realm. Seeing her, Zix asked, Senior Janica, it's not even lunchtime yet. Did you run straight here from the faculty building? Breathing heavily, she replied. I finished my morning class. I don't have any more classes today. As for homework, I'll just do it tonight. Ed said softly. Janica, sorry for making you worry. I heard everything from Zix. Sounds like I caused a lot of trouble. Hey, no, you didn't. Zix immediately started spilling the beans. Well, Senior Janica, you were running around campus crying, and there were even rumors going around that you were sick with grief. Plus, back then, you even snuck into the Academy's conference room too. Janica flushed with embarrassment and yelled loudly, then summoned a spirit to drag him away. That's a real fascinating story, Zix, but it's cold today. Be careful not to catch a cold. Right after, Mug suddenly popped out from Janica. It rushed over to him. Just kill me, young Master Ed. Please kill me. This despicable Mug, failed to realize sooner how hard my young Master Ed was working himself to the bone. What are you doing, Mug? Weren't you by his side back then? I wanted to apologize right then, but Lady Janica warned me not to show up and disturb the young master. Why are you overreacting so much? Zix said nonchalantly. You were passed out for 10 whole days, so it's not really surprising he's reacting like that. Yeah, if I was passed out for 10 days, that makes more sense. Zix said nonchalantly. You were passed out for 10 whole days, so it's not really surprising he's reacting like that. Yeah, if I was passed out for 10 days, that makes more sense. Ed suddenly panicked, his eyes widening. In the 10 days, I was unconscious. All the food reserves went bad, and the fishing nets are torn to shreds. He felt utterly exhausted. All our food vanished into thin air, so we have to start stockpiling from scratch. Hearing this, Janica took on a stern tone. Are you planning on diving headfirst into work again? Don't worry, Ed. I'll help you. Zick smiled and chimed in. I have free time before the next exam anyway. I can help you hunt or do some woodworking. Don't worry, Ed. I'll help you. Zick smiled and chimed in. I have free time before the next exam anyway. I can help you hunt or do some woodwork. Ed thought to himself. I suddenly remembered, not too long ago, after frantically pitching a tent from whatever materials I could find in the forest, I slept alone in the dark, so bitten up by bugs I couldn't even move. Honestly, there were so many challenges back then, but in the end, I endured and overcame every single problem to survive up until now. Yeah, he let out a faint smile. Either way, this approach always works. Even so, Janica was still extremely worried about him. He looks totally exhausted. At that moment, she was leaning against Marilda. Do you think so too? Are you sure about that, Marilda? But this is an opportunity, Janica. It's the perfect time, since that sly red-headed fox is busy with auctions and dealing with other matters. So she hasn't been able to visit the cabin very often lately. Right. Marilda continued telling Janica. Say what you will, that fox girl is pretty sharp. There's a lot you need to learn from her. Whether you like it or not, if you want to go after a guy, you need to become a fox. First, look at your clothes. You look no different from a total country bumpkin. Janica felt a bit embarrassed. Yeah, it's true my clothes are worn out. It's completely fine. Your fiery, lively personality is really coming out, but that innocent charm is still there. Those are the exact traits that drive men crazy. Just act indifferent with a cool face, but use subtle actions to charm him. Is that really enough? Also, roll up your sleeves. That's it, just like that. Tie up your hair, too, giving off the feel of a devoted wife who stays right by his side, even during the toughest times. Your fiery, lively personality is really coming out, but that innocent charm is still there. Those are the exact traits that drive men crazy. Just act indifferent with a cool face, but use subtle actions to charm him. Is that really enough? Also, roll up your sleeves. That's it, just like that. Tie up your hair, too, giving off the feel of a devoted wife who stays right by his side, even during the toughest times. She looked at her with sparkling eyes. Movements? Never mind, forget it. Tell me, Janica, what's your plan when you head to the camp to help him this afternoon? How are you planning to approach him? I don't really have a plan. Marilda fell silent, staring at her with sharp eyes, frustrated that she couldn't just hammer some sense into her. Then, a roar echoed all around, startling the other animals. What happened? Lady Marilda is wailing out loud. She was completely furious. How long do you think it'll take before an opportunity like this, where that ice-cold brat is in a jam again, repeats itself? Look at how fast he's resolving everything. There definitely won't be another situation like this in the future, right? Do you think getting a second chance like this later on is going to be easy? There is no surefire way to succeed than becoming someone's companion in their darkest hour. Use this moment to become his most enthusiastic supporter. Help him get through this crisis, even if it looks selfish, even if it seems super sly. Janica quickly tried to reassure Marilda, but I did think of an idea. Hear me out first. Oh, that's actually pretty interesting. It was late at night. The soup Janica cooked was night and day compared to Zix's pot of soup. Ed thought to himself, I should probably learn how to cook too, but first, I need to focus on recovering my strength. She's helped me out so much, so I can't keep showing up in front of her with such a gloomy face all the time. But if I'm not well yet, there's not much I can do. That dizzying, lightheaded feeling washed over him again. He just collapsed onto the bed, his eyes slowly closing. Yeah. Right at that moment, Janica's voice drifted over. You look so tired. Seeing her, he asked, Haven't you left yet? What is she trying to do? She just smiled and stepped inside. I'm not planning to do anything. He couldn't understand why. So late at night, she hadn't gone home and was just sitting here doing nothing. You don't need to force yourself to pretend you're not tired. Once your body gives out, your spirit goes down with it. Everyone's like that. I know you work harder than anyone else. Whenever I'm tired or facing difficulties, I always receive care and help from so many people. But in the end, what truly made me stronger wasn't someone rushing over to comfort or shelter me, but just someone quietly sitting beside me without saying a single word. You've been working so hard, haven't you? You've done really well. Hearing that, he said, no, you really don't have to go this far. Janika's brow furrowed slightly. You just need to admit the hardship you're carrying, so you can rest comfortably. Just admit it, Ed, you're exhausted, worn out. He let his head sink into the pillow. Yeah, everything is just too tough. He suddenly fell silent for a moment and gradually drifted off to sleep. It was always tough, endlessly painful. It was morning now, and gentle sunlight streamed into the room through the window opening. Ed slowly sat up, looking around blankly, only to see Janica still there, fast asleep right beside his bed. Unable to help it, a smile broke out on his face. My body has completely recovered. Life skills details, rank, intermediate craftsman. Main skills, dexterous woodworking LV, 10, design set LV, 9, gathering LV, 12, woodworking LV, 13, hunting LV, 10, fishing LV, 7, cooking LV, 6, repair LV, 5. Advanced crafting skill cards, Spirit Fusion, Advanced Crafting Skill Card, Magitech. Magitech is the combination of magic and modern technology. Advanced Crafting Skill Card, Magitech, Skill Proficiency 2, Magitech Understanding 3, Crafting Speed 3. Gentle Breeze Generator LV, 1. Mountain Echoing Sound Generator LV, 1. Autonomous Musical Feather Mechanism LV, 1. The rest under analysis. Ed thought to himself, I barely accomplished anything major from the 10-day plan I set out, especially researching Magitech. Advanced crafting skills heavily impact core stats, and the versatility of these skills far surpasses other standard skills. The issue right now is that self-studying Magitech has its limits. Most Magitech crafting recipes are rewards for main quests. So for someone like me, who constantly tries to avoid getting dragged into the main plot, trying to get those rewards is a bit. But if you pay attention, you can see that Taylor isn't all that interested in Magitech. That's most likely the case, because even with the recipe in hand, he couldn't craft a single useful Magitech item. The crafting materials were inappropriate, and to make them required collecting rare materials that only appear in the second half of the storyline. But my situation is completely different. Right after that, a voice spoke up. What are you so deep in thought about? Because here, there's someone who, even though she's on the opposing side, can track down any material imaginable. And that person was none other than Lortel, sitting right in front of him. Seeing you healthy again like this makes me really happy. I was so worried. Ed replied immediately. Same here. I'm glad to see you doing well too. You look healthy. Well, believe it or not, I'm actually utterly exhausted right now. She sighed and walked over to his side. Do you have any idea how hard it is to restore my tanned skin and damaged hair? Just like that, Lordell sat down next to him. You must have been really busy going all the way to the northern forest. One thing's for sure, you need a rest. And there are a few things we need to settle as well. After Elter was ousted, keeping the name Elter Merchant Guild would be bizarre. So I plan to rebuild the guild into a corporation and restructure our business system. We need someone to take charge of managing personnel, assets, business operations, and foreign trade activities. I'm currently looking for the right person for that position. Ed didn't say anything, just quietly looking at her. Lortel suddenly smiled and asked, Are you interested? Waking up every morning to stroll down the street to the corporate headquarters, the two of us right next to each other with only a single wall separating us. Your benefits will be amazing, and you'll have free reign over running the Elter Merchant Guild. I'll even share my personal wealth with you, as if the two of us were. Oh goodness, why am I suddenly adding unnecessary details like that? Lortel blushed and let out a few laughs. Right then, Ed finally called out her name. Lortel, you're acting really strange right now. Her mood instantly dropped as she met his skeptical gaze. You don't understand anything. What? Lortel suddenly pulled her hood over her head and said, I know my own feelings well. You're probably thinking, why is this girl doing this? I can't make such a monumental decision like this. It's like taking advantage of a young girl's emotions. Isn't that what you're thinking? You probably want to keep our relationship safely within the boundaries of business. Hearing that, Ed raised an eyebrow. Not necessarily, but you just don't get it. In a world where hundreds of gold coins can easily pass through a person's hands in a trade, if we don't betray first, we'll be the ones betrayed. After living my whole life in a society like that, what do you think is the ultimate thing I need? It's someone who will never betray me, someone who will always stay by my side. Saying this, Lortel broke into a smile and looked at him, gently placing her hand over Ed's. Someone who will never betray me for all eternity, regardless of whether I wake up tomorrow morning to find all my wealth and status dissolved, regardless of whether the entire world turns its back on me. Some think a person like that is called family. Some think a person like that is a lover, and others think a person like that is a life partner. But to Lortel, a merchant who has seen high tides and low ebbs, it's the thought that one day he or she might end up in the exact same spot. He looked down at her tiny hand, which had always been trapped inside that terrified young girl's heart. Lortel continued, I'm not asking for anything more or less than this feeling. You just need to stay by my side, all right? Ed stared at her blankly. Lortel wiped away her smile and said, Seriously, Lortel. Hearing that, she laughed out loud. No effect at all. Huh? What a pity I was so close. He frowned slightly. Your pitch was way higher just now. Clearly a dead giveaway that you were acting clingy, you little brat. I'm human too. I get sad and angry, you know. But back there, how did you feel? Did I make your heart flutter, even just a tiny bit? I even put on this seductive expression. Your heart was supposed to skip a beat. Ed bluntly replied, Yeah, what a shame. However, her face instantly turned visibly pale. You know that wasn't all completely made up, right? The atmosphere fell into silence. Ed finally spoke up. My plan is to graduate from Sylvania Academy. Between now and then, I have no intention of leaving this school. I haven't even decided what I'm going to do after graduation yet. Lortel suddenly stood up and said, Well, I can wait until you graduate. But did you know that you don't actually have a choice, senior? She pulled out the letter he had sent her previously. You should have snapped up this golden opportunity right away. I'm really glad we got to talk like this after so long. Ed let out a tired sigh, thinking to himself, just thinking about the scenario ahead, I feel as if I made a huge mistake. It feels like something heavy is weighing on my chest. Lortel quickly left the spot, talking to herself. I was so close. Now you're mine. I was planning to pour out all my feelings before wrapping up the conversation, but seeing the look on his face threw all my plans into chaos. If I didn't leave right then, I definitely would have ended up putting on an extremely miserable face again. But seeing the look on his face threw all my plans into chaos. If I didn't leave right then, I definitely would have ended up putting on an extremely miserable face again. Maybe I should just leave it in the bushes. Right at that moment, the door to the wooden cabin creaked open. Janica stepped outside, looking half asleep. Ed? All right. He went down to the river. I should probably find something to eat before he gets back. When the two girls spotted each other, one coming up from the river, the other stepping out from the room, both of them gasped in shock. Why are you walking out from in there, senior? Then why are you coming up from the direction of the river? To Ed, this was the beginning of an absolute catastrophe. Afterwards, under the deep blue sky, Mug's voice resonated across the forest. Your meat and vegetable intake today is far too low, young master. You must properly replenish your energy for dinner tonight. Even your fluid intake is lacking. Ed, busy chopping a stack of firewood, casually replied, All right. Mug was deeply worried about him. If you faint again, I think I'll die. Please, live healthy for the sake of this servant. I want your contract with me to last for a very long time, Master Ed. It feels like you're nagging me. But no matter where we go, the rot of this society still exists. I am Sori, Mug. He pulled 3 letters out of his pocket. So, thanks to Zix and Janica, I've gathered enough food and firewood. Thanks to Lortel, I finished furnishing the house. The only things left lingering in my mind are the 3 letters I received before passing out from overwork. One of them was from Lortel, warning me to be careful, since no one knows what Elter's next move will be. Another was a personal letter sent by Princess Phenia, discussing Graffin's actions. The final letter was sent by the Academy, but the sender was completely unexpected. It was none other than Professor Glass. He sent me a note saying he wanted to meet me in person after the meeting, but unfortunately, I passed out, so I couldn't go meet him. Now I have no way of knowing why he summoned me yesterday. Professor Glass is the final boss of Act 2, and the final chapter of Act 2 has already begun. I still remember the events of this final chapter quite clearly. Professor Glass always believed that only a few exceptionally gifted individuals could alter the fate of the world. In order to resurrect the greatest sage in history, since Sylvania, he researched a type of celestial magic capable of altering and resetting the world order. To complete this spell, he needed the sage's grimoire. But Sylvania Academy fell into Lordle's trap and sold that book away. Driven to desperation, he decided to steal the book, intending to transfer the sage Sylvania's soul into Ayla's body, making her the pioneer to usher in a new era of progress once more. This is precisely the story of a madman. But Taylor stepped in to rescue Ayla, navigating through every trap in the submerged aqueduct tunnels, the secret laboratory, and the spirit library. When his entire plan was ruined in an unexpected manner, his last words before falling from the magic tower, despite the fact that all he did was try to develop the academy and even sacrifice his entire life searching for extraordinary talents, those final words were they again? I forgot. Were they again? I forgot. Looks like she's regained consciousness. Ayla, stay away from me. She and another person were locked inside a cage, while outside, a monster was staring intensely at them. Right, the monsters beneath this underground canal are pretty terrifying, huh? Ayla cried out in panic. This is all your fault. Why did you do this? I hate you. Oh, Taylor. He looked at her indifferently. Isn't doing this a bit much? Both of us got kidnapped. Even I got caught. Act 2. Final chapter. Glass invasion begins. 3 days ago, at his wooden cabin, Ed was busy assembling the items Lortel had given him. Even though I cleared all the backlog from those 10 days, unfortunately, I didn't train at all during that time. The attack on Glass must have started by now. It's just a pity I haven't had the chance to upgrade my Magitech stats yet. To continue researching Magitech, I need more raw materials. Wait a minute, I remember. There's a very effective method to boost Magitech stats. The final stage of the battle against Glass takes place across 4 locations. Among them, the location with the highest difficulty is Stage 3, the secret laboratory. The boss of this stage is the soul of the librarian Ja, possessing terrifying power. She's so strong that without the Holy Sword ritual, she's extremely difficult to defeat. But that's naturally something for the male lead, Taylor, to handle. As for me, I'm only interested in the contents recorded within the spirit library. That place holds all kinds of valuable Magitech recipes. If I remember correctly, there are at least over 20 types, including 2 recipes for crafting legendary Magitech items. It's way too risky, but if I have a companion with me, looking toward Janica, standing behind me, it should be fine, right? Scene cut. At Sylvania Academy, Elle from Class 3 and Ayla from Class C both show great promise of being selected for Class A in the upcoming semester. Our Academy's current class year has so many extraordinary talents. Glass stood on the podium, speaking loudly and clearly. Even if you advance mid-semester, your learning process won't be interrupted, so you don't have to worry about that. There are so many outstanding students. Class A used to have only 3 people, but next semester will probably expand to 5. Throughout Professor Glass' tenure, Class A didn't even exist. Ayla's combat ability might not be high, but rumor has it she's extremely keen with celestial magic. Right at that moment, Zix suddenly stood up, catching Lordle's attention. What's going on? He stated bluntly. I have a question, though I don't know if I should say it. Can we really divide classes solely based on talent? There are still many students carrying immense potential, like unblown flowers, that only reveal themselves under specific conditions through their own efforts. Hearing that, Glass' face darkened, and he asked, So are you saying that I am belittling and misjudging their efforts by ignoring them and letting their studies stagnate? Zix. He looked at him blankly, then said nothing further. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. Truth be told, the best way to destroy a person's life is to intentionally search for their hidden talent. only to bury it deep away. Lortel sighed exhaustedly, thinking to herself, before entering Sylvania Academy, the professor conducted a background check on everyone's identity and past. His prejudice regarding talent, the very thing that made him somewhat conservative, was likely because of his daughter. Mori, Professor Glass's one and only daughter, was a pure mage. However, he placed far too high expectations on her. From a parent's perspective, that was completely normal. But Mori believed those expectations didn't stem from his role as a father, but rather from his role as Professor Glass, the head of the magic department. It was precisely because of that line of thinking that she joined the noble invasion at a very young age. Afterwards, it was also because of that incident that Professor Glass reportedly became obsessed with certain kinds of talent. Most of his time spent lecturing in Sylvania's halls was focused on researching mystical magic, also known by the name celestial magic. But looking back at his past, it's crystal clear that what he was pursuing wasn't actually that celestial magic, but rather the person who invented that ultimate magic, the one regarded as the genius of geniuses throughout history, the great sage Sylvania. But perhaps the reason he wanted Ayla in class was to serve his research on celestial magic. Right at that moment, he suddenly brought up her name. As for Lortel Ketchen, HM, never mind, no need. This has nothing to do with academics. Hurry, I'll contact you later. She had naturally guessed his intention. It was about the sage's grimoire. Unfortunately, that book is a key material for researching celestial magic. But whatever the old man says now is useless. Sooner or later, the secret formula inside the grimoire will belong to me anyway. In Ed's class, the instructor this time was Assistant Professor Claire. That's all for today. The moment when the secret formula of the grimoire would be revealed was drawing near. Ed calculated quietly. Although it's risky, I still have enough time to complete the plan. The key to this plan is to stick close. To stick closely to Taylor's journey from Stage 1 to Stage 5 to rescue Ayla, and collect every single item he leaves behind. I've even compiled a list of necessary supplies to bring along, especially for Stage 3, which includes all the Magitech items from the Spirit Library. Magitech item, Eye of Kloll, temporarily increases magic power and mastery of all related techniques. Magitech item, Black Hourglass, restores all physical states from a few seconds prior. These items all conceal terrifying power. However, these things are extremely hard to collect, most of which can only be crafted in later parts of the storyline. So either way, they wouldn't be of any help to Taylor. I'll be the one keeping them. Besides, I'll observe Taylor's growth process in Stage 5 and then return to the cabin. After that, his plan will be complete. The day the secret formula in the Sage's Grimoire is used will be the day Glass's attack takes place. I told Janica that something was missing down in the underground waterway, so the two of us had to go down there together to search for it. I thought she hated dark, cramped places, but no. For some reason, she showed even more enthusiasm than before. Maybe it's because she's worried about me, but either way, it made me deathly embarrassed. But with this companion by my side, my plan has become bulletproof. Right at that moment, his train of thought was interrupted by a call. Hey, Student Ed. Claire looked at him, slightly dazed. Professor Glass is calling for you. Professor Glass, assistant professor. Huh? I heard Janica mention it. Was her coming to the cabin recently because of this? Tomorrow is the day the secret formula of the grimoire gets revealed. Why'd it have to hit right when I'm this busy? Ed frowned slightly and replied, all right. A few days ago, I passed out, so I couldn't reply to his letter. But I didn't expect him to come looking for me again. It must be something really important, right? Afterwards, at Professor Glass' office. Why are you here? Ed completely didn't expect Ayla to be here as well. I haven't even done anything yet. Isn't her reacting like that a bit over the top? Man, even though my relationship with Rod Taylor hasn't had a single good second over the past 10 months, and he even aimed a bow and arrow at me afterwards. Both of them had their own thoughts, but the important thing was that this girl, Ayla, who was supposed to be kidnapped before Glass attacked tomorrow, was standing right here. And why was I summoned too? Don't tell me. He suddenly realized something and tossed the pile of papers on the desk into the air. No notes, no research memos, no spell books. Nothing here could alter the future. Ed looked at the stack of papers in panic, finally finding the sheet containing his own information. If it's related to Rot Taylor, it can only be this. Could this be a report from Assistant Professor Claire after she tailed me? If so, it's likely Professor Glass found out about what I plan to do at Opilus Hall. But what does that have to do with the current situation? Ed's eyes widened, and he scowled, drawing his dagger. Witnessing this scene, Ayla had no idea what he was doing and screamed loud. Drawing his dagger. Witnessing this scene, Ayla had no idea what he was doing and screamed loud. Glass slowly walked inside. Professor Glass, please save me. He has a knife. Unexpectedly, not only did he not help, but he also activated offensive magic. Ayla is celestial magic. Middle prison. Her body was restrained by its power. Right at that moment, Ed's dagger flew straight toward him. Glass was startled when he saw the rune carved into it. What? A massive explosion erupted right then and there. You grasped the situation very quickly, and your reaction was seamless. Did you skim through all my research materials in that short span of time? But strange, how could you possibly figure out my intentions just from those few documents? He stepped forward slowly, while Ed quickly hid behind the desk. Is it necessary to put pressure on me? Don't you just need Ayla's sensitivity to celestial magic, Professor? You got what you wanted, so there's no need to mess with me. At the same time, I'll keep quiet about this. Hearing this, Professor Glass said, I have my own purpose, and everything is for that sake. So do not look down on it. He scowled slightly, thinking, can't you at least explain? This is going way too far. Instead of deflecting with vague words and telling me, do not look down on this. Do not look down on this, huh? Honestly, even if I successfully escape from here, Professor Glass won't let it rest, and it'll likely mess up the plot even further. Besides, if I get kidnapped here, I'll likely get locked in the secret lab along with Ayla. Just like that, he's letting a storyline express bus drive straight to the stage where, should I just let myself get kidnapped like this? Seeing that he stopped hiding and stood up, the professor asked, oh, do you want to force my hand? Or have you already come up with some plan? Actually, it's not all that bad. Glass continued, using middle prison to restrain Ed. The papers on the desk, now scattering frantically all across the room. He slowly walked over to him. Ed Rot Taylor. Earlier, Assistant Professor Claire spoke to me. At first I was skeptical, but I couldn't believe you managed to achieve such results despite living in the wild. It's as if your day has 48 hours. I can't imagine how much sweat and effort you poured in to achieve all this. Glass said expressionlessly, the words you're speaking right now are very different from the judgment you gave not long ago, Assistant Professor Claire, because I don't think his academic performance is that outstanding. Examining his combat style through the crystal ball, one could say Rot Taylor's willpower in battle is extraordinary. However, that is clearly the fighting style of the weak, meticulously analyzing the opponent and using every means possible. That can only be called effort, not talent. His expression didn't betray a single trace of anxiety, reminding me of something I lost in the past. The daughter who swore she would bring honor to her father's name in her own way. That memory surfaced once again. While he wasn't paying attention, Muggs stealthily slid out from Ed's body. It quickly left the academy, flying away elsewhere. Mug flew straight all the way to the northern forest. Reaching his wooden cabin, inside the small cabin, Janica was currently cooking a huge pot of soup. Completely unaware of what was happening on his end, Ed, you're back a bit late. And to conclude my magical exploration journey across the southern continent, after personally exploring every corner of the world, I suddenly realized magic still holds countless truths I've yet to fathom. That title of Great Archmage is, to me, nothing more than an illusion. My master Sylvania passed away at a very young age, leaving behind in my memory the image of a young girl. Even now, looking back at those dark days, I realize how many ups and downs I've lived through. The sorrow that once gnawed at my heart on the day she left me has gradually settled with time. But those memories are now just a canvas colored by nostalgia. Yet for someone who has lived all these years, sometimes I just can't stop that surge of emotions from back then. It's precisely the regret over what's long gone that sometimes throws one's mind into madness, clouding natural appreciation and even overturning the truth. I can't deny that occasionally A desire flares up inside me to see Master Sylvania's face once more. But once something is gone, no matter what you do, you can't hold on to it. Pity those left behind who must keep walking forward on their own. For that reason, stay strong. Sending this to you, my child, the most important girl in my life. The final words of this book I dedicate to you, Lucy. Magical exploration in the southern continent. Excerpt from Cloel's words. Ugh, I miss Grandpa so much. Cloel was the one who felt death approaching most clearly, and more than anyone. He accepted it calmly before passing away. So his granddaughter couldn't do anything either except see him off one last time. Will there ever come a day when all past wounds are healed, or even the deeply carved scars disappear? The only thing that could make her forget that lingering longing was the pure happiness of holding a massive bag of beef jerky in her hands. The only thing that could make her forget that lingering longing was the pure happiness of holding a massive bag of beef jerky in her hands. She glanced toward Janica, who was standing there cooking the huge pot of soup. Beside her was Mug, flapping its wings and saying something. Immediately after, a powerful surge of energy burst from Janica's body. Seeing this, Lucy frowned slightly, not understanding what was happening. Seeing this, Lucy frowned slightly, not understanding what was happening. Scene cut. At Trick Hall's main conference room, the ritual to purchase the secret seal was taking place. The scholars were selling the sage's grimoire to the merchants. Only representatives from both sides came to sign the agreement. Among them, only the lead figures drew any real attention. Lortel Ketchen, acting guild master of the Elter Merchant Guild, and Abel Fortius, principal of Sylvania Academy. She narrowed her eyes, quietly assessing him. Same age, same demeanor, but compared to that guy, he still falls way short. Grafin Taylor. After the auction for the grimoire ended that day, that man came to see me and demanded that I hand over the book. Hand over the grimoire to Grafin? I planned to do that from the start anyway. Enan, no need to worry about that. Still, the amount required if he wanted me to turn my back on Princess Fenia was 12,000 gold coins, even though I named an absurdly high price. Agreed, I'll bring the money right away. He was still willing to accept it, and, on top of that, did you know that Elter sent a band of mercenaries straight to Sylvania? I'm telling you this for your own good. Be careful. Don't let any mistakes happen this time. Even though he's a despicable, sly fox, it doesn't matter. The info about Elter he provided was very useful, and besides, I already sold the book. Preparations are pretty much complete. Professor Glast, serving as today's witness, finished stripping Principal Abel Fortius's official ownership of the book for the Elter Merchant Guild representative. Guild Master Lortel, please step forward to confirm the book's new owner. Lortel thought to herself, now I've made a massive profit off this book. No, more accurately, I have full right of disposal over Ed. She couldn't help but smile. But right after that, a surge of energy, purple mixed with black, suddenly appeared. A magic circle, without anyone knowing when, activated beneath their feet. It was so violent that both Principal Abel and Lortel had to back away. It didn't stop there. A swarm of monsters crawled out from the magic circle. Principal Abel quickly generated a shield to block them. Lortel looked at Professor Glast in utter disbelief. The book he held in his hands. The grimoire. A blinding light enveloped his body. The grimoire. A blinding light enveloped his body. Witnessing this scene, she couldn't believe it. That old man vanished? My chance to claim Ed as mine. Even though Ed Taylor didn't meddle at all, the story is still full of obstacles. Act 2, final chapter. The total subjugation of Glass begins. At Professor Glass's secret laboratory. Rot Taylor, Ayla screamed in terror. Why are you here? Go away, you creep. So annoying, oh my god. Ed paid no mind to her reaction, thinking to himself, by now, Glass must have secured the book. But a foreign voice chimed in, shut your mouth. If you keep screaming like that, the sewer monsters standing right in front of you are going to wake up. A heavy-set man stood outside, looking at them. Behind him was a massive monster. He was Kung, a researcher of astrology. You should count yourselves lucky, because Professor Glass ordered us to use you two as test subjects since you still have lingering utility value. Ed asked him without a trace of emotion, is that so? Seeing this, Kung remarked, You're keeping your cool pretty well. But while I examine the test results, I'll still be keeping an eye on you too. So don't even dream of pulling anything clever. He sat down in a corner against the wall, thinking, what else can I even do in this situation? Just wait here. Taylor will lead a team to raid this place. The library area Taylor passed through must have been destroyed. Over there, I could collect all the Magitech recipe copies from countless spellbooks to complete the quest. But now I can't do anything at all. Literally nothing. The only thing bugging me is how smoothly everything keeps unfolding. Ed glanced over at Ayla, and I'm locked up in the same spot with this kid. She was so terrified her face had turned pale, shouting nonstop. If you take one step closer, I swear I'll scream. Don't come over here, or I'll bite my tongue off. I'm serious. Does this face look like it's lying? Who would even want to do anything bad to you? If I wanted to hurt you, why haven't I done it all this time? If I try looking at it from Taylor's perspective, I can somewhat understand how Ayla feels right now. She remained completely on guard against him. Liar. You're Ed. Nothing you say can be trusted. Tired, Ed gritted out, stop with the meaningless babble and sit down over there. We just need to wait patiently. Taylor will definitely come. Ayla suddenly welled up with tears, glaring at him with eyes full of hatred. Taylor? You think you have the right to call him directly by name like that? Why wouldn't I? I apologize for what I did during the entrance exam, but I had my reasons. And the truth is, I contributed to the battle against Glaskin. Even if you don't trust me, you should trust Taylor. He'll definitely come save you. Ayla couldn't believe what she had just heard. Apologize? Taylor said he would apologize. He let out a tired sigh. Right at that moment, Mug flew over in a flurry, crying hysterically. Young Master Ed, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Is your hand scratched? Were you weakened by mana burn? Is your eyesight still good? Are your smell and hearing affected? Can you still feel anything in your fingertips and toes? Do you feel exhausted or sore? Are you dizzy? Is your heart rate abnormal? Right at that moment, Mug flew over in a flurry, crying hysterically. Young Master Ed, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Is your hand scratched? Were you weakened by mana burn? Is your eyesight still good? Are your smell and hearing affected? Can you still feel anything in your fingertips and toes? Do you feel exhausted or sore? Are you dizzy? Is your heart rate abnormal? Instead of scolding it, he gently patted Mug's head. You silly creature, where have you been all this time before showing up? But finding your way here is pretty impressive. Ayla suddenly asked him, is that a spirit? You know spirit manipulation? Up until the start of this semester, your basic magic skills were still terrible. None of your business. He thought to himself, finally, someone I can actually talk to properly. She scowled and continued. If that's a spirit, it can send out a distress signal to the outside. We can get a student or a professor who can sense spirits to come rescue us. Hearing that, Ed glanced at her. I don't need any more variables like that. Mug immediately said, no need to worry, young master. Although I, Mug, cannot guarantee your safety, I am extremely well trained to report emergencies in situations like this. He looked at it, slightly surprised. What? It took me about half a day to get here, sneaking past the eyes of monsters and golems. Heading back from here also takes about half a day, making it a total of 2 days since that day. But I still remember that face vividly. Lady Janica, even in a rage, was still remarkably beautiful. Turns out cold fury really is a thing. Not only that, but that fox-faced merchant girl and the little witch who always wears that magic hat frequently visit the cabin to discuss collaborations. With forces of this scale, we practically have a 1,000,000 strong arm. Rest assured, the rescue team will definitely be down here soon. Just sit here calmly and wait. Mug laughed out loud, extremely proud of itself. But contrary to its expectations, Ed wasn't happy at all. In fact, he gritted his teeth in sheer rage. You absolute bastard. Huh? Seeing this, Ayla couldn't help but chime in. Edrot Taylor, why did your face suddenly turn pale? What on earth is going on? He didn't reply to them, stood up, and then threw Mug outside with all his force. Hey, you over there. Hey, researcher guy. I changed my mind. I can't stay here anymore. I've got to get out. Ed kept shaking the cage. No, I have to get out of here right now. I'm not joking with you. The Royal Spectre told Ed, if you keep shouting like that, the demons on the other side are going to wake up. I'm telling you, If you don't let me out, you're the ones who are going to be in big trouble, not me. Hearing his threat, the man smiled. Well, look at that. The truth finally comes out. You're just a mediocre student after all. Watch your mouth. Ayla didn't understand why he was suddenly acting like this either. Why are you suddenly panicking? You said if we waited here calmly, Taylor would come to rescue us. Hiss. Right after that, Mug pulled out a ring of keys and handed it to him. Just as you said, Master, your judgment of the situation is truly sharp. I don't know how you knew the exact location of the keys, but with your detailed instructions and decisive actions. Without waiting for him to finish, Ed cut him off bluntly. Let's get out of here. He thought to himself, these guys are always doing unnecessary things. Just like that, he managed to open the cage door. Right as Ayla was planning to follow him out, Ed suddenly shut the door back. You, he glared at her. Shut it. From now on, you only answer with a yes or a no. What? There are all kinds of different monsters outside for research purposes, not to mention cursed magical items, so this place is fundamentally dangerous. From now on, listen to me. If they find out I'm not here, just say I escaped. That way, they won't harm you. Besides, carrying that injured leg of yours, you wouldn't be able to run far with me anyway, right? But Ed, what about you? All right, don't argue. Do you agree to do as I say? Ayla, despite having so much to say, could only stay there obediently. Yes. Good. Then stay here calmly and don't move. Saying that, Ed immediately ran off. I'll handle this. I couldn't prevent these unexpected events, but they're all small variables. I can confidently find a way to resolve this. All my stats have increased significantly, so with the information I have so far, I can handle most obstacles. However, there are still variables that can't be controlled independently. Are Janica and Lortel joining the fight too? I think I have a way to handle it. But there's also that little witch who often visits the camp and wants to work together. No matter how many hours players spend on this game, even the most skilled gamers couldn't find a way to defeat that transcendent enemy. Bad ending number 27, Lazy Lucy. But since that event wouldn't happen unless triggered by the player's intentional actions, I barely paid any attention to it. Once the necessary conditions are met, it will definitely lead to a bad end. The initial condition is that after the event occurs, Professor Glast and Lucy Merrill meet. I absolutely have to find a way to stop Lucy from coming here. At Sylvania Academy, Zix was currently busy working out. Hearing the voice, he responded, "What's wrong, Taylor?" Taylor was completely out of breath, but he still forced out, "Please help me. We have to go save Ayla right now." Act 2. Sylvania's Failed Swordsman. Final chapter, Phase 1. The Pursuit of Glast. Taylor, who had let Glast escape from the trick hall, was asking Zix for help. He would soon lead his comrades to pursue Professor Glast in the underground sewers. The route of the final chapter's script was very familiar, but right now, Lortel is at Trick Hall. Janica is in the sewers. Next is the Soul Library. Below, that is the monster research facility where Ed is located. And at the very end is the Central Laboratory. Retracing these routes backward was a very interesting experience. The monster research facility is usually a very troublesome area because Spectre releases all the monsters. But since we're going backward, the monsters are still caged, allowing us to pass through easily. Fortunately, a meeting between Lucy and Professor Glast would definitely result in a terrible ending. So we have to hurry. The problem is that Ed is currently hiding behind a door, and in front of him is the Soul Library. There, a girl surrounded by a sphere is managing the place. Rena, the librarian governing the Veiny Soul Library. He cleverly sneaked inside. I'm already familiar with Ja's patrol patterns. Even if it comes to a fight, I know a few strategies to deal with her. But that librarian Ja is Taylor's EXP. Further along, enemies will appear that can only be defeated using Taylor's swordsmanship. If the main character, Taylor, isn't adequately trained, clearing the dungeon will become difficult. Act 2 is the phase where Taylor must grow the most, especially learning the necessary skills. The revived demon of the sewers, and the one providing the most EXP, must be defeated by Taylor's own hands. Therefore, for this trip, I just need to bring some necessary magic tools and sneak out. Box C, the Thunder Generator. While Ja is floating around the room, I'll take the opportunity to snatch a few good items. Next is the one-way light blurring device. Once done, return it to its original spot. What a shame. After that, Mug whispered to him, If we take advantage of this moment to move, she won't notice us, young master. Phew, all right, let me out. Unexpectedly, before they could move, the library violently shook. Ed frowned, asking himself, an earthquake? I don't recall any event like this. Before he could process it, a surprise attack rushed toward him. Ed was thoroughly shocked. It turned out Rena had detected their presence. A loud scream echoed. Damn it. 30 minutes before the earthquake hit, a man, after seeing the monster summoned by Professor Glass, was frozen in fear, unable to move. Right at the critical moment, the monster suddenly froze solid. The reputation of Sylvania Academy will be completely ruined. In a meeting gathering all the key personnel of the Academy, they actually let the grimoire be stolen. Over on the other side, Principal Abel quickly finished off the remaining ones. It might take a bit of time, but I will take responsibility for retrieving the grimoire. Can you wait a little longer? No matter what Professor Glass is planning, the outcome won't end well. What do you mean by that? Given the current situation, we should at least let the president know the truth about the 3 taboos. Do not bend the laws of the world, do not blur the flow of time, and do not reject the bounds of human fate. These are the 3 taboos. Pursuing immortality, resurrecting the dead, reversing time. Lortel frowned slightly. Could Professor Glass be trying to resurrect the dead using holy magic? If so, Principal Abel didn't need her to finish the sentence. He quickly understood. Are you asking if I've gone mad? Lortel Ketchen? But I'm truly curious. Everyone always says he's brilliant and driving the progress of this world. Yet he turns out to be a fanatic who worships and admires the great sage Sylvania. His daughter Mori, whom he believed in, met a tragic death due to her lackluster talent. Principal Abel lowered his voice and said, if he really can complete the holy magic to resurrect the dead, who do you think Professor Glass would bring back? Hearing this, she didn't quite understand what he meant. Right at that moment, the room door burst open. Something terrible has happened, Principal Abel. A few minutes ago, Taylor pursued Professor Glass, who is currently escaping toward the sewers. According to witness statements, not only was the grimoire stolen, but students were kidnapped as well. Ayla Kais, a first-year student in the magic department, and Edrot Taylor, a second-year student in the magic department. Lortel gasped in shock upon hearing this. A sudden roar echoed out. Senior Ed was kidnapped? What's with this noise and shaking? Principal Abel is the greatest mage of this era, and he promised to bring back the sage's grimoire. If he acts, Ed will definitely be saved. Therefore, waiting here is the most reasonable action. However, growing anxious, she snatched the binoculars from someone else's hand. Afterwards, Lortel ran toward the door to get a clearer view of the situation. The sound and tremors were coming from the sewer entrance. In the middle of the forest, a massive dragon was roaring repeatedly, unleashing a barrage of blazing flames. Looking closely, one could see Janica standing on its head, crying uncontrollably. Lordell said in a low voice, I'm going to, President. Honestly, if the President is going to act this cold, I'll just have to retrieve the grimoire myself. Leave behind the personnel needed for negotiations, and the rest follow me. Lortel Ketchen joined the fray, an alchemist whose combat strength was recognized by the Alchemy Guild. Dorothy, captain of Alchemy Group 53, possessed combat abilities that even gave students from the combat department a hard time. Even top students from the alchemy department like first-year Elvira or second-year Norden often came to learn from her. But back in her first year, Dorothy didn't stand out much. That was why Professor Glass, who recognized her true talent, was a true benefactor to her. Dorothy believed Professor Glass must have had a reason for acting so recklessly. Though she didn't know his exact intentions, she was determined to fulfill the request to guard the sewer entrance. However, Dorothy couldn't stop trembling. I really can't do this, Professor. The fire elemental dragon, along with Janica, was now standing right in front of her. She demanded coldly, Answer me. Where is Ed? Dorothy had already passed out from sheer terror. Janica jumped down from the fire dragon's back. I told you it was this way. Yeah, right, like we had to listen to anyone this time. Let me see. So at the second junction, turn right, then left, left, right, left, left, right, left, left. Ugh, my head hurts. Only then did she recognize who had just fainted. Oh, This is Dorothy, captain of Alchemy Group 53. Was this because of me? I should at least cover her with something. Right after that, Lortel's voice suddenly echoed. Oh, is that Senior Janica? Lortel and a group of people were standing nearby, her face unable to hide her anxiety. Speaking of Janica Failover, among the top students of each year, besides Lucy, she was the one with the most impressive strength at Sylvania. She could potentially destroy the entire sewer system and do everything possible to ensure Ed's safety. So what then? Lortel imagined a scenario where Janica, after rescuing Ed, would carry him up and say, Ed, I came to save you. You're not hurt, are you? It must hurt so bad. I was so worried. Are you okay? Let's go back together. I've already cooked dinner at the cabin. Ed, blushing, would reply, Janica, you're the best. Getting kidnapped out of nowhere was really terrifying. Next, the two of them in wedding attire, arm in arm. As expected, there's no one like you, Janica. Let's get married. Do you want a boy or a girl? She blurted out. No way. Lortel had the ability to evaluate every situation calmly, but whenever Ed was brought up, that composure vanished entirely. She smiled and walked over to Janica. Senior Janica, I heard Senior Ed has been rescued. It's unfortunate, but Ed seems to have been severely injured when he was kidnapped. He's currently lying in a hospital bed and keeps asking for you, Senior Janica. Right now, he's at the cabin. What did you say? Lortel thought to herself, I'll rescue Senior first, then trick Janica into leaving later. However, hey, why are you suddenly telling me this? Janica looked at her with murder in her eyes. I rushed straight here after hearing Ed was here. Up until now, I've only been around the entrance. How could Ed have been rescued already? I was the first to arrive, so how could I not have noticed? Janica, who usually seemed indifferent to everything, became intensely proactive when it came to Ed. Lortel forced a smile and said, Never mind then. Now is not the time to joke around, Lo. But those people over there, are those high-ranking staff here to search for Ed? Ah, I forgot, those high-ranking staff aren't the fighting type. They're so pathetic. Ah, no, I mean it's dangerous. Hearing this, Lortel got annoyed, thinking, damn it, why does she have to be spot on with every single word? They really are useless in a fight. Janica continued. Initially, I asked Lucy for help, but she just yawned and walked off, ignoring others and doing her own thing as usual. So I came alone too. Both girls glared at each other with hostility, but this was pretty much a daily routine for them. That's right. Now's not the time to argue about who has no other rivals left, right? Everyone, wait here. Lo quietly instructed her group. No need to say more. In that case, I'll search the east. Lortel, got it. I'll search the opposite direction. The most important thing right now is to quickly go rescue Ed. So, I will definitely save Ed first. Just watch. Meanwhile, at the Soul Library, Rena had discovered the presence of Ed and Mug. Seeing the whole room trembling violently, he didn't understand what was happening. An earthquake? On the other hand, who will be the one to rescue Ed from danger first? Seeing the whole room trembling violently, he didn't understand what was happening. An earthquake? On the other hand, who will be the one to rescue Ed from danger first? A blast of magic struck down directly from above onto Rena, catching her completely off guard. Ed and Mug quickly hid in a safe corner. I hope that was just an earthquake. Rena now showed no signs of movement, lying flat on the floor. A sleepy yawn resounded right after. Little Lucy was sitting atop the rubble, groggy with sleep. It was so boring, so I came to save you. The winner has already been decided. Under the vivid crimson glow of the sunset casting down on the world from the distant horizon, the silhouettes of two men stood discussing official business. The man turned to Abel with a look of concern. Are we really just going to stand by and let this happen? Abel looked just as bewildered. Dangerous as it may be, this will be a great chance for the students to grow. Roses bloom brightest after the leaves fall, after all. The man questioned, but is it really necessary to push them this hard? This is clearly the brightest golden age in the history of Sylvania Academy. The man continued, recalling the images of the current students. How brilliant it is. This class is easily the most exceptional in the Academy's history. The students this year are a rare generation of talent, the top 102 in Sylvania's history. Lost in thought for a moment, countless iconic figures surfaced in his mind, reinforcing the credibility of his argument. Every single student is elite, harboring limitless potential to pull off miracles. If anything happens to them, how can we possibly take responsibility? Abel tightly clutched the cluster of leaves in his hand. Is that so? And yet, I have this feeling like someone is giving us a warning. He clenched his fist tightly, a deep, contemplative expression on his face. The coming ordeal will be a violent storm, and only the most extraordinary talents will stand tall through it. Difficult and dangerous as it is, this is a test for all of them. The sky gradually darkened, though it seemed as if it still wanted to cling to the fading twilight. Inside a humble house, smoke billowed from the chimney, like a black hole appearing over the distant mountains. It was like a cosmic black hole, deep and endless. A voice spoke out in denial. No way on the surface. Someone was frozen in fear. A young boy holding his forehead with a look of regret. No way. No way. There's no way that's possible. Lucy looked at him with eyes full of hope. Do you have any beef jerky left? The boy clutched his head and winced. There isn't a single piece left, man. Hearing that, Lucy looked a bit disappointed. Guess I should go find somewhere to catch a quick nap then. Seeing her move, the boy immediately chased after her and called her back. You can't, Lucy. She found the whole situation baffling. The current situation is total chaos. Judging by the timing, Janica and Lortel have probably already entered the sewers. I need to get there now. Given how fast all of them are growing right now, they're more than capable of wiping out all the mid to late game bosses. So skipping a boss like Professor Glast won't ruin the main plot since everything is still under control. But here's the real problem. If Lucy meets Glast, it's going to trigger the bad ending. Ed frowned and held Lucy back. Hey, don't go anywhere. Just stick close to me. Lucy looked curious. Why? Ed fondly recalled his memories with her. Because during the toughest times, what gave me strength was simply your quiet presence by my side. Ed's expression finally turned serious. What do you say, Lucy? You're really strong, and being around you gives me peace of mind. Even if you don't do or say anything, just having you next to me makes me feel relieved. Lucy leaned away, bent down, and sniffed around. Is there really no jerky left? Seeing Lucy care more about beef jerky than him, Ed felt a flash of jealousy and raised his voice. Forget about the jerky already. Please, just stick by my side until we get out of these sewers. Then he suddenly crossed his arms and lowered his voice. If you want to go outside, I'll take you. But before that, I have a few things I need to clear up. Lucy let out a sigh of relief. All right, deal. In exchange, I have a request too. In the blink of an eye, Lucy was already riding on Ed's back. Gritting his teeth, he dashed forward, thinking to himself as he ran, now I need to backtrack to where we came from. Once I grab the necessities from the Soul Library and find Janica and Lortel in the sewers, we'll temporarily get out of here. Beads of sweat trickled down his face. Lucy still hadn't forgotten to check on her favorite snack. No way. Is there seriously no jerky left? Ed was utterly helpless. We're all out. Outside the building, a horde of dragons sparkled in the sky. How massive and terrifying they were. Suddenly, someone reached out an open hand, emanating blazing energy. Flame energy engulfed the entire area. Fire blast skill leveled up. Mana perception skill leveled up. This was the absolute joy of grinding levels. Feeling a bit anxious, a massive wave of EXP surged from the monsters like a waterfall, setting everything ablaze. Somewhere around here was a hidden barrier. His superior mana perception and sharp judgment had been personally acknowledged by Professor Glass himself. Unlike Janica, who leaned toward communicating with spirits, Lortel had a natural talent for pathfinding. Always talking big, but now she'd gone dead silent. Out of nowhere, Lortel realized that, for once, she genuinely wanted to help someone else. An invisible bond, one money couldn't buy, was slowly taking shape. Lortel placed her hand on the wall, her expression deep in thought. She sighed. That feeling is just like that day, the sound of a beating heart. This was the scene of her fighting through the trial. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Oh, Lortel, there you are." Her face showed clear surprise. "Senior." The person clicked his tongue. Ed looked at her covered in gear. "I got kidnapped." Carrying Lucy on his back while lugging a mountain of items, Ed said to Lortel, Thank goodness you showed up at the right time, Lortel. Help me carry some of these scrolls, would you? They're way too heavy for me to hold alone. Lortel stared at them in utter shock. W? Is all this? These are all high-level crafting recipes. Her face grew increasingly bewildered. Oh no. More importantly, Senior, weren't you just in danger? Yeah, it was pretty dicey back there. Ed hesitated slightly, but, well, everything's been taken care of. He turned his head back and called out to Lucy. Seeing Lucy and Ed together, Lortel put on an annoyed expression. This is dangerous, seriously dangerous. How could you get that close to him? It's infuriating. I can't stand it. She pictured a steamy scenario in her mind. Janica Faylover is just a shy little girl who wouldn't dare do anything. Yet here I am, putting in all this effort just to get close to him. Memories of the past rushed into her mind. That night on the way back, I almost burned down the entire forest just because I was thinking about him so much that I dropped my torch. So how can he just stand there so nonchalantly, flirting with another girl right in front of me? Lortel took the bundle of scrolls from his hands, her heart boiling with irritation. Here, hold on to these crafting scrolls for me. If your shop can source the raw materials, I'll drop by to pick them up. If there's anything you want to sell, just let me know. Consider my payback for all the help you've given me lately. The prices are negotiable. Lortel stared at him and yelled, But, Senior, she thought to herself, I have to take this chance to push all my rivals aside and seize the upper hand. Leaning in close all of a sudden, Ed whispered, Please, Lortel, who else can I count on besides you? He ignited the fire of anger inside her all over again. This is way too much. After everything, how dare you ask me to do things like this for you? Lortel's ears were sensitive. Who else can I count on besides you? I'm really grateful to you, truly. Suddenly, her expression brightened with excitement, her eyes lighting up. Or maybe, Senior, do you need an invoice for all this too? But inside, she scolded herself. I'm such an idiot. Why can't I control my emotions? Suddenly, a voice called out, making both Ed and Lortel turn in curiosity. Miss Lortel. The man looked as if he had just sprinted a long distance to get here, speaking out of breath. I finally found you. The situation is extremely serious. Everyone, do not drop your guard under any circumstances. The group went searching together. Clebius, the top first-year student in the combat department, panicked. Is it really necessary to go this deep inside? It looks pretty dangerous. Shouldn't we just turn back? Alvira, the top first year in alchemy, yelled back in anger. You're spouting nonsense again. Aren't you planning on saving Ayla? Clebius fired back. I didn't even like Ayla Kais that much in the first place. Why we have to risk our lives for that Ed, Rot Taylor guy anyway? I'm really sorry, but I absolutely have to save Ayla, please. Alvira, the top first year in magic, chimed in. You know, Ayla's a good person. We've made it this far, so don't go giving up halfway. Clebius marveled as someone pointed a finger up. Oh, hey, AEL, the self-proclaimed prophet. AL raised her finger and squinted her eyes. I sensed something unusual up ahead. Her prophecies, though vague as if peering blindly into the future, were scarily accurate more often than not. AL narrowed her eyes. I have a bad feeling that our opponent this time is going to be incredibly tough. Suddenly, in the distance, flames erupted alongside chaotic screams. I didn't know. I swear I had no idea. There was never a plan like that from the start. It was just an impulsive moment. Please spare me. I'm begging you guys. A girl was lying on the ground. AL looked curious. Isn't that in? Or did we veer way too far to the right? What's this? A glowing dragon appeared. Janica raised her hand in greeting. Hey there, underclassmen. The group up ahead waved back. Ah, Senior Janica. That unforgettable feeling. The fear deeply rooted in their subconscious resurfaced, their minds paralyzed by terror, leaving behind nothing but twisted, fearful thoughts. We're not sure if we can win, but we'll do our best. Seeing their expressions, Janica panicked. Everyone, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Or did I do something awful to Claire? But she just suddenly passed out on her own. AEL pulled Taylor back. Taylor, calm down. Pull yourself together. Taylor screamed with fierce determination. Get out of the way. Even if the chances of winning are slim, I have to save Ayla. Stop right there. The room suddenly fell dead silent. A voice called out while he wore a deep, contemplative look. Id rotilur. Janica ran up to him, cupping his face to check his injuries. Ed, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Lortel stood off to the side, her annoyance plain as day. Meanwhile, the kid beside them looked just as furious, calling out his name. Ed Rot Taylor, Alvira, and I know Ed's fighting style all too well. Using just a few basic spells and a bit of archery skill, he once managed to single-handedly block all three of us. And now that his teammate is Janica, ever since that incident at Ophelis Hall, he's gotten ridiculously stronger. The group grew anxious. If it were just Senior Janica, we might have had a shot at getting past her. But now that Rot Taylor is here, our chances of winning are zero. The group held Ed in high regard. In this fight, there isn't going to be a shred of hope for us. Someone placed a hand on his shoulder, accompanied by the words, Go, Taylor. Ayla is waiting for you. Go stop Professor Glass. Taylor, it's time for each of us to do what we must. Leave the main script to you. And as for the variables, I'll take care of them. From here on out, the hunt belongs to me. The report from a Merchant Guild employee exploded like a ticking time bomb. The mercenaries hired by the Golden King Elter have breached the academy. The guy who was supposed to be miserably defeated with no chance of bouncing back as the mid-tier sub-boss in Act 2. The Golden King Elter failed much earlier than expected and in a totally unforeseen manner. However, unlike the original story, he managed to successfully escape. Lortel knew full well that Elter was plotting revenge. And yet, an image of Lortel in the past standing before a crowd flashed by. Everyone, follow me to the sewers. Leaving just a few people back at the academy will be enough. The old fox had seized upon her vulnerability, as most of the Merchant Guild's forces had been deployed here. The informant continued. Our headquarters is completely undefended right now. We need to head back immediately. I managed to gather quite a few recipes for Magitech and magical artifacts. They might end up being more useful than we thought. But if I had to pick one thing, one ultimate asset to survive in this world, and you asked me what that absolute best thing is, it would definitely be information about the future. The script was playing out right before his eyes, a total of 5 acts, and currently, it was the final chapter of Act 2, the battle against Glass. Act 2 was coming to an end, and keeping everything aligned with the original storyline remained the top priority. If Elter was the mid-tier sub-boss of Act 2, then he had to be eliminated in this very act, just like in the original story. I'll go take down the Golden King Elter. Someone muttered a name. Jick. A response came immediately. Yes, Senior. Just so, if you keep going straight inside, you'll reach the place. As for the details, we can ask Ayla after we rescue her. Meanwhile, Taylor was stunned upon hearing Jick mention this. In the end, that kid, the main character himself, is the one who has to put an end to this damn script. Only Taylor, after learning all the unique skills and fully developing, can face that guy in the finale. Inside the sewers, there is still plenty of work left to do. Later on, when a magic tower summoned by Professor Glass casts its dark shadow across the sky and rains down terrible magical storms, casualties will undoubtedly skyrocket. And beyond that, countless other grueling trials await, challenges that human strength alone can hardly overcome. The kid turned his head, listening to the advice given to him. Hang in there, though I doubt you need a long pep talk from me. The group moved forward together, right? As they walked, they chatted among themselves. The goal is the ultimate reward. He's definitely targeting the Merchant Guild to silence them, since selling off that magic tool set and the mess at Trick Hall made them suspect you were pulling the strings. All right, then let's head to the academy, first to report the mercenary intrusion. Janica turned to Ed and said, Wait, hold on. Ed, you seem to be in such a rush. I'm sorry, Janica, but we really don't have the time. Janica let out a sigh. Here we go again, Janica shouted. Everyone, going there's going to be dangerous. Her shout caught the attention of Ed and Lortel, causing both of them to look back. Janica asked him, Are you planning to go confront the Golden King Elter? I don't really know what happened, but you're just kidnapped and only barely managed to escape. She spoke with deep concern and a frantic tone. Just the other day, he passed out from pure exhaustion. Besides, this is Elter's business, which frankly has nothing to do with that at all. I don't want to see him get hurt any further. Ed digested those words internally. She's right. It really isn't my business. But I can't exactly tell them that I have to personally deal with a massive wild card like Elter just to set my mind at ease. Standing in front of Janica, he turned to look at the two of them. Well, luckily, catching the Golden King Elter requires either Lortel, me, or Janica to come along. I can just use that as an excuse to drag them both with me. Now, Lordell actually agreed with Janica. Senior Janica is right. We shouldn't let Senior risk himself just for our sake. It really would be best if he stayed put and recovered. Lortel and Janica stood right next to each other, with virtually no distance left between them, perfectly synchronized in both mind and soul. Standing there watching the two of them, Ed couldn't help but marvel. Unbelievable. They used to hate each other like cats and dogs, and now they're getting along so well. He spoke up. Thanks, everyone, but I can't just sit around and do nothing. Responding to their concern, he added, Unfortunately, this isn't an outsider's business. Hearing that, both girls were utterly shocked, Lortel looked confused. What do you mean, Ed? An outsider's business. Saying that, he continued on his way. Let's move, everyone. We're out of time. The reporting employee scrambled after them. Why, yes, sir. As they walked, Ed thought to himself, why isn't it an outsider's business? Man, it's always times like this where I end up a loss for how to explain things. Janica playfully cut into his train of thought. We really aren't outsiders, though, Ed, because I have a deal with Lortel. So if Lortel loses control of the Merchant Guild, Ed will also run into trouble getting magical items distributed, right? That's right. So the two of you definitely aren't outsiders. Ed pondered Janica's words. Lortel suddenly blushed, cupping her face with both hands shyly. Why, yeah. That's right. Neither of us are outsiders. Ed thought to himself. Janica is seriously smart. She spun my words around so fast, truly fitting for the top student. Anyway, he'd worry about that later. The scene up ahead was a chaotic mess with debris littered all over the ground. People were gossiping. That Taylor guy showed no mercy to anyone, didn't wait for a single person. He looked seriously terrifying back then. On the floor lay the body of a girl, her face already covered up. Ed looked at Janica in confusion. Was this your doing? Janica quickly tried to defend herself. It wasn't on purpose. Things just kind of went this way and that. And ended up like this. Lordell chimed in. How ruthless. Janica. Janica yelled back. Hey, I'm not some cold-blooded monster, okay? Don't get the wrong idea. The informant spoke up. We're close to the exit. We can talk more once we're outside. Right now, we need to report the mercenary attack to the academy. My carriage and the staff are waiting at the entrance. The carriage outside had been overturned, with 3 people collapsed on the ground. Looking at them, Lortel remarked, he got here faster than expected. Elter was already standing right there. Speaking up, clever girl. I was the one who taught you how to manage records, after all. Even if you turned the entire guild upside down, you wouldn't find a single piece of evidence incriminating me. Standing proudly before everyone, he added, however, your personnel management had a gaping flaw. A little intimidation was all it took for them to spill that you had come here. The guild employee standing with the group spoke up. I am so sorry, my lady. Lortel scoffed in contempt. Elter looked at her and said, That's right. In moments like these, you should smile. I spent an awful lot of time teaching you that fake smile of yours. Ed pointed at the staff member beside him. What a shame that the only evidence is your own confession. A girl as pretty as her. And it's such a waste that I have to break her through torture just to extract a statement. Lortel, the people who had just been knocked to the ground showed strange signs, their eyes emitting a faint red glow. He swung his blade downward, releasing a blinding light. Seeing Clebius step in to assist him, Lortel warned, shouting, Everyone be careful. Parrying the attack, she tried to reason with Elter. I anticipated you wouldn't come alone, but I never expected you to actually bring mercenaries into the academy. He scoffed. You want to compare my forces now to last time at Trick Hall? I'm afraid things are very different this time. It won't be that simple. Those mercenaries drew their bows. These are top-tier mercenaries on the continent, Elter declared, ordering. Except for Lortel, the rest of them don't matter whether they live or die. He waved his hand, signaling. end this quickly. The mercenaries then began aiming their bows at everyone, unleashing a shower of arrows, all directed straight toward the group. Ed watched the arrows whizzing toward him, and right when they were just centimeters away, he used defensive magic to suppress them. They were all safely shielded thanks to this spell. Janica reminded him, "Be careful. They move and attack in a very organized fashion." Ed replied, "Thanks, Janica." Elter stood off to the side with crossed arms, observing the fight. Elementalists are such a pain. However, he pulled out a certain artifact. "I told you things are different this time." A legendary grade magic tool, Belarus's Prejudice, locks down all mana within its range for 10 minutes. A consumable item worth hundreds of gold coins, Belarus's Prejudice, much like Alvira's Lobelia reagent, except its mana-sealing effect is far more potent. Although its drawbacks are a long activation time and being easy to detect, its raw power is undeniable. He noted, "Their overwhelming force and well-trained mercenary formation make it impossible to break through and stop him from using the artifact in time. And most importantly, all of us were mages, meaning every single one of us had our magic locked down." Lortel revealed, "He definitely knows our strength inside out. We're done for." Lortel revealed, "He definitely knows our strength inside out. We're done for." Ed spoke directly to Elter. "Elter, the Academy won't let you get away with this. How do you plan to deal with the fallout?" He burst out laughing. "At least it's better than losing my life, wouldn't you say? I should have foreseen this from the very beginning. A flap of a tiny butterfly's wings like him is enough to turn the entire world upside down." Ed thought, "I know that better than anyone, especially considering he's the mid-tier sub-boss of Act 2. If he's allowed to survive, the world will fall into complete chaos." The Golden King Elter, the mid-tier sub-boss of Act 2, was the villain who was supposed to be overthrown and kicked off the stage by his own daughter, Lortel. The man who murdered Lortel's parents, a tyrant willing to exploit anything for his own glory and power, was clearly a ruthless monster. Yet the reason Elter was obstructing our path in such an annoying way was simply for his own survival, just like me. Ed thought to himself, "Still, I won't hold back. I won't lie and say I was mentally prepared to deal with all the variables I created. Call me selfish if you want." Suddenly, Ed raised his voice and demanded, "Stop. This is my business." Footsteps echoed from somewhere nearby. Lucy, resting on Ed's shoulder, seemed to have woken up, her first words being, "Too noisy," before falling dead silent. Suddenly, a bright, powerful light radiated from her delicate body. The intensity of the light was blinding to everyone around. Lucy the Slothful had awakened. Few knew that the final book in the life of Archmage Glock, the Record of Observations, was written in a humble, thatched hut, far removed from his usual grand image. A scene far removed from Lucy sleeping in her dreams, listening to Glock's teachings. "You possess innate talent and the blessing of the stars, but that doesn't mean you're allowed to stop learning. Stay humble, keep learning, and use your power for others. And beware of the loneliness that creeps into your heart. Overwhelming strength always comes with heartbreaking solitude." Archmage Glock set his paper on the desk. "All right, I'll stop here." Lucy felt incredibly curious, "But promise me 3 things. His face radiated kindness and tolerance. "Never kill. Don't let those small hands be stained with blood, even by accident. And at least during your time at Sylvania, live a life truly fitting for a student." Lucy sensed that the mercenaries Elter hired were all battle-hardened veterans. Just looking at the way they moved was enough to tell they had survived countless battles. The fact that they were still alive today proved their sheer skill. Survival instincts were ingrained in their blood, and right now, those instincts were screaming. Lucy's footsteps came to a halt. "You need to stop right now." The magical radiance shining behind each of Lucy's steps was mesmerizing. Lucy's appearance and aura left Elter jaw-dropped. What kind of magic is this?" One of the mercenaries put on a furious, darkened expression. "Have they all gone crazy? Run fast." However, younger mercenaries often lacked experience and situational judgment. That guy drew his sword and charged straight toward the light. Contrary to the typical image of a mage, Lucy rarely used magic. Sensing an immediate threat, Lucy shut him down before he could land an attack. It was simply pure magical power, generated by compressing mana to its absolute limit. Pure, unadulterated force, completely unstoppable. Elter now wore a look of panic, holding up a scroll. Not enough time. I just need a little more time. Lucy's eyes flashed as her gaze shifted toward him. You're the ringleader, aren't you? I just need to take you down. Suddenly, a hand gently tapped her shoulder. Lucy turned her head to look. Ed was about to speak. All right, that's enough, but snapped his head around as he sensed a bad omen. An earthquake? No. Mysterious streaks of purple light suddenly appeared across the dark night sky. The 7 stars were now aligned in a straight line, shining brilliantly in the night sky. It was like a surge of destructive power. Professor Glass' forbidden spell, magic capable of warping fate itself. A hazy mist and smoke enveloped the entire area. The magical tower covering the sky was the stage for Act 2, the final chapter, the ultimate battle. Lucy looked up. The timing is incredible. By now, Taylor has probably cleared out the monsters in the sewers and acquired the necessary skills. The party is fully assembled. With just a little more time, Taylor could definitely stop Glass. The realm of magic was activated just like in the original storyline, meaning the script was still proceeding according to plan. Of course, with such an abnormal spell, anyone besides me would be confused. Ed thought of both Janica and Lortel. Even top students like them couldn't comprehend what was happening, so surely no one. Lucy suddenly spoke up, making Ed look up at her. Every magical tower has the task of absorbing and processing mana from the sanctuary. Floating in midair, Lucy added, so there's someone who can do it. Ed looked up at her form. The forbidden resurrection spell, the conclusion of Act 2, accessible after beating the stage. Ed was still burning with curiosity. After everything ended, Lucy woke up from her long sleep and casually spoke, sitting on the ground and rubbing her eyes, now back in the form of a young girl. So that's how it is. In the original story, Lucy should have been taking an afternoon nap on the roof of Trick Hall right now, but to use her as a strategic card, I woke her up early and put her in the main part. As a result, when backed into a corner, Glass offered Lucy a deal. The target of the Forbidden Resurrection spell wasn't the legendary Sylvania, but her master, Archmage Glock. And just like that, Lucy became my enemy, utterly wiping out the party back then. The final image was nothing but Lucy's cold back as she left the sewers. Even if veteran gamers spent hundreds of hours analyzing it, they could never find a way to defeat Lucy at this point in the game. Off-script variables and unexpected situations. Everything relied on me to fix. And sometimes I suddenly thought to myself as Elter's hand seemed to reach for something invisible. Could those variables, like the legendary grade artifact Belarus's Prejudice, some wondered, could they actually change the ending? Ribbons of light wrapped around a vessel, sealing magic within the area for 10 minutes. That source of light engulfed the entire area, immersing the whole group in its radiance. Elter suddenly yelled, "Now's the time." He assumed they could no longer use magic. A wind blade suddenly manifested, another green streak of hidden energy. Ed reached out his hand, touching it. Can I break through even that predetermined dark ending? Even knowing so much beforehand, there were still things beyond my control. Elter panicked immediately, eyes wide open, stammering, "W, what on earth is this?" Looking utterly bewildered, he looked upward. The terrifying sealing power of a legendary magic tool had its limits after all. Holding back a raging flood was easier than extinguishing the fire in her heart. Let me clear the path. Lucy appeared up high, looking tiny yet imposing. Lucy spoke up. I need to go where I need to go. Elter couldn't tear his eyes away from Lucy's aura. His veteran experience was no less than that of battle-hardened mercenaries. His eyes looked hollow as his survival instincts whispered to him that in front of the Golden King right now, this young mage was nothing short of the Grim Reaper descended. Lucy snapped her fingers, emanating energy. Elter looked at her with a doubtful expression. Ed said to Lucy, "Do you realize that if you do that, you might die?" Lucy knew that full well, but standing between the two, she spoke up. "If you don't want to kill him, then stop." It was strange seeing him worry for Elter's life. Lucy seemed to want to say something. Images of Lucy alongside Archmage Glock flooded back. Don't let those small hands be stained with blood, even by accident. The person she was worried about wasn't the man about to die, the Golden King, but me. Lucy got into position, but hesitated, then stopped and turned her head away. I understand. Ed asked from behind her, "Where are you going?" Lucy didn't turn back, only replying, "Everything's over. I have to go." Conversations with Rot Taylor always ended like this. So at Ed's question, she paused. "Don't you have any regrets?" She didn't bother answering, and then Lucy flew up, leaving Ed watching her, thoughts seemingly racing through his mind. Glock's record of observations. The final chapter featured an image of Lucy alongside Archmage Glock. What is lost forever will never return. Those left behind can only grow stronger. Sadly, that is why you must be strong. Now came an image of Lucy hugging an ancient, thick book tightly to her chest. I dedicate the final lines of this book to you, the one who brought an end to my life. Archmage Glock's face toward Lucy remained the same, as warm as ever, along with his affectionate call, "Lucy." Overwhelmed with emotion from those memories, she casually murmured, "No." And just like that, Lucy vanished right before Ed's eyes. Ed watched her until she was completely out of sight. Scene shift. Out at sea, a group of people were traveling by boat. Someone said, "Confirmed 57 people on board. It seems everyone has retreated safely. Miss Janica will also return shortly. Elter's fate will be decided later. For now, just hand him over to the Elter Merchant Guild to deal with. Lortel will handle everything smoothly." Putting an end to her ill-fated connection with Elter was her responsibility too. Ed ran up, stepping onto the stairs, huffing and puffing. I must have pushed myself too hard, sprinting all the way here from back there. The highest point of Sylvania made his body ache. This was Trick Hall where it all began. Nostalgic memories of this building came flooding back, where Glass stole the secret book of heavenly mysteries, and where Taylor began his journey. Walking up the stairs, memories of this place rushed back. The academy had searched thoroughly, injured people everywhere, and I hadn't thought I'd ever return here either. Yet in the end, I still had to come here to settle everything. My journey against the script, starting from the secret research room, had come to an end right here, in a way completely unscripted. Where Taylor began was also where my journey ended. Lucy's figure also appeared in front of the building. One of the buildings destroyed by Janica was Glock Hall, and the scholarship I received was also the Glock Scholarship. Though he lived a modest life, he donated his entire fortune to Sylvania Academy. Ed and Lucy felt nostalgic. His mark was everywhere in this academy, so finding Lucy wasn't difficult at all. Ed stood in front of the grand, massive building, taking in the panoramic view. I'm guessing Lucy would be right here, where you can overlook the entire academy. She seemed to understand Lucy's current state of mind completely, because to Lucy, the academy was Glock's final legacy. The entire academy was shrouded in magical power. Lucy and Ed looked down at the whole view from above. Suddenly, Lucy called out, "Hey." Ed asked, "What is it?" Then she said, "Got any beef jerky left?" Ed didn't seem unfamiliar with this kind of question anymore. He thought, "TSH, always the same old questions," then replied, "I already told you earlier I'm all out." Ed walked over and asked, "Lucy, what are you doing here?" Lucy sat with her back to Ed, patted the spot beside her to signal him to sit, and said, "Just thinking about the past." Ed didn't sit. He leaned his hands against the wall, looked down from above, and remarked, "If someone fell from up here, they'd probably be a goner, huh?" Lucy suddenly spoke up. "Back then, something really sad happened. I cried so much, but at some point, I stopped feeling sad." Ed asked why. She paused for a moment, then opened her mouth to say, "I kept thinking about it, and turns out the reason wasn't even a big deal." Lucy's face grew somber as she continued. "It's just that too much time has passed." She thought of Glock and kept talking. "It's true that a lot of time has passed, but intentionally reopening old wounds is just stupid. Even if we try to use magic to resurrect him, in the end, he'd just have to pass away all over again." Honestly, he had already prepared for his own death a long time ago, so he might just get pissed off and die a second time. Ed sat down next to Lucy, listening to her go on, resurrecting a great archmage who dedicated his entire life to magic research. Using a forbidden spell like that is nothing more than an insult. Yeah, I knew it right from the start. Wanting to bring him back, or whatever, was just my own selfishness. Out of nowhere, Ed spoke up, "So Lucy, are you really doing okay, kiddo?" He thought to himself, "Even though I have no right to say this since I stopped you, I couldn't help but ask. Remembering what had happened earlier, he silently assessed, Lucy changing her mind about resurrecting Glock might just be a mood swing. If Lucy changes her mind again, horrible things could happen. I have no choice but to go check. Lucy called out, Ed, hey. Feeling a gut sense about every time Lucy called him, he thought, this time, what she says will probably be the same as before. Speechless, he thought with a headache. In a situation like this, she's still thinking about beef jerky? The hat on her head had been taken off. Lucy leaned against his shoulder. Ed thought, I was wondering why this kid offered me a seat next to her. Turns out it was just for this. He thought about Professor Glass, who is currently engaging in direct magical combat with his students elsewhere. Asterisk, it's going to be hard to find anyone as passionate about researching resurrection magic as Professor Glass again. Resurrection magic ends right here. The dead remain dead, and loss remains loss. Even though everyone experiences loss in different ways, in the end, it comes for everyone equally. That's why we need to learn to accept those losses and use everything we have to heal those wounds. Asterisk. Thinking of Lucy, it ran through his mind, Lucy, the ancient weapon created by Glass using holy magic in another place. The group of students holding swords, witnessing Professor Glass magic, had all sorts of different emotions written across their faces. Fear, anxiety. Yet they still gripped their swords tight. Suddenly, Ayla was blown up into the air. Someone shouted loudly, calling out Ayla. The narrator's voice resonated. Act 2, the final battle. The magic golem, cast by Professor Glass, controlling the giant's hands of mana. He manipulated them, enclosing Ayla inside a red orb, which was the heart of the golem. While she had lost consciousness, Glass' expression turned dark and terrifying. He decisively swung his arm down. Instantly, the giant golem unleashed a blow downwards as well, smashing everything to pieces. Rock debris flew everywhere in all directions, relentlessly breaking everything under Professor Glass' command. The plotline rolled on into its final stage. Hurry up and rescue Ayla, who is trapped inside the golem's heart. That giant targeted Taylor and attacked him without hesitation. The situation grew intense as the thick dust gradually cleared. Turns out, Clebius had quickly blocked it with his magic shield. He yelled out, Go, Taylor! Instantly, Taylor gripped his sword and charged forward. He leaped straight onto the giant's arm and gritted his teeth, saying, Ayla! Right at that moment, Professor Glass looked up. Taylor swung his sword with all his strength, aiming straight down the middle of Glass' head, shouting at the top of his lungs, Give her back! Glass blood splattered all over his face, his eyes going blank. Glass' internal monologue echoed alongside the ongoing scene. My eyesight has deteriorated. I don't know when I became unable to see anything. Without my glasses, the exact moment he kicked the bucket, he had only one thought. A professor's life was finally quiet. Glass recalled memories from his time working at the school, remembering Abel's habit of always dropping by halfway through to have a cup of tea. Even after becoming the principal, he never changed that habit. Glass sat reading books from the crack of dawn. Sitting at the large desk in his private research lab, he thought to himself, I read the sage's strange book of grimoires, analyzing the power of holy arts, managing the curriculum, and reviewing the syllabus to be taught to the students. Stack after stack of books piled higher and higher. And then, the scenery outside the window shifted. Snow started falling. He narrated to himself again. First-year students, former elemental magic majors, kept coming to my private research lab. Dorothy Sackbearer came to see Glass, and he remembered clearly how she said she wanted to learn intermediate magic ahead of time. Then, rain falling. Another time, Claire came over, the young professor who caused trouble. Terrified, putting her hands together, nervously saying, Professor, I'm so sorry. Glass silently evaluated, always so clumsy and apologizing. The wind blew. He sat silently reading books once more. He continued his monologue. When I serve as the department head, I just sat in one place. If I immerse myself in work, those painful memories would vanish before I even knew it. The book emitted a strange light. Returning to reality, Glass was severely wounded, coughing up a mouthful of blood, yet his right hand was still casting magic. He aimed at Taylor and attacked, sending him flying back. Taylor's sword snapped in half. Celestial magic, time reversal. Glass looked at the magical power in his hand, chanting a spell. Painful memories. Do not disappear. Instantly, his eyes widened as a terrifying power was released, radiating in all directions. The power forced everyone to grit their teeth and push their strength to resist. Someone screamed at the top of their lungs, "What? What on earth is that?" Celestial magic. That power transformed itself into a multi-layered time prison, and everyone gradually turned to stone, frozen in place. Clebius felt the danger now more than ever. He used all his strength to push Taylor forward. Right after that, Clebius was affected as well and froze. Fortunately, Taylor held his ground, plunging the broken half of his sword straight into the magic barrier. Glass fell silent, lost in thought. He thought, sometimes my vision gets blurry. Then he closed his eyes, thinking further. What appears in the darkness stretching behind my eyelids are the things I've lost. Glass recalled the image of Marilda. Suddenly he opened his eyes, as if remembering something. Right, it's almost done now. Taylor had managed to climb up to where Glass was standing. He was panting heavily. He acted like he was possessed, casting magic and speaking out loud. "So give it up. Don't stand in my way." He thought, "I have to try to reverse reality." Glass magic kept surging, gradually accumulating until it reached its peak moment. Right at that fateful second, a dazzling beam of yellow magical light erupted, striking directly where Glass magic was concentrated. That force made him freeze in his tracks. By the time he could see clearly, Glass was astonished, exclaiming, "The sacred sword ritual. It's celestial magic, time reversal." Time began to turn back, and Glass Giant was sliced clean in two. As time reversed, everyone who had been frozen gradually regained their color. Time flowed back into them, returning everything to normal. Suddenly, Glass said, "It's useless." He thought, "Even if I have to trade whatever's left of my life." Glass suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hack. His whole body was pushed backward by another force. Ice magic and ice lance. Taylor yelled at the top of his voice, "Now's the time." Instantly, everyone who had just been freed from the time freeze launched an attack together all at once. Glass remained calm, saying, "Is this as far as you go?" But right after that, his eyes went wide, stunned by the combined strength of everyone together, which completely destroyed his giant. Ayla was freed from the golem's heart. Behind them was the collapse of an entire magic tier. Taylor carried Ayla in his arms. Glass slowly floated down. Finally, when he touched the ground, he let out a cough, then slumped his head, saying, "All right, you kids win." Right after that, he fell straight down from the magic tower. His body collided with the wind, slowly falling from a height of dozens of meters. In that exact moment of falling, Glass only managed to utter one single sentence, "I miss you, Marilda." When he was just about to hit the ground, he fell into a spatial leap powered by celestial magic, ending up by the root of a tree. It was a magic circle left behind, acting like a final escape route. He collapsed by the tree, coughing violently, thinking to himself, but for some reason, this escape came way too late. Even if I use mana to stop the bleeding, it's useless. Ed's narrative voice chimed in. Originally, in the script, Professor Glass wouldn't have been able to do anything else anyway, because in reality, everyone had already foreseen this outcome. Professor Glass was definitely going to die here. Glass looked up. "Jick, why are you here? Isn't it dorm curfew right now?" Jick's image reflected off Glass' cracked glasses. He continued, "However, there's one thing I want to double-check. Up on the tower, a massive magic array was powering up. It radiated a violent surge of power along with tiny crackles of light." Lortel ran, while thinking. Asterisk, the mercenary squad was kicked off the island by Senior Janica, and Dad's been locked up in the Merchant Guild, so the dangerous variables have been taken care of. Since we agreed to meet in front of the sewer entrance after wrapping things up, I just need to confirm if Senior Ed, who's rushing over to the trick hall, is safe, right? Asterisk. Right after that, Ed, who was standing with Lucy, spotted her and waved. "Oh, Lortel." Lortel's attention immediately locked onto Lucy's hand tugging at his shirt. That was a red flag. An alarm went off in her head. Danger, danger, from inside the sewer. Teaching assistant Claire struggled to drag the unconscious Dorothy out. Seeing them, Ed thought, that's Dorothy, top student of the 53rd class, and the teaching assistant. Looks like things down in the sewer are wrapped up. He looked at Claire's tear-filled eyes and wondered, is she crying? What's going on? But when the two of them caught sight of him, they both panicked and shrieked. Afterward, Janica and Takin also walked over. That magic tower used celestial magic, right? If so, there's one thing I want to go check out. Lately, the meetings between Janica and the spirits have turned into gossip sessions about Ed. But in reality, Janica's original intention was goodwill, to protect the northern forest where the spirits live. But a few days ago, Takin sensed a mana source, similar to those magic towers, coming from the northern forest. If it was celestial magic, it goes without saying who was behind it. However, no magic tower showed up in the northern forest. In that case, what on earth did Professor Glass do there? Ed secretly calculated in his heart. Asterisk, considering nothing out of the ordinary happened in the main storyline, there's probably no need to interfere. But still, if a big figure like Professor Glass isn't eliminated, his influence on the upcoming scenarios will be bigger than anyone can imagine. Asterisk. In the end, I decided to go verify this. But Professor Glass, covered in wounds and leaning against a tree trunk, didn't show any change in attitude when he saw Ed. Oh, isn't it past dorm curfew right now? Janica and Lortel arrived right after. Seeing him in that state, they were completely stunned. What are you doing here? Glass spat out a mouthful of blood, but still forced out his reply. Just stargazing, why? Is it that funny? No, it's not funny at all. Well, that's strange, because I find my own state pretty hilarious. Looking down from above, a failure. You probably saw it coming, didn't you? Spot on, Rot Taylor. I knew beforehand that I was bound to fail no matter what I did. But still, how reckless to think I'd actually get beaten by students. Even if I had won, Principal Abel wouldn't have let me off easy anyway. Was it because of our past attachment that he didn't move against me right from the start? Either way, he really isn't cut out to be principal. You're a more outstanding student than I thought. It's a shame I noticed you so late. Ed asked in a low voice, so why did you kidnap me in the first place? Glass smiled and replied, you have quite exceptional talent. At first, I intended to recruit you to use you for my plan. Of course, your passing out from exhaustion ruined that plan. I quickly snatched you up, but by the time I came back, you had already escaped. If you think this lonely death is the price I have to pay, then compared to the sins I've committed, this trade-off isn't half bad. Besides, the 17 years I spent with my daughter weren't lonely at all. She was 17 years old already, huh? Yeah, 17 years. Call it long or call it short. Ed kept asking. Teaching assistant Claire isn't a stranger to you either, right? Claire, 4 years of undergrad, then 5 years as a teaching assistant. If she stayed until I retired, we would have known each other for 17 years too. I ran into teaching assistant Claire on my way here. She was crying. Hearing this, Professor Glass gasped, his eyes widening. Back then, she had tried to force a smile, even as tears fell. Professor Glass is truly someone anyone would hate on sight. Out of everyone I've ever met, he's the most stubborn and hard-headed, only knowing how to dump work on others. Arrogant, conceited, tyrannical, and constantly lecturing people on top of that. If anyone messes up, he does nothing but scold them. Either way, it's really hard to like the guy. But still, he truly is a genuine scholar. Reaching this point, Claire couldn't hold it together anymore, her whole body shaking as she sobbed. He's someone who can spot talent in completely ordinary students. Perhaps everyone could have guessed Professor Glass' response. Dorothy also spoke in a shaky voice. No matter what Professor Glass was plotting, he was the one who discovered your talent. No matter how you spin it, he's still a guy who recklessly used his students' lives as bait, right? There's no denying that he strayed off the right path. There was no one around him now, so he mocked himself, saying he would die all alone. But that was just his delusion. Looking back, Claire became a teaching assistant at a young age, and Dorothy, top of the alchemy department, were both written off as lacking talent. Even though Professor Glass claimed people like that were worthless, he never stopped searching for and uncovering their hidden talents. Even his own daughter, as if to say that they actually had worth. Too much time for a lonely death. To someone, he was a mentor. To someone else, a colleague. He still lives on in their hearts. Professor Glass was severely nearsighted. At some point, he couldn't see a thing without his glasses. not even himself. Hearing that, he fell silent, then said in a low voice, "Before using magic to summon the demon, I saw the Library of Souls. I swept everything clean and picked out only the legendary crafting recipes. But it seems it was all for nothing." Ed frowned slightly. "You mean there's more?" He pulled a key out from his chest, a shocking sight. "I have to clean up everything with my own hands. Isn't that just reaping what I sow? Now, that library belongs to you." Ed looked blankly at the key in his hand. "Why are you giving me this? You give it to me, and you're still complaining?" Under the desk Jick is guarding, there's a secret safe. When the Academy investigates, open it. And finally, Lucy, Professor Glass, had begun struggling for breath, occasionally seeing her standing behind him. He looked dazed. She looks really sharp. Right at that moment, I really wanted to know what kind of expression Lucy had on her face. Ed thought to himself, it's a shame that from my position, I couldn't see a single thing at all. A corpse, Ayla, lay on her back beneath the shade of the Renkova tree, covered with a silver-white blanket. At first glance, looking as if she were fast asleep. We just stood there silently watching for a long time. The sky had brightened up by now. At Sylvania Academy, the Glass incident, the takeover of Ophelis Hall, and now the theft of the Sage's grimoire. You were present for all three. What a streak of bad luck. Old Taylor, my name has been attached to every major event at the Academy. The department head frowned, looking at him. For reasons unknown, you were kidnapped by Professor Glass, found a chance to escape, tried to call for help, and then randomly ran into Taylor and the others. Is that all? Now look who's department head, huh? Ed immediately replied, yes, exactly as stated in the report you're reading. Janica and Lortel only rushed over to help me. So, you left Ayla, who was also kidnapped, and ran off by yourself. Ayla couldn't move because of her injuries, plus she didn't trust me. So I slipped out alone to get help. All right, the department head stood up, looking him dead in the eye. Honestly speaking, I suspect you. The story made sense, but with one coincidence after another, looking at it from a department head's perspective, this whole thing was definitely suspicious. He glared, threateningly. Even though you act like you know nothing, I get the feeling you know far more than that. Ed, I'll take that as a compliment. That sly attitude was identical too. He slammed his hand onto the desk and said, but just like the incident at Ophelis Hall, as well as this case, you're a student who suffered harm due to the Academy's negligence. Ed frowned, looking at the sheet of paper on the desk. This isn't the written report I composed. What the department head was reviewing was the report card. The department head offered a gentle word of praise. Ed Taylor, you've put in a tremendous effort. That's something I can't deny, and you deserve to be rewarded as a student. After leaving the room, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Right at that moment, Janica's voice chimed in. Ed, you're out. Seeing her, he said, sorry for worrying you, Janica. Are you hurt? I heard you ran into some trouble, so I was really worried about you. Worried? About what? I'm fine, Ed, don't worry. But right after, the spirit on her shoulder chirped something to her. Janica blushed and said, HM, right? Actually, it's not like I didn't get hurt at all. I think while saving Ed, I got a tiny bit hurt. Ed, Esiakaka. You got hurt? He asked worriedly. Where specifically are you hurt? Hugs. Probably my waist, around there, I guess. Janica, this whole thing made me feel a certain way. Whenever I'm in trouble, you always do everything you can to help me, but I took it for granted. But this time, you even got hurt trying to save me. Don't you feel anything seeing how Professor Glass ended up? Once a person dies, regretting it is already too late. Janica looked at Ed's grim face, not knowing how to explain herself. He continued, I feel ashamed of myself, like I'm just being a burden to you. I'm really grateful that you're always so good to me, but in the end, you're the one who ends up getting hurt. Janica said, I'm sorry, Janica. That because of me you got. I'm sorry for putting you through such unnecessary pain. She hastily interrupted him. I'm sorry, I lied. I'm not hurt at all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for lying to you. All right, Janica, you live in the Dex Hall dorm, right? Maybe starting next semester, Hearing this, Janica looked at him with sparkling eyes. Is Ed moving to Dex Hall? Wow, I didn't expect you to be so excited about it. So many things had happened, but everything came to a swift end after all. Act 2 could be considered to have ended smoothly. Ed recalled the department head's words. Put an end to your miserable wandering life and return to being a proper, normal student. If you can do that, I'll grant you permission to move into the academy dormitory. He took another look around his wooden shelter. Personally, I want to build more fencing, plant some perennial edible crops, and reinforce the leaky log cabin, you know? So, is this camping life finally coming to an end? Ed opened the door, and suddenly, an object dropped from above right at his feet. Lucy was lying dazed and motionless on the ground, her eyes wide with an expression like she had just witnessed something terrifying. Lucy muttered, "An end." It looked like it was about to rain. The scenery here wasn't Archon Island. It was the Ram Ian mountain range in the northern part of the Empire. Why on earth am I dreaming about my childhood right now? In those old childhood days, little Lucy slowly walked toward a tiny cabin in the middle of a dense forest. The face of the old man in the cabin, a man sitting in a chair with his back turned to her. Lucy looked at him, confused. But right after that, the cozy house suddenly turned dark and ancient, covered in cobwebs. The old man slowly turned his head around, only to reveal he was now just a skeleton. He screamed at the top of his lungs. "Why didn't you save me, huh? You had the chance. Why did you pretend not to notice?" This was a nightmare. Lucy showed no emotion whatsoever. She simply closed her eyes. Then, when she opened her eyes again, everything had returned to normal. It was still the familiar, elegant room, along with the maids standing by to serve her. "Lady Lucy, are you awake? Please get ready for school." She remained silent, saying nothing. High-tier spatial magic activated, and a dazzling burst of light appeared, forcing the maid to cover her eyes. A series of magic arrays appeared in the sky, centered around a blinding light. I don't know why, but right now I really want to head to the northern forest. In the blink of an eye, Lucy was standing on the roof of the log cabin. She stood there, looking down from above as Ed slowly walked inside the house, feeling a sense of relief for no particular reason. It was going to rain heavily soon, Lucy thought with a smile. But right after that, she heard his voice echo. "So, is this camping life finally coming to an end?" Lucy flinched, slipped, and fell straight down, ending up flat on the ground right at Ed's feet. Cats are unpredictable creatures. They never play by your rules. If you pet them a little, it calms them down. They like to act all noble and high and mighty. It's only when you lose interest and get busy with your own stuff that they start clinging to their owner. That's just how they are. If you want them to do what you want, your best bet is to just ignore them. Ed stared blankly at Lucy, walked right past her without saying a word, and left her lying on the ground. Scene cut at Sylvania Academy. Inside Ed's classroom, Professor Probin was passionately lecturing and showing off his flair at the podium. If you want to make friends with a cat, just ignore them. Don't show any interest or anything. You'd be surprised how quickly they'll cling to you first. Honestly, this is sometimes harder than actual dating. The female students below couldn't stop laughing. In a class about monster ecology, it was surprising to see cats being brought up. Ed sat at the back of the class, sitting quietly without showing any emotion. Led by the veteran Professor Probin, this lecture was wildly popular, so everyone scored high marks. At first, my grades were rock bottom, but before I knew it, my practice progress had gradually accelerated. Nowadays, almost no students could outdo me in course assignments. All right, that wraps up today's class. He quickly packed up his things, but Professor Probin called out, "Oh, Ed, please stop by the lab after the lecture." Later in the lab, he asked him, "Do you know about the undergraduate scholarship program?" Ed immediately replied, "Completing certain tasks for the academy in exchange for partial tuition exemption." "I'm well aware of it, sir." "Ed, this is an opportunity just for you. What specific duties are involved?" Probin lowered his voice. "Most of it involves tasks for the academy, but I suppose it'll mainly be assisting teaching assistant Claire with her workload." Professor Glass left behind a mountain of work. Claire is an exceptionally capable student, but she can't handle it all by herself. Let's see. First, there's the end-of-term evaluations, then the conference agenda during the break. And once the break ends, there's the placement exam for incoming freshmen. When you meet the freshmen, don't be too strict on them. Hearing that, Ed thought to himself, if it's the freshman, that person will definitely enroll as well. Scene cut. In another room, Lortel was holding the retrieved sage's grimoire in her hands. Indeed, the resonance with magical power feels incredibly intense. Anything, anything at all. She raised an eyebrow, thinking, asterisk, I wonder if I can really sell this back to that creeping guy. Huh? Ed made such an absurd request. Maybe from the very beginning, he didn't want this item falling into Crepin's hands. Asterisk. Lortel felt a massive headache coming on. Asterisk, no, this is a business deal. Think about the money, right? I probably need to be more decisive. Asterisk Lortel's motto was never offload today's work to tomorrow. She pulled out the letter Ed had sent earlier and thought, I can really accept any request, as long as I have the certificate of purchase for the Sage's Grimoire. Anything at all. Lortel blushed as she looked at the letter, then giggled softly, pulling out pen and paper to write. Just this once. This was the notice for the special winter break. If Professor Glass isn't teaching the class, then who will cover for him? I wonder. No need to worry about the campsite anymore. She let out a soft sigh. It's already the end of the term, so I doubt I'm the only one busy, right? Janica, Failover, and even Senior Ed will all be just as busy. As for Lucy, there probably won't be any significant changes for her. But why did the nib of Lortel's pen snap the moment she put it to paper? She frowned, asking herself, why do I suddenly feel so uneasy? Meanwhile, over at Ed's log shelter, hey, we're almost out of firewood. Hearing that, Ed was a bit taken aback. Lucy frowned, looking at him. Winter is coming, and we're going to run out of firewood. Yeah, that's true. But before he could finish his sentence, she cut him off. Why haven't you been hunting lately? Ed couldn't help but feel suspicious, thinking, asterisk, why is Lucy suddenly talking about something useful? Besides, maintaining the campsite now is completely pointless. I don't think moving into Dex Hall is too bad. That way, I'll see less of Lucy and the storyline might stabilize in a way. Right? Asterisk. Right then, Janica's voice called out, Hi, Ed. She smiled, running quickly toward the shelter. Seeing her, he asked, Are your classes done for the day? Yep. Professor Marilda's afternoon class was canceled, so I came over to relax. Once winter break starts, you won't be staying at the camp anymore, so I'm going to drop by as much as I can now. I really enjoy and love the time I spend here, but knowing this life is coming to an end makes me feel a bit lonely. I really love this campsite, so it's a shame I won't be able to come hang out here anymore. Still, Ed's living environment is really important, so if you decide to move into Dex Hall, be sure to call me, okay? Janica couldn't hide the excitement on her face. If you need help with anything, I'll help you. There's so much to do. In stark contrast to her, Lucy was looking extremely gloomy at that moment, her eyebrows tightly knit. Hearing her words, Ed thought, things to do, huh? Janica didn't stop, continuing enthusiastically, most of my classmates live in Dex Hall, so we'll definitely run into each other all the time. Oh, and if we meet at the student cafeteria, let's eat together. I usually eat early, and on days Claire can't make it, I eat alone. On your first day, I'll show you around all the spots there. Let me meet you tomorrow morning, okay? As for study rooms, you need at least 2 people, so if you need another person, just call me. Ed didn't answer her. Instead, he pulled out the key from his coat. I still need to check out the secret treasure in the library Professor Glass mentioned, don't I? Right then, Janica placed a letter into his hand and said, all right, the Dex Hall application form. Yeah, during application season, late submissions usually get overlooked, so you'd better fill it out first and then think it over carefully, okay? Ed quickly grabbed it. Oh, you were worried about this too? Thanks a lot, Janica. I filled one out before, so let's write it out together now. First, fill in this part. Before she could finish her sentence, a figure suddenly darted across. Lucy abruptly stood blocking it, slowly stepping back with a gaze full of hostility and vigilance. Looking at Janica, stop, don't take that. Ed couldn't comprehend Lucy's behavior at all. Ever since that day, thanks to steady experience farming, he had achieved great results. Young Master Ed, Mug, and Janica stood to the side, showering him with praise. Your progress is truly astonishing. Yet her expression carried a hint of hesitation and fear. The spirits noticed his affinity had surpassed that of novice spirit magicians, and his basic mana sensitivity had improved significantly. Turns out, beside the tree trunk, Lucy was glaring at her with a deep frown. Janica forced a smile and asked, Lucy, did I do something wrong? Normally, the maids at Ophelis Hall helped Lucy maintain a neat appearance, but today she had snuck out of the dorm before dawn, wearing nothing but her nightgown. Mana pool increased. Ed attentively read through each page of the book, his body radiating a surge of abundant power. Now was the time to slowly practice casting intermediate magic. But right after that, Lucy jumped out of nowhere, completely ruining the atmosphere. Even when he went to eat, she clung onto him relentlessly. Ed thought to himself, Asterisk, why is this kid acting like this? If I did something wrong, I'll apologize, all right? Asterisk, Lucy seemed to hold a specific hostility toward Janica, though it looked more like fear than aggressiveness, didn't it? Either way, learning intermediate magic was harder than I thought. Exhausted, Ed collapsed onto his bed. He opened his eyes and looked toward Lucy. What's wrong? What are you going to do when you leave? I have things to take care of. Pulling out the key, he replied, I need to check the fireplace and the stove. Temperatures can drop below freezing at night. If I'm not careful, I might freeze to death. If I move to Dex Hall, these worries won't be necessary anymore. I have to finish all these chores before I can leave. Hey, Lucy said, looking at him with a serious glare. Ed, come with me. Tied around a tree trunk was a red rope. The rope dangled down into a cavern below. Ed was rappelling down using the rope, then turned his head back, puzzled. Why did you follow me all the way down here, too? Lucy didn't need a rope. She used magic to descend. She boasted, if we use my magic, we can go down together. A moment later, Ed's feet touched the ground safely. He let out a sigh. All right, now surveying his surroundings, he finally answered Lucy's earlier comment. I need to make sure I can climb up and down on my own, so no need for that. Looking at the items placed on the shelves, he calculated, we can't take everything in one go. We'll probably have to come back here one more time. Walking over to a dust-covered cabinet, he pulled something out and remarked, who would have thought a secret safe was hidden here? Inserting the key into the safe, he couldn't help but wonder, why did he hold on to this key until his final moments? The keyhole emitted a blinding glow. As the safe clicked open, a surge of power rushed out, forcing Ed and Lucy to brace themselves against it. His eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the item inside. So it was this thing? It wasn't until dark that voices echoed near the tree trunk. We're almost at the exit, I know. Ed's steps paused briefly, and he let out a sigh. He thought, Astra's time to go collect the necessary materials for crafting the Magitech device I asked Lortel to prepare. But first, I need a ladder. Asterisk, having made it this far, and wanted to rest for a moment. He reasoned, if I hadn't trained my physical stamina beforehand, I probably would have had no choice but to give up. Lucy looked at him with a thoughtful gaze, asking, so what is that? The system panel immediately popped up. Legendary-grade Magitech tool, glass golden phoenix ring. This magical device bends the flow of time to siphon mana from the future into the present. Crafting difficulty, 4.5 stars. In Ed's hand was a ring engraved with a phoenix emblem on its surface. He pondered, Asterisk, it allows me to tap into magical power for my future self. So theoretically, I could cast high-tier magic right now. However, if I do that, I won't be able to fight for a duration equivalent to the borrowed mana. Reckless use will come at a heavy cost. So if I want to use it in combat, there's only one way. It's my trump card when backed into a corner. Asterisk. Still, Ed voiced a question. What if I don't use it in combat, though? For example, for spirit contract. The reason Janica can command so many spirits isn't just her sensitivity, but also her massive mana pool. Novice spirit contractors like me only have 1 or 2 slots and usually need extensive practice just to communicate with low-tier spirits. In short, it's because my maximum mana isn't enough. If I can increase my max mana, even temporarily, theoretically it's enough to form a contract with a high-tier spirit. Of course, that's a crude and risky equation. But right at that moment, Lucy spoke up, cutting off his train of thought. If I had time to make something like that, I'd rather. But before she could finish, Ed countered no, gripping the ring tightly in his hand. He reasoned, that's all in the past, Lucy. And honestly, even if we searched every corner of that library, nothing in there is more valuable than this. Professor Glast wouldn't waste his time. After resting, Ed continued climbing up. His thoughts were still drifting, Professor Glass always said that pushing talent to its absolute limit was a crime. Yet this is an artifact that can break through the wall of talent using the ultimate power of magic. By now, he could see the light above the cave entrance. Continuing his train of thought, it was for that exact reason Professor Glass researched Magitech devices. Something he hid from everyone. Something he kept until the very end of his life. Everything was a gift for his daughter. Outside, someone's voice suddenly called out, "Hey." Lucy shared with Ed, "A long time ago, I once lost a button, the bottom button on my sleeve. I didn't realize how important it was until the sleeve became too loose and awkward to wear. So I struggled with it for quite a long time." His hands reached the cave entrance. "Is that so?" She continued her story. "After losing it, I realized how important seemingly trivial things actually are. Things I used to think were no big deal turned out to be immensely important." Ed was now sitting beside her, listening, panting heavily from fatigue. Finally, Lucy stated her true purpose. "Actually, I followed you because I wanted to ask you something." Hearing that, his expression turned serious. With a cold look on her face, Lucy spoke up. "Are you planning to move to Dex Hall?" She looked a bit sad. "If you don't go, would that be so bad?" Ed's jaw dropped in sheer surprise. An unthinkable question had just come out of Lucy's mouth. Ultimately, Ed, who had previously decided to stay neutral, thought, move into Dex Hall or keep living at the camp. Hearing Lucy's question, he gave his reasoning. Living in Dex Hall is obviously more convenient. Besides, living out in the wild during this freezing winter isn't a wise choice. Hearing this answer, she didn't say anything more, simply agreeing with it. Lucy suddenly switched topics. "It's about to rain." Lucy usually had a knack for knowing when it was going to rain, judging by the dark clouds in the sky and the humidity she felt on the bridge of her nose. However, Ed refuted it. "No, it's not always accurate." He added, "It's not the rainy season right now." Lucy's eyes remained fixed on the sky above. Things falling from the sky aren't always rain. But after a long rainy season, people mistakenly assume it's going to rain, even when that season has already passed. Ed spoke up, "Anyway, I'm done resting now. I've been so busy lately that I haven't gathered enough firewood for the winter. I can't handle it all alone. If you have time, give me a hand." Ed offered a gentle smile, looking toward Lucy. "Didn't you say it yourself? We're running low on firewood." Suddenly, she wrapped her arms tightly around him, catching him off guard. She double-checked. "Really?" Snowflakes continued to fall slowly onto the ground. Lucy was pressing down on him, asking repeatedly, "Really? Really? Really?" Ed let out a helpless sigh. "I've completely adapted to life at the camp. If we can improve the living conditions just a bit more, living here will definitely be much more advantageous." Speaking up to this point, his eyes suddenly paused. A second later, he lay flat on the ground, rethinking starting over. That's how Act 2 came to an end. Now it's Act 3, where the scale of trials ramps up drastically. As he closed his eyes, a flood of thoughts rushed into his head. The clash between Princess Phenia and Lortel, both aiming for the student council president position. New main characters and enemies will enter the academy as incoming freshmen, and the one standing at the end of this stage. The final boss of Act 3, the awakened Lucy Merrill, Having finished his thought, Ed opened his eyes, feeling a bit worried for the girl standing right in front of him. It won't be an easy task, but for now, I'll set my worries aside. After all the stories come to an end, I'm sure both of us will live healthy, happy lives. Seeing an expression on Lucy's face that had never appeared in any scene or route before, I felt that kind of confidence. Sometime later, winter arrived. Ed was shoveling snow off the ground. Ed was clearing snow in front of his yard. When snow falls, it brings a cozy feeling, but as it accumulates, it also means work is piling up. After clearing everything, the sun was high in the sky. It's been a while since I decided not to overwork myself, no matter how heavy the workload is. But tomorrow I'm called into work. Since I'm a scholarship student, I decided to finish all my chores today. I need to hurry up and prepare enough firewood and food. The weather is cold, so storage isn't a concern. The food problem was resolved quickly. Instead of accepting a dormitory allowance, I opted for tuition assistance, so tuition issues have been somewhat settled. I no longer have to live micromanaging my hours like in the beginning. Instead, I divide my day into 5 parts: morning, noon, afternoon, evening, and night. But that doesn't mean I should just sleep like this, he thought, hinting at the person sleeping right here. Lucy. I was planning to throw Lucy outside, though the protective magic surrounding her means the cold wouldn't affect her anyway. But I still felt guilty. It sighed helplessly. Who knows when I'll get to relax again? If I have to take a risk, maybe now is the time. Now he held the ring in his hand. It's time. Instantly gripping the ring tightly in his fist, it radiated a powerful golden mana. Ed's voice echoed. Are you listening, Marilda? Scene cut to a magnificent palatial mansion. Someone's voice introduced. The flavor of the pastries is managed by a former royal pastry chef. The rooftop terrace is filled with the fragrance of flowers and grass, high tea, and premium pastries from La Blesse Bakery. It's really hard to make a reservation because it's always fully booked. But still, if I didn't use this bakery as bait, how else could I lure you here? Janica found these words a bit harsh. Bait? Bait, huh? Sounds like I just bit a hook and came running. Claire stood up, cutting straight to the point. All right, let's stop beating around the bush, Janica. I think you're approaching a dangerous line. You're head over heels for that Rot Taylor guy, aren't you? Janica's face darkened upon being called out. How did you know about that? Claire, with a furious look on her face, shouted back. How could I not know? Not that I'm planning to stop you, or anything. She explained, when you first fell for that Ed guy, I felt like I was losing my best friend. But after reevaluating things for a while, that Ed Rot Taylor guy isn't as bad as I thought. So I decided to just accept the situation. What she was actually mad about wasn't that, but the real issue was Claire leaned in close to Janica, her face dead serious, as she interrogated. Do you ever feel your heart racing when you're around him, turning red and not daring to look him in the eye? Janica started feeling nervous. Why are you suddenly asking about that? But Claire only wanted an answer. Is it a yes or a no? I don't care about anything else. Janica shifted her gaze away, confessing. Rather than feeling my heart racing or feeling nervous, I feel warm and comfortable. Hearing that, Claire's face turned intensely tense as she shrieked. That's precisely it. The atmosphere around Janica turned gloomy as she claimed. You're heading toward one of the worst possible endings in romance. Bad ending number 13. Her best friend, Claire, erupted with rage and sighed. Oh my gosh, you silly girl. What's the point of a romantic relationship if it's completely one-sided? You have to make him yearn for you desperately. She got so close that Janica had to push her back a bit. Claire introduced a new concept. If you're the only one following him around, flattering him, and praising him, how can you call that dating? That's called a worship relationship. Janica thought it made sense and silently shed a tear. Claire grabbed her hands, reminding her, all right, Janica, winter break is coming up anyway. You know he's handsome, and girls are always swarming around him, so you need to hurry up and find a way. But I have to go home, so I'm worried sick. For instance, you need to learn how to trigger his protective instincts rather than just flirting passively like you're doing now. Anise, sitting and sipping her tea, couldn't help but praise. As expected, Claire really is someone who learned dating through her friends' romance lives. But this is spot on. Even so, the change in Ed Rot Taylor's evaluation was mostly due to Seal herself, since he was the guy Janica liked. She had been singing his praises nonstop to Belle, the academy staff, and even her friends, so gradually everyone came to believe. Thinking about this, Anise set her teacup down on the table and pondered thoughtfully. My opinion is a bit different, Anise recalled. When I saw her getting chewed out by the librarian for returning a book late, I didn't see an ounce of dignity in her. Looking at all this, she wondered, how on earth did she even become a professor? The senior professors often gossiped about Professor Seal's abilities, someone who was blessed in one way or another. She had completed her studies under the guidance of top scholars like Glass Flavin, and this time, she even scored the most capable teaching assistant. A student wanted to offer a hand. What's this? Looks pretty heavy, huh? Let me lend a hand. Aside from her outstanding academic skills, Assistant Professor Seal didn't have a single practical work skill to her name. The reason she could handle all those important tasks was simply... Anise smiled, thanks, friend. Nah, no need, but thank you. A second-year student who made even academy staff with years of experience nod in approval. She was the ultimate assistant. Assistant Professor Seal's research lab wasn't exactly neat. The reason the room was being kept so tidy right now was all thanks to Anise. From the student library, the JIC Hall management office, to the dormitory duty office, she had gathered Ed's personal info to the point of borderline stalking. If caught, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. But with her charming smile, she easily brushed off any suspicion. Except for two people, Janica and Seal, not many knew her true personality. To Anise, human relationships were, in the end, all about saving face. She had 20 minutes before Seal brought back snacks from the bakery. Before then, she would analyze every bit of information on Ed Rott-Taylor's background and character. She started reading The Rott-Taylor Family, the most powerful house in the empire, second son among one boy and two girls, direct lineage of the family. This kind of trivia is useless. Let's look over his biography. Based on his birth year, Crepin Rott-Taylor successfully usurped the title, and he became the second heir at 2 years old. Must have been pretty arrogant as a kid. At 5, baptized at church. At 8, officially tutored in ducal etiquette. So by 12, he probably finished and moved on to other lessons. But looking at his first-year grades, he doesn't seem like the super talented type. The moment she entered the academy, Anise became acutely aware of her family's tight financial situation, forcing her to stand on her own 2 feet. She had to survive as a teaching assistant and a scholarship student, to the point where she had to look up to someone a year younger like Lortel as a role model, proving her ability to survive no matter the circumstances. Of course, Anise didn't have the talent to read the flow of money or smell gold, but she had her own ways. Looking at the report, let's see Ed Rott-Taylor, history of the Rott-Taylor family, second son among one boy and 2 girls, direct lineage of the head of the most powerful Rota family in the Gloral Empire. Living in an oppressive environment, he must have been brainwashed with authoritarian ideas. What's certain is that he was raised without ever having to worry about money, lacks academic talent, and didn't show any notable outstanding abilities throughout his first year. Displays a lack of confidence, high probability of preferring a gentle, pure type of woman. Although he's at the top, he tends to dodge responsibility, preferring to go with the flow rather than engage in debates. Wants a stage to show off, but without it being too troublesome. Prefers relationships that can be handled or tossed aside when needed. Naturally likes good looks, accustomed to luxury. He probably loves expensive things, but conversely, for people like that, simplicity might actually be seen as more attractive. Has a few achievements, so he might be easily flattered. Favorite topics would revolve around elegance and dignity. Prefers giving gifts to show off wealth rather than receiving them. Given the situation, now isn't the time for grandiose gifts, but if he gets happy over a small gift, it'll definitely win his favor. Reliance instead of obsession, modesty instead of competition. That's the key. Sensitive to profit and loss, appealing to human interest with just a single line would be ideal. Check how he's changed since being expelled and adjust tactics accordingly. Figure out his feelings for Janica. See if he sways around other women. If he sways, see whether he feels genuine guilt and regret, or if he'll just ignore it. View himself as the center of the universe, and wallow over his pitiful state. Another point, to do that, my position as a teaching assistant and his upperclassmen will be my advantage. However, based on his preferences, timing psychological cues is also crucial. His ideal type isn't too complex. She's the living embodiment of stereotypical desires found in highborn, wealthy folks. Recent environmental changes pushed him into a corner, causing a lot of upheaval, but a person's core built over more than a decade won't change in just a single year. Even if he's polished his name a little, his signature arrogance likely hasn't disappeared. After reading through the long wall of text, she concluded, "In the end, it's nothing hard. Everything follows this pattern." Anise smiled. "Shall we practice a bit?" Right on cue. Seal returned with pastries, having picked up some Mont Blanc from the La Blesse bakery. "Here, let's eat, she said with surprise. "You already prepared tea?" "That's our Anise, guessing I'd bring snacks." Unfortunately, though, Seal spilled her teacup, crying out hot. She then felt guilty and looked over at Anise, blaming herself internally. Clumsy again, Anise is totally gonna scold me. Contrary to those thoughts, Anise actually showed concern for her. Are you hurt? Making Seal's eyes widen in shock. Anise reasoned, that's a relief. You're not hurt. I'm so glad. This attitude of hers was like a completely different person, leaving Seal utterly amazed. Scene switches to Ed's residence, where he was checking his outfit. Anyway, during the break, I still have to wear my uniform, so it's tough to get it washed. Thanks a lot, Belle, she respectfully replied. There's always a mountain of laundry piled up anyway, so washing one more uniform is no big deal at all. Besides, I've received quite a bit of help from you as well. She recounted, lately, while doing Lady Lucy's laundry, I've noticed a lot of blonde hair stuck to it. And when doing young master's laundry, there's the scent of scented candles on her clothes and her white hairs on yours. Ed recalled that, indeed, lately, Lucy has been way more clingy. He evaluated. Impressive, Belle, knowing right away after just one wash. If this person wasn't a maid, who knows how far she'd go? She asked out of curiosity, by the way, young Master Ed, why are you using honorifics with me? It's simply that Ed feels more comfortable that way. But the maid felt casual talk is actually more comfortable. He wouldn't back down and replied, I actually prefer talking with honorifics. He thought, in reality, as the head maid, she can practically be considered a veteran staff member of the academy. Plus, I'm no longer a noble or a student of Awfulus Hall. Talking casually like that just doesn't feel right to me. Even so, Belle thought to herself, he acts strange every single time, without fail. Ed had no choice but to explain clearly, I'll treat you with respect, because Miss Belle is the head maid and has many people to look after, so you must have a lot on your plate. Belle still stubbornly advised him, let's see, just feel free to talk normally. The one who needs to worry about those around them is probably you, Ed, even more than me. Hearing that, he stood there with a blank face, not understanding what she meant. Finally, she gave in, oh well, forget it. Overthinking will only turn into a burden. No matter how complicated your relationships get, Ed, that's your own business. Either way, if you have laundry, please let me know. Work is settled down now, so it's fine. The renovation of Awfulus Hall is complete as well. Both of them looked down from the window, continuing their conversation. Restoring the hall in nearly a semester, it seems the academic department put in a lot of effort. The new students will be arriving, and out of the 7 new students will be serving starting this break. One has already registered for the hall and is moving their things in. Ed wondered, that one person is, it seemed he'd already guessed, Tanya Rott-Taylor, right? Belle confirmed, yes, as expected. You already knew. Ed felt helpless. This break is going to be troublesome. My little sister is coming soon. A moment later, at a snow-covered house, someone's voice rang out. Looks like I'm heading home this winter break. Why is Librarian Elka going to, you ask? How do you know? Jik was training in a handstand position, explaining, because I want to spend time with Elka, and during the break, you're staying at the camp, right? Ed, sitting by the fire reading a book, replied, probably. I'm about to enter my 3rd year, so I need to learn how to use intermediate magic. I'm planning to research a few things. Zix offered a reminder. Just a year ago, you were still learning basic spells. Don't push yourself too hard. Finishing his workout, he asked suspiciously, right now, I can't feel any mana from you. Did you train until your mana was completely drained again? Suddenly, his hand touched Ed's forehead, checking, and then he asked, looks like you even have a fever. Are you sure you're not sick? Ed flushed, making an excuse. I have my reasons. Don't worry too much. I don't think I'll be able to use magic for a while. Zix felt somewhat reassured and put on his coat to leave. If you say so, then fine. The best thing about Jik is his easygoing nature. He just accepts that everything has its own reason and moves on, which makes things much more convenient. Jik recalled his conversation with Ayla and passed it along. Ah, right? Ayla asked about you. Seems like there was a misunderstanding last time. Ayla said she'd meet you and apologize officially, but she didn't know where you lived, so she asked me. However, I didn't tell her because that's private information. Ed closed the book he was reading and casually said, just tell her I don't need an apology. Just tell her I don't have any hard feelings, and I don't need that apology. I don't hold a grudge either. Zix commented bluntly, rather than calling it broad-mindedness. You're more like completely indifferent. Ed felt a bit curious. By the way, you're pretty tight-lipped yourself, aren't you? He tossed a coin pouch over. Do me a favor before going home. Here's a little compensation. He tossed a coin pouch over. Do me a favor before going home. Here's a little compensation. Ed recalled, that night, I was using Professor Glass' underground library. It was a total mess inside, so I need someone to help clean it up. He accepted the coin pouch while agreeing, I don't see any problem with that. I can treat it as a form of training. But what do you plan to use that library for? Ed grabbed a pen and paper, writing something down. I'm going to use it as my workshop. Hearing him say that, Jik was curious. Are you practicing Magitech crafting too? Training yourself to survive in camp, practicing mana usage, elemental magic, Magitech, and even archery. Then starting tomorrow, working at the academy as well. People like you are the ones who succeed. Huh? But don't overwork yourself. By this time, Ed had finished writing the to-do list for winter break, which included 9 tasks. Let's see. Tomorrow, work for scholarship students. Time passed, and the next morning at the academy, a voice rang out, scholarship students, thank you for coming today. That's what she said. Right now, Assistant Professor Seal is completely out of commission. She had to resolve issues regarding the conference agenda and check the class schedule for the next semester, staying awake for 44 hours straight. So regarding the important matters, as the lead assistant, I will guide you all. At this point, everyone was gathered in full force. Anise began assigning tasks to the scholarship students, which included basic preparations for the upcoming placement exam for new students and proctoring on exam day. Ed lost himself in thought. The placement exam for new students, an annual exam handled by Professor Glass, but this year, it's Assistant Professor Seal's turn. Exactly like last time, naturally I already knew the outcome in advance. It was a bit surprising that Clebius was here too. Anise explained in further detail. Last year, it was held in the northern forest of Aiken Island, but this year we'll hold it on Mount Oren in the northwest. Next, she assigned tasks. Clebius will go collect the supplies we pre-registered from Jik Hall, and Senior Onik will assist Assistant Professor Seal with her work. Finally, Taylor. She's secretly evaluated. There's one thing both Seal and Janica are overlooking, which is that there are way too many women surrounding Edrod Taylor. Just looking at his features is enough to tell he's a total playboy. Since we're working together as scholarship students, this is a great opportunity to test him out. After reading the dossier, I managed to flawlessly embody his ideal type overnight. If he's the kind of guy who's easily tempted and can't resist it, Edrod Taylor, I'll take responsibility and separate you for Janet. Anise charmingly flipped her hair and smiled. You'll come with me to conduct a field survey of the academy, northwest of Mount Oren, a place covered in white snow. Someone's footsteps walked along, offering a reminder. This mountain isn't that huge, but a mountain is still a mountain after all. There are plenty of pretty dangerous areas, and during this season, if a student slips, they could get seriously hurt. After walking for a while, she sighed. So exhausted. Seems like Ed isn't tired at all. Huh? Seeing Anise tired, Ed also stopped. It's about time for a break anyway. Let's rest a bit. She forced a smile. Thank you. Ed really is something, huh? So thoughtful too. Maybe I misunderstood Ed quite a bit. He wondered, misunderstood? She immediately explained. Ed probably knows to some extent, right? I'm Janica's best friend, so I get really worried if Janica hangs out with someone bad. Because I was a little worried, I've been treating you pretty cold and distant lately. Taking a piece of paper out of his coat pocket, he replied, It's fine, I don't really mind. Now, the next point to check is, gotta finish this work quickly. He showed a bit of concern. You're probably tired of your life as the lead assistant too. Must have been really tough on you, huh? Anise felt bashful. That's true, but it's okay now because I have Ed here with me. She wrapped her arm around his. Of course, those two helped out a lot, but Ed is the main source of motivation helping me the most. Sorry if my words hurt you, but Ed got expelled by his family, right? Her expression turned somber. Same here. Right after I enrolled, my family fell into hardship, but I still wanted to attend this school. So I had to endure it all alone. I felt like I went through a long, endless winter all by myself. Ed looked at her, thinking, everyone definitely has an impression of her resilient vitality. Whether it's money matters or other issues, she handles them all on her own. He gently comforted her. Don't be too sad either, because you're doing really well. but it seems my image in her eyes. Anise tugged on his shirt. Thank you. Her face flushed red. We actually have quite a lot in common, don't we? Anise's attitude caught Ed off guard. Isn't Anise the cold and practical type? Suddenly, her foot tripped. Ed hurriedly caught her and warned, Careful. She blushed. I'm sorry, I accidentally tripped over a rock. Ed looked down at the path. Puzzled rock. Her face turned bright red. Wait a second. Why am I so hot? I'll calm down right away. Right after, she turned to leave. Stay here, okay? I'll be right back. Meanwhile, Anise in another spot commented, On the outside, Ed really seems dependable and earnest. Is he just pretending? She felt it's tough. A friend who went through a tough, challenging academic journey together. That's a relationship built on empathy. Ed looks like he's capable, but looking inside, he seems weak and in need of protection. I wasn't sure if he liked a mature, charming vibe or a cute, youthful look, so I tried combining both. I also tried physical contact a few times, culminating in that accidental hug. Everything went almost entirely according to plan. Did I get way too into character? She looked down at her hands shyly. Either way, he's not what I thought. He actually exceeded expectations. His body is amazing, behaving like a refined gentleman while being sturdier than I thought. I thought he was just the son of some foolish noble. But surprisingly, he's pretty smart. As for his looks, it's really no surprise Janica easily fell for him. Anise was immersed in a dreamy trance, when suddenly she realized, I get it, she thought. Did he charm girls this way? But I'm different. Ed Rott Taylor. On this side, Ed let out a sigh as he reached the mountain summit. He marveled. It's truly gorgeous. The view of Mount Oren is enough to make one forget all their worries for a moment. However, there are also a few issues I haven't figured out how to solve yet, like the matter with Tanya Rott Taylor. Villainous is probably the phrase that describes her best. True to her title as a duke's daughter, Tanya is a political genius. All her political skills and scheming were developed instinctively. Building on that, she's aiming to become the first freshman student council president in Sylvania's history. Soon enough, she'll start pulling in influential figures across the academy. Bell said, Tanya arrived at the dorm earlier than others, likely to spread her influence as much as possible before the semester starts. Tanya Rott Taylor isn't just an extra. She's a key villainess. I still remember her clearly, so right from the start, I thought I could prepare well. The issue is, how will Tanya Rott Taylor treat me? I don't know. Tanya knows, but I don't, because I'm not anyone else. I'm me. Rott Taylor was just a minor villain who briefly appeared at the beginning and then vanished. Even the character settings, he wasn't mentioned in detail. Thinking back, there was nothing special about him because he was strictly a side character. Hence, there are no clues, absolutely none. Therefore, this is a problem I can't fully grasp. What would Tanya Rott Taylor think of Rott Taylor? To Tanya Rott Taylor is trash. Sylvania is packed with shining stars. The princess of the Gloral Empire, the true leader of the Elter Merchant Guild, a spirit user capable of controlling high-tier spirits despite being just a teenager. A great alchemist who created an elixir despite being a mere student. A freak who rules the vast northern steppes, the demon sword of the Notan family. All the way to a warrior proficient in holy swordsmanship. And the absolute finest, a rare prodigy mage blessed by the stars from Archmage Glowcate. A gathering full of elite faces. Just thinking about it makes the heart flutter. It's impossible not to admire Sylvania Academy. I'll fit right in with them and maintain a fulfilling student life. A servant bowed respectfully. My lady's luggage has been arranged by the maids in the second room on the third floor. Please complete the dormitory check-in procedures through the servants. A pair of legs stepped down from the carriage, and she thought, there's one more place to drop by first. The servant took the order. Yes, understood. The very first thing to do at Sylvania, the ever-admired land of academia, concerned the name Ed Rott Taylor, who had tarnished the family's honor. Tanya Rott Taylor, the second daughter of Duke Rott Taylor, decided, time to clean up the trash. A letter was read by her. As a father, I'm delighted to learn of your wishes. I will wholeheartedly support your ambitions. Represent me, get acquainted with everyone, and expand your position. She resolved, I will live up to father's expectations. Before coming to study at Sylvania, Tanya had made 2 resolutions to her father. Sylvania will afford me the utmost respect due to my status, but at its core, it remains a land of academia. Even the princess herself must show minimal respect to teachers in the field of academia. So don't be arrogant just because of your noble status. Those who study above you are all your seniors. Right now, Tanya was enjoying tea with someone, expressing gratitude. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me, senior. She began the conversation. Since you already know about that man, I won't need to give a lengthy explanation. He's a stain on our family and a disgusting human being. I grew up with him, so I know very well. It must have been really tough, right? Still, my childhood was nothing compared to yours, senior. It wasn't hard to steer the conversation naturally. Tanya criticized, but he's just a blowhard with zero dignity, a crude person. Yet, simply because he was older, he was considered the heir to the house. No determination, just trying things half-heartedly before giving up in the end. However, his pride was way too high, so he'd never admit his own shortcomings. He'd just awakened a tiny bit of mana sensitivity, yet acted as if he were some grand mage. I was shocked when he got into Sylvania. But what a relief that before a few years even passed, he got wrapped up in trouble and ended up like this. I never thought the reputation of someone at the bottom could be so useful. So what? Naturally, for someone like you, senior, you must have seen right through him immediately. At this point, Tanya's face was filled with worry. She felt something was off. Why does it feel like I'm talking to myself? Her father's words echoed. Remember this. When you meet the person I introduced, you must always treat them with respect, especially during negotiations and business transactions. That is someone you must never take lightly. That girl and I met during a project regarding the purchase of the Sage's Grimoire. It'll definitely be an interesting experience. But, well, whatever. An oppressive aura weighed down on Tanya. She told herself, "Stay strong, Tanya." The eyes of the person opposite her glowed. What's wrong? Keep talking. Tanya's entire body was coiled tightly by a massive snake. She panted heavily, probing. No, it's just... Are you angry? Lortel smiled. Angry? What are you talking about? Her face turned sly as she marveled. How fascinating. Scene switches. On the table lay a piece of paper listing the to-do list for winter break. Ed had completed 5 out of the 9 tasks. He held 2 books. One was an intermediate magic guidebook, Concentrated Bombardment, and the second was an intermediate magic guidebook, Origin of Wind. Last night, I picked these up from Professor Glass' library. It's really convenient being able to read them without having to return them. The work for the scholarship students' first workday is somewhat done. I feel like Anissa's situation is even tougher than mine, reaching a hand toward the heap of firewood. But it wouldn't ignite, reminding him, all right, even though I can't cast spells due to having no mana, I at least want to grasp the theory a bit. Let's see. Now, in the past, she would always pop up in all sorts of unpredictable places, but now her active range was confined to her usual spot. Ed called out to Lucy, who was sleeping on the bed. Hey, Lucy, light the fire for me, will you? I can lift her up with 0 effort. Lucy was so light that I wondered if she might actually be malnourished. He carried Lucy over near the pile of firewood and pointed over there. Instantly, her magic made the flames burst to life. He praised, "Good girl." Lucy said she wanted to stay outside too. Right away, Ed complied. All right. She sat down beside him and caught the scent of perfume. He just nonchalantly replied, "Is that so? I was busy working at the academy all day and doing a field survey with Anise, so her scent probably rubbed off on me." Lucy, with a worried look on her face, probed, "So, do you have a fever? Or are you sick? Did it leak out?" She reminded him, "Don't get sick. If you get sick, you might actually die." Lucy reached out a hand to heal him. "If your mana is out of order, let me fix it for you." Strangely enough, though, her mana had no effect on him. Lucy was surprised, correcting herself. "It's not out of order. It's completely empty." "Hey, you're really reckless, aren't you?" Ed remained firm. "I can still endure it," Lucy announced. "Once winter ends, I'll probably be even stronger." Then she asked for a favor. "Hey, can I ask you for a weird favor?" Ed was confused. "A weird favor?" she offered. "Could you pat my head for a bit?" In the end, Lucy lay her head on his lap. Ed read his book while patting her head. Receiving his head pats, Lucy wore a look of pure satisfaction. Suddenly, a greeting made him turn his head. "Long time no see, Senior Ed." It was Lortel. He wondered, did you come here because of what I asked you? You could have just told me to go to the merchant guild. Why come all the way to the camp? She felt flustered. No. Actually, I came here because I have something to tell you. She observed Lucy resting her head on his lap. There are a few things I'd like to ask you. Scene switches to another location, where someone's voice rang out. The story was a bit long, but thank you both for listening all the way through. The main point is pretty simple. Tanya smiled warmly. If you seniors support me and help me punish that man, I will offer the most generous reward possible. For instance, the island family is famous for renowned archaeologists, right? I can share some artifacts stored in the Rot Taylor family's vault. Elka got excited. Really? Jick walked up from behind as well. Is that so? He wondered. Tanya Rot Taylor, right? Her eyes carefully observed this sturdy build, even clearly feeling the immense amount of mana flowing through his body. I need to win this person over to my side. With a gloomy face, Jick questioned, are you Senior's little sister? Tanya confirmed, that's right. Her face by now was filled with fear. I see. Suddenly, Jick let out a cheerful smile. He turned his head beamingly. Elka, did you hear that? This is Senior's little sister. After that, he took out an orb-like object and handed it to Tanya. Jick explained, this is a basic Magitech tool used in mandatory first-year classes. Instead of buying a new one, just use this. It's a tool for training mana sensitivity, and it's already set up, so it'll be easy to use. Before her surprise could wear off, Jick asked Elka, right, do you still have a notes from Professor Del Rowe's elemental chemistry class? She replied, yeah, I have them right here, was actually planning to throw them out. Just like that, Jick's voice rang out, hey, take this and this too. You probably don't need this one, right? Yeah, whatever, just take it anyway. If you don't need it, just toss it out. Without study summaries, there'll be a huge gap in study efficiency. Elka, do you still have the flower crown for Professor Hen's class? Moments later, the two of them let out tired sighs, wiping sweat with their hands. Tanya, holding a giant pile of stuff in her arms, asked, you've heard my offer clearly, right? They suddenly recalled. Ah, you were planning to do something to Senior, right? Ed sighed. Ah, right. Sibling rivalry is completely normal. How could they ever get along smoothly? As they spoke, a call rang out. The ship is about to depart. Finally, he cheerfully said goodbye. Anyway, Ed's little sister, right? Nice meeting you. I'm Jick, a second-year student and also Ed's junior. He happily reiterated, due to a few things, we all owe each other a bit and have known each other for a while, so you could call it a special relationship. You're just like your older brother. You look really dignified. Definitely a promising future ahead. Jick walked past, placing a hand on Tanya's shoulder to encourage her. How lucky to be born into a good family, huh? Both of them waved goodbye to her. Anyway, do your best. Let's do our best together. 1, 2, 3, fight. At the same time, because she was holding so much stuff, Tanya ended up tumbling down. Fight! She truly couldn't fathom what was going on. What was that? Scene switches to the faculty building, Professor Seal's office. Anissa's voice rang out. Thank you for your hard work, Professor Seal. Looking at herself in the mirror, her face was worn out to the extreme. Anisse spoke up again to remind her, once we finish up the placement exam for the first years, you can rest for the remainder of the break. She looked at Anisse, who was still sorting through the stack of papers, admiringly. Is this what youth is? Anisse, you're amazing. It's been 2 days, yet you still look so full of energy, huh? Wonderful. While organizing the documents, she commented, as expected, we can't rely on the outside scholarship students. Whether it's Onyx or Clebius, neither can handle paperwork neatly. In the end, I still have to start from scratch. The sole exception is Ed Rot Taylor. His paperwork processing was flawless too. She recalled her inspection run with Ed. This entrance might cause students to take a wrong turn, so we should block it off. Snow is very slippery, so it'll be a bit tough if it remains this slick on exam day. Practical problem-solving skills didn't seem like something commonly seen in high-ranking nobles. To say I wasn't surprised would be a lie. I didn't expect him not to be living and pampering like I thought. Seal approached Anisse, probing. By the way, Anisse, you stayed with Ed, right? How was it? Pretty much the same? Her gaze turned serious as she added, this is a student's secret, okay? I had some investigations to conduct regarding the Awfulest Hall occupation incident, so I monitored him to see. I didn't expect him to set up a camp that's even bigger and nicer than this lab. The tools, workbench, fireplace, display racks, drying racks, and smoke vent all seem to be self-made. You can tell at a glance how resilient he's been. His grades have even improved dramatically. Even Professor Glass acknowledged it. On top of that, he even formed a contract with spirits. Spirit-related training is normally inaccessible, so I have no idea how he pulled it off. My goodness, he must have put in a tremendous amount of effort. Hearing this info, Anis's eyes widened in shock. Also, his practical skills have developed to a surprising degree. Nobles living like greenhouse flowers could certainly never achieve such practical sharpness. In the end, Seal felt, "You two have a lot in common, don't you?" Anis felt helpless. "Me and Ed? Ah, well," she said appreciatively. "Thank you for holding us in such high regard. But clearly, he doesn't seem like a bad person. I can't just encourage Janica to love him based on a few evaluations." However, coming into direct contact with him, I couldn't find a single flaw. Just a proper, decent man on his own. No, is he actually a really good guy? Good-looking, no arrogant attitude, and highly rated by Professor Seal. He was also quite a bit more refined than I thought. I only found out by chance, but his family background is great too, and even his body odor is light. Looks like he maintains pretty good hygiene. Seeing Anis not answering, Seal wondered, "Are you daydreaming?" Suddenly, she slammed the table and stood up. She quickly opened the window. "It's a bit hot, so I'm opening the window." Seal hastily agreed, but also reminded her, "Sure, open it to let air in, but don't let the papers blow away." She felt worried for Anis. "Are you okay? Feels like you're overworking yourself." But Anis continued her own thoughts. "This is a big problem. Seriously. This isn't good at all. Definitely a big problem." Anis's face turned bright red by now. "What am I supposed to do?" Suddenly, she realized something. Wait a minute. She recalled Seal saying that Ed had formed a contract with a spirit. Inwardly speculating, he couldn't have formed a contract with a spirit on his own in such a short amount of time. Janica must have been by his side, helping him commune with spirits. That spirit is definitely capable and reliable. Anything could be reported back to Janica. Thinking up to this point, Anis's hands trembled as if terrified of something. Professor Seal gently asked, "Anis, all the work should be done now. Do you want to go grab a snack? What should I bring over, I wonder?" However, right as she finished putting on her coat, Anis had already vanished from the room. Someone's thoughts drifted endlessly. The motto of the Failover family is harmony and coexistence. Her noble heart always cares for and loves everyone, which makes her constantly shine. It's a life where the concept of loneliness simply doesn't exist, forever surrounded by genuine friends. However, no life is entirely without worries. Janica was currently sitting under a tree, sobbing out Anis. Right at that moment, Tanya suddenly dropped by, waving a hand in greeting. "Glad to meet you, Senior Janica." She was huffing and puffing, drenched in sweat, explaining, "I wanted to introduce myself and talk to you." Janica Failover stood out even among the third-year students. Her popularity and talent were truly among the top trump cards, especially for her own goals. She was someone she desperately needed on her side. Tanya recalled the moment Lortel put an arm around her shoulder, giving her a reminder. She trembled as she offered thanks. "Senior Lortel?" "Now," Tanya asked, "would that be all right, Senior Janica?" But the flames of anger in her heart were already blazing. Seeing this, Tanya was utterly shocked. Lortel's voice talking about Janica echoed incessantly in Tanya's head. "Don't worry too much. Senior Janica is very kind and caring." Contrary to that, Janica now looked like a blazing demon, so she'll always listen to and believe whatever people say. Janica's face now looked immensely pained, tears continuously streaming down from those lifeless eyes. "We found most of the materials you need, but legendary crafting materials are just too hard to come by. In a winter like this, those things are really difficult to get." Ed poured water while saying, "Then there's no helping it. Thanks anyway, caring about me even when you're so busy." Lortel stretched her body to ease the stiffness and replied, "I was just dropping by anyway, so don't worry too much." Ed handed the glass of water to her, nagging a bit. "Why don't you get some rest instead of coming all the way here just to tell me that?" The trip here isn't short either. Lortel held the glass of warm water to warm her hands, softly answering, "Don't worry, I came here to rest." The moon smiled gently. The full moon that once looked like a large tray now left only a faint trace behind. Time flies so fast when people get caught up in the hustle and bustle of life. Even the river fell asleep. Winter brought quietness to everyone, but the way each person embraced it was different. For me, this winter is a time of hardship to protect myself from the harsh cold. Winter break to-do list. 1. Organize workshop cleanup completed. 2. Check material storage completed. 3. Expand the cabin. 4. Check the storyline completed. 5. Look over scholarship student duties completed. 6. Raise minimum magical technical skills to Tier 3. 7. Learn special archer-related skills. 8. Master intermediate magic theory completed. 9. Contract with a high-tier spirit. Although it was a busy period, anyone who had ever walked through quiet streets alone on a winter night would know this feeling. That feeling of passing through a sleeping world, letting solitude wrap around. Winter possessed that kind of magical power. Right then, Lortel carefully spoke up. "By the way, why is Lucy sleeping over there?" Jick, who was reading a book while patting Lucy's head as she slept with her head resting on his lap, innocently said, "Because it's winter." Lortel grew impatient. "Is that supposed to be an answer?" Her face contorted into an extremely annoyed expression. Feels a bit vague. Am I overreacting? Only then did she regain a bit of composure, changing the subject. To be completely honest, if it were just about supplies, I wouldn't have come all the way here." Ed asked seriously, "Is there something else?" Lortel held out a glowing item. "Oh, are you playing dumb?" Seeing that item, Ed was astonished. "You actually managed to buy it?" Lortel confidently replied, "That's right." The item sparkled brightly for a long moment, and a letter appeared in her hand. Lortel, her cheeks rosy, happily said, "Things have gotten interesting, haven't they? I'll give you whatever you want, so by all means, get your hands on the Sage's Grimoire. At the very least, as a merchant, recouping an investment is only natural." Hearing that, Ed broke out in a cold sweat, looking away. "Just how grand a favor are you planning to ask me for?" Lortel slyly whispered into Ed's ear. "Of course, I wouldn't make a demand so unreasonable that Senior Ed would feel burdened or find impossible to do. Please just side with me." Confused, he peeked with one eye open to observe the girl. "Right, this is Act 3. The confrontation between Princess Phinia and Lortel will officially begin." Lortel sensed this and began dipping her toes into politics. The Princess of Benevolence, Phinia Elias Clole, Lortel's arch-nemesis. If the scenario played out according to plan, she would rise to become the student council president, taking control of academy operations and expanding her authority. And leveraging that power, she would be the main character uncovering the dark secrets of the Rott-Taylor family in Act 3. Lortel continued, "At some point, everyone in the academy might be forced to choose one side or the other. When that time comes, please stand on my side. That's all I need." With that, she stood up and turned around. Phinia and Lortel. Which of them wins will depend on the main character's choice. Either way, it's not me. After thinking it through, Ed spoke up, "I don't think me taking your side holds much weight anyway." Hearing that, she smiled and replied, "That's true, Senior. Even if your reputation at the academy is improving slightly, your support won't bring about any significant results, since you're just a student after all." Ed, hearing her put it so bluntly, frowned and complained, "Putting it so bluntly like that is a bit harsh." Lortel kept smiling. "So what? It's not a matter of whether it's political or non-political. It's just a matter of whether it holds meaning to me or not." With that, she turned back to look at him meaningfully. After a back-and-forth conversation, Ed finally agreed. "All right, that shouldn't be too hard." Lortel quickly burned the letter in her other hand. Ed watched the scene for a moment before beginning to evaluate again. Lortel, with a charming smile, showing off her sharpness as if she possessed 1,000 faces. However, suddenly, Lortel turned around, flashing a lovely smile under the moonlight as she cheered. "I'm so happy." Ed wondered inwardly. Does she actually have an innocent expression like this too? Scene switches to some time later. Since it was break time, there were no classes or scholarship student duties. I was planning to catch up on some comfortable sleep after a long time. but I woke up early out of habit. While Fenia was dozing off, Ed stretched his arms and said, "Light the fire for me, will you?" Last night, I talked with Lortel for a long time, and one thing kept lingering in my mind. Back then, Lortel had asked, "Senior, you have a younger sister, right? Your sister seems upset about something. I'm not sure if she really views you as an enemy of the family, or if it's just a bit of resentment stemming from sibling rivalry. Honestly, that's actually pretty cute." So I introduced her to a few people. Today, she plans to walk around the area, so maybe tomorrow morning she'll come find you to clear the air about her thoughts. The blood sister of the body I possessed. How to maintain a relationship between her and me remained a total mystery. No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't figure anything out, so there was nothing I could do. Right then, Tanya showed up with a few people and spoke up. "Oh, long time no see, big brother. By the way, since it's been so long, I brought you a gift." Is she nervous or maybe awkward? It seemed like she was afraid of something, but at the very least, she wasn't holding any grudges. All right, I get it. Either way, during my time at the estate, at least I lived a good life at the Rot Taylor mansion with the family. Sorry for jumping to conclusions and being so full of myself. As Ed thought this, he suddenly buried his face in his hands and stood up. Tanya was utterly startled by this reaction. Ed Rot Taylor remembered back then. A plate of steak was smashed to pieces, followed by an interrogation. "How dare you serve this to the heir of the Rot Taylor family?" Meanwhile, Tanya calmly kept eating her portion. "Tanya, you're really good at suppressing your contempt. Your patience is truly remarkable. You're really sharp and know how to handle things." Back then, that guy was incredibly overbearing and cruel, stomping on the maid's face. The maid, pinned down next to the thrown piece of meat, was terrified gasp. Only then did Tanya's hands start trembling, until she finally couldn't take it anymore and screamed, Please stop." The room instantly fell silent. Then the guy mocked her again. "What are you trying to say? Do you actually care about or pity these subhumans who are nothing more than working tools?" His face twisted with malice. "Looks like you're still not fully an aristocrat yet." Tanya snapped back to reality, took the box, and smiled cheerfully. "Thank you. I'll put it to good use. I'll wear it to school for the new semester. To be precise, I was banished from the family. After all, I didn't expect you to come all this way for someone who isn't even your real brother anymore. Still, thanks a lot." With that, he turned around decisively to leave. Tanya called out in confusion, "Big brother!" Suddenly, Ed said, "What are you standing there for? Go sit by the fireplace and wait a bit. There isn't much blue herbal tea left, so don't hoard it. What are you doing?" Tanya noticed the girl sitting by the fire and gasped, This is... Ed reminded her, "No need to worry about her. Hey, make room. Don't just sprawl out there." By this time, Tanya had also sat down. Ed brought out 2 cups and said, "I heard you've been walking around other academy buildings to check things out, huh? Met anyone interesting?" Tanya answered timidly, Yes, I've heard a lot about you about me." Ed asked back in surprise. "Not many people know me well enough to talk about me." As soon as Janica heard that name, the 3 of them instantly grew extremely tense, their faces turning pale. Seeing those expressions, Ed immediately guessed the answer. "So you met her? Janica is really nice, isn't she? Out of everyone I know, she's probably the kindest and gentlest." Tanya could only nod emphatically in agreement. Yes, Senior's really kind. Senior is a genuinely good person. Plus, she's super strong. That high-ranking fire spirit, that fire lizard, she summoned it and tossed those servants around like toys. She said if they didn't answer correctly, she wouldn't let them off easy. Then, she quickly corrected herself. "No, I mean Senior Janica is very caring and gentle, encouraging me to do my best in my studies." Hearing that, Ed was surprised. "You saw her summon a high-ranking spirit?" Tanya panicked again and explained, "I didn't see it. I really didn't see it. It was all in my imagination. People said high-ranking spirits look like that, so I just pictured it in my head. Please don't misunderstand." Seeing this, Ed just sighed. Just as expected, something is really off. The Tanya I know isn't this timid. After all, everyone who's met a Rot Taylor holds a grudge against me. Seeing his younger sister's pale face and frightened expression, he called out, "Hey, Tanya," making her flinch. Ed said seriously, "Hey, kid, right now I'm surviving with everything I've got, so don't look at me in such a bad light." For those sins, I've already been banished. Back at the mansion, I was pretty pathetic and useless, wasn't I? Right now, there are many things that can't be undone, but anyway, I'm sorry. As he spoke, he handed a cup of water to Tanya, which she quickly accepted. Ed smiled gently and continued. I heard you want to become the student council president. I fully support your goal. I might not be able to help much, but I know you always work hard. Keep it up. Then, he observed Tanya's expression again. Even though I said that, I know Tanya won't be able to become the president, because Tanya is just a villain character who exists as a foil for Fenia. Besides, Tanya Rott-Taylor is the first relative I've had the chance to interact with, so no matter what, I feel a deep connection. But looking at this expression, I have no idea how this relationship will turn out. Tanya looks so stressed right now. She might actually pass out from overload. A moment later, a tired sigh sounded out. I almost let my guard down. I know what kind of trash he really is. But still, when I talked bad about him, I almost died. Right at that moment, I understood what absolute rage really meant. Senior Janica seems to trust and follow him a lot, but it's so weird. Sylvania is packed with elite individuals. There's even the #1 mage, a rare genius, Lucy Merrill. In a place overflowing with talented people like this, no matter how good Rott-Taylor is at acting, he's bound to get exposed soon. Suddenly, at that moment, Lucy appeared right there. The two girls looked at each other in shock. The room next to mine? Well, even if it's Awfulest Hall, the Academy's top dormitory, clumsy and pathetic guys like him are bound to exist too. Lucy spoke up and asked, Are you Ed's younger sister? Tanya sighed, thinking, Ed, that guy sure is lucky. Unexpectedly, Lucy stood on her tiptoes, then patted Tanya on the shoulder, saying kindly, If you run into any trouble, just let me know. After saying that, she opened her room door and went inside, leaving Tanya staring blankly after her. Tanya's eyes sparkled with shock. In the highest grade dormitory, Awfulest Hall, only top students can use a golden nameplate. Room 302, Lucy Merrill. That person is the rare genius mage, Lucy Merrill. Tanya suffered another massive shock. I had no idea. A loud scream rang out. It seemed like Tanya would need a long time to adapt to Sylvania, and it definitely wasn't her fault. In the rose garden, a voice rang out. Anise slammed the table and shouted, Introduce me to a guy. If possible, I want someone handsome, tall, and talented. Belle broke into a cold sweat, feeling a bit helpless. You don't seem like the type to casually hook up with guys, right? No. I didn't think you had any dating experience in the first place. Hearing these words, Anise could only lower her head, looking utterly dejected. Seeing this, Belle quickly explained, my apologies. I didn't mean anything bad by that. I just thought you weren't interested in romance. You're always busy and pouring your heart into your work. Just like the young master who's about to enter his 3rd year. You too, now that I think about it, actually have quite a lot in common, don't you? Hearing that name, Anise flinched unusually hard. Belle noticed that reaction too and was stunned, exclaiming, Could it be? Anise's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. She helplessly ran a hand through her hair and said, As expected, I really can't hide anything from you, Belle. That's right, it's just as you think. Because I heard a lot of bad rumors. I met up with him to check things out, but surprisingly, we have a lot in common and get along pretty well. He has a quiet vibe and isn't bad at all. Belle, with a speechless face, So in the end, you chose Ed? Yeah, I'll just admit it outright. Anise set a document folder down on the table and declared, I feel a bit drawn to him. Actually, this is good news. If someone like me can be attracted to him, it proved Janica picked the right guy. In the end, as long as I can quickly control my emotions, there won't be any problem. Hearing this for a while, Belle called out seriously, Miss Anise. Anise continued, If we compare it to a malignant tumor, catching it early is a stroke of luck. He's not the only guy in the world anyway. If we find another man to replace him and go public as a couple. But right then, Belle blurted out something that made Anise panic. Does Miss Janica perhaps know about your feelings? She gathered up those document pages and calmly gave her opinion. First of all, the idea of finding a replacement might be a huge insult to the person involved. Even for you, Miss Anise, you've never lacked consideration for others to this extent. Either way, my feelings are already directed toward someone else. You plan to end everything by finding a new boyfriend, right? Anise closed her eyes and said helplessly, "Actually, yesterday I walked past the faculty office and ran into Janica, but we didn't greet each other. Things felt a bit awkward." She looked sad. "And next week, I have to act as a proctor alongside Ed for the placement exam. I feel so guilty toward Janica that I don't know how to face her." Anise was trembling with anxiety. Unexpectedly, Belle reassured her, "Maybe things aren't as serious as you think. On the contrary, it might even have a positive impact." Hearing that, Anise asked back, confused, "What do you mean?" Belle explained right away. "Miss Janica has always been kind and sincere to others, and she has her two friends who always protect her from getting hurt. Wasn't the problem from the start that Miss Janica is just too perfect compared to everyone else? Sometimes, acting too perfectly isn't always a good thing. I was really shocked by what you showed today, Miss Anise, but knowing that you trusted me enough to confide these things, I'm genuinely grateful. Sometimes, imperfection adds a certain charm. You could call it a protective instinct, couldn't you?" Back then, her friend had sincerely pushed Janica. "That man has a ridiculously magnetic charm with women, so we need to find a solution fast. Trigger his protective instinct, rather than playing hard to get like this." Yeah, the protective instinct. Anise's mind became clearer thanks to Belle's encouragement that she didn't need to feel guilty. So, her thoughts started to settle. The image of Janica popped into her head, making her unable to hold back a smile. When she feels flustered and exhausted, Janica will definitely head to a very predictable place. Scene cuts to Ed, currently in the snowy forest at night. Seeing the person sitting by the fire, he called out in surprise, "Oh, when did you get here?" But Janica just bit her lip, keeping her head down in silence. "It's time to start gathering building materials for the shed. I want to expand the inside of the cabin, but with this holiday schedule, I've got to hurry up." While making calculations, Ed turned his gaze toward Janica. Janica, hugging her knees like that, looks really down. He stood there watching for a good while, then poured a cup of water, handed it to her, and looked up at the sky, remarking, "It's snowing again, piling up fast. Feels like there's a snowstorm every 2 days." Then he checked on her. "If you're in trouble, you can tell me." Janica just sat there, clutching the cup, and replied gloomily, "I'm sorry, I can't say." "Then never mind. I won't force you." This made Janica pause. Ed's eyes seemed to offer encouragement. "Hang in there." Janica, looking at him, she bit her lip, touched. What we sometimes forget is that Janica is also going through a tough time with her studies. With a dejected face, she buried her head against her knees, looking like a small animal backed into a corner. It's hard to ignore. Ed looked at her helplessly, not knowing how to help. The two could only lean on each other, sharing a quiet, cold moment of rest together. Winter was still dragging on, the cold so severe that surviving on just a single blanket and a fire was impossible. Yet, spring was approaching, and a fire alone wouldn't be enough to survive. Yet, spring was approaching. My father, the head of the family, was frequently away on business at the royal palace, but the Rott-Taylor mansion was always peaceful. However, ever since the death of the eldest daughter, Arwen Rott-Taylor, a new heir took over, and everything was thrown into chaos. What kind of person was Ed Rott-Taylor? There's a saying, if you want to see the bottom of a man's heart, give him power. A pathetic fool, holding just a tiny bit of the heir's power, acting as if the whole world belonged to him. That utter piece of trash. Back then, he flipped the dining table like crazy and demanded, looking at me with those eyes, "What can you even do? Kill me." Then he bent down, picked up a sharp knife, and continued, "Fine, Sister Arwen passed away. Isn't that a great thing?" Ed shoved the knife into his younger sister's hand, his face twisted with rage as he roared, "Well now, if I die too, the heir position becomes yours, right? What are you waiting for? Hurry up, stab me. Stab me, come on, drive it straight in." Tanya was terrified into sitting flat on the ground by this scene, while he kept laughing hysterically, "Ha ha ha." Tanya, her face pale, looked up in both horror and hatred. That was life back then. In just an instant, my breath hitched. Those eyes looked down at me again. I've been weighed down by those eyes for half my life. Even though he never raised a hand against blood relatives like me, the family couldn't save Arwen. The people in the mansion couldn't do anything either. I survived like a useless nobody, no different from a lifeless corpse. Then the opportunity came. The news that Ed Rott Taylor had been banished. Tanya immediately set to work on a plan with glee. That man has been banished. All that's left is to prove myself. The upcoming student council election is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Step 1. Pass the placement test. On the day of the placement exam for new students, Anise carried her gear while turning back to give a nervous reminder, "Don't come near me." The moment she saw Ed, she quickly turned away. The scent, the gaze, the vibe, none of it suits me anyway. Don't you dare come near me. Anise was clearly being very firm, likely for a good reason. Suddenly, Claire appeared right then, smiling as she announced, "Looks like all the important locations have been briefed. Now, let's head up the mountain and get ready for the exam, shall we?" Unlike the previous test held in the Northern Forest, this year it's taking place right here on Mount Orange. Since Professor Glass is absent, Assistant Professor Claire is hosting this exam instead. There are quite a few changes. This exam is different from the last one. This is where students must hunt for magic stones hidden deep in the mountains. This time, the magic stones aren't hard to find. They're actually very easy to spot. The stones can't be hidden away either, and there's no score difference based on the type of stone found. Anyone can find a stone and place it on the Shrine of Rebirth. The Shrine of Rebirth, a test that helps students get placed into Class A. At first glance, it seemed easy, but Claire put on an eerie smile and said, "That's what it takes to get into Class A, after all." Class A is no joke. Fighting and winning against countless monsters and wild beasts is an extremely tough level that only first-year students who pass can advance to Class A, the so-called survival on the hellish Mount Oren. And in the end, not a single new student at Sylvania Academy met the requirements to enter Class A. Ed could only let out a sigh of relief. Phew. Of course, up to this point, it was all part of the predetermined script. This event where nobody makes it into Class A is something that absolutely must happen because it connects to key future events. That's why I couldn't specify the exact difficulty level to Assistant Professor Claire. Even if I have to write an incident report later, at least I feel relieved because even though it's called Extreme Survival, no casualties will happen to the new students. They'll have to fight off imaginary monsters generated by Magitech devices called illusion discs. The illusion discs summon illusions of low-tier monsters and beasts. All we have to do is ensure safety after installing them. Among them, the purple illusion disc is the most important. From what I remember, it's the exact reason there's no Class A for the first years. Rare tier, an illusion disc that summons illusions of high-tier monsters and beasts. It's commendable that she's taking care of all the important stuff herself. But right at this moment, while Anise was still struggling to carry that bag of gear all by herself, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Hey, if it's too heavy, hand some over to me." "You're falling behind back there," replied, "Ugh, thank you, Senior Onyx. It really is way too heavy for me." The person offering help was Ed. Right then, he reached out his hand, intending to give it to me, but Anise just gave an awkward smile, then suddenly let out a shriek and yanked the bag off to the side. Ed called out in panic, "Ah, that's dangerous." But Anise's foot had already misstepped on a stair. Right that split second, he quickly reached out and caught Anise by her waist. Ed scooped her up, but her hands had already let go of the bag from earlier. Seeing this, his expression turned grim as he shouted, "Watch out!" Colored discs went tumbling down the stairs, making everyone dodge in a panic. Most important was the purple illusion disc. Right at that moment, a hand grabbed one of the colored discs, while another hand wasn't idle either, catching one too. A fellow student reminded them in a panic, "Be more careful. What if they break?" Ed let out a breath of relief, while Anise was still blushing red. Oh, as expected of the top student. That almost ruined the entire semester's script right from the start. Right then, the fellow student held out the colored disc, when suddenly it shattered to pieces. The dye inside spilled out just like that. All three of them froze on the spot, looking down at what just happened at the same time. The fellow student asked in a panic, "Now what?" Ed couldn't focus on anything else anymore and reflexively let go of his grip, dropping Anise to the ground. Why did it feel like everything was going way too smoothly? The joint combat training last year was the event where the weak student Taily picked up a sword for the first time. It was an event that drew massive attention because he defeated Lucy, even though it twists the script and causes Janica to go dark prematurely. This year's joint combat training is still a crucial event. The highly talented, elite first-year students have challenged the generation of famous main characters this whole time. As the battle broke out, the first-year newcomers went wild. They didn't hesitate to use every means and trick available, gripping their swords tightly before unleashing countless powerful slashes. Every single one of them was defeated by Taily alone. Taily, you've grown strong enough over the past year. He left a deep impression on everyone's mind. And Saintess Clarice, concealing her identity among the crowd, noticed Taily. The story ends right there. While it's understandable to feel moved by Taily's growth, the relationship between the Saintess, one of the four main heroines, and Taily is vital. I need her strength in the battle to subdue Lucy in Act 3 and beyond that. She is a very important person. That's why this event needs to play out exactly according to the original script. To achieve that, the first years must stage a revolt as planned. The reason behind the first year's revolt was actually because no one made it into Class A during the start of year placement test. And the reason they didn't get into Class A was all because Assistant Professor Claire, brimming with passion, used these purple illusion discs for the test. Seeing those shattered purple discs, everyone couldn't help but grimace and exclaim, "Ha! What a mess." Look, it seems like the circuit got twisted from impact. We'll probably have to ask a professor specializing in Magitech to fix it seriously. After all that effort, this had to happen. At this point, Anise could only let her shoulders slump helplessly at a loss. Then, with a guilty look, she spoke up. "I'm sorry, I should have been more careful." Right then, voices discussing a fix broke out. Sitting here complaining won't magically repair this broken artifact. If this keeps up, way too many students will qualify for Class A. We have to resolve this. No, we can definitely sort this out, Ed countered. Clebius, standing nearby, gasped in surprise upon hearing that, But suddenly, Ed threw an arm around Clebius's shoulders, startling him. Ed called out coldly, "Clebius?" Clebius's face contorted in fear. "What?" "The starting location for the placement test. The entrance to Mount Orin. When do you feel most clearly that you've arrived at the sanctuary of learning, Sylvania Academy?" If you ask Tanya, she'd tell you it's when she has the honor of being greeted by a noble classmate. Even royalty aren't just students at Sylvania, so everyone wears the exact same uniform without distinction between high and lowborn. However, if there's an exception to these unwritten rules, it would only be the spiritual pillar of millions of Telos believers, Saintess Clarice. At that moment, Clarice appeared and said cheerfully, "Thank you, but there's no need to stand on ceremony so much. Formalities only serve to make academy life feel heavier. For everyone's sake, let's keep etiquette simple." Everyone, breaking into a nervous cold sweat, replied, "Yes, ma'am." Suddenly, a greeting rang out, making Clarice turn to look. "It is an absolute honor to meet you." "Saintess Clarice," Tanya smiled politely. "I'm the heir to the Rott-Taylor family. My name is Tanya Rott-Taylor." "Oh, if it's the Rott-Taylor family," Clarice recalled. "Patriarch Krebin, I actually performed his baptism long ago, but I was way too young back then to remember much." Tanya bowed respectfully. "That is our family's greatest honor. When I come of age, I hope to receive my baptism from you as well." Clarice gave a friendly smile. "I look forward to it, Lady Tanya." Right after that, her gaze turned calculating. Having a conversation with the Saintess was a major highlight, extremely useful for the upcoming Student Council President election. But today's immediate focus was right at this second, as a signal cannon fired off with a loud boom. Fireworks exploded in the sky, accompanied by the announcement to begin. The Alchemy Department met at the Academy Square, the Magic Department at the foot of Mount Orin, and the Alchemy Department in the basement of a Bellow Hall. Each group gathered at a different location with different test contents, but the goal remained the same. They had to make it into Class A. Then Tanya, along with the other students, charged forward with all their might. Full tuition waiver, moving into Ophilus Hall, accessing welfare facilities reserved for elite honor students of class, anything a student could ever want. A male student flashed a wild, smug grin. "Sweet, I found a magic stone. Gotta run fast. I need to place this stone on the shrine before anyone else, so I can get into Class A. All the freshmen here. Another student glided right past the guy, casually remarking, "Gotta hurry while some nobody is standing there babbling to himself." "Damn it, Joseph, stop right there." The guy sprinted after him, both heading toward that mountain peak. Right then, someone picked up a stone and marveled, "There are so many stones." Tanya picked one up while analyzing seriously. The test content definitely isn't just about offering magic stones at the shrine. There must be something special to properly filter out the student's abilities. Instead of wasting energy, I need to slow down and stay cautious. Suddenly, a cry rang out, startling her. Whoa! Right in front of Tanya, a female student had collapsed to the ground, her shoes off ahead of her. She was taking off her shoes. "Ah, am I seeing things?" Tanya asked with concern. "Are your feet hurt? If so, let me call an instructor over to help." The girl suddenly blurted out, Oh no, I'm just trying to walk barefoot on the snow." "Oh boy, it's so cold." The girl's expression was super thrilled, while Tanya was still thoroughly confused. "Walking barefoot here?" The girl, her eyes sparkling, explained. "Oh, is that bad? Isn't this totally normal? It's one of those things I've always wanted to try." "Yeah, I always imagined it whenever I looked at the snow outside my window, and it's way softer than I thought." This behavior made Tanya sigh inward. That look in her eyes, that attitude, for sure. She must have hit her head right as the exam started, poor thing. Then, facing the girl's cheerful expression, Tanya helplessly crossed her arms and introduced herself. "I'm Tanya, the second daughter of the Rot Taylor house." "Looks like we're the same age, huh?" Hearing that, the girl gasped in surprise. "Rot Taylor? I heard everyone from the Rot Taylor family is insanely outstanding and holds high noble status." "Not everyone is like that," Tanya immediately countered. The girl gasped in surprise upon hearing that, uttering a shocked "huh." Tanya turned back, frowning with an annoyed expression. No matter how powerful a family is, after maintaining its bloodline for so many years, useless fools and absolute scum are bound to show up. Then she recalled Ed's expression, reflecting. For what I saw at the camp, he seemed like a completely transformed person. Right now, I'm not even sure what the true face of Rot Taylor is anymore. Besides, that lingering fear from back then still hasn't faded. On top of that, after listening, the girl replied, but I don't think you're that kind of person at all, Tanya. Since you're from the Rot Taylor family, and I'm from the outskirts, I should show proper respect, shouldn't I?" The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. Tanya turned away and helplessly refused. "No need. This is Sylvania now." The girl let out an "oh." Then she smiled and said, "It's Sylvania, right?" Soon after, she introduced herself seriously. My name is Kylie. I come from a small town in the Duchy of Turin, over in the east. I don't know much about the outside world. If I do anything stupid, I apologize in advance. I'm not really used to places like this." Only then did Tanya reply, "Kylie, I'll just drop the formalities since we're the same age, all right?" "Of course," Kylie replied. Tanya reminded her again, "You need to hurry up. This is a test after all." Kylie casually replied, "Right, huh? We are in the middle of a test." Yet, Kylie gave a cheerful laugh. "But I don't really care about getting high marks. If I get into Class A or whatever, it's way too easy to draw unwanted attention." Tanya grit her teeth, annoyed by every single word coming out her mouth. Unexpectedly, Kylie grabbed Tanya's hand and explained, I genuinely don't care about exams, so I'll help you pass your test, Tanya. Maybe that way, our relationship can become extra special and close, right?" As she spoke, she dragged Tanya along as she ran ahead. "This is my very first time having a friend my own age." Tanya was completely bewildered by this casual innocence and quickly gave a stern warning. What? You're only acting this comfortable because it's me? If you accidentally slip up and try acting all buddy-buddy with people like the princess or the saintess, you're going to get into massive trouble. Why is that so? Kylie grew worried. Still, Tanya had no choice but to let it slide. To be exact, even someone like me. Sigh, forget it, let's just move. 30 minutes after the exam started, at this point, the red-haired guy was sprinting up the mountain full of vigor, cheering excitedly. "I'm in the lead. Just a bit further, and I'll reach the summit." No matter how good Joseph is, I'm still way superior in physical strength. Man, but running at full speed was a bit much. I thought I was going to die. Suddenly, at that moment, a figure appeared like a demon and blurted out, "Well, then dying is your only option." The person who just appeared threw a punch right into the red-haired guy's face. Cough up! The red-haired guy was knocked flat on the ground, his body trembling, unable to get up. Clebius spoke up. "Oh man, that's terrifying. Why show up so suddenly like that, seriously?" Aha! Even though it's kind of cheap, totally shameless, unbefitting a senior, and completely pathetic still. But like he said, surprisingly, it's not half bad, is it? His face flushed with excitement as an arm was coolly thrown around his shoulder. Clebius screamed out, "Why am I the only one doing this?" Ed replied seriously, "You're not the only one doing this." Suddenly, up ahead in the forest, a massive shockwave exploded. Clebius and Anise will intercept the first years heading from halfway up the mountain toward the shrine. If any student manages to break past us, that person will qualify for Class A. Anise made a grand entrance, thinking with firm determination, "Things turning out like this is my fault. I'll do my absolute best." Then came the rest of the assignments. Senior Onyx, a master of flight magic, will oversee safety and report the change in exam contents. If you write it right now, you can finish it before the exam ends, right? Claire nodded off with her eyes closed. MHM, if you don't sleep. The professor filing reports. Senior Onyx handles safety. Clebius guards the southern entrance, and I'll take the north. Claire could only tear up, while Anise asked anxiously, "What about you?" Ed looked around and answered, "I'll stay right here, because I have to guard the shrine." Claire grew worried too at this point. "Ed, right now you can't even sense mana properly. Are you really going to be okay?" Ed explained calmly, "I've got a plan in mind. Up here, up in the air on one side, everything is still blowing up in pure chaos. Just die already." Rare tier illusion disc. An illusion device that generates a formidable enemy through the user's mana power, crafted to a higher standard than regular illusion discs. It can create much stronger enemies. The item was damaged during its complex crafting process, rendering it unable to unleash its full potential, making it extremely difficult to fully repair. On top of that, I still haven't recovered my magic power. Magic Stone, an item containing a massive amount of magic power. However, the ones used in this exam were expensive magic stones, just as expected from Sylvania. Placing the stone onto the magic circle caused a fresh surge of power to burst forth once again. The Shrine of Rebirth. If you offer a vessel containing magic power, it can extract that power for temporary use. By using the shrine, I can recharge my lost magic power. Mug appeared right then. Ed smiled and said, "Long time no see. Even though I still can't hear clearly what you're saying, timing-wise, Anise and Clebius should buy me enough time to gather sufficient magic stones. The goal is to not let a single person pass." Instantly, Ed's surging mana power billowed violently. He shut his eyes tightly and took a deep breath. Phew. After that, he blurted out, "Come at me. All preparations are complete." On another side, at this moment, a group of students have been beaten black and blue, sprawling all over the ground. Ugh, run, haha, right, gasp. I'm starting to feel a bit tired too. Humph. So now I'm feeling kind of uncomfortable. Tanya and Kylie arrived right at this moment. Clebius loomed large with a demonic expression, uttering, "Let's wrap this up quick." The two girls shrieked in horror the moment they saw him. Right then, behind him, Clebius sensed a massive shockwave as smoke and fire erupted into the air. Clebius turned around and remarked, "That's the northern entrance. Isn't that Senior Anise's magic?" Tanya took advantage of the moment, pulling Kylie's hand as they sprinted off. "Now's our chance. Run fast." Seeing this, Clebius yelled out, "Ack! Stop right there." Senior Assistant Anise could be considered a genius in the academic field, but in magical combat, she was only slightly above the average student in her department. But even so, it definitely wasn't a level first years could compare to. Her face darkened as she declared, "Fine then, just bring it on." But this particular freshman displayed a talent on an entirely different level. Joseph Wells, unlike his older sister who had to work insanely hard to become top of the alchemy department, Joseph was the youngest researcher at the Magic Association and could freely cast intermediate magic. In a word, genius. a strong contender for the top spot. Joseph maintained his emotionless posture and spoke up. There's no need to get so worked up, senior. Everyone clearly has their own area of expertise. Combat just isn't your thing. Hearing that, Anise fell silent before talking back. You've got all wrong. Yes, I'm angry, but not out of the kind of resentment you're thinking. So just hurry up and go. Joseph quickly obliged and continued running. Anise's hands clenched tightly, trembling. Everything was set up so perfectly without a single flaw. But the Magitech's supply malfunctioned, throwing the situation into chaos. I couldn't even think of a backup plan. Yet, he managed to take control of the situation anyway, without showing a hint of frustration, and even kept guiding things in a positive direction. And yet, here I am, defeated by a new student and failing to block the northern entrance to the shrine. More than feeling defeated or resentful, I feel angry at myself because the image of a reliable face who could fix this situation was the very first thing that popped into my head. At this moment, Ed, holding down the crucial post, spoke up the second he saw the newcomer arrive. You're the first guest. You already know the exam rules, don't you? All you need to do is offer a magic stone at the shrine. But of course, I'm not going to just let you do that. Joseph didn't look shaken in the slightest, casually stating, as expected, this testing method is pretty bizarre. If I overpower you and successfully offer a stone at the shrine, who are the students coming after me supposed to take the test against? Ed replied coldly, all right, that's not for you to worry about. Joseph merely gave a superficial glance. Right, your side must already have a contingency plan ready. Honestly, I'm not particularly curious about that. I just wanted to buy a little time to look around. Is it a different colored illusion disc? Or an upgraded version? I need to stay on guard. That senior seems to be from the magic department, but I don't feel much magic power coming from him. Plus, there are traces of magic stones being used. Using magic stones to fight against me, his very first guest, proves his total mana pool is incredibly low. How disappointing. Sorry, I actually thought there'd be something worth learning here. Guess I should start thinking about what kind of sandwich to grab after heading down the mountain later. Utter contempt was written all over his face. Joseph raised his hand containing magical power, then squeezed it tight. Immediately, the area around Ed blew up. The spell he used was the intermediate magic, focused bombardment. Its firepower wasn't overwhelming, but it was a vicious intermediate spell. You had to know it was coming beforehand to dodge it, unless you could read the direction of his hand and dodge in time. Otherwise, it was impossible to deal with. But Ed had quickly sidestepped, dodging it cleanly. Still, he dodged it. Joseph continued to evaluate. Now, it was Ed's turn to analyze. Based on the mana flow, it's fire magic. Judging by the tier, it's likely ignite or spark. Spark would spray fire in a spiderweb pattern, but looking at how the mana is directed toward the ground, this must be creating fire power before blasting it straight forward. Straight up ignite. The force of the attack blasted straight toward Joseph, causing his expression to panic. The scale of the fire is bigger than expected. This kind of output is only possible if you've thoroughly trained your basic magic. He might even be able to use intermediate magic. A massive explosion erupted. However, at that moment, right in the middle of the flames, a barrier sphere was active. What a waste. Joseph, hands in his pockets, stood inside the barrier sphere, thinking confidently, no matter how high level that ignite is, it can't pierce my defensive magic. Battles between mages are usually decided by the difference in mana pools. If the mana consumption is roughly equal, victory goes to the one with the larger total mana capacity, which is me. He doesn't seem to have much experience in magical combat. Once his magic power drops, and he can no longer sustain ignite, there's no way he can block my offensive spells. Battles between mages are truly profound. But before he could gloat for long, a loud shout rang out. Joseph Wells! Right after, a hand suddenly burst through, grabbing him by the head. Ack! Monster! A defensive magic circle can block magic, but it can't block physical force. Ed decisively drove a knee straight into Joseph's stomach. While he was still in total shock, Ed threw another knee right into his face, demanding, "Did you think mages only ever fight with magic?" Ed's pupils glowed brightly as he looked down at his opponent. Joseph quickly snapped back to his senses and rolled several paces away. Clutching his face, he gasped in disbelief. You walked right through the fire? How is that even possible? Right after, Joseph mustered another surge of power once again. I won't let my guard down anymore, Senior. This time, he was utilizing intermediate ice magic, while Ed still continued using the basic magic Ignite. Joseph evaluated once more. Fire magic again? Trying to clash with my ice magic? Is he planning to use steam to obscure my vision and repeat the same trick? But I can still use more. Joseph, create a fireball and launch it at Ed. That's the basic magic, ignition. But his figure continued to charge right through the flames, having used the blessing skill to temporarily boost his fire resistance. Right then, Ed's eyes gleamed as he kept rushing forward. Joseph blurted out in his head, "Fire resistance?" Just as the strike was about to connect, he quickly used physical defense to protect against physical attacks. That was when Joseph grit his teeth in a panic. Damn it, this is insane. Where the hell did he get that from? But when it comes to casting speed, I'm faster. His face contorted in frustration. Ed's dagger was blocked by the shield. It leaped backward, but unexpectedly, right at that moment, the dagger burst with power. Ed called out Mug's spirit form. Exploding instantly, a powerful blast erupted. Joseph was sent flying into the air, then tumbled across the ground, before finally being stopped by a large tree. Once the smoke cleared, it revealed a battered body leaning against the trunk. Joseph looked completely miserable. Gritting his teeth, he trembled. Don't lose focus, think. There's no way his basic magic casting speed could be faster than mine. That was spirit arts. That wasn't explosive magic, it was spirit arts. Crossing through my scorching heat with his bare body. Among spirit arts, it makes sense if it's the blessing of fire. He intentionally hid a spirit inside his magic flame. Spirit arts, plus those Magitech tools he hasn't even used yet. Who on earth is this guy anyway? After pondering to himself for a bit, Joseph tossed his stone aside and accepted his defeat. I surrender. The stone tumbled right past Ed's feet. Suddenly, Joseph conjured magic again, preparing a sneak attack. Just as Ed turned around to look, this was his chance. Joseph cast the intermediate spell, Ice Spear. A sharp ice spike shot upward, about to strike Ed, but Ed calmly ducked to dodge it, as if he had anticipated it all along. Joseph didn't stop there. He swung his fist up and shouted aloud. That fist clearly made solid contact with Ed's face. But when he resurfaced, Ed's face was completely fine, as if nothing had happened. The punch from Joseph, a guy who'd spent his whole life studying magic, didn't deal any damage at all. Right then, a pale blue glow emitted from him. Joseph turned pale as a sheet, filled with utter disbelief. Unbelievable. Could it be? Right in front of him stood a ferocious spirit. This was the blessing of the Tempest. If attacked by surprise, the enemy would be blown away by the wind. Once again, Joseph was slammed right back into the same tree by the force of the blessing of the Tempest. Amidst the shockwave that burst forth, Ed remained standing tall and steady. By now, even that huge tree from earlier was gone, leaving behind only a stump with a charred, blackened Joseph leaning against it. Wreathed in smoke and dust, he finally lost all his energy, pointing a finger, gasp, gasp. Fine, I really lose. The stone shattered into several pieces, and his body collapsed onto the ground at the same time. Ed replied, All right, good work out there. You did great until the very end. That was a commendable decision. You actually landed hit on me. Joseph then asked about his identity. Senior, what's your name? Even though Joseph couldn't stand up, Ed continued to lean back against the wall of the pool. Joseph glanced up, and Ed answered, Ed Rott Taylor. He uttered his name with a cold expression, gazing off into the distance. I'll leave it to you, Onyx. Right on cue, Onyx appeared, picked Joseph up in his arms, flew away, and flashed a peace sign to Ed as if telling him not to worry. Scene cuts to another location, where a carriage was traveling through a snowy forest. So why did Jik join the magic department anyway? Hearing that, Zix asked, Why the sudden question? The girl replied, If you had joined the combat department or the alchemy department, you could have easily been the top student there. I just feel uncomfortable, like you gave up a lot of benefits for my sake. He cheerfully explained, I don't really care about being the top student or anything. In the first place, whether it was alchemy or combat, I couldn't have become the top student anyway, because the top student among the second-year combat reserves is Clavius Norton Dale, that guy. Little did he know, Clebius was currently lying somewhere in a corner, beaten black and blue on the ground. What just happened? Clebius was in so much pain that his eyes rolled back. In his fading vision, a few people appeared, showing concern and worry. Are you okay? Could the sacred law have been too strong? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? Leave him to me. The rest of you keep going with the exam. Damn it. At this point, Clebius was on the verge of passing out. Clebius, are you okay? Pull yourself together. Clebius blurted out in utter disbelief. How could anyone block something like that? 10 minutes before the exam ended, exhausted panting rang out, huff, huff. Right then, the two girls, Kylie and Tanya, arrived at the spot. The moment Tanya saw him, she panicked. Brother, is this the final test? Before the two of them lay a crowd of students sprawled out, beaten up. At the far end, Ed was standing there waiting. He spoke in a cold tone. I don't want to talk too much. Once an object of fear, once an object of hatred. Even so, Ed's body bore numerous obvious wounds. He sternly warned them, give up. Saint Clarice had two dreams. Back then, Archbishop Verdu, in her dream, had told her that nobility was what she believed in, that it stemmed from an unshakable faith she had carried her entire life. You must become like a blank sheet of paper. The daytime dream was a dream planted in her by Archbishop Verdu. In another dream, when she closed her eyes, a singing voice echoed, better to die in the mud than to live like a blank sheet of paper. Only then did Clarice slowly open her eyes. That person's singing continued. Even the holy capital, known as humanity's most magnificent architectural wonder, is merely a sandcastle before the strange rocks of the Ram Ian mountain range. Will you be satisfied with the sky and a well? Or will you climb the wall to gaze at the vast sea of stars? The verdant fog of the Deakin Marsh, the shimmering golden fields of the royal city of Glorin, the emerald grasslands of the Pullen countryside, the pearl-glowing smoke of the alchemical land of Crit, the crimson roofs of the merchant city of Odek, the blue sea of knowledge in Sylvania, the land of academia, crossing the golden sand sea of the vast Dresty desert, all the way to the purple shadows of the lawless land of Cohen. Pure white is just a tiny piece in the colorful canvas of the world. That girl sang while playing her instrument, her voice filled with pure happiness. She was the keeper of the church's torch. After leaving the church, she called herself a romantic poet. No one knew how she traveled between buildings, but when night fell and the world sank into a deep sleep, she would sit and sing by Clarice's window. The dream she had at night was the outside world, where her only friend looked out and softly whispered in her ear under the crescent moon. The two of them visited places, talked to each other, went to school normally, and hung out with friends like normal people. Did you know that even an ordinary love life can be filled with ecstasy? Elle, sitting on the window sill, advised Clarice, instead of listening to the prayers of millions of believers, a single hug from someone you love is worth so much more. Do you know that? Elle smiled with pure happiness as she spoke. After leaving the church, Elle entered Sylvania. Word was that whenever vacation came, she would wander around the world just like she was doing now. After she left, in her nightly dreams, Clarice visited all the places she had mentioned. In the end, Clarice tightly hugged someone, and together they walked down the journey she had once walked alone. It was a journey bursting with colors, the exact opposite of the pure white life she knew, and the boldest imagination she could ever muster. Before leaving, Archbishop Verdu disguised Clarice as Kylie and reminded her, however, to keep your identity hidden, please be careful at all times and everywhere. You must keep those Magitech items on you at all times. Since you're always protected by the sacred law, I am a bit less worried. But Clarice cheerfully replied, I look like a completely different person. Who could possibly suspect anything? Verdu, feeling a bit helpless, instructed, caution comes first. Carrying out the order of the church and entering the academy was a natural detour. Nobody paid any attention to Clarice as she sat on a bench along the faculty pathway. That alone brought immense satisfaction to Clarice. No one bowed, and no one looked up at her. At least in Sylvania, not a single soul did. Who could ever guess that Kylie was actually the saintess? Except for one person. Who? with a serious face at this moment, warned, "Give up, Saintus." Right then, Tanya was still bewildered, blurting out, "Is the final exam Brother Ed?" Kylie bit her lip, thinking, Tanya's brother? Then, "Is that person a rot tailor too?" Ed narrowed his eyes, saying coldly, "Sorry, you too. Could you please head back? But since you're already here, come at me." The moment he finished speaking, his formidable power burst forth. Whirling winds surged, making it impossible for either of them to stand firm. The two girls tried their best to withstand that overwhelming force. Even students who had spent their entire lives summoning spirits couldn't control a high-ranking spirit like this, one far beyond graduation level, or even higher. Even spirit summoners who actively engage in research and combat were only considered veterans if they could command 5 or 6 mid-ranking spirits. Seeing the fierce spirit summoned before them, she couldn't help but gasp in horror. A high-ranking spirit. Kylie then cautiously warned, "Let's give up. We need to think this through carefully." Tanya, well, this was Tanya after all, standing there at that moment, she was thoroughly stunned. Right, a high-ranking spirit. The trauma from that time is resurfacing in my mind again. But, recalling scenes from the past, Tanya grit her teeth in pure anger. If things go on like this, how is it any different from back then? Tanya's expression then startled Kylie, causing her to panic. "You don't understand, Kylie. I have no intention of giving up. High status and fame always come with responsibilities and burdens." As she spoke, a cold smile formed on her face. Standing tall, she looked straight ahead. "I remember crystal clear how everything went 2 years ago. Achievements have to be realistic. How could someone who wasn't even good at basic magic suddenly control a high-ranking spirit?" Tanya charged forward anyway, firmly convinced that it was clearly a fake. All she had to do was defeat the main body. But the spirit merely exhaled a soft breath. And instantly, Kylie screamed as her skirt blew up, while Tanya, who was rushing in, was forced to a screeching halt. "This can't be happening. How is this possible?" She raised both hands to brace against. Right then, Tanya's gaze turned deadly serious. Could it be, looking back at the spirit's form and the surge of power emanating from Ed, she was stunned to realize that it was an actual high-ranking spirit. Both of them were blown backward by that tremendous power. Kylie sprawled awkwardly on the ground, thinking to herself in utter shock, "Is that guy really Tanya's brother?" Kylie had an idealized image of men from noble families. Flawless looks, warm smiles, and refined manners. Yet, hearing that the man who was the complete opposite of that was an offspring of the Rot Taylor house, she became certain that this guy was that useless playboy. Even though I don't know much about the outside world, and I'm not very sharp, I can still tell. Back then, Tanya had complained, no matter how powerful a family is, over generations of maintaining the bloodline, useless trash and absolute scum are bound to show up. Seeing the resentment on Tanya's face, Kylie realized that Tanya harbored deep animosity toward that bastard. After getting back up, Kylie spoke, "Tanya, let's stick to the original plan and target his main body. I'll act as the decoy, okay? Like I said, my body is a bit unusual. Unless it's under extreme circumstances, I won't die." Tanya turned around with a worried look. "Huh? What? But won't you still get hurt? You said you didn't care about the exam." Kylie stepped forward with a serious look. "You said he was a bad guy. That person. Besides, Tanya, you're the very first friend I made at Sylvania." She turned back, smiled, and looked at Tanya. "Normally, I'd reject it and think it's meaningless. But on the way up to the sanctuary, I saw that scene. A senior from the combat department charged up aggressively, only to be knocked down by a blinding, mysterious light. Kylie, do you really have some special power?" What surprised me even more was that Kylie, who used to be so shy, actually stepped forward. Is she really that brave? As Tanya was wondering to herself, seeing Kylie's teary-eyed figure rushing forward made her go completely speechless. No way. Just like that, Kylie charged toward Ed and the high-ranking spirit waiting there. The spirit let out a breath, unable to tell whether it felt helpless or something else, as it reached out with its claws. But suddenly, fresh blood splattered onto the spirit's face. When the spirit attacked Kylie, she quickly created a protective barrier. This was the protection of the sacred law. Whenever an enemy attempted to harm the divine protection of the Holy Spirit, intermediate or higher magic would be triggered. The spirit let out an agonizing, tragic cry, after which it was sliced into multiple pieces by those powers and slowly vanished. Meanwhile, Kylie couldn't help but cry out in fear as she was thrown backward by the force. Right then, Ed emerged from the smoke, looking exhausted as he asked, "Are you done yet? Did you really think I'd give up?" A voice responded, followed by an impact from the side. Tanya suddenly appeared, raised her hand, and unleashed her magic. Basic magic, dispersion. Her power blasted directly toward Ed. The force was knocked up into the air, and suddenly, his figure slowly faded away. Half, half, half. Tanya was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. He vanished? No way. An illusion? A color illusion disc, projecting from the ground, came into view. But right at that moment, several arrows flew straight toward her, embedding themselves into the ground. However, those arrows landed right next to Tanya's feet. A warning voice rang out, "Stay right there." Meanwhile, Tanya remained in a state of shock. No, this can't be. How could someone who couldn't even grip a sword handle about now? Are those arrows made of mana? Ed aimed his bow forward. That was just a warning shot. Tanya's eyes widened. Is he really Rot Taylor? Before the girl's eyes now was the image of a high-ranking spirit appearing, even stronger, alongside an insanely cool Ed. Tanya became extremely tense and consumed by ultimate terror. Half, half. Just like back then, no matter how hard she tried. She closed her eyes tightly, unable to hold back her tears. Then she recalled the past. I couldn't do anything since I was little, and I still can't do anything now. As tears welled up in her eyes, Ed spoke up. You must have put in a lot of effort, huh? Only then did Tanya slowly open her eyes. Ed rested his hand on the ground, picking up the stone while explaining, I'm sorry. We have our own reasons too. Even if we're blood relatives, I can't just let this slide. If I did, knowing your personality, you'd probably be even angrier, right? As he spoke, he gently crushed the stone in his hand. Tanya was stunned and confused. He continued to praise her. Still, I'm impressed. If it were me, I wouldn't have turned around. I would have just run away. Even if it was an illusion, you tried to suppress me until the very end. Tanya froze. Was I wrong? He looked back on everything. Tanya, Ed continued, while Tanya, in her confusion, realized something has definitely changed, and talking to his younger sister. So, you had sides like this too? Even though it's just an illusion, you pushed me to the absolute limit. You should be proud of that. Hearing these words, Tanya fell into emotional chaos, her tears streaming down uncontrollably. You were actually really good. Ed praised her sincerely. Meanwhile, she could only sob for a long while. A sob? Hick! Seeing her reaction, Ed scratched his head in confusion. Wait, are you sobbing like that just because you didn't make it into Class A? But at that moment, Kylie hurriedly rushed over, hugged Tanya, and warned, Don't come any closer. Kylie was tearing up as well. I'm warning you, if you recklessly attack and oppose me, bad things are going to happen. Seriously, dude, don't move. Just then, Claire and the others standing on the side called out, Ed, the exam is over. Ed, come give me a hand. Clavius has completely collapsed. Assistant Professor Claire, update the scoreboard for me first. There's still so much work to do, and besides, the student council elections are at the beginning of next semester. Kylie only then relaxed. The exam is over? Why does my voice? Is the transformation magic wearing off? She panicked as she watched her hair starting to grow longer and longer. Kylie recalled the battle that had just taken place. Don't tell me it was at that moment. After that came the reminder from Archbishop Verdu, you must always carry this magical tool with you, if things keep going like this. At this time, Claire was still squinting as she looked over in that direction. You've worked hard, Ed. Meanwhile, Kylie was still terrified. My identity, my school life. Suddenly, Ed's spirit mug brought that tool ring over to her, sneaking a glance around and gently reminding her, be careful, don't lose your things again. Lower, be careful. Kylie hurriedly grabbed the item while still looking at him in confusion. Ed immediately stood up. Claire walked over and asked worriedly, Ed, why are you hurt this badly? He immediately replied, I'm fine. The freshman placement exam is over. Ed Rot Taylor has brought everything back to the script. There was only one thing a very small and meaningless crack that had formed. Except for that deviation, through that skewed crack, beneath the gradually reddening world, two ruby-like eyes were staring intently at Ed. Kylie was still stunned by Ed's action at this point. He clearly was about to use honorifics just now, but then he stopped. Claire walked away while reminding, Ed looks very tired, so let him rest first. We'll take care of the rest. Ed spoke up. Senior Onyx, could you help me support Clavius? Onyx quickly replied, Yeah, I'll be right there. Then he looked off into the distance. Just now I saw something that looked kind of like a human shape, but I must have been seeing things. Do you know, I believe there's a beauty that transcends time and value. Ed, who was lying flat out resting at that moment, heard a voice ring out. The clearest proof of that is this sky. Even the most precious works of art can be interpreted and enjoyed in many ways, but no one can look at that sunset and say it isn't beautiful. Ed sighed. That's quite a complex thought. That spirit continued. Humans, after all, despite having such short lives, no one knows how to appreciate every single moment. This is Marilda, the high-ranking wind spirit, lying there listening to Marilda talk about the philosophy of life. A life without ups and downs and completely dry is the most terrible curse a human can experience. People must know how to be moved by the little things and find meaning in everyday matters, right? If a human life is like the 4 seasons, a spirit's life is definitely a long winter. A desolate life without the slightest fluctuation. Ed could only feel helpless against this meddlesome talk. Judging by Janica's remarks, she really is a chatterbox. Marilda continued, You're the type of person who is always careful and leaves no blind spots, but you're usually completely callous toward yourself. Collapsing from overwork and getting injured easily are the clearest proofs of that. Ed replied numbly, So what? Marilda explained, You should go on dates, you idiot. Isn't there someone around you? Someone who is kind, lively, and friendly. You're strong enough for someone to lean on. You have no idea how much socializing and developing a relationship with a person like that will help your emotional well-being. Am I wrong? Hearing this, Mug cheerfully agreed. You are so right, Lady Marilda. Seeing these two ganging up on him, he thought, actually Marilda didn't make a contract with Janica. They just became close. Yet, the worldly wise and experienced Mug offered some advice. Young Master Ed, Lady Marilda's advice in the spirit world is practically like gospel. You should try listening to Lady Marilda, whether she's tricking you or not. Let's just give it a shot. Hearing that tone, Marilda's face darkened as she repeated, Give it a shot? Ed continued his train of thought. So, even though Marilda and Mug don't have a clear superior-subordinate relationship like Taken, it seems high-ranking spirits are truly terrifying after all. Ed summarized and lifted his head, and the anxious spirit hurriedly corrected herself. This humble one spoke wrongly again. Just trying out? I'll atone for this with my death. Ed then spoke up, thinking back. It's just that Janica didn't look too good. You know anything? Remembering and asking with concern, Marilda teased. Oh ho, what's this, worried? Ed answered calmly. Isn't that obvious? Marilda then said. But if Janica doesn't want to talk, how can we easily pry it out of her? Hearing that, Ed went, Marilda looked off into the distance again and reassured. Anyway, don't worry too much. Perhaps Janica needs to experience a winter once as well. She will definitely need to experience and realize something at some point. Life isn't always like a fairy tale, is it? You just need to quietly wait until spring arrives. We should probably stop here, right? I feel a bit guilty for drawing any more of your mana. Ed sat up and marveled. Yeah, even this form isn't easy to control. Marilda confidently stated, I've always been quite high value. Even so, this form is still the most efficient. Hearing that, Ed asked in astonishment, There are other forms? Marilda stretched out and said, A cuter girl form would be better, right? It looks nice, but you wouldn't be able to handle it, would you? Ed quickly declined. Nah, the giant form and this one don't look all that different anyway, so I'll pass. Suddenly, Marilda jumped onto Ed, using him as a stepping stone while shouting, Oh my goodness! No way! Is it because of the magic stone that I didn't notice, huh? You're still a bit slow. Do you really think you can summon me with just that amount of magical power? Think carefully, a spirit like me doesn't just make a contract with one person. Ed could only raise his head, watching Marilda chatter away up high, and then gradually fade away into thin air. At this moment, slowly trying to crawl up using the empty spaces, clearly, with my current mana, I shouldn't be able to summon a high-ranking spirit for that long. If it wasn't my mana, whose was it? Thinking back, this was actually simple. Aside from me, it was the person who contracted with Marilda. A moment later, he climbed to the top, saw that person, and spoke up. This place isn't suitable for taking a nap. Lucy was the one sitting up here enjoying the breeze. I didn't come here to sleep. If I wanted to sleep, that cabin is much better. Ed asked back, then why? Lucy fell silent for a moment, then coldly explained, I don't like that fireproof cabin, so I went for a little walk. Hearing that, Ed could only fall silent and look down. Too bad that. At the end of the walk, I arrived at the Sanctuary of Rebirth. This is the final stage of Act 3. Clarice realized the true intentions of the deities and the dark side of the gods, and began to doubt them. The apostles of Telos marched to Aiken Island to charge Clarice. The people at the academy remained completely oblivious, blindly following the chief archbishop's orders. Princess Phenia's royal guards, Lotel's mercenary troop, the holy city's holy knights, the academy's high-ranking officials, and even the protagonist generation punitive force and headmaster Abel Fortius joined the battle. Amidst that tangled mess, eventually every single sword point was aimed in one direction: a girl who was trying to protect Aiken Island, following her master's last words, being called a traitor and a heretic. But she didn't utter a single complaint of grievance. She quietly looked down upon all living beings. Lucy Merrill, she overpowered all the major figures on Aiken Island and single-handedly defeated over half of the punitive army. But in the end, her stamina was also exhausted, and she was defeated by Taeli, who had learned the final holy sword ritual. Only after all the behind-the-scenes truths were exposed, when her familiar blood-stained and tattered hat fell to the ground, and Lucy's body, covered in countless wounds, lay upon her own blood, did people finally understand why Lucy tried to kill the god's apostles. However, that girl actually wasn't that bad after all. Who could have known she had such a background? Such remarks were nothing more than hindsight. It was even more painful than a misunderstanding to the person involved. Even so, perhaps due to her nature, or because she felt it no longer mattered, Lucy ultimately embraced everything all by herself. Of course, do I intend to stop Lucy from sacrificing herself to keep the script intact? No, I'm not that cold-blooded. It's just that if things are left to unfold like that, it won't necessarily lead to a bad ending. The ground is harder after the rain. Therefore, Sylvania Academy will overcome the trials on its own, but there will be a trial they cannot pass without your strength. When that time comes, for the sake of this old man, can you lend me your power, Lucy? At that time, her bedridden master had urged her with those exact words. Only Lucy knew how much weight the words of her teacher, her only surviving relative, and the dying archmage had left upon her shoulders. Lucy also needed to let go of such tangled emotions. It would be a long battle with moments of danger, but this was what she had to face in the script of Act 3. But that didn't mean I wouldn't do anything. While suddenly placing her hand on his thigh, she piped up, "Recently, I've realized something." After that, she lay down again, using it as a pillow while grumbling, "Actually, I feel like I'm quite lonely." Ed opened his mouth as if to say something, but no words came out. If anything, I have to promise her that next time I leave the cabin for too long, I'll give her a heads up. Thinking that, Ed sat still, gently stroking her hair so Lucy could rest better. The two of them sat together, bathing in the sunlight of the sunset. The next day, at the Rose Garden, a conversational voice rang out. "You're earlier than I thought. I just wanted to get out of that place as soon as possible." Claire appeared carrying a gift box and smiled brightly. "Here, your gift, Belle." People often mistakenly assume a niece comes from a prestigious aristocratic family. But in truth, Claire is the daughter of a much higher-ranking noble family. Belle accepted the gift and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you so much." Claire stretched her back and sighed. Inhale, "Truly this place is my spiritual home." Such a peaceful feeling. Anyway, I need to go meet some friends at the academy. It's been a long time since I saw them, so I bought a lot of delicious snacks. Besides, I've already prepared everything for the tea party with Anise and Janica. After giving the gift, she quickly waved goodbye. Well, I'm heading off first. Just thinking about seeing them after such a long time makes me so excited. I have a lot of things to talk about with them. The blueberry pie I bought is really, really delicious. Claire didn't notice that the pastry box in Belle's hand had been crushed out of shape by sheer force. Belle's face was twisted in extreme tension. This blueberry pie tastes like chewing on sand. At this moment, the sky was still clear blue, and patches of clouds drifted past. At a study desk, two factions were fiercely confronting each other. The person sitting in the middle was extremely nervous, covered in cold sweat. What is this? Why is no one saying anything? Are they fighting? Janica and Anise usually joked around, and even their bickering was just teasing. This was the first time there had ever been an atmosphere like this. Well, let's try saying something fun to break the ice. Claire gritted her teeth, not knowing how to handle the situation. What should I say now? Finally, she forced out a cheerful smile. Well, about that, Janica blurted out a call in a chilling tone. Anise. This made Anise jump in sudden panic and alarm. Janica, her face pale, interrogated, I heard you hugged Ed. Huh? Edrot Taylor, age 18, survival record, 1 year. High-ranking spirit summoner. Strength, 13 intelligence, 13 dexterity, 15 willpower, 12 luck, 11 combat skills, magic mastery, survival skills, alchemy skills. New crafted item, wooden wind shield. A well-preserved piece of wood, repeatedly bound with rope and buried at the joints underground. Useful for blocking drafts, but unable to withstand excessively strong winds. Crafting difficulty, 1.5 stars. At this mastery stage, low difficulty items barely increase stats anymore. Should I find another opportunity to raise my stats? While Ed was hard at work, a voice rang out. It's best to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming strong wind. I'm glad you still look healthy, young master. He looked up in astonishment and saw a trembling, tearful Lucy clinging on a bell. Ed asked, Did you come here to catch Lucy? She replied, The Academy's directive has been issued. During the snowstorm, leaving the dormitories without absolute necessity is strictly forbidden. Since she's the one most likely to try and run away, we have to keep a much stricter watch on her. We've even scheduled rotating guard shift for the entire week. Lucy reached out, crying for help, but he just calmly said, Go ahead. Lucy could only let out a few muffled noises. Ed continued, I'll keep using honorifics then. This made Belle somewhat angry. Then, she kindly inquired, Young master, under these circumstances, will you even be able to survive a week-long snowstorm? I don't mean to offend, but with just these wind shields, it's going to be a bit tough. Ed explained, I prepared these just to protect the supplies. Also, to prevent any adverse impact on the cabin, I tied ropes across the roof and pulled them tight down to the ground. All traps and hunting tools are stored safely inside. The snowstorm would last for a week, and I plan to spend the entire duration focusing on researching magic techniques at the Soul Library. After making up his mind, Ed calmly said, I already have my own shelter for the snowstorm, so there's no need to worry too much. If you say so, then I won't worry as much anymore. Belle replied. Noticing her unhappy expression, Ed asked again, But you still look really worried. Huh? Is this your first time going through a snowstorm in a managerial role? Belle denied. No, I'm just worried about the young master regarding something else. But whatever. I suppose I'm just interfering too much in your business. Now I'm even more curious, Ed wondered. But in the end, Belle just tightly closed her eyes and blurted out, Anyway, good luck, young master. Turning back to the tense situation between Janica and Anise. Janica, with tears welling in the corners of her eyes, blurted out an interrogation. You hugged Ed, didn't you? Claire was stunned, turned back to look at Anise, and called out, Anise. At this moment, Anise had a guilty expression on her face, not daring to look straight ahead, and instead glanced away to avoid the gaze. Claire tried turning to both sides, speaking up to mediate. What is this? There has to be a misunderstanding. Who knows? Maybe the spirits got the story wrong or something. Suddenly, Anise spoke up. That's right. Actually, I was the one who took the initiative to approach him. While Claire was still trying to explain, she got caught off guard. Wait, you just willingly approached him? At this point, Anise clenched her trembling hands. Janica, I'm sorry. To be honest, I didn't trust that guy at all, no matter how you look at it. He looks exactly like a playboy. That's why I wanted to test him out. Hearing this, Janica became flustered. What? You're lying? It's not true. Anise dismissively criticized. Right from the start, he wasn't my type at all, so don't worry. Besides, Janica, why would I ever want to chase after someone who looks like a bully? Always so arrogant and grumpy. What on earth is so great about someone who lives with such self-conceit that makes it worth pursuing? Right? Hearing her crush being criticized like that, Janica burst into tears. Stop it. You've gone too far, Anise. You don't even know him well. The two of them stood at loggerheads for quite a while. Poor Claire was stuck right in the middle, having no idea what to do. After a moment, Anise sighed and continued, I'm sorry for flirting with him without asking for your opinion. I'm really sorry, Janica. Janica's tears dropped pitter-patter onto the desk. Why would you do something I never asked you to do? Anise, do you have any idea how worried I was? I even lost sleep over it. I kept thinking, how could a precious friend like Anise betray me? But wait, did I even have a right to feel betrayed? After all, I'm nothing to him anyway. Anise placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. Don't worry, Janica. At the very least, you are someone very special to that man. From what I've observed, you and him are past the friend zone, but not quite lovers yet. I'm absolutely certain of it. Janica regained her composure and exclaimed, Really? I'm someone special. Her eyes began to sparkle before she started sniffing and sobbing again. Whatever the case, honestly speaking, I don't think testing and judging Ed was a good thing. But your intention was for my sake, so I can't stay mad at you for it. Anyway, you don't like Ed, right? Thank you for being honest. As she spoke, she pulled Anise into a tight hug. Only then did Claire let out a huge sigh of relief. Phew, for a second I thought Anise was actually bewitched by Ed and fell into his arms too. But abruptly, she caught sight of something that startled her. It was Anise's tearful, desolate expression as she replied, Why yeah, that's right, Janica. Claire was shocked and alarmed, thinking to herself in a panic, Anise, don't tell me. Then, she tried to separate the two of them. Janica, so it was all just a misunderstanding? Could it be that while I was gone, you felt so upset that you accidentally wandered into the North Forest? At that moment, Janica suddenly remembered, oh, right. She hurriedly bolted into the woods. Sorry, I'll be back later. Claire waved and called after her. Yeah, hurry back. Anise just stood there silently in place. Claire turned around and called out, Anise? Suddenly, Anise blurted out, I have an idea. Claire was utterly bewildered. What idea? Looking gloomy and radiating a murderous aura, Anise said, Introduce me to a guy. Oh no, Claire, let's try to think more positively. Agitated, Anise grabbed Claire by both shoulders and shook her firmly. Break down those prejudices. Do you want to go out on a date with me? Hearing those words, Claire stood there completely frozen. Anise shook her while demanding, You don't look at me with those eyes. Claire stammered, What eyes? I'm just looking at you normally. Losing control of her emotions entirely, Anise burst into heavy tears. I'm sorry for lying to Janica. But anyway, they always say out of sight, out of mind. Once this vacation ends, the scholarship students will also finish their shifts, so I won't have to see him anymore. But before she could even finish her sentence, she was instantly petrified by an announcement. This time, scholarship students have decided to continue working together as student assistants. Both Clavius and Onyx did an exceptional job with their duties. You're all energetic and proficient in everything, so I'd hate to see anyone transfer to a different lab. Claire appeared with a brilliantly festive display of celebratory confetti. Standing right beside her were the two young men just mentioned, looking quite shy. Claire turned back to Ed, who was focused on eating his pastry, especially Ed, who has been working harder than anyone else. Naturally, since you're getting closer to a teaching assistant position, you'll be receiving higher scholarships. At the same time, working here will be much more comfortable compared to other laboratories. Furthermore, you've all worked together throughout the vacation, so the atmosphere must be very cozy, right? Let's all keep up the good work moving forward. This announcement left Janica, who had been determined to completely forget her crush, utterly paralyzed. Magic capability details. Specialized magic proficiency level, elemental magic. Intermediate magic can now be learned. Spirit sensitivity, level 13. Spirit empathy, level 13. Spirit summoning, level 4. Synchronization sense, level 3. Spirit's mug, win spirit card, high-ranking spirit Marilda. Spirit sensitivity, a very poor summoning efficiency. Unique skill, Storm's blessing, nullifies periodic damage. Secret technique of ascending wind currents. Intermediate wind-enhanced magic. Spirit card, empty. Spirit card, empty. Scene transition back to Ed's cabin. Janica walked over and spoke up. It looks like you'll be able to form a contract with an intermediate spirit soon. Ed remarked, Janica, it seems you've recovered your spirit. Huh? Just the other day, when you came to the camp. Just the other day? She couldn't help recalling the image of the two of them leaning against each other by the fireplace. This made both of Janica's cheeks turn beet red. She fanned her face with her hand and brushed it off. When was that? I totally forgot about it. Seeing her expression, Ed could only flash a helpless smile. Clearly, whenever I'm faced with Janica, I feel like the defenses in my mind loosen up. Maybe it's because Janica is a character completely detached from the original script that it turns out this way. Among my peers, the only friend I can truly connect with is Janica. Changing the subject, Janica asked, Well, anyway, I know about the contract between you and Marilda, but no matter how I think about it, it still feels pretty strange. You still don't have enough skill to handle a high-ranking spirit yet. Hearing this, Ed reached inside his chest pocket to pull something out, saying, I just used a small trick. The item he produced was a legendary-grade Magitech tool ring. Glass's Golden Phoenix Ring. I told her about Professor Glass and the Golden Eightfold Phoenix Ring, while also sharing my upcoming plans. Janica worriedly asked, What if Ed can't use magic anymore, huh? If that's the case, it'll be really difficult to form a contract with an intermediate spirit right now. He calmly replied, When the vacation ends and the semester starts, my magic will recover on its own. Hearing that, Janica relaxed and beamed brightly. Well, congratulations anyway, Ed. In spirit arts, they say that the day you form a contract with your first high-ranking spirit is also called a person's second birth. By the way, are you really planning to stay at the Soul Library during the snowstorm? You're so hard-working. Ed complimented her in return. You're hard-working too, always maintaining the top student spot after all. Kind of think of it, once the snowstorm ends, there's going to be a student council president election, right? Since you're the top student of your year, you'll probably draw a lot of attention. Janica sat down, scratched her head, and gave an awkward laugh. People have already asked me about it. I don't really know, so I'm still keeping a neutral stance. Ed recalled that in the original script, even as the top student, Janica didn't stand out all that much because she never strongly backed anyone. She respected all the candidates. Suddenly, Janica paused, as if remembering something. She hurriedly turned to ask, Say, Ed, I heard your younger sister is also running for student council president, right? Ed replied while wiping down an item. That's right. She's quite ambitious. Janica's expression turned panicked. Ed, are you close with your younger sister? Ed fell into a thoughtful silence. Does that even count as close? I've been disowned, so it's hard to say. But still, she's family after all. Whether I like it or not, there's a high chance I'll have to deal with her for the rest of my life. So, I do want to get along with her. Not necessarily super close, but I do care about her quite a bit. Janica couldn't even lift her head, burying her face down. Is that so? I thought you cared about her a lot. Maybe it's just typical sibling bickering. Then abruptly, she grabbed the sleeve of Ed's shirt and called out, Ed, hey. Janica, with tears welling in her eyes, inquired, what is Tanya like? Does she want anything as a gift? Or is there any specific item she's fond of? Ed asked back in a suspicious tone. What did you do to Tanya? She flatly denied. In no way, I didn't do anything. But his gaze remained fixed right on her. Seeing Janica's panicked, kitten-like expression, he realized that Janica was an extraordinarily terrible liar. It took her barely 3 seconds to confess because she couldn't stand the guilt. But honestly, it wasn't all that serious. I could only shake his head and chuckle softly. Meanwhile, snow was falling continuously outside into the night sky. Word was that there would be a severe blizzard starting early in the morning, and going outside was strictly forbidden unless for special reasons. So if you have an absolute necessity to go out, please contact a maid. Kylie, sitting inside her room and holding the magic tool, began overthinking. The scene from a few days ago just won't leave my mind. The appearance of a terrifying third-year student, but above all, that unsettling feeling. He acted so naturally that it made me wonder if I was just seeing things. But then when he cautiously handed over the item and reminded me, "Be careful, don't lose your things again lower, be careful." Clearly, his very last sentence was intended to use honorifics with me. Does he know my secret? Just how much effort did I put into securing this normal school life? The conditions were earned through the merits of the priests and the officials in charge at the sanctuary. If even a single person exposes my identity to outsiders, everything will be over. It wasn't hard to gather information about this man. Recalling the argument between those two guys earlier, so arrogant, and yet you couldn't even get near the shrine. Shut up. I was just caught off guard by a surprise attack, all right? You couldn't even make it into Class A yourself. At that time, Kylie was in the cafeteria and happened to overhear that conversation. Joseph asserted, "That senior is truly not an ordinary person. I heard that among the third-year seniors, he's famously known as an eccentric among eccentrics. From what I've heard, he apparently lives in a cabin deep in the North Forest." Kylie repeated to herself, "A cabin in the North Forest. Once the snowstorm starts, I won't be able to leave Awfulus Hall for at least a week. When the blizzard ends, spring will arrive and the new semester will start. By then, I might miss my chance to shut him up." Thinking up to this point, Kylie reverted to the form of Clarice, then flung the window wide open, causing the wind-driven snow to blast straight into the room. This is terrifying, truly terrifying. Edrot Taylor, darkness and biting cold. Living while staring only at pristine white walls and ceilings can degrade a person's eyesight. One can never truly understand the romance of a world overflowing with color until they experience it firsthand. After calculating her options, Clarice leaped right out of that window. She threw herself down from the high floor while keeping a firm grip on the magic tool ring. It was gradually beginning to glow. Ultimately, it helped Clarice land safely on the ground below. All around her, protective arcs of power shielded her body. Transformed back into the appearance of Kylie, she thought with resolute seriousness, "I cannot let the freedom I worked so hard to attain be stripped away like this. To be absolutely certain, I need to go meet that person." Having made up her decision, she decisively dashed off to search for Ed. Kylie, all alone, rushed forward along a path enveloped by a rapidly intensifying blizzard. The mortal peril facing the saint candidate Clarice. My eyes have long since grown accustomed to the darkness, because my life has always been nothing but pitch black. The scene burned forever into my mind is the exact moment I drove a blade into the heart of my brother. My brother, the only person who stood by my side, while every single member of the Nortondale family turned their backs on me. Perhaps it was like a curse. My brother's final words, uttered with a voice full of indignation and seething blood. Ending the flashback, Claire turned around and asked, why all of a sudden? Did you go check out a different research lab?" Clebius scratched his head with a guilty look. Well, no." Then, recalling those past memories, he gave a half-hearted excuse. "It's just about the teaching assistant work at the academy. No matter how I look at it, I just feel like I'm not capable enough. This time around, I'd probably only end up causing trouble. The benefits are great, and I really like them, but..." Hearing those hesitant words, Claire continued for him, "Is that so? I honestly thought the benefits weren't good enough, or that someone else poached you over to another lab. Well then, that means if you actually wanted to do it, you're fully capable of pulling it off, right?" Clebius replied awkwardly, not daring to meet her eyes. "Pardon? Oh yes, I suppose so." Hearing that, Claire smiled brightly and urged, "Then you should just go ahead and do it." With a pale, ashen face and no idea what to say, Clebius could only grit his teeth and accept her decision. Yes. For someone completely devoid of any physical talents like Edrot Taylor, This was genuinely the absolute limit the human body could endure. Through the rigorous training of summer vacation, a break dedicated entirely to intensive practice, it had finally come to an end. Skill board displays, advanced crafting skills, spirit transmission technique proficiency, level 23. Strength enhancement level, 4. Spell transmission success rate, 92%. Fire manipulation skill proficiency, level 6. Wind manipulation skill proficiency, level 3. Advanced Magitech crafting skills, proficiency, level 4. Magitech product knowledge, level 5. Rapid crafting of collected formulas. Telos's prize protection charm, tier 1. The 1,000-year lightning-struck staff, uncraftable. Glock's eye, uncraftable. Hem-worn hourglass, uncraftable. Now, Magitech and Spirit Arts had reached a level worthy of being called true specialties. With just a little more practice, these two skills could be utilized with maximum efficiency. I have to spend the remaining week focusing entirely on this at the Soul Library. It rappelled down from the ceiling using a rope. Paying Janica to clean things up using magic seemed to have really paid off. I never expected that even the scattered books would be arranged so neatly, sorted systematically by subject and title. At that moment, Ed reached up to search for a book. A voice echoed, "I clearly told you that was a secret. It looks like you worked on it together with Elka." They probably thought of it as a form of training, so they had fun doing it. Even so, I should still give them a gift in return. Pulling out a book, he exclaimed, "All right, let's get started." Trying to read hundreds of crafting formulas all at once won't be effective. The key is selection and concentration. Objective, legendary grade artifact. Glocate's eye. Temporarily boosts the response speed of all senses, has the effectiveness of curse magic, blocks defensive magic effects, and grants immunity to elemental magic. Legendary grade artifact, Hem-worn hourglass, reverts the body state back to several seconds prior and removes all damage and wounds. Single-use item. Craft at least one legendary grade artifact. Wind generator, noisemaker, crystal ball, blue magic orb, and orb of light. Once I gain some proficiency, I'll practice continuously to raise my Magitech skill. And once I'm accustomed to it, I'll craft other items of rare grades. Humming happily while thoroughly engrossed in a stack of newly found books. Materials are all prepared. Now I just need to use the tools too. Ed reached his hand into his pocket and rummaged around for a moment. Suddenly, his hand froze. With a darkened expression, he put down his carry bag and began searching earnestly. His inner thoughts screamed in despair. No, I didn't bring the tools from the cabin. They're gone. A short while later, Ed crawled up out of a pit. What a critical mistake. Now I have to drag myself all the way back. Time for my body to suffer again. If you live your whole life staring at stark white walls, your eyesight gradually fades away anyway. The romance of a colorful world. His footsteps sank deep into the snow up to his ankles. Kylie, dressed in thin clothing with tears streaming down her face, pushed forward against the fierce blizzard. Is this what a stark white world is like? A river. They said that place is on the riverbank in the North Forest. According to the map, this area is downstream. So now I just need to head straight upstream and I'll find it. Even though her face was bright red from the freezing cold and snot was running down her nose, Kylie's expression radiated excitement as she cheered. This honestly feels just like an adventure. Clarice was certainly not a weakling. The holy magic she learned later on was by no means inferior to ordinary mages, especially her innate holy magic. Divine protection, holy law shield. Against any hostile entity intending to harm this protection, intermediate level magic or higher would automatically trigger. Attackers harboring hostile intent would receive double the amount of damage they inflict. Therefore, even if she had to face any wild animals, or even complete strangers, Clarice was guaranteed not to suffer any harm. At this moment, Kylie had finally arrived at Ed's cabin. Even so, she still felt terrified at the prospect of facing Ed. He was the successor of the Rott-Taylor household and might have already received baptism for the Telos religious order. The Holy Law Shield could not exert its power against believers who had already received baptism from the order. Those who shared the same doctrine would not point swords at one another. A believer important enough to be baptized wouldn't harbor malicious intent towards saint candidate. But out of sheer fear of having her identity exposed, Clarice had come all this way. That's right. I'll confirm it myself. Everything will be fine. Kylie prepared to push the door open and step inside. What's this? Why won't it budge? When she put all her strength into it, the door suddenly flew wide open, and a bucket filled with blood got knocked over, spilling all across the floor. That bucket of blood spilled everywhere, pooling out and looking utterly horrifying. Eek! Startled and panicked, Kylie stared down at the terrifying sight beneath her feet, and then slowly lifted her gaze upward. There stood the image of an extremely ferocious and monstrous beast, scaring Kylie so badly she collapsed backward onto the floor and shrieked. She glanced around nervously. There was blood here, and then looked down again. There was blood over there too. Both of her hands inevitably became smeared with blood. Kylie's face twisted in utter terror. Is this place hell? Then the sound of slow footsteps echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Startled and panicked, Kylie gasped, Footsteps. She hurriedly scrambled to find a decent hiding spot. Right at that moment, the cabin door was violently slammed wide open. Ed walked inside, his eyes glowing intensely, his face wrapped up completely, looking terrifyingly menacing. The first thing that struck his vision was the spilled basin of blood along with the demonic beast. Ed calmly stepped inside, while Kylie watched in sheer terror, clapping both hands tightly over her mouth and cowering into a dark corner. At this moment, he leaned his hand against the shelf, causing the blood-stained iron tool ring to drop right in front of Kylie. Ed rummaged through the cabinet for a long while, before pulling out a blood-stained dagger with a ferocious demeanor as if he wanted to eat people alive, so frightening Kylie that tears flowed endlessly down her face, unable to hold back as she choked out, "You hit." Her entire body trembled with even more violent horror. Only then did Ed make a move, gradually bending down. Raising the sharp dagger, with eyes blazing like a demon's, he spoke up, "Who's there?" But upon spotting the person hiding underneath, he was utterly astonished and anxiously blurted out, "Kylie, what is this? Why are you here? Why are you shaking like that?" Kylie couldn't take it anymore and unleashed a burst of power, pushing him far away. The holy magic divine law force possessed the ability to nullify most of an opponent's magical effects while dealing physical damage. Ed, both bewildered and panicked with no clue what was going on, took the full brunt of this incomprehensible attack. Accordingly, the books came tumbling down. In a hazy smoke, only a single figure could be seen sitting there, motionless. Emerging more clearly was the sight of Ed lying motionless, his head covered in blood. Ugh, Kylie panicked, dropping to her knees on the floor. I don't know why. Suddenly, Kylie was terrified and dropped to her knees on the floor. I've killed someone. Ed, by this point, was covered in blood and looked utterly horrifying. Kylie, holding her hands together, tears streaming down her face, prayed desperately, "Tell us, I have committed a grave sin. I have been tainted by such a massive transgression. How could I ever wash this sin away? My life was supposed to be pure and spotless, but now it is tainted by an indelible crime. Someone as filthy as me should be burned in hell to pay for this sin." Divine light began to radiate at that moment, when suddenly a hand placed itself upon her shoulder, calling out in a gloomy voice. Ed, having stood up at some point, interrogated her with an angry expression. "Are you kidding me right now?" Kylie's face twisted in horror. She knelt there, stiff and withered, her soul having long since left her body. Kylie simply grew rigid and fell backward. As for Ed, he was trembling with intense anger, yet had no idea what to do about this. Returning to the academy, a voice rang out. "Headmaid, I have received the report. Please stay calm, and let's devise a response plan. Well then, we should quickly notify everyone and begin the search. Management personnel in the estate are currently reduced, so right now, we need to allocate our workforce as efficiently as possible." Understood. Belle, the head maid of Awfulus Hall, knew Kylie's true identity. The church believed that at least the highest-ranking person in charge needed to be aware of it. If the saintess were to meet with disaster in a snowstorm, it would be a disaster that shook the kingdom. Her calmness truly befitted a head maid. The junior maid looked at Belle with admiration, yet she didn't panic either. But looking at this matter from another perspective, isn't she a saintess protected by the holy laws? Conversely, a decision was made that handling it quietly was the best course of action. After donning a fur hat and wrapping herself in a cloak, Belle decisively headed outside. I will go look for Lady Kylie myself. The remaining senior maids, please take care of the other students, especially Lady Lucy. Understood. The maid from earlier hurriedly added more information. Head maid, according to a witness, Lady Kylie disappeared in the direction of the northern forest. Belle, if that's the case, looking startled, turned back and blurted out, the northern forest? She recalled the image of important girls constantly hovering around Ed. That is that man's territory. A man strangely blessed with romantic fortune. A raging blizzard, complete isolation, and harsh conditions. One man and one woman, trapped in such harsh circumstances, forced to rely on each other while waiting to be rescued. Imagining Ed and Kylie hugging inside that tiny room, Belle couldn't help biting her lip, breaking out in a cold sweat. While she was anxiously imagining things, another maid worriedly called out, "Head maid." Belle hurried to step into the deep snow, holding up her skirt as she ran, determined. We must find them as soon as possible. The saintess is in danger. There was a strange fellow living in a northern forest, a cold man who carried bloody animal carcasses. That was the rumor circulating around the school. Of course, Belle knew the truth, but she still couldn't help feeling anxious. Harboring doubts, she ran all the way straight toward the northern forest. A little while later, she finally arrived. Only, she saw numerous footprints stamped into the snow. Contrary to his cold exterior, Ed was actually a very approachable and thoughtful person. Even with many beautiful girls surrounding him, he always completed his duties well and was a reliable man. But this was also what worried Belle, because if relationships grew more complicated, it would be a huge headache. She could only hope she wouldn't learn Kylie's identity. Slowly pushing the door open and stepping inside, Belle's heart kept hanging in suspense. The moment Ed saw Belle, he hurriedly spoke up. Sure enough, Belle has arrived. Seeing the scene inside the room, Belle's forehead broke out in cold sweat as she stammered. Young master, might I offer a brief explanation? She said, I've heard all about it from Kylie, but if she doesn't return immediately, the blizzard is only going to get worse, and it's very dangerous. Hearing this, Ed gave a reluctant nod and said, Indeed, the head maid shouldn't be away from Awfulest Tower for too long. Only, he couldn't understand why the saintess had come to this place of his. Although he had done his best, something still felt a bit unnatural. Kylie's true identity was a major plot twist revealed at the end of Act 3, and it couldn't be leaked this early. But since she was already suspecting him, what on earth should he do? Hesitating for a long moment, he apologetically said, I apologize for my discourtesy. Saintess, please put the chair down. Hearing this, Kylie quickly complied, her arms already aching. But very soon, Kylie reacted. Even Belle did the same. Both of them were startled, looking toward Ed. You just called Kylie the saintess? How did you know? Understanding their suspicions, Ed slowly explained. I am also a follower of the Church of Telos. Seeing her lift the disguise spell at such close range, anyone would be able to tell. With that, he told Kylie to hurry and put the chair down. She nodded hastily and obeyed. Ed's principle remained unchanged. Do not get involved with any important characters in the scenario. But if he just left things as they were, there was no telling what Saintess Clarice might do. Therefore, he might as well reveal her identity and eliminate any potential risks. Thinking this, he spoke indifferently. Seeing you secretly hiding your identity and blending in with everyone at the academy, it seems you feel suffocated by a constrained life. I understand that feeling all too well. Hearing these words from him, Kylie stammered slightly, unable to speak. But at that moment, Ed leaned in close right before her face, his voice turning stern. What do you think of a life of absolute freedom in the forest? Can you even picture my life? These words were like a wake-up call for Kylie. That's right, this man's life wasn't living. It was sheer survival. Everything has two sides, light and dark, and freedom is no exception. If L was a poet singing praises of the beauty of freedom, then this man was undoubtedly the embodiment of the dark side of freedom. While she was lost in thought, Ed once again apologetically said, "I apologize for my discourteous actions, but unfortunately no one around you would ever tell you these things, so I took the liberty." Having said that, he spoke up, wishing to see them out. Shortly after, the two of them, Belle and Kylie, quickly departed Ed's log cabin. Kylie walked behind, saying, "Sorry for troubling you, Belle." Refusing to comment, Belle replied indifferently, "Don't worry about it." Upon returning to Awfulest Tower, Kylie would be warmed in a cozy room, enjoying hot soup, and that hut amidst the blizzard would fade into a distant tale. Yet inside it, the pungent scent of blood and the heavy weight of reality still lingered. Kylie couldn't possibly imagine that behind that tough exterior, using proficient magic to block the path of new students, lay such a person. How sad it was to have one's illusions of freedom shattered. But at least Kylie believed that her decision to leave the holy city in search of freedom and come to Sylvania was the right one, because she had met a respectable senior. Lost in thought, Kylie subconsciously glanced in the direction of the northern forest. Naturally, Belle saw it too. This aroused her suspicions, but the two continued walking toward Awfulest Tower. Only, Belle's heart was still burning like a blazing fire, because she couldn't understand the hidden meaning behind Ed's words. Spring arrives when we least expect it, and thus, it becomes all the more special. At La Place Bakery, Ed happened to run into Lotel. Lotel cheerfully said, "I want to sit at the same table as Ed." She added, "I just need to wait a moment to take inventory of some goods." Only, the owner of this bakery wasn't very happy. Catching sight of her, he panicked, trembling as he bowed respectfully. "Please, make yourselves at home. If you need anything, just let me know." Lotel politely offered a word of thanks. The bakery owner scurried away then. Lotel raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Absolute power is so much fun. It can even create privileges that don't even exist." Ed curled his lip and said, "Judging by his face, you're the only one having fun." Hearing this, Lotel unconsciously smiled, clicked her tongue, and said, "You have such a harsh way of speaking." "Well, you're right. I wasn't bullying him at all." She informed him, "The recent blizzard has caused difficulties in supplying goods on Aiken Island. La Place Bakery ordered a bunch of unnecessary items and then canceled the order right around the delivery date. While I understand ingredients are scarce, him monopolizing goods meant for other shops is unacceptable. Where is his business ethics?" Hearing this, the bakery owner hurried over, kneeling down without hesitation and pleading, "Lady Lotel, please put in a good word for us. After all, limiting our order quantities like this is too harsh. Please reconsider." Unfortunately, Lotel paid him no mind whatsoever, continuing to chat and smile cheerfully with Ed. She said, "I have a class this afternoon. I want you to walk with me to the faculty district." Ed let out a soft chuckle and scolded her, cold-hearted. Afterward, he walked with her toward the school. As they walked, Lotel spoke up. "I didn't want to do it either, but due to the blizzard, transport from headquarters has been disrupted, leaving the Chamber of Commerce's budget quite tight. Even with plenty of assets, we still have to tighten our belts." Hearing this, Ed nodded in understanding. "Turns out even your Chamber of Commerce has tough times like this. It must be hard work." Lotel shrugged indifferently, curling her lip as she said, "What are you saying? Who do I think I am? Managing finances is my specialty. Don't worry, as long as we don't spend wastefully, we'll be fine. That's how we live up to our status." However, mid-sentence, she suddenly noticed something. She asked in surprise, "Why didn't you bring any books to class?" Ed casually replied, "I have to drop by the library to borrow some books. Think of it as a workout." Hearing this, Lotel urgently said, "It's just a few spare coins. Why didn't you just buy them?" As she said this, she suddenly remembered that this was a non-trivial amount of money for a student. Textbooks at Sylvania were all top tier. The more she thought about it, the more her heart ached, and she hurriedly fished out her coin pouch. She asked him, "How much is the total?" Ed cheerfully thanked her. Lotel shook her head slightly, refusing to comment, and sighed. "Anyway, the student council president election is coming up soon." Ed asked suspiciously, "Aren't you planning to run?" She spoke indifferently. Work at the Chamber of Commerce remains my top priority. Of course, ideally, whoever the supporters back for president should be someone friendlier. If Senior Ed runs, I'll support you. Hearing this, Ed shook his head in refusal. I have no such intention, nor am I sure I'd win. Lotel felt a tinge of regret. What a pity, I figured you'd say that. What about your sister? She said, even if you beat me to death, I would never support Princess Phinia. Ed frowned slightly, saying, I won't give a lengthy explanation, but Tanya. But before he could finish, Lotel coldly cut him off. Even if all the top students supported Tanya, it'd still be hard for her to win. After all, she's only the second daughter of the Rott-Taylor family. The gap is simply too vast. Lotel's assessment was extremely accurate. According to the script, the winner would be Princess Phinia. Tanya Rott-Taylor, the pitiful villainess, no matter what tricks she used, no matter if she had to beg or do whatever it took to secure votes, the gap could never be bridged. Tanya would have to accept a crushing defeat and leave the stage. While he was lost in dazed thought, Lotel asked suspiciously, You don't happen to support the princess, do you? Ed startled slightly, shook his head, and said, Probably not. If I had to choose, I'd support Tanya, my sister. Hearing that, Lotel nodded with satisfaction. Then I'm relieved. Most people at the academy support Princess Phinia, so I was a bit worried if you did too. Besides, you know I like you. As soon as she finished speaking, she rested her head against Ed's chest once again. A moment later, she raised her head and said, I almost got jealous just now. Ed just stood there, staring blankly at her without saying a word. Seeing he gave no reply, Lotel pressed close against him again and whispered, Say, would you mind if I checked your heartbeat? Yet at that moment, Ed reached out and pushed her head away, leaving her somewhat dissatisfied. You keep dodging me. Did I do something wrong? Ed shook his head slightly and casually said, You didn't do anything wrong, but I don't want to get tangled up in romance until I graduate. Lotel was somewhat taken aback, her eyes widening as she asked, Until you graduate? What about after graduation? Ed didn't answer either, standing there in silence. But Lotel was quite pleased, smiling as she said, I just dug up some important intel. Whatever your reason may be, that's a matter for 2 years from now. She couldn't stay happy for long, however, before hearing Ed slowly say, And I'm not even sure I can survive until then. Because deep down, he knew full well that graduating wasn't an easy goal. The final boss he had to face at the end of this story. Only when the protagonist defeats the final boss will the world attain peace, and he be able to graduate, especially since receiving the backing of both Clarice, representing the church, and Phinia, representing royalty. Taylor could defeat the final boss, the Holy Dragon. In other words, Taylor had to progress according to the script and gather enough companions. The freshman class placement exam had concluded successfully, and fortunately, Clarice kept her secret and continued studying at the academy. Though it was a bit regrettable for Tanya, the student council president election was about to begin, and Phinia would be the victor. Thus, the plot had nearly returned to its proper track. He could finally rest easy. But contrary to Ed's expectations, inside a girl's bedroom, Phinia woke up shivering uncontrollably, her expression looking terrible. A moment later, she gritted her teeth and said, I won't run for the election anymore. The entire plot is slowly collapsing. On another note, in a dark room, Clebius sat huddled up, muttering incessantly under his breath. Damn it, there are so many other people, so why does it have to be me? He continuously cursed his bad luck. Why must it be me? Because right before him lay a challenge request. He didn't want it all. Elsewhere, Jik was in class when he was bothered by an uninvited guest who claimed he wanted to challenge him to learn a thing or two. Yet upon hearing that, Jik closed the book he was reading and coldly said, Spare me those cliché lines. The young man standing beside him refused to give up, saying with firm determination, Because I want to prove myself. Jik frowned, looking at him suspiciously as he asked, You're already the top student. What more do you want? The young man shook his head and said, I'm only the freshman top student. The young man continued, I want to match myself against Janica, the overall top student of 53, as well as Drake, the combat department top student, and Ed as well. Naturally, everything must be done in order. So he had sent a challenge letter to Clavius, the combat department's 52 top student first, but he was dodging him. He said triumphantly, Anyway, After defeating Clebius, I'll challenge Elvira, and then Jik. Hearing his own name, Jik asked suspiciously, "Why is it my turn? I'm not a top student." The young man slowly explained, "The 52 top student doesn't count. So, in reality, Senior Jik is the 52 top student." Letting out a soft huff, Jik curved his lips and said, "Anyway, you plan to defeat me. Then Senior Janica and Senior Ed? You should learn to accept that you might be wrong, kid." Hearing that, the young man frowned and spoke up, "I don't think I can easily defeat Senior Zix either." Chuckling softly and shaking his head, Jik walked over, patted the young man's shoulder, and said mysteriously, "That's not what I meant." He meant that the guy would never even get the chance to face him, let alone Janica or Ed. He didn't understand a thing. He was going to end with Clebius. If he wanted to defeat him, he needed to learn to face reality first. Hearing this, the young man's expression sank. However, Jik didn't say much more and walked straight outside. Just as he reached the campus grounds, he heard someone calling out to him. Jik turned his head slightly to see that the newcomer was Ed. Raising an eyebrow at him, Ed said, "You cleaned up the library really well." "Thanks." The two of them walked and talked. Jik also brought up the matter of the young man going around issuing challenges. Hearing this, Ed asked, "Are you talking about that freshman top student?" Jik nodded slightly and replied, "That's right. He's aiming for you." Frowning slightly in deep thought, "As far as you know, Wade Kimmer's challenge streak is supposed to span from Chapter 3 to Chapter 4 of Act 3. Wade is the son of a northern border general. He possesses innate swordsmanship talent and secured the freshman top spot with overwhelming strength. Unsatisfied with just being the freshman top student, Wade continued to stir up trouble, challenging and defeating prominent students and academy top students one by one, even Zix. At that time, Zix was exhausted and at a disadvantage. Though he fought with all his might, he still lost. Wade's seemingly invincible winning streak only ended when he lost to Taylor, who had grown by leaps and bounds over the course of a year. At this moment, Zix spoke up again. "There's a freshman welcome party tonight. Do you want to come and check him out?" Ed shook his head in refusal. "No, I have to go. I have plans today." Before leaving, he thanked Zix for the heads up and reminded him, "Remember to be careful." He had thought he didn't care about these things, but seeing the lively atmosphere of the academy, he felt a bit more spirited. The fresh atmosphere of the new semester put an extra spring in his step. Watching his retreating back, Jik suddenly remembered something and muttered to himself, "I really should have told him about that." He wanted to mention the matter concerning Fenia. Although they were merely classmates, the two of them ran into each other frequently, so he knew she wasn't in a good mood. But whenever anyone mentioned Ed's name, she was clearly listening closely. Jik had observed that many times. He realized she cared a great deal about Ed. "Never mind, it's fine. I'll look into it further and tell you later." On the other hand, in the northern forest, the bitter cold had passed. 100 flowers were blooming in full, and the insects finally left their winter shelters, making the scenery of the northern forest even more deserving of the word spring. Lucy lay on the roof of the wooden cabin, playing with the butterflies fluttering around her, while Ed was developing very rapidly. His sensory abilities had also improved significantly. He had even formed a pact with Marilda, allowing him to contract with intermediate spirits as well. At that moment, Ed was studying with Janica. He called this the Janicaz Master Mode. Although it looked a bit childish, she seemed to think she was very majestic, so he just played along with her. Janica looked at him intently and said solemnly, "Normally, to make a pact with an intermediate spirit, you have to search all over the mountains and forests for one that suits you. You can't just have enough magical power. You have to find a spirit whose magical flow resonates with yours." Hearing this, Ed asked doubtfully, "But when I made a pact with Marilda, I didn't need to do any of that." Janica slowly explained, "You have an affinity for fire and wind. If you're going to contract with a new spirit, you should avoid those two elements." She wasn't wrong. If you contract with a spirit of the same attribute as the elements you use, it's easier to control them, but it makes dealing with diverse situations difficult. It's best to be able to use multiple different elements like Janica, or at least a bit more than one. There was an illustration for the Spiritist class in Sylvania's The Failed Swordsmaster. An image of a spiritist wandering through nature, blending into the rivers and mountains and communicating with the spirits they encountered. Following Janika's instructions, he rummaged around, closed his eyes, and felt the magical power. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes. Countless spirits had appeared before him, all of them intermediate spirits carefully handpicked by Janika. Seeing this, Ed was somewhat speechless, and he asked doubtfully, "With so many spirits, don't you find it troublesome?" "Truly formidable." Janika smiled cheerfully and said, "There's no need to turn away those who want to follow you. I've already talked things over with the spirits. Even so, all you have to do now is choose." Hearing this, Ed frowned and said, "We can even choose. Let's see what's inside." Intermediate water spirit, P.O. Lao. Mug, perched on Ed's shoulder, continuously observed P.O. Lao. Mug slightly frowned and said, "This brat is just a lower-grade spirit." Yet he looks at them like that. But looking at the crowd of spirits in front of him, Ed couldn't help muttering, "Bulk selection. Why does that sound so weird?" Hearing this, Janika suggested, "Shall we leave it for next time?" Ed hurriedly shook his head and said, "It's nothing." Mug sternly said once more, "Young master, please look at the next spirit." Elsewhere, in the Academy's Grand Hall, the freshman welcome party was taking place. Although this was an important event for the freshmen, Janika, the 53rd top student, was absent for personal reasons. Lucy, the 52nd top student, was also absent for personal reasons. The Academy staff worried that the ceremony would become dull, but then their absence no longer mattered due to the appearance of one of the most noble figures in Sylvania. Princess Phinia had appeared at this place. Although Sylvania's culture leaned toward equality, no one dared to approach someone carrying royal blood. Even the nobility had to be cautious. Therefore, there was only one person who dared to approach her during this freshman welcome banquet, none other than Wade, the right-hand man of the royal family and heir to one of the 3 mightiest swordsmanship clans. Wade lifted a chess piece and captured Phinia's king. She couldn't help praising him. "You're good at chess." Wade curved his lips into a smile and said, "You hesitated after sacrificing your pawn. If you had just kept attacking without hesitating, you would have lost already." Phinia pouted and replied, "Oh, please, don't apply military tactics to chess. That's stuff for royal tutors, but reality is completely different." Wade nodded with a smile and said, "It seems you've been through a lot at Sylvania." Phinia sighed helplessly. "It's just that I've learned to view myself more objectively. Although I've always been confident in my ability to read people, I'm not so sure anymore." Hearing this, Wade casually remarked, "Someone once said that at Sylvania, you have to learn to accept that you could be wrong." Phinia started slightly. The expulsion of Ed was like a thorn stuck in her throat, yet it had saved Janika. He built a hut in the forest, and as time passed, his presence only grew stronger and stronger. Word had it that even the freshmen held Ed in high regard. He lived an exemplary life within the academy, and his growing existence was living proof of her mistake. A mistake not just in Sylvania, but anywhere else as well. But if you keep running away from your mistakes like a child, nothing will ever be resolved. Whether of noble or humble birth, learning is the duty of every student at Sylvania Academy. After deep contemplation for a long while, Phinia curved her lips into a smile and said, "Thanks to that, I've thought things through. Let's play another round." She couldn't keep running away from her mistakes forever. That truly was a foolish thing to do, and perhaps it would take about 4 days to finish dealing with everything. After that, she would head to the campsite in the northern forest. She would sit by the campfire and talk with Ed. It had been a long time since she felt this relieved. It seemed spring had finally arrived for Princess Phinia as well. But on the morning of the 3rd day, she received the news that Ed was dead. Before that happened, Tanya had sent a letter back to her father. The content was simply reporting the situation to him. After all, this was the first time she had lived away from home, so there were things she wasn't used to yet. She wrote, "Sylvania's equal learning environment and packed study schedule make it a bit difficult for me to adapt." The goal she had declared on the day she left home, to become the youngest student council president, was gradually being realized. She wrote, "I've met Lotel. She's a true merchant. Soon, there will be negotiations regarding the purchase of the Sage's seal. She's very nervous, wondering if she has what it takes to represent the family." And there was another matter somewhat difficult to mention. Because Graffin had expelled Ed, He was undoubtedly the family's disgrace. But to put it more accurately, she was telling him that Ed had worked hard and matured so much, almost as if he had become a completely different person. In truth, Tanya was still too young to remember everything clearly, so she might have overimagined things. Recently, she had dreamed of a childhood memory set against the small mountain behind the Rott Taylor estate, where lilacs and daffodils bloomed in the spring. She remembered walking up the hill with both hands held by two people. One hand was her older sister, An. The other hand, she figured, must have been her father's. When An was still alive, it hadn't been a good-for-nothing. Thus, she guessed that he had returned to his true self. Saying this much, she left behind just a few more lines before saying goodbye. Meanwhile, Graffin held the letter in one hand and the magical dagger sent by Tanya in the other. After a moment, he spoke indifferently. Tanya's reply, aside from the student council election work, also mentions the negotiations to buy the sage's seal. She wouldn't be able to handle it all by herself, so he would send a trustworthy servant to accompany her. Although the academy did not allow family servants inside, they had agreed due to business reasons. Graffin ordered the two people kneeling below, "Go at once." The two quickly left the room. Once the place was left with only Graffin, he suddenly removed his gloves, revealing a wrinkled hand with a glowing red eye on the back of it. Graffin still barely seemed used to this. This was supreme magic, causal affirmation, which allowed the user to see the outcome of a specific action or variable. It's just that it inevitably consumed a massive amount of magical power, so it couldn't be used frequently. Still, this was absolute power. It allowed him to see the guaranteed outcome of an action he had taken. Just like right now, when he placed his hand on the orb, the image of another man using a dagger to pierce a young man's body appeared. The other person was none other than Ed. His body was covered in wounds. Inside the orb, Janika's figure also appeared. As she anxiously ran over, she was pushed down into an endless abyss. She wanted to grab his hand and pull him back, but she was too late. In the end, she could only stand on the cliff edge and watch blankly as he fell. Immediately after, Janika's gloomy back appeared once again, her face radiating pure murderous intent at that moment. After watching it, Graffin didn't feel happy at all, but this was a necessary sacrifice. 3 days before Ed's death, everything was still proceeding normally. On the contrary, Tanya was extremely busy. She was estimating the survey results for the candidate approval ratings. Princess Phenia was not only famous within the royal family, but also widely known among the citizens of the Klol Empire. If Phenia entered the race, then no matter what accidents happened, Tanya's chances of winning were virtually zero. Of course, she knew very well that reality and ideals were different, but unfortunately, she had to give up her hopes. While she was lost in thought, a voice interrupted her musings. The other person was Jik, who cheerfully asked, "Are you going to practice elemental arts?" Tanya nodded slightly. Jik spoke again. "Are you doing okay? Whenever you're free, go grab some tea with me and Elka." At the same time, a group of students outside saw this scene and couldn't help gasping in shock, whispering, "That's the senior. He's one of the strongest people in the academy, isn't he?" But before their shock could even fade, Lotel walked over and greeted Tanya. "Soon, there will be negotiations to buy the seal. Come whenever you're free. Just let me know when you're available, and I'll arrange it." Even someone as aloof as Lucy walked over to chat with Tanya. The onlookers fell into utter astonishment once more, their eyes filled with admiration. They endlessly praised Tanya, complimenting her graceful demeanor and extensive connections. Hearing these words, Tanya took a deep breath, regained her composure after a long moment, smiled cheerfully, and said, "You two have worked hard. You must be tired today, so head back to your rooms and rest." After exchanging a few more polite words, they finally dispersed, each returning to their respective rooms. The moment the door to Tanya's room clicked shut, she collapsed straight to the floor, her eyes filled with doubt. She didn't understand what was going on. Over the last few days, her status and reputation within the academy had risen drastically, yet she hadn't actually done a single thing. If she had to name the reason for receiving such special treatment, it was simply being Ed's younger sister. Thinking of this, she couldn't help hugging her face and crying. She had always thought of her older brother as good for nothing, but now she realized she was the useless one instead. The sudden turn of events left Tanya completely unable to understand what had happened. While she was deep in thought, a creaking sound suddenly echoed, and the door to her room swung open accordingly. Right after that, two men slowly stepped inside and cheerfully greeted Tanya. "Long time no see." Tanya immediately brightened up. "Father has prepared so thoroughly." "Long time no see. It's great to see you both." One of them spoke up. "We heard you're having a really hard time with your studies. We're very glad to help you out." The blue-eyed man slowly introduced himself. "I'm Kadek. I'll gather information on prices and the commercial chamber's financial situation to assist with the negotiations for purchasing the seal." The other man was Nak. "He will assist you with the student council election while Tanya focuses on her studies." However, Tanya immediately refused. "There's no need, Nak. There was new news this morning. Phinia won't be running in the election." Meanwhile, at a cafe near the academy, Janica was telling Ed this exact news. The royal secretary made an official announcement this morning. Everyone is buzzing with talk. Hearing this, Ed sighed and said, "So it's just been announced. It could still change, right?" Grafenrot Taylor, the final boss of Act 4, with his flawless administrative skills. Everyone thought of him as a benevolent father of the Rot-Taylor family, but only Princess Phinia recognized his ambition. Princess Phinia, who held both royal authority and academy influence, was supposed to be the most powerful ally, leading the fight against Graf. Things were supposed to go that way, but she had just announced she wouldn't run. But at that moment, Janica suddenly walked up behind Ed, lowered her head, and said with worry, "I'm starting to feel uneasy." She had a gut feeling that Ed was about to do something reckless again. Hearing this, Ed frowned and hurriedly tried to explain. But before he could even get a word out, she directly cut him off. "I can't let you bear the injuries and pain all by yourself. I won't allow that to happen. You've worked hard enough already. You shouldn't have to face any more trouble. If you're planning to do something, I'll help you." Ed was startled for a split second, taking a long time before finally speaking up. "To be honest, I want Princess Phinia to become the student council president." Janica asked doubtfully. Princess Phinia treated Ed very poorly. Besides, Tanya is Ed's sister, so I was planning to support Tanya anyway. But since the princess has already declared she won't run, what can we possibly do? Just then, Jik walked over from afar, caught sight of their ambiguous posture, and suspiciously asked, "What are you two doing?" In broad daylight. "Aren't you being a bit too intimate?" He apologized for interrupting them, but he happened to know the reason why Phinia wasn't running. Janica was flustered by Jik's words and embarrassedly retorted, "Intimate? What a mortifying thing to say." Jik didn't dwell on it and continued what he was saying earlier. "Like a stray alpha wolf. An alpha wolf that once led its pack to their deaths because of its own wrong decision. Won't react at all, even when it's being targeted." Phinia's gaze made me think of that. Kind of like she's lost all faith and feels completely helpless. Saying this, Jik raised an eyebrow with a smile and said, "I won't disturb you two any longer. It's going to rain tomorrow, so make sure you're careful when leaving the dorms." Zix's intuition was even sharper than ordinary senses, so his deductions were highly reliable. The worst-case scenario was that Princess Phinia had lost her hatred for the Rot-Taylor family. Ed didn't know what he should do now. While he was lost in thought, a cheerful voice rang out once more. Janica beside him arched an eyebrow with a smile and said, "If it rains, I can practice controlling water spirits. It's best to practice near the water. Tomorrow, let's head to the northern cliff to practice controlling intermediate spirits. After class, let's practice elemental arts." Ed listened to her rambling beside him, falling into deep thought, before he couldn't help breaking into a content smile. "For now, let's just do whatever can be done." At the same time, in the northern forest, Lucy lay as usual on top of the cabin roof, relaxing and gazing up at the sky. Lucy muttered to herself, "Looks like it's going to rain." But no sooner had she spoken than her eyes suddenly went wide in shock. In the blink of an eye, she swiftly leaped down to the ground, and without saying a word, she gently flicked her fingers. A brilliant flame instantly began to blaze fiercely. A moment later, Ed returned from the academy, walking straight inside, his heart continuously filled with deep emotion. Spring is so beautiful, but because it was raining, it would be hard to go outside. The pitter-patter of raindrops made Lucy's mood gloomy. Before long, it started to rain. If it's already raining, then let it rain and clear up quickly. Ignoring the pseudo-rain of Jick, Ed headed to the cliff to practice. Looking at the cliff in front of him, he couldn't help but marvel. So this is what this place looks like? Mug crawled out from his shoulder and said cheerfully, "This is my first time at the northern coast. Although the cliff area is vast, it's desolate and rarely visited, so there's nothing interesting about it. But this is an ideal place to practice water spirit arts." Mug suggested that Ed should make a pact with the intermediate water spirit Rhea. It's an amazing choice. Furthermore, combining it with magic arrows. Mug kept rambling endlessly. Ed immediately lost his patience and scolded, "Shut up." Right at that moment, two people walked up from behind and spoke in a gloomy tone. "Pleased to meet you again, young master." Ed raised his bow without any hesitation. He recognized the two of them, the intermediate bosses of Act 4, the final chapter of Stage 3, Kadek and Nock, the close subordinates of Graffin who held the dark secrets of the family. Veteran warriors who had dedicated their entire lives to the Rot-Taylor family. Even though they were familiar faces, Ed felt no joy at all. One of them, Kadek, leisurely said, "Pleased to meet you again, young master." Ed frowned, looked at them, and slowly said, "I've already been expelled from the family, yet the two of you still call me young master. How grateful I am." Snorting coldly, Kadek curved his lips and said, "We've heard about you, young master. We came here on Lord Graffin's orders. Our purpose is to assassinate you." Hearing this, Ed was shocked, his eyes going wide. He was about to say something when he heard Kadek's voice. "However, we are taking that back. We used to despise you and intended to use this dagger infused with a lethal curse seal to assassinate the one who has changed, who is completely different from before, the one ruling the estate. But after looking into your life and reputation within the academy, we realized you've recovered your past intelligence and become the true heir to the family." Saying this, the two Kadek bowed to him and carefully said, "We will report everything back to Lord Graffin. Please return and restore the honor of the Rot-Taylor family." Unfortunately, Ed didn't believe it. He still aimed his bow at the two of them and warned coldly, "Don't try any tricks." Sure enough, seeing that he wasn't fooled, the two Kadek broke into malicious smiles. Kadek curved his lips into a smile and said, "You've grown up, young master." As soon as he finished speaking, they started attacking. Kadek was an eagle knight with sharp wind attribute swordsmanship. However, Ed wasn't scared either, calmly dealing with the incoming wind blades. Yet, that wasn't enough. A brilliant flame suddenly struck forward. It was Nock, rushing in from behind, carrying an extremely violent fire attribute heavy mace in his hand. In the blink of an eye, an explosion accompanied by flames appeared. Fortunately, Ed dodged in time. He leaned backward and smoothly fired an arrow on momentum. But after all, they were close subordinates who held the dark secrets of the Rot-Taylor family. They dodged very quickly, arched their eyebrows, looked at him, and said in a malicious tone, "Young master, do you remember Melina? That poor child, who was blinded in one eye because of your prank. Even more surprisingly, that child turned out to be Nock's daughter. That's why he deeply hates you." He threw a punch without hesitation. In a flash, a Firefox phantom appeared right in front of Ed. Yet, to his horror, Ed managed to dodge it. In front of him at that moment was a layer of magical protective barrier. He frowned, looked at them, furrowed his brow, and said, "That did happen, but revenge is nothing more than vanity." Nock snorted coldly and spoke indifferently. "I know very well that revenge only brings emptiness, but that's not something you should be telling me." As soon as he finished speaking, the fire mace in his hand smashed down once more. But Ed still dodged it. Seeing this, Nock's expression turned somewhat solemn, and gritting his teeth, he said, "You've gotten stronger, but there's no way you can block a mace reinforced by her magical power. You dodge very well, but just a single hit will kill you. The bow is only holding you back. It makes you move slowly and unable to observe your surroundings." Right after that, he fiercely attacked with overwhelming momentum, forcing Ed to retreat backward. In the blink of an eye, he was forced back toward the edge of the cliff. Naturally, Nock didn't give him any time to breathe. He fiercely rushed forward with the fire mace again. Yet at that moment, Instead of showing any fear, Ed curved his lips and calmly said, "I know." As soon as his words fell, a dagger appeared from behind out of nowhere, stabbing straight through his body. Fresh blood continuously gushed out, causing him to scream in pain. Seeing this, Kadek instantly panicked. Could that be sorcery? No, that's not it. It's spirit arts. He used basic defensive magic, something that could only block magic to lure Nock in, and seized that opportunity to prepare an attack. Truly a brilliant strategy. But what he didn't expect happened. It shouted loudly, "Mag." The moment his words finished, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. Smoke and flames billowed everywhere. Kadek, on the outside, could only use his hands to shield himself while continuously calling Nock's name. But unfortunately, no one answered. While he hadn't regained his composure yet, shards of ice suddenly rushed forward. Kadek had to push his worry aside and focus entirely on dodging. However, the ice shards attacked too fast, and he was still stabbed in the thigh. Biting his lip hard, he completely hadn't expected Ed to be able to launch an attack amidst that explosion. On this side, Ed was covered in cold sweat. He had just finished firing the arrow, and Kadek's face at this moment had turned furious. Recovery blessing. Gritting his teeth in absolute rage, he scolded, "That bastard! What on earth has he been through? But next time, aim for the weak spots instead of the lower body." Of course, there won't be a next time. As soon as he finished speaking, wind blades fiercely surged forward, and their target was naturally Ed. With a loud bang, the place where Ed was standing was engulfed in thick mist. But inside that smoke, Ed was still able to stand firm, even though his body was covered in wounds. However, right in front of him lay Nock's corpse. He had used him as a shield to dodge the fatal blow. Before he could even catch his breath, Kadek lunged at him once more. But before he could even attack, a ferocious beast appeared behind him. In an instant, Kadek was utterly terrified, recalling the moment just before he suddenly discovered something. Could it be that you've really reached this level? Behind him was Rhea, the intermediate water spirit. Immediately after, Kadek's body felt as though it was drowning in water. A suffocating sensation quickly washed over him, causing the blade in his hand to drop. At this very moment, he couldn't breathe at all. Yet right then, a blood-soaked hand suddenly reached out, grabbing the dagger on the ground. It turned out to be Nock. Even though he had been severely burned and slashed to the point of unconsciousness, he, confident that he had experienced everything possible on the battlefield, still managed to maintain consciousness. This was something even Ed hadn't expected. But naturally, he quickly created a protective barrier to block Nock's blade. Before Nock could even recover his wits, a sudden gale struck. A powerful tornado surrounded Nock. In the blink of an eye, dirt and rocks flew everywhere. By the time the swirling winds dissipated, Nock's body was still standing in front of Ed, maintaining his old posture. Ed went wide-eyed, looking at him with a hint of shock on his face, because Nock's blade was about to touch his forehead. Yet the movement remained frozen right there, because he had no strength left. His entire body was stained red with blood, and a large chunk of his back was torn open. At the same time, Kadek over here had also been taken down by Rhea, lying flat on the ground. Nock's body staggered and collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with terror. It didn't look much better at this moment, but he still curved his lips into a sneer. Nock frowned, looked up, and said through gritted teeth, "Just kill me already." Yet as soon as those words left his mouth, his eyes suddenly widened, a trace of moisture appearing in them. Ed walked right up in front of him at that moment and said in a low voice, "What I want to tell you is that them coming here proves your father wanted you dead too. Even if not today, you would have died sooner or later. Even if you kill them, unless you escape this vicious cycle, you'll still die here. Even if it's a meaningless action, it's not entirely in vain. At least Nock won't be haunted by revenge anymore. This is a small gift for the loyal subordinates of the Rot-Taylor family." As soon as he finished speaking, he gripped Nock's hand on the dagger tightly, and without any hesitation, thrust it forward, stabbing straight through his body. He couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. At that exact moment, Janica walked up from behind and apologetically said, "Sorry, my class ran a bit late." But as soon as she spoke, the scene before her entered her field of vision. Nock had raised his foot and kicked it down. His entire body fell limply down into the abyss. Janica anxiously ran over to catch him, but it was too late. he had already fallen down, exactly like what Graffin had seen inside the orb. Janica couldn't manage to hold onto Ed's hand. After that, she was consumed by fury over this. In the blink of an eye, her entire body radiated pure murderous intent. The moment she saw her, Nock was startled and terrified. Someone saw him commit murder, but his body was completely unable to fight right now. Before he even had time to think whether to make a move or not, a magical formation appeared. Seeing this, he grew even more panicked. What on earth is this again? Even though he had been confident that he had experienced everything possible on the battlefield, he had never laid eyes on such a sight. A creature even stronger than a high-level spirit. The awakening of a supreme spirit. A creature that only exists as a single individual for each element in nature. A girl was controlling it, but this thing was now turning its hostility toward him. Janica's eyes were filled with hatred as she glared at him. Unfolding before his eyes was a massive magic circle. Just how many people could truly understand its meaning? A genius spiritist who once summoned the right hand of Glow Scan. The supreme dark spirit was pouring every ounce of her strength and agony into creating this spectacle. The sun seemed to be scorching the earth, with a tail larger than the imperial capital. Following the supreme fire spirit said to have burned down the entire Oppo's mountain range during the mythological era. Just a single arm of it being summoned would plunge the entire northern forest into a sea of fire. There was no need to understand the meaning of that giant magic circle in the sky. Merely facing the dark aura right before them, anyone could instantly understand what was about to happen. Certain death. Furthermore, what Nock was facing included Janica's wrath. Her eyes radiated dense, murderous intent as she gritted her teeth and asked, "Do you have any idea what you just did?" Nock couldn't utter a single word at that moment, because he was suffering excruciating agony from the scorching flames, feeling as though death was closing in on him. Yet at that moment, a sudden tornado appeared, blocking those flames. Immediately after, a ferocious beast emerged and shouted at him, "Run! Survive!" He was somewhat startled, not understanding what was going on, but very quickly, he realized its purpose. It wanted him to report back everything he had witnessed. Hearing this, he quickly started running away. Janica narrowed her eyes, looked at the beast in front of her, and asked doubtfully, "What are you doing?" Marilda, she gritted her teeth and told it to get out of the way. Yet Marilda stood tall and proud right there, refusing to budge even an inch. At that moment, it slowly spoke up. "I cannot return like this. Isn't it strange? Calm down and think about it. You weren't the one who summoned me." As soon as those words came out, Janica's eyes instantly went wide with shock. Below the cliff was a massive river. A moment later, a blood-soaked arm reached up from the bottom of the river. Earlier, Lotel had asked Ed how far his magic engineering had progressed. Ed had replied, "I spent the entire break practicing magic engineering." As a result, at this very moment, he had succeeded and survived. He had successfully crafted a legendary-grade magic item, the Reversal Hourglass, which restores the body's physical state to what it was a few seconds ago. Item destroyed. The injuries from falling off the cliff and the curse of the lethal seal had vanished, but time could only be reversed by a few seconds. The combat wounds were still oozing blood, and his body temperature continued to drop. You summoned Marilda because things looked grim on the cliffside, but now you're injured to the point of barely registering what's going on. A legendary-grade mystic artifact, the Hem Hourglass, something that has no business existing at this point in Act 3. You never expected you'd have to use it this early either. It stings that all that hard work only bought you a few short seconds, but you survived. Grafenrot Taylor's causality affirmation magic is unpredictable. If you manage to defeat Kadek and Nock and pull through, Graffin would just keep using causality affirmation over and over, sacrificing a massive amount of mana until he found a future where you die, which means you need to die just once. You have no idea why he's so hell-bent on killing you, but once he sees a future where you're dead, he won't give you a second thought. It's not easy smuggling subordinates onto Aiken Island without a valid excuse, and his only reason is to back up Tanya, who's knee-deep in student council elections or negotiations. In other words, if you can just play dead until the council president election is over and the seal negotiations are wrapped up, you'll live. The catch is that your body won't budge. Right then and there, a fire spirit suddenly plummets down from the cliff wall. The second he lays eyes on it, Ed lets out a sigh of relief. He drags himself up and rasps. Every inch of me hurts like I'm about to die. Good thing you found me. Thank you. But before he can even finish, his voice cuts off because Janica bursts into tears and throws her arms around him. Caught completely off guard, he barely gets to his feet before she tackles him right back down to the dirt. Taken aback and totally clueless about how to react, he just lets her cry. After a long while, he says apologetically, "Looks like I went and made you worry again. I am sorry, Yanitsa." She just keeps right on crying, leaving Ed feeling helpless. He raises a hand, pats her back comfortingly, and doesn't say another word. The two of them stay like that in the dark abyss. After a bit, they finally calm down and get a fire going to rest. Ed fills Janica in on his plan. She gives a quiet nod and says, "So you just have to lay low until the election blows over." She tells him she'll haul food and whatever else he needs out to him, so he doesn't need to stress. Ed nods and thanks her, but his injuries are starting to flare up. Hearing that, Janica snaps out of it, pulls away from him, and stammers sheepishly, "Sorry, hugging you just made me feel safer." The moment the words leave her mouth, she realizes how that sounded and scrambles to backtrack. "I mean, you know what? Just forget I said anything." Ed knits his brows, looks at her, hesitates for a beat, and says, "It's still pouring rain, but you've still got a mountain of work to do." Meanwhile, over in the northern forest, lazy Lucy is naturally hanging out right here. Only, she isn't lifting a finger. Truth is, she's just waiting. The difference is she feels cozy, not bored. She can easily picture the usual routine of this cabin's owner. He'd drag himself out of the brush, check on the dead campfire, and kick the support beams a few times to test if they're sturdy. Next, he'd head over to the clothesline, stash the soaked laundry indoors, and haul any rust-prone tools inside the shack. After that, he'd brush the rain off his jacket, step inside, and greet her. Ed's life is chaotic and full of drama, but at the end of the day, he always comes back here. He'd light a lamp, sit at the desk, pore over magic engineering books, and pass out by the hearth. Lucy would drift off to sleep to the patter of rain, the crackle of the fire, and the sound of Ed turning pages. As she sits there with her eyes closed, soaking in the peaceful vibe, she suddenly senses a strange mana signature, along with the reek of fresh blood. Not that she cares all that much. It's a huge pain, but then she remembers Ed asking her to watch the house. Dragging her lazy body up anyway, she steps out from under the eaves, plants herself right in a newcomer's path, and asks suspiciously, "Who are you?" Standing before her are two guys. Nock is hauling Kadek on his back and gasps frantically, "I'm Nock, a retainer of the Rot Taylor household. Help me, I'm badly hurt." He claims he slipped in the woods while a wild beast jumped his buddy. He figures he can pull the wool over her eyes, but Lucy's no fool. She instantly unleashes an oppressive aura, making him freeze up with bulging eyes. Her icy voice rings out, "I'll save you." In the blink of an eye, the gloomy forest is swallowed by a wash of purple magical light. Glaring down at him coldly, Lucy lets out a chilly huff and says, "If you're telling the truth, I'll save you." "What did you do?" Elsewhere, up on the high cliff where Ed took a spill, his heavily poisoned dagger and bow from the fight are still sitting right there. A figure who really has no business being here shows up, Professor Proban. He picks up the blade, frowns, and mutters, "A top-tier poison, and a rare sight at that. Why is it that whenever I'm on duty, something goes off the rails? There's no mana left on the poison mark, just the residue, which means it got used. Someone definitely bought it. Given the spot where he fell and the timing, even looking for a body in the dark is a long shot." He's already heard the rundown from Janica. She had a training session scheduled with him for spirit arts, and when she got to the meeting spot, she saw Ed get stabbed. Standing nearby, Janica gives a soft nod and says, "Yes, that's right." Wearing a heavy expression, Probin presses on. "As shocking as this is, try to rack your brain. Did you see the culprit?" Janica answers without a moment's hesitation. It was the Rot Taylor retainers, Kadek and Nock. Hearing that, Probin looks genuinely surprised. "Rot Taylor retainers." He adds, "Well, as soon as it's daylight, I'm reporting this to the headmaster." But before he can even finish, a weird disturbance erupts right here. catching him completely off guard. A figure comes striding out from the woods. He frowns and asks suspiciously, "Who's that kid?" Before anyone can answer, the person right in front of them blinks out of existence. By the time she reappears, she's already standing right in front of Proban. Seeing her clearly for the first time, Janika's face drains of color. She blurts out in a panic, "Lucy, chill out. Go back to the cabin and let me explain." But Lucy fires back with an icy tone, "I caught the bastard who killed him. It was Kadek and Nock, Rot Taylor's lackeys." With that, she bends down and scoops up Ed's fallen bough from the dirt. The bough instantly surges with crackling mana. Even Lucy's body begins emitting a suffocating aura that terrifies everyone around. In a flash, she vanishes from sight. Proban grits his teeth hard. Janica panics and urges, "We have to chase after Lucy right now." Proban asks dubiously, "What is even going on here?" Janica shakes her head, dead serious, and says, "We're out of time. We need to stop this right now before it's too late." Back in the northern forest, Lucy has already tied up Kadek and Nock. She demands coldly, "Are Rot Taylor's goons always showing up under the excuse of handling family business lately?" Right now, her eyes are practically screaming murder. Cowering under her gaze, Nock desperately stammers, "We aren't shady characters. We're just here to provide backup, and we cleared all our registration paperwork to enter the academy legally." Hearing that, she immediately knows who they're talking about, Tanya. Gritting her teeth, she bolts straight toward Ophelis Hall without a warning, cutting loose with a magic-fueled punch. Ophelis Hall rocks with a massive, earth-shattering explosion. Like a wrathful god of destruction, Lucy slowly stalks through the wreckage and bellows at the top of her lungs, "Where is Tanya, Rot Taylor?" Tanya is nowhere to be seen, but Lucy manages to draw out the maids instead. She whips her head around to look behind her. Leading the pack of maids, Belle asks warily, "What on earth is the meaning of this, Lady Lucy?" Lucy doesn't bother answering. Left with no choice, Belle pulls out a magic box and starts casting. In a split second, a web of magic circles traps Lucy in place. Belle's expression turns grim as she hesitates and asks, "Lady Lucy, why would you pull a stunt like this?" Still no answer from Lucy as her killing intent spikes even higher. But right then, cracks spiderweb across the magic box in Belle's grip. Pure horror flashes across Belle's face. Lucy's freezing voice echoes out once more, "Bring her here." The second the words drop, Belle's body seizes up completely, locked rigid on the spot. Meanwhile, over on the academy campus, another explosion goes off. Through the smoke and flames, two figures, one standing, one kneeling, shift in and out of view. Standing tall, Wade flashes a smug grin and says, "Now, that was actually a fun match." Gritting her teeth in bitter frustration, Alvira snaps, "What's so fun about it? You beat one second-year senior and act like you're hot stuff." Wade, the heir to the famed Kanamo swordsmanship family, doesn't look pissed off in the slightest. A grin stays plastered on his face as he replies, "You worked hard, Senior Alvira. Besides, it's way too early to claim I've beaten all the second years, right?" Because he hasn't taken down Zix yet. Standing off to the side, Zix can't help letting out a heavy sigh, though he keeps his mouth shut. The surrounding students are buzzing nonstop. Nobody saw Alvira losing to a freshman coming. Wade's the heir to the prestigious Kanamo style, but can he actually pull off a win against Zix like everyone expects? Right then, a sudden blast tears through the air, startling everyone and leaving them clueless as to what's going on. The sound they just heard is the explosion Lucy left in her wake. Feet start pounding the ground as a crowd takes off running, with Jick leading the charge. Jogging right behind him, Wade suggests, "We need to track down the head maid and get this sorted out first." But Zix shakes his head, sighs, and says, "No, it's already too late." He's spot on, because all the maids have already been frozen solid by Lucy. This is Lucy's temporal magic underworld time. Some people spend their whole lives studying celestial magic, but in this world, there are freaks of nature who can copy it just by seeing it once. The prime example being Lucy. Still hovering in midair, Lucy glares down coldly and barks out an order. "Tanya Rot Taylor, drag her out here." Charging toward Ophelis Hall, Jick hears her voice and frowns in confusion. "I don't get it. Why her?" While he's racking his brain, a maid comes sprinting from the other direction, screaming urgently, Hurry this way. He chases after them and asks, "What happened?" The maid blurts out, "The head maid's been wiped out. Things are an absolute circus on our end." If what Lady Lucy is saying is true, then Ed Rott Taylor, the third-year magic major, has been murdered. As soon as those words drop, Jick's stride screeches to a halt. The maid keeps explaining. The assassin is supposedly a servant from the Rott Taylor household. Wade frowns and shoots back. If it's a Rott Taylor servant, does that mean Tanya had something to do with it? But the second the words leave his mouth, he realizes something's off and whips his head around to look behind him. Jick frowns at them and says in a low voice, "Go on ahead." The maid blinks in surprise and stammers, "With things as they are right now." Wade chimes in with a lot more panic. "What gives? Is this some kind of revenge plot? If so, we need to get out of here right now." Jick gives a slow shake of his head and says calmly, "I'll handle this myself. You guys evacuate first. I am truly sorry." With that, he spins around and sprints toward a different set of doors. Slamming his foot hard into a room's door, he marches straight over the debris, takes in the scene inside, and mutters, "Just as I thought." 5 minutes after the loud blast went off, nobody's laid eyes on Tanya. The doors were bolted from the inside all night, which means her only hiding spot is the wardrobe. Sure enough, the moment he yanks the doors open, he finds Tanya hugging her knees inside, shaking like a leaf. Why is everything going so wrong? How did it come to this? Jick grabs his head in utter frustration. He has no clue why every single piece of evidence is pointing straight at Tanya. In reality, Tanya only started gaining clout in the academy thanks to Ed. Even though she acts like she's at odds with him, he refuses to believe she'd order a hit. He loses himself in thought for a moment. After a bit, he speaks up slowly. "Listen to me, Tanya. You need to give me straight answers to what I'm about to ask." He asks her straight out if she ordered a hit on Ed. Tanya doesn't waste a single second before firing back. "I honestly didn't do it." Her word alone isn't enough to convince Jick. If things keep going this way, Tanya's going to find herself in deep water. Just thinking about the fact that Ed is gone makes his chest feel unbearably heavy. But right now, there are way too many loose ends he can't connect. Maybe staying out of it for the moment is the smartest play. With that thought, he slips off his cloak, hands it to Tanya, offers a faint smile, and says, "All right, I'll listen to your explanation later. For now, stay put right here." If you step out into the plaza right now, you're walking into a target zone. His reason for doing this is simple. One thing he knows for sure is that Ed wouldn't want to see Tanya get killed, nor would he want blood on Lucy's hands. So, he's going to try and head Lucy off first. But right then, a sarcastic voice sneers from behind him, totally misreading the room. The guy says they just need to hand Tanya over to Lucy to wrap this whole mess up. Shooting him a glare, Jick says coldly, "I'll make my own calls." Meanwhile, Tanya stays cowering deep inside the closet, too terrified to poke her head out. Taken aback, Zix whips around, spots Wade stepping into the room, and says in a stern tone, "Don't bother trying the impossible. Right now, following Lady Lucy's demands is the only sensible move." Naturally, Wade refuses to roll over, his hand dropping to the hilt of his sword as he snaps. "Your call makes 0 sense, Senior Jick. If that's how it is, he's going to push his way through." He adds that he's taking Tanya with him. Out on the plaza, Lucy is holding Ed's bow, pulling the string back over and over. Thousands of mana-infused arrows tear through the air, screaming as they fly. The second they strike the ground, a chain of massive explosions rips through the area. At the same time, the petrified corpses are blasted away by Lucy's onslaught. Clebius is sprinting away when a flying chunk of rubble slams right into him. He stares in horror at the thing that just dropped in front of him. It's a human-shaped stone statue. Recognizing the victim as Dora, the top student of the 4th-year alchemy department, panic sets in. Clebius's face twists into an expression of utter disbelief as he shrieks, "That guy's a top scholar. So how the hell did he get wiped out too?" He immediately whips his head up toward the sky and spots Lucy hovering high above, wearing an absolutely murderous expression. Clebius instantly spins on his heel and takes off running, wailing at the top of his lungs the whole time. "Why does this messed up garbage always happen to me? Why can't I ever catch a break? This is absolute hell." Tripping over a loose rock mid-flight doesn't help matters. Unsurprisingly, he takes a brutal skid across the dirt. He ends up flat on his face, sprawling out on the ground. Clebius sighs helplessly into the dirt and groans. When a monster like that shows up, who wouldn't run? This is so completely fucked. Right on cue, a sharp voice snaps from behind him. What are you doing? You absolute moron, Clebius. Why are you face down in the dirt? He lifts his head to see Elvira and asks suspiciously, weren't you supposed to be out challenging people? Elvira replies casually, I was training when I ran clean out of reagents. Had to hit the lab for a restock. In a mess like this, who else besides the top students is supposed to deal with that walking disaster? She says they just need to stall for about 30 minutes until academy staff show up. But seeing Clebius still planted on the ground, refusing to get up, Elvira's tone shifts to pure sarcasm. Look at you, can't even stand on your own 2 feet. Once you finally drag yourself together, get your ass over to the staff building. With that, she turns her back and heads straight toward the plaza. Clebius doesn't make a single move, just staring blankly at Elvira's retreating back, gritting his teeth so hard they nearly crack as he mutters, you total bitch, you're the worst. He feels pathetic, a total loser. Meanwhile, down at the base of the cliff, the rain keeps hammering down. Janica dashes over to Ed and drops the update. We've got a problem. Academy staff already moved in. Marilda took off too, but before she can even finish explaining, Lucy already has her answer. Ed frowns and asks warily, what about Lucy? Janica pants heavily. She headed straight for Ophelis Hall to hunt down Tanya. Hearing that, Ed lets out a helpless groan, forces himself up, sighs deeply, and says, Fine. Looks like I've got to clean up this mess myself. Inside Lucy's memories, a rainy night from long ago, back in a small cabin when Lucy was just a kid. Sick in bed because of the storm, her grandfather kept watch by her side. He soothed her in a quiet voice. When storms crush down on you, it hurts. But never forget this feeling. Lucy frowned at him, her eyes full of confusion. He explained slowly, aches in your body or cuts on your skin will get rarer over time. Mediocre people spend their whole lives struggling over things you can pull off effortlessly. You'll meet plenty of people like that. Back to reality. A swarm of students are cutting loose with wave after wave of spells aimed straight at her. Yet her sheer power leaves everyone horrified. She swats away their spells with absolute ease. Looking down from on high, her gaze is utterly freezing. In her eyes right now, they're nothing more than a bunch of ants. A split second later, a massive magic circle flares into existence. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of magical beams washes over the crowd. Only then does Lucy descend from the sky and touch down on the ground. More human-shaped stone statues have popped up around her, but Lucy isn't looking the least bit amused. Recalling her grandfather's words, she spits out angrily, lying old bastard. While she's fuming, someone comes charging in from a distance. A burst of flames erupts next, sending a thick cloud of smoke billowing across the corner of the plaza in a split second. Lucy remains completely unfazed, standing her ground without a scratch. She shifts her gaze across the way, only to spot Elvira standing there drenched in rain, grinding her teeth as she mutters, Crazy. I've never seen magic like this. The casting speed is inhumanly fast. Glaring daggers at Elvira, Lucy spits out a cold step aside. With a flick of her wrist, a jolt of magical electricity slams into Elvira, sending her flying backward to cough up a mouthful of blood. But Elvira refuses to back down, pressing on too fast. I can't figure out the underlying principles. It's not actual spellcasting. It's just raw mana output. Yet catching sight of the gears scattered around Lucy, she mutters under her breath, Figures. The core issue is still the mana volume. With a crooked smirk, she laughs softly. Mages with stellar mana sensitivity use mana to spin spells. But do you know what we alchemists do? Hearing that, Lucy blinks in surprise, seemingly guessing what she's getting at. Letting out a low chuckle, Elvira continues. We use mana to cook up other things instead of spells like mystic artifacts or reagents. The moment the words leave her mouth, she whips out a vial of ruby red liquid. It's ruby reagent, designed to suck up a massive pool of mana and convert it into a liquid state. Right now, she's going to use Lucy's own mana as fuel to kickstart every single one of these mystic gadgets. In a fraction of a second, an array of machinery materializes. If they all pop at maximum output simultaneously, every scrap of mana in the surrounding area will be wiped clean. Sure, her life's work is about to get trashed, but a bunch of students still haven't cleared out, and the maids need more breathing room. With that thought, Alvira lets out a roar. Let's see you smash this as well. At the sound of her scream, magic surged forth from the magical artifacts. However, before long, the amount of absorbed mana became overloaded. In the blink of an eye, Alvira's expression instantly turned grim because all of her magical artifacts had exploded. Calculating the precise mana required to cause all the magical artifacts to overload was theoretically possible, but no one would ever do it since it held no academic value. Such a colossal amount of mana could not possibly exist, and if it somehow did, stopping it would be utterly impossible. Yet Lucy managed to pull it off. Belle, the head maid of Awfulest Tower, Chejiana, the senior top student of the magic department, the senior top student of the alchemy department, 14 high-ranking maids, and even Alvira, the sophomore top student of the alchemy department, were all taken down in just 3 minutes. Lucy walked right past all of them and headed forward. Right at that moment, however, Alvira grabbed her ankle and said in a deep voice, "If you keep going, you're going to regret this. With this amount of mana, you could have completely destroyed Awfulest Tower right from the start, but you didn't. Ed definitely wouldn't want this to happen." Hearing those words, Lucy paused in her tracks, her entire being plunged into endless grief. But a moment later, a spell began to manifest within her once again. She coldly stated, "That's something I'll decide after I meet Tanya." Before she could even make a move, a blade suddenly slashed toward her, startling her. Alvira looked in the direction of the slash and saw Clebius standing there trembling, gritting his teeth as he said, "You guys are genuinely out of your minds. You can't go any further." Lucy frowned at him, feeling not even a shred of a threat. Letting out a cold snort, she snapped her fingers, targeting the sophomore top student of the combat department. Clebius was actually taken down in a single second. Lucy, the one who had brought about this current situation, had completely cast everything aside following Ed's death. At the same time, on the battlefield between Zix and Wade, Wade was pointing his sword directly at Jix. He spoke coldly, "Bring Tanya here." Seeing Wade lunging forward, Jix stood his ground calmly. Just as Wade's sword reached right in front of him, Jix sidestepped to evade it. Immediately afterward, he raised his sword to parry the counterattack. However, his sword speed was so blindingly fast that it made Wade's expression turn somewhat ugly. He realized that the swordsmanship his opponent was using belonged to the island family. It was entirely different and baffling. It was aristocratic swordsmanship learned at the island estate, combined with the wildness of ferocious beasts from the northern plains. A free-flowing style that wasn't completely detached from practical combat theory. Still, it wasn't completely perfected yet, which allowed Wade to grit his teeth and hold his ground. Jix's center of gravity was shifted way too far off, creating an opening. Realizing this, Wade grew extremely smug. He hastily thrust his sword toward Jix's flank. In the nick of time, a whirlwind burst forth from Jix's hand. A sharp wind blade slashed directly at the tip of Wade's sword in an instant. Seizing the opening exposed by Wade, Jix swiftly closed the distance and struck Wade right across the face. That single blow sent Wade flying backward, his body crashing straight into a pile of rubble. Wade coughed twice, then forced himself back up to his feet and said, "Of course, Senior." No sooner had those words left his mouth than the corners of his lips curved up into a wide grin as he laughed loudly. "I love fighting strong opponents. This is my chance to match myself against someone as powerful as you. How could I possibly give up so easily? Give me a little more entertainment." The moment he finished speaking, he gripped his sword and charged forward. Letting out a cold hoot, Jix said sternly, "Despicable Wade. You don't actually enjoy fighting. You just enjoy winning." As he spoke, he swiftly raised his sword to block a strike from Wade. His low voice continued to resonate. "You're only ever interested in matches where you know you have a chance of winning, aren't you?" As soon as those words were uttered, Wade's eyes involuntarily constricted. He asked back in disbelief, "What did you say?" Letting out a faint, dismissive chuckle, Jix nonchalantly remarked, "If you truly wanted to fight strong opponents, you wouldn't have challenged me, an ordinary second-year student in the magic department. The top student of the second-year magic department isn't me, but Lucy Merrill. Wade tried to say something in response, but Zix didn't give him the chance, shouting coldly, "If you're still sitting there making excuses, it just proves you're nothing more than a coward." In an instant, he used his full strength to press Wade's sword down toward the ground. Wade was completely shaken by Jik's words. Seizing that opportunity, Jik advanced right up to Wade with a mana-infused blade. However, he came to a complete halt just millimeters away from Wade's throat. Wade's expression at that moment looked rather unsightly as he gritted his teeth and demanded, "So what do you expect me to do against an invincible opponent? That's genuinely ridiculous." Hearing this, Jik nodded without hesitation and replied in a cold tone, "Right, that is simply your absolute limit." Just then, however, a massive commotion erupted from the direction of the plaza. That commotion, naturally, was caused by Lucy, who had completely devastated Sylvania. Arrogance is the very thing that has killed countless warriors across this world. Remain cautious of those who are overconfident in their own strength and mistake reckless charging into danger for a virtue. And never admire those who risk their lives over and over just to prove themselves. Be afraid, Clebius. Fear is his weapon. But if he continues to live like this, there will eventually come a point when he can no longer take another step forward. Even if he tries to run away, just like he always does, there will come a time when his feet become firmly glued to the ground, completely unable to move. His entire body wouldn't stop shaking, yet the hand gripping his sword remained preternaturally steady. Remember that feeling, the urge driving him forward despite knowing for certain that failure awaited him. Even though Clebius was covered head to toe in wounds at that moment, his imposing aura had completely transformed. He looked like an entirely different person, his eyes bloodshot and radiating pure killing intent, because his true power was born from his conviction. Outside, watching this scene unfold, Elvira couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "Is that really Clebius?" But in Lucy's eyes, he was absolute nothingness. A bow resembling a fire phoenix materialized in her hands, and without an ounce of hesitation, it shot straight ahead in a blazing streak. In the blink of an eye, a massive explosion rang out, filling the entire plaza with smoke and flames. Clebius hadn't forgotten his promise not to take anyone's life. Even so, the only reason he was able to use that taboo technique was because this monster simply could not be killed using his current strength alone. Right at that moment, an anomaly that left Lucy stunned occurred as a figure burst straight out of the raging flames. Lucy was somewhat startled, casting a quick glance behind her, only to see that Clebius had charged at her with his sword drawn. Yet before he could even lay a hand on Lucy, a violent whirlwind materialized out of thin air. In an instant, an expression of sheer disbelief washed over Clebius's face. Caught completely off guard, he was blown away by Lucy's magic. But Clebius wasn't going to be defeated that easily. He managed to drag himself back up. By this point, his injuries had piled up endlessly. Just as the blood over his old wounds dried, fresh streams would burst right open anew. Judging purely by the sheer volume of blood he had lost, it wouldn't have been surprising at all if Clebius had collapsed unconscious at any second. Yet he was like a moth flying into a flame, gripping his sword tight and charging back toward Lucy without a single shred of hesitation. Then, something happened that caught Lucy completely by surprise. Despite his accumulated injuries and a body dyed entirely in fresh crimson, the mana swirling around both his blade and his physical body grew exponentially more powerful than before. This was a cursed sword, a forbidden art belonging to the Norton family, the Dreadblood swordsmanship, and Clebius was utilizing it right then and there to attack Lucy. To anyone else, it was a terrifying blade, but to Lucy, it wasn't necessarily anything special. The very second the tip of the sword reached right in front of her, she merely raised her hand casually, fired off a bolt of magic, and easily blocked Clebius's strike. Immediately following that, she clenched her hand into a fist. In the blink of an eye, Clebius's entire body was struck by a magic array. But another anomaly occurred, causing Lucy's eyes to widen in involuntary shock, because at that very moment, Clebius charged forward ferociously, just like a wild beast. Regaining her composure quickly, Lucy unleashed a spell to intercept him. With a deafening boom, a massive collision echoed through the air. The two of them immediately locked into a fierce stalemate. Before long, a violent detonation went off. Clebius was blasted backward, collapsing face down into the rubble with blood covering his entire body. Utilizing one's own life force to generate immense power was a long-standing taboo within the Norton family. Clebius had previously been the subject of harsh gossip whenever he used it to take someone's life, and not even the head of the Norton family was capable of wielding this forbidden technique. Yet there was still an exception, someone who didn't shun him or look at him like some kind of monster. But in the end, his hands were still stained with blood. Awakening through the forbidden art, he became everything the Norton family loathed, earning him his moniker, the one who awakened the forbidden blood sword, the demon swordsman Clebius. Yet right at this moment, he had no choice but to admit that the person standing right in front of him was the true monster. Meanwhile, Lucy was launching a barrage of lightning magic directly at Clebius. He concluded that Lucy was the true monster, while she continued to bombard him with her lightning spells. At the same time, inside the building where Jick and Tanya were fleeing, Jick offered continuous reassurance. Hang in there, we're almost there. If they made it through the door at the very end of this hallway, the two of them would be able to escape. However, an obstacle had already appeared blocking their path. The person standing before them made Jick immensely wary, causing his movements to grind to a halt. Lotel leaned back against the door, the corners of her lips curving up into a smirk as she looked at the two of them and said with a laugh, "If you go through that door at the end of the hallway, the two of you can escape." As soon as those words left her mouth, Lotel's face radiated pure provocation. Refusing to let his guard down, Jick pointed his sword directly at her. But then he heard her say in a chilling voice, "A lot of the paths have already been blocked off, but you sure are lucky, Tanya. You really ought to thank Jick for coming along with you, shouldn't you?" With that, she turned her head, intending to leave. But Jick called out to stop her, asking hesitatingly, "Have you heard any news about the senior at all?" Lotel gave a slight pout and replied indifferently, "I don't know anything about that." Jick didn't believe her words for a single second and pressed further, "If Tanya had been traveling all by herself without me, what would you have done?" Hearing this, Lotel fell silent in deep thought for a brief moment, before finally answering coldly, "I would have killed her." Panicking, Jick looked right at her and hastily tried to talk her out of it. "That's way too reckless of a move." Lotel let out a light snort and stated nonchalantly, "You've got a point there, Jick. Instead of killing her quickly, I'd torture her instead. I wonder if she'd confess to anything if I did that." "I didn't do it," Tanya protested in absolute terror. She knew nobody would believe her, but she still felt compelled to say it. Lotel, however, didn't seem to care much, shaking her head as she said, "Oh well, Tanya, go on then. After all, if we fought one-on-one here, there's no way I could beat him, right, Jick?" What Lotel meant was that since she couldn't win, she would let him go instead. Realizing this sent a shiver of instinctive dread straight through Jick's body. Everyone in Sylvania knew that making an enemy out of Lotel was an utterly foolish move. Once this girl revealed her hostility, it was impossible to even guess what horrors lay hidden behind those doors. Jick had no clue whatsoever what he ought to do in a situation like this, and his anxiety deepened considerably. Yet he failed to realize why the two of them had managed to remain safe up until this exact moment. The only reason they still had the luxury of pausing to think like this was because someone was risking their very life out there to hold back the monster outside. Alvira witnessed the entire scene unfold as her tears fell endlessly, blending seamlessly into the rain. By this point, Clebius had already been hit by far too many high-level spells, leaving his entire body battered and bruised. In this moment of profound sorrow, he couldn't help but reminisce about his past. His older brother had once told him, "Don't be so harsh on yourself. That isn't your fault. It's the fault of those foolish enough to challenge your strength. Lift your head up and look, that isn't a curse at all." A true hero who rushed onto the front lines for the sake of his convictions would never flinch before an endless horde of enemy troops. That was none other than their ancestor, Belgus Dread. You stood tall and protected this family. If Clebius can ever attain that kind of power, he'll become a hero just like him. But right now, Clebius believed his brother had been completely wrong. For a demon swordsman like himself to live within the Norton family was nothing short of an absolute humiliation, no matter how rational an action might seem at first. The moment control is lost, the surrounding world inevitably turns into a sea of blood, to a monster slaughtering everything in its path with burning, hateful red eyes. Things like morality are reduced to nothing more than a vague, meaningless concept. At this very moment, Clebius was still locked in an unyielding battle with Lucy. Unfortunately, Lucy's mana was simply too overwhelming. The moment he charged in, he was blasted right back. Yet he kept throwing himself forward like a moth to a flame, marching straight towards certain death, completely ignoring the crackling bolts of lightning Lucy unleashed. Lucy could only stand by and watch helplessly as he threw his life away. Right at that moment, however, she realized with a start. Clebius dashed through the flash of lightning and thrust his sword right in front of her. A cut had appeared on her neck, and fresh blood began to ooze out. Someone had once told Clebius, "Do you really think you can become a hero with just this kind of power?" Clebius didn't believe it at first, but by the time he lost control, his eyes blazing red with murderous intent, he ended up killing his beloved older brother. Right up until he breathed his last breath, his older brother did not blame Clebius at all, and instead felt a sense of relief, because the one Clebius killed was him and no one else. At least he could forgive his younger brother. He even comforted Clebius, telling him not to blame himself. A true hero died on that very day, dying at the hands of a heartless monster. And so, at this moment, Clebius's sword still refused to swing down. He fiercely bit his lip, cursed in anger, and muttered, "Damn it, I really can't do this anymore. I want to become a hero. I want to become a hero." Thinking of this, Clebius's body could take no more, and he collapsed to the ground. He did not want to become a monster. Besides, the students would be arriving soon anyway, so he didn't need to fight Lucy anymore. This was enough. With the dread blood sword technique, as the wound spread further and more blood flowed, the power surrounding the sword grew, making his body increasingly powerful and brutal. True to form. For a monster, the closer it is to the brink of life and death, the stronger and more frantic it becomes. However, even that immense power wasn't enough to lay a finger on Lucy. But no, a moment like this never comes twice. Whether it was the carelessness of the strong or the desperate, final fighting spirit of the weak, Lucy sensed that she might actually die. For Lucy, someone who had always lived as the strong one, this was a feeling she would never forget. The fear of death, something she experienced for the very first time. It made Lucy determined to kill this monster, a human who had lost all self-control and shed his humanity upon turning into a monster. But just a split second before she could strike, someone launched a sneak attack from behind, startling Lucy and causing her to turn her head. Even Clebius, lying flat on the ground, had no idea what was going on. By the time they looked toward the other side, they saw someone wearing a black cloak approaching. Upon seeing the person's face, Clebius actually let out a sigh of relief and said, "You're still alive, you bastard." Zix was utterly flustered, having no idea what to do in front of Lotel, who was brimming with hostility. What on earth should I do right now to make it right? Why is everything turning out to be so difficult? There's no time left. I have to make a decision right now. He cast his gaze toward the girl standing coldly there and spoke up, "Well then, Lotel." Before he could even finish his sentence, the sound of shattering glass suddenly rang out right beside them, throwing everything into absolute chaos once again. Zix's eyes went wide with bewilderment, completely missing what was happening as he thought. Who's showing up now? Right beside him, Lotel shared the exact same predicament. The cold expression on her face vanished, replaced by a baffling confusion. It was Janica. For whatever reason, she had decided to smash through the window and jump inside. It was an extremely cinematic and superhero-like framing. But hey, being born means you're bound to be forgiven. She crashed hard into Lotel, sending both of them sprawling onto the floor. Janica's cheeks flushed bright red as she realized how slightly over the top her grand entrance had been. Right now, she was sitting right on top of Lotel in a state of sheer awkwardness and embarrassment. Next to them, Lotel was still in a daze before suddenly getting shoved over by Janica, revealing such a pure soul. I'm giving both of them a solid 10 out of 10 for their pure, good-natured souls. Senior Janica, what on earth are you doing? She immediately gave her head a vigorous shake to fling off all the rainwater clinging to her, looking just like one of my pet puppies. Janica pointed toward Tanya, who was standing there looking flustered, and blurted out, "Ah, I finally found you, Tanya." Hearing her say that, the little girl started trembling all over again. The last time, she had nearly lost her life just for ticking off this Janica, so the memory clearly still haunted her to the core. Lotel's eyes widened in sheer astonishment as she thought, Senior Janica. How on earth can she remain so calm after hearing the news that Senior Ed has been murdered? What on earth is going on here? Could she have lost her mind? Wait, something isn't right. Could it be that Senior Ed, facing everyone's stares, Janica turned her head away in utter awkwardness and muttered, did I totally ruin the mood here? Suddenly, a high-grade wind spirit slowly appeared from behind, chiming in with, "Not at all. On the contrary, you did a great job." Janica jumped back into the fray, while Clebius continued his ongoing rant. "You sure took your sweet time showing up. Glad to see you're still breathing. You jerk." "See, could that really be you, Clebius?" Ed slowly spoke up in a deep, exhausted voice. "Yeah, I know I got crushed miserably. I know that no matter how hard I try, it's all pointless. Even if I risk my life, I still can't reach that person. So, I should have just run away like I always do. But why am I always the only idiot? Weaklings who know full well they can't stand a chance, yet still charge in any way. What do they even get out of it? Even though no one gave any orders, they're still ready to tear down everything they've worked so hard to build, just like everyone else. If I had just given up, things would have been so much easier. Even knowing it's impossible, deep inside this shattered heart, a tiny spark of faith flickered in the dead of night, whispering that maybe I could become a hero. Why on earth won't you people just leave me in peace?" As he spoke, he clenched his teeth, enduring the waves of pain. Right beside him, Elvira was struggling with all her might to haul Clebius's battered body, even though she herself was nursing some pretty severe injuries. And yet, despite going that far, victory still slipped away. Another mistake, a completely meaningless mistake. Why does it just keep piling up like this? Amidst all the heavy, self-deprecating despair that seemed to encapsulate the endless suffering Clebius had endured, Ed gently placed a hand on his shoulder, offering a comforting message to his companion. "Thank you, Elvira, Clebius. Your efforts were far from useless. They are genuinely precious and noble. So there's no need for you to blame yourselves. You have every right to be proud of what you've accomplished." Clebius's eyes widened in profound shock, likely because this was the first time he had ever received such heartfelt recognition. With those words, Ed turned his gaze toward Lucy, completely ignoring Elvira's bewildered questions as she stammered, Who even are you? You don't need to comfort me with crap like that. I'm just a fool, a complete and utter idiot. I know it. I know it damn well." Right after spitting out those words, Clebius flopped backward and passed out cold. With wounds that severe, lasting this long, was already nothing short of a miracle. Ed whipped his head back, his eyes filled with astonishment. He knew the combat capabilities of every single major player in this academy inside and out. Yet neither he nor anyone else could have ever anticipated something like this actually happen. It took everyone at least 10 minutes just to evacuate, and Ed had only just made it here, meaning Clebius had held out all by himself for that entire duration. Surrounding Ed now were countless slash marks, the visible aftermath of Clebius's desperate attempts to block Lucy, the final boss of Act 3 in the failed Saint of Sylvania, the one who had awakened and stood against Lucy. Her face darkened, reflecting the chaotic storm of thoughts swirling inside her. Right then, Ed spoke. "I'm sorry, I couldn't tell you beforehand. I had to fake my death right then for a few reasons. I was in way too tight of spot myself, so I just couldn't manage to fill you in." Hearing that, her eyes flashed with utter bewilderment. Lucy stood there in silence, before suddenly rushing forward to throw her arms tightly around Ed's frame, as if she had a million things she wanted to say. Tears began streaming down her delicate cheeks as she sobbed. "I thought you were actually dead. I was so furious because I couldn't protect you. It's all right, I'm still alive." Ed gently placed his battered hand on Lucy's shoulder as a sincere gesture of comfort and apology. "I've always been right here, so you really don't need to worry yourself sick like that. I won't ever let anything like this happen again." Shifting the scene back to the hallway, Jik was currently sweating bullets as Janica suddenly popped up right after he slipped out of the safe zone. Zix was usually pretty confident that he rarely ever feared anything, but right now, a high-grade spirit had literally just materialized. He knew all too well just how terrifyingly powerful it was. "Found you, Tanya. I've been looking everywhere for you, girl." The gazes of Janica and the wind spirit were gentle in reality, but through the paranoid lens of the hunted, they looked no different than the Grim Reaper coming to collect their souls. This is getting out of hand. After hearing the devastating news of Senior Ed's death, the two of them had practically lost their minds. A torrent of gloomy thoughts rushed through the overwhelmed young man's mind. "Hold on, I actually have something to tell you about Ed, Jik." For some reason, even though she was speaking so gently, this old grandpa somehow managed to read her expression as pure villainy. "Eliminate him immediately." He unleashed a burst of magical energy toward Janica in a desperate bid to hold her back, even though he knew it probably wouldn't amount to much. "Snap out of it, Tanya Rot Taylor." Zix's expression tightened instantly as he yelled, "Take the small path behind you, and when you hit the fork, head west. Run like hell in that direction, and you'll make it straight to the dorms. Once you shake off the pursuers, find someone to get help from. Since you're a member of the Rot Taylor household, seeking assistance from royalty or allied noble families would be your best bet." Tanya's face twisted in sheer panic. What about Senior Jik? "I'll do everything I can to hold them off. Absolutely everything in my power. Not that I'm sure how much I can actually pull off, but it definitely won't be for long." But why are you doing this for me? If you weren't Senior Ed's little sister, I wouldn't be lifting a finger. Consider it your lucky day, now run." With that final warning, Tanya bolted away at top speed to escape the life-threatening danger lurking right behind her. Seeing her get away, Jik let out a huge sigh of relief, thinking, "Now I'm completely free to throw down without having to worry about collateral." "Look, I seriously doubt either of you are in any mood to listen to reason right now. Senior Janica, I completely understand what you're feeling at this exact moment. I've got someone I love dearly too." On the other side, it looked like Lotel had finally pieced everything together after listening to Jik and Janica's explanation. She turned her gaze toward Zix, trying to absorb his words as he continued. "Just imagining losing the person you love is enough to drive anyone completely insane. A raging fire would burn your very soul to ashes, without a shadow of a doubt, because they're the most precious person in the world to you. Senior Janica loves Senior Ed more than anyone else in existence." He shouted right into Janica's face with incredible boldness. "I know damn well how deep your feelings for Senior Ed run. I totally get it." Hearing such brazen remarks, Janica's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, leaving her with absolutely nowhere to hide. "That burning passion you hold for Senior Ed, no matter what happens, it's etched right into your heart and has become a permanent part of who you are." Before he could even finish his sentence, a massive shockwave of fire magic slammed squarely into Jik's stomach, reducing his final parting words to a muffled "Gwaak." That was some seriously heavy magic right there, blowing clean through the wall and leaving a massive, smoking crater in its wake. Zix was struck down completely innocent, sprawling flat on the ground while covered in smoke, looking like he'd lost consciousness entirely. I'm telling you, talking back like that totally earned him that beating. Running his mouth and spilling a girl's deepest secrets out in the open like that. Naturally, with the embarrassment reaching an all-time high, Janica had no choice but to rush over and physically shut him up. She gave Jik a few light taps with her staff to check if he was still breathing, muttering, "Ed isn't dead. Ed is still alive. So please just shut up and stop talking nonsense." Reading this in the middle of the night had me laughing so hard my jaw hurt. These two are an endless comedy routine. Switching back to Ed, underneath a crescent moon casting a faint, gloomy light over the darkness. Ed was holding Lucy tightly in his arms. Spring had finally passed, washing away the lingering petals and the gentle breeze. And a brand new season was about to begin. Emotions work the same way. Once fully released, the mind clears up, and relationships finally step into a whole new phase. Up until now, she had always assumed her affection for her grandfather was identical to the feelings she held for Ed. But those feelings, while similar, carried a subtle difference. What on earth was that difference, really? Suddenly, Lucy raised her hands and pushed Ed away, catching him completely off guard. "Is something wrong, Lucy?" She was panting heavily, her cheeks flushed bright red with embarrassment. Right now, just hearing Ed say her name was enough to leave her gasping for air, her face burning crimson. She's head over heels in love, and it's ridiculously cute. Just hearing her name called so casually, why on earth was her heart hammering against her ribs like this? At long last, Lucy had finally come to terms with her true feelings. She must have fallen head over heels for him. What on earth was going to happen after Lucy practically wrecked half the school? What kind of punishment was waiting for the heart of a girl who had just experienced true love for the very first time? The faint scent of grass lingering in the air brought an overwhelming sense of comfort. Every now and then, drifting from the pile of dried hay in the corner of the hut, that fresh fragrance would wash back over her memories. Lucy didn't hate that soothing scent at all, so she just let it freely drift and fill the space. The maids, however, didn't appreciate it quite as much. They always complained that heavy smokers constantly radiated a suffocating stench of tobacco. A girl who spent her childhood playing freely in a peach orchard would always have her hair carrying a soft, elegant hint of peach blossom. To put it simply and plainly, once you grow accustomed to someone's signature scent, trying to forget it or brush it off becomes virtually impossible. Emanating from Ed, Lucy caught that familiar, soothing scent of grass she had grown used to long ago. Ed gently brushed his face to conceal his expression and spoke up. "There's a ton of stuff we need to deal with. The academy is definitely going to be here soon, so we're running low on time. I've got to explain the situation to everyone, but I can't let too many details slip out either." As he spoke, he bent down to pick up Lucy's hat, which had fallen onto the grass. "First off, I'll let Clebius, Alvira, Jick, and Lotel know what's going on. Janica is still out looking for Tanya. The rain has stopped too, so I suppose I should go meet up with the others." Lucy, her face flushed a furious red with shyness, snatched the hat back while stuttering nonstop. What? Don't tell me you haven't been listening to a single word this whole time. Pay attention and listen up. You're going to face some serious disciplinary action for pulling stunts like this. Besides, Clebius and Alvira got hurt, so you'd better apologize to them too. Lucy hurriedly pulled her hood down to hide her flustered expression. "I have to apologize? Well, duh, obviously. They got beaten up while trying to stop you." Alvira lost a whole bunch of magical tools she spent ages crafting just to buy a few pathetic seconds of stall time. Even though Alvira threw the first punch and it didn't do jack, and Clebius wrecked his own body, pushing past his absolute limits with forbidden magic. And even though they threw everything they had at you, you still have to apologize. But Lucy tried her absolute hardest to restrain her overwhelming power so nobody would lose their life, her voice growing weak and trembling as she tried to excuse her mistakes in front of the one she loved. Lucy's eyes widened in sheer shock, as if a sudden realization had just hit her. Across from her, Ed let out an exhausted sigh and said, "If you don't want to do it yourself, I'll apologize to them on your behalf. After all, I've got a share of the blame in this mess too." Witnessing that reaction from Ed, Lucy practically turned to stone. Is he really being like this? Does Ed look down on me that much? No, this is bad. He's going to start hating me. Is he going to be disappointed in me? Turns out, no matter how ridiculously powerful you are, you can't beat the magic wand of love. Lucy stammered out reluctantly. Fine, all right. I'll apologize." "Oh, awesome. That's a really smart call, Lucy." The expression on Ed's face right now made him look like a radiant god in her eyes, completely capturing her fragile, innocent, and pure maiden's heart. Ed's voice was warm like the spring sunshine, melting away the lingering frost as he said, "You don't look like you're hurt at all anyway, that's for sure. Who on earth could even manage to hurt Lucy anyway? Anyway, we're totally out of time. Let's go meet up with the others." Lucy was trembling all over with pure bliss, probably feeling for the very first time just how much another person truly mattered to her. Her expression looked like it was about to burst from sheer happiness. That gentle scent. If she let her guard down even for a second, she felt like she'd suffocate, her heart pounding and her legs turning to jelly. Why on earth is it turning out like this? Lucy only ever looked at this guy as a mere campsite manager. The two of them eating meals together by the campfire, sleeping side by side on that familiar bed every single night. And every now and then, Lucy helping stabilize the chaotic mana flow raging inside his body. Memories came flooding back into her mind one after another. The continent's strongest archmage, day in and day out, just like that. Finally, Lucy had learned what it felt like to be shy. She curled up in place like a puppy being petted by its master, completely frozen and unable to take a single step forward. Janica must be having a terrible time trying to track down Tanya right now. And here I am just causing her even more trouble. I need to sort this out quickly and go help Janica. As he spoke, he brushed past Lucy, but she instantly grabbed his sleeve to hold him back. Ed looked back at her with a suspicious gaze and asked, "What is it now? Do you have another issue, Lucy? Right now? Do we really have to go right this second?" She looked just like a kid throwing a tantrum and demanding a toy from her parents, on the verge of actually crying. What on earth was with that watery, pleading gaze? Ed wondered to himself, completely baffled. Shifting the scene to the Awfulest Hall lobby, the sky was already beginning to grow light with the coming dawn. At that moment, Jick was bowing his head in a deep apology to Janica for all his wild misunderstandings. "Next time, keep your mouth shut, dude. Spilling all of the girl's private secrets like that totally means you deserve that beatdown." Alvira and Clebius were leaning their heads against each other, completely exhausted. Both of them had burned through every ounce of energy they had for this utterly pointless battle. In a deep, warm voice, Ed slowly spoke up. "Looks like everyone is gathered here." He looked around at everyone in turn, then suddenly stopped on one person. "What's wrong, Lotel?" Hearing Ed call her name, she couldn't hide her embarrassment either. Lotel turned around gently, tucking her hair behind her ear out of habit, a wide smile spreading across her lips. "You really are all right, Senior Ed." "Yeah, sorry for making you all worry." "No, it's fine. Anyone with a brain could figure out that Senior Ed isn't the type to be taken down so easily. You even asked me to prepare ingredients for magic tools, including the hourglass of Deo-He. As a merchant, I must always stay calm and rational. We calmly double-checked everything, didn't we?" Feeling partly to blame, Zick spoke up helplessly. "Agreed." Lotel didn't flinch at all. Of course, Lady Tanya was a bit suspicious, so we had a little shouting match, but there wasn't any actual conflict, right? Seeing how she looked ready to eat the girl alive just a moment ago, calling that no conflict is quite the two-faced move. "Did you really think Senior Ed would die? Seeing you like this puts my mind at ease. I guess I was worrying a bit too much." Lotel looked just like a devoted wife, basking happily in her husband's arms. "Come to think of it, I really did make you worry, Senior Ed." "No, it's my fault first." "Well then, nothing in life is free, right? You owe me a worrying fee." With that, she yanked his collar toward herself and stood on tiptoes, as if trying to plant a passionate kiss right in front of her rival to mark her territory. But things quickly took a turn she completely failed to predict. Lucy suddenly appeared out of nowhere between the two and pushed Lotel away, leaving her utterly stunned. "Like how I let you kiss my husband in front of everyone." Her petite figure was genuinely adorable, surprising even Ed, but with just a gentle touch to her body. Lucy instantly squirmed in embarrassment, even though Ed hadn't done a single thing yet. Time seemed to freeze in that awkward moment as all eyes turned in one direction. Lotel, with her sharp instincts, immediately sensed that something was off. Why is this happening? Across from her, Ed slowly patted Lucy's head like he usually did and said, "What's wrong, Lucy?" Lotel was just saying she was worried about me, so there's no need to make a scene. I get that you just went through a shock, but try to stay calm, okay? Ed was acting completely oblivious, while the girl's face was already as red as a tomato. Normally, Lucy wouldn't show much emotion, but using her own intuition, Janica immediately realized this was a dangerous situation. She instantly pulled Lucy away from Ed, stammering out a few words of protest. "Why, you're way too close." As she spoke, she wrapped her arms tightly around Lucy, but contrary to her expectations, Lucy pushed Janica away with annoyance, like a puppy puffing up its fur. All three of them recognized their rivals, their sharp, unyielding glares locking onto one another without backing down. Witnessing the scene, Ed stood there clueless, not understanding what was going on, but right behind him was a captain watching with an intensely amused look in his eyes. Now, this is getting interesting. Lotel's worried face, Lucy's hostile gaze, and Janica's vigilance. It all created an immensely tense atmosphere, as none of them wanted to lose the person they loved to someone else. Meanwhile, Zix was cheering enthusiastically with bright eyes like a true shipper. Suddenly, Alvira's voice rang out, cutting through everything. "Hey, we don't have much time. The rest of us are practically dying, and you guys are over there serving up lovey-dovey drama." Ed calmly turned his head around. "The people from the academy are about to arrive. You've explained the situation to everyone here and asked them to keep the fact that you're alive a secret until the right time." Lucy and Ed both bowed their heads to apologize to Alvira and Clebius for the trouble they caused. The group decided to search for Tanya together. Those Zix seemed to regret something. But before anyone could react, everyone had already reached an agreement. Both assassins were tied up in front of the schoolyard, and now Ed had to leave the academy immediately before anyone realized he was still alive. A while passed, and by now under the night sky, the moon shone brightly over the darkened landscape. Clebius suddenly woke up. "Gosh, what just happened? Is my body completely healed? Did you use healing magic on me?" Alvira replied, or rather, her response to that question was a tired glare. "Why are you being so loud? You foolish Clebius." What? What happened? Wasn't I dead? I really did make a mess of things, didn't I? What an idiot I am." Alvira suddenly grabbed Clebius by his hair and said, "The academy staff will be here soon. You tell them that you were the one who stopped Lucy, got it? How could I possibly stop that monster?" Lucy had bowed her head to apologize and healed Clebius's wounds. Lotel promised to reward him handsomely for keeping this secret, not to mention the guarantee from Rot Taylor himself. So much has happened today, it's really overwhelming. It just keeps cascading over us like a waterfall, impossible to stop. Now just rest, Clebius. Saying that, she pulled him down to rest his head on her lap. Both of them fell into silence, each likely consumed by their own thoughts. I knew it would turn out like this. The one who stopped Lucy was Rot Taylor. So even if I'm reluctant, for an alchemist, discovering new things is always irresistible. But the newest discovery is actually Clebius. This life really is terrible. Of course, you'll nag me again, but no. Everything you said is true. Life really is terrible. Alvira's eyes lit up as if she had found what she was looking for, even though there was still so much left unsaid in her heart. Both of them raised their heads, quietly gazing up at the night sky where the stars continued to shine in silence. A new pair had just been born. Scene shift to the forest behind the academy. Tanya was currently running with all her remaining strength. She tripped and fell hard on the ground, but still forced herself to stand back up with everything she had. "Legs, come on, move, please. I can't rest right now. They're definitely chasing me. If I get caught, it'll be disastrous. And I have to find a way to clear my brother's name, to find the truth behind this. I absolutely cannot get caught right now." Two streams of tears rolled down Tanya's cheeks, reflecting her sheer helplessness at this moment. Unfortunately, no one was actually chasing Tanya. Right now, nobody thought Tanya had killed Ed. If only someone would come stop this girl and put an end to her inner monologue. There was only one way. Stay strong, Tanya Rot Taylor. With unpredictable developments and unexpected variables, the story was becoming increasingly thrilling with intertwining plot lines. After causing a massive mess in the previous chapter, the investigation into the cause of Ed Rot Taylor's death had come to a close. The school board used magic to reconstruct the event. Although they couldn't recreate what happened with total precision, the testimony of witness Janica Failover aligned quite well with our investigation results. The fact that the subordinates of the Rot Taylor house assassinated Ed and caused him to fall off the cliff was entirely confirmed. The suspects behind the murder, the subordinates of the Rot Taylor house, were locked up in an underground facility at the academy. The punishment would be decided by the royal family, but first, we needed to confirm the truth and file a report. Looks like Ed's death is almost a certainty now, huh? Prepare a detailed report and send it to the royal family. Yes, I'll handle that. Now it's time for our next matter. The Academy needs to settle the remaining issues, starting with the principal of Sylvania Academy, Abel Fuss. The death of a student had caused a much larger ripple effect than expected. Lucy, a student who suffered severe shock over Ed Rott Taylor's death, had lost control of her actions, forcing other students to evacuate in the middle of the night. It seems he had quite an influence on a lot of people. Rott Taylor, he said, pointing at the boy's file. Ultimately, Lucy was stopped by Clebius and Dale, the top second-year student. Everything was resolved smoothly after we apprehended Lucy. She is currently sitting quietly in the rose garden. Hearing that part of the report, the principal's face showed a flicker of surprise. Oh, he possessed that kind of combat capability? Very well. We will prepare a reward for Clebius. As for Lucy, we will form a disciplinary committee to deal with her. Scene shift to the courtroom where Lucy was on trial. The one sitting in the judge's seat was the vice principal of Sylvania Academy, Raycon. Both Clebius and Elvira had submitted petitions for leniency for Lucy, even though they were the ones who suffered the most severe injuries. This was a major point in Lucy's favor. Regarding property damage, it included the third-floor dormitory wall where Tanya stayed, the hallway wall across from it, and a lounge along with the marble floor in the rose garden at the entrance of Ophelis Hall. Although it wasn't a small amount, compared to the Ophelis Hall occupation incident, it was practically negligible. The vice principal looked down, her expression grim. If only we had just one more reason, this could end with a lighter penalty. She looked toward Lucy, whose face showed not the slightest hint of remorse or regret. Extremely brazen. Other educational institutions, and even the royal family, considered Sylvania the finest institution around. The simple reason was that this place had produced a genius mage. The Academy relied heavily on that for promotion. To put it bluntly, they catered to Lucy far too much, so firing or expelling her now was out of the question. Doing so would be like kicking away their own meal ticket that they worked so hard to get, wouldn't it? The Academy didn't want to set a bad precedent for future batches of students either, even though they really wanted to go easy on her. Looking at Lucy's calm, completely unrepentant face made the judge want to vomit blood from anger. How can the top student lack basic, decent manners like this? The punishment for Lucy was revocation of her scholarship for this semester, a 10-day suspension, a 70-day ban from using academy facilities, a 2-grade reduction in her practical evaluation score, and stripping her of the right to reside in Ophelis Tower. If you agree to the punishment, please sign here. At first glance, it seemed like harsh discipline, but the scholarship meant nothing to Lucy anyway. The Glock Scholarship Fund, left by her grandfather, covered all of Lucy's tuition. Even with a 2-grade drop, she was still miles ahead of the second-place student, Chick. Lucy didn't use the facilities anyway, so this punishment was virtually meaningless. But the relief didn't last long when a voice rang out, shattering all indifferent emotions. Please wait a moment. I am Bel Maya, head manager of Ophelis Tower. I am here as a witness. I request permission to offer my perspective. I ask everyone to reconsider the form of discipline for Lady Lucy. I do not believe this form of discipline will make Lady Lucy truly feel remorse. I propose modifying the disciplinary terms. The ultimate nemesis had arrived, causing Lucy to freeze up instantly. Wait, I'll sign the disciplinary record, so there's no need to change it. Expelling Lady Lucy from Ophelis Tower isn't a punishment. It's a reward. Therefore, we should strictly minimize her leaving the dormitory. I propose the punishment of house arrest. No, don't give me that suspension fine paper. I'll go. All staff members of Ophelis Tower would take turns standing guard and monitoring her 24/7. Beside them, Lucy's face had gone completely pale by now as she struggled relentlessly, pleading for mercy from that punishment. Well, then, according to the head maid's suggestion, would a 30-day house arrest be acceptable? Thank you for taking my suggestion into consideration. Hearing that, Lucy burst into tears, crying hysterically. No. I'm sorry. I really regret it now. Please don't do that. The atmosphere suddenly became suffocating. Lady Lucy, I will ensure that you cannot step outside in the most absolute and foolproof way possible. Belle's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This time she had truly met her absolute counter. Poor Lucy. The final outcome was that Lucy was locked in her room for an entire month under the strict supervision of all the maids. Fortunately, the handed-down penalty was relatively light, though Lucy was sure to suffer under the head maid. Off to the side, Janica spoke up while cooking. It's probably thanks to Clebius and Alvira submitting leniency petitions that the punishment was reduced so much. Finishing her sentence, she handed a dish of extremely appetizing food over to Ed. "This is the beef stew I used to make back home. It's my specialty." Seeing this, Ed clapped in admiration for the girl in front of him, doing laundry, teaching spirit magic, and even great at cooking. Even though I tried to stop her, she insisted on making it no matter what. She really is such a kind person. Janica is so cute. If you don't marry her soon, you're gonna lose her, man. Holding the bowl of food in his hands, his mind was flooded with thoughts. During the student council president election campaign, there were 3 crucial variables to keep an eye on. First, Princess Phenia, who seemed to have lost her drive to become student council president. Second, Tanya Rott-Taylor, the antagonist and rival of Princess Phenia, had gone missing. Finally, Rott-Taylor's 2 subordinates, Kadek and Nock, were being detained in the academy. Graff and Rott-Taylor had orchestrated that play to announce Ed's death and pull him out of the whirlwind surrounding his master plan. Ed had also gone along with the script by concealing the fact that he was still alive. But now, things had become much more complicated. Kadek and Nock were being detained in the academy on charges of murdering Ed Rott-Taylor. Ed had to quickly find a way to free them, so everyone would keep believing he was dead. Only then could Ed escape this suffocating life in hiding. Thinking about the tasks ahead, Ed let out a weary sigh. Man, there really is way too much to do. Janica, beside him, seemed to notice and spoke up. Since Ed comes from a noble family, even after being expelled, you still have to get dragged into so many things. I'm just a commoner, a rural rancher's daughter, so I can't really understand Ed's life properly. So I can't comfort you the right way. I can't just say empty words like hang in there. It'll be fine when I don't fully understand the full story. Those words wouldn't mean anything, nor would they be sincere. It's fine. You don't need to overthink it that much, Janica. You've already helped me so much. But I want to resolve the troubles Ed has to shoulder on his own. That's just my own selfish wish. It's just that I don't want to see you struggle like this anymore. Janica's face turned bright red as she voiced such intimate feelings. Now that's the absolute picture of a devoted wife. Hearing those heartfelt words, our guy couldn't hold back his feelings either, his face flushing with embarrassment. The air between the two suddenly became awkward and indescribable. Lately, whenever he was around Janica, Ed felt a little suffocated. Not that it was uncomfortable, he just didn't know why. Their feelings for each other were a bit strange. That's just how first love is. Thank you, Janica. You're the only one who worries about me like this. Yeah, saying all that out loud makes me really embarrassed too. Anyway, right now we need to prioritize finding Tanya. I don't know where she is or what she's doing, but it must be really worried about Tanya, right? I have a hunch where she might be. But at first, I was really surprised to see that Tanya was so different from what you remembered. Tanya Rott-Taylor in The Failed Sword Saint of Sylvania was a strong, fearless, and proud girl. But you witnessed Tanya's courage firsthand, so you're confident that she's still holding on strong and planning for the future like always, with her usual confident and dignified composure. A faint smile appeared on Ed's face, radiant with satisfaction. But everything went completely off track from Ed's predictions. Tanya was currently falling apart at the seams. She sat curled up in a ball, clutching her small body, tears streaming down endlessly as her frame trembled. I really didn't order my brother's assassination. Princess Phenia stood there, gazing at the haggard state of the poor girl before her. Before Tanya arrived here, she had heard the news of Ed Rott-Taylor's death. At that time, the princess was trying to patch up her complicated relationship with Ed Rott-Taylor. She had canceled most of her schedule and reorganized her work. Phenia wanted to take time to have a serious talk with Ed, and there was only one day left for her to make up for her mistake. But now, things were beyond saving. Ed Rott-Taylor was dead. Filling the princess's mind right now were negative emotions and regret. If only I had been one day faster, this wouldn't have happened. Just because of my foolish pride, an innocent person had to die such a tragic death. Why am I so useless that I couldn't do a single thing? Ever since she enrolled, she had gathered intelligence and thoroughly prepared for her goal, becoming the student council president of Slovenia. Even though it didn't carry as much power as being a member of the royal family, at least here in Slovenia, she would gain a certain level of authority. Fenia didn't want to just be a princess who relied on the royal family. She wanted to become the student council president to establish her own independent stand. The princess constantly reminded herself not to rely on the royal family, but to build her own position to stand against the shadows of the Rot-Taylor house and the crown. But now, she finally understood everything clearly. Furious, the princess flipped over the table covered in the documents she had collected. I don't deserve my power. The princess's eyes were soaked with tears over her own helplessness and uselessness. She was born with blessings, yet in the end, she couldn't even use them to bring justice to others. Then what's the point of any of this? Suddenly, from behind, the guard's voice sounded. Princess Fenia, do you mind if I come in? Claire led in a tiny girl. It was none other than Tanya Rot-Taylor, her body covered in injuries and dirt, her every breath heavily exhausted. Though the full truth wasn't clear yet, according to the Academy's preliminary investigation, it seemed Ed was assassinated by subordinates of the Rot-Taylor house. Aside from the expelled Ed, the only remaining member of the Rot-Taylor house on Aiken Island was Tanya. Fenia's eyes locked directly onto Tanya, filled with intense hostility. The girl still stood there, her entire body shaking with fear, her face dark and eyes brimming with tears, looking utterly miserable and pitiable. Even if your highness doesn't believe me, I never ordered anyone to kill my brother. Tanya's exhausted eyes suddenly widened in utter shock. Princess Fenia had stepped forward and wrapped her in a tight hug, leaving her stunned. You've worked hard, Tanya Rot-Taylor. Come inside and tell me everything that happened. The princess herself had to learn to accept her mistakes and not repeat them. Just because they belonged to the Rot-Taylor house didn't mean they were all evil and deserving of condemnation. Tanya, I will believe what you say. So until everything is cleared up, I will keep you safe in the royal dormitory. Thank you so much, Princess Fenia. I am deeply indebted to you. It's nothing, it's just what I should do. You'll be safe here. Looking at her like that, the princess thought to herself how weak of a girl she was, yet she had once thought about competing for power against her. Suddenly, a maid's voice called out, Princess, you have a visitor in the reception room. All right, I'll be right there. She turned toward the outside, her eyes brimming with determination. I still have one real rival left. The door had just opened, revealing a familiar figure standing there. Are you doing well, Princess? While Senior Ed's death is truly tragic, we still have to carry on with the Academy's business, don't we? Right, Princess Fenia? So what brings you to see me? A confident smile stretched across Lotel's face. The situation at the Academy is extremely chaotic, and the only person who can see the whole picture right now is the one hiding Tanya Rot-Taylor. I came here to ask why you're doing that, Princess Fenia. Meanwhile, Lucy was lying around lazily in her high-end room, bored out of her mind. Lucy's voice was full of exhaustion. You guys might as well just kill me. There are still 29 days left until my temporary suspension ends. Scene shift to the cliff where Ed was hiding out, 3 hours before Lotel met with Princess Fenia. Right now, Ed was working hard to practice close-quarters combat with an intermediate water spirit. He gripped the dagger tightly, the one that had been with him for so long. Powerful slashes were unleashed one after another, effortlessly slicing through all incoming attacks with ease. The training grew even more intense as the water spirit lunged to attack from multiple directions. Yet Ed managed to calmly defend against them all. High above, Meng watched the performance and couldn't help but be amazed. Your reflexes and adaptability really are incredibly fast, Master. I always feel so proud to serve you. Ed still stood there, drenched in sweat, exposing his toned six-pack body, looking exceptionally attractive. Shall we end our training here for today, Master? For a mage, you truly possess remarkable ability, Master. Your close-quarters combat skills have increased dramatically, and along with it, your mana has risen significantly too. Looks like you've been practicing for quite a while, haven't you? That's the water spirit, Leia. Ed's expression remained calm as he spoke softly. It's all thanks to you. I'm this strong because of the effective combat drills you showed me. Right now, Meng is still too small, so he can't help me all that much. A system information description popped up regarding Ed's current skills. Even though I've gotten a lot stronger, training with Marilda is still a bit tough. Hearing this, Leia spoke up. But compared to me, training with Marilda would be much more beneficial for you. Ed bent down to do push-ups, muttering under his breath, sparring with that giant wolf? I'd probably go straight to the underworld. High-level spirits can freely change their forms. After all, that's why they can comfortably roam around the entire island. Ed let out a tired sigh. Suddenly, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction as his stat index crossed 15. It barely increased anymore. To improve these parameters, he had to complete hidden quests or meet special conditions. Considering the stats a Rot Tailor could reach, he seemed to have hit his limit. Once he mastered intermediate magic, should he start thinking about developing some kind of special ability? Either way, I can't just stop here and be satisfied with what I have. I have to keep pushing forward. As he sat soaking in the sun with his six-pack on display, someone suddenly approached. It was none other than Lotel. She flushed red with embarrassment, her eyes looking like she wanted to devour the person in front of her alive. My goodness, it's a rare treat to get some eye candy for once, Senior Ed. She stepped closer and gently wiped the sweat off Ed's forehead with her hands. I know you feel suffocated living in hiding, but try to rest whenever you can. It's fine. Actually, I feel much more comfortable here than living in the forest. Things like food and sleep are all taken care of. She turned to look at Leia and said, Leia, does Senior Janica help him? Yeah, usually. Leia's expression turned annoyed. You're training here with the spirits, Lotel. Lotel closed her eyes, a sweet smile blooming on her face, making her look utterly adorable. It seemed she had come up with some trick to tease Janica. Then the spirits must have seen everything, right? As she spoke, she wrapped her arms tightly against her generous bosom. Off to the side, Meng saw this scene and immediately started shouting frantically, Warning! Warning! Emergency! Situation! Emergency! Below, Leia just shook her head in exasperation, ignoring Lotel, who was thoroughly enjoying herself. Ed asked in confusion, So what are you actually planning to do? Well, I'm on my way to see Princess Phenia. I just thought a way to make some gold off the upcoming election. But first, I want to finalize our transaction. First off, freeing Kadek and Knock like you asked before is simple enough. But you know how it goes. Nothing in life is free. I want to collect my deposit in advance. Hearing this, Ed's expression immediately changed. A deposit? My request isn't anything difficult, so you don't need to worry. You just have to give me a hug, and our deal is done. Ed was completely taken aback by the request, but he quickly realized the situation and reluctantly went along with it. He raised his arms and wrapped them around Lotel's back. Immediately following was a firm pull against his bare torso, catching Lotel completely off guard. Her face turned red as fire, her former confidence and pride vanishing entirely, replaced by a tangled mess of indescribable embarrassment. She couldn't believe someone like Ed would dare to act so boldly. Lotel placed her hands on Ed's solid chest, her voice trembling and stammering. Wait, hold on a second, Senior. She gasped for air as her heart beat so fast it felt like it was going to explode. At this point, she quickly pushed Ed away to regain control of her emotions. It seemed she couldn't handle the heat after all. Acting tough when you're this weak against me? Ed was bewildered as he got pushed away. What's wrong, Lotel? Normally, with this kind of thing, offense and defense are two completely different matters. So I got a bit flustered when you acted so fast. It felt completely different from what I imagined and how you acted a few times before. Why did you take off your clothes anyway? You should know that I can't handle such intense emotions. Her face was now as red as a ripe tomato, and even her sharp merchant eyes had turned into the gaze of a girl madly in love. Why are you doing that is totally unlike your usual self? Hearing that nonsense excuse, Ed could only let out a weary sigh. But you were the one who asked me to do it. I was just following your lead. So what's so weird about it? Well, That's true, but you should take things slow. Saying that, she pressed herself close to Ed's body once more. How could I possibly just ignore this body? Actually, I came here to hear your answer. Do you still remember what happened back then? The promise to stand by my side, even if only once. Ed gently placed his hand on Lotel's shoulder and asked, "Are you plotting something again?" She gave a soft laugh, her voice teasing. Who knows? I guess a lot of people will oppose me. But even if I make the entire academy my enemy, I hope that at least you, senior, will always remain my ally. Would that be okay? The two of them stood there under the morning sunlight, creating a scene that could only be described as deeply romantic. Scene shift to the royal dormitory, where the princess's voice echoed through the space. "Why are you here, Lotel?" "Princess Phinia, you don't need to be so on guard. I only came here to ask why you're hiding Tanya away." Flashbacks of their previous conversation surfaced in Tanya's mind. Whenever you think you can escape this place, seek help from others. You are the heir to the Rott-Taylor house, holding immense power in this empire. If you can find someone from the royal family or a familiar noble house, it will be much better for you. And the place most likely to help Tanya was right here at the royal residence, a safe haven that even the various factions within the academy couldn't easily infiltrate. The princess's expression turned anxious. "Lotel, why are you looking for Tanya?" Even if the princess was skilled at hiding her true emotions, it was all still well within Lotel's grasp. "If we're talking about reasons, I have a personal matter to settle. As your highness knows very well, I'm an opportunist with a petty streak, right? I get really annoyed when I can't influence someone who happens to be my target. Against those who are stronger, I always know how to steer clear, but against someone weaker, I'll make them learn the price of daring to cross Lotel. You could say the Rott-Taylor house possesses immense influence, to the point where even the royal family wouldn't casually treat them with disrespect. Yet you claim that Tanya Rott is weaker than you. Does that sound logical to you? Don't you think it's worth pondering?" In response to the princess's questions, Lotel simply smiled. "It's true that I can't touch the Rott-Taylor house itself, but if I control the economy of the living sector, I can put Tanya at a disadvantage, can't I? If your highness has decided to take Tanya's side, it'll certainly be tough for me to do anything to her right now. Of course, I already anticipated things turning out this way, so I prepared for every scenario. So you don't need to worry, princess. I'm running for student council president. If I request a meeting in the name of the student council president and the head of the merchant guild, would Tanya still refuse to see me then?" Her eyes flashed with murderous intent. "In particular, I will use all my power to exert pressure and force everyone to comply. You can't just hide in here forever, Tanya Rott-Taylor. The Rott-Taylor house servant who followed you has already been captured. Every route off Aiken Island is under my control." With that, Lotel turned around and left, leaving the princess lost in thought. It seems Lotel has a peculiar obsession when it comes to Rott-Taylor. Based on the evidence and related details, all clues seem to point toward you, Tanya. This isn't a favorable situation for us at all. Beside her, Tanya had calmed down compared to earlier. "Thank you for telling me that, Princess Phinia. Right now, I have no choice but to ask you, Tanya. If you weren't behind the assassination of Ed Rott-Taylor, can you tell me who was? That it might actually be my fault." That answer made the princess's eyes widen in shock. Kadek and Nock coming to Sylvania under the legitimate pretext of assisting with work. The one who issued that order was the head of the Rott-Taylor house, Graffin Rott-Taylor. My father almost never cared about Ed. The reason he made such an extreme decision probably stemmed from the letters detailing the academy situation that Ed sent us. You could say the person who drove him to a corner and brought about such a terrible outcome was me. As she spoke, Tanya burst into tears again. Beside her, the princess offered words of comfort. "That was completely not your fault. But right now, I can't just sit idly by like this anymore." "Then, what do you plan to do?" The princess spoke in a fluster. "Here on the magical land of Sylvania, I've witnessed many things. How a person who survives without giving up changes when circumstances push them down the hardest path. The only way for me to survive right now and uncover the truth behind my brother's murder is to gather information by any means. To do that, I must participate in the student council president election no matter what." Tanya's face brightened after the dark night. Perhaps she had matured to some degree. In a firm voice, the princess spoke up. It won't be easy. You're still facing expulsion due to your involvement in the murder case. It certainly won't be simple, but I won't stop. There are still people supporting me, even while I'm in such a tight spot. For my brother's sake, I can't keep hesitating like this anymore. If you're that determined, then all of us will support you as well, Tanya Rott-Taylor. Why would your highness do that? Before this, we were competitors. Fenia's expression darkened, and she spoke hesitantly. How should I put this? The princess placed her hands over Tanya's small hands. I'm just like you. I also owe a debt to Edrot that I couldn't repay while he was alive, so consider this my belated attempt to make amends. Scene shift to Lotel's Merchant Guild, where her assistant brought all the necessary documents she needed. Are you really running for Student Council President, Guild Master Lotel? We also received word that Tanya will be participating in the election as well. And word has it that Princess Fenia publicly declared her support for her too. However, chances are high that her candidacy won't be accepted by the Academy, since she's still implicated in her brother's murder. Furthermore, Guild Master Lotel, it's safe to say you've been working far too much. This isn't good at all. You've been overworking, which really worries me. Lately, you've barely slept. So if you run for Student Council President on top of all this, how can you manage so many things at once? Not letting her secretary ramble on any further, Lotel cut her off. Can you just talk about what's necessary and important? I apologize, Mom. Then I'll go submit these forms to the Academy right away. Edrot Taylor is dead, and now the Student Council President election at the Academy has begun. She just talks total nonsense. An intriguing smile spread across Lotel's face at this moment. Things aren't simple right now, but it'll all come to light soon enough. This tangled script is right in Lotel's hands. As every second passed, everyone remained in a state of high tension. Scene shift back to the original room, where Lucy was currently celebrating something. Turns out she had been locked up for so long that she was losing her mind. Lucy turned to ask the observing maid, "How many days until I get released?" The maid's soft voice sounded, "There are still 27 days left, Lady Lucy." "Oh, right. It seems the school's new disciplinary containment plan was announced just yesterday, so there might be a slight delay regarding your detention date." Lucy turned to stone. "As for us maids, locking you up here until you die is just administrative procedure. There's always a slight delay. Maybe we should start counting everything fresh starting today." Lucy looked like she was about to pass out upon hearing that. "So that leaves us with 29 days, Lady Lucy." Two streams of tears rolled down her cheeks, her eyes hollow like someone going through withdrawal. If these maids aren't evil, then who is? Will Lucy be able to endure this hellish punishment after a month? And what exactly are Lotel's schemes and plans? Transition to the subterranean prison, where Catch and Knox were being held. The very first things that spilled from both of their mouths upon waking up were angry curses. Damn it. Looks like Duke Seraphim's call was spot on. Even if his abilities aren't fully developed yet, with quick reflexes and honed combat skills like that, if he stays alive, he'll definitely be a massive threat to the Rott-Taylor family. Yeah, you're not wrong. And it's not just that he's got exceptional ability either. An elementalist willing to trade away their entire elemental sensing capacity just to summon a primal spirit. A mage who doesn't hesitate to take petty revenge, even if it means picking a fight with the entire academy. Being able to forge deep ties with top-tier figures like that isn't something just anyone can do, which only goes to show that Edrot Taylor's potential is totally unpredictable. Catch and Knox knew better than anyone just how loose and bottom-of-the-barrel the Rott-Taylor heir used to be, but one question always bugged them. Why would the head of the family order an assassination on his own son when the guy seemed so harmless? Now, though, the two of them could cautiously piece together a theory. What if Edrot Taylor held some special power and harbored views that clashed with the patriarchs? Is it possible that after being chosen as the heir, he feigned madness and fled to Siberia, secretly building his own force out here to rise up and overthrow the family head? But right now, shooting the breeze about theories isn't getting them anywhere. Out of nowhere, the guard they thought was asleep suddenly spoke up. Damn right. What matters most right now is breaking out of here and getting back to report the situation to the Patriarch, isn't it? He stepped up to the cage, putting a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Don't sweat it too much. I'm going to help you guys bust out. Who are you? Doesn't matter who I am. All that matters is that someone stands to gain from the chaos when you two escape. Simple as that. The name's Dune, a broker for the Elk Company. That's all you need to know. Now get moving. A smirk just like Lortel's broke across his face. The trademark look of a total sly fox. Cut to Lucy's room. After being stuck inside for way too long, she was starting to hallucinate, to the point where seeing Ed's face in 2 pieces of beef jerky proved she was utterly down bad. She lay sprawled out on the soft bed, looking bored out of her mind with a low, sluggish voice, but the question was all too familiar. Hey, Belle, how much longer? Belle, clearly used to this by now, shot back without missing a beat. 24 days and 3 hours left, Lady Lucy. Why don't you just kill me already? Catching sight of Lucy's miserable face, the headmaid's expression lit up with pure joy. Finally, she was getting her payback. I couldn't possibly do that, milady. Cut to another part of the academy, where a girl with snow-white hair and porcelain skin was walking across campus. Everyone nearby was totally mesmerized by her breathtaking beauty. Whoa, she's ridiculously pretty. Her vibe is insanely captivating. That silver hair and skin white as snow. Wait, isn't my hair silver too, though? The voice belonged to none other than the Saintess. Drawn in by the girl's beauty, she had ended up following her all the way here. She looks like a student, but those clothes definitely aren't the uniform. Who in the world is she? Guess there's still so much I don't know. With an intrigued look and her hands balled up in excitement. Yep, since there's still so much out there I don't know, I've got to live every day to the fullest. Who knows when I'll ever get to live this freely again. But the joy didn't last long. As she glanced down at the newspaper in her hands, the Saintess let out a tired sigh. I was super surprised to see the news about Lortel running for student council president on the Academy Gazette. Still, I'm just glad she's doing okay. She had figured she'd see Tanya again once the repairs on the Ophilus Hall wrapped up, but right now, she had no idea where Tanya even was. But what shocked her the most was the news of Ed Rott-Taylor's death, a third-year magic student. It was highly likely that the thugs from the Rott-Taylor family, the ones who disowned him, were the ones pulling the strings behind his death. The scene of the Saintess meeting Ed in that cabin during the winter blizzard back then remained vividly burned into her mind like it happened yesterday. The image of her senior had left her wrestling with the hidden meaning of freedom, a feeling that still lingered deep within the Saintess's mind as if it were unfolding right before her eyes. And yet Tanya Rott-Taylor, the very first friend she had made at the academy, was now suspected of being the perpetrator who murdered her own senior. She trusted her friend completely, but things only spiraled into deeper chaos when word broke that the henchmen had broken out of the subterranean prison. How could she even think about killing her own brother? She's absolutely repulsive. The surrounding gossip buzzed non-stop, and the general sentiment toward Tanya across the academy crashed to an all-time low. Ever since Senior Ed disappeared, the atmosphere across the academy had grown gloomier than ever, and for some people it felt downright dismal. Back in the principal's office, he brought up the recent issues. The work keeps piling up, but it all traces back to the incident with student Ed Rott-Taylor's death. I hope one of the faculty members will step up and take charge of handling this case. Is there any magic professor who knew Ed Rott-Taylor, had contact with Clevius, and has some sort of connection with student Lucy? Yes, I believe there's an assistant professor. I think it's Assistant Professor Claire. Inside an office stacked high with paperwork, Assistant Professor Claire looked gaunt, haggard, and utterly exhausted. Whenever work piled up like this, Ed used to step in and help me out. You really never know what's waiting for you down the road. What a bleak future. Beside her, Clevius didn't dare speak up to spill the truth, leaving him with no choice but to walk away helplessly. She turned her head to look at another poor girl. Right now, Anise was probably in shock over Ed's death too. She seemed way quieter than usual, her face wearing a deeply sad and worn-out look. Even though she knew from the start it was just a fleeting, dead-end relationship, why did Anise's chest still hurt this badly? Staring at the report on Ed's death, she thought to herself, as sad as it is, I'm holding it together fine. Ed's face keeps haunting my head, but I'll keep my emotions in check. What's way more urgent right now is that the person who pulled back the curtain on the secret murderer was actually Yenika. Even as an outsider, I've been through so much pain. Yenika, you must be going through a pain that's so much worse than mine, aren't you? But contrary to expectations, Yenika's face was glowing with total happiness, wearing a warm, spring-like smile. I want to try making some curry today. Anise, you're a great cook, right? I'm kind of nervous about controlling the heat, so I was thinking of making something that simmers over the fire for a while. Got all the ingredients ready, but cooking a dish I've never made before makes me a little anxious. Yenika's cheerful banter and demeanor left Anise standing beside her completely stunned and utterly lost. What is even happening? But wait, is this really okay? I feel like I've been eating too much spicy food lately. Plus, I heard not eating enough veggies is bad for your health. Maybe I should try making some salads. Before she could even finish her sentence, Anise slammed her hands on the table and stood up, rushing straight over to wrap Yenika in a heartfelt, comforting hug. She probably figured Yenika had lost her mind from the shock and gone totally off her rocker. Please, Yenika, pull yourself together. He's dead. Ed isn't in this world anymore. You have to face this harsh reality. As she babbled, she sobbed hysterically, looking utterly heartbroken. Seeing her friend like this left Yenika completely bewildered. She probably realized she had messed up somewhere, but she had zero clue how to explain herself. Lady Yenika, your reaction seems a bit off here. A spirit popped up and chimed in, dropping a piece of advice for the naive girl. Cut to the cliff where Ed was living. He held a newspaper carrying news about the academy and his own death. Heard Tanya's popped back up at the academy. Turns out she was laying low at the royal estate all this time. Looks like she decided to cooperate with the investigation bureau to prove her innocence. Princess Fenia also announced her support for Tanya, which helped bump up her approval rating. Still, Lortel's faction is holding a massive lead inside the academy. As she spoke, Yenika washed Ed's shirt, looking perfectly cheerful. Lortel's got a huge base of supporters. Candidate registration isn't even closed yet, and her numbers are already totally overwhelming. Out of nowhere, she flipped the topic. By the way, Ed, when Lortel visited the cave last time, did anything happen? Her hands trembled slightly with anger. Hearing that question, Ed turned to her in total surprise. The spirits had probably spilled everything to her. Just as he was scrambling to come up with a smooth answer, Yenika blushed, looking sheepish. Sorry, I don't really have the right to pry. At this rate, though, Lortel's going to become student council president, isn't she? A voice suddenly cut into the conversation between the two of them. It was Zix. He had brought along a sword for a scheduled meetup with Ed, not expecting to run into Senior Yenika here as well. Even if Lortel ends up as student council president, it's no big deal. But with Catch and Nox breaking out, the suspicion that Tanya killed her brother is only getting stronger. Zix had personally headed to the royal estate at the princess's request, but since Senior Ed was betting his life on this play, he couldn't step up to testify for Tanya either. The situation was definitely rough, but that wasn't even the most crucial part. What Ed really wanted to address was Tanya's current mental state, which was in terrible shape. The girl looked half dead, with sunken eyes and dry, cracked lips, completely drained of any life. As someone close to top students like Tanya, the senior's younger sister was bound to draw a ton of eyes, even if she wasn't running for first-year student council president. Except now she's getting pinned for murdering her brother and living under the suspicion of the entire academy. Before long, once candidate registration wraps up, she'll have to face everyone head-on. I'm worried Tanya won't be able to take that kind of pressure, Senior. I get it. You don't need to say another word. They were into Act 3 now, the student council election arc. From what Ed recalled, this arc barely had a single fight scene in it. It was basically a storyline meant to highlight the web of character relationships the protagonist had built during his time living at the academy. Following the standard plot, the protagonist Taylor would actively back Princess Fenia's camp, since she was the benefactor who had helped him and gotten Ed expelled at the start of the semester. Of course, since this was a power struggle, convincing students across the academy to back their side was an absolute given. Among them, the department heads were crucial figures, as their words and actions held major sway over who their department members would vote for. Thus, she would focus on persuading the top students she already had solid relationships with at the academy. Breaking it down, it looked like this. Lucy wouldn't care less and would skip voting out of sheer laziness. Yenica wanted to split her support evenly, unwilling to take sides. The top combat student, Wei, was fully backing Princess Phinia, while the top alchemy student, Dorothy, was backing Tanya. Winning them over was no walk in the park. Looking at the big picture, the remaining swayable targets came down to 8 top students split across the magic and combat departments. If someone could get at least 5 out of those 8 onto their side, you could basically say they had the win in the bag. If Princess Phinia won the election and became president, Taylor would gain royal backing, the ultimate support system straight through the end of this race, especially when clashing with Cream Rayer in Act 4. Where Phinia would need that royal leverage to go toe-to-toe with him. The final boss battle of the novel worked the exact same way. To keep the novel's main plot on track, he had to make sure everything went according to script. That was what Ed needed to do just to survive. Naturally, anything Ed could do, he had already done. Doing all this was partly for his own self-interest. But it was the only way Ed could stop the impending disaster and his best shot at making it out alive. Earlier acts had seen a few minor details shift, but overall, the story's main thread was holding up, which gave him a glimpse of a bright future ahead. Princess Phinia had to become student council president for his plan to go off without a hitch. If things kept dragging on like this, public opinion surrounding Tanya would only get worse. To block Lord Tell from taking the presidency, Princess Phinia would have to opt to run again. Things would go way smoother if Ed secretly gave Princess Phinia a heads up that he was still alive and talked her into running again. Given his current connections, it was also worth trying to convince the top students to back her and swing the tide in their favor. Either way, until candidate registration closed, there was still enough room to pull out all the stops and get Princess Phinia back into the presidential race. But if Ed did that, what would happen to Tanya? She was supposed to fade out like a villain after becoming the prime suspect in Ed's murder. It was because of him that the poor girl was going through such a massive ordeal. None of this was in the script. Tanya staying on the scripted path was a safety net, but was he really going to have to choose between the two? Seeing Ed lost in thought over everything going down, Zix spoke up gently. Looks like you got a lot on your mind, huh? Should we call off today's session then? Nah, it's fine, Zix answered quickly. Shall we get started then? Zix began unslinging the sword from his shoulder, wearing a super confident look. Ed stood up, pulling a knife from his pocket. I need to test out what I've gained from all that grueling training lately too, see how much I've leveled up compared to before. When your head's mess, a little exercise can really clear the mind and blow off some steam. It's actually a pretty solid trick. Rolling up his sleeves as he spoke, he got ready for the spar. Across from him, Zix flashed a bright grin, appreciated. Honestly, I haven't had a chance to spar with a strong opponent lately either, so I was looking to warm up a bit anyway. You good with that? Of course. Both of them were acting like this was just going to be a light sparring session. But with 2 guys wearing murderous looks like that claiming it was just a light spar, who'd actually buy it? A spar like this could probably level a mountain. No joke. Amidst tangled conspiracies, internal conflict, and complex relationships, could Ed find the right path to protect those he cared about while keeping the script on track, or would these seemingly harmless wildcards trigger an unpredictable chain of events that brings his whole plan crashing down? Old memories of Tanya kept rushing back into the young girl's mind out of nowhere, just like any other nostalgic moment. Every memory fades with time, yet she still remembered every piece etched deep into her subconscious. The image of the 3 siblings walking hand in hand across a hill covered in blooming flowers. Arwen, Tanya, and Ed Taylor too. Those were probably the very last memories staying with her right now. The final images of Ed, because from here on out, Tanya's life was going to be loaded with pressure and heavy responsibilities. Her eyes fluttered open, showing the deep sorrow inside. Turns out she really used to have such a happy time back then. But now it was all over, reduced to nothing. Outside the academy, a massive crowd of students gathered to protest Tanya running for student council president. Get the hell out. How dare a murderer like you run for office? Pull out already, you killer. Even Ed couldn't wrap his head around it. How on earth did things end up in this corner? Stepping up to help Tanya, someone backed into a corner, meant taking it upon himself to change the story's flow, which made Ed hesitate and overthink. There were even altered plot points that Ed himself couldn't figure out the reason for, and one of them was the guy standing right across from him, Zix. He had already dropped into a stance, ready for no-holds-barred combat. He was the guy who stayed by Taylor's side throughout his journey. Setting Lucy aside, he was the strongest second year around. Yet according to the original script, he was clearly supposed to lose to Wei due to fatigue and elemental matchup. But the actual result was a total blowout win. This proved there were a few variables in the script that Ed hadn't seen coming. Getting back to the fight, Zix quickly launched a first slash straight at Ed. Even though it was just a probing attack, he couldn't afford to take it lightly on his end. He knew full well this was just a minor detail, but he still wanted to double-check it one more time. Besides, as the guy who had veered furthest off the script, he had gotten way stronger than before, so testing things out now wasn't a bad idea at all. Ed immediately cast a basic defensive spell to block incoming magic attacks. While it wasn't high-tier magic by any means, stopping Zix's attack with it wasn't a tough task. Right after, without giving Ed a second to think, Zix charged in with his sword in hand, eyes dripping with killing intent. Too fast. How in the world could he move in the blink of an eye like that? Luckily, thanks to the reflexes he'd built up over time, Ed quickly leaped backward to dodge. The closer he got, the faster Zix moved, but that came with a fatal flaw. Once you commit to a charge like that, it's hard to dodge. Ed swiftly slammed his dagger into the ground, right where he had just been standing. The dagger flashed with fiery mana, as if a spirit were hidden inside. Just as expected, Ed ordered Meng to detonate, catching Zix right in the explosion. But Zix wasn't weak enough to get taken down by that. He quickly pulled off a technique Ed had never seen before to dodge the blast. What kind of technique was that? There was nothing natural about it all. He dashed back to grab the dagger stuck in the ground and immediately thrust it straight at Zix to test out his theory. Could it really be what he thought? Zix dodged it effortlessly once again, using a short-range teleportation magic. Could he really shift his body mid-combat like that? Even if someone knew the underlying mechanics and how to cast it, a technique like that couldn't be easily copied. It was a skill that demanded raw combat instinct over simple theory. Someone without real experience couldn't pull it off. Intermediate ice magic. Right after backing off, Zix unleashed a brutal ice counterattack. Spears of ice shot straight toward Ed with destructive force, sweeping across the battlefield and setting off a massive explosion. This was a ruthless fight. Anyone who let their guard down for a split second would pay a heavy price. Ed knew damn well those moves earlier were just a setup to bait him close so Zix could counter with that powerful ice spell to wrap up the fight. He thought this was supposed to be a simple spar. Yeah, that's how it started out, and I only planned on using one sword. But as he spoke, he tossed the sword to the ground. Zix began casting high-tier magic weaponry. His entire body was wrapped in intense wind magic, his hands clutching two intimidating spheres of energy, especially the one hovering above his head. It seemed to be the power source fueling the magical weapons he was using. Zix wore a confident grin that stretched wide across his face. Isn't training supposed to feel just like real combat, senior? As Ed finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion went off, its power truly something you couldn't sleep on. Up on a cliff, Yenica could see how fierce the fight between the two of them was getting. Her voice sounded weary. Is it going to be okay? I threw carrots into the curry. Hope he likes it. I really don't get why guys love beating each other up so much. He's definitely going to be starting after this spar. I better hurry up and cook. Down below, the fight was still raging hard. After conjuring two high-tier weapons, Zix charged in to attack without a second thought. Ed's defense cracked easily under the weight of the two magic weapons. It was just basic defensive magic after all. One final slash shattered the barrier completely and sent Ed flying backward. He quickly whipped out his magic bow, locking on his Zix with water arrows. With mastery honed through countless battles, his arrows flew out at insane speeds. Still, if that was all he had, Zix could easily block it with his wind defense magic. Magic weapons basically converted the caster's magic power into weapons of war, so they definitely had normal weaknesses. Mages didn't really get the chance to handle too many complex weapons, so normally, they wouldn't even need a difficult high-tier spell like that. Thus, the only mage who could wield almost any weapon without being held back by experience or proficiency was Zix. using the unique magic he created himself. The two of them clashed head-on, their magic spells colliding to create a wild, heated vibe, just like a real-deal battlefield. Out of nowhere, Zix used some kind of spell, popping up right behind Ed to throw a surprise attack. Even though Ed knew it was another one of Zix's long-range manipulation spells, he still couldn't react in time. His attack moves weren't just unpredictable, they were stupidly powerful too. Ed's eyes went wide, staring straight at the incoming attack, completely defenseless. Even so, he wasn't going down that easily. Gale's blessing activated, summoning a hurricane that blew the ambushing enemy away. Not even Zix could resist the terrifying power of Maruta. Even though he was a wind specialist himself, the strike left Zix bruised all over his body, and though they were only superficial, they still dealt him a fair amount of damage. Even so, he managed to hold his ground, proving he was no pushover by any means, but maybe Zix had forgotten that Ed was a master trapper. Beneath his feet lay a series of puddles that Ed had set up in advance. Zix turned back, his eyes wide with shock. What on earth did you? That was spirit consciousness, the embodiment of water. An entire subpocket of space was covered in magical puddles. From those very puddles, a mid-tier spirit slowly took shape. It instantly lunged at Zix in a surprise attack. Yet with wild instincts honed since childhood, he effortlessly swung his blade, shutting down the mid-tier spirit's strike cold. Just when it seemed like the storm had passed, it turned out everything so far had been mere bait set by Ed for the decider. Ed's hands closed in right beside Zix's utterly stunned face, using the mid-tier spirit as a decoy for his next strike. Talk about a masterclass in surprise tactics. A point-blank explosion slammed directly into Zix, forcing him to tank the full force of the blow. Truth be told, Zix was pretty damn strong. If he had already mastered enhancing weapons with mana, he was fully mature enough to stick to the script just as Ed had envisioned. At this rate of growth, Taylor and the others wouldn't run into any major roadblocks when facing down powerful enemies down the line. Before he could even finish his thought, Ed's eyes went wide with sheer disbelief. What the? Standing right in front of Ed was Zix, who still hadn't gone down after taking that hit. Man, you really are incredible, Senior. Zix's feet slowly lifted off the ground, floating in midair. Just like I figured, there's no way I could go into a fight against you with my guard down, Senior Ed. A monstrous surge of mana erupted from his body as his wild beast instincts flared up once more, his eyes gleaming with pure excitement. Even covered head to toe in wounds, a cocky smirk stretched across his face. All right then, I'm taking things seriously now, Senior. Heads up, all the surrounding mana streams began funneling together into a massive sphere of energy, and it looked like Ed had already caught on to what Zix was cooking up. He immediately yelled out, "Have Lachia attack right now. Don't let him finish it." Still, up against that level of high-tier power, a distraction like that just wasn't going to cut it. The mid-tier spirit, Lachia, was taken out in no time flat. Right now, they were only at the start of Act 3, yet the sheer ability Zix flexed in this fight was already insanely powerful. Earlier, Ed had figured Zix wouldn't reach this kind of monstrous strength until near the end of the story, but now everything was flying way off his radar, and he hadn't expected him to grow this fast after just a bit of training. Sylvania's Failed Swordsman, Act 4, page 7. This is Zix's ultimate combat state, the exact power he unlocked during the battle to invade the Dew Cathedral. Magic Spear the Forest. Zix's voice rang out, chilled to the bone, yet resolute as hell. Instead of pulling punches and stepping back, I'm going head-to-head against you with the strongest enhanced weapon I've got, because that's going to make this showdown way more fun. Magical sword projections locked onto Ed, primed to fly in and bring the fight to a close, while across from him, Ed quickly regained his composure to draw up a countermeasure. He used fire magic to blow away the incoming swords first. Still, doing that drained Ed's mana pool at a ridiculously fast rate. He had to pour heavy mana into a relentless bombardment, which was totally out of his comfort zone, leaving him heavily depleted. But in a spot like this against Zix's final form, Ed had zero choice but to spam everything he had. If Zix pressed the attack, Ed had already caught on to a few blind spots in his moves. But as the second wave of consecutive strikes came pouring in, things got pretty dicey for him. A whirlwind materialized out of thin air. Ed slammed his hand against the ground, activating the shockwave orb artifact to manifest a protective shield around himself. Spotting that, Zik spoke up. Looks like you had to burn the shockwave orb just to top off your mana. Huh? You're running pretty dry right about now, aren't you, Senior Ed? Then go ahead and take my final attack. With that, Zix channeled his mana into the spear in his hand, prepping for the finishing blow, rushing forward like a tempest that swept away everything in its path, a wind that pierced through all contenders. Just when it seemed victory was in the bag for Zix, something blocked his strike cold, leaving him totally flabbergasted. Ed had used something to halt his strike in its tracks, but wait, wasn't the senior's mana practically bone dry? How on earth could he still throw out magic that powerful? That was when Ed got dead serious too. If you're going all out with everything you've got, then I won't hesitate to throw down everything I've got either. That thing was a legendary grade magical artifact. Professor Elt's Phoenix Ring. With Ed's mana practically at zero, he needed a fast top-up so he wouldn't get caught dry without enough mana to cast spells like in past fights. What little mana Ed had left needed to be dumped into this single push to land a decisive blow that could knock Zix out. He gritted his teeth hard, his face strained from going head-to-head with such a monster opponent. Suddenly, a voice echoed out that caught Ed completely off guard. So you can finally summon me out here without relying on Lucy's shrine or Yenika's mana support. It was the high-tier spirit, Marilda, appearing in the form of a stunningly gorgeous girl with snow-white hair, her voice as warm as spring and her eyes utterly captivating. Talk about a massive leap forward, Ed. Looks like you've leveled up quite a bit. The student council election was officially underway. Armed with top-notch experience and talent in merchant guild management, Lortel easily won over the crowd of students listening intently across the plaza, surrounded by endless cheers as the whole student body rallied heavily behind her becoming student council president. Even with 4 candidates throwing their hats into the ring for this election, what difference did it make? Wasn't the winner already crystal clear? The next student council president was guaranteed to be Lortel. 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 The chants echoed non-stop, sealing the Merchant Guild Master's landslide victory. I could feel her sincerity right from the start, and her track record running the Merchant Guild is more than enough proof she'll crush it as Student Council President. Down below, her personal secretary couldn't stop worrying. If this keeps up, she really is going to become Student Council President, and if that happens here at St. Sylvania Academy, no one's going to be able to stop President Lortel from doing whatever she wants. She turned her head away, leaving behind a crowd of fans still showering her with endless praise. Suddenly, Lortel's eyes locked onto someone in the crowd. Oh, you keep your nails pretty neat. It was Tanya Rott-Taylor. The girl had finally made a public appearance, though she looked scared out of her mind. The two walked right past each other with totally contrasting vibes. One radiated absolute confidence and seasoned poise, while the other looked miserable, weighed down by a guilt complex and the hostile stares of the crowd. What's wrong? You look pretty tense, Tanya. Gathering every last ounce of courage, Tanya balled her hands into fists and marched straight toward the podium. I didn't kill Brother Ed, so I've got nothing to be afraid of. Hearing that, Lortel just flashed a wicked smirk. Oh ho, brave words. Tanya stood at the podium and looked down at a sea of pure hatred and anger directed at her from every angle. How does someone like her even have the nerve to run for president? Has she got no shame at all? Ignoring the nasty gossip, Tanya tried her absolute best to stay composed. Hello, everyone. I am running in this election for Student Council President. My name is Tanya Rott-Taylor. Though her words sounded firm and resolute, the crowd's reaction was the total opposite. Nothing but a dead silence washed over the place, packed with bored and disappointed faces. She's got some nerve, doesn't she? How can she stand up there shameless enough to play the victim like nothing even happened? Off to the side of the stage, Lortel stood watching, deep in thought. Is she trying to prove her innocence, or does she actually have real political talent? In the end, though, it's all useless. The speech had dragged on for 10 minutes already, but not a single person cheered her on. I'll wrap up my speech here. Tears were already threatening to spill down the poor girl's cheeks as Tanya hit her absolute limit. Thank you all for listening. All she got back for her efforts were harsh insults, How dare a murderer like you stand up there? Random junk and rocks came flying toward the stage, aimed right at Tanya. Explain the charges for inciting Ed's murder. Word is it's tied to an internal power struggle in the Rott-Taylor family. You still gonna deny it? All it took was one look at the Academy Gazette. Either way, you're not going to say a word about the murder charges? A barrage of insults along with thrown sticks landed right on Tanya. But despite it all, the girl tried her hardest to squeeze out her final words. Thank you, everyone. Tanya's legs gave out as she stepped on a water bottle on the ground, sending her crashing down right on the podium. What a juka. Look at how pathetic she looks. Serves that wicked girl right. She should be ashamed of her own brazen nerve. Truth be told, this had been a reckless move on her part right from the start, and standing on that podium under these conditions was a straight-up foolish idea. She should have just run away from the very beginning. No, even if it's late, I've still got to find a way to get out of here. Tanya curled up to take the incoming wave of thrown objects, her face full of helplessness and resignation. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a surge of magic burst forth, blasting away the crowd around Tanya. What the hell is that? Tanya's eyes slowly fluttered open to look at the thing that had just saved her. That sigil belonged to Marilda. Ed had ridden in on Marilda, arriving just in the nick of time to rescue his little sister. The entire area was enveloped in a surge of magic that was incredibly powerful, yet surprisingly warm. Memories that had faded long ago from Tanya's mind suddenly resurfaced. Memories so hazy now that Tanya couldn't even tell if it was a dream or reality anymore. Those faint moments from her past suddenly became vivid, like a straight-up miracle. The warm hands that had held Tanya back then were reaching out once again to save her from her darkest hour, a moment that anyone who experienced it would never forget for the rest of their life. Tanya burst into heavy tears, but they were no longer tears of painful anguish. They were an overflow of pure relief and happiness. Ed's voice was low and gentle. I've got a lot to explain, but let's save that for later. First, let's clean up this situation. Flashback to a few days ago, right when Ed appeared on the podium after tapping into the ring's power to summon Marilda. She manifested in the form of a young maiden with snow-white skin and signature green hair. Her voice was gentle yet noble. Talk about a massive step up, Ed Rott-Taylor. Your mana efficiency has gotten way better, hasn't it? Sure, there are still limits to what you can pull off, but at this level, it's pretty negligible. She immediately dropped her high-tier air current skill, lifting everything in the surrounding area up into midair and stripping away their freedom to move. Zix was instantly blasted back by the magic current, slamming hard onto the ground. Against Marilda's sheer power, holding out was an uphill battle. Even with the upper hand, Ed was still lost in deep thought. Strange, assuming we're at this point in the timeline, Zix's growth should have hit its peak based on the original script. The mana Ed used wasn't totally massive, but it was enough. Either way, he was completely drained of mana, having pulled out every magical trick in his playbook just to snag a win, even using a cheap tactic like summoning Marilda. She spoke up, efficiency was great and all, but I really didn't want to manifest in this form. This human body has such a tiny mouth that talking is annoying. There's no fur, so it just feels freezing. And without a tail, I can't even hold my balance properly, she complained, pinching her own cheek to test its durability. Just when it seemed the fight was over, it wasn't. Zix pushed himself up from behind and charged in with a crazy, powerful magic strike. Based on Ed's math, he should have already locked in the win. So why was even Marilda caught off guard by it? Since when did moving around in a human body get this clunky? The strike zoomed straight at Ed without holding back a bit. Only when the blade was right against his neck did Ed realize a few things. He still wasn't strong enough to beat Zix right now, even as Marilda tried her best to intercept the deadly strike. Ed raised his hands, signaling his surrender. I lose. Guess this is far enough. No need to push it any further. Even though he had pulled off the win, Zix didn't look all that thrilled. I just learned a super valuable lesson. Did you really get this ridiculously strong in just a single year, senior? Even though Zix was way stronger than his original script counterpart, why had his own calculations gone wrong? It was because he had gotten way stronger too, creating a night and day difference compared to before. Zix sat down, exhausted. Even without you around, senior, I would have kept training anyway. But watching you get stronger day by day like this really gave me a massive push to keep leveling up even more. Hearing that, Ed couldn't hide the shock on his face. Is he actually being serious right now? Ed sat down right beside Zix. All this time, he had been trying to keep everything running strictly by the script. Naturally, keeping his edge with future knowledge was a big reason he made it this far toward a future where Taylor wins the final battle. That condition had to be met at all costs, because Ed had assumed the script was the single best answer for this world. But in reality, the script had been twisted and shuffled countless times before. From him not getting expelled to the necromancers summoned by Professor Claire, it had all become a threat to the main storyline. So he had to constantly bust his tail to keep it from derailing, which slowly built up a fear in Ed toward variables he couldn't control. Even after hearing that Kadek and Nock had broken out, Ed had still hesitated over whether he should step in to save Tanya. The moment he stepped in, it meant the script he had tried so hard to protect would crumble into a twisted mess totally beyond his control. Zix, the guy who's going to ride shotguns with Taylor all the way to the final battle, has gotten way stronger than before. That's actually a huge positive. But look at him right now. He's totally different from the script. If push came to shove, Ed could directly take matters into his own hands since he'd gotten way stronger himself. And most importantly, the roster of reliable allies by his side had grown big time. Maybe it was just a random thought, but sometimes thinking like this wasn't half bad. It didn't ruin anything, and stepping off the script had actually handed Ed plenty of perks along the way. Just because things didn't play out like he remembered didn't mean they were going to turn sour like he'd assumed. Back at the plaza where Tanya was giving her speech, panic broke out among the students after Marilda made her entrance. What the hell is that? Run! Suddenly, someone shouted out at the top of their lungs. Everyone, calm down. I've seen that high-tier spirit before. That's the top first-year student who got beaten by Ed during the final exam. Yeah, exactly. I saw it too. There aren't many people who can command a high-tier spirit like that. I'm in the spirit department, so I know for a fact. Wait, could it be Ed Rott Taylor? He had shown up to clear up the chaos and protect his little sister. He's still alive? Ed quickly grabbed the mic and spoke up. Hello, I am Ed Rott Taylor. I was not murdered by Tanya Rott Taylor. In fact, I am backing Tanya harder than anyone else, and that is an undeniable fact. Rank 1 student of Class 53 Yenica, Rank 1 student of Class 52 Lucy, along with Princess Phenia, who had already voiced her support earlier. Rank 1 Combat student Clevius, Rank 1 Alchemy student Elvira, the Rank 1 second-year Magic student, and Joseph, the Rank 1 first-year student, all agreed. Lastly, there was Wade, the Rank 1 first-year Combat student. Persuading all of them to secure their votes wasn't going to be too hard. But Ed knew one thing for sure. Before weighing the pros and cons, he had to settle this matter first. Please allow Tanya's message to be delivered loud and clear, because I believe she truly deserves that much for all the effort she's put in. As family, I will always have her back. Saying those words brought a deep sense of relief to Ed's heart. Cut to the academy, interrogation room. You were stabbed with a heavily poisoned dagger and barely made it out alive thanks to the black hourglass, right? After that, you hid out in a cave beneath the cliff until Yenica found and saved you. And the first thing you did was rush straight to the podium where Tanya Rott Taylor was speaking to step up and defend her. That's how it all went down, right? Yes, that's correct. The investigation's wrapping up soon. This is officially the last round. Ed looked totally drained, having stopped counting the interrogations once they hit double digits. He was sick and tired of going through the exact same song and dance. Even if they claimed it was the final time, Ed couldn't bring himself to buy it. Suddenly, a voice snapped him wide awake. Third-year Magic student, Ed Rott Taylor. Head on inside. We're going to have ourselves a long chat. It was none other than the principal of Sylvania Academy, Abel Fortius, sitting there with an imposing posture and a stone-cold look on his face. After calling him in for the investigation, the principal's voice echoed across the room. I've gone over the investigation files for this case. You've been through a lot, haven't you? Getting caught up in an unexpected mess like this. I'm truly sorry for the lapse in the Academy's security management. Hearing that, Ed replied, It's fine, sir. The other side was fully prepared with a solid plan. I don't think standard security measures would have been enough to stop. I appreciate you saying so, but from my perspective, he quickly finished off his cup of tea, slammed it down onto the desk, and spoke up. That's how the theory goes, but what about reality? I've got a feeling something about this isn't adding up. Across from him, Ed remained calm, holding his teacup without saying a word. Timing-wise, it looks like you held off until Kadek and Knock broke out, waiting right up until word of your death reached the mastermind before you finally felt safe enough to show your face. Am I right? Honestly, I have no idea how the internal power struggles within the Rott-Taylor family are playing out. I don't intend to interfere with that either, but here, I am the one managing this academy. Everything that happens in the academy must be reported to the royal family. If the report states that Ed Rott-Taylor is still alive, the Rott-Taylor family, the main power behind the royal family, will also know that you are alive. If that happens, every plan you've been calculating will probably collapse in an instant, wouldn't it? Realizing he had been caught red-handed, Ed couldn't hide his anxiety. Could you perhaps delay the report for a bit, sir? Delay it? What reason do I have to accept such a risk? Knowing he couldn't fool the principal, Ed was forced to be honest. All right, the person behind this assassination attempt is my father, Kreben Rott-Taylor, the head of the Rott-Taylor family. He holds the real power in the royal family. What does that have to do with me? I don't care about matters outside the academy. Even Lord Rott-Taylor, the pillar of the royal family, would want everything to pass quietly without any news. Sir, if any issues arise later, it won't be too late for you to report it then. Either way, where's the risk in doing this? Suddenly, the principal called him directly by his full name, leaving Ed deeply stunned. Ed Rott-Taylor, your achievements are rising rapidly. I heard you're also highly evaluated among the students. Your younger sister, Tanya Rott-Taylor, is very promising as well. You are also held in high regard among the top students. It's almost as if you've become a completely different person. Hearing this, Ed's face turned pale. Could he already know who I really am? No, that's impossible. The principal set the stack of documents down and spoke softly. As I've said before, Sylvania Academy always stands on the side of its students, let alone a talented student like you. So nothing more needs to be said. See you around. I will remember the name Ed Rott-Taylor. He extended his hand politely and cheerfully. It is time to wrap this up. Principal Abel Fortius seemed to fully grasp the entire situation, yet he turned a blind eye to it. Thanks to that, the fact that Ed was alive would not leak outside the academy. Scene cut to another location. At this time, the Saintess was desperately stopping people who came looking for Tanya to give her gifts. Lady Tanya's schedule is finished for today, so please stop bothering her. And head back. She won't accept suspicious gifts like these either. After finishing up in the principal's office, Ed had a chat with Tanya. Is that really going to be all right, brother? Don't worry about them. You've been waiting for me for quite a while. I was startled when I heard you were called up by the principal, brother. There's no problem at all. I heard your election victory is practically guaranteed. Congratulations. Your time to shine has finally come. Tanya stood there with a bright, happy smile, all gloominess completely washed away. Her voice was full of joy and confidence. Still, we can't let our guard down just yet. Tanya's innocence had been proven. Among the 12 fourth years and the 3 academies, most of the top students sided with Tanya. However, the most decisive reason Tanya, who was once hated, could receive such an overwhelming number of votes was Lotel's downfall. Lotel had stubbornly turned the election into a one-on-one battle between herself and Tanya. By doing so, everyone forgot about the existence of the other minor candidates. Once that was done, the balance between Lotel and Tanya would be absolutely perfect. Right when the approval ratings between Lotel and Tanya were nearly neck and neck, an article would be spread throughout the academy. The article claimed that Lotel had embezzled funds from the Merchant Guild and oppressed her partners. Ultimately, she had to withdraw in disgrace. As a result, the scale tipped to one side. Now that only Tanya was left, she was guaranteed to win. While you were busy with the election and I was working with the investigation team, we barely had any time to talk, right? Anyway, I'm sure there will be plenty of other chances to talk later, but I still wanted to say thank you. Remembering Tanya's image on election day, sobbing hysterically as she hugged Ed tightly and thanked him. I've told you already, so many times I'm sick of it. No, it's not about that. She let out a shy sigh. Still, brother, this question, I feel like it's a bit delicate. I wasn't going to ask because I thought it wasn't appropriate, but I just couldn't hold it in anymore. Can I ask, when I announced my candidacy, why did you insist on taking my side? If you had to stay hidden like that, you didn't need to step up and help me to that extent, as if you couldn't stand seeing me go through all that anxiety. Am I right? Ed had a flustered look on his face, not knowing what to say at that moment. That's right. That's why I stepped up to help you and explain, because you're my family. Of course I had to take your side. Tanya let out a happy smile, her face glowing like sunlight and tugging at many heartstrings. Hearing the words she had always yearned for, Tanya smiled, as if all the hurt she had endured was completely healed. Now that I'm a student council president, I will definitely handle everything in the fairest way possible. But I suppose I'll show a little favoritism toward you, since you are my family too. Whenever you're in danger, just let me know, and I'll do everything in my power to help you out. With those words, Tanya turned and walked away, leaving Ed sitting there with a pleased smile. He watched his little sister's figure gradually walk off, unable to hide the satisfaction in his heart. Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting his train of thought. Because you're my family. Of course I had to take your side. Family, huh? Those words sound really nice, Senior. It was none other than Lotel. She slowly walked over with a mysterious smile. What did you get here? Probably around the time you started talking so seriously with Tanya, Senior. Lately, there have been a lot of nasty rumors floating around the academy. Are you really okay? She pulled her collar down, her face showing total satisfaction. You don't need to worry, Senior. Everything is going according to my plan. The decisive factor in Tanya's victory was the scandals involving the embezzlement of merchant guild funds and abuse of power against partners. All of these scandals were deliberately leaked by Lotel's side as an excuse to withdraw from the election. Initially, they had created a balanced match between Tanya and Lotel, and erasing the presence of other candidates was also part of the plan. Her going to meet Princess Phinia and revealing her hostility toward Tanya was also meant to apply pressure, forcing Tanya to run for council president. Both of them felt a deep sense of debt after his death. Once he returned, they would definitely side with him to pay back that debt. As for Lotel, it didn't matter how many enemies she had. The only thing she cared about was Ed always taking her side. So when he heard about Lotel's plan, Ed decided to save Tanya. The match with Zix also helped Ed wipe away any lingering hesitation in his heart. Saying he saved her because she was family wasn't a lie, but saying Ed didn't consider Tanya's political value would be a lie too. Act 3 has ended, and now it's time to prepare for the upcoming Act 4. That will be the war against the Rott-Taylor family. Ed had become an enemy of this family, which is why Tanya would play a crucial role as an insider. If they maintained a good relationship, conducting diversionary operations and gathering intelligence would go smoothly. However, there are always dark sides to human relationships, and only the people involved need to know about. Take, for example, a girl who had lived calculating her own interests since childhood, suddenly sacrificing herself for someone else. Lotel held up 3 puppets, speaking with a gloomy tone. Lately, my bad reputation in the academy has been skyrocketing. It seems Lady Tanya doesn't really like me either. So for the time being, I'm relying solely on you, Senior. Ed responded, his face remaining nonchalant. You have a bad habit of wanting to control and manipulate everyone around you, Lotel. Oh dear, that's just an occupational hazard. When necessary, I get manipulated by others too. Sigh. Seriously, are you really okay? Those rumors don't make money, so why care? Besides, I have the making of a villain anyway. As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around Ed's arm. As long as you don't turn into my enemy, Senior, that's all that matters. Lotel's expression was full of content. In relationships between people, there are always hidden parts, making it hard to fully understand what their intentions are. And so, the script now shifts to a new phase. The next moves of Princess Phinia, who turned down the council president position, have become more unpredictable than ever. How the power struggle between the royal family and the Rott-Taylor family will unfold remains uncertain. Now, how the script for Act 3 will continue is beyond Ed's control. That is precisely why he needs to keep a close eye on it. Ed returned to his campsite. It's been almost a month, hasn't it? Coming back here after such a long time really feels special. Of course, there were plenty of things to do, so he needed to clean up the campfire spot thoroughly. Inside the house, it was still a mess. He opened the door and slowly stepped inside. Suddenly, Something caught his eye that left Ed stunned. It was Lucy. She was lying on Ed's familiar bed, sleeping soundly. It seemed her punishment was over and Lucy was free again. The first thing she probably did was rush straight over here to see him, but finding no one around, she just fell asleep right here. Seeing that scene, Ed could only let out a dry laugh. He picked up the book that had gathered dust after not being touched for a long time. He leaned back in his chair, holding the familiar book in hand. Still, first off, I should get some rest. Tomorrow's going to be a busy day. And so a peaceful evening passed, and he was finally back in his familiar place. Scene cut to 3 days later. Janica was complaining to an instructor about her grades. Actually, there's no reason why it wouldn't be allowed. I will give you bonus points. That was the senior elemental magic professor, Melina. She appeared in a gorgeous outfit, boasting a stunning body and the captivating eyes of a master. Of course, academically speaking, it's still hard for you to compare to the professors. But at your age, being able to control high-level spirits is something not just anyone can do. Intuition-wise, you've reached the highest level, even compared to current spirit elementalists. But why did I pick you? There's another joint combat practice coming up soon. As a senior, you need to show your authority, but I really don't want to show off any authority, ma'am. I don't need you to do anything huge either, but you're this year's top student and the best spirit elementalist in the academy. Look at you, always giggling during class like you're the happiest person in the world. Anyone can tell your head is in the clouds. I know you're dating Ed, but it seems like you're way too wrapped up in it. I mean, from the outside, you look completely out of your mind. Before she could even finish her sentence, Janica turned as red as a ripe tomato. She slammed the desk, her panicked voice startling even the instructor. Wait, hold on. What did you just say, Professor? Why would you suddenly say something like that? Please don't tease me. Come on, stop pretending. Aside from spirit class, the two of you are always glued together in shared classes or elemental studies. Even when going to the dining hall or student amenities, you go together too. What have you two been up to lately that makes you giggle every chance you get? What are you thinking about with that blank face and a wide grin? Staring at the chalkboard during class and laughing too. You look no different from kids experiencing love for the first time. It's exhausting. Hearing that, Janica's voice stammered immediately. Professor, please don't mention that to the other students. To be honest, I don't really care about your love life. But do you know what, Janica? Everyone here thinks the exact same way I do. Janica unconsciously turned around, looking at everyone. It seemed she had no idea that everyone around her knew she was dating Ed Taylor. Janica's face flushed bright red, her eyes trembling, and sweat dripping down. Flashing back to Janica's past, when she was still an innocent little girl growing up in her village. That was the Spard region to the east, about a 3-day-and-night horse ride from the capital. South of Spard was a mountainous region known as the Poulin livestock land. Deep inside the Poulin Valley, near the mountainside, was a small livestock village called Torrent. It had a population of less than 300 people. This was where Janica Faylover, a girl who could see spirits ever since she was a toddler, was born and raised. With her innate talent, Janica was expected by everyone to bring glory to this tiny village. Occasionally, a few strangers came to the village. Among them, the male boy left the deepest impression in Janica's memory, because he was the only person who used honorifics with her. The young people in the village had all left for the city to work, and Janica was practically the youngest child loved by the whole village. That was why being addressed with honorifics felt so foreign to her. But with her signature friendliness, the two of them quickly became close friends. Janica said, outside of Poulin, there are many big cities. Out there, the atmosphere is super lively and bustling, totally different from this countryside. In the imperial capital, there are so many things. She was a girl who grew up wrapped in everyone's love, beautiful and flawless, the pride of the people here. Just seeing that happy smile every day and hearing that clear voice was enough to melt anyone's heart. Even the male boy who visited the village from time to time couldn't resist Janica's charm. He gathered all his courage to express his feelings. Janica, please accept my confession. Ever since she was a child, she had never known what it meant to reject someone. So this situation left Janica extremely flustered, not knowing how to handle it properly. Still, she was too young to understand what a concept like love was. Perhaps that was the first time she ever rejected someone. Turning down the feelings of the male boy, he left in heartbreak, and Janica didn't see him again for a long time after that. Until one day, he suddenly returned with something she never expected, an acceptance letter from Sylvania Academy. The last words that boy said to her were, "Goodbye, Janica." It was a sentence spoken with honorifics, something she had never forgotten. 3 years had passed since enrolling in Sylvania Academy. Now, she didn't even clearly remember that boy's face. But to Janica Faylover, rejecting someone was still a terrifying thing, and honorifics felt foreign. Suddenly, a voice rang out, snapping Janica back from her reminiscences. "Hey, Janica, you've been coming here for days now. If you have anything to ask or need help with, just tell me." In Janica's hand right now was the leave request form for Dex Dormitory. It seemed she was hesitating over her decisions. Opposite her, the instructor continued, "I don't know what you're worried about, but if you don't know what to do, try talking to your friends and ask for their opinions. There are plenty of people willing to help if you're struggling." Janica had plenty of friends around her normally, but that was precisely what made her feel suffocated when looking for actual close ones to confide in. Although she really wanted to escape from all the attention, it was very hard to bring up, and even her closest friends are no exception. "I should have realized he was still alive when you were smiling all day long like that. I'm sorry, I have my own reasons." Those words made Anise stop complaining. "Yeah, I guess there was no choice. But what are you worrying about now?" Janica's face fell, her voice faltering awkwardly. The thing is..." Seeing that, Anise slammed her hands on the table, stood up, and shouted, "That's right. Because you keep agreeing to every single request, you turned into his errand girl. You know I'm not good at rejecting people either. Turning someone down is really awkward. He's hiding out, yet you're cooking and cleaning for him. Is Ed asking you for another favor or something?" Hearing that, Janica immediately shot back, her face flushing red from embarrassment. "No, that's not it. I'm doing it because I want to. Actually, I'm the one who needs to ask Ed for a favor this time. But the two of us are so close, comfortable, and intimate, always together, that I find it hard to bring it up." Is that so? If that's the case, why don't you try putting some distance between you two? If you do that, it'll be easier for both of you to ask favors and say no to each other, right? You two need to become more like strangers. Besides, if you take seeing each other for granted, the excitement disappears. Don't you think so? Saying up to this point, Anise realized she had slipped up. Wait, can Janica really create distance with him? What kind of stupid advice did I just give? But if the two of them grow distant and he feels lonely, then a best friend sabotaging like this is terrible. Make him feel anxious and on edge. Before she could finish, Janica jumped to her feet. "Thank you, Anise." She quickly turned away, her face looking exceedingly happy. "I've got an idea now. I'll head out first. See you tomorrow." Anise stood up to stop her, but her voice faltered, unable to utter a word. Seriously, what kind of foolish thing did I just do? Why am I always imagining crazy scenarios? It's too late for regrets now. Sabotaging my own best friend is a total disaster. Back to Ed's side. He was staring intently at his skill system panel. Although he couldn't craft everything, what Ed wanted most right now was the crafting recipe for the lightning-struck 1,000-year wooden staff. Although the crafting recipe was quite simple, this was a very powerful staff. Its ability was to enhance the perception of all spirit types and boost the magic power efficiency of spirit attribute magic. The recipe was unlocked, but finding the crafting materials was no easy task. It wasn't just any ordinary branch, but a branch from a massive tree over 1,000 years old that had been struck by light. This item was given to the main character in the final quest of Act 3, but in reality, it wasn't easy to find or buy. A 1,000-year-old tree wasn't rare, and there was at least one in this northern forest. The remaining issue now was lightning. He turned around. Behind him, his eyes gazed intently at the girl, sleeping soundly on the hammock soaked in sunlight. Ed walked over, his voice echoing as he called Lucy to wake her up. Lucy slowly opened her eyes. As the sunlight was blocked by his body, the first thing she saw was Ed's face right up close, completely calm, making Lucy startle unconsciously. She immediately leaped onto a nearby tree, acting shy as if trying to hide from something. Ed felt awkward, not understanding why Lucy reacted like that. "I've woken you up many times before, so why are you still startled like that? Are you all right?" Sorry for scaring you. Lucy's face turned bright red with embarrassment, her voice stammering adorably. I'm fine now. I'm okay, no problem. You go ahead and rest. It's not urgent, so we can do it later. I have plans right now. Right after that was Janika's appearance. She poked her head out from some bushes, wearing a radiant smile. Oh, Janika, you're late today. Is something wrong? Oh, well, I'm 10 minutes late, aren't I? Ed looked at Janika with confusion. Why didn't you take the shortcut? Are you busy? No, it's nothing. I was just late. She stood there, trying to act composed, but internally she was in total chaos. I need to keep my distance. I must keep my distance. Ed stood up and closed the book he was reading. It's fine. Even though you're so busy, you still came here to help me practice sensing. So I'm really grateful. Would you like some tea? Thank you. Distance. How on earth do I keep my distance from him now? Both of them practiced spirit arts together until dusk. Janika spoke up with praise. Wow, you're getting so proficient at controlling spirits. You're making progress really fast. Even though Marilda will take more time, you've got a firm grip on Mook, so it doesn't drain much mana, right? Seems like Mook is a great fit for you. Hearing those words of praise, Mook was moved to tears. I really don't know what to do with myself. I'll work even harder, Master. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden greeting from up ahead took Ed by surprise. It was none other than the headmaid. She was holding Lucy in her arms. Did you come looking for Lucy? Yes, Vice Principal Dory needs to see Lady Lucy, the top student of the entire school. She bowed gracefully and said, I was shocked when I heard the news of your passing, but seeing you healthy now brings me peace of mind. Opposite her, Ed returned the courtesy politely. Sorry for making you worry, Belle. I had my own reasons, so I couldn't speak of it. The two looked at each other with unreadable eyes, leaving only Janika in the middle completely out of the loop. What on earth is going on here? Hey, for a maid, always maintaining a humble attitude is a good virtue. Ed didn't back down and replied, Is that so? But I'm not a maid, am I? Hearing that, Belle felt annoyed. Well then, I shall take my leave. I must go inspect the other maids' work, especially their manner of address. Is that right? But I'll still call you ma'am. This was the first time Janika had ever seen Belle express such emotions. She had always been such a calm and composed person. It seemed there was some kind of silent war going on between Ed and Belle that Janika was completely unaware of. Thinking up to this point, she suddenly realized, I need to keep my distance. I have to use formal speech. Before leaving, Belle turned and said, Same goes for you, Janika. I was quite worried when you moved to Dex Hall, but seeing you doing well puts my mind at ease. It's nothing. Living with friends isn't so bad after all. Anyway, I have to prepare for the test and help Lady Lucy get ready as well. So I'll see you two next time. Janika waved goodbye warmly. Take care of yourselves, both of you. Yes, work hard on your studies. After the head maid left with Lucy, Janika called out to Ed, who was still staring at the departing figures of the two. Hey, Ed, how about we try using formal speech with each other? What do you think? Her face flushed red as a ripe tomato, her voice stuttering with intense embarrassment. Formal speech? Why all of a sudden? It's not just formal speech, but let's pretend like we just met for the first time. Like not too distant, but still maintaining courtesy and mutual respect. Hearing those strange words, Ed's expression froze. He couldn't wrap his head around what the girl in front of him was trying to pull off. Janika stepped closer and tugged at Ed's shirt. I just want to try it out once, can we please? Even though he couldn't comprehend it at all, Ed reluctantly agreed anyway. If that's what you want, fine. It's almost time for the dorm curfew. Janika thought to herself, I just need to make a little small talk and then say goodbye. Well then, hello there, Mr. Ed. The words struck him like a bolt out of the blue. It had been a really long time since he last felt this flustered. Ed turned around, his voice faltering, yes. This wasn't a prison. So why did Ed feel completely lost for words? Janika's emotions right now seemed to be transmitting directly over to him. Ed couldn't understand why Janika was so embarrassed, but seeing her like that made him insanely nervous too. The two sat down together by the campfire, their conversation now reduced to nothing but awkward silences. I have no idea what she's trying to do either. She took bad advice from her best friend, and now she's completely digging her own grave. Lately, There were times when they both fell silent and felt a bit awkward, but this time, Ed felt the tension amplified 100-fold. He clutched his head in frustration, teeth clenched tight. A relationship that had been as comfortable as family suddenly felt like complete strangers. The problem was that Janica was the one who suggested this. But it seemed even she hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Ed wanted to quickly break this awkward atmosphere, but he had no idea what to say. Gathering all his courage, Ed spoke up, "I." Before he could finish his sentence, Janica suddenly stood straight up, as if she couldn't take it for another second. Look at the time. Curfew is almost here." She quickly bowed and rushed off in a hurry. "Thank you. Today was really fun. See you tomorrow." Everything happened in the blink of an eye, leaving Ed completely stunned. He sat there, his face looking utterly blank. Is it going to keep going like this? Did I do something wrong to make her mad? Ed was sitting under the 1,000-year-old tree reading a book, his head filled with a chaotic mess of thoughts. Suddenly, Marilda's voice rang out. "So you're still carrying on that formal speech game with Janica?" Ed looked up, his voice annoyed. "You saw everything already, so why are you even asking?" Marilda, currently in her human form, flashed a blissful smile. "I'm not so bored that I'd follow you all the way to the academy, you know? Did something happen in class again?" The memories kept flooding back into Ed's mind. It had been like this since yesterday. The vibe between the two of them felt so weird and unnatural. Could accumulated stress unleash itself in strange ways like this? At first, I didn't think it was anything serious, but now that it's gotten to this point, something definitely feels off. I wonder if she's all right. Hearing that, Marilda quickly landed on the ground, her voice dripping with teasing sarcasm. So, you're worried about Janica, huh? Well, of course you are." Marilda's face turned mischievous, her eyes full of amusement. "Oh, really now? Whatever, let's drop that. I have something to ask you. Can I break off a few of these branches and take them? I want to make a staff out of the wood from this 1,000-year-old lightning-struck tree." "What kind of tool are you planning to craft now?" "Here, I thought you were thinking about Janica. Turns out you're pretty busy yourself." Marilda leaned back against the trunk, closing her eyes as her thoughts flowed freely. But properly speaking, you don't really need my permission just to take a branch or two." Ed was surprised and turned to ask her, "Isn't this your tree?" "Yeah, right from the start. The name was Marilda's guardian tree. That whole thing is pretty vague anyway. Strictly speaking, I protect this entire forest. This tree got the name it has today because of an old friend of mine. That person just took it upon themselves to name the tree after me." "An old friend? Makes sense, living as long as you have. You must have quite a few connections." Marilda smiled. "I have a few questions for you. Do you know why spirits take on animal forms?" She gathered her dress with an utterly graceful and elegant posture, every movement resembling a true highborn lady. "From the very beginning, I already had a human form. I told you before, transforming like this is no simple matter. Spirits take on animal forms because those are the most familiar and easiest shapes for them to imitate. So, for me to have a human form like this, there had to be someone for me to copy. Now, then, who do you think I model myself after?" Ed fell in a deep thought. Someone who made Marilda copy them must be immensely powerful. Who could it be? While Ed was still pondering, Marilda continued. "I formed a contract with you, so I can read your thoughts, you know. And what's more, I created a girl that closest resembles your ideal type." Marilda's face suddenly flushed red, a sly smile on her lips alongside deadpan seductive eyes. Whoever Marilda modeled herself after, it was undoubtedly in matchless beauty. Hearing that, Ed's face went completely blank. "This is my ideal type? But man, that's really surprising." Marilda's eyes narrowed, her voice low and warm. "Of course you're surprised, because I'm lying." That answer left Ed deeply annoyed. "Are you messing with me?" "Aha." As if mind reading was even a thing. If I could read your mind, wouldn't the reverse have to happen too? Besides, shape-shifting is an extremely difficult spell. Not just anyone can pull off an imitation. I've lived for a very long time, long enough that all the ups and downs of Sylvania Academy are just trivial matters to me. Back when Aiken Island was still a desolate wilderness with not a single student around, I met her. A girl who didn't dress in lavish garments, always simple and free-spirited. an image that left the deepest impression on me. This form belonged to her. Among all the people I've ever met, she was the most special, different from everyone else. Could it be that she funneled mana into the guardian tree, turning it into a source of immense power? None other than the founder of this academy, the one who trusted Marilda enough to entrust her with protecting the northern forest. This connection was something you could never learn just from playing the game. To think things were linked like this all along. The person standing right in front of me was an archmage and a scholar greater than anyone else. The great sage Sylvania. This was her true appearance during her youth. Scene shifts back to the camp, where the sky had now turned dark. Ed was sitting by the campfire peeling an apple when someone's voice suddenly called out, hello, wait, no, is it hi? Or, good evening. Janica was still keeping up her formal speech gimmick. Her face was flustered, not daring to look Ed straight in the eye. Yeah? Do you want an apple? Wait, my bad. Would you like an apple? Yes, thank you. Both sat by the campfire in silence, the air growing awkwardly suffocating once more. Could you pass me the plate? Instantly, Janica used both hands to hand the plate over to Ed, her voice stuttering. Here you go. The two ate their apples, completely clueless about what to do next. What kind of awkward situation is this? What am I supposed to do now? Ed glanced at Janica, a trace of worry in his eyes. Can she either commit to using formal speech entirely or just drop it completely for comfort's sake? By the way, Janica, are you feeling sick or something? She buried her face in her knees, as if trying to hide her sheer embarrassment. No, it's just saying these things while looking you straight in the face feels a bit weird to me. Anyway, I have a question I want to ask you, but it might sound a bit weird, so please hear me out completely before you answer. No. Please answer only after you've heard all. How are those two any different? She's completely losing her mind. Opposite her, Ed let out a sigh, thinking to himself, right, I'm an adult after all. If she worked so hard just to bring it up, the least I can do is listen calmly. Janica raised her face, her cheeks blushing as red as ripe tomatoes. Every single word she uttered laced with bashfulness. The thing is, what if I left Dex Hall and came to live with you here at the camp? Hearing those words, Ed tried hard to keep a calm, emotionless face, but his hands betrayed him. Unconsciously overwhelmed by shock, Ed sliced right into his own hand, sending blood spraying out. Seeing that scene, Janica panicked completely. Ed, are you okay? Both sat by the campfire, reflecting on what had just transpired. Even after living outdoors, fighting, and everything else for over a year, he had thought he could handle anything with complete composure by now. But well, thanks to cutting his hand, at least he gained some time to sort out his thoughts. Ed turned to Janica, his expression solemn. Anyway, you've probably guessed everything already, but I should state it clearly just to be sure. Though I'm not even sure if it needs to be said out loud. I really think you're a great person, hardworking, and reliable. It's not just me. I'm sure everyone else thinks the same. But the most important thing is, I actually really like you. Those words hit Janica like a bomb dropping. Her face looked ready to explode from pure embarrassment. Anyway, I have to make things clear up front. I'm a guy, after all. Listen, Janica, I don't know how you view yourself, but you are genuinely really beautiful. To put it bluntly, you're a rare beauty. Right now I can treat you as politely as possible, but if we live under the same roof, no one can predict what might happen. I can't make any promises. If I accidentally lose control. Janica's brain was practically fried at this point, smoke practically billowing out of her head. Wait, Ed, take a deep breath. Honestly speaking, guys all have certain things in common. I understand that you trust me, and I'm really grateful for that, but before he could finish his sentence, Janica cut in hastily, leaving Ed utterly stunned. But if it's you, Ed, then I don't mind. Janica's answer struck like a bolt out of the blue. Ed found himself blushing from embarrassment as well. The two locked eyes, unable to utter another single word. In that very moment, time seemed to slow down, letting them both ponder the future. For the longest time, it felt like Ed and Janica had been playing tug-of-war on some blurry boundary line. Suddenly, Ed stood up, his face filled with deep thought. Both had unconsciously slipped into formal speech with each other, making the atmosphere feel stranger than usual, yet somehow strangely familiar at the same time. Ed took long strides, stepping closer to Janica. Having just gone through a grueling and exhausting student council president election, he had returned to camp in a lighter, more relaxed mood. But now, Janica's proposal to live together was so far out of left field that it was giving Ed a massive headache. It was as if the situation itself was throwing down a challenge to him. So, can you still hold out? Can you keep your composure? Ed called out. Janica, right after that, he sat down beside her. You've been really exhausted lately, haven't you? Those words seemed to snap her out of her inner turmoil. Her eyes widened in sheer surprise. Whenever something unexpected happens, there's always a hidden cause behind it. If Janica suddenly brought this up, the first thing to do was consider the reason behind it. Janica's face brightened up, her previous flustered awkwardness vanishing in an instant, replaced by relief and comfort. Ed, you really don't miss a single thing, do you? Honestly, I just wanted to run away for a little bit. Maybe I missed the time back at Ophelia Hall when I live alone in my own room. That sounds pretty silly, doesn't it? From a start, for someone like Janica, who had once lost control from the crushing weight of everyone's gazes. Living in the central dorms at Dex Hall couldn't have been easy at all. Every single day, she had to face attention from all sides, try her best to respond with friendly smiles. For nearly a whole year, Janica must have been quietly enduring it all. Why am I only realizing this now? She continued. To me, this camp is, how should I put it, maybe like a sanctuary where I can escape from everything. So I guess whenever things feel too heavy, I want to come here. Of course, to you, Ed, this must feel like quite a heavy burden. Either way, running away isn't a real solution. If anything, it just puts more pressure on you. But even so, I still wanted to ask just once. Ed let out a tired sigh and replied in a low voice. Sigh, yeah, it really is burdensome. That answer made Janica feel hurt, her expression visibly drooping. But hey, Janica, strictly speaking, feeling burdened or not is a completely different matter, isn't it? What do you mean? In life, everyone puts pressure on others at times, and in return, they have to shoulder pressure from others too. If you feel it's unfair, then next time I'll just ask you for a tough favor in return. It's not like we're only seeing each other for a day or two anyway. We can just make it up to each other over time, right? We're going to know each other for a long time to come. So then, you mean, Janica's face turned eager, filled with anticipation for what she was about to hear. Even so, living under the same roof is still a bit too much for me to handle. Maybe we should just pitch another tent. Ed assumed that, given Janica's personality, she would jump for joy, but her reaction right now was the complete opposite of what he had envisioned. Janica ran over and threw her arms around Ed, hugging him tightly in sheer happiness. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ed. Ed chuckled softly, his voice carrying a bit of tease. You're not using formal speech anymore, I see. He gently patted Janica's head. She had tried to create some distance between them, but it was so awkward that it naturally failed. But even if it had succeeded, would anything really have been different? She was the kind of person who was always ready to lend a hand to anyone in need. Even if kindness wasn't always properly rewarded, at the very least, if someone like her collapsed and burst into tears, then no matter how cold-hearted a person might be, they wouldn't be able to stop themselves from resting a hand on her shoulder. Scene shifts to the morning. Ed woke up inside his tent facing a whole set of new problems. As nice as it sounded, pitching an extra tent was no simple task. He still had to prepare for classes and also wanted to finish making that magic staff as soon as possible. Just trying to figure out how to manage his schedule had kept him tossing and turning all night. Suddenly, a rumbling noise shook the area, startling Ed. He slowly stepped outside to check out the situation. Standing right there, a high-ranking fire spirit was already waiting for him. Oh, you're awake. Edrot Taylor? It was wearing a construction hard hat on its head, its voice bursting with excitement. Just in time, I need your opinion. I've never pitched a tent before either. Spread out before him was a scene of dozens of spirits hard at work building, looking like a full-blown construction site. Ed was stunned, unsure if he was wide awake or still dreaming. What on earth is this? You look pretty tired, huh? Truth be told, so am I. Yesterday, I stayed up all night in the spirit realm throwing a celebration party, since there's cause for celebration. Anyway, time to start building the tent. I've already picked out the spot. Building it directly across seems way more logical. Every morning when you open the door, you can see each other right away. Sounds kind of romantic, doesn't it? Honestly, building them side by side wouldn't be bad either. But doing that might feel a bit too cramped. We should keep at least a little private space, right? Out of nowhere, Mook flew over and perched on Ed's shoulder. Raising a hand to report, it assumed a dead serious stance. I estimate the construction time to be around 10 days, sir. As the humble leader of the field command team, I shall do my utmost to draft the most efficient construction plan possible. Hearing that, Taken leaned in close, looking thoroughly displeased. 10 days, you say? Considering the shift schedule for the lower spirits and their rest plan, the construction time is estimated at roughly 10 days. Of course, depending on progress, the work period could be shortened. Hearing that, Taken flew into a rage. Back when I was young, I carried a spirit mage on my back through 3 days and 3 nights of running, then crossed a snowy mountain range for a whole week straight. Yet the next day, I could still fight like nothing happened. Nowadays, with spirit numbers growing and forming contracts becoming way easier, these lower spirits have gotten lazier by the day. Are all they think about taking breaks? Doing sloppy work just to get it over with? At this rate, when are you ever going to evolve into a mid-tier spirit? Well, then, if we speed up the pace, we might finish in about a week. Taken turned away to leave, abandoning Ed and Mook, who was still completely clueless about what was happening. All right then, Edrot Taylor, I'm off to handle some business. It'll be done in 5 days, so even if it's a bit noisy, just bear with it for a bit. Ed glanced at Mook and couldn't help but sigh in awe. 5 days? It took me several months just to build this tent. Facing him, Mook looked utterly desperate right now. There's no other choice. Orders are orders. This humble one will definitely make it happen. Absolutely. I'm truly sorry, Mook. I really didn't mean to, honest. So, I should get back to taking care of my own business too. In the end, he managed to organize his packed schedule. That way, he'd have time to craft the staff using wood from the 1,000-year-old lightning-struck tree. Janica had helped him so much all this time, and now it was time for him to repay those favors. Simply offering a spare spot in the camp couldn't possibly be considered paying off his debt of gratitude. Even though she had received plenty of magic staves from family and friends, Janica was still using her oak staff. He wondered whether she would actually like this gift or not. Either way, I hope Janica will be happy when she receives this gift. After agreeing to let Janica build her tent directly across from his, Lucy felt extremely uncomfortable with this overly close presence. Her face twisted in frustration after tossing and turning endlessly without being able to catch a wink of sleep, with noisy shouting echoing all around the place. How was anyone supposed to sleep? Mook was putting his all into commanding the Spirit Brigade, pushing the pace to finish their construction project. Even so, Lucy wasn't thrilled at all about the addition of a new camp. She glanced to the side, her body trembling with indignation. The real reason behind Lucy's anger wasn't the noise, but rather the girl sitting there with a joyful expression watching the work unfold. Seeing Lucy approach, Janica was bright and thrilled, offering a cheery smile and greeting. Incredibly friendly. Suddenly, Janica recalled memories from before. The two of them had actually gotten into an argument once before. Janica wasn't the type to pick fights or say harsh words that would hurt people. But this particular matter was a different story. She wasn't about to back down to anyone. Janica stood tall with utmost confidence, a look of complete satisfaction plastered across her face. Ahem, starting today, I'm going to be living here. Hearing that, Lucy practically exploded with jealousy. She pulled her hat way down, trying to hide her utterly annoyed face. If that hat hadn't been so durable, it would have been ripped to shreds right then and there. Back at the academy, Ed was currently relaxing, chewing on some beef jerky as he headed toward the plaza to borrow some elemental magic books. He figured he needed to learn higher-tier spells if he wanted to get any stronger. The mid-tier spell Point Detonation was super practical in actual combat, but its raw firepower was pretty much on par with low-tier magic. Thinking back to his duel with Zix gave Ed even more food for thought. When dealing with someone like Senior Zix, the surest strategy was to simply overwhelm them with sheer firepower. If you only relied on spells with equal firepower, winning was going to be a real uphill battle. Yeah, So my problem comes down to firepower, huh? Just as he muttered that, Ed's eyes caught sight of something nearby. Standing right before him was a breathtakingly gorgeous girl playing a lute, looking like she was having the time of her life. It was none other than the keeper of the sacred flame, the romantic poet and prophet, Adele Saris. She had been popping up constantly since Act 1 as a companion to Taylor, though she didn't get much screen time in the original game. I don't really have much to do with her anyway. Best not to pry into other people's business. As Ed turned to walk away, Saris suddenly called out to him, "You're looking awfully busy today as well, Senior Ed." Hearing that, Ed turned around in surprise. Didn't expect her to strike up a conversation with me out of nowhere. "You mean me?" Saris gave a quick reply. "I hear Taylor and Elvira talk about you quite a bit, though it seems those two harbor some pretty complex feelings toward you, Senior." "Ah, yeah, no worries. I get it." Even as he said that, deep down, Ed was still a little curious about Taylor. Word was that Taylor was making great progress and rising through the ranks at a rapid clip. If things kept going like this, the upcoming joint combat exercise shouldn't pose any big problems. Out of the blue, Saris made him an offer. "Would you like to hear a song? I used to be a wandering bard traveling across the continent. Though I've settled down in Sylvania now." Ed quickly declined. "Thanks, but these books are actually pretty heavy." "Oh my, what a shame." Ed turned to leave, but she held him back again. "Senior Ed, if the day ever comes when you sit in the seat of the head of the Rot Taylor family, you'll end up having to kill the person you respect most with your own hands. If you hesitate in that moment and fail to strike, the one who dies will be you. Please keep that in mind." Ed's eyes widened in sheer shock. "Is that a prophecy for me?" No matter the situation, Adele remained calm, softly plucking her lute, relying on the innate prophetic ability that let her glimpse into the future. But prophecies weren't always accurate, so it was best not to let it get to him. Even so, an uneasy feeling kept clinging to him, because Ed himself was the one who actually knew what the future held. From what he remembered, according to the script for Act 3, Adele was slated to meet her demise. Returning to his camp, the very first thing Lucy shot right his face was, "I don't wanna." Ed was completely helpless, totally clueless as to why Lucy was acting like this. He had planned to make 2 magic staves out of the wood from the 1,000-year-old lightning-struck tree, one for Janica and one for himself, which was why he had asked Lucy to summon some lightning to help him out. But her current attitude left Ed completely baffled, unsure of what to do. Lucy, with a furious look on her face, whispered under her breath, "Just make one." Hearing that, Ed asked in confusion, We only need to cast a spell once anyway, so why just one?" Lucy stayed silent, not bothering to answer. "Well, obviously she doesn't want to make one for Janica, what else?" Ed let out a helpless sigh. "Sigh, fine then, guess one will do. I'll just give it to..." Ed's response made Lucy's blood boil with rage. Why give it to her? Since it's a powerful staff, wouldn't it be better to give it to someone who can put it to better use? Every word out of Ed's mouth made Lucy look like she was ready to tear her hat to shreds, her whole body radiating pure, pent-up frustration. "Oh geez, you really are. Fine, I'll just make both of them for you then." Ed turned around, his tone urgent. "Oh really?" Lucy ran over and grabbed Ed's hand. "On one condition. It's really not that big of a deal, though." "A condition?" "Yeah, you have to come somewhere with me." As she spoke, Lucy tugged on Ed's hand and quickly led him away. What followed was a flood of lore regarding Archmage Glocht, Lucy's grandfather. He had gained recognition across countless academic conferences in virtually every field, from elementalism, ecology, monster biology, and herbology to mana manipulation, resonance principles, and spirit studies, leaving behind a mountain of remarkable research achievements. Even the 2 supreme spirits, the supreme fire spirit Taken and the supreme water spirit Purd, were defeated by him at the exact same time. That fact alone was more than enough to show that the Archmage's power was utterly immeasurable. After retiring, he poured all his energy into nurturing the next generation. His entire fortune was invested in education and academic research funds. Many said he spent almost nothing on himself. If the great sage Sylvania was the one who founded this academy, Then the person who built it into the world's premier educational institution was Archmage Glock. He dedicated his entire fortune to the academy, then withdrew to live in seclusion in the vast mountain ranges of Lauren in the northwestern region of the continent. Right now, Lucy was leading Ed right through the academy grounds, under the gaze of countless other students. Hey, isn't Ed dating Janica? Why is he holding hands so intimately with Lucy? Don't tell me it's a love triangle. After going into seclusion, the Archmage encountered an abandoned child at a monastery, marking the final chapter of his life. There, he came across something completely beyond his own expectations. Lucy's magic talent exceeded even Glock's imagination. She was a priceless genius, a true treasure of humanity. He spent all his twilight years polishing this raw gem, and every bit of it was etched into the history books. If you were to write the Archmage's life into a book, he truly deserved an epic saga recounting his grand adventures. But even so, in his final years, he lived in solitude. The wife he met in his youth had lost her life when they tried to subdue Taken, and all his comrades had passed away one after another. On a rainy day, inside a shabby shack, there was only him and his little granddaughter. Glock used that very modest setup to toast the end of his life's journey. Lucy was all he had left. He wanted the little girl to grow up happy and full of joy. As long as he could achieve that, his life would leave no regrets behind. And so, the great Archmage passed away. Thus ended Archmage Glock's journey, and Lucy's journey began. Though it's over now, hearing this, Ed couldn't help asking in confusion, "Huh? It's over?" Lucy tugged Ed along toward the place she had been longing for. "Do you know where his hometown is?" Hometown? According to the history books, didn't he come from the lawless territory of Chantan? No, the history books got it wrong. That was just where he spent his childhood. Oh, really? Archmage Glock's true hometown is right here, Aiken Island. I don't know what made him so happy about it, but he was always rambling on about his days living on Aiken Island. Right up until his final moments, all he worried about was this school. What a total old fool. The place he truly considered home was this very island, Aiken Island. So, guess it couldn't be helped. Lucy began recounting the journey she had been forced to complete at all costs. Back then, the only thing left beside little Lucy was a shabby shack and her grandfather's cold corpse. She wrapped his body in a blanket, tied it tightly with rope, and used ice magic to freeze it solid. Right after that, Lucy strapped her revered grandfather's coffin onto herself and set off on her journey. Most ordinary mages would exhaust themselves maintaining ice magic for even an hour, but back then, Lucy could pull it off with ease, without the slightest trouble. It was truly a bone-chilling tale in every sense of the word. The Archmage shack was located in the Lauren Mountain Range in the northwest of the continent, so the journey started there, heading south. Lucy trekked through the Great Urek Forest, crossed the Great Lake Ica, and reached the alchemy land of Chris. She pushed through the Lawn Cloud Steppes, passed through the holy capital of Karpa, crossed the Dakin Swamps, and finally reached the border of the Klel Empire. Continuing on to Viscount Ten's domain, following the lower reaches of the river, she passed through the commercial city of Odek, crossed Earl Elwell's domain, Baron Iceland's domain, Viscount Rex's domain, then Duke Rot Taylor's domain, Marquis Petter's domain, and Earl Tatus's domain. After that, crossing the Jennet Mountain Range, crossing the Dress River, traversing the territory of Margrave Gun, and pressing further southwest through the Great Grandel Forest. Even if you laid out a world map and drew a straight line with a pen, it would take a long time just to trace it out. Finally, there was the Great Mare Bridge, which led straight to Aiken Island. Throughout that entire journey, Lucy maintained the spell to preserve her master's body, while simultaneously using magic to keep marching forward. That journey dragged on for 3 whole months because Lucy got a bit lost along the way. Then it took her another week just to find this spot. As she spoke, Lucy pointed straight ahead. This place, according to grandfather's notes, is where the great sage and the Archmage used to exchange knowledge and train together. This is where my journey came to an end. Facing the two of them now was the final resting place of the Archmage. It was simple, yet Lucy had decorated it with all her heart. The magic staff that had accompanied him throughout his life was also preserved here. Scattered all around were incredibly precious magic books he had left behind for future generations. Its title was An Introduction to Holy Magic, authored by Glock Scheller. Previously, there was Glock's Southern Records, in which Glock researched the magic of the southern continent, and it had once auctioned for around 7,000 gold coins on the market. Considering it was one of the highest-priced books in history, his final work, containing interpretations of holy magic, was truly beyond priceless. While Ed was still standing there dazed, Lucy spoke up again. "Just take it. I already know everything in it anyway, so I don't need it. I've memorized everything he left behind. I haven't even lived half of my intended lifespan yet. Maybe eventually I'll start a new journey of my own, or maybe I'll just keep idling my life away like this before departing. But no matter what happens, for now, I'll definitely keep my promise to grandfather, because I promised that if Sylvania were ever in danger, I'd protect it at least once." Talking about this isn't fun, nor does it sound interesting at all. Besides, coming to places like this is just a hassle. I just wanted to show you this. It's as simple as that. She had crossed that vast distance all by herself to Aiken Island just to lay her master to rest. Lucy's first journey was technically over, but she still hadn't managed to break free from the shadow her master left behind. Because of that, it felt like an anticipation at times, but a lingering dread at others. Lucy kept waiting endlessly for a crisis at Sylvania that could strike at any moment. So, there was actually a reason behind why she had become so lazy. But once that destined trial passed, she might finally embark on a new journey to truly live her own life. Knowing that day wasn't far off, Ed decided that today, at least, he'd kick back and relax with Lucy for a bit. The occasional sound of crashing waves, coupled with the cool late spring breeze, made it so that even sitting there for a long time felt neither too cold nor too hot. Honestly, this place was really beautiful. That was a stroke of luck. After receiving Takin's order regarding the deadline, Mook and the other spirits finally finished building a picture-perfect tent. Janica stood in front of her new living space, endlessly marveling at it. "Wow, it's so pretty." Her face beamed, a bright, happy smile resting on her lips. "I didn't expect it to be built this fast." However, when she turned back to look at the spirits, she noticed something odd. Mook and the rest of the spirits were so exhausted they could barely stand. "This incompetent little Mook. Guys, I told you to take your time. Why did you push yourselves so hard?" Mook tried to squeeze out a voice with what little energy he had left. "No, actually, Lord Takin was... It's fine. We can ascend in peace now. We hope you two have a wonderful time camping together. For us, this is enough. This is more than enough." As soon as he said that, the spirits faded away one by one into floating wisps of smoke in the sky, looking for all the world like souls returning to the eternal realm. Down on the ground, Janica was completely baffled by what was happening. "Thank you guys, seriously thank you. Even though this was just reverse summoning, why does it still feel so weird? Thanks anyway." Janica walked over, picked up a twig, and started writing something in the dirt. As it turned out, it was the phrase "living together." To Janica, this was a truly special occasion. Looking down at the words on the ground, Janica's face lit up with excitement. She was thrilled that she had finally pulled it off. Living together, I'm going to be living with him. Suddenly, behind her, the door to Ed's tent opened, catching Janica off guard. She turned around and called out, "Is that you, Ed?" Contrary to her expectations, the person stepping out of the tent was actually Lucy, letting out a sleepy yawn. Lucy looked completely laid back and natural, seeing as this was basically her home. Lucy opened her eyes halfway, seemingly catching sight of something. Lucy stared intently down at the ground where Janica had just written her words. "Living together?" Janica just stood there, completely flustered, at a total loss for how to explain what she had written. Taking in the scene, Lucy merely let out a deeply satisfied smile. She placed her hands on her hips with a triumphant, joyful expression, looking for all the world like she thought she had just won this race. I mean, it's true though. Sleeping together definitely beats living together, hands down. Back with Ed, after reading the book left behind by the Archmage, he finally unlocked basic holy magic. Still, he had a long road ahead if he wanted to master this high-tier power. Holy Power unlocked. Holy Domain level 1. Attribute Conversion level 0. death immunity level 0, time imprisonment level 0, spatial teleportation level 0, force condensation level 0, illusion and fascination phonema level 0. Even Marilda couldn't resist her curiosity and manifested just to watch what Ed was studying. Did you fail again? Just looking at it, it seems super hard to control. Can you actually manage this flow of mana? Guess I'll have to try it out to know for sure. Lucy, lying with her head on Ed's lap, as usual, opened her eyes and slowly began casting holy magic with her hands. The key to holy magic is grasping its core principles. Magic is a science that blends theory with intuition. If you practice repeatedly, you'll gradually get the hang of it. Lucy used her holy power to lift the surrounding objects into the air. Every single item was engulfed in a swirling aura of purple magic, looking utterly magnificent. Oh, seems like you've practiced quite a bit yourself, Ed noted, sounding impressed. Well, like twice. Before she could even finish her sentence, Ed suddenly patted Lucy on the head, sending her into a total fluster as a shy blush spread across her face. Wait a second. Ed continued speaking. Guess that makes sense for a genius like you. Who would have thought a book like Glock's An Introduction to Holy Magic actually existed? In the game, I always thought this was an unlearnable magic tier. Holy magic is a force that can bend time, space, and mind at will. In terms of sheer power, it has no equal, but because it's the kind of magic that warps and breaks the natural order of rules, it's the most incomprehensible type of spellcraft, virtually unresearched. Danger level aside, just grasping the concept like Lucy does is already insanely hard. Lucy only comprehended it through her sheer raw talent, making it practically impossible for her to teach it to anyone else. Man, if only Professor Glock were here, that would be amazing. He had mastered Holy Mana too, so he probably could have given me some really useful advice. Yeah, if Professor Glock were still alive, things would have been so much easier. Ed sighed as the fading imagery of the old man slowly dissipated piece by piece. While Ed was still lost in thoughts of the past, a voice called out, snapping him right back to reality. No way, another girl? No matter how huge your ambitions as a man are, having this many really isn't okay. It was Zix. Ed was so startled, he dropped the stack of books he had just brought over. If you're not careful, a literal living hell is going to descend upon you, Senior Ed. Ed realized he was being massively misunderstood. He quickly canceled Marilda's summon, causing her to slowly fade away. Whoa, hold on, what gives? I was just getting to the good part. Marilda complained with a clueless look. Right away, Zix promptly apologized. Oh, my bad. Turns out it was a spirit. I met her last time. I really should have exercised better judgment. It's fine. What brings you here anyway? Zix pointed to the pile of books and spoke up. These are the old magic books you asked me to handle, Senior. All right. Tell like I said thanks. I wanted to review the basics a bit, but constantly borrowing books from the library was getting annoying. Lugging this pile all the way here must have been heavy. Thanks a lot. Is there anything I can do to repay you? It's fine, but if you really feel bad about it, why don't you come work with me in the student council? Zix flashed a bright smile as he brought it up. That's a tough sell. But after what happened last time, Tanya. No, the student council president actually trusts me quite a bit. Seems like she wants to keep reliable people by her side. In other words, she's asking if you'd be interested in joining the student council. Hearing that, Ed asked in surprise, can you just recruit people so casually like that? No, I don't think it's casual at all. Having a first year serve as student council president is a total first in Sylvania's history. She's probably planning to turn this administration into one of the strongest cabinets ever. Lady Kuro's daughter, a third-year student, and the top fourth-year senior across all departments have both joined the student council alongside me. I heard Joseph, the top first year in the magic department, Senior Anise, an outstanding third-year TA, and Senior Dorothy, the top fourth year in the alchemy department, are joining soon too. And among them is you, Senior Ed. Seems like she's trying to gather people who are both capable and trustworthy. Zix sat down beside Ed. Ultimately, we're going to turn it down, right? It's completely understandable. You're researching magic techniques, training in spirit arts, working on physical conditioning, living out in the forest, and you're an honor student to boot. Now that you're picking up a new type of magic on top of all that, it'd be tough to take on anything else. Even though I kind of saw it coming, the president's probably going to be pretty disappointed. Saw it coming, huh? In truth, ever since Ed stepped in to save Tanya, the story had veered off in a completely new direction that he had no foreknowledge of. Minor predictions had pretty much become meaningless. In the first place, Zix joining the student council was already a surprise, and the entire roster of joining members was completely off script. Timeline-wise, the joint combat exercise was coming up soon. This was the biggest event right before heading into the final battle of Act 3, the Lucy subjugation raid. This event was a trial that the main cast generation, now second years, would have to go through once again. If everything followed the original plot, Claude, the top first year in the alchemy department, would lose in the final battle. He ended up recklessly swallowing a forbidden potion known as the Blood Mana God. Because it was an event with a pretty grim outcome, Ed remembered it crystal clear. But now, the plot had completely spiraled out of his control. Either it would play out as Ed originally knew it, or it would take a completely different turn. From this moment on, this was uncharted territory, even for someone like him. Scene shifts elsewhere, where a massive carriage was traveling towards Sylvania Academy. This carriage was so huge that if the mages hadn't pulled an all-nighter reinforcing load reduction magic on it, the gigantic vehicle wouldn't have been able to move an inch. The massive escort force, looking no different from a full-fledged army, made the residents of the Holy Land exclaim that it was practically a mobile palace. The operational costs were so astronomical that even the Pope rarely let this carriage leave the holy capital. Perched at the top of the carriage, two figures sat watching the view. It was Archbishop Verdio. He spoke up with excitement. The distance is much farther than I imagined. I'm truly glad I could come all this way in person to check on the saint's condition. Sitting opposite him, the other person was none other than Pope Eldon. He slowly chimed in. Indeed, thanks to your arrangements for visiting the surrounding noble estates, this itinerary turned out quite seamless. We're finally almost at Sylvania. Back at the student council president's office, she was currently swamped with preparations for the upcoming occasion. I heard His Holiness the Pope is visiting. Are all the preparations coming along smoothly? Man, the work is really piling up. Pope Eldon, ruler of the Holy Land of Carpa, plus Archbishop Verdio, the Pope's right-hand man, visiting at the exact same time. What on earth is the real purpose of this visit? Tanya glanced down at the report document. Chapter 3, The Lord's Grace and Administering New Baptisms? Those words are just formalities. The thing that actually matters is this right here, isn't it? It was a meeting request form. They were probably worried about St. Claris. She was the heart of the church, after all. Huh, there's another meeting request. Holding the document in her hand, Tanya couldn't help wondering. A big figure like the Pope wants to meet who? Who's this second-year student, Elvira? At any rate, we need to arrange a schedule so they can audience with the saint. Understood, Mom. While everyone was bustling about due to the upcoming affairs, the saint's room was no exception. Today, the Pope himself was visiting from the Holy Capital, which meant that today she would no longer be using the identity of Keeley, but rather, for the first time in a long while, she would appear before the students as a true saint. The head maid was helping her prepare her outfit and appearance. Belle, today is the day of the joint combat training exercise, right? Yes, and coincidentally, it overlaps with the Pope's visit. The saintess's face betrayed a hint of sadness. I was really looking forward to the chance to interact between the different year levels. What a shame. The saintess herself didn't want to return to the holy capital at all. Life at the academy was like a dream, and she still hadn't met the people she needed to meet. The girl who used to tend to the sacred flame and always kept her eyes on the vast world, Adele the poet of the past. She had tried strolling along the paths where she might bump into the third-year upperclassmen, but that person was elusive by nature, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Even here, it was incredibly hard to actually catch a glimpse of her. The saintess wanted to meet her again soon. Stories about a friend, about passing an exam together. Even she, who had always done nothing but listen, now had stories of her own that she wanted to share. The saintess lowered her head, her mind flooded with endless thoughts. Still, I don't want to tell these stories to the Pope at all. The top student of the whole academy barging into the dorms and wrecking the place. A fallen noble getting dragged into a murder case. If Verdio, who always stresses living a pure life, heard about these things, he would definitely tell me to leave the academy right away. Verdio's words were always hard to refuse. Not because he was a master of mind reading or manipulating people, but simply because he was like a mentor to her, making it tough for her to say no. Seeing the Saintess's tense expression, Belle offered some comforting advice. Saintess Clarice, you can relax a little, you know. Oh, do I really look that tense? Either way, everything is still fine for now. As long as I maintain the condition that no one discovers my true identity, that's all that matters. As long as I can do that, I won't have to leave the academy. Speaking of which, the Saintess suddenly remembered something that worried her. Wait a second, there is someone who knows my true identity. That's Ed Rott Taylor. However, he seems like a tight-lipped person. But what if Verdio and Ed Rott Taylor meet? What if, even if it's just a 1 in 1,000 chance, Verdio uses mind-reading magic and discovers that Ed Rott Taylor knows my identity? Then everything is ruined. If that happens, my life at the academy will come to an end. This is bad. The Saintess's entire body trembled with fear, making even Belle panic with worry. Saintess, would you like me to brew a cup of tea? No, it's all right. She turned around, her voice soft. It's just, I have a small favor to ask. Belle, please prepare for me to head out right away. Huh? Time is quite tight. Forgive me, but where are you planning to go? The Saintess slowly uttered the name. It's Ed Rott Taylor. If I can just see him, maybe I'll be able to calm down. The Saintess's face flushed red with embarrassment and anxiety, her eyes wide with anticipation, and her breathing quick and heavy. I want to see him right now, as soon as possible. Behind her, Belle still hadn't figured out what was going on. Are you serious? In her mind right now were familiar images resurfacing. She didn't understand why the Saintess wanted to meet Ed so badly. But honestly speaking, Belle didn't want Ed and the Saintess to meet each other at all. The students were gathering in front of the announcement board for the upcoming joint combat exercise match list. Way in the back, Ed and Janica were calmly sitting and sipping their morning tea. She spoke up with a gloomy look on her face. I don't have any opponents for this joint combat practice exam. Ed replied softly, Is there no one you want to personally challenge? Wouldn't that be a bit arrogant? Ed's face grew pensive as thoughts crossed his mind. The joint combat practice exercise had already begun. Just like last year, this was an exam where students fought each other, and the results would count toward their grades. Underclassmen facing off against upperclassmen was nothing unusual. First-year students were allowed to challenge second years or higher if they were confident in their strength. The only difference compared to last year was this year's rule allowed students to proactively send challenge letters and request a match with anyone they want. Currently, according to the script, no Class A first-year members were participating in this exercise. Thanks to that, everyone was filled with determination to figure out how to beat the second years. In particular, the protagonist generation packed a ton of outstanding talents. Lucy alone was enough to carry against all the remaining opponents. Because of that, the matches between first years and second years promised to be super exciting and worth watching. However, hardly anyone was interested in the matches between third years and fourth years. Janica spoke up and asked, what should we eat tonight? There's a little meat left in the Ludio dining hall. Maybe we can just sprinkle some salt on it and grill it simply. Looking at the overall standard, the third-year class that Ed and Janica belonged to didn't really have any notable talents. Last year, aside from Janica defeating Ludio, practically no one in the third year won against their underclassmen. Consequently, as for the fourth years, they could send a challenge letter to anyone and still easily secure a win. On the flip side, those who were ridiculously strong didn't receive any challenge letters at all. Janica's face brightened up, her voice sweet. You're still diligently reading that book Lucy gave you. Huh, Ed? It's a pretty important book, so I'll probably just focus on reading it for the time being. Hearing that, Janica's face instantly fell. Is it really that important? Ed himself was just like Janica. He hadn't received a single challenge letter either. Looks like he was now considered a top-tier fighter too. Of course, there was the option of proactively issuing a challenge first. But given Janica's personality, that was probably easier said than done. Originally, Ed just wanted to quietly enjoy his life. He didn't want to draw attention at all. Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. Everyone, move out of the way. Make way for the Saintess. Don't block the path. A magnificent carriage drove straight into the campus courtyard, right where Ed was sitting and reading his book. His face turned blank with surprise. Ed was trying to figure out just how much the script had been twisted. He directed his gaze toward the carriage, his heart filled with growing confusion. What's going on? For the Saintess to personally come here at a time like this makes no sense. Supposedly, because the Pope's visit overlapped with the combat exercise, she shouldn't have been able to participate. Has the Pope's visit been postponed? If so, what could be the cause? Could there be some variable I don't know about? Instantly, Janika's eyes went from astonishment to total shock, and even Ed couldn't believe this was actually happening. The Saintess appeared right before the two of them, a soft, noble smile on her face. I should have sent a letter first, but because I wanted to see you sooner, I decided to come straight here. I hope you don't mind my sudden arrival, Senior Ed. Her face brightened up, her voice floating gracefully, her white hair captivating everyone present. As the Saintess approached, both Ed and Janika bowed politely. I can't stay here for too long, but it would be wonderful if we could chat for even a little bit. It's truly an honor, Saintess. Janika's body trembled with excitement. Yes, I'm Janika Failover, Saintess. Meeting you up close like this is such an honor for me. She turned and tugged at Ed's sleeve, as if trying to say something. Ed knew that even though she grew up in the countryside, a third of the Empire's population were believers of the Telos sect. Meeting the church's saintess, it was completely understandable for Janika to react that way. Ed tried to keep his cool, directing his gaze at the girl in front of him while chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind. Wait, what should I do? Seeing her with my own eyes, it's hard to believe she and Kylie Ekner are the exact same person. I heard the Pope and the Archbishop are visiting the Academy soon. Is it really okay for you to be here right now? The Pope will be visiting in person. Fortunately, my schedule lined up perfectly, since the match list for the joint combat exercise is being announced right now. I figured Senior Ed would be here. Luckily, my guess was right. Does that mean she intentionally came here just to see me? But why? The Saintess gently picked up her teacup. The Pope is indeed a sharp and wise man, but Archbishop Verdio, who accompanies him, is not to be underestimated either. Sometimes I wonder if he has the ability to read other people's thoughts. This was the Saintess subtly dropping a hint, so Ed would know to hide things properly. Archbishop Verdio's ability to peer into people's thoughts was indeed bizarre. Could that be a form of holy magic too? Either way, people say the Archbishop can read right through a person's heart. Hearing that, Ed replied softly, "Is that so?" Inside his head, he was trying to piece together the clues he had. Verdio reads thoughts? The ability to peer into minds. Ed's eyes widened as he realized the true reason. So that's how it is? For Clarice to go out of her way to come here just to say such awkward things, there definitely had to be a reason. Archbishop Verdio has the ability to read thoughts, and she's terrified that I might get caught knowing her true identity. Drawing from his own memories, he spoke up slowly. Is it really to that extent? Archbishop Verdio sure is formidable. Of course, for a fallen and lowly noble like me, I probably won't get a chance to meet him face to face in my entire life anyway. Is that so? Ed looked straight into the Saintess's eyes, signaling that he understood what she wanted. Yeah. Besides, I'm busy with the joint combat exercise, so I probably won't ever have the chance to meet Archbishop Verdio in person. The Saintess closed her eyes, looking satisfied. Absolutely never, right? Suddenly, Janika's voice startled her. Saintess, does that mean you came all the way here just to see Ed? Well, yes. Janika's face turned into a state of panic, her eyes filled with murderous intent as if encountering a romantic rival. So, before meeting the Pope, during such a tense time, you personally rode a carriage here just to see Ed? No, it's not like that. I mean, I'm human too, so naturally I get worried and nervous. So, during times like this, sometimes, there are people I want to see too. People who suddenly pop into my mind, making me want to see them just once. I mean, it's just that I'm stressed out, that's all. The more she tried to explain, the more the Saintess's words caused everyone around to misunderstand. It seemed the Saintess wasn't very good at hiding her true feelings. Her face flushed bright red, her voice stammered, and her expression was pure embarrassment. Just someone I suddenly wanted to see, someone I subconsciously wanted to catch a glimpse of. It felt like I couldn't stand the atmosphere anymore. The Saintess immediately stood up and ran off. Oh my, time sure flies. The Pope must be arriving soon. I really must go. She quickly climbed into the carriage, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished, leaving behind nothing but a cloud of thick dust in the air. Everyone turned their gazes straight at Ed with 100 massive question marks. Just what kind of relationship does he have with the Saintess? Ed held his head in total helplessness. He had no idea why he was suddenly being scrutinized by everyone. Whether she was the Saintess or Clarice, she was definitely the type of person he couldn't spend too much time around. Back at the joint combat matches for the different year levels, cheers and shouts filled the air all around. There stood Ed and a fourth-year student who looked ridiculously buff. Did you not get any challenge letters either, Ed? Right, you're Kordek Vike, aren't you? I did a little research, heard rumors that you're supposed to be pretty strong among the upperclassmen. See? In the end, you third years are all just weaklings. Brushing off his opponent's taunts, Ed calmly pondered his own situation. What on earth just happened earlier? Opposite him, the arrogant fourth year started his trash talk. Brace yourself. In the combat exercises for first and second years, there's a rule banning intermediate magic and sharp weapons, but for third and fourth years, it's a different story. He burst out laughing. So, before a duel, let me clear everything up. You probably know already, but I'll remind you just to be crystal clear. I'm Kordek Vike, Vice Combat Leader of the fourth year class. Up in the stands, the spectating students couldn't help feeling anxious. Even if sharp weapons are allowed, stuff that's way too dangerous with high lethal damage is still banned, right? But wait, Senior Kordek, that thing is clearly a battle axe. I was so worried thinking I might have to face that upperclassman. All right, Edrot Taylor, Kordek Vike, both sides ready. Then let us begin immediately. Kordek charged forward without a moment's hesitation, swinging his battle axe with murder in his eyes. Ha! My body is burning up. I won't hold back today, just because this is a practice match. If fear has already started creeping through your body, it's still not too late to forfeit. Ed remained silent, only letting out a quiet sigh. Raising his hand, he prepared to cast a spell and shut the guy's mouth up. It was the intermediate spell, Point Blast. Kordek's attack was stopped mid-air before it could even touch him. A powerful explosion enveloped Kordek and roasted him crisp, just as he had bragged earlier. He lay sprawled on the ground, his entire body battered after taking the full brunt of the attack. A mage's reflexes, how could they be this fast? He's only a third year. Last year, he was just a useless nobody not worth paying attention to. Where on earth did this monster come from? Ed's expression remained as cold as ever, his gaze looking right through the heart of any enemy bold enough to stand in his way. He unleashed a finishing blow combining fire and water magic, thoroughly roasting the arrogant, pompous fool. Watching Ed's performance, the other students couldn't help but gape in shock. Is he really that strong? It took Ed 5 seconds to finish the battle. He had tried to hold back so as not to cause severe injuries. But if the guy wanted the fight to drag on, Ed would have been forced to crush him with higher-level magic. Ed spoke up as a final courtesy. Thanks for the match. Cheers and applause erupted all around. But Ed didn't care much, mainly because he was thinking about something else and had forgotten an important matter. Putting aside the Saintess's unexpected actions, Ed had guided Janica to her arena, because if she went on her own, she definitely would have gotten lost again. On the way to his own arena for the fight with Kordek, he unexpectedly ran into someone he hadn't anticipated. It was Adele. She was sitting there cheerfully playing her instrument, as usual. Oh, we meet again, don't we, Senior Ed? Ed spoke up in confusion. What are you doing here? This is Lucate Hall. Second-year students are supposed to go to New Hall. Fate is a strange thing, isn't it? As they say, destiny is like the wind, carrying us along. Seems like we've accidentally bumped into each other quite a few times. Hearing those words, Ed's face froze, unsure of how to respond appropriately. Well then, I'll be taking my leave first. Ed knew full well that after this combat exercise concluded, Adele Saris would die. If it were before, Ed might have hesitated, trying to keep the script on track, But from the moment Tanya became student council president, the storyline had completely gone off the rails. Even if he once thought it was just arrogance, even if he once told himself it was something he couldn't interfere with, those he had let pass away like that ultimately left an unfillable void in his mind. Turning a blind eye and ignoring everything wasn't an easy thing to do either. Ed clenched his fist, resolve flaring up inside him. "Hey, Adele." She turned her head around. What is it, Senior Ed? You're going to die soon." The atmosphere seemed to freeze at that moment, every single word carving itself deep into the mind. It's hard to believe, right? Now that I have to explain it, I realize. Before he could finish his sentence, Adele left Ed stunned. "I know." Adele's face remained as bright as ever, as though she knew full well that this was the fate of a prophet like herself. There was no sadness, only endless tranquility and purity. Ed immediately kicked the door open. What? She knows she's going to die? How could she possibly know that? Could she also be a transmigrator into this novel like me? That's impossible. Ed hurriedly ran off somewhere. First, I need to quickly find Taylor to figure out how much the script has been twisted. After that, I can worry about Adele. Suddenly, an unexpected earthquake struck. The students around Ed began to panic. An earthquake? What's going on? He quickly opened a window to check. Even though the script has strayed severely off course, I've always kept myself ready, constantly predicting every possible scenario. But what's happening right now isn't just outside the script. It has completely blown past all his predictions and imagination. Ed's eyes widened. Why on earth is that thing appearing here? A horrific disaster that human power could never hope to stop. It was the final boss of the failed swordsman. The Holy Lance Dragon had awakened. According to the game's storyline, the protagonist Taylor had defeated all the strongest first years. However, right as he stepped off the arena, an event that marked everything occurred. Claude, who had drunk the blood of an evil god. After being defeated, he was a member of the String Instrument Club, led to Adele's sudden death. At that time, no one knew exactly how Adele died. That event sparked a pivotal turning point. Saintess Clarice, who was originally an innocent and carefree child, completely lost all faith in the church. She transformed into an entirely different person, the apostate saintess, a name that even game players considered a ruined character due to her overly abrupt change. The church, wanting to suppress the apostate saintess who turned against them, sent an army to Aiken. Clarice single-handedly fought the church's army and slaughtered them all in a rage. Finally, it led to the awakening of the final boss, Lucy. This was the original script of Act 5, but now everything was in absolute ruins. The appearance of the Holy Lance Dragon Velbrock here was supposed to be impossible. It was the final boss of Act 5, the one holding all the secrets to the scripts in the failure of the Sylvania Swordsman. The strongest monster in the entire series. Ed's eyes widened in sheer horror. Just what on earth is happening? The atmospheric flow of the story had changed. With just a gentle stomp of its foot, an entire section of the academy was reduced to ruins, thick clouds of dust choking the air everywhere. That wasn't some powerful magic spell. It was merely a basic movement of the Holy Dragon. A single step set down was enough to plunge everything in a sheer catastrophe. Ed collapsed to his knees, struggling not to get blown away by the terrifying shockwave. Ed's face was filled with intense anxiety. He gritted his teeth in anger. If I had stayed put right there, I'd be dead meat by now. Half of the living quarters vanished in an instant. He was lucky to survive because he happened to be in the professor's building. All around him were blood-curdling screams from the students, fleeing in utter panic for their lives. Ed knew full well that his continued survival was already a miracle of creation. Since things had come to this, Ed immediately jumped straight out the window and plummeted down. At a dire moment like this, Ed had no choice left but to use the ring left behind by Professor Glock. Though if he used this mana, he wouldn't be able to use mana for the next few years. In fact, he might never be able to use magic again. Even worse, he might not even be able to hold on to his life. But he knew he couldn't stop here. Ed raised his hand, activating his ultimate mana. Marilda was instantly summoned in her complete form. She quickly caught Ed and dashed off. Either way, if he didn't intervene in this disaster, countless people would surely die. Ed's face showed clear determination. Run, Marilda! Meanwhile, at the main building, the aftershocks seemed on the verge of swallowing the entire place whole. Saintis, you have to run right now. Clarice was slumped on the ground, with nothing but ruins and debris left all around her. I know. Go take care of the others too. You guys have to hurry. A guard spoke up, completely exhausted. Saintis, please take my hand. I will escort you to the carriage we prepared. Before he could finish his sentence, sharp objects shot out of nowhere like a whirlwind, sweeping away everything in their path. They pierced through armor as easily as fragile cardboard, taking the knight's lives in the blink of an eye. The Saintess was also hit by several powerful attacks. Luckily, she had a holy power barrier, which managed to salvage her life. The entire battlefield was plunged into chaos, with thick smoke and dust obscuring the whole area. The Saintess slowly opened her disoriented eyes, looking toward the knights. What on earth is happening? Are those sharp fragments stuck in them dragon scales? Just dragon scales falling to the ground cause a shockwave like that? Can this catastrophic event even be brought to an end? Another knight quickly ran over to escort the Saintess. You must leave here at once. Please forgive my insolence, he called out, his voice full of urgency. Coachman, bring the carriage out here right now. From the rubble, a man was struggling to drag out a horse with his injured arm. Saintess, the carriage has been destroyed too. Instead, please use this horse. It's a highly trained horse. It will carry you across Mare Bridge to leave Aiken. As he spoke, the old coachman handed the reins to her. Holding the reins in her hands, the Saintess's face was still filled with utter panic and terror. Me riding a horse. Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes filled with horror. The knight who had escorted her out here was critically injured, his arm crushed and bleeding uncontrollably. His ragged breaths signaled that his remaining time was extremely short. Just hold tightly onto the reins and hug the horse's neck close. Without hesitating, the knight quickly slapped the horse to urge it forward. Go! Move! At all costs, get the Saintess off this island. And just like that, one person and one horse dashed into the bloody battlefield, leaving behind the knights who had fulfilled their noble duty. They truly deserved respect after everything they gave today. Sitting on the horse's back, the Saintess couldn't stop crying. To her, what was happening here was truly too cruel and painful. She had thought it was just an exaggerated tale from ancient myths. But that was precisely what the Pope had read to her. The bloody images and desolate battlefield kept surfacing in the Saintess's mind, almost as if they were taken straight out of the Holy Scripture. The Holy Lance Dragon Velbrock, the monster that brought doom upon humanity. Why on earth did it appear here? The mana contained within its breath was so vast, it was like the sun itself. A single deadly breath was enough to cause thousands of people to perish in vain. A human, no matter how talented, standing before a presence no different from a god, could only accept death. Currents of power descended slowly like a world-scorching flame, bestowing unavoidable death. The Saintess squeezed her eyes shut. There was nothing more she could do either. Suddenly, a high-level magic spell was cast by someone, a wide-area magic neutralization barrier. She looked up with desperate eyes toward the sky, where an insanely powerful barrier had just appeared. It was none other than Principal Abel. He had cast his highest-tier magic to protect the Academy from the Holy Dragon's destructive attack just now. Even though the Saintess didn't know who he was, she was deeply grateful for what he had done. Though the situation seemed promising, the reality was quite the opposite. The principal's face was also filled with intense worry. Damn it! Even high-tier magic could only deflect that breath slightly? You awaken way too early, Holy Lance Dragon Velbrock. Ignoring the principal's words entirely, the dragon continued its attack with its sharp claws. It aimed straight for Principal Abel without giving him a single moment to rest. Is it insane? It's not even giving me time to chant. Out of nowhere, another high-tier spell was cast by someone. High-tier flame cave magic chains of destiny. Chains shot out from somewhere, binding the claws that were rushing toward the principal. It was Lucy. She had come to fulfill her promise. Someday, if this academy faces a massive threat it cannot handle, I will step in to help it. Just once. "Grandfather, can I borrow a bit of your power?" Before the joy could even last, things turned for the worse again. The Holy Lance dragon roared in fury. It swung its arm violently, shattering all the chains into tiny pieces. The arm kept thrusting forward with nothing able to stop it. Lucy's eyes widened. This was the very first time her magic had been destroyed so easily by someone. A powerful blow blew Lucy away, slamming her into the ground. She slid for dozens of meters before finally smashing into a wall. The entire path was plowed up by an impact force that was anything but small. The Saintess couldn't hold her seat on the saddle any longer either. The aftershock from the heavy impact was so strong that smoke and dust choked the air. Still, there was no way Lucy could be taken down that easily. She was protected by her familiar layer of shields. Lucy's expression remained as composed as ever. She sat there, watching the principal finish his job. "Thanks for buying me some time, Lucy." It seemed the principal had finished chanting his spell. High-tier defense. Shield of the god of creation. The giant shield gradually pushed the holy dragon back, even if only by a little bit. After taking in the situation, Lucy quickly flew up to assist the principal with defense. It was a truly breathtaking sight. Somewhere beneath the rubble, the Saintess was in utter terror. Her face showed nothing but profound despair. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she gasped painfully for air, her voice pitifully weak. "Gasp, gasp. I have to hurry to Mare Bridge and get off this island. I have to escape this place." She looked down at her hands, stained with bright red blood. What on earth am I supposed to do now? Around the Saintess, besides rocks and dirt, there was nothing but corpses scattered everywhere. They had died tragically. Those images would haunt her for the rest of her life. In the mire of despair that was slowly swallowing her, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Are you all right, Saintess?" It was Ed Rott Taylor. He had also been severely injured on his way to find the Saintess. His arms were badly damaged after forcibly overusing borrowed mana. "Fortunately, you're still here. Are you hurt anywhere?" Ed spoke firmly, reaching out his hands as if to save the Saintess. She asked in confusion, "How did you know I was here?" "Well, don't you have a meeting with important people? I figured there's no better place than the main hall." "All right. I was riding a horse toward Mare Bridge. It won't do any good. Even if you leave the island right now, you won't be able to escape that dragon's attack range. You'll be constantly attacked. Come on, take my hand." Ed slowly pulled the Saintess up onto Marilda. He couldn't let such an important character die. Ed knew full well that human strength alone couldn't stand against. Even if Lucy and Principal Abel joined forces right now, at most they could only hold out for as long as possible. He remembered every single key detail from the original script. Only Taylor could deal damage to that dragon, but that would only happen after the main character maxed out his power and mastered the final Holy Sword ritual. "Then what on earth can I even do with this meager strength of mine?" He shouted loudly. "Let's go, Marilda!" "No, I need to pull myself together. The original script has gone off track. First, I have to quickly figure out the cause behind this massive derailment. Maybe there's a way over there to slow down the speed at which the plot is developed." At first, he thought it was all his fault. If the storyline didn't unfold as it normally should, then he was the main cause. But even if the flap of a butterfly's wings could trigger a storm, there was no way it could make the entire world collapse. Why did an ending that was supposed to appear in Act 5 happen right in Act 3? First, he had to identify who accelerated this plot progression. He needed to gather information on key characters in Act 3 according to priority. Lucy was currently fighting the Holy Lance Dragon, so she couldn't possibly be the cause. Saint Claris didn't seem to have a clue about what was going on either. The main character, Taylor, no need to worry about him for now. He was probably scrambling around to save people. His eyes darkened in deep thought. Then, besides me, is there someone else derailing the script? No, it couldn't be. Scene cut to New Hall, which was also suffering severe and extensive damage. "Run, hurry." Someone was holding a notice in their hand. "Adele Saris, Claris, please wait until the next match schedule is announced. The practical session at Combat Room number 3 has been canceled due to the Saintess's sudden schedule change." Adele strolled leisurely down the ruined hallway. "What a shame. We were so close to meeting each other. But well, it's probably fine. No matter what, the wind will rise again." That's just how things always are. According to the game's original plot, the storyline's final boss, Velbrock, was supposed to appear in the final act. Yet, somehow, it had appeared right in the middle of Act 3. There was no way they could face it head-on. If Ed could find the cause of its awakening, he might find a way to seal it back up. Ed had already considered all the vital, key characters of Act 3. It wasn't Lucy, and it wasn't Taylor. Given how panicked the Saintess was, she probably wasn't the cause either. If so, there was definitely only one person left, Adele. Even though she knew about her own death beforehand, she remained unnaturally calm. There was clearly something strange going on. First, Ed had to find her and figure everything out later. He needed to get Clarice to safety first, then go look for Adele. Ed sprinted off at full speed, because he knew full well he didn't have much time left to think. The amount of mana the ring was borrowing from the future was reaching its limit, and his body couldn't endure much longer either. We've arrived, Saintess. Luckily, the defensive magic at Awfulest Hall has been activated, so we should be safe here. Clarice's expression was filled with deep anxiety. Senior, it's all right. It'll be better if you wait inside for a bit. Ed turned around, looking toward Abel Hall. Its defensive magic had been activated, but a massive hole had been blown open after taking that attack earlier. The dragon scales from Velbrock's initial strike had shot straight here and destroyed everything. Most of the barriers were severely damaged. Even those that hadn't shattered completely were heavily compromised. The Saintess's face turned into pure panic, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks as her voice choked with sobs. Everyone in Awfulest Hall hadn't wasted a single second. Ed quickly grabbed the Saintess's hand and spoke up. This isn't the end yet. We can't give up here. He and the Saintess rushed inside together. The fact that the defensive magic in Abel Hall was activated meant someone had to be here. Someone must have triggered the spell from the control room on the top floor of the hall. If so, there was a high chance survivors were still up there. He and the Saintess ran up quickly and threw open the door to the room. He had thought whatever was waiting there would be the key to solving everything, but it wasn't. The scene before his eyes left them both stunned. Right in front of them was Headmaid Belle. She was lying in a large pool of blood, her entire body riddled with sharp dragon scales that had inflicted fatal wounds. Both of them rushed over immediately. The Saintess tried to find a way to save Belle. I'll use holy magic to save her at all costs. Ed looked over the situation in front of him, gritting his teeth at his own helplessness. There's no hope left. She was hit by the very first attack. Afterward, despite being critically wounded all over her body, the headmaid still dragged herself up here in a dying state. All she could manage to do in this condition was activate the defensive barrier. She did everything for survivors she wasn't even sure were still out there. With the last bit of her fading strength, Belle tried to hand the key to the Saintess's room over to Ed. The moment he accepted the key was also the moment Belle's duty was complete. She drew her last breath in the arms of Ed and the Saintess. Miss Belle, please, wake up, the Saintess cried out in a voice full of despair. Inside Ed's head, a swarm of chaotic thoughts rushed through. She would definitely say something like, I only did what I had to do. That image reminded Ed of soldiers in war. They sacrificed themselves for something greater, for the people back home they wanted to protect. The small flicker of light in the Saintess's eyes died out, just like that. Hurry, this can't be. Ed gently used his hand to stroke Belle's eyes closed. Her face looked peaceful, as if she were merely fast asleep, yet she would never wake up again. Cradling Belle's body as it slowly grew cold, the Saintess couldn't accept this painful reality. No, Miss Belle will be fine. She'll be all right. Ed grit his teeth in anger. He knew he didn't have any time to waste. He urgently pulled the Saintess back toward her room. He knew Belle had only done what she had to do to protect the Saintess. He wasn't going to let it go to waste, so he used the key Belle had entrusted to him to unlock the door to the Saintess's room. High-tier magic must have been activated here. As long as it didn't take a direct hit, it would be safe. The Saintess collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Ed stood by the window, observing as he spoke up. Please, pull yourself together, Saintess. I'm going outside to get a handle on the situation. She feebly protested with a trembling voice and a desperate face. No, outside. It's too dangerous outside. In response was Ed's firm resolve. Look out the window. If we just sit still and wait like this, things will only get worse." Before he could even finish his sentence, Ed's eyes suddenly widened in complete shock. That thing is... In front of him appeared a strange, yet incredibly intricate magic circle. It illuminated a vast area with its power. Could that be a holy position magic array? But that's no ordinary holy position array. That kind of structure, could it be? He immediately began ransacking the bookshelf in the Saintess's room. Not this one. This one is unrelated too. This one isn't right either. Senior Ed? Why are you suddenly? It definitely has to be around here somewhere. Thank goodness. This is the Saintess's room. Outline of holy magic, application of holy magic, and finally, Glock's outline of holy position studies. Holding the precious book in his hands, Ed began piecing together the facts he had in his head. Think, that fully grown dragon suddenly came back to life. Adele suddenly vanished, and Saintess Claris doesn't know anything either. Most importantly, that holy position magic array ablaze in the sky. It's not Obel's, nor is it Lucy's, but a form of applied magic I've never seen before. While he was still busy trying to make sense of what was happening, outside, the holy dragon's ferocious onslaughts showed no signs of stopping. Principal Obel spoke up angrily. Can't we block all of its attacks? Damn it, that direction. Isn't one of the scattered attacks flying straight toward the Saintess's room? Inside the room, Ed and the Saintess were still completely unaware of the terrible thing about to happen. This, right? I get it. Everything was twisted right from the very beginning, wasn't it? If this were the main plot line, it definitely would have happened. If so, the cause lies right there. The Saintess looked bewildered. Senior Ed, did you figure something out? Before he could finish his sentence, light from the attack brightened the whole room, signaling utter doom. It was inevitable. Both of them looked out the window, where nothing was left except a brilliant light blinding the entire sky. Waves of mana erupted throughout the area. The Saintess hastily covered her eyes with her hands. What is this light? In a flash, Ed lunged forward, wrapping his arms around the Saintess. An earth-shattering explosion occurred, blowing away the entire building and submerging it in a heap of collapsing debris. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing a literal hell's cave. The Saintess slowly opened her eyes. What she was seeing right now was a massive shock. Ed had erected a defensive shield with all his strength. He had tried to save the Saintess with everything he had, but the price paid was unimaginably steep. An iron rod had impaled straight through Ed's body. His entire body trembled in agony, fresh blood pouring out nonstop. Ed's vision grew blurry, his voice growing weaker and weaker. No matter what happens, if you feel unsafe, you must tell me. Tears streamed down the Saintess's face once more. No, Ed, this can't be... This can't be happening. She helplessly watched the person who had just saved her sacrifice himself right before her eyes. Ed tried to say his last words, but because his injuries were too severe, he couldn't finish his sentence. Act 3. Ed. The Saintess tried desperately to use her holy power to save Ed, but it seemed entirely futile. Please don't. Stop talking. I'll find a way. I'll find a way to get you out of here. Right after those words, Ed couldn't hold on any longer. He collapsed onto the Saintess's shoulder and passed away, leaving her with an expression of extreme shock. Cradling Ed in her arms, she couldn't help blaming herself. Senior Ed, please don't die. Outside, debris and iron scraps began floating into the air. The requirements for the holy tier magic had been met, so it was going to trigger immediately. No, why would you do that? Why does everyone have to sacrifice themselves for me? Why does everyone have to sacrifice themselves for me? What's the point of me being the only one left alive? Even you, it's something like this, I don't want it. I can't let you die in my place. She sobbed like a child who had been hurt too many times. No, please, don't leave me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Unexpectedly, when the saint opened her eyes again, the entire ruined landscape had vanished. She had been teleported back in time to a moment prior, right when she was having tea with Ed and Janica. This familiar scene is repeating itself again. Did the saint really come here in person? Did she come all this way just to meet that Ed guy? Do the two of them know each other? What on earth is going on? As usual, Ed spoke up and asked the saint, "You said you had something to tell me? What is it?" Without saying a word, the the saint immediately lunged forward and grabbed Ed. Everyone was caught off guard by her action. Without hesitation, the saint ripped open the shirt Ed was wearing. She wanted to confirm it with her own eyes. Ed's face flushed red with embarrassment. "What are you doing, Saint? There are no wounds at all. Why, how can this be possible?" Seeing this, Janica instantly grew flustered and protested fiercely. Saint, no matter what, you can't just do that. Broad daylight, in a public place like this is a bit too. After finishing her check, the saint pulled back and sat down on her chair. She sat there, trying to organize the chaotic thoughts inside her mind. Right now, everything up until now could have been a dream, or was it a divine warning granted by the gods, so I could fix everything? Or was all of it just a hallucination in the end? She looked down at her wrist, where something still remained. No way. It was the bloodstain from when Ed grabbed her arm and dragged her along. That confirmed one thing. Everything Clarice had just experienced was real. The saint clenched her fists, her face lighting up with happiness. I've returned to the past. The saint was trying to remember what she had done this morning. To prevent Senior, Ed, and Vertio, who could use mind reading, from meeting each other, she had engaged them in a little chat. After that, the saint quickly headed to the main hall to prepare for her meeting. But while waiting for the Holy Emperor, something horrifying appeared at the academy. It was none other than Velbroke, the holy spear dragon. It let out a furious roar and shot its razor-sharp scales in every direction. The saint's face turned pale with horror. "Oh no, we're dead. Everyone is going to die again. Everyone is going to sacrifice themselves for me again. If this keeps up, I'm going to die too." The saint stared at her blood-stained hands, her entire body trembling uncontrollably from panic and fear. Across from her, Ed was calmly buttoning his shirt back up. He asked in confusion, "Saint, what on earth is going on?" Before he could even finish his sentence, the saint grabbed Ed's hand and pulled him along. "Hurry, move. We have to run away from here right now. There's no time to explain. If we don't hurry, all of us are going to die." She shoved Ed into the carriage, leaving him completely baffled. "Wait, Saint, no way. I can't act this disrespectfully toward you. What is going on? Aren't you supposed to head to the main hall to welcome the Holy Emperor?" Ignoring Ed's protests, the saint ordered the driver in a panicked voice. "I'll take full responsibility, so just drive as fast as you can to the Mayor Grand Bridge. As fast as possible." Just like that, the carriage sped off at full speed, leaving behind confused glances. What just happened? The saint just kidnapped Ed Rott-Taylor. Janica's face went blank. Take responsibility? Run away? When the world happened between those two? Inside the speeding carriage, Ed couldn't take it anymore and finally spoke up. "Saint, are you going to keep crying like this? This is getting really troublesome." Clarice covered her tear-streaked face and spoke in a trembling voice. "A giant dragon is about to descend upon the skies of Aiken Island, and then it's going to kill us all." Are you saying?" The saint looked up, staring straight at Ed. "I almost died once, and now I've returned to the past. You saved me back then, Senior, and it seemed like you had figured something out. But before you could tell me, you got crushed under the rubble. You died in my place." She grabbed Ed's hand. "Of course, you can't possibly understand what I'm saying right now, Senior. But before you died, you told me, no matter what happens, to seek you out for help and make sure to pass along these exact words." Even though Ed didn't think the saint was making things up, the whole thing was just too hard to believe. "You telling me all this out of nowhere? I really don't know how I'm supposed to react to this right now." Outside, the road crossing the Mayor Grand Bridge was blocked off. "Saint, there's an inspection team checking people, so I'll temporarily pull over and wait." "Saint, we can't take this route anyway, so let's temporarily change direction so you can meet the Holy Emperor first." Before Ed could continue, the saint unconsciously blurted out the numbers that Ed had left her in her previous life. 1550160. Hearing that, Ed's eyes widened in sheer shock. What did you say?" "Looks like the path is completely blocked off now, Saint. Because of the Holy Emperor's earlier itinerary, shipments from the Elter Merchant Guild have been delayed and couldn't enter the city, so now the whole road is jammed up. Time is tight anyway." Ed's voice rang out in a rush. "Forget everything else. Please just break through and force our way straight through. The situation is extremely critical right now, so please just break a path and get the carriage out of here through whatever route you can. But if we do that, The Academy will make a huge deal out of it. It doesn't matter. The Saint is in danger. No, all of us are. This is an absolute emergency, so don't worry about a thing. After mulling it over for a moment, the driver decided to listen to them. All right then, you two hold on tight. I've been a driver for 22 years. Not to brag, but I could drive us across an ocean if I had to. The carriage charged straight ahead, shoving other carriages out of the way. The Holy Dragon is about to revive, and we're all going to die. Ed decided to completely believe Clarice's absurd story. The service number that had just slipped out of the Saint's mouth was something that no one else in this world besides Ed could possibly know. It was the exact military ID number Ed still remembered vividly from before he came to this world. The service number assigned to him when he served in the military in his past life. There was no way anyone else could have known about it. So that's how it is. If even Awful's Hall collapsed, then there's no safe place left on this Aiken Island. That's why you chose to run away from there. And if time really did rewind, it definitely has something to do with holy magic. Because out of all existing magic theories, only holy magic has the capability to interfere with time. I'm breaking into a cold sweat out of fear. Are you even listening to me right now? Yes, just temporarily. I think this was caused by holy magic. That's true. However, rewinding time on such a massive scale would far exceed the mana capacity a human could handle. But if what you're saying is true, Saint, then the timing right now is just as predictable. Velbroke, the holy spear dragon, had truly awakened. It let out a mighty roar and rained down its deadly scales. The area of effect covered the entire Aiken Island, making it impossible for the carriage to dodge the attack. The Saint screamed in terror. It's happening again. But even so, this time the Saint had successfully escaped. Since they had already left Aiken Island, everything should be fine now. She slowly fluttered her eyes open. But why was everything identical to that time? That nightmare-like memory was returning once again. The carriage was completely wrecked, and the driver had already lost his life to that power. From behind, Ed's voice called out weakly. Are you all right, Saint? She turned around happily, thinking Ed was fine. Yes, Senior. But the reality before her eyes crushed all of Clarice's hopes. No, it can't be. It was Ed. His body had been impaled by the dragon scales, a fatal wound identical to the last time. Using what little strength he had left, Ed tried to encourage her. Saint, don't give up. You have to keep moving forward. No, you can't. It's okay. I'll save you. The Saint's face fell in utter helplessness. I'm so sorry I couldn't do anything to help you. I'm too weak, so I can't accomplish anything on my own. I just keep accepting help from everyone around and making other people die in my place because of it. I can't do anything except rely on everything else. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Senior. She burst into violent sobs, choked up on every single word. Seeing this, Ed forced his hand up to caress her small cheek. There's no need to apologize. Stop crying like that. It's useless. Given another chance in the future, I'll help you again. I'd probably do the exact same thing. So, you can't collapse here. Keep pushing forward until everything is brought to an end. Don't you ever give up. With those final words, Ed's hands dropped, marking the end of his second death. Senior, Ed, please don't die. The Saint wrapped her arms around herself, despising herself for being so completely useless. This damn, cursed blessing, it should have been given to someone like you, not me. If it were in your hands, Senior, everyone might have been saved. Just once? Why does everything have to be this hard? Why am I the one who stays alive while everyone around me dies? If I could just turn back time one more time, I'd definitely do better. And just as she wished, time rewound once again back to when their conversation first began. Saint, did you rush all the way here just to see me? What in the world happened? Tears streamed down the Saint's face once again. She was back. Without a second thought, Clarice immediately leaped forward and held Ed tight, completely stunning all the surrounding students. Saint, no matter what it takes, I will save Senior Ed at all costs. Everything looped all over again. She shoved Ed into the carriage, leaving him utterly confused. Right, this time let's run in the opposite direction. The Saint leaned forward and ordered the driver to head east, opposite to the direction of the bridge from before. Inside the speeding carriage, the Saint tried her best to convince Ed about everything that had happened and to pick a hiding spot. But everything felt like an unavoidable fate. The attack from Velbroke, the holy dragon, blasted the carriage away yet again, no matter if they fled to the ends of the earth. Holding Ed's corpse in her arms, Clarice couldn't stop drowning in remorse. No, it's no good. Even if we run to the opposite side of the island, we still can't escape the attack. There isn't enough time to run away. So what am I supposed to do now? The third regression ended right there. Next up was the fourth regression, where everything unfolded in the exact same manner. Even though they made it to Professor Glass' secret research lab following Ed's instructions, in the end, everything crumbled right before her eyes, and Ed died once more. Just like that, the cycle kept repeating itself all the way to the 12th time. Even when both of them reached Professor Glass' secret laboratory, they were hit head-on by the Holy Spear Dragon Velbroke's wide-area mana attack. As usual, Ed died for the 12th time. Moving on to the 15th loop, the Saint still shoved Ed into the carriage, but in the end, Ed died anyway. By the 20th time, nothing was any different. And then, countless loops kept washing over her, torturing Clarice's mind. All she managed to do was cause Ed to die time and time again. No matter how hard she struggled, Ed would always end up dead in one way or another. Impaled, falling off a cliff, burned to death. None of it made any difference. All that remained in the Saint's mind now was the endless string of Ed's deaths. She had witnessed him die dozens of times in a single day. Her mind was on the verge of snapping. She didn't know why time was able to rewind like this. But even after searching all over the academy, Clarice couldn't find the Pope or the Archbishop anywhere. Where on earth did they go right when she needed their help? Most importantly, no matter how many times she fled, the outcome couldn't be changed. Why? Why do I have to endure all of this? Why can't I save you even once, Senior? Throughout the countless time loops, Ed had always saved her. Ed had died in her place across every single timeline. Sitting in the carriage, the chaotic thoughts were gradually breaking her down. Clarice tried muttering Ed's service number under her breath. She herself no longer knew what the right thing to do was. Saint, there's someone conducting inspections over by the Mayor Grand Bridge. I'll temporarily pull over and wait. The Saint glanced outside, her eyes filled with absolute despair. Ah, right, we've reached the Mayor Grand Bridge. Now Ed will probably yell out the window again, telling the driver to find a way to break through at all costs so the carriage can get out of here. But contrary to her thoughts, Ed slowly stepped down from the carriage. First off, please stop the carriage right here. Huh? What? Ed slowly got out of the carriage. Please step down, Saint. Okay. He slowly unbuttoned the coat he was wearing and spoke up. I don't know how many times time has rewound now. But as he spoke, he draped the coat over the Saint. I just want to say one thing. Please get some rest. She couldn't understand why Ed would stop the carriage in such a life-or-death situation. But this was the very first time Clarice had experienced this happening. Ed rolled up his sleeves, seemingly having some sort of plan. I know a few people we can ask for help. This was a change that occurred only in this regression. Right now, the Saint was trying to urge Ed to hurry. We don't have much time left. I don't want to watch you die ever again, Senior. So even if it's right now, we have to set off immediately. I've tried every single method already, including forcibly dragging you along, running away like this, hiding like that. I've tried every possible way. Even if it was just a faint glimmer of hope, a tiny possibility, I tried it all. But nothing changed. Everything just keeps repeating uselessly. Ed calmly opened his medicine box and spoke. I told you it's okay, and it's not useless. The fact that your body still has unhealed wounds is a huge risk. But if time turned back, why are those wounds still there? The reason is that you are wrapped in the blessing of holy arts, Saint. It has the ability to repel any threat with malicious intent or attack aimed at you. It's a power that protects your body, Saint. Not only that, but the holy art blessing also grants complete resistance against other holy art techniques. That's why even Archbishop Verdio's mind-reading magic couldn't affect. Then why? Why are only my memories and wounds not rewinding? Actually, there was an answer to that right from the start. The phenomenon of time rewinding itself was probably executed using someone's holy tear magic. And since you're protected from all effects, your memories and wounds remained intact just like that. Rewinding time definitely required the use of holy tear magic. Hearing this, the Saint's face looked as if she had remembered something. So that's how it is. So those are the things you realize back at that moment, Senior. The mana required to perform a grand magic scale like this. It's a holy magic art created from divine power. Ed offered a gentle smile after he finished speaking. Now, then, do you see a new path ahead of you? How many times have you repeated this from the very beginning? Before he could even finish his sentence, the saint quickly lunged forward and hugged Ed tightly, her face crying uncontrollably. I don't know either. Obviously, at first, I was still trying to save everyone. I can't even remember how many times I've returned here. Once that number surpassed 10, I just couldn't keep track anymore. Ed patted her head, his voice gentle. The saintess has done so well up until now. First off, calm down and pull yourself together. You're far too exhausted. Those who have repeatedly slammed into a wall blocking their path all share the same longing. A new direction to resolve their issue. Leave what comes next to me. Since we know the root cause, running away isn't the solution to this problem. From here on out, I'm going to find the source of the issue and eliminate it. Right from the beginning, back when he played the game, Ed had found everything very strange. Clarice had changed too abruptly after Adele's death, turning into an unfaithful saintess after losing her friend. The way she thoroughly opposed the order, even though it had once been criticized as breaking character. Rethinking everything, that image was no different from someone who had suffered far too much pain and loss. Having her personality change like that was completely understandable. In the game, Ed had no way of knowing things had played out like this. But if Clarice had to go through countless hellish time loops like this, and if she knew that the one behind it all was the very order she had always believed in, then, on the contrary, the unfaithful saintess was actually a remarkably well-constructed character. Such a psychological shift was completely beyond debate. To sum everything up, in the grand narrative, nothing had actually been changed. Ed and Clarice quickly ran toward the new hall to seek reinforcements. Thinking about it that way made it clear what Clarice needed to do from now on. If they kept running from the Holy Dragon Velbroke, they would just end up right back at the beginning. And because of that, they wouldn't be able to destroy the Holy Dragon either. Please listen carefully, Saintess. I will prevent the resurrection of the Holy Dragon Velbroke. First, we must find the Holy Emperor and the Archpriest, the ones capable of using holy magic on this grand scale. But even though I asked around everywhere during previous loops, nobody knows where they are. This matter is very strange, isn't it? The movements of such high and mighty individuals should naturally attract everyone's eyes and ears, shouldn't they? Yes, they should have. Every eye and ear ought to be turned in that direction. The two of them ran straight toward the arena together under the watchful eyes of many students. Are those two the Saintess and Ed Rott Taylor? On the arena floor, Taylor and Joseph were sparring when both had to pause for a beat upon seeing Ed appear. Scene 3, Act 5. The place where Taylor was supposed to easily win by utilizing his Saint Sword ritual. But contrary to Ed's thoughts, Taylor got bonked on the head by Joseph. Are you distracted? No, look over there. What are those two doing coming here? Taylor, could this also be part of the storyline? I don't have time to think about useless things anymore. The Holy Dragon Velbroke is about to be resurrected. The most important thing right now is to find the whereabouts of the Pope and the Archpriest, who have gone missing ever since the Telos Order arrived here. The two rushed off to the place where they could gather the information they needed. And the only person who could possibly have that information was Lotel. Ed barged straight into her room and called out, "Sell me some information." Lotel offered a faint smile and waved her hand to dismiss her subordinates. Well, isn't this a familiar face? Are you planning to pull off something big again, Senior? She quickly walked over and wrapped her arms around Ed's. Well, let's hear what kind of information you need first. All information on Aiken Island had to go through Lotel, making her the best option right now. And since it was Lotel Ketchin, she could maintain her composure no matter the circumstance. I suppose so. The Saintess slowly peeked out from behind him, taking her completely by surprise. Ah, studying all those new types of magic all day. Did you go and learn hypnosis too? Senior, even so, seducing the Saintess is a bit too bold. Ignoring Lotel's teasing remarks, Ed got straight to the point. There is someone I need to find urgently, at least before the combat practice ends. Name your price, whatever you want. Hearing that, Lotel's expression turned serious. Let's hear it then. All three of them walked toward the carriage house near Messer Chapel. President, we've gathered all the information on the people spotted around Messer Chapel, as you requested. Now let's talk about the price. My value is already high to begin with, but today it might be considerably higher. Since you said it was urgent, I even ditched the final match to come here with you. As for you, Senior, you've always been like this, so I get it. But seriously, why has the Saintess turned into such a clingy shadow? To be honest, even I can't quite digest this yet. Hearing that, Ed replied, you said you were waiting for the final match, right? If so, getting here must have taken quite some time. The joint combat practice is probably about to end soon. I suppose so. Lotel, no matter the situation, never panicked. Your ability to analyze situations and act rationally is always top-notch. Huh, why the sudden formal compliments? It's just that at times like this, that trait of yours shines even brighter. So no matter what happens, don't ever panic. If you can seriously take my word for it. Senior, didn't you just say we don't have much time left? That's right. Ed turned to look at Lotel with eyes filled with deep anxiety. We are about to face a true catastrophe. Before his words could finish, Lotel's eyes widened in sheer shock. A violent gale surged inward. Panic erupted everywhere as the holy dragon Velbroke was on the verge of awakening. Attacks rained down in the blink of an eye, effortlessly snatching away the lives of everyone in the vicinity instant by instant. Countless people lost their lives. Layers of protective barriers were shattered. Fortunately, Ed managed to pull Lotel into his arms in the nick of time, saving her life. Lotel's eyes filled with horror as she looked at the monster before them. Is that the holy spear dragon? Giant wings gradually unfolded, immediately followed by violent, swirling thunderstorms. The monster appeared, unleashing its terrifying power. The surrounding landscape was reduced to a pile of rubble, with the blood and flesh of innocent people scattered everywhere. Beneath the wreckage left behind by the holy dragon, Lotel slowly tried to sit up. Oh, my hand! Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Standing right before her was Taylor. He had used all his strength to form a protective shield, leaving Ed's body severely wounded. Although it was not as fatal as during previous times, it was still far from minor. Say, Senior Ed. Lotel's eyes welled with emotion as teardrops of relief fell. So, how much do you want me to pay for this information? It truly was a romantic scene, straight out of a fairy tale. Both of them remained silent for a moment. It seemed she was trying to organize her thoughts. Right after that, Lotel let out a gentle smile and spoke up. Compared to the price of my life, you still have quite a bit of change left over. As she spoke, she handed the piece of paper to Ed. Ed quickly grabbed it and replied, keep the change. Is that so? Looks like I made quite a profit on this deal. The two helped each other walk to a safe location while exchanging words. According to reports from 13 witnesses, the Pope and the Archpriest had used a stealth barrier and secretly led an elite unit onto a deserted path to move. So, their destination is the Academy Chapel deep inside the lecture hall complex. It's a secret place that not many people even know exists. While the two were walking, the Saintess's voice suddenly echoed from the carriage. She kicked open the door and rushed outside. Say, Senior. In a flash, the Saintess jumped straight into Ed's arms, hugging him tight. Ed, Senior, you can't die anymore. Please don't. Are you okay? What do we do? You're bleeding so much. Seeing this scene, Lotel couldn't help but feel anxious. But she quickly regained her characteristic composure. Stop flustering and let's move quickly. At least we still have one horse that can move. Even though it's badly hurt, it can still carry us to the lecture hall complex. We're lucky. Ed quickly climbed up and raised his voice. We have to hurry. Lotel, pass me the reins. Ed reached his hand out to her. However, Lotel's face darkened. Even with a saddle, it can't carry more than 2 people. So out of the 3 of us, someone has to stay behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Ed answered decisively. I'm sorry, but the Saintess and I have to go. Explaining everything would take too long, so, before Ed could say another word, Lotel simply let out a gentle sigh. Saintess, please hurry up. Lotel hastily pushed the Saintess onto the horse's back. Senior must have figured everything out already, so I won't ask any questions. Everything else is on you, Senior. This is all I can do to help you. As she spoke, She handed the reins to Ed with a cheerful face, aiming to keep Ed from worrying. "Thank you, Lotel." Holding the reins in his hand, Ed said softly, "I will definitely repay this debt one day." Unexpectedly, Lotel yanked Ed's arm hard and replied, "No need for that." She stepped firmly on the stirrup and stretched herself up high. Amidst the pouring rain and desolate ruins, Lotel gave Ed a passionate kiss right in front of the Saintess, as if marking her territory. "You have to pay me back right now." The Saintess's face flushed bright red from embarrassment. What?" But that embarrassment quickly vanished, replaced by fear. While kissing him, Lotel cast a sharp, threatening glare directly at the Saintess. "Ed belongs to me, so don't you dare touch him, got it? This makes it the second time, senior, but whatever. My side needs to prepare a backup plan too, so I wish you two safe travels." Ed turned back, his eyes full of worry. But right after that, Lotel slapped the horse hard to send it galloping off. "Saintess, everything in this world comes with a price. And if you touch goods that have already been claimed, things are going to get real messy." Alone in the rain, Lotel stood waving goodbye to them. Why did that figure look so lonely? She slowly walked across the pile of corpses beside her. Right, if I remember correctly, the age of calamity brought by the holy spear dragon Velbroke definitely ended 3 million years ago. "You have to smile, Lotel Ketchen, because only those who can smile in the face of adversity are the ones who will claim the ultimate victory." After parting ways with Lotel and riding with the Saintess toward the chapel beneath the academy, Ed quickly instructed her on various things. His face was urgent yet deeply serious. "Saintess, you must remember what I said. It's a crucial key." "Yes." Her face was filled with anxiety. "There's no way I can't be scared. Wanting to run away is only natural for anyone. Facing such a terrible catastrophe, what else can anyone do besides flee? In the end, how could Senior be willing to sacrifice himself for me to this extent?" Before they could get very far, debris flew out of nowhere, striking the horse in the head, causing it to cry out in pain before collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Ed quickly held the Saintess tightly and slid across the ground. "If you get hurt here, future loops are going to get really complicated." The two came to a stop quite a distance away. Ed's entire body was severely injured, dripping with blood. The Saintess slowly opened her eyes, looking toward Ed. Her voice trembled and faltered. "Senior, you're bleeding so much." Ignoring her words, Ed remained immersed in his own thoughts. "This really is a tough battle. It's fine. I've been hurt much worse than this many times." As he spoke, he stood up, ready for the next fight. How can he be so strong? Suddenly, Ed's eyes widened in shock, as if he had spotted something. "It seems we finally made it to the right place." Right in front of them stood the Academy Chapel, and on top of its roof stood someone guarding it vigilantly. In the holy capital, a place with a long history and massive scale, there were those revered as the strongest holy mages. If all of them gathered in one place, even Lucy would find it difficult to hold out. They were people always ready to sacrifice themselves for the god Telos at any moment. Noble titles were granted to only 8 individuals in total. He was one of those apostles of Telos. Instantly, he leaped down to block the two from entering the chapel. The Saintess stepped forward and called out, "Please step away from the entrance immediately." The only weakness of the apostles was their faith. They were the kind who wouldn't hesitate to die if it came from the Saintess's mouth. "My deepest apologies, Saintess, but this is the order of Holy Emperor Ophilis. From this point forward, no one is allowed to pass, not even you. Please understand that all of this is for your sake." Before he could finish speaking, Ed lunged forward with a dagger in hand, without saying a word. However, the apostle was no weakling to be taken down by a single blow like that. He swung his spear, parrying Ed's attack. Without hesitation, Ed threw something to support her and shouted, "Saintess, please charge straight through." "You cannot. Saintess, I told you that you cannot pass." The apostle tried to step up and stop her, but something came flying. It was a magic tool, Ed's enhanced shock orb. Rays of mana burst forth, and in the next instant, it unleashed a wave of power all around, blowing away everyone nearby. Only the Saintess was protected, so she remained unaffected. The apostle, pushed back, was infuriated and gritted his teeth in annoyance. Damn it! Giving his opponent no time to rest, Ed pressed the relentless assault. His eyes widened as he looked to the side, seeing a basic wind magic spell, Windblade, flying straight for his head. But since it was just a basic spell, it couldn't pose any real threat to him. With a single simple slash, the Windblade was sliced clean in two. The Apostle tried to keep his eyes on the Saintess who had already run far off, unable to hide his frustration. This is getting troublesome. He turned back to glare at Ed with eyes full of murder. What are you? Who on earth are you? In front of him, Ed was still standing firm, despite his whole body being covered in wounds. You've pushed yourself way too hard to move like that. With so much blood loss, it was over a long time ago. You should just give up. Before he could even finish his sentence, Ed threw back a clear, ringing answer right in his face. A massive surge of magic power erupted across Ed's entire body. He was using Professor Glass' ring to stake everything on this fight. Even if he failed, he had to hold him back for as long as possible. Ed's face grew serious, his voice carrying firm determination. It's not over yet. He cast the intermediate magic spell Magic Arrow, launching condensed magic in the form of arrows. Depending on the user's mastery, the count and trajectory of each arrow would vary. Seeing this, the Apostle didn't plan on holding back anymore either. He activated the high-tier Holy Magic, Holy Body Activation, using Holy Magic to convert all his mana into physical strength. I originally intended to avoid killing if possible, but it seems that won't be an option. The battle erupted instantly as Ed fired arrows at the Apostle, using all the mana he had left. On the opposite side, with his nimble and agile form, the Apostle easily dodged every single arrow. He charged forward with a loud shout. As a glorious Apostle of Telos, I am Tand, the wielder of the highest speed. I will take your life right here. O foolish stranger, every strike infused with holy power pierces through all, completely unstoppable. Ed was run through the left shoulder by the spear. Fortunately, not a fatal blow, but still extremely dangerous. He recalled the words he had spoken to the Saintess earlier. Please listen carefully, Saintess. Either way, I can't be saved anymore, but I'm not telling you to give up. On the contrary, you must throw everything you have into pushing through this battle. Even if this moment repeats dozens or hundreds of times, your body and mind won't be able to recover like before. I don't know how long you can hold out, so the important thing is to fully grasp everything that is happening. As long as you keep your spirit strong, everything will be all right. If we just push forward with all our might, no matter what we have to sacrifice, it doesn't even matter anymore. And if time wins back once more, you'll have even more chances. With those words, Ed plunged his dagger through his own hand and into the Apostle to keep him from escaping. I hope this time around, I hope you can finally put an end to this perfectly. Ed's eyes gleamed, as did the ring on his hand. It seemed the moment to deliver the final blow had arrived. You utter bastard! The Apostle gritted his teeth in bitter frustration. Of course, that didn't mean Ed was going to go down without a fight. He funneled every last drop of his remaining mana into summoning Marilda in her complete form, using her as the blade to end this grueling battle. Marilda opened her jaws wide, poised for a bloody, lethal bite to finish off the enemy. Caught completely off guard, the Apostle didn't even have time to react. All he had left were his arms and legs as blood sprayed everywhere alongside his agony-filled screams. The Apostle officially became Marilda's meal, bringing the battle to a close with a narrow victory for Ed. However, the injuries he sustained were devastatingly severe. Ed collapsed to his knees, bleeding profusely from the spear driven through his body. Marilda shifted back into her human form and rushed over to him. Are you insane? Why didn't you summon me from the very beginning to fight? If you had, you wouldn't be in such terrible shape. Ed's voice grew weaker and weaker as he struggled to squeeze out his final words. I lost. My opponent was just too fast and strong. Don't talk anymore. You're really not going to make it. Stay with me. Ed's eyes began to fade. He tried to hang on for a few more minutes, waiting for something. Deep inside the sanctuary, the brilliant glare of holy magic burst forth in every direction. It looked like the Saintess had succeeded. Don't you die on me. I said, don't you dare die. Edrot Taylor. He gently closed his eyes. This was all Ed could possibly do in this lifetime. The rest was in the Saintess's hands. Rewinding to a few minutes prior inside the sanctuary, the Saintess had run up to a door adorned with a deeply familiar pattern and screamed, "Open! Open up!" The door was locked tight, but this was a place she had visited countless times. Just on the other side lay a vast corridor, leading to a sacred shrine. Wasting no time, the Saintess swiftly unleashed an attack to blast through the door before her. A massive explosion erupted, blowing the temple doors to smithereens in an instant, leaving behind nothing but rubble and a thick cloud of dust. Slumping onto the ground, the Saintess gasped for air, having spent a tremendous amount of energy on that last strike. But then, a scene unfolded right before her eyes that left her utterly speechless. There, walking slowly toward her, was a girl whose body was battered, bloodied, and covered in wounds. It was none other than Adele. There was no telling how Adele had suffered such horrific injuries while inside the sanctuary, but the situation was beyond critical. The Saintess quickly rushed over to catch her friend. "You're so badly hurt. What on earth happened here?" "Adele, why? How on earth did things end up like this?" Adele's voice was faint. She too was fading fast. "Saintess, you arrived earlier than I expected." She forced herself to stand firm and pushed the Saintess away. "What are you talking about?" "Even so, there's no need to turn back anymore." Adele slowly dragged her feet deeper into the sanctuary. On her arm was something identical to what the Saintess possessed. "Adele, is that the divine protection of holy magic?" To etch that mark required an archbishop, 6 bishops, and 8 apostles, and most importantly, the entirety of the Holy Emperor's holy power. Only a single person was ever meant to bear this divine mark. There was supposed to be only one person, and that was the Saintess. Adele was a second Saintess alongside Clarice. Her whole body slowly floated into the air to trigger the holy magic of time regression once more, while Clarice stood on the ground, still entirely clueless as to why she was doing this. "What is going on, Adele?" Adele turned back with a gentle, serene smile. "There isn't much time left. It's almost over. You just have to endure a little longer, Clarice." "Clarice? What are you saying, Adele?" As she spoke, the Saintess scrambled to stop her close friend. But by now, the holy magic had already activated, making it impossible for the Saintess to reach Adele no matter how hard she tried. A brilliant light radiated throughout the room, reaching all the way to where Ed stood before starting a new regression cycle, promising a better outcome. In the blink of an eye, the Saintess found herself back at the table chatting with Ed. "Saintess, was there something you wish to tell me?" "What is it?" The Saintess slammed her hands on the table and stood up, looking deadly serious. She gritted her teeth in fury at everything that had transpired. "Yes, there is." She stared straight ahead with fierce resolve, no longer shedding weak or exhausted tears, but radiating an overwhelmingly powerful determination. "Now, please listen to my entire story." These were Adele's childhood memories. A harbor sky where seagulls flapped their wings freely. Children were playing around happily with one another. It was a truly pure and innocent childhood. Suddenly, a voice chimed in, interrupting the moment. "Don't run. You're going to fall. There might be sharp rocks, so always look where you're stepping." It was none other than a young Adele. She turned around with a bright, innocent smile. Her natural talent had always been foresight, seeing into the future. Adele's parents had left their hometown to escape the ravages of war, seeking refuge in the merchant city of Odek. Yet, things didn't get much better there. They were taken advantage of, swindled, and stripped of everything they owned. Day after day, even getting a piece of bread was a struggle. Life felt backed into a dark, inescapable corner. But then, one day, something strange happened. Adele's father bought her expensive treats, high-end sandwiches, a bottle of milk, and a few delicious cookies, things they could never afford before. Adele sat on a chair, quietly enjoying them. "Adele, sweetie, Daddy has a quick errand to run. Wait right here, okay?" His voice sounded exhausted, yet he tried hard to hide something. Still, Adele obeyed without a shred of suspicion. He walked away, every step heavy with a crushing weight resting on the man's shoulders. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Adele's father turned back to look at her with a heartbroken expression, his eyes filled with lingering guilt and remorse. In the end, he turned and ran away in tears, Perhaps sheer suffering had utterly shattered the heart of a father. Holding the sandwich in her hand, Adele softly whispered, "You've worked so hard, Dad." The gourmet sandwich she usually could only dream of eating, strangely, had no taste to it all now. Having processed everything, Adele stood up and prepared to leave. "I guess it's about time." She turned her face away from the harbor, where birds flew free and ships glided across the waves, where she let her sorrowful thoughts drift away into the wind, to face the harsh reality waiting for her. Behind her, the child from earlier had tripped after ignoring her warning. Just like that, as of today, she was officially an orphan. She lived in an orphanage called Deldros. In this merchant city of Odek, diligence was the only virtue held in high regard, and that applied even to young children. Fortunately, this orphanage received support from the Order of Telos, making it somewhat better than other places. Being called servants of the gods meant that at least during prayer hours in the sanctuary, the kids got a little rest. By chance, after picking up a discarded lute at the harbor and playing hymns on it, the time Adele got to spend inside the church increased, which lightened her heavy workload quite a bit. And then, one day, High Priest Verdio arrived at the place to preach, though in truth, he was only there to accept bribes of gold and silver. "High Priest Verdio, congratulations on your arrival in the Holy City. Lord High Priest, this time our merchant guild will offer double, so please allow us entry into the Holy City to trade." Shouts rang out from all directions, as everyone present sought some form of personal gain. A look of satisfaction washed over the high priest's face. He knew full well why he had come. "Ha ha, don't overdo it, but thank you all very much." Suddenly, a candle accidentally tipped over, setting the high priest's robes ablaze. Panic instantly broke out across his face and among the people around him. "High priest, are you all right?" But just then, a bucket of water flew out of nowhere, splashing directly onto the high priest and dousing the flames completely. Verdio's expression turned blank, as if he couldn't quite fathom what had just happened. Adele slowly walked up and spoke. "If the fire had caught onto the display case, things could have gotten really bad." "Huh? How on earth did you?" Afterward, Adele explained everything she had seen in the future and how she had prepared for it in advance. "You even knew about this ahead of time?" "Yes, because I saw in a dream. It only happens a few times a month, but I often see dreams like that. However, when it comes to my own future, I can't see anything at all." Hearing this, High Priest Verdio rushed over and grabbed Adele's hands, taking the young girl completely by surprise. "This is truly a tremendous honor. I am the first to discover the one fated to stand at the absolute pinnacle of our order. You are the Saintess of Telos." That single moment turned her entire world upside down. Overnight, Adele's life took a completely different turn. From a penniless orphan with no relatives, she had become the saintess of a grand order. Over 10 personal servants, lavish meals, and reverent devotion from high-ranking clergy surrounded her. Every day was spent learning rituals and praying, with her sleep severely cut short. Yet that life was still far better than the days of dire poverty she had known before. Adele underwent 3 baptisms, from the Holy Emperor, the Archbishop, and the High Apostle. She embraced the decree of the Holy City and carved the grace of the Holy Law into her very soul. The more rituals she endured and blessings she received, the stronger the divine power within Adele grew. Finally, when every ritual except the holy mark remained, an event unfolded. For the first time in her life, Adele foresaw a horrific, overwhelming calamity about to strike this land. The awakening of the holy spear dragon, Velbrok, which would bring about the extinction of mankind. After a long period of contemplation, Adele ultimately decided to give up her position. High Priest Verdio was furious upon hearing her words. "You're saying you're giving up on becoming the saintess? What is the meaning of this?" Adele knelt on the floor, her voice soft yet firm. "Thank you all for taking care of me all this time. I will serve the Lord Telos, not as a saintess, but in a different way." The high priest let out a long sigh. So that's how it is. I suppose there's no convincing you anymore. Your prophetic power is a divine magic, a power granted by Lord Telos that can bend the laws of time. It was precisely because you manifested that power instinctively that we hailed you as our saintess. And yet, look at what you are doing, possessing such a colossal gift. And now you can even see your own future. Years passed, and Adele had given up on being the saintess of the Order of Telos. Even so, she continued to live in the city as a keeper of the sacred flame. Adele often played her lute during lonely evenings spent by herself. Whenever she drifted off to sleep, those visions would return to haunt her. The dark future she had always tried to run from materialized once more with agonizing clarity. The image of the high priest's grand plan turning to ashes. Our plan has failed. To subdue the holy dragon Velbroke, who devoured even the gods, they were forced to offer up the saintess as a mandatory sacrifice. It was precisely because of that terrible fate that Adele had fled from her divine status in the first place. But the future seemed utterly bound by destiny. Eventually, the world managed to find a brief moment of peace. Thanks to the authority and wisdom of Emperor Clell, the long, drawn-out wars receded into distant memories. People put away their swords and spears, living for the first time in centuries without having to look up at the sky in prayer. But a world that no longer needed miracles no longer needed gods either. And as an inevitable consequence, the glory of the holy city, once considered the most sacred heart of humanity, was slowly fading away. Verdio, who wore the robes of a priest while possessing the mind of a cunning merchant, understood better than anyone what needed to be done. People were no longer afraid, so they stopped praying. Faith had been replaced by comfort and peace. But Verdio knew that without fear, there could be no faith, and without crisis, there could be no miracles. Thus, he devised a scheme, a bold, sacred, and deeply treacherous plan. On Aiken Island, where ancient legends still echoed deep beneath the earth and where the holy spear dragon Velbroke lay sealed, Verdio would reawaken it. He didn't need the dragon to destroy the entire world. He only needed it to spread enough terror to make all of mankind tremble in sheer panic. And when the time was right, the church, under the guise of purging evil, would deploy its holy knights to slay it. Once the dragon fell, the world would witness a divine miracle, that the gods themselves had intervened. The people would return, drop to their knees, and believe once more. From the very start, High Priest Verdio had been searching for a saintess to sacrifice and seal the dragon away. And that person was Adele. She had thought she could prevent it by running away, but now, nothing had changed at all. A few years later, the High Priest managed to find a replacement saintess to take Adele's place. Although Clarice lacked the divine time manipulation magic that Adele possessed, she was a girl with extraordinary talent for holy magic. Through her grace, elegance, intelligence, and kind heart, Clarice seemed born to be a saintess. She let out a sigh, her voice laced with a touch of melancholy. "Adele, what must I do to live a pure life?" Hearing those words, Adele's face immediately contorted in distress. No, that's not right. She told herself that she had to lay everything bare. It's because I ran away that Clarice became the saintess. The cost of her desperate struggle to survive was Clarice's death. That's why I have to help Clarice escape this place. Adele let out a warm, cheerful smile, her voice as gentle as spring. It's better to die in a dirty puddle than to live like a blank sheet of paper. The green fog of a pitch-black swamp, the shimmering golden fields of the royal capital Kleisen, or the deep red-tiled roofs of the merchant city Odek. Anywhere is fine, as long as it isn't here. The sapphire knowledge of the academic haven, Sylvania. Please, Clarice, run away from this place. Night after night, Adele sang songs of freedom and romance, wishing for nothing more than for Clarice to leave. Yet every time she saw Clarice's smile, a needle of guilt stabbed straight into Adele's heart, because she knew full well that it was all hypocritical, a complete lie. Then, early one morning, Adele truly ran away, wandering far and wide to find the true meaning of her life. The final destination of that journey was Sylvania Academy. Adele had spent far too long running from her fate. Now, it was time for her to redeem everything. Having endured countless time loops, her body was stained red with blood and covered in crisscrossing wounds. Since Adele was once a saintess, she was protected by divine magic. Because of this, her wounds did not revert with time, but instead grew progressively worse. At first, no one knew the exact moment the holy spear dragon Velbrok would be resurrected, but now she could pinpoint every single instant even with her eyes closed. Upon arriving at the front of the sanctuary, Tandarek, the third apostle of Telos, would stand at the gate and claim that outsiders were forbidden entry. At that point, all she needed to do was roll up her sleeve and show them the mark etched on her arm, and everything would be resolved. What? Is that the grace of holy magic? While they were still caught in utter shock, Adele slipped into the inner shrine. Inside, the apostles of Telos stood ready in combat stances. To awaken the slumbering holy spear dragon Velbrok, a critical item was required: the dragon's fang necklace, kept stored inside a box. Adele had tried to reason with Verdio and the apostles time and time again, but they never listened. Everything she said was meaningless in the face of blind ambition. Looking at how they hadn't even brought Saintess Claris over from the main sanctuary was enough to reveal their ignorance. Perhaps they still believed the Holy Spear Dragon was merely an exaggerated tale from old books that didn't actually exist, an absolute pinnacle of arrogance. Only after realizing his own foolishness did the old high priest frantically send men to the main sanctuary to look for the Saintess. In the end, what they needed was still the Saintess, the one who would save them. For the holy spear dragon Velbrok to be sated and put back to sleep, it required the sacrifice of a Saintess possessing immense holy power. If the Saintess gave up her life upon the sacrificial circle carved onto the church floor, Velbrok could be cast back into eternal slumber just like before. Now, Adele would take that noble responsibility upon herself to put an end to it all. She knelt in the center of the sacrificial circle as a terrifyingly powerful shockwave radiated outward. It's going to be okay. Even though this life was short, it wasn't completely devoid of memories worth leaving behind in this world. Everything was a lie, but at least Claris brought light back into these eyes. Adele intended to pass away, quietly just like that. But something unexpected happened. The divine protection of her holy magic activated. It triggered to its absolute limit to protect Adele from the sacrificial magic that was slowly tearing her body apart, pushing the divine power within her to its ultimate extreme. Holy magic draws upon the power of the gods as its energy source, and that power wound back the world's time, repeating over and over again to the point where her body had broken down into this terrible state. During the previous regression, Adele was shocked when Claris suddenly burst inside. But now there was virtually no holy power left inside Adele at all. Just one or two more times, maybe three at most, and everything will finally end. Once the holy power within her completely faded away, the loop would stop as well. Adele dragged her blood-soaked body forward into the sanctuary, her eyes filled with endless exhaustion. It's fine. Everything has reached its conclusion. Suddenly, an unexpected hand reached out and stopped her before she could take another step. Adele looked up, her eyes filled with nothing but pain. WH what? Do you like orange juice? Or would you prefer just cold water? Why? Why on earth is he here? Her vision blurred as she stared at the figure who had just appeared, someone she never, in her wild imagination, expected to see. Shifting back to the sanctuary, High Priest Verdio was attempting to revive the Holy Spear Dragon Velbrok. He turned toward Holy Emperor Eldon with deep annoyance. You think we can't stop the Holy Spear Dragon? Do you really think I still believe a word you say? Today, our order will perform a true miracle. Mankind will once again bow before the almighty God Telos. It was that ultimate arrogance that led to the reawakening of the Holy Spear Dragon and the deaths of countless innocent people. There is only one way to seal it back away: sacrificing the Saintess's life atop the sacrificial magic circle in the heart of the sanctuary. The Saintess would have to be the one to pay the ultimate price for the High Priest's sheer foolishness. Why? Why did Claris have to sacrifice herself for something so stupid? Adele didn't regret her decision in the slightest. From the very beginning, this was what she was supposed to do as a Saintess. However, the holy protection shielded her time and time again. It drew out her inner divine power to its maximum to cast a magic circle capable of turning back time for the entire world. That was a power only one in millions throughout history could ever achieve. Yet, no power was truly omnipotent. Adele was sent back to the past, but her physical body wasn't. Her unhealed wounds only grew worse every time the loop triggered, and now Adele woke up in the hallway leading to the joint combat practice area. Either way, the divine power in her hands was gradually running dry, and the holy protection was on the verge of wearing off, at which point the holy spear dragon would be sealed once more. And just like that, Adele repeatedly crossed this hallway to reach the cathedral where she would fulfill her final duty. Arrogance would never vanish. No matter how many loops it took, the holy spear dragon would still be resurrected, and everything would be destroyed all over again. At the cathedral, where everyone had left to search for Clarice, the one who would fix their mistakes, Adele quietly moved, offering her body onto the sacrificial circle to save the threatened humanity out there. Everything kept repeating until Adele's body could no longer stand and collapsed. Her mind was filled with tormenting thoughts. Is this the punishment I deserve? Punishment for pushing the task I was supposed to do onto someone else. Thinking that way gave Adele's heart a slight sense of relief. Throughout her short life, Adele had received nothing but pain and betrayal. Yet all she gave in return was a noble sacrifice and a satisfied smile. Adele knew all too well that nothing lasted forever, and even miracles from the gods had their limits. She had given up on convincing Verdio, because no matter what she said, he was just a selfish man who only cared about his own interests. If she couldn't stop him, there was no other way. This time, the moment she stepped into the cathedral, Adele wouldn't hesitate to throw herself into the sacrificial circle, stopping the resurrection of the Holy Spear Dragon right from the start. Just make it as if nothing ever happened. That's the only way to save everyone. Adele took each step in agony, but then Ed appeared just in time before it was too late. His arrival being a development she couldn't comprehend at all, prompting her to ask, what? Why are you here? Ed looked straight at Adele and said, do you want some orange juice? Or is plain water fine? He quickly helped her to a nearby chair to sit down and handed her a cup of orange juice. I can't, Adele tried to say, but Ed quickly cut her off with a firm remark. You're about to die. You know that? That statement left Adele completely at a loss for words. A memory buried deep within her mind rushed back once more. I remember now. It's Ed Rott Taylor. He's the only person who appeared before me just once throughout all the previous loops. Even though the world always repeated itself as before, and no one ever changed. He was the exception, except for the very first time she met him in the hallway. Ed Rott Taylor never showed up there again in any of the remaining loops. Could he be outside the rules of the holy magic? She recalled her answer back then to Ed's words. I know. As her face forced a familiar smile, not wanting anyone to see her ugly, sad expression. The conversation now sounded like a vague, distant story, making it feel as though everything had returned to its starting point. Still, nothing has changed. I should end this conversation and head to the cathedral. Now is the time to put an end to everything. However, I wasn't going to let her leave so easily this time. Is that all? Yes, I still don't fully understand what's happening right now. You know you're about to die, yet that's all you have to say? Yes, I'm done talking. Why are you like this? I'm in a huge hurry. For real, though, do you really have nothing else left to say? Adele's face turned somber, yet she still tried to maintain an insincere smile. No, I still have a few things to say. In the timeline that had looped countlessly, Adele had always wanted to confirm the truth that she was ultimately going to die. In reality, she had known that long ago, and right at that moment, she didn't even know what she wanted to say. Deep within that small heart, something seemed desperate to be spoken aloud, but couldn't be. All she did was sing. Watching Clara smile, isn't that enough already? Adele's mind had screamed in despair countless times. Please, please, make it stop. Just leave me alone. Let me be at peace, even if just a little bit. Back then, she should have lived for herself. Watching her father's back gradually walk away, she only tried to hide her sadness behind a smile on her small frame, saying, You've worked so hard, Father. Is there really nothing else you want to say? Those words felt like a wake-up call to Adele. She was just a child who also wanted to be loved by her parents. She was merely a human with a small heart, neither a saint nor a grand deity. Why not try being a little selfish for your own sake? Those were things a child deserved to have. Standing behind the back of her miserable father who had hesitated for a long time, just a few words from Adele would have made him turn back to his poor child. Why couldn't she utter such pitiful words back then, instead of hollow thanks or expressions of gratitude for what he had done for her? It was simply a desperate cry, begging her father not to abandon her alone in this world. Why couldn't she speak such simple, honest words, and why did she bury them beneath those meaningless lies? I'm really scared. I really don't want to die. Adele's heart truly burst, all her choked-up emotions pouring out at this very moment. Hearing her true feelings, Ed just let out a soft sigh. He picked up the water bottle, took a chug, then stood straight up and said, "Got it." Such a simple sentence, yet it was so hard to say out loud. "Now tell me everything you know. It's time for us to put an end to all of this." Cutting back to Saintess Clarice, she had told Ed everything she knew to find a way to resolve this. This time, the Saintess didn't waste any time. After hearing everything, Ed decided to take action separately from her. He ran to the hallway by himself to intercept Adele, while for her part, Saintess Clarice also had a place she needed to go. She rushed to the cathedral, only to be quickly blocked at the door by Tandarek. At this moment, the holy dragon hadn't awakened yet, so the apostle's face looked quite shocked. "Why, your holiness? Aren't you supposed to be waiting at the main hall? Why did you run all the way here?" Wasting no more time, the Saintess ran past the apostle and called out, "Step aside immediately. This time, I, Clarice, will not let things slip through my fingers again. She deserves to know the whole truth." The Saintess stormed straight into the cathedral, her voice stern. "Cease all your actions right now. Holy Emperor Eldon and Apostles of Telos. Why are you doing this? And Archbishop Verdio is here too." The old man's face showed no surprise at the Saintess's arrival. "Is that you, Saintess Clarice?" She marched rapidly toward the Archbishop in fury. "Archbishop Verdio, I used to think you only cared about the Holy Emperor and the god Telos, believing you were a loyal follower with a conscience. Indeed, I only care about serving the holy city. The noble God above is always present, but the ignorant masses will never believe unless they see it with their own eyes. So that's why you plan to slay the holy spear dragon and use that to spread grace everywhere." In response to that question, the Archbishop merely remained calm. "It won't take too much time." "What? You are foolishly underestimating the holy spear dragon, not even factoring in the possibility of failure." Saying this, the Saintess's eyes suddenly widened. "Don't tell me, from the very beginning, you intended to use my life as a backup plan?" The bishop leaned close to the Saintess's ear, whispering terrifying words. "Just a backup measure, that's all. Only if things don't go according to plan will you need to step in. So don't worry." What a bunch of absolute hypocrites, using holy magic while harboring the mindset of villains. Turning back to Ed's conversation, he was currently pulling Adele along after hearing everything. "I get it now. That's a pretty unpleasant truth. To sum it up, it goes like this. Long ago, the order was facing growing financial ruin, so Archbishop Verdio resurrected the Holy Spear Dragon as a calamity upon humanity. He planned to stage a scene where the order defeats it to boost the people's faith and expand the order's power. Ever since his days as an ordinary priest, he's always been like this, expanding the church's influence and filling the holy capital's treasury. That is his way of proving his faith. If so, can we try convincing Verdio? That won't work. I'm a fugitive who fled the holy capital, so no one believes me. But even if it weren't me, they wouldn't listen to anyone else anyway. They will definitely use force to subdue anyone who dares to stand in their way. Because the church brought a force capable of guaranteeing victory against anyone. All the apostles of Telos are fully gathered here, a force strong enough to face an entire army, the most powerful organization in the holy city. All of them are ready to suppress the Saintess and keep her from causing trouble. The old archbishop stood proudly, his voice filled with arrogance. "My sincere apologies, Saintess. It won't take long, so please rest for a moment." Standing before their power, there was nothing we could do. Before she could even finish her sentence, Ed quickly scooped Adele up, making her flustered and embarrassed. "Wait, hold on." Adele was too weak to keep up with him, and time was running out. Don't worry about that. If they use force, it's really no big deal. Huh? What do you mean? And just as expected, from high up in the sky, a high-tier lightning magic struck the cathedral hard, blowing a hole right through it instantly. That was the signature power of Lucy. The attack effortlessly blasted away the cathedral's entire defensive layer and slammed heavily into the ground behind the archbishop. The old man turned toward the newcomer in terror. Who are you? Who on earth dares? Are you not afraid of the almighty God Telos? What the hell is the almighty God Telos? Before him was the sight of two apostles already beaten flat onto the ground. One of them pinned down, unable to budge in the slightest. Standing amidst the rubble was the familiar figure of a young archmage. What a pity. There's only one God in this realm, and that's me. Who the hell is God Telos, anyway? Hearing that, Archbishop Verdio's expression turned frantic. Blasphemy? What on earth are you talking about? Before he could even finish his sentence, Lucy flicked her wrist and cast a high-tier lightning spell straight at his throat, causing everything to collapse in the blink of an eye, effortlessly blasting an apostle sticking straight against the wall, unable to resist even a little bit. Didn't you yourselves carve it right onto the sanctuary? What you're doing is pure arrogance. An outsider dares to insult the archbishop. Old Verdio screamed at the top of his lungs in rage. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and demonstrate the authority of the great God Telos. Instantly, the 8th and 2nd apostles charged at Lucy without a moment's hesitation. Renas's arrows flew straight at her wrapped in powerful divine power, while Reuben gripped his sword tightly. Facing those incoming attacks, Lucy didn't even blink, stopping all those foolish arrows cold with just a bit of mana in her palm. From behind, Reuben swung his sword, bellowing a familiar line. Glory to the God Telos. Unfortunately for him, attacking Lucy from behind was always the stupidest decision possible. She gently snapped her fingers, and a high-tier lightning spell struck the apostle dead on, making him scream in pain as the holy sword in his hand lost all strength to swing. Not stopping there, another foolish apostle chimed in. O ye who defile the sanctuary, I am Tandarek, the fastest apostle of God Telos, currently holding the 3rd rank. He introduced himself before charging in, but it didn't help one bit. In the name of the great God Telos's justice, I shall take your life right now. The holy power surrounding Tandarek's body flared up, but didn't look like much. The tip of his spear pointed straight at Lucy, ready for a powerful blow, but in the blink of an eye, Lucy's figure standing there vanished. No, this isn't high-speed movement. This is shifting between different dimensions. Spatial teleportation. Tandarek was stunned, but before he could react, Lucy was already behind him, pointing a high-tier lightning spell right at his head. That's enough out of you weaklings, she said with a snap of her fingers. Tandarek's whole body was engulfed in a sphere of mana, cooking his body like it was in a microwave. He trembled in agony, his eyes helpless against the overwhelming power. Down below, witnessing the apostles he deemed invincible get defeated so easily, Archbishop Verdio's expression turned frantic. Every single one of them is considered core assets of a nation. They're the apostles of Telos. There are 6 apostles right here, yet they still lost to that mage? Why on earth? Just who is she? No, that doesn't matter. What matters most is how did they find out about this place and attack it? Could information have leaked somewhere? Their original plan was to summon the Holy Spear Dragon Velbroke and destroy it to display the authority of God Telos. But the problem lay in the location. Aiken Island was a gathering place for many of the most powerful students and mages. If even a single piece of information leaked, everything would crumble. The plan has failed anyway, the Archbishop thought as he quickly grabbed the box containing the Holy Spear Dragon's fong and fled. All of you, clear a path for retreat, double time. Prioritize the safety of Holy Emperor Eldon. He thought the Holy Emperor was strong, but he turned out to be just a puppet. You think you could just run? Lucy cast another spell to stop them. Time magic, temporal prison, freezing the body of anyone caught in it dead in their tracks. Driven by his cowardly nature, the old archbishop immediately called for Tandarek to save. He lunged forward at high speed, to block Lucy's attack. All of this is for the great supreme one Telos. Not caring about the rest of the apostles anymore, old Verdio was now running for dear life just to save his own skin. He turned to another apostle and barked, "You must take the Saintess with us." The apostle blindly obeyed the order, scooping Saintess Claris over his shoulder despite her desperate protests. "I'm sorry, Saintess. What's going on? Put me down right now." The despicable old man's face turned joyful. He had gotten the necklace as incriminating evidence, and even had the Saintess as a witness. Now, as long as we use the Holy Emperor's authority to press the Academy, no matter what that little mage says, she'll just be ignored. High above, Lucy cast high-tier lightning magic, blasting straight toward the scattering crowd. Heavenly punishment, just as expected. An apostle holding a shield stayed behind to block Lucy's magic, creating an opportunity for the others to keep running. What a touching scene. Looking at them, these apostles didn't really seem all that different from one another. Holding a spear, a sword, or a shield made no difference. It only took one strike to bring them down. All of you, split up in different directions. Get out of here right now and meet at the designated location. No matter how tough things get, final victory will inevitably belong to the Telos Church. Disappointment was written all over Lucy's face. What a total pain in the ass. Archbishop Verdio and the apostle beside him kicked the door open and burst outside, the apostle shouting out a warning. "Archbishop Verdio, if we keep running like this, we're going to get caught in no time." "It doesn't matter. As long as we buy enough time, destroy the evidence, and capture the Saintess, everything will be taken care of. As for the Academy, if they decided to go public with this, there would be ways to handle it." Just as he finished speaking, shock washed over the old man's face. The entire front courtyard of the sanctuary was swallowed in a sea of flames created by basic magic. Even the apostle beside him was caught off guard. What's going on? How is a basic fire spell this powerful? Out of nowhere, a dagger hidden within the flames flew straight toward the apostle. Luckily, he reacted quickly, using his spear to easily deflect it away. However, that attack was merely bait to trigger the magic concealed within. Spirit burst. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, blowing away the entire area, its blast radius so massive that even the students back at the Academy were left stunned. What the hell was that? That's where the Academy's chapel is. Through the thick haze of smoke, the old archbishop's legs moved fast as he fled the scene. He was solely focused on destroying the evidence, completely ignoring the subordinates around him. Ed, along with Marilda, quickly gave chase. He wasn't about to let the old man escape so easily. Verdio gritted his teeth, his hands tightly gripping his scepter in sheer rage. Did they anticipate our escape route and set up an ambush beforehand? If so, then that witch brat is definitely in on this with them. He whirled around and fired a holy spell straight at Ed. Taken completely by surprise by this counterattack, Marilda took the hit and was forced to return to the spirit realm. "I'm sorry, Master." Right after, Verdio quickly veered off into the forest, looking for a way to break away. But he had made a fatal mistake by running into these woods. This was Ed's home turf. Verdio's mind was still filled with smug satisfaction, convinced he was home free. "I escaped them. Now, as long as I get this necklace containing the evidence to the rendezvous point, it's game over. In a forest like this, who could possibly track me down anyway?" But his gloating didn't last long before harsh reality crashed down on him. Jumping out from a thicket, Ed lunged at the old archbishop's back like a seasoned assassin. In these woods, the old man was nothing more than prey. Ed's eyes turned razor-sharp, his voice dropping ice-cold. "Hand over that necklace right now, old man." He grabbed the back of the man's hair and dragged him down into an adjacent rocky ravine. The two of them engaged in a brutal, violent struggle as they tumbled all the way down. In the end, the old man managed to unsheath the scepter at his hip and aimed it right at Ed. "Since you're after this necklace, you must already know everything, don't you? You and that mage girl came here to wreck my plans, didn't you? Unfortunately for you, it all ends here." As he spoke, he began casting magic to finish Ed off. Ed swiftly delivered a kick to his knee, sending the archbishop stumbling downward. The old man's attack only grazed Ed's shoulder and blasted straight into the sky. He plunged a blade deep into the center of the archbishop's heart, making the man scream out in agony as blood spattered everywhere. Even on the brink of death, the old man clutched the box tightly, refusing to let go. Ed shouted in sheer fury, "You're out of time. Hand it over, you damn old geezer." He recalled his conversation with Adele on the way to the sanctuary. She had warned Ed that the archbishop was extremely powerful, and that even if he were isolated, taking him down would be an uphill battle. But Ed had merely offered a casual, nonchalant response. "Time is running out to stop the sacred spear dragon. Besides, our opponent is someone who's been plotting this for a very long time. Even with Lucy's help, chances are we'll still end up failing." He wished he could turn back time once more to gather more intel, but given Adele's current condition, that was out of the question. But contrary to Ed's assumptions, Adele simply smiled and replied, "It's fine. Even if we fail, it doesn't matter. I can still turn back time." Ed's face darkened as he blamed himself for his own uselessness. Her holy magic was practically drained dry. No one knew when she might collapse and die, leaving Ed no time to second-guess himself. Ed used all his strength to pry open the box containing the necklace inside. He slowly opened it to inspect the awakening key, the very thing destined to destroy this world. On the necklace, traces of magical energy were still leaking out. What is this? Why is there still magical power lingering here? Lying in a pool of his own blood, the old archbishop's face twisted into a hideous, grotesque sneer. "Ha ha ha. The sacred spear dragon will be resurrected soon enough. Now that the apostles are defeated, only the saintess can stop. So, in the end, my plan has come to fruition. All of foolish humanity will come to know the greatness of the supreme deity, Telos." With those final words, he drew his last breath. Inside the box, the necklace floated upward, radiating a violent burst of magic power. It was already too late to stop it. A pillar of light pierced through the cloud-filled sky, signaling the impending awakening of the sacred spear dragon. Now, Ed finally understood everything. To keep the sacred spear dragon from breaking free of its seal, they had to subdue the archbishop and get the necklace as far away from this place as possible. The problem was that no one would remember any of this. Clarice and Adele were both far away. So how could he possibly pass this information on to them now? Adele would have to sacrifice herself again. Yet even if she successfully rewound time once more, without these memories being passed down, everything would just end in failure all over again. Ed forced his heavily battered, wound-covered body forward, dragging himself away from the scene. Even though he had finally uncovered the truth, was it still going to end in failure anyway? Am I really too late? Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the silence. "So what if you're a little late?" It was Lucy. She had tracked down the sudden surge of the sacred spear dragon's magic power and made her way here. Ed forced the words out in an exhausted voice. "Lucy, I need to pass this message on. To Clarice or Adele, it doesn't matter who. I need to." Before he could finish his sentence, Lucy helped Ed over to a nearby tree to rest. "Huh? Hurry up and pass my words along to them." Just when he thought she would do as he asked, Lucy gave a response that was completely the opposite. "I don't want to." Hearing that, a look of doubt crossed Ed's face. He couldn't understand why Lucy was acting like this. "There's no need to waste your energy like that. You just want to pass this on to the saintess and Adele, right?" As she spoke, Lucy used her magic to write a note onto a slip of paper. "We need to snatch Velbroke's Dragon Fong necklace as fast as possible and get out of the sanctuary. Verdio is going to try to frame the whole thing using the church's authority." Once she finished writing, Lucy used her magic to send the note flying straight toward where Adele was standing. Sitting beside her, Ed was stunned, not just by her massive mana pool, but by her extraordinary spell-casting ability. "It's no big deal. If you practice over and over again, you'll be able to do it too." Ed lowered his head, a faint look of relief washing over his eyes. Maybe so. Thanks." Right as Lucy finished speaking, a violent tremor suddenly rumbled through the earth. The sacred spear dragon Velbroke had been revived. Time in this loop had reached its absolute end. Then again, I guess it's more accurate to say it finally revived. Everything had come to light. Verdio had revived the sacred spear dragon for the church. The location, the method, the escape route. Every single detail had been fully passed along. The ultimate issue was whether Adele, in her state of sheer exhaustion, could actually turn back time one more time. Even assuming the rewind works, the main issue is that time is way too tight. If I lose my memories again when I reset into the loop, could I really plan and act any faster than I did this time? Outsmarting all those apostles, stealing the necklace, and smuggling it off Aiken Island without remembering a single thing. Is it even possible? While Ed was still trying to fine-tune his strategy to make it as flawless as possible, Lucy spoke up beside him. I once made a promise to my grandfather that I would step up and save this academy from a major disaster it couldn't handle on its own. All right, I know. You told me about that before. Yeah, so if time keeps rewinding over and over, I'm definitely not going to sit back. I'll leap in a battle against that dragon every single time. For some reason, I just have a hunch that something like that has already happened. That's right. I came to this academy to keep that last promise to my grandfather. Maybe I've been waiting for this exact moment all along. Now that painful wait has finally come to an end. But if time turns back again, even if we stop that dragon, won't it all be meaningless anyway? Is that so? Lucy took off her hat and pulled Ed into her arms. All I want to do right now is die in your arms. The moments closest to death are always the most beautiful. Besides, memories get wiped clean anyway, right? They're memories that'll never come back, aren't they? Probably. In that case, while I'm at it, I might as well just say it out loud. The stuff that's usually way too hard to get out. Lucy's unbreakable magical barrier gradually faded into nothingness. Though it carried a hint of embarrassment, the truth wasn't sugar-coated with romantic flair, but delivered through raw, unfiltered honesty. If you weren't in my life, everything would feel so empty. I don't want to be left all alone ever again. So please, don't vanish on me. Ed gently rested his hand on Lucy's head, his voice soft and tender. It's okay. That's really not that hard of a favor to ask. The two of them sat leaning against the tree trunk, quietly waiting for their fate to unfold. A deafening roar from the sacred spear dragon echoed across the sky like a death knell. Neither of them put up any resistance, because this was already the end of the line. Not a single scream of pain, nor a single groan escaped their lips. They simply held onto each other's warmth in those final moments between life and death. It was as if both hearts had found a kindred spirit sharing the same ideals, leaning on each other through sorrow and hardship like true soulmates. After a while, the onslaught finally came to a halt. All that remained were two people still holding each other, peaceful expressions on their faces. They had done everything they possibly could. Lucy's hat was torn to shreds, stained crimson with her blood. Yet that was where everything began anew. One final point of no return chance. At that very moment, in the Academy's main hall, Adele's instrument clattered to the floor after a final rewind. Every last bit of divine power in her arms and body was completely tapped out. Now, she could no longer travel back through time, nor could she see into the future. She had become a mortal body that could die like anyone else. Adele sat slumped on the ground, reflecting on everything she had been through. In the end, she still hadn't managed to prevent the resurrection of the sacred spear dragon. Earlier, her reunion with Clarice hadn't happened under the best circumstances, yet it was still a small comfort in a life filled with endless pain. It's a shame I won't get to see that happy smile ever again. Even if it were just a lie, I wish I could have sung for her one last time. On the flip side, her encounter with Edrot Taylor had been downright terrifying. The moment a fleeting thought of wanting to live crossed her mind, her entire resolve had completely shattered. Even so, the agonizing pain made Adele feel like it wouldn't be surprising if she collapsed and died at any second, which in turn reminded her of the task she still needed to carry out. Adele dragged her heavy feet, taking one sluggish step after another toward the sanctuary. She pushed herself to act, to put a stop to the sacred spear dragon's resurrection and wipe everything clean. Adele was destined to die, just as fate had ordained. Even after confirming the whole truth behind the incident and Edrot Taylor's plan, she still had to die, exactly as destiny had written. Adele had read the detailed plan Ed sent right before the loop ended, but it was an impossible strategy. First of all, it would take time for Clarice to convince him. You've lost all your memories, so if you start planning from scratch again, the entire morning will be wasted. Then there's convincing the combat forces to stand against the apostles and getting them to the location. All of that takes up way too much time. No matter how fast you move, you'll only reach the sanctuary by dusk at the earliest. By then, though, it'll already be far too late. Archbishop Verdio's plan will have been set in motion long ago. Magic power will have already poured into the necklace, and as time passes, the sacred spear dragon will rise once again. The sun had dipped below the horizon, stretching long shadows across the ground. Just to walk down this corridor, and I'll reach the shrine. Now all I have to do is step into the sanctuary and offer myself up to the sacrificial magic circle, and everything will. Before she could finish her thought, something outside the window caught Adele's attention. Her eyes widened in utter disbelief. How is this even possible? A massive creature was spreading its wings across the sky, heading straight toward the sanctuary. Rewinding to a few minutes prior, back at the familiar table where Ed was sipping his tea, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in excruciating pain. Beside him, Janica was instantly overwhelmed with worry. What's wrong? Are you okay? Glasscate's work on the concept of divine magic stated that divine magic isn't fully effective against those who possess a natural resistance to it. Adele's time rewind spell was a hybrid of divine magic and holy church magic. That meant that besides her, no one else in the world should have been able to rewind time on such a grand scale. The blessing of holy magic had countered the divine magic, and as a result, Clarice had retained all her memories across the time loops. Whether it was because Adele's holy magic had run completely dry, or because Ed was actively studying divine magic, this unprecedented situation was now unfolding. Immediately following the time rewind, the divine magic inside Ed's body clashed with Adele's divine magic, and the toll it took was immediate. All his memories from the previous loops flooded into his mind in a single instant. It felt as though his brain was on the verge of exploding, threatening to knock him completely unconscious. Being crushed under the rubble of a collapsing building, being impaled by a spear, being pierced through by dragon scales, slowly dying in agony from severe blood loss, burning alive in flames. Those memories and sensations from timelines that should have vanished remained entirely intact. Both Janica and Clarice grew desperately anxious. Ed, Senior, out of nowhere, Ed reached out and grabbed Saintess Clarice firmly by the hand. He forced the words out through the relentless, agonizing pain. There's no time to hesitate anymore. From here on out, it's a race where everyone's life is on the line. Back inside the sanctuary, Archbishop Verdio was laughing gleefully over his grand scheme. The sacred spear dragon will soon be resurrected through the grace of the supreme God Telos. The church will rise once again to true greatness. Before he could even finish his sentence, a massive spirit shattered the glass ceiling from above and came crashing down at breakneck speed. Without a single second of hesitation, it lunged straight for the box containing the necklace. Ed slammed his feet down right behind the archbishop before the man could even figure out what was happening. Swift as lightning, he snatched the dragon fang stored inside the box. The plan to steal the necklace right out of Verdio's hands was executed to absolute perfection. The old man spun around, his face twisted in rage. "Who the hell are you? Why are you doing this?" He screamed out orders to his apostles. "Restrain him right now, Renas." Instantly, the apostle Renas fired a barrage of arrows straight at Ed. They flew with terrifying speed, but backed by his memories from the time loops, Ed dodged every single one with ease. In that endlessly repeating timeline, the starting point was always the same. Saintess Clarice would always pull Ed onto the carriage, just like that. She would talk about how time had reset and reveal her true identity. As they rode together in the carriage, Ed would use that time to organize his thoughts and slowly come to terms with the situation. Verdio's face was dripping with arrogance. "I don't know what kind of bastard you are, but do you honestly think you can beat a holy apostle of Telos?" In every previous attempt, Ed had overlooked one crucial detail. Clarice was always by his side, someone who was willing to place her complete trust in his wild, unbelievable claims. This spirit was exponentially faster than any carriage, and her raw power far surpassed Ed's own. A reliable ally ready to lend her full support with everything she had, without demanding a single logical explanation. Janica turned her head toward Ed and spoke up. "Let's move." Ed swiftly mounted the spirit's back, right after successfully snatching the necklace from Archbishop Verdio's hands. From this moment on, it was a race against the clock. He and Janica had taken less than an hour to get here, yet the magical energy within the necklace had already begun to surge. Ed handed the seal-breaking necklace over to the spirit to hold on to. It was the artifact that would awaken the sacred spear dragon Velbrook. Once the necklace resonated with the dragon's seal beneath Aiken Island, it would be game over, and no one in the world would be able to stop the sacred spear dragon from wiping out everything. If Ed failed this time, Saintess Claris would undoubtedly have to sacrifice herself to seal it away once again. This was their absolute last chance. In that case, there's only one way left. Before the sacred spear dragon revives, I have to take this necklace and run as far away as possible to a place where its magical power can't reach. Watching his master plan crumble in an instant, the old archbishop's face turned bright red with fury. "What the hell are you all standing around for? Grab him already." Before he could even finish his shout, Verdio's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Planted in the ground, right beneath him, was Ed's signature dagger. Since when had it been sitting there? He cast the intermediate magic spell, Detonation. A deafening explosion went off, instantly blowing the holy sanctuary apart amidst a thick cloud of dust. Ed and Janica quickly bolted out of the sanctuary before the parting gift he left behind went off. Ed knew full well that the trap couldn't buy them all that much time. He sprinted as fast as he could, while Ed and Janica were still soaring across the vast open sky. Ed confronted her. "Why didn't you listen to me? When we hit the ground, I told you to run away right then and there." Janica's face flushed bright red with embarrassment. I just couldn't leave Ed behind." Hearing that, a look of perplexity flashed across Ed's eyes. "Even though that happened over a year ago, if you pull a stunt like that again, you're going to get expelled. If things don't go smoothly, I'm going to end up a fugitive hunted down by the clergy." Before he could finish, Janica cut in. "My hometown is in Poulin. It's so remote that if we hide out there, nobody will ever find us. Or maybe heading into the desolate desert or some lawless zone would be even safer." Janica's words left Ed completely speechless. She gently placed her hand over his and spoke up. "You're doing it again, aren't you? You're trying to bear the burden of everything all by yourself again, right? What are you talking about?" A flurry of chaotic thoughts raced through Ed's mind. How on earth did she figure all of that out? Reflecting on everything they had been through together for so long, just by looking at his face, Janica could tell exactly what Ed was thinking. If we get expelled, we'll get expelled together. Who knows, if both of us get kicked out, maybe it won't feel quite as unfair. Even if I become a wanted fugitive, I'm still coming with you." Janica's voice grew increasingly frantic, her emotions steadily slipping past the point of calm. "I am definitely not going to let you suffer all by yourself." Even caught in the middle of such a dire situation, Ed stood frozen for a few seconds at the things Janica had just said. He never would have imagined she'd actually say something like that. However, that moment didn't last long. The apostles were already hot on their heels, catching up fast. Now was definitely not the time to be worrying about the consequences. All 6 apostles had caught up with Ed and Janica, training their weapons directly on the 2 of them and getting ready to deal a fatal blow. Ed urged Janica on. "Pick up the pace. We're running out of time." "Got it, hold on tight." Inside the sanctuary, shattered chunks of stone and rubble were scattered everywhere, and the place was completely devastated. Even so, Elder Verdio wasn't too seriously injured, suffering only a few scrapes and a coat of dust. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from beneath the wreckage. "Get out of the way." It was Claris. She had arrived right on schedule as they had planned. "Saintess Claris, why are you here?" Claris's expression darkened as she recalled her conversation with Ed. "You're the only one who can pull this off." "Me?" The Saintess is the only person who remembers every single detail of the past and fully understands the whole situation. While I figure out a way to stop the resurrection of the Holy Dragon, I need you to do something for me. Snap back to reality. Elder Verdio stammered as he tried to explain. "No, the situation right now is a bit complicated." Paying him no mind, Clarice shoved him aside and dashed forward. "Please, stop Archbishop Verdio." She ran up to the altar set up with offerings and knocked everything crashing to the floor. The memories she had lived through forced Clarice to face a harsh reality. Archbishop Verdio was a cunning schemer, a religious fanatic willing to do whatever it took if he thought it benefited him. He would use the entire clergy to cover up his own filthy deeds. That is precisely why you must stop him at all costs. Clara spun around to face Holy Emperor Eldon and screamed at the top of her lungs with fury. "Are you just going to stand by and stay out of this forever? What on earth are you even doing with such a monumental responsibility? Pope, you need to banish Archbishop Verdio immediately. He only brings filth and corruption to this church." Meanwhile, down below, Clavius and Anvera had no clue what was going on and were just casually chatting away. "Tali's fighting Wade. That Wade guy is super strong. Tali's probably going to lose." The relentless wave of attacks from the apostles kept pouring in endlessly. Ed and Janica had to struggle with all their might just to dodge every single one. 10 minutes ago, we were just sitting around blankly outside Glock Hall. So why on earth does this feel like Fast and Furious right now? Suddenly, a basic wind magic spell came hurtling toward them, leaving the distance way too close for Ed to evade in time. This is bad. The two of them were blasted off the wind spirit and sent plummeting straight down at an accelerating speed. Ed forced his body to tuck in tightly to maximize his falling speed in order to catch up with the terrified Janica. He shot down from the heavens like an arrow to rescue the girl right before his eyes. The distance rapidly closed, and Ed finally managed to grab hold of Janica while using his other hand to catch the ceiling necklace. Ed pulled Janica into his embrace as they continued their free fall. He didn't have much of a plan at the moment. The apostles were still chasing after them, howling at the top of their lungs. "Grab those too. The necklace is top priority." While Ed scrambled to figure out a countermeasure, Janica suddenly spoke up. "You're going to handle all the fallout afterwards, right?" She flashed a mysterious smile. "What?" Without missing a beat, Janica pushed Ed away. She slowly drifted downward with a joyful look on her face, her eyes radiating absolute trust. "This time, let me help you." Before he knew it, Janica had managed to snag the ring Ed used to borrow magical power. She slowly slid it onto her finger. Waves of magical light radiated out in all directions, illuminating a massive area. The sheer scale and grandiosity of its power left the cadets down below completely awestruck. Currents of air converged into a single point, and the sky above the academy gradually filled with spirits bearing different sets of wings. They swarmed around, surrounding the stunned apostles. This is, amidst the horde of spirits, only a single entity exuded an overwhelming presence. Even on a clear day, anyone walking beneath it was denied the warmth of the sunlight. Clavius yelled out in panic. What kind of madness is happening now? Depending on who summoned it, that entity could be called a primeval spirit, the very first ethereal being among countless water spirits to be granted life, and the one and only supreme water spirit existing in nature. Janica turned back toward the apostles as they frantically struggled to wipe out the other spirits. Most of them are just weak lesser spirits, but there are way too many. Damn it, there's got to be hundreds of them. Every single attack aimed at Ed and Janica was effortlessly deflected by the supreme water spirit. Gripping the necklace in his hand, Ed thought to himself, "Sure enough, I can feel my magical energy draining away. If things keep going like this, we might actually be able to prevent the resurrection of the Holy Dragon." But that wasn't the issue right now. Ed cast his gaze toward an exhausted Janica and asked with deep concern, "Janica, just how much mana did you dump into this?" "I honestly have no idea. I'll probably be bedridden for a while." Ed stepped closer to Janica and reached out to touch her forehead. "Are you okay? Why is your body burning up like this?" Janica's face flushed beet red as she fumbled in embarrassment and shame. "Don't do that. If you keep touching me, my body temperature is just going to shoot up even higher." Realizing that attacking the lower-tier spirits was completely useless, the apostles started cooking up a different plan. "Tatarek, we'll clear a path, you go." In a split second, a bolt of lightning was carved across the battlefield, piercing right through everything standing in its way. The apostle of the god Telos, Tandarek, the one blessed with the fastest speed, charged forward like an unstoppable arrow, gripping his spear tightly in his hand. In the blink of an eye, Tandarek was standing right next to an exhausted Janica, speaking up. "So you're the one controlling those giant spirits? You really are a dangerous one. Even though I'm not much of a fan of killing, I'm afraid I'll have to apologize." He thrust his spear straight toward Janica without a second's hesitation. Sensing the danger, Tandarek instinctively whipped his spear around toward Ed. Ed's face darkened as he spoke in an icy tone. "Go get him, Takin." Tandarek was caught off guard. "What?" The high-tier fire spirit obeyed the command and snapped its jaws around the spear. Seizing the moment, Ed sprang forward with expert technique, leaping right onto Tandarek's back. He locked his arms tightly around the apostle's head like a seasoned soldier. The sudden assault caught Tandarek off guard, but he quickly composed himself, funneling mana into his body to break free. Dragging both Ed and Takin along with him, he blasted up into the sky, blazing with fury. Janica, completely exhausted from sustaining the supreme water spirit and the low-tier spirits just to buy time, spoke in a soft voice. "Takin, please protect Ed." Tandarek swerved erratically before finally crashing hard into the ground, triggering a massive shockwave. The earth was ripped to shreds, and thick clouds of dust swallowed up the surroundings. Emerging from the wreckage, Tandarek stood there completely unfazed, summoning a supreme spirit and managing to control a high-tier spirit at the same time. Truly an extraordinary talent. He pointed the tip of his spear at Ed and boldly declared, "But the apostles of the god Telos, the executors of divine will, are far stronger than that." Ed casually pushed himself up. "Trash who talks big always ends up getting wrecked. Hand over that necklace right now, or both you and that little spirit summoner are going to die. Are you finally done spouting nonsense? Instead of actually doing anything, are you just going to stand there talking meaningless crap?" This was Ed's final chance. The hourglass had run out. Even though he still vividly remembered the feeling of being killed dozens of times before, he no longer had the luxury of gambling with his life. Adele couldn't turn back time anymore, which meant that if he failed, it would be permanent death. There was zero room for error in this battle. Ed had to win at all costs. Since Ed had stepped outside of Aiken Island, the magical resonance had died down a bit. But if he didn't push even further away, the Holy Dragon would wake up and resurrect in no time. If that's the case, there's only one way out. I have to win and push forward. His opponent was the third apostle of the god Telos, Tandarek, the fastest of them all. His moniker was the Speed Demon, and his power relied on holy magic to reinforce his entire body, meaning all of his overwhelming strength stemmed from his internal energy. Ed already knew all of this thanks to the memories from his previous loops. Still, knowing was one thing, but actually blocking it was a completely different story. In the blink of an eye, Tandarek vanished, leaving streaks of light slashing through the air. His instantaneous speed even broke the sound barrier, making it practically impossible to dodge with the naked eye. Right as that thought crossed his mind, Tandarek's silhouette materialized directly behind Ed, with a sharp spear primed to finish him off. Ed shut his eyes, gambling everything on his skills. Without a moment's hesitation, Tandarek seized the opening and drove his spear straight toward the back of Ed's neck. Just as the tip of the weapon was about to graze his skin, something bizarre happened. If he couldn't see it coming, dodging was pointless anyway. The blessing of the gale was triggered. When caught off guard by an unexpected assault, the blessing blasted the enemy away with a gust of wind. Tandarek was stopped dead in his tracks, shouting in utter disbelief. What the hell? This was the counterattack Ed had bet everything on, one that could only be used a single time. He quickly spun around, channeling intermediate magic into his hands. I'm not letting this fleeting opening slip away. First point strike. An explosion blew everything nearby to pieces, completely engulfing Tandarek as he lunged forward with bloodlust. The attack forced him backward, though his body escaped serious injury, thanks to his mana reinforcement. Tandarek's face twisted with rage as he gritted his teeth and roared. You're still trying to fight back? Across from him, Ed let out a calm sigh. The inherent flaw with the spell he had just used was that its firepower was simply too weak to take down his opponent. Suddenly, the voice of the high-tier spirit Takin echoed out. "If you're lacking firepower, leave it to me." Raging flames burst into existence, lighting up the entire surrounding area. Takin, immune to magic and boasting overwhelming firepower, breathed out a massive stream of fire straight toward Tandarek, scorching everything in its path. The sustained attack carved a burning trail right across the dense forest. But Tandarek quickly bolted into the sky, dodging the entire onslaught. His body radiated a protective shroud of holy energy, and with his sharp spear pointed squarely at Ed, he dove down. In a fraction of a second, a flash of light cut through the air, cleaving everything in its way. It blew Takin's body away at unbelievable speeds. Since his opponent was a combatant specializing in high-speed melee, it made total sense for a spirit like Takin to lose. Either way, Tandarek was the fastest of them all anyway. Takin slowly faded away into nothingness, leaving behind a faint parting message. "Sorry, Janica, controlling a supreme spirit and a high-tier spirit at the same time is already superhuman. The mana she's supplying me with has probably hit its absolute limit." Now we're in the worst-case scenario. Having taken down Takin, Tandarek glared at Ed with murderous intent. "Bring out whatever other toys you've got left, kid." Ed pulled out his trusty bow, loosing 3 water magic arrows toward Tandarek. They weren't aimed at him and instead whizzed right past, leaving Tandarek slightly startled. The moment the arrows hit the ground, Ed activated Ignite. The puddles of water instantly vaporized, generating a thick layer of fog that blanketed the battlefield. Tandarek stood his ground, oozing confidence. Water magic and fire magic. Planning to use steam to blind me? He closed his eyes and scoffed. "Trying to pull a cheap parlor trick like that won't work on me." He slashed his spear right through the fog, driving it straight into the center of Ed's chest. The strike sliced across his chest, sending a spray of blood into the air. Luckily, the wound wasn't too deep, and Ed managed to stay on his feet. Figures. Tandarek is insanely strong. Winning against him with my current power isn't going to be easy. Do I finally have to resort to that method? The only way to win. Marilda's image flashed through his mind. In the previous loop, Ed had gambled his life away and still had to rely on Marilda to finish things. But right now, the Phoenix Ring was being used by Janica. Truth be told, Ed had never fully summoned Marilda, using purely his own raw power. Ed hurried to erect a magical barrier to fend off Tandarek's relentless onslaught, his brain racing for a way to flip the tables. Is there really no other way? Slash after relentless stab hammered against the barrier, giving Ed 0 breathing room. Fed up with wasting time, Tandarek jammed his spear into the ground, pivoted off it to spin around, and unleashed a ferocious kick that shattered the barrier and slammed squarely into Ed's gut. The impact was so brutal it made Ed cough up blood. The gap in power was just way too wide. He was blasted flying some 10 meters back, slamming hard into a nearby boulder. Thick clouds of dust choked the air as Ed cast a weary gaze toward his opponent. His body had suffered critical injuries. Seizing the moment, Tandarek lunged forward with his spear, surging with holy energy. This is the end. At that very moment, a wave of familiar sensations rushed back into Ed's mind. It was something creeping through every single cell and twisting into every corner of his brain. Death itself. He had been crushed beneath collapsing rubble, impaled by spears, and pierced through by dragon scales, dying a slow death from blood loss, and burning away in raging flames. Those memories played on a loop, dying and reviving over and over again. Suddenly, Ed's stats skyrocketed in a violent surge. Spirit sense leveled up. Spirit comprehension leveled up, which meant quantification leveled up. Pack spirit sensory sharing leveled up. Lesser fire spirit leveled up. Spatial shift leveled up. High-tier wind spirit Marilda leveled up. Intermediate fire spirit Rhea leveled up. Finally, an epiphany hit Ed. So that's how it is. Just as the tip of the spear was about to pierce his forehead, it abruptly ground to a halt. Tandarek blinked in utter shock. What just happened? Whether it was holy magic or spirit sensing, the way one learned spell casting wasn't all that different. Having gone through dozens of failures, his memories were forged entirely out of pain and hard-earned lessons. Through every relentless struggle, refusing to give up, the history of those seemingly pointless efforts finally yielded a sweet reward. The high-tier wind spirit Marilda was summoned in her complete form. The second she materialized, Marilda clamped her jaws onto Tandarek's wings and yanked him backward. Amidst that brief moment of distraction, Ed seized the opening and retaliated with a razor-sharp counterattack. He slammed his forehead straight into Tandarek's face, setting up the finishing blow. Tandarek's face was bruised and battered, blood streaming freely from his nose and mouth as he gritted his teeth in fury. He retaliated with a point-blank punch straight to Ed's face, making him cough up blood. Nobody is good at anything right off the bat. Whether a plan pans out or not, nobody can ever know for sure. But so what? If you don't risk your life in every single fight, you're just going to stay weak forever. That's just how things always are. There's never an easy, paved road to walk on. Only challenges and thorns can ever truly forge a person into someone stronger. Everyone has their own reasons to fight tooth and nail for survival, to hold on to their precious lives. That's been the ultimate truth for thousands of years. Humanity has always scraped together every possible means just to stay alive, and an arrow pierced straight through Tandarek's heart, robbing his body of consciousness. The battle was decided. No matter how tough or grueling things get, it all boils down to one single drive. Gritting your teeth through the pain, tearing your own body apart just to snatch back a chance at life. Only by pouring your heart, soul, and life into a battle can you manage to smile at the very end. The fists kept raining down to make damn sure Tandarek was thoroughly put down. Tandarek lay there completely motionless. Ed staggered to his feet, utterly exhausted, his body drenched in blood and crisscrossed with jagged wounds. He cast his gaze downward to confirm the enemy was finally finished. After that, Ed and Marilda departed, heading as far away from Aiken Island as humanly possible, clutching the necklace that pulsed with faint magical energy. Ed thought to himself, time's running out, and I still have things I need to take care of with this. Back inside the holy sanctuary, the Saintess Claris screamed right in Holy Emperor Eldon's face. Just how much longer do you plan on standing there and playing dumb? Your Holiness, I beg you to strip Archbishop Verdio of his position in the church immediately. Before anyone could even think, Elder Verdio's voice boomed out. Your Holiness, surely you aren't going to buy into the absurd ramblings of some wet-behind-the-ears saintess? We're all here for the future of the church. Claris didn't hesitate to fire back. Absurd ramblings, you say? Using Velbroke's necklace to resurrect the holy dragon, and then letting the apostles wipe it out. Isn't that your filthy little master plan, Archbishop? A blank, dumbfounded expression washed over the old man's face. How on earth does the Saintess know about that? How do I know, you ask? Even after going through countless encounters against the Holy Dragon in the past, the Church has never once managed to defeat it. Your scheme is going to crash and burn miserably. Verdio, this is madness. It's precisely because you failed an ungodly number of times in those reverse temporal loops that I'm standing right here, chewing you out right now. Archbishop Verdio, inside the inner chamber of the sanctuary, Saintess Claris was still desperately trying to convince Holy Emperor Eldon to follow her lead. With all of Archbishop Verdio's grand plans crumbling around him, his absolute last resort was to sacrifice the Saintess's life right onto the sacrificial magic circle laid out before them. Your Holiness, Claris spoke in a ringing, resolute voice. If that truly is the will of the god Telos, I am more than willing to offer up my own life. However, countless innocent people living in peace will lose their lives for absolutely nothing. If the clergy causes wave after wave of innocent people to perish, who on earth is ever going to put their trust in this church ever again? The reality was that nobody could guarantee the truth behind Claris's words. How can we possibly believe such wild claims, Your Holiness? But doesn't the mere fact that I'm standing right here, knowing every single detail of the Archbishop's secret plot speak volumes? If I die here, nothing's going to change. You were the one who led me to this exact place, right to the people I've tried so hard to save. The genuine anthem they raise together with their unyielding efforts will echo across this entire continent. Right now, it won't just be me. The entire world is going to lose its faith in the clergy. After all, we are right here on Aiken Island. If the Saintess no longer holds faith in the church, it is an utter disgrace. Your Holiness, I demand that you use your imperial authority to lock her away at once. A coward who can't even tell reality apart from dogma has been warming the Holy Emperor's throne for decades. The moment someone steps up with true resolve and unyielding conviction, this useless old man only knows how to blindly scramble and do whatever they tell him to do. Just like all the years that have flown by before, I want to entrust the future of the church to someone with the greatest faith and the most resolute gaze in this entire organization. I will follow the Saintess's lead. Hearing that, Clarice cast a look of pure hatred toward Verdio. Your plans have never succeeded even once, and this time won't be any different. In the name of Holy Emperor Eldon, the most loyal servant of the god Telos, and myself, Saintess Clarice of the Church, I hereby declare Archbishop Verdio expelled from the clergy effective immediately. Upon hearing those words, Elder Verdio didn't show an ounce of anger. Instead, he burst out into a chilling cackle. He glared at Clarice with a murderous look in his eyes, his voice dripping with menace. You really think pulling a stunt like that is going to change a damn thing? The moment he finished speaking, he grabbed Clarice by the wrist and yanked her away as he bolted. What do you think you're doing, Verdio? Clarice screamed. As long as the Saintess doesn't step foot onto the sacrificial magic circle, nobody can stop the resurrection of the Holy Dragon. Sure, that brat managed to swipe the Holy Dragon's necklace and run for it, but the apostles are already hot on his tail. Even if he somehow lucked out and got away, in his current state, just how far could he possibly run? This is far from over. If things keep going at this rate, the Holy Dragon is going to resurrect in no time. When that happens, absolutely nobody will be able to stop this plan. Before he could ramble any further, Clarice cut him off in a clear, commanding voice. No, I am absolutely not going to let things play out the way you want. She violently yanked her arm free from Verdio's grip. He spun around, staring in stunned disbelief at the very Saintess he had raised. You were the one who grabbed my hand and ran away back then. He is infinitely stronger than you'll ever be. Without a second's hesitation, Clarice unleashed a devastating burst of high-tier, holy magic straight at Verdio. He took the full brunt of the attack, writhing in sheer agony. She collapsed to her knees from utter exhaustion, while Verdio lay sprawled flat out across the ground, drenched in blood. He desperately clung to consciousness. The Lord's teachings dictate that a saintess's life must be lived in pursuit of pure, spotless white light. So why on earth has your soul become painted in so many colors? Clarice caught her breath through weary gasps and fired back. Because I may be a saintess, but I'm also a student. I learned so much from him. Hidden within a ray of light that once seemed purely white are countless gorgeous colors. The red of fierce passion and the burning desire to push forward. The golden yellow of kindness and benevolence. The turquoise of protection and shelter. The deep, boundless blue of tolerance and forgiveness. And the purple of overwhelming power and ultimate judgment. Ed quickly handed the necklace over to Lucy since he wasn't in any condition to move fast. Moving like a streak of lightning, Lucy shot across the sky at an unimaginable velocity, leaving a jagged streak of purple tearing the heavens wide open. When all of those colors come together, they forge the absolute purest and most beautiful white of all. A white born of true experience and lessons learned, not some meaningless blank sheet of paper. Now standing as upperclassmen, the protagonist Taylor had to square off against the first-year students. But the resistance put up by those underclassmen wasn't going to fold easily. Everyone wanted to beat the seniors to rack up high grades, making his opponents a genuinely tough crowd. Early on in the script, for whatever reason, not a single first-year student had managed to get placed in a Class A. Even so, the plot kept rolling forward, refusing to grind to a halt just because a few cogs slipped out of place. Taylor managed to defeat his final opponent, Claw, the leader of the first-year alchemy department. Refusing to accept defeat, Claw chugged a forbidden drug, the evil god's blood, serving as the mid-boss of Act 3. Claw the calamitous alchemist. He drew upon mana gifted by the evil god Mebulu, wielding all sorts of dark sorcery to claw his way to victory. Taylor kept getting pushed back against the sudden, overwhelming surge of power. The trials kept piling up endlessly, and he had to fight his way through them all by himself. Since this was the climax of the act, Taylor had already gone toe-to-toe with a ridiculous number of enemies. So pulling himself back up to his feet was no easy feat. Ed was no different. He had drained every last drop of his stamina just to sprint all the way here to stop someone, though whether he'd make it in time was anyone's guess. No matter how tough things got, the script marched on. Villains were bound to get crushed by the protagonist in the end. Taylor lunged forward with his sword blazing with light, unleashing an elemental slash that sliced right through everything standing in its way. Taylor's slash shattered the darkness, unlocking the ability to cut through any element. An explosive blast blew the roof of the arena clean off, while Ed continued dragging his agonizingly painful steps forward. The second joint combat exercise in the original script wrapped up as follows. Taylor, once mocked by his fellow students as a bottom-tier swordsman, was now universally recognized as an elite powerhouse within the academy. He was showered with praise and congratulations by his best friend, the student audience, and the faculty alike. Taylor etched that glorious scene into his memory, but the joy lasted only for a fleeting second. As he stepped out of the exam grounds, a shocking piece of news reached his ears. News regarding the death of a comrade, a talented poet and visionary prophet. Deep inside the sanctuary, Adele took her final steps toward the sacrificial circle. Word of Adele's demise would soon ripple through the entire academy, though the exact cause was never clearly spelled out. In the original storyline, Adele was meant to quietly exit the stage behind the scenes. But things were entirely different now. A hand reached out and grabbed Adele just as she was about to collapse onto the sacrificial altar. It was Ed. He had arrived in the nick of time, running on fumes, but thankfully not too late. Tears streamed down Adele's cheeks. Ed had pushed himself to the absolute brink of collapse, but fortunately, he wasn't too late. The original storyline had officially shifted. Taylor's group hadn't heard a peep about anyone sacrificing themselves. They only caught wind of the rumors regarding the turmoil within the clergy. A completely unhinged Elder Verdio had rushed straight at the Saintess, demanding a showdown. But all he got in return was a direct punch straight to the face that left him sprawled flat out on the floor. The guards and soldiers had already rallied behind Clarice. Since the uproar was an internal affair contained within the clergy, the details were kept strictly under wraps. Everything had been successfully handled and smoothed over. Thanks to that, the Saintess of Suspicion no longer existed. The Holy Dragon hadn't been resurrected early either. The awakened necklace now lay buried deep at the bottom of the ocean. With the Saintess of Suspicion gone from the picture, the clerical army never made landfall on Aiken Island. Consequently, Act 3's final boss and Lucy's awakening event didn't even trigger. Compared to the original script, plenty of things had been flipped upside down, but this ending wasn't half bad. Gazing up at the sky, stained gold by the twilight, Lucy's face blushed with embarrassment. The memories of the previous time loop remained vivid in her mind. Somehow, I'm really craving some beef jerky right now. Fortunately, the academy did not suffer severe damage, and everything was still heading toward a bright future. After handling all the trouble, Ed returned to his usual campsite. He approached the door of Janica's cabin and knocked gently. "Janica, are you feeling any better?" Her voice rang out full of awkwardness. "Is that you, Ed? Don't come in. I'm taking a bath." She continued, "Besides, my vision still hasn't cleared up." Hearing this, Ed stood frozen in front of the door. He recalled the price paid for Janica using future magical power. Right now, she couldn't use magic and was practically blind. The supreme elemental spirit Bredre had stopped 5 apostles at once, but in the end, it fell into the forest outside Aiken Island. Janica had passed out at that time and was carried back to the wooden cabin in the forest by someone. Although it wasn't clear what had happened, that person was Lucy. She had brought Janica back after she collapsed from exhaustion due to using too much magical power. Luckily, both of them were safe. While Ed was lost in idle thoughts, a familiar voice echoed out. If something like that happens, you absolutely have to report it to me first. Ed turned around, realizing it was Belle, the headmaid. He had asked her to come and take care of Janica. Yes, thank you for coming, Ed said. Belle's face radiated happiness. As the headmaid, she no longer had to do chores, but looking at her expression, Ed guessed she still longed to do those kinds of tasks as she used to. Belle stepped closer to Ed and spoke up. Young master, are you all right? Yes, I'm worried about Janica, since she still can't see clearly. But I'm doing fine. No, that's not what I meant. You don't have anything weighing on your mind, do you? Ed pondered for a moment before replying. I'm Phoenix. I see. Right now, the most important thing is taking care of Janica. Belle walked briskly inside, saying, I'm saying this just to avoid any misunderstandings. I have to help her change and wipe away her sweat. Ed nodded. That goes without saying, right? How could the young master ever make such a rookie mistake, right? The door closed, but it wasn't pulled shut tightly. Sure enough, a few seconds later, Belle poked her head out and teased. But hey, aren't you right at that impulsive age? If not now, when else are you going to try making a mistake? Sometimes listening to the voice in your heart isn't such a bad idea. Not letting Belle ramble on any further, Ed stepped forward and slammed the door shut. Stop saying weird things and hurry up inside to help Janica. Belle's voice still tried to linger. If that's the case, what a pity. But hey, young master, you just spoke to me informally a moment ago. Belle's face was brimming with excitement over the joke. The strongest captain in history, right here, everyone. Ed looked at her with a puzzled expression, fell silent, and then turned away. Feeling like it wasn't enough, Belle continued her plan, speaking loudly enough for Ed to hear. Lady Janica, why are you all by yourself in such a dusty environment? Doing this is practically a crime. It would be better to take her straight to the Academy's infirmary instead. I'm going to throw the door wide open for some fresh air. Shall I do it, my lady? Janica screamed in embarrassment. Belle, don't. You can't just leave halfway through changing my clothes to go do other things. Hearing this, Ed felt awkward too. Even though he wasn't standing close by, imagining the scene inside wasn't difficult. He knew Belle was sharp-witted when it came to things like this. And perhaps she had also realized that Ed's mind was in turmoil. What on earth was she thinking, opening both the window and the main door wide open while giving Janica a bath? She's completely out of her mind. Thanks to that, the afternoon passed by in a flash, leaving Ed with no time for wandering thoughts. Even though he had only taken a 2-day break from camping, it felt like he had been away for a whole month. Looks like I'm running a bit low on fire. While Ed was wondering what to have for dinner, a figure approached. Hello, senior. Ed turned back and saw a girl carrying a lute. Clarice, the saintess. Is it you, Clarice? Shouldn't I be calling you the saintess instead? After settling matters at the diocese, Clarice had come to share a few things. Archbishop Verdio has been officially excommunicated from a church. Is that so? Ed asked. He is being escorted back to the Holy Imperial Capital by order of the Pope and the Apostles. How he will be dealt with afterward is left entirely to the Pope's discretion. Id wonder the land. Do you still believe in the church? Clarice replied. Pope Eldon admitted that he was once far too lax in managing his subordinates. I think an archbishop with distorted beliefs took advantage of the church's weakness to manipulate power. This recent incident is probably an opportunity for the church to head in a new direction. I want to try placing my trust in the church once more. Hearing this, Ed remained silent. Clarice continued, bringing up her friend. As for Adele, she has vanished. I used the title of saintess to search for her, but there's not a single trace. Ed remained calm. So, is there anything you want to leave a message about? Clarice replied. But now it's just. Clarice looked up at the sky, her voice carrying a hint of lingering happiness. I just wanted to say thank you. I'm leaving this here. For someone who wanders everywhere like Adele, who knows, maybe her next destination will be this campsite. She stood up and turned to leave. Will Senior be staying at this campsite during the summer break? Probably. I don't really have anywhere else to go anyway. Senior, could I ask you for a small favor? Treat me like a friend. Ed handed her the torch and smiled. It's been like that all along. You always talk to me so naturally. There's no need to ask. Clarice gave a soft laugh. I understand, but mean like a close friend. If Senior ever needs help in the future, please feel free to tell me. I can't guarantee I'll be able to handle everything, but I'll do my absolute best. Watching Clarice's back gradually fade away, a flurry of chaotic thoughts surfaced in Ed's mind. From behind, Adele's voice rang out, shattering the quiet. I think it's about time I left. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid I'll run into other people. Are you really going to be all right? Ed asked. Adele appeared with her body wrapped tightly in bandages and one eye covered by an eye patch. Even though my holy spells and divine power haven't recovered yet, my body is strong enough to move around. No, I mean, you're leaving without even seeing Clarice. Is that really okay? Yes, because I don't have any songs left to sing anymore. Or rather, I no longer have the courage to lie. The songs praising the greatness of the god Telos, stories of traveling the world, songs about freedom. Everything I played on this lute was a lie. Is that so? Adele gripped the lute tightly, then flat out hurled it into the campfire without a moment's hesitation. Ed was astounded by that action. I want to retrace every place where I sang those insincere songs in front of Clarice. This is going to be a long journey, so I want to shed all my burdens. Up until now, my journey was just running away from fate. But this time, I'm not running anymore. I'm simply traveling everywhere. Id wondered. So how is that any different? Of course it's different. It means I finally have a place to return to. But I have to come back within 3 years. Otherwise, Clarice will graduate. When the trip ends, I want to come back here and sing the new song I wrote. All right. If you come back, I'll pick out a nice piece of wood to make you a new instrument. Huh. Then I guess I'll have to come back in 2 years, huh? Suddenly, Ed's tone turned serious. Is that everything? Is that really all you wish for? You've lost both your divine power and your magic, and you can no longer foresee the future. The future you once knew has come to an end. From now on, you'll be starting over in a completely unfamiliar place, beginning a new journey, knowing nothing about what lies ahead. You've broken free from the predetermined script, with nothing left to rely on. Who knows? Out there, a terrifying future might be waiting for you. Doesn't this foggy, uncertain present frighten you at all? The two of them fell silent. It wasn't a simple question. Adele answered, "Of course I'm scared. But knowing nothing about the future is also exciting, isn't it? Who knows? In those places, some kind person might appear, and wonderful things might be waiting. Honestly, I'm thrilled." Saying that, she turned and walked away under the brilliant sunset, as if painting an even brighter glow onto her radiant smile. Ed sat by the campfire deep in thought. So much had changed. He had just been talking to a girl who was supposed to have died according to the original script. It wasn't the plot, but rather the moment Ed was forced to make a choice within a brief span of time. Should he leave Aiken Island to prevent the holy blue dragon from reviving, or turn back to save Adele from death? Ed had chosen to stop the holy blue dragon. If Janica hadn't arrived just in time, he probably would have given up. To be more precise, Ed had chosen to sacrifice her to save the plot. If Adele's holy powers hadn't weakened and Janica hadn't kept her memories, he definitely would have chosen to save his own skin. Yeah, I'm that kind of person, always using survival as an excuse to run away from responsibility and brush aside my compassion. Teamwork, friendship, those values all meant nothing in the face of looming death. I'm a coward who easily turns a blind eye to those things. The campfire gradually died down, along with his heavy thoughts. A surging wave of guilt gnawed at Ed's shattered mind. Janica's footsteps slowly approached. Summer had arrived. Everything had changed completely. Rot Taylor, who shouldn't have existed in the academy, was now an elite student. Janica, the final boss of Act 1, was right by Ed's side. Lucy, the final boss of Act 3, had vanished from the script. But there were some things that never changed, no matter what happened. Whether distorting history or turning a blind eye to sacrifices, Ed was determined to survive by any means necessary. The night was gradually wrapping its arms around the camp, which was still glowing with fire. The Bard Fenia had already left this place to seek her own freedom, and just like that, the course of events that Ed once knew by heart had changed beyond recognition. The biggest and most crucial variable about to unfold was the subjugation of Lucy. The proficiency level of skills, the accumulated experience, and the special abilities gained from it would play a decisive role in executing Act 4 later on. The proficiency level of skills, the accumulated experience, and the special abilities gained from it would play a decisive role in executing Act 4 later on. Furthermore, the battle against Lucy would also be a pivotal milestone for her to finally shed the obsession with Glock locked deep within her heart. Ed had debated with himself whether he should ask her directly to understand what was on her mind. But strangely enough, the person who usually stuck to this place like a shadow, just to take afternoon naps, had been completely missing in action for days now. Is it really going to be fine if things keep going like this? Just as this momentum continued, a sudden wave of pain struck right in the middle of his sleep. Jolting idawake. He bolted up from a bed and let out a weary breath. How much time has already passed? Even though his memories were somewhat fading, that was definitely not a pleasant dream. Once the upcoming final exams are over, the summer vacation will officially begin. Could it be because of this rare bit of tranquility that it has returned? From behind him, eerie, pitch-black wisps of smoke were slowly drifting closer. Ed's eyes showed a deep sense of fatigue. I just remembered now, before setting foot in this place, you were haunted by that bizarre dream every single day. The memories of comrades who fell in war. Their screams crying out for help echoing like a curse summoned straight from hell. Before setting foot in this place, you were haunted by that bizarre dream every single day. The memories of comrades who fell in war. Their screams crying out for help echoing like a curse summoned straight from hell. Cutting to the next morning, familiar voices echoed from the student council room. Has the young master been looking heavily burdened lately? Yes. Even though he keeps saying he is fine, I still feel like something is unnatural. At a glance, he still seems normal, still busy with the hustle and bustle of life, just like always, juggling work at the camp, while taking on the role of a teaching assistant and keeping up with his studies. Even though it's just a personal hunch, I think he is carrying some kind of burden. Tanya sighed tiredly. I'm so worried. Tanya sighed tiredly. I'm so worried. Zik continued. I feel uneasy too. Honestly, I'm worried about a different matter altogether. What is it? As you can see, the relationships surrounding our senior are quite complicated. Terrifying images flashed through Tanya's mind one after another. Yeah, I know. But it is extremely rare for the senior to reveal any sign of vulnerability. What I'm afraid of is that this fierce rivalry will only become more intense. Returning to Ed's campsite, he was sitting next to Janica and chatting. I think I'm finally able to control low-level spirits. Is that so? But your observational skills are still not entirely clear. I was also worried that the flow of magical energy would be disrupted, but thanks to having Ed by my side, I want to try my hand at it once more. Anyway, it's almost time for class. Ed thought for a moment and finally agreed. That's fine, too. Janica stood up, gripping her wand tightly and beginning to chant. Then I'll get started. Originally, there was no need to chant when summoning these low-level spirits. Perhaps because she hadn't done it in a while, she wanted to be extra cautious. That spell caused a spark of fire to slowly bloom, along with a familiar voice. Oh, you finally decided to summon me out? Lady Janica. But right as the spell finished, her entire body became so dizzy that she couldn't even stand steadily. Janica clutched her head, exhaustion evident on her face as her magical energy was completely depleted. But before she could collapse, Ed quickly rushed over and caught her. Are you all right? Her face flushed red with embarrassment. Hey, are you listening to me? He turned to the fire spirit and said, Go back inside and rest for now. Mug. Yes. It's been a long time since this useless mutt has met. Janica stammered. The magical energy pressure was greater than I thought, so I just lost my composure for a second. Really? Your recovery speed seems a bit slow. And it looks like you're running a fever, too. Your whole body feels as hot as fire. No, that's not it. That has nothing to do with magical energy. Suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting in between the two of them. Even though I anticipated this, seeing it with my own eyes still feels so bizarre. From a distance, Lordle slowly walked over with an unpleasant smile. It's been a while since I dropped by to see the senior. Her eyes narrowed. Even though I prepare myself mentally, this scene still makes me feel I never expected the senior to build a camp here, just a playhouse. What is the meaning of this? Not that I care to hear your excuses. Janica narrowed her eyes, trying to focus on the person in front of her. What? Is that voice, Lordle? It's been a long time, Senior Janica. She flashed a victorious smile. I've decided to leave the Academy Hall and move in here to live. Ed and I have decided to live together. Those words made Lordle grind her teeth in frustration. Instead of using the word living together, wouldn't it be more accurate to say living right next door? She turned to look at Ed and said in a stern tone, Actually, the purpose of my visit today was to check on the senior and also to bring you some important news. Important news? What is it? Senior, I'm not sure how your financial situation is right now, but I advise you to hurry up and buy all your books and magic tools for the upcoming semester starting right now. Ed was taken aback. So early? Buying them now might be cheaper, but the vacation hasn't even started yet. Lordle smiled dangerously, her eyes narrowing like a true master. The issue isn't about whether it's expensive or cheap, but rather that by the end of the vacation, you won't even be able to find and buy them anywhere. She tilted her head toward Janica and continued, Well, it's quite fortunate to hear such valuable information together. Senior Janica is truly lucky. But Janica refused to back down, sharply firing back. Since I live with Ed, I'm always by his side anyway. What's so lucky about that? Thanks for the heads up, though. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Ed glanced over at her and thought to himself, Janica seems to have matured more. She doesn't miss any chance to win a verbal spar against Lordle. Of course, since her opponent was Lordle, there was no chance of her losing control or flying into a rage. However, Lordle's reaction was completely opposite to what he had expected. How annoying. She turned around to leave and said her goodbyes. That's it for today. I'll take my leave now. Suddenly, Lordle stopped and spoke up. This place is truly wonderful, though. Fresh air, the sound of flowing water. I finally understand why Claire loves coming here for afternoon naps. Those insinuating words put Janica on high alert. What did you say? Even though her vision hadn't fully recovered yet, she could see it clearly. The knowing smile of Lordle Cuhelland was right here. Transitioning to the dormitory lobby. You're saying Lordle left a letter here? She said she would find a replacement for your position and asked if you'd like to transfer. She even proposed a salary and bonus package. Belle reached out and took the letter. Even if it's Lady Lordle. Isn't this a bit too sudden? Those 3 pollen gold coins are definitely no small amount. Yet, how many years have I dedicated to working here at Awfulus Hall? No matter how high the weekly wage is, it still doesn't compare. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to peek, head butler. Even I couldn't believe my own eyes. That's 3 pollen gold coins for just 1 day of work. It's not a monthly salary, nor is it a weekly wage. Is it really a daily wage? The maid standing nearby looked at the butler's stunned expression and stammered. Are you really planning to quit? Cutting back to Ed's campsite. He was hard at work fixing the roof after the recent storms. Suddenly, a voice from below caught Ed's attention. Is that Senior Ed? From deep within the forest, 2 figures slowly stepped out and introduced themselves. I am a messenger acting under the direction of Chairman Lodo. My official title is Ron, a sales representative for the Elter Trading Company, Sylvania Branch. And the person next to me is Rihanna. We are here to conduct a preliminary survey, so we hope for the seniors' cooperation. Ed's face froze in shock. A preliminary survey? Don't tell me. You don't need to worry too much. It will be finished quickly. I heard the chairman is planning to build a villa right at this location as soon as possible. The 2 of them quickly opened their bags, took out surveying tools, and got to work. It's an honor to finally meet you. Ed slowly climbed down and spoke up. Acting so polite makes me feel a bit strange. You look to be around my age, too. Why don't you loosen up a bit? Run smiled. You are someone my master holds in high regard, so buttering you up a bit isn't a bad thing. Besides, I don't think I'll get to see you very often anyway. Lady Lordle doesn't like sending her subordinates to this place. Is there a reason? Because I'm sure she's well aware of how ridiculously different she acts when she's here. When she's here with you. she acts just like any other girl. But in front of her subordinates, Lady Lordle is a cold person with steel flowing through her veins. Ed walked up and remarked on the statement. That sounds like you're showing a lack of respect for your master. Ah, is that so? Actually, that's a compliment. Run reached into his pocket and pulled something out. Anyway, if there's ever anything you need help with from us, but find it inconvenient to discuss directly with Lady Lordle, just call me whenever you need. He carefully wiped a luxurious bottle of wine and explained, this wine costs about 1 gold coin, even in the warm black market. It's quite strong, so don't give it to anyone who can't handle their liquor. If you give it to them, they'll pass out immediately. Rihanna only took 1 sip and threw a complete tantrum that afternoon. Hearing this, Rihanna furiously yelled out, Hey, don't go airing other people's embarrassing moments like that. Ed took the bottle of wine and muttered, You're overestimating me. Ah, ubarastimating. Run turned away with a mysterious smile. On the contrary, I think you're underestimating yourself. A short while later at Claven's store, Ed's face was darkened with exhaustion. He looked at the pile of magic tools in front of him and spoke up. According to Lordle, I should shop before the semester starts. I can already craft almost everything myself, so I mostly just need to buy consumables. Speaking of which, Ed suddenly turned around. But why are you here? Anise got caught, and she could only drop her book with a long, heavy sigh. I came to buy a few things, but I didn't expect to run into you here. Yes. Hey, you don't visit the lab. You must be pretty busy. I heard about Janica. I heard she was pretty badly hurt. Honestly, when she announced she was going to live at the camp permanently, I was a bit surprised, but it looks like she's gradually settling in. You must be going through quite a lot yourself. Ed, I know your situation well, so I've already explained it to the professor. Take care of yourself. Clebius and Onyx are doing a great job, so you can relax a little bit. You need a scholarship to make life a bit easier, right? After Anise's nonstop lecture, Ed froze for a few seconds in a daze. He stammered out a reply. Ah, yeah, thanks. Anise awkwardly backed away, looking for a way to escape. Well, then I'll take my leave. In her clumsiness, she accidentally bumped into the table behind her, causing the bag of fruit in her hand to slip and fall. Fortunately, Ed stepped in just in time and caught the bag of fruit. Are you okay? Be careful, you almost fell. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to the bag of fruit. Huh, sprouted potatoes and a rotten apple? Opening this spinach looks like you dug it up yourself. Why is this bread so moldy? Ed suddenly realized he was being a bit rude. Ah, saw thee. But Anise just coldly replied, Just look at it. There was nothing special in there to begin with. It's fine. I have no reason to try and impress you. So what? Is being poor something to be ashamed of? So what if you saw me in this state? Do I need to impress you? Were we? Are we dating? Do I need to impress you? Were we? Are we dating? Hearing that, Anise couldn't hold it in anymore and sat down, sobbing. I want to just drop dead. Ed stood like a statue, completely confused and not understanding what was going on. I'm sorry. Anise Halen was known as a commoner with an air of nobility higher than most aristocrats. But her family went bankrupt right as she entered the academy, forcing her to work as well. Ed stood like a statue, completely confused and not understanding what was going on. I'm sorry. A little while later, the two of them walked over to a nearby bench. Anise even bought a pastry for Ed. Thanks. She shared a bakery membership card with Claire. I feel like I could easily live just fine without knowing this piece of trivia. Anise's face flushed red as she tried to recount. A new professor is coming to replace Professor Glass, so I came to buy the supplies we're lacking. It seems like you've been doing quite a bit of shopping lately, too. Ed, it's nothing. I just heard that the prices for school supplies are about to go up. Hearing that, Anise replied, Yeah, I check the prices every day, and it looks like everything is about 10% more expensive than last month. Ed was stunned, sweat rolling down his cheek. You do that every day? Anise turned around and shouted, Hey, if you think I'm overdoing it, sound a bit weird. But I think we're actually quite similar, Anise. If you fall ill, you won't be able to work, then you'll lose your dorm and won't be able to stay in the academy. Accustomed to this high-pressure life, I'm sure she's had to work while sick many times. It's all about survival, not carrying the same meaning for everyone else as it does for him. Someone living in a tent deep in the forest preparing for the next scenario. To Anise Halen, this academy is the actual forest, the jungle. Anise smiled quietly to herself. She stood up and bid Ed farewell with a much brighter expression than before. Thanks. Actually, when we first met, I thought the exact same thing about you. Anyway, I should buy my supplies for the upcoming semester before prices go up even further. And if the person behind this can manipulate prices to this extent, it must be the Elter Trading Company, right? And if the person behind this can manipulate prices to this extent, it must be the Elter Trading Company, right? But at this rate, they're definitely going to clash with the student council soon. I don't know why they chose this exact time to squeeze profits. Either way, they must have a plan. The head of the trading company is probably smarter than I am, after all. I'm heading out. Thanks for letting me know. Ed stood there watching Anise's figure gradually fade away, wondering to himself why Elter would go to all this trouble just to drive up the prices of school supplies. When you're curious about something, the best way to understand it clearly is to ask the person causing that curiosity directly. When Ed returned to his camp, Lordle was already waiting there. Grinchu, wine isn't all that great of a gift. Come on, run. If you were going to embezzle money, you should have bought wine instead. A more expensive bottle doesn't necessarily mean it's better. Ed calmly took off his backpack and spoke up. That bottle belongs to you, you know. Lordle smiled. Well, it came from me in the first place. Run occasionally embezzle money here and there to bring back items like this. He didn't even realize that I knew full well he was doing it. She set the wine bottle down on the ground, so that I can use it as leverage if he ever crosses the line. That's a bad habit of mine. No matter who it is, I need insurance before I can fully trust them. Saying you're special sounds a bit strange, but I still haven't found anything that can tie you down. After saying that, Lordle walked over and grabbed Ed's hand. So what if both of us know each other's weaknesses? I'm sure you have a lot of things you want to ask me. A little while later, in the professor's dormitory area, Ed had walked there together with Lordle. There aren't many people here, so it's a suitable place to talk. Ed calmly raised his voice. This kind of classic trick really doesn't seem like you. Do you plan to buy up all the school supplies? She smiled with a steely edge. Well, I'm the only one on this island who can freely set the price for everything. I never thought you would be curious about Elter's internal operations. Are you worried about me? Ed fell silent in thought, letting out an unreadable sigh. Lordle said with disappointment, in situations like this, you should say yes, even if you don't mean it. Hearing that, Ed replied, maybe so, I actually am a bit worried. Lordle stood frozen, staring intently at Ed. Lordle stood frozen, staring intently at Ed. Why? Is something wrong? She softly whispered those words in a gentle manner. If that's the case, should we trade secrets with each other? He was startled. Right now? What are you plotting? I already said, I want us to share our weaknesses. If you tell me yours, I'll tell you why I raised the prices. Ed closed his eyes, letting himself sink into his deepest thoughts. A weakness, huh? Actually, you've asked me this question before. Senior, have you ever killed a person? At that time, even though he hesitated for a moment, he ultimately answered that he never had. Lordle still didn't understand Ed's underlying meaning and laughed out loud. All right, you really did ask that. It's already been a year, hasn't it? Why are you suddenly bringing that up now? Lordle still didn't understand Ed's underlying meaning and laughed out loud. All right, you really did ask that. It's already been a year, hasn't it? Why are you suddenly bringing that up now? My hands have killed people before. Not one, not two. I've killed countless people. He continued, believe it or not, but I've participated in battles in some unfamiliar lands. When you get caught up in a battlefield like that, you end up witnessing the people around you fall more times than you can accept. And among them, there are always a few people you can't stop yourself from thinking you absolutely must save, especially those close to you, the ones you often chat and check in with. Those are comrades. At first, you grit your teeth and try to save them, even when you know you'll collapse from exhaustion. You still carry a heavily wounded man on your back and trudge across the battlefield. Or you cling to a dying teammate, weeping bitterly as you watch them draw their last breath. But eventually you stop, because you're too busy trying to figure out how to stay alive. Even though it breaks your heart at first, one day you realize you've gone numb. Even the deaths of the people closest to you, all just because you're still struggling to hold onto your own life. When you drown in the instinct for survival, always keeping your guard up and your senses sharp, surviving is the only thing that exists in your head. But once you leave the battlefield, you finally end up in a situation like this, where absolutely no one wants to harm you. And if you accidentally save someone, a question you tried so hard to ignore comes rushing back. If only I hadn't looked away back then, maybe I could have saved them. And it's my fault they died. And it's my fault they died. His arm clenched so tightly it trembled. So, a long time ago, I reached a conclusion that they are the key characters in this script, and the people I can influence. I wove all sorts of reasons and even deceived myself. But in the end, I decided I would never become anyone's comrade ever again. Recently, I forgot that resolve. That probably means I've grown a lot duller. And that is my weakness now. Sitting to the side listening, she made the atmosphere suddenly grow unusually quiet. Thinking for a moment, she spoke up. I should give you an answer. A promise is a promise after all. You asked why I bought up all the materials and study books, right? She explained, I received reports that a rat had sneaked into the trading organization. This is the process to drag that person out into the light. Over the past few days, the inventory count of study supplies and books in the warehouse hasn't been matching up. He wondered, so that means someone has been skimming goods? Is that right? Isn't it that guy Dune? He even said he used the embezzled money to buy wine. She immediately denied. Dune doesn't have the guts for that. He only dares to enjoy 2 minor luxuries and would never cross that line. I think there's someone even greedier than Dune. She let out a sigh, stroking her chin in thought. When the prices go up, he'll sell before us and run away. That's when we'll catch that rat. And I'll probably have to kill someone in this matter. This startled him a little bit. She continued, we talked about something like this before, didn't we? Recalling the previous scene, she asked him if he had ever killed anyone. And back then, he answered no. She opened up, I've never killed anyone with my own hands. But if emotions get tangled up with people I couldn't save like you, then I suppose I've also killed a lot of people. Because I'm the type of person who only knows how to ignore everyone else and evaluate everything solely through numbers in an accounting ledger. I'm the only daughter. But anyway, aren't all people like that? A merchant recognized a child's talent and bribed her biological parents to adopt her. And she had to eat stale bread in the corner of the slums. In the end, they didn't even realize they were going to be killed to prevent information from leaking. While selling their own child, those pitiful people, she began to edge closer to him. They are all accomplices. Her fists clenched tight as she turned to ask him, do you know how much money my parents sold me for? Then she spread out her small hands. It was exactly 3 Flynn gold coins. It feels like just yesterday, I was still a girl sold off for 3 gold coins. Yet now, I'm someone who can hand out 3 gold coins as a daily wage just to borrow a person I like. Ridiculous, isn't it? He was a bit puzzled. Still, 3 gold coins a day is going a bit overboard. She sighed and replied, well, I thought she would refuse. But it doesn't matter. Dealing with a rat who sneaked into the guild, taking care of Dune, and wrapping up our betrayal plot. None of those things bother me. Because I don't expect anything from anyone, and I don't trust anyone either. You know the reason why, don't you? He replied, because you don't want to be disappointed. She smiled in confirmation. Yes, that's also why I'm always alone. And that is my weakness. He began to analyze. So it turns out right from the start, the reason you put aside your busy schedule to invite me on a night walk was because... She interrupted, I have ears, you know. She walked over to the chair, leaning against his shoulder, and continued. The truth is, my hearing is somewhat sensitive, and I can hear much farther than an ordinary person. Ed thought to himself. It seems she must have overheard recent rumors about how gloomy I look, or like someone completely drained of energy. She offered words of encouragement. And it seems among noble families, there's a ritual when getting married. They exchange weaknesses with each other. Because when two people know each other's weaknesses, they become much closer. Or, as people might say, stopping herself there for a few seconds, she quickly changed the subject. The academy at night is so quiet. A place usually so crowded, turning empty, makes me feel like I've been left all alone in this world. He nodded. Yeah, it really does. She continued. To me, that feeling has always been there, even in broad daylight. But sometimes, I actually need that feeling. You know it too, right? Sometimes this solitude. He looked up at the sky. It's comforting, right? She smiled. I told you we're the same. After that, the two of them continued talking for a long time. Early the next morning, inside Lordle's office, a voice rang out. I'm sorry, Miss Lordle. Belle bowed and explained, to be honest, it would be great for me because of the high salary. But I take pride in working here in Sylvania City. Of course, I'm not always treated fairly. Sometimes I feel dissatisfied. Sometimes things get tough. And there are times I feel completely exhausted. But even so, I still want to keep taking responsibility for Sylvania. Lordle put on a sorrowful expression. A salary of 3 gold coins a day was quite a bold offer I put forward on my end, so this truly breaks my heart. You can't convert the noble faith you have for your job into money, can you? How about a part-time agreement then? This startled Belle a little bit. She asked in confusion, What? A part-time agreement? Lordle explained, I heard you still spend time going to take care of Janica lately. Just drop by occasionally and manage things for me the same way you've been doing that job. Feel free to come whenever you have time, handle what needs to be done, and leave. How about doing that twice a week? As she spoke, Lordle's eyes flashed with a pleading look. Just as Belle was about to speak up, Lordle eagerly anticipated, Yes? Seeing that, Belle helplessly replied, If it's just that, then fine. This delighted Lordle immensely. Thank you, Belle continued. If there are clauses... Before she could finish her sentence, Lordle immediately pulled out a contract. Allow me to introduce the contract right here. This made Belle gasp in shock. What? Lordle began pointing. Sign here and sign here too. Realizing she had fallen into a trap, Belle sighed helplessly. Ah, well, fine then. After finishing up, Lordle cheerfully said, All right. For now on, take good care of my mansion and the campsite next door. Belle, still in shock, stammeringly replied, See you at. Before she could finish her sentence, Lordle slammed the door shut and left. Belle started thinking, a job for an extra gold coin, and she even had the contract ready in advance. So I got played. Returning to Ed's train of thought, I've only been at this camp for a few days, thinking about old memories. But when I see other people busy working, it brings me back to reality. That life at the academy hasn't stopped, so I decided not to let myself stay sad and weighed down anymore. More accurately, I don't have time for that. It's the end of the season now. I need to finish crafting the staff quickly. Before that, I'll prepare as thoroughly as possible to face. Scene shift back to Tanya's room. At that moment, her eyes were full of contemplation as she looked at the letter in her hand. It's been a long time since I received a letter from Father. The letter read, I heard that during the break, many students return home to rest before coming back. Tanya, you should come home to rest for a bit before returning to Sylvania. If possible, come back together with Ed. Even though it was just words conveyed through a letter, the sheer pressure of its owner still permeated every single word. Tanya's face suddenly turned pale. Right at that moment, the maid appeared to check on her. She looked quite tired, but Tanya quickly denied it. No, I'm fine. Tanya's mind was racing with a storm of thoughts. I'm busy dealing with the Elter Trading Guild crossing the line, and now Father on top of that. The mansion was suddenly filled with sighs, but a night full of eventful stories quickly passed. Early the next morning, Tanya, half asleep, pulled on her robe and groaned. It hurts, my head hurts so much. Before she could even finish her sentence, she froze. The person standing right in front of her was equally surprised to face Tanya, who instantly jumped up with a piercing scream. Lucy, finally recovering her senses, Tanya adjusted her tone. Hello, Lucy. Is there something you wanted to tell me? Lucy shyly pulled her hat down lower, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and blurted out sincerely, Sorry about last time, but in a place where no one could see. Lucy was gritting her teeth and screaming internally. Tanya flurriedly denied. No, you already apologized last time. You don't need to apologize again. Scratching her head awkwardly, she steered the conversation elsewhere. The weather is really nice today, isn't it? Perfect for a nap. Are you planning to visit my brother's camp today, too? Lucy mechanically replied. I haven't been going over there very often lately. Tanya stammered out. Really? Why is that? Lucy bit her lip and shared. After not taking a nap in another place, it feels kind of weird. My dress got dirty, covered in dust, and my hair is all messy. Talking in circles for a long time, she finally blushed and concluded, I don't look pretty at all. Tanya and her maid shared the exact same thought without prior agreement. Lucy Maybrio is actually worried about how she's perceived, so weak. But right at that moment, Lucy spoke up again. I was planning to go to his camp tomorrow. After not going there for a long time, I want to go. It took a long time before Tanya's maid hesitantly reassured her. Don't worry, Lucy is already very pretty. But tomorrow, she suddenly burst with enthusiasm as she vowed. I swear on my title as head maid, I will prepare the most flawless appearance possible for you. It turned out Opillis's primary duty was supporting students, while her secondary duty was running a romance hotline. Someone who had everything about who loves who's sitting right in the palm of her hand. Lucy stood there with her mouth hanging open in a daze. At the same time, the scene shifts to a house at the edge of the forest. A pigeon leisurely perched on the windowsill, but before it could even chirp, all the feathers on its body stood on end. At the same time, the scene shifts to a house at the edge of the forest. A pigeon leisurely perched on the windowsill, but before it could even chirp, all the feathers on its body stood on end. It turned out that not far away, a gloomy wave of demonic energy was radiating outward. The owner of that demonic energy was even sweeping across with a death glare, accompanied by a challenge. Did you actually build? But halfway through, that voice cut off abruptly. The space suddenly warped from a blinding flash of light. They intertwined to form a giant cocoon. As the magical power dissipated, the silver-haired beauty instantly appeared. She tilted her head and asked playfully, How is it? Ed calmly concluded, Summoning you in human form doesn't take too much effort anymore. She casually replied, It seems so. Ed quietly felt the formidable power of the 1,000-year-old thunderstruck wooden staff, then delivered his verdict. As expected, crafting this thing was the right choice. Janica looked thoroughly excited by now. I have never seen a magic-engineered staff before. Ed generously offered. Do you want to try using it? She asked in confusion. Me? Janica took the wooden staff, but still cautiously hedged her bets. I haven't fully recovered yet, so I'm not sure if I can test it out properly. But in the end, she seriously closed her eyes. In just a split second, the surrounding air churned and swirled wild. Janica couldn't help but gush. Not only is it effective, but I can also feel mana naturally flowing through my entire body. Ed chimed in promptly. Your spiritual affinity is very high, Janica. That's probably why you feel that way. She beamed and asserted, This thing will definitely enhance the power of my spirits. It's incredible. No wonder everyone loves magic engineering so much. That's good. Take it back, Ed. Yet he flatly refused. No, that belongs to you. Janica stared in a daze and blurted out, Mine. Ed reaffirmed firmly. I made it for you. I owe you a lot. I'm sorry that I still haven't been able to thank you properly. Janica stared intently at the staff and wondered, But wouldn't this item suit you better? He sat down on a tree trunk, trying to reassure her, I'll make another one anyway, so don't worry. As soon as he finished speaking, Ed's gaze shifted slightly. That was because Janica's next words were utterly shocking. Make another one? Then it'll be a pair. I see. She gripped her new gift tightly. Then she blushed and emphasized, I'll put it to good use. Tears even welled up in Janica's eyes as she said, Thank you. He stared at her in a daze. Ultimately, Ed wore a satisfied smile. He truly had made the right choice. The scene shifted to the crowded Academy Plaza. The announcement of the final exams clearly drew most people's attention. The final exam season had begun. Who would come out on top? It depended on the subject, but they had to worry about both written and practical exams. But this only applied to intermediate and advanced students. The written exam was capped at 100 points, while the practical exam had no upper limit. Therefore, the top students of each class always maintained their rankings thanks to their practical exam scores. This also applied to W, the top-ranking male student. As for Lucy, the valedictorian of the 52nd batch, she went without saying. Therefore, if you wanted to get the highest score, the most important thing was the practical exam. And the top student of Ed's grade was Janica, the top third-year student. Ed's mind kept spinning with doubts. Could he surpass her practical exam score? I heard there's a mock exam directly supervised by professors. Ordinarily, most students, except for exceptions like Lucy or Janica, didn't have the strength to go head-to-head with a professor. But the overall grade valedictorian was exempt from all tuition fees. Ed was indeed still scraping by thanks to the Academy scholarship and his dealings with Lordle, but it was still quite a struggle. Previously, Ed had zero chance of aiming for the top spot, but things were different now. He clenched his fist with determination. This time, he would take first place in his class. Inside the student council room, a familiar voice echoed. "This way, the president is waiting for you." Ed politely replied, "Thank you for guiding me," causing the girl beside him to call out in fluster, "Yes." Once he stepped inside, she softly muttered, "He's really popular." At the same time, the contents of the letter sent to Tanya flashed back. "The first vacation is coming soon, and I hope to see you again. Tanya, you should return home to rest for a while before heading back to Sylvania. Furthermore, I know Ed is still alive. If possible, bring it along with you. If public opinion has calmed down and his magical proficiency has improved, I will no longer pursue the consequences of insulting the princess. I wish to accept Ed back as a member of the Rot-Taylor household. As his family and as his father, I want to give him one last chance. Pass this message to Ed after it's lost. I don't want to repeat that mistake again. If you wish, the doors of the Rot-Taylor household remain wide open. From Kin Rot-Taylor." Ed skimmed through it at lightning speed and remarked, "It's been a while since I last received a letter from Father." Tanya lowered her voice to persuade him. "Father has already forgiven you, Ed, so he wants you to go back to talk things out." He replied indifferently, "That's great." She keenly observed his expression. "I know you don't really feel that way." Tanya had no idea what he was plotting in his head. An opportunity to reclaim power had fallen into the lap of a fallen aristocrat. This was a good thing, but she herself couldn't help doubting. "But Father once tried to assassinate my brother, and now he wants to call him back?" Clearly, this was a trap. Having figured it out, Tanya shouted, "I'll go home alone and talk to Father." Yet Ed clearly had other plans. "No, let's go home together this vacation." He burned the letter and bluntly declared, "It's fine. I have a few plans of my own anyway." A story that was now merely a footnote in history. During the era when the Gloran Empire waged a fierce war against the Ain tribe, the enemy advanced right to the gates of the imperial capital. In a completely hopeless scenario, the hero who led the fight stood before Emperor Kloll's army until the very end. The hero who led the fight stood before Emperor Kloll's army until the very end. And by his side stood 3 young mages supporting him. The adventurer Glass, the swordsman Zelen, and the outlaw, a man with a devil-may-care attitude named Callie. Now, that outlaw, slowly fading into the history books, had returned to Sylvania Academy. Why on earth did he come back to take a position on the faculty? Clara just stepped into the room and hurriedly covered her mouth. She fumbled through the smoke, trying to call out loudly, "Professor Callie, final exams start in just a few days. It's time to prepare and submit the grading criteria for the practical test." Khalid replied nonchalantly, "Just throw something together roughly and send it." Claire shrieked in frustration. "But this is the final assessment, the final evaluation that all students under your charge must take. You know that very well." Khalid calmly defended himself. "Why don't you prepare something decent in your own lab and send it out to everyone? That's better than having an advisor like me interfere with everything, isn't it?" Feeling completely dead inside, Claire dejectedly muttered, "Yes," and left. Meanwhile, Khalid was lost in his tangled thoughts. Why did I agree to fill the vacancy Glass left at this academy, as if I'd been hypnotized? He let out a soft sigh and silently grumbled. Oh well, it didn't matter anymore anyway. In another mansion, Ed faced a polite inquiry. "Young Master Ed, what wind blew you here?" he cautiously requested. "May I step into Oakley's hall for a moment?" Bell humbly replied, "As a rule, it's not allowed, but young Master is a trustworthy person. If you tell me the reason, I can take responsibility and vouch for your entry." Hearing this, Ed lowered his head and clicked his tongue. Without hiding anything, he explained his purpose. The reason Ed came to Oakley's Hall today was to prepare to deal with an impending danger. The danger awaiting him when he returned to the Roth-Taylor mansion. Even while in the academy, Ed had already been targeted for assassination by them once. Therefore, deep down, he wanted to mobilize everything at his disposal to defend himself for this homecoming. Ed really wanted to eliminate these threats. But if he struck first against someone backed by royalty, he would become a traitor to the kingdom. Hearing his reason, Belle quickly opened the door and invited Ed inside. There's no other way to avoid prying eyes. "Please come in." He stepped inside while busily sorting out his thoughts. Actually, the one who was originally supposed to back them into a corner should have been Princess Phonix. With her royal status and keen judgment, the princess would have exposed their true faces to everyone, revealing their use of humans as sacrifices and their conduct of taboo research through a pact with the evil god, creating the necessary pretext to punish them properly. But currently, she showed no intention of doing any such thing. She hadn't even become the student council president, so a conflict with the Roth-Taylor family in the near future was unlikely. Thinking of this, Ed suddenly felt the burden on his shoulders press down even heavier. If that was the case, then he himself had to create that pretext. And to do that, the safest way was to infiltrate their mansion and investigate the matter firsthand. But walking in there without preparation meant not knowing when, where, or how miserably you would die. That place was a territory with flawless security, where everything revolved around Gruen Roth-Taylor. Just as the thought popped into his head, "We've been walking for quite a while now, haven't we? Why aren't we there yet?" A voice beside him rang out, pulling him back to reality. "Pardon me, young master." Belle suddenly turned around and asked, "When the exams start, do you plan to temporarily suspend your work at the campsite to study?" Ed honestly replied, "I'll definitely still take care of the basics there." She muttered in conclusion, "I see." The conversation ended abruptly, leaving Ed's mind full of suspicion. That's strange. Belle usually wasn't the type to start conversations. This hallway was clearly a path meant only for servants. Even to him, his presence here felt unnatural. He harbored a bold suspicion. Could it be that even though it meant taking a detour and reluctantly making small talk with him, she was leading him through the discreet passageways of this hall, so that someone previously expelled from here, wouldn't draw attention from others? Finally, after much hesitation, Belle spoke up again. "Please watch your step this way. Take it slow." Ed silently praised inwardly. This truly lives up to the thoroughness of a headmaid. He followed in her footsteps despite his chaotic thoughts, but ultimately decided to blurt out, "Isn't walking like this a bit too slow?" Belle abruptly turned around and blurted out a whole paragraph. "I suddenly remembered an important question, a truly very important question for you." Ed was stunned and blurted out, "What is it now?" She cleared her throat to cover. "It's extremely hard to put into words. Could you give me a moment to think?" After a moment, Belle carefully phrased it. "That is," but halfway through, she stopped to look around. As it turned out, Oakley's had been tailing the two of them this whole time. Although she couldn't be seen, Belle could sense her presence, so she decided to swallow back all the words she was preparing to say. "Never mind, forget it. I'll tell you in detail later. We've arrived." Ed didn't pay it much mind, keeping his eyes glued to the surrounding space. The contents of the letter replayed in his mind. "I am immensely grateful for you granting a new opportunity to an outcast of the family. Tears well up in my eyes thinking of such boundless mercy. Ever since my exile, I have reflected on my sins and worked tirelessly to become a better person. I have built numerous connections at the academy as well as within royalty, befitting a member of the Roth-Taylor family. I desire to prove my capability before you and introduce you to the companions I have forged deep bonds with." Ed stood before the door, quietly letting the answer run through his mind. As for the most trustworthy person to him, it didn't even need to be spelled out. Room 302. Lucy Merrill. He stood in a daze for a long time. Before he could even prepare himself, Ed's gaze shifted. Lucy's familiar hair swept through the air, and today her appearance seemed quite different. Sure enough, standing before Ed now was a very gentle Lucy. She noticed his presence and awkwardly opened her mouth, Hi. Belle chimed in from the side, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Look at her, dressed quite neatly in her room as always, but she cleverly hinted, "You haven't been showing up at the campsite much lately. Have you been busy?" Lucy flusteredly denied it. "No." Ed paced forward and assessed. "You're completely different from when you're at the campsite. So this is how you spend your time resting." When he reached her side, Ed concluded, "That's unexpected, Lucy." She asked suspiciously what Ed stated bluntly. "Everything here suits you quite well." Belle continued to act like a 1,000-watt light bulb. "What was the matter you said you needed to discuss with her?" Ed snapped back to attention on the main point. "Lucy, when these exams end and vacation begins, will you come to the estate with me? And then we'll go greet my father together." Belle was so shocked, she collapsed onto the floor. That reaction completely short-circuited Ed's brain. Once he realized his blunder, he frantically corrected himself. "I phrased it a bit wrong just now. To explain the context more clearly. Anyway, from my perspective, this is a trip where I have to stake my life. Of course, we have to go to the Duke of Roth-Taylor's territory, and this will take quite a bit of time and effort, so I won't ask for your help for free. From now on, Lucy, this is something I can only say with utter sincerity, especially since I truly trust you," Ed solemnly declared. "I intend to overthrow Gruen Roth-Taylor's authority right within that family. I know it's immoral and a betrayal, but I no longer intend to let my father sit comfortably in the seat of the head of the house." Lucy slid down in her chair and lazily asked, "Is the reason revenge?" This question seemed a bit tough for Ed. He cleared his throat for a long time before giving the answer. "No. The reason is simply to survive. After overthrowing the father who wanted to kill me, the next head of the family will likely be Tanya. I can deal with her. Either way, after that, I will become the eldest son of the continent's greatest ducal house. I'll be in a position where no one can easily harm or threaten my life." As he said these words, Ed's face was filled with seriousness. "And from that position, I will do everything in my power for you. So please help me, Lucy." Lucy maintained her lazy posture, and after a long while, she spoke up. "I won't have any particular agenda or opinion about that. You know it. I'm not that interested in power anyway." Ed bowed his head in agreement. "I know." But the next second, Lucy suddenly expressed curiosity. "Then what are you interested in?" "You know what? Will I really fulfill the promise I made to my master?" She pushed the window wide open. Sunlight suddenly flooded the room, while Lucy comfortably poured her heart out. "Has the crisis he spoke of truly passed yet? Did I actually fulfill that promise well? What should I think about to keep living a peaceful life without dwelling on the past? Like I said, I'm not interested in power. If I help you, it's simply because I want to help. There's no other reason." Hearing that, Lucy suddenly changed her tone. "Even so, I can't work for free." Ed hesitated and asked, "Then what do you want?" She shared directly. "What I fear most is the emptiness in my soul after fulfilling all my promises to my master. It will wash over me once I've shed all the burdens I'm carrying. Help me not be swallowed by that emptiness." Ed listened, still feeling vague. "Specifically, what will I have to do?" Lucy stood against the backlight and declared, "Help me find a reason to keep living without fear." Wind suddenly blew from out of nowhere, billowing all the curtains. Ed's heart suddenly felt clear. The weight of her words alone was heavy and serious. Her expression remained as emotionless as ever, neither crying nor smiling. If he reached out his finger, what kind of emotional expression would appear next? Before Ed could speak, Lucy suddenly blushed. It turned out he had hooked his pinky finger around hers. The two of them silently reached an agreement, just like that. Lucy parted her lips, as if wanting to say something, but in the end, she still couldn't utter a single word, opting instead for a tight embrace with Ed. Lucy, right now in this very moment, had fallen silent for a long while, focusing entirely on the hug with Ed. Inside the written exam room, Ed cast a sidelong glance at Janica. "For now, you and I are enemies, Janica." Hearing that, she jumped in surprise, and then broke out in a cold sweat, wondering, Why are we enemies?" Unlike Janica, Ed remained completely calm. "I'm not trying to make a big deal out of this. It's just that this time, I'm aiming for the top spot in our grade, too." Ever since the moment he opened his eyes and transmigrated into this world, Ed's goal had been only one: to graduate safely from the academy. To achieve that, he needed a huge amount of tuition money. With the scholarship from the Glock Fund and the money earned from his deal with Lordle, he had managed every possible way to keep studying, but he wasn't sure if he could last until graduation. But if he could win first place in his grade, he would be completely exempt from all tuition fees. Previously, he didn't have the capability to dream of the top rank, but now, hearing the reason, Janica burst out laughing. So that's how it is. I get it. If I let my guard down around you, I really will lose first place to you. In the third year, everyone was at a similar level right behind Janica. The voices of students in the class chimed in turn. I haven't finished the test yet. Which answer should I bubble in? Oh Lord, when it comes to spiritual arts, Janica is completely out of this world, but in memorization subjects like history and magic theory, you have a bit of an advantage. With an amused lift of her eyebrows, she declared, I won't hand over first place to you that easily either. The folks back in my hometown will be very happy and proud if I graduate at the top of my class. Hearing these words, Ed silently looked over. Finally, the final evaluation exams began. The written exam for elemental magic came to an end. A faint cry rang out. Someone save me. Seeing this scene, Anise broke out in a sweat and spoke up. Professor Khalid was supposed to take over for Glass, but in the end, teaching assistant Claire had to prepare all the exam questions and grading criteria by herself for 3 straight days. And now look at what state she's in. Afterward, Ed wondered, what about that guy? What's wrong with him? With a haggard look, Clebius muttered, Why did I get everything wrong? Even the stuff from the basic swordsmanship textbooks. I really am a useless piece of trash. Anise explained, Clebius ended up like that after the basic swordsmanship written exam. At that moment, someone rushed over and shouted, Clebius, are you planning on moping around looking pathetic like this all day? You just need to do well on the other exams, that's all. Seeing the person approach, he challenged, What are you doing here, Alvira? Alvira answered honestly, I wanted to ask for a review on the theory of the anti-magic elemental potion I'm developing. I figured asking the professors at the magic department would yield more accurate results. Meanwhile, Anise spoke in a soft, hesitant voice. I think you've reached rock bottom, Claire. She's sleeping because she's just that exhausted from the past few days. With a dark expression, Clebius remained huddled up. It's over for me. I'm going to lose first place. Edrot Taylor, you think I look pathetic too, right? Hearing those words, Alvira angrily snapped. Hey, stop whining already. What kind of tone is that to use with an upperclassman? Finishing her sentence, she hopped onto his back, causing him to yell loudly. What does this have to do with you? Can't you see I'm crashing and burning here? Why are you still yelling at me? At this point, Anise blushed and looked over. Looks like you did well on the written exam. Your face looks lively enough. Ed hesitated. I just did okay, I guess. Ever since entering the academy, he had never neglected studying for the written theory exams. By now, he had a stable living space and lifestyle, so getting good results was only natural. Calculating based on the scores so far, Janica had a slight advantage. If anyone still wanted to contend for first place in the remaining subjects, the deciding factor would be the elemental magic practical exam. According to the curriculum, this term's practical exam was a one-on-one duel with a professor. In this case, the opponent should have been Claire, but the problem was harboring a bit of worry and doubt. Would this practical exam even go smoothly? Tomorrow's the day, and she looks like she's about to drop dead. Where's she going to find the energy to do a combat test? Propping open the eyes of the person slumped over the desk, Anise spoke up. It'll be tough. She's already exhausted. Another professor will probably step in to take her place. At least I think so. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps startled the two of them. Khalid was seen clutching his head in exhaustion as he barged into the room. My head hurts. Is it because I drank too much? Then he winced and called out, Hey, teaching assistant Claire. Hearing the voice, Claire instantly snapped awake. Professor Khalid, what are you doing here? Walking forward, Khalid lowered his voice. Actually, I just got chewed out big time by Headmaster Morwell. He said this whole thing is absurd. From the focus areas of the written exams to the crucial proctoring duties in the practical exam, everything was reported under the name of the youngest professor, who is just a teaching assistant. He asked me what the hell I'm doing. Does a professor just do nothing? Just because he's the headmaster, does he think he owns the place? Hearing this, she cried out, I'm sorry, Professor. Meanwhile, pulling up a chair, he wondered, No, actually I get paid, so I have to work. Tomorrow is the practical exam, right? Claire answered hesitantly. Yes, that's right. Though her body was completely beat, Claire still offered. Then you go get some sleep. Leave the practical exam to me. Next, he narrowed his eyes and glanced over. Let's see. He looked at Ed and questioned. You must be Ed Taylor, right? Suddenly, Khalid cracked a somewhat amused smile, and then he stared hard with a challenge. You and me, want to go around? Hearing that, Ed instinctively broke out in a cold sweat. What? Scene transition to the following day at the Abel Hall Combat Training Grounds. The gossiping voices of students echoed through the space. I heard the new Professor Khalid is going to fight that Ed Taylor from the 53rd batch. At that moment, a male student pointed ahead. This match should be good. Look, even the student council president came to watch in person. Hearing that, his friend jumped in surprise and bluttered out. Really? Chief Secretary JF and the head of the Action Committee, Senior Dai, were also present here. Tanya thought with a cold sweat of anxiety. I don't think Brother Ed can beat a professor, except maybe Lucy Merrill. No matter how talented a student is, no one can defeat professors, especially when Professor Khalid's nickname is the War Hero. The reason she came all the way here despite her packed schedule was Khalid was seen stepping onto the arena and complaining. My bones, vacation is coming soon. You'll be returning to the family estate soon, and she doesn't want you getting hurt. He stood in front of Ed with a hint of disdain. Passing out dead drunk on the floor has my bones aching like crazy. Looks like I need to drink a little less. Another nickname of the War Hero. Professor Khalid, radiating a powerful dark blue energy, solemnly declared, You're going to lose this match, Mad Dog. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly unleashed a direct attack straight toward where Ed was standing. Ed didn't run away. Instead, he immediately extended his hand to block that blow. A blue light flashed between the two of them, and a gust of wind kicked up dust, swirling thickly into the air. Seeing this, Khalid narrowed his eyes and remarked, Your firepower is stronger than I expected. Next, he gently closed his eyes, sparks of cyan electricity radiating from his body. Seeing that, Ed knitted his brows with a guarded expression. His eyes widened in shock as he thought to himself, quite a fast spell-casting incantation. So this isn't basic magic. At this moment, Khalid used the intermediate lightning spell, Flash, creating a blinding flash of light across the arena, a massive wave of power spreading throughout the space. The students cried out simultaneously, I can't see anything. Ed was seen extending his hand to fend off that light as Khalid's voice rang out. Not bad. Nimble and fast, Khalid rushed forward while evaluating. You've got pretty good reflexes. At the same time, he used the intermediate lightning spell, Manhwa. Ed didn't hold back, using basic defensive magic to block that attack. Afterward, Ed reached out to use his fire magic, and then, without a moment's hesitation, forcefully unleashed his spell toward the opponent. Surrounded by his protective barrier, Khalid smiled faintly. You've got a firm grasp of basic magic. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he looked down in surprise. Then Khalid muttered to himself. He blocked my line of sight with a fireball. A loud explosion echoed, and countless sparks flew in all directions. With a cold expression, Ed raised an eyebrow and looked forward. Sweat dripped down his face while Khalid remarked, You're a fast learner. You pick up on what you just saw really quickly. He questioned in a low voice. Are you the type of person who puts things into practice the moment you see them? Then he grinned with a suggestion. Shall we take things to a practical application between the two of us and ramp up the speed of the battle? Water and fire elements clashed against each other, and smoke and dust once again filled the space. Ed stood there observing in silence, his cold gaze glancing around. Water vapor was the result of combining water and fire, a familiar combat environment used to blur an enemy's vision. And right there in the dim smoke, a looming dark silhouette appeared. Seeing that, Ed immediately reached out to use magic. But as the attack flew in, he discovered that what was right in front of him was just an ice sculpture carved in Khalid's image. At that exact moment, the professor's figure materialized behind him, leaving Ed unable to hide his astonishment. Instantly, a surprise attack was unleashed, causing him to instantly leap to the side to dodge. Seeing this, Khalid warned, "You react fast, but you overthink things too much in a battle. It's best not to let your guard down during a fight." Surrounded by his clones, the professor had him boxed in. Even though Ed used wind blades to disperse the vapor, it kept reforming. The teacher's mana volume completely overwhelmed his own. So does that mean he just needed to find the real Professor Khalid in this sheet of mist and attack him? No. And then Ed firmly affirmed in his mind, all the clones here are fake. He must be moving silently behind these clones, targeting me the moment I let my guard down. If that's the case, at that moment, Ed opened his eyes wide. Khalid's reaction on the opposite side faltered slightly. Each of his clones shattered one by one, all residual afterimages being completely swallowed up by a black hole. As it turned out, Ed was using forced assembly to deal with the clones. But right as things were going smoothly, his eyes widened as big as copper bells. It was all because the sacred magic gathered in Ed's hand suddenly released, replaced by wind blades bursting forth as if tearing the space apart. Ed failed to defend in time and took the hit straight to his back, his entire body suddenly sprawling flat on the floor, looking nothing like a broken doll. Looking at the motionless Ed, Khalid felt puzzled. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Don't tell me you deliberately used only elemental magic?" Getting up, Ed straightforwardly challenged, "Isn't that obvious? After all, this is the elemental magic exam, Professor." Up in the stands, Tanya covered her mouth in absolute shock. Down below, however, Khalid's excitement surged. "What an interesting kid. I never judged just elemental magic skills in this fight anyway. So feel free to use whatever spells you want." Flustered, Ed asked back, "Is it really okay to do that, sir?" Disdainfully, he questioned, "Are you worried you'll hurt me fighting you?" Ed emphasized once more, "This is just an elemental magic exam." But Khalid impatiently cut him off. Elemental magic is the foundation of all combat magic. It's not just about using pure elemental magic, but combining it with other branches of magic and applying them harmoniously. That's also a crucial pillar of elemental magic. Hearing this, Ed was somewhat enlightened. "I understand, sir." Before he could even finish his sentence, Khalid flipped the script. "That's what Glass would say. But I'm different," he coldly declared. "Use every dirty trick you have to stop me." Bursting with massive power, Khalid struck. "If you're still standing on your own 2 feet in 10 minutes, I'll give you a top score." The scene flashed back to the memories of the past war that scorched the royal capital, plunging everything into a sea of blazing red flames. The war had ended. Emperor Kloll's reign was still ongoing. Abel Foxes and the 3 war heroes headed to St. Sylvania Academy. Each of them held chalk to nurture the younger generation, the children who would shoulder the nation's destiny in the future. But among them, there was an exception. Professor Khalid sat in the classroom with a bored expression. Behind him on the board was the giant word self-study. What on earth can I even teach? Sweat beads rolled down his cheek as he thought to himself. With these greenhouse flowers raised in good families and environments, what kind of things am I supposed to teach them? I can't teach them how to expand wilderness survival skills, nor can I make them stay up all night practicing mana sensory training. Naturally, I can't teach them assassination or murder techniques either. While deep in his own thoughts, he accidentally let out his mana and froze the entire podium. The students underneath looked at him with sheer terror. Because of various issues, Khalid eventually came into conflict with the school and the students. And just like that, he quietly left the academy. Afterward, he began drowning himself in endless drinking. Khalid drifted through the lawless region of Corentin and lived for a long time as a mercenary adventurer, taking commissions. That was until he received an invitation to return to Sylvania to take up a professorship, accompanied by another shocking piece of news. Khalid's only friend had passed away, Professor Glass. So he accepted the invitation and came back here. But in the end, nothing changed significantly. Glass died without leaving anything behind, and he couldn't do anything either. At first, Khalid only intended to collect a paycheck and scrape by. So the people by Glass' final moments were students. He gave a bitter, mocking laugh. Ha! Typical of him. That was until a name slipped out from the mouth of that green assistant professor. Yes, among the students, There was someone Professor Glass paid special attention to while he was alive. What was his name again? The flashback cut off, and everything returned to reality. No matter the trick or method, stop me at all costs. If you're still standing on your own 2 feet after 10 more minutes, I'll give you a top score. Orbs of lightning energy appeared surrounding Kaliid's body, lighting up the arena in a brilliant golden glow. Come and show me what you've got. The moment those words ended, 2 water elemental arrows shot straight toward his face. But Kaliid, completely calm, used his lightning energy to shatter them all effortlessly. His eyes widened in shock. This guy, right from the very start of the match, had he already finished setting up his mana invocation? He spun around to dodge the arrows flying continuously. Furthermore, elemental magic isn't even as special. From the puddles left behind by the arrows, Ed quickly performed an invocation ritual. The whirlpool spun and twisted together rapidly, and an intermediate spirit lunged at Kaliid with a relentless assault. Just a primary spirit, but that was still not enough to trouble him. He simply spun around and froze the water spirit in the blink of an eye. Yet a sudden spike in his intuition yanked him back. That's not right. Calling him a mere magician from the very beginning was already a bit wrong. Ed gripped the dagger in his hand and rushed in head-on against the magician. Close-quarters combat was the proper way to fight. Yet the vast majority of modern instructors always taught students never to charge into melee range. That very thing made modern magicians weak and easily countered. But he was the exact opposite. He realized that fighting with pure mana would put him at a disadvantage, so he changed his combat style immediately. Kaliid cracked an amused grin. Having such skills, yet using only elemental magic, is no different from fighting with your hands and feet tied. Of course, on the battlefield, that's easy to see. Suddenly, his body was disrupted by a strange fluctuation. Ed continued executing advanced sacred magic to suck everything around him into the attack radius. Forced assembly. At this distance, close-quarters combat clearly had a definitive advantage. Ed swung his sword forward without a shred of hesitation, aiming straight for Kaliid's neck. But before the sword could even reach him, a defensive magic barrier blocked it right in front of him. Ed thought to himself with admiration. He reacts really fast. Kaliid maintained his usual calm composure. Well, that was even holy tier magic, so what is coming next? Ed slowly opened his mouth, and a familiar name slipped out. Mug. Instantly, the short sword glowed brilliantly. Its other runes filled to the brim with a surge of raw energy. A massive explosion blew the arena floor apart, swallowing everything in an instant wave of heat. The elemental spirit burst ritual. Kaliid was driven backward by the impact. He slid across the cracking arena floor. Look at this kid. His level has already surpassed that of a regular student. Perched on his shoulder, Mug had now evolved into an intermediate spirit, the flames enveloping its body growing vastly stronger than before. He staggered forward and spoke up. Looks like I've completely sobered up now. If it's come to this, why not go all the way? He raised his hand, arcs of lightning crackling around it, roaring with a fierce sound as if trying to tear everything apart. Ed's face went blank with confusion. What do you mean, Professor? After this I might lose a few months' salary, but oh well. It should be fine. At worst, I'll just have to write a bunch of incident reports. A colossal pillar of lightning struck down, engulfing everything in a blinding flash of light, its destructive power rivaling the previous incident caused by Lucy at the academy. Tanya watched anxiously from above. Even though I've heard rumors about the mad dog, why on earth would he use that kind of magic on a student? Outside, heavy gray clouds were blanketing the academy, and massive bolts of lightning were gathering, preparing to strike and blow everything away. High-tier magic, heavenly punishment. A earth-shattering explosion crashed down across the entire hall. The wave of the aftershock left everyone terrified of its sheer, destructive power. Everything was engulfed in a thick smoke that blurred the space around. Kaliid gritted his teeth in annoyance. Cough, cough. Damn it, I went too far this time. My opponent is just a student. I have no idea why I assumed he'd be able to handle that. Even before his thoughts had fully settled, Kaliid's eyes widened in shock. A blade of wind shot straight toward him, grazing his cheek and drawing blood. The very first round of this battle, From within the slowly clearing smoke, Ed's figure gradually emerged with an admiring remark. "Ha! That really was a surprise." The defensive barrier Ed had erected quickly dissipated. In his hand was the Millennium lightning-struck wooden staff. He actually took that hit. High-tier magic. Ed unwrapped the bandages from the staff, his gaze locked intently on his opponent. Looks like he really wants to fight this out to the bitter end. His gaze locked intently on his opponent. Looks like he really wants to fight this out to the bitter end. That's the look of someone who never gives up. Ed's appearance right at that moment looked no different from Khalid himself back in his youth. The gaze of someone scrambling by any means necessary just to survive. That wasn't something a pampered young noble could ever achieve. That was the bloodlust of someone who had crossed the line between life and death more times than they could count. He stared at Ed as if looking straight into a mirror. Come on, that toxic intent only lingers in the eyes of people like that. Ed summoned a high-tier wind spirit, which instantly fired dozens of wind-slashing, flying daggers straight toward his opponent. At the same time, he gripped his staff tightly and charged forward to attack. Khalid smiled with amusement, raising his hand to conjure jagged, extremely dangerous walls of ice. They rose high into a sturdy mountain, completely blocking all the flying daggers shot by Ed's spirit. But that didn't last long. Swift slash marks instantly appeared, cutting Khalid's ice mountain into pieces. Emerging from the shimmering chunks, Ed dashed out with a fierce, unwavering glint in his eyes. That's right. I met countless people carrying that exact look in their eyes. Both sides clashed fiercely, the sounds of impact echoing across the arena, making everything more chaotic than ever before. One side fire, the other ice, acting like two opposing poles yet sharing the same origin. Eye to eye, move to move, two people of the exact same nature were wagering their very lives to fight. Ed threw a direct punch, but Khalid deftly tilted his head to dodge it. He locked down and knocked the dagger out of Ed's hand. But Ed retaliated with a knee strike that caused Khalid a sharp pain. Gritting his teeth, Khalid thrust his free hand toward Ed and cast a spell. Intermediate magic, explosive burst directed straight at Ed, enveloping him in scorching flames. One would think it was all over after Ed took such a critical blow, but no. From within the raging fire, his hand reached out to grab Khalid and pull him close. Thanks to the blessing of the fire burst, he was temporarily immune to flames. A crackling sound echoed as magic slowly converged for a direct counterattack. The elemental spirit burst ritual. A tired, gentle smile played on Khalid's lips. If I take this hit, it's going to hurt. Before Ed's attack could touch him, the blessing of the wind automatically activated out of nowhere and blew him backward. Ed's burst attack was neutralized as well. Ed's eyes widened in confusion. Why the protection of the gale? He spun around to look behind him and saw a barrage of ice arrows intercepted and blocked by the protective barrier. Did he deliberately trigger the gale's protection? Khalid quickly regained his composure and spoke up. On the battlefield, a single moment of carelessness is enough to cost you your life. It looks like you understand that very well. Too bad you're just one step short. In a split second, the entire arena was plunged into eternal frost. Ed's high-tier spirit was also frozen solid into a rigid chunk of ice. As for Ed himself, he was pinned tightly to the floor, unable to move so much as an inch. High-tier ice magic, eternal ice land. Ed desperately tried to use fire magic to melt the ice holding down his feet, but in a place this freezing, his flames couldn't even manage to burn. Khalid slowly walked over and said, "Even if you manage to melt the ice right now, it's already too late." Countless sharp ice shards materialized across the space, further enhanced with electric arcs to maximize destruction. Without wasting any words, he fired them straight at Ed, who was standing motionless. Ed closed his eyes against the incoming onslaught, his mana completely depleted. But suddenly, from a spectator's stands, someone leaped down to block the path right in front of him. That person simply used their bare hands to smash all the incoming ice chunks to pieces with effortless ease. Ed's eyes widened in astonishment when he saw who had just shown up. 10 minutes have already passed. It seems you've gone a bit too far, Professor. The person who had just appeared was the top-ranking student of the 54th Batch's Combat Department, the Academy's senior disciplinary commissioner, Cole L. feeling. Edrot Taylor is no longer in any condition to fight. Professor Callie, Tanya rushed over to support Ed. Brother, are you all right? Are you badly hurt? He slowly walked over and spoke. Well, it's been a long time since I felt this excited, so I suppose I lost my cool a bit. Thank you for understanding, student. Oh, cut it out. What understanding? Just the thought of writing incident reports is already getting me so excited. He looked toward Ed and continued. Edrot Taylor's elemental magic practical exam score. Full marks. Ed blinked in confusion and asked back, but practical exams don't have an upper limit, Professor. Then just take the highest possible score. If theory is factored in as well, you've already done enough to take top of the class. He gently placed a hand on Ed's shoulder. Now, I finally understand why Glast has his eyes on you. I just don't get why a Duke's young master is living in a place like that. Ed lowered his voice to explain. After that incident, I had some personal matters to attend to, so I moved to live in the cabin in the woods. No, what I'm referring to isn't something like that cabin. It's because you're practically living on a battlefield, aren't you? No matter what the circumstances are, leaving a place like that sooner is always better. No matter how peaceful a place might seem, the screams will always pierce through the walls and echo into your mind. He slowly pulled out his flask with a trembling hand. Ultimately, if you keep staying in places like that, you'll end up a complete wreck who can't bear reality unless you numb yourself with something. Just like me. Professor Callie turned away with a parting remark. See you later. He muttered to himself while taking a sip from his flask. I'm a lost cause, but that kid is one hell of a lunatic. Tanya angrily shouted. Brother Ed, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? I am definitely going to report this to the Academy administration. I will hold someone accountable for this to the very end. Cole L. Phelan turned to look at Ed and chimed in. Indeed, that was way too close to becoming a major disaster. Haven't you managed to melt the ice on your feet yet? No, it won't melt at all. It's not that he couldn't melt it, but rather that he deliberately chose not to, sliding his footing down to focus on a certain red-hued mana. That wasn't fire system magic, but a far more intricate spell. He was definitely gathering that subtle mana to cast a high-tier spell. If I hadn't stepped in and let the fight continue, who knows how it would have turned out. The mere thought of it made Cole L. Phelan's expression darken. He looked at Ed and spoke. Edrot Taylor. He raised his arm with a warm, amicable smile. Looks like I was just sticking my nose into business that wasn't mine. Ed quickly replied. Not at all, Senior. Getting a good practical score is all that matters. Other than that, nothing else holds any meaning. I've heard a lot about you, but this is my first time getting the chance to meet you. At this rate, the overall top student rank of the entire batch might really change hands. Ed replied modestly. Hard to say. As you know, top student Janica isn't someone you can easily mess with. Cole L. Phelan turned away with a satisfied smile. Is that so? Seeing younger students climb up one after another like this, I'm starting to feel my seat getting a bit shaky myself. Ed let out a tired sigh and thought to himself, the exams are finally over. Now all that's left is to wait for the results to be announced. At Kaliad's office a few days later. Hello, Professor. He stumbled in looking completely drunk with a stack of papers in hand. Who might you be? I remember. Hello, student Anise Han. Word is you're even more efficient than the assistant professors. He walked over and handed Anise a bundle of papers, leaving her confused. What is this? Take these scorecards and go pin them up on the notice board. Isn't it the top 20 list for each batch every semester? Go sort them out and put them up right away. Anise nervously unfolded the scorecard. My practicals were a bit weak, but I'm confident in theory. Last time was already way too close. This time, before she could even look, Kaliad's voice crushed all of Anise's top-ranked dreams. Your name isn't on there. She turned to look at him with a dejected expression. But Kaliad didn't seem to care much. Looking at me like that won't change a thing. Detailed scorecards are only viewable by the student council and professors anyway. Public postings only show the highest subject score, the lowest subject score, and the top 20 rankings, including the top student. Word has it that the top student's seat at Sylvania usually leans heavily toward practical combat, so it rarely changes hands. This year, it's definitely going to be outside the notice board. Students were gathering around to check their results. You got to be kidding me. First year rankings. 1. Wallam, top student. 2. Joseph Bells, runner-up. 3. Dennis Venums. 4. Clau Bella Larus. 5. Tanya Rott Taylor. 52nd batch rankings. 1. Lucy Merrill, top student. 2. Lordel Cahelm, runner-up. 3. Gus Norton Dele. 4. Zelstein. 5. Taylor ML. Whispers broke out endlessly when everyone looked over the 53rd batch rankings. For real? Honestly, I think he totally deserves it. He worked so hard for it. 53rd batch rankings. 1. Edrot Taylor, top student. 2. Janica F.A. Lover, runner-up. 3. Rakers. 4. Atalanta. 5. Sidia Sling. You think you can just risk your life and magically win the top student seat, huh? Ed let out a sigh of relief. A full year and 7 months. Some might say achieving results in such a short span of time is unbelievable. Others might say enduring and persevering through all that time takes real talent. Actually, whether it's long or short, the process doesn't matter nearly as much as the result. Ed had become the top student of the entire 53rd batch. Now, instead of desperately struggling to scrape together tuition money for the next semester, he could spend more time preparing for the upcoming hazards. In short, his survival rate had increased significantly. My feelings right now should just be pure relief that I survived, right? And yet, what is this surging emotion welling up inside me? Suddenly, a voice rang out from beside him, snapping him out of his thoughts. Janica ran over with a bright, eager smile. You're the top student now. Oh, in the end, I dropped down to second place. So Ed won after all, huh? But that was met only with Ed's dark, sullen expression. He didn't look happy in the least. Janica, Ed grabbed Janica's hand and pulled her along. Huh? What is it? I have something to say. Let's find somewhere quiet first. Both of them walked over to a deserted spot. Janica asked with worried confusion. Ed turned back to look at her and slowly spoke. Edrot Taylor, Elemental Magic 95 points. Janica F.A. Lover, Spirit Magic 100 points. Did you intentionally mess up your theory exam? You handed the top student's seat to me, didn't you? Janica panicked, stepping backward as she stammered. Was it that obvious? No, that's not it. I got disciplined last time anyway. So even if I took first place, I wouldn't have gotten the scholarship. Plus, I already moved out of the dorms. And Ed's achievements weren't lacking enough to disqualify him from that spot either. I figured Ed taking the third-year top spot made complete sense. Even though his mood was terrible, Ed let out a calm breath. All right, thank you. I owe this all to you. Janica, I won't forget this favor. No, that's not it. Ed is always the one working the hardest. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut in. Are you two over here? Janica turned around and spoke. Anise, what are you doing here? We agreed to go to La Palma Bakery today, going with Claire to celebrate graduation. Janica always forgets things. Oh, today? Really? Anise hurriedly pulled Janica away. See you later, Ed. Oh, sorry. I'm borrowing Janica for a bit. We had plans beforehand, and she completely forgot. Ed lowered his head dejectedly and replied, Yeah. The two of them quickly found a bench in the courtyard and started talking. Janica, did you mess up on purpose? Anise sighed and began to explain. Janica, I know you didn't mean any harm. It's just because you like Ed and wanted what's best for him that you did that, right? I checked Ed's scores. Even if he got a perfect score on theory, Ed would still have been top student anyway. Janica still replied happily. Oh, is that so? Thank goodness he put in real effort then. Ed wanted to be top student so badly, after all. Do you still not get it? Because of you, Ed couldn't become top student fair and square. Now everyone's going to think his top spot was just handed to him by you, even though that isn't the reality at all. That's right, Janica, you need to understand. When you're standing at the top, just being overly nice isn't always a good thing. She walked over and sat down beside a trembling Janica. In the end, she finally realized how bad what she did really was. Janica, if you don't even trust him, what else can you do? Janica, if you don't even trust him, what else can you do? I wanted to become top student because it was necessary for survival. Viewed from that angle, the process of getting there doesn't matter all that much. But this lingering melancholy still hasn't gone away. Perhaps my desire for the top student position stems from something else entirely outside of mere survival. The match with Professor Khalid was the same. An exam only required holding out for 10 minutes to get maximum points. Yet I fought tooth and nail to win. I clearly could have just stopped myself. My sole objective, ever since I came here up until now, has simply been survival. But now I'm agonizing over an issue that has nothing to do with survival at all. He tossed a piece of wood into the campfire and thought to himself, whatever, the semester is over, and there's no time left for these wandering thoughts anyway. Whether I like it or not, I'm only allowed to think about how to stay alive. Now, time to head back to the Rot Taylor estate. Scene transition to the imperial capital of Klol. Inside the lavish royal palace, a princess was kneeling before the emperor and spoke. Respected father, I heard that Phonia is also returning from Sylvania. It's just a pity that I have to leave without getting the chance to see her. Emperor Klol looked at her and said, I understand that you want to meet Phonia to catch up after all this time apart. But for you, the Rot Taylor ducal estate will be a major opportunity. Although father is arranging this to separate you and Phonia. The Rot Taylor family is the leading ducal house on the continent, serving as a tool that anyone aiming for the imperial throne must learn to control thoroughly. Even though many powerful nobles are attending this tea party, based on priority, the primary focus remains that family. Patriarch Greffin and Tanya Rot Taylor, the first freshmen to win the student council president's seat in Sylvania. I heard they also have a son who is about to be reinstated. It seems he was cast out long ago. There probably isn't much need to worry about him. She slowly stood up and took her leave. Then I will take my leave and set off. Have a safe journey. Salaha, the Ice Princess, set off for the Rot Taylor mansion. Scene transition to the secluded royal palace at Sylvania Academy. Tanya's voice echoed through the quiet space. Oh, every time I visit this place, I feel the exact same way. This place really is an entirely different world. Big Brother, on Aiken Island, the most luxurious and expensive structure is the awfulest dormitory. But just considering its maintenance costs alone, this palace ranks second. Its area isn't even half of the awfulest dormitory. The guard respectfully bowed to Ed and Tanya. You two have arrived. Please come inside. If there is anything special about this place, it is that everything existing here exists solely to serve the interests of one single individual. The door swung open, and the scene before them appeared immensely luxurious. The third princess of the Klol Empire, Phonia Elias Klol, standing before the window in a gentle breeze. She slowly turned her head back to look at the two newcomers. Both Ed and Tanya quickly bowed in greeting. Greetings, Your Highness Phonia. We're deeply grateful for your time in receiving us. Ed cut straight to the main point without beating around the bush. Princess Phonia, the purpose of our visit today is... Before he could finish his sentence, the princess interrupted. You are looking for political backing from me, aren't you? Ed Rot Taylor, I was the one who directly made the decision to expel you. Therefore, restoring your status will be much smoother with my confirmation. Ed was quite surprised by the princess's straightforwardness. She really cut straight to the point. But it was true. In other words, to have his identity restored, he needed a helping hand from her. Returning to the Rot Taylor mansion was truly a risky move. Lucy had agreed to go with him, but raw strength couldn't solve everything. In high society, most problems are ultimately decided by power. In that regard, a noble of noble status. If he received recognition from a princess, no one could easily object to the restoration of his rights. The only catch was that the greater the weight of power, the harder it is to gain that recognition, much like proving one has actually received it. Phonia glanced over at Ed and softly spoke. It also happens to have been quite a while since I sent my regards to the Rot Taylor family. Ed Rot Taylor, could you convey my greetings to Patriarch Greffin on my behalf? Ed unexpectedly looked down at the nearby table with puzzlement. This is a letter? She prepared this letter in advance. Princess Phonia had always been hostile toward the Rot Taylor family, and he had intended to propose a deal where he would investigate the family's internal secrets. But instead, she was asking him to deliver a message. A private letter from the royal family could not be entrusted to just anyone without authorization. And more importantly, the value of this letter carried a far greater weight in itself. A letter without a wax seal. Indirectly, This showed absolute trust that the contents inside would not be altered or swapped. Ed looked toward the princess and said clearly, "I had prepared for a negotiation." Phonia looked at Ed with affectionate eyes, and she gently smiled in satisfaction. Very well. This meant the sender completely trusted the messenger. The conversation quickly came to an end, and Ed returned to his campsite. The time of departure would be in 2 days. He had finished all preparations to leave the camp for a while. He had cleared all the traps scattered in the forest, cleaned them thoroughly, put them in storage, and locked the cabin door tight. The remaining issue was food, right? Aside from items that could last a long time, it was best to finish off the rest. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. It granted. When he just returned to the campsite, Janica was already there cooking a very appetizing stew. She even did Ed's laundry. "You're back? Look, Sister B.O. just gave me some precious herbs, so I added them to this stew. I tasted it while cooking. The flavor is amazing. Hey, Janica, why do you care about my reactions so much?" Hearing those words made her jump in surprise. About that. Ed pondered for a moment and quickly came up with an answer. "Lately, she's been paying an excessive amount of attention to me. If I have to find a reason, is it because of giving up the top spot? Are you worried that you behaved insensitively toward me?" Janica awkwardly and frantically denied it. No, I didn't give anything up." She's so predictable." Her expression sank, and her voice grew heavy. "Ed, you know what? I used to think I understood you very well, but sometimes I feel like I don't understand you at all. And then negative thoughts just keep popping up." "Negative thoughts? Like you might end up hating me." Ed looked at the poor girl before him and thought to himself, sometimes kind and talented people inadvertently become insensitive because they worry too much about others. Janica was no exception and could easily fall into being misunderstood like that. That kind of anxiety was a burden in itself. Anyway, no one can ever fully understand another person. But I can say for sure, in this academy, no one understands me as well as you do. And even if you're a little insensitive, how could I ever easily hate you? To me, you are a very special person." Janica burst into tears with emotion. She stepped forward and grabbed his shirt. "Could you try being insensitive to me just once? Like making a mistake, saying something wrong, or asking me to do something. What? Anything hard and time-consuming is fine. Anyway, I don't intend to go home for this vacation." Ed's face immediately hardened, and he slowly spoke. Then, "Would you like to help me with a task?" "Sure. Just tell me." 2 days later, the journey officially began. The Rot Taylor territory is located in the center of the empire, the land possessing the most strategically vital location. To enter the imperial capital from the western coastal region of the continent, where bustling cities are concentrated, one must pass through the Rot Taylor territory. This location symbolizes the Rot Taylor family's role in protecting the royal family, and thus the people of the empire often call this place the shield of the capital. On the rolling carriage, Ed was resting his head by the window to catch some sleep, while Tanya was helplessly calling out to him, Big brother, what should we do? The atmosphere here looks so terrifying. Can we even arrive safely in this condition?" Janica flared up with powerful magical energy, staring straight ahead with a murderous gaze, only to see Lucy lying comfortably on Ed's legs, sleeping soundly, completely ignoring everything around her. She stepped forward and tried her best to pull Lucy away, while Lucy stubbornly refused to give up. "Step aside. Sleeping like that is dangerous." "No, move away quickly. It's dangerous." Tanya saw this scene and could only cower in a corner, terrified. Why on earth are these two people here? "Oh, I'm so scared. I'm scared to death." Suddenly, the carriage passed by a rocky ridge, startling Ed awake from his sleep. He looked around to find the carriage completely battered and chaotic, and asked in confusion, "What are you guys doing?" Time flew by until evening. The group stopped and sat by the campfire. Big brother, it seems you were very close to those two," Ed replied in a low voice. "Yeah, ever since the beginning of the semester." Suddenly, Lucy, who had been silent, spoke up. Janica fail lover. The two of them turned to look at each other with puzzled expressions. What is it?" "Tone it down a bit. There's a whole swarm of spirits surrounding us." Janica jumped up in surprise. Every day, flocks of spirits would gather near Ed's camp. Whenever anything happened, They would run to her and chatter away with reports. That's way too obvious. You get detailed reports about every little action of Ed's, right? Don't you think he'd feel like he's being watched day and night? Janica flusteredly and hastily replied, "Oh no, that's just something the spirits did on their own. You could easily tell them to stop, but you didn't, pretending to be innocent while actually being." Very sly, Ed bit into a sweet potato and intervened. "It's fine, I don't mind much. Anyway, given my status, I need some security measures." See? The person in question said he doesn't mind, but I didn't expect it to go as far as reporting every tiny detail. Janica froze on the spot, all arguments instantly paralyzed at that moment. Capitalizing on her momentum, Lucy pressed further, whispering right into Janica's ear, "Scary, dark, stalker. If it were me, I'd be so ashamed I'd stay far away." Before she could finish, Ed stepped over and pinched Lucy's ear. "Enough, stop it. We are about to arrive at the Rot-Taylor mansion. Now we need to discuss our course of action. In reality, that place is the enemy's lair. Never forget that. We are here to find evidence. Anything that can expose the true malicious intent of Greffin Rot-Taylor. The Rot-Taylor mansion only had about 5 to 6 visible buildings at first glance. Its scale was far more magnificent than the awfulest dormitory. This place looked more like a town than a mere mansion. And this is where the family's authority even overshadows royal power. In this land, members of the Rot-Taylor family rank higher than the emperor. The suitcase handed to the butler was carelessly dropped onto the floor by him. The butler's face immediately turned pale with fear. All the attendants hurriedly bowed and apologized to him. Their voices trembled with every beat. "Please forgive me, young master. In this domain, the Rot-Taylor family is God. It has been so long since I last had the honor of seeing you, so I couldn't contain my nervousness. Seeing you return in the glory of victory, your aura was so radiant that this lowly servant made a mistake. Please be magnanimous and forgive me." But contrary to his terrifying appearance, Ed calmly forgave him. "It's fine, I'll carry this item myself." The butler looked up with extreme astonishment, while Ed paid no attention to such minor details. The group quickly strode into the vast mansion. Welcoming his return was the head of the Rot-Taylor family. Sitting on his seat of power, he smiled. "You're finally back. Come here, let's catch up. My son, from now on, to survive, you will have to overthrow a god." The group was led to the main hall of the Rot-Taylor family, where a portrait hung in the center of the massive room. Tanya looked up and spoke. "It's been a very long time since I last had the chance to look at Sister On's portrait. During the days at the mansion, he had always shown a strange hatred toward this painting." Ed narrowed his eyes at the portrait and thought to himself, "On Rot-Taylor, the eldest daughter of the lineage, and also Ed Rot-Taylor's older sister. She has passed away anyway. What makes me curious is why this portrait is still kept in this position. Is it out of lingering affection for the departed daughter, or to honor the exemplary life she led as a young lady of the Rot-Taylor house?" While he was lost in his own thoughts, the patriarch's voice suddenly rang out. "Have you returned?" He slowly walked down the stairs and looked at him. "It must have been a long and tiring journey. I have always looked forward to you, my beloved son." At this moment, every nook and cranny of the estate was bustling. Starting tomorrow evening, a major diplomatic banquet would be held. All the servants were giving it their all to prepare. Therefore, I hope you will excuse them if they happen to be slightly distracted in welcoming you. He sincerely apologized for returning right at a time when the family is this busy. The patriarch replied, "Not at all. It's precisely because of this timing that I summoned you back. At the upcoming banquet, we will announce to the entire kingdom that Taylor, the son I am so proud of, has officially returned." "Are these the school friends who helped my son?" Hearing this, Janica started and replied, "Why, yes. My name is Janica Faillover." The patriarch smiled. "That name doesn't sound unfamiliar to me at all. I've heard of you as a talented summoner, someone who can naturally command high-level spirits." The patriarch smiled. "That name doesn't sound unfamiliar to me at all. I've heard of you as a talented summoner, someone who can naturally command high-level spirits. And that young girl must be the one Tanya mentioned in her letter, the famous and legendary magical genius." But before he could finish speaking, she interrupted with a sharp edge, "Lucy Merrill." The whole room suddenly fell silent. the atmosphere turning unusually tense. The patriarch stood up abruptly and spoke. Well, it seems you brought back truly interesting friends. If circumstances permitted, I'd love to have breakfast with you all. But Ice Princess Selaha has just set foot in the Rot Taylor mansion. As a servant, I need to welcome her properly. I have kept your room just as it was before. Go inside and rest. Understood. But he reached into his pocket and took out Princess Phonia's letter. Before that, I have something I want to deliver directly to you, Father. A moment later, at the dining table with the Ice Princess, he held out the letter Ed sent with a pensive look. The princess narrowed her eyes anxiously. What does this imply? The envelope bore Penia's royal insignia, yet there was no wax seal. This was the symbol of absolute trust. Could Crapin Rot Taylor, who holds key power in the Empire, have chosen to side with Phonia? Seeing the confusion on Selaha's face, the patriarch calmly explained. It seems there has been some misunderstanding here. I am indeed the recipient of the letter, but an unsealed letter doesn't show trust in the receiver. It is for the messenger. From my perspective, Princess Elaha is surely curious to know the identity of the person who delivered this letter, right? Shifting back to Ed, he was standing in front of his room. This place was the bedroom of Ed Rot Taylor. But suddenly the door was pushed open even though he hadn't touched it. He cast his gaze down at the newcomer. Lucy had pushed the door open and walked in so calmly that Ed was slightly surprised. Didn't you say you'd stay in the room next door? She ran to the bed, lay down flat, and replied, Call me up if you need anything necessary. Lucy usually seemed to live quite impulsively, but she never neglected major matters. Was she trying hard to keep her promise to protect him during their stay at this mansion? Ed looked around the spacious and luxurious room, thinking, this Rot Taylor's private room. Even though he was banished, it's surprising that this place is still kept in its original state. Or perhaps it's nothing strange, since I heard Owen Rot Taylor's room in the original work was preserved just like this. Since the mansion has too much empty space, they probably just left it alone. How fortunate. His arm reached out and pulled a desk drawer, but it was tightly locked. He sat down and observed carefully. A locked drawer? I'm already branded as a troublemaker anyway, so making a little mess won't hurt. But I can't just smash it to pieces without knowing what's inside. Is there a way to break just this lock? Just as his thought ended, the drawer was suddenly enveloped by complex, lightning attribute magic. Lucy lay stretched out on the bed, helping Ed pick the drawer lock. He responded with a silent compliment. Then he quickly pulled out the drawer, which was filled with strange letters. What on earth is this thing? Chapter 1, Act 1. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. A foolish young lord driven out due to a plot against Taylor Marlord in the story. Ed Rot Taylor. No one knows the fate of this minor villain after he finishes his role. But one thing is for sure, his destiny will be extremely tragic. Throughout this time, I have been striving endlessly to escape that predetermined ending. Yet the period before the script begins is an entirely unfamiliar territory. The contents of the letters appeared before him clearly. If things keep going like this, I will face death soon. A human life whose end has already been mapped out. Does that hold any meaning? Is there any value in an existence that simply waits for a scheduled death? The time spent drenched in the glory of the Rot Taylor household was far too brief. Now I will bring it all to an end. As a member of the Rot Taylor lineage, my journey stops right here. It seemed these were handwritten letters Ed had sent to Ann back when she was still alive. Judging by the quantity, they must have kept in constant communication for years. It's going to take quite a bit of time to read all of this. But I guess I got lucky anyway. Whenever I have some free time, I'll try to figure out what's inside these letters. In the near future, I'll need to play the role of Ed convincingly in front of Gripin. The scene shifts outside. A fierce magical battle is unfolding. The Bloom River clan, the most powerful magical family in the Empire. They are renowned for utilizing specialized combat spells solely to gain an advantage in duels. Instead of delving deep into academic research, their magic is entirely directed toward winning. Because of that, it carries a somewhat sly and ruthless vibe. Among high society, they bear a very vivid moniker, the Witch's Den. Standing in the arena is none other than the head of the Bloom River family, Senior Bloom River. She fires dark magic straight ahead, black wolves dashing forward like bloodthirsty beasts of prey. Right behind them are sharp ice shards providing all-around overlapping support. However, these spells only work against weaker or evenly matched mages. With just a simple flick of the wrist, the ice fragments instantly turned to ashes, and her pack of black wolves was blown away into nothingness. The lingering shock wave was strong enough to push Xia backward. The head of the Bloom River family widened her eyes in terror. Not even a single scratch on her. When faced with an overwhelming amount of magical power to a shocking degree, the specific type of spell used no longer matters. Lucy yawned lazily. Are we done yet? The entire central garden of the Rot-Taylor estate fell silent. Senior turned to Gripin Rot-Taylor and bowed. Thank you for arranging such an entertaining duel the moment I arrived, Duke Gripin. Because this young girl made quite a splash with her abilities at the academy, I wanted to personally test what her capabilities are like. Seeing this, Gripin simply replied, It's no big deal. I personally found it to be a very worthwhile performance to watch. He turned around and continued. You possess some rather strange companions. Lucy immediately jumped onto him and fell fast asleep. He replied, Yes, they truly are very special people, but she looks quite exhausted. She already sleeps a lot, yet she suffered from insomnia last night. Is that so? If she's feeling better, I'd love for us to talk more at tonight's banquet. He stood up and announced to the guests all around. That was a stunning match, well fitting to kick off this luxurious social event. Well then, I look forward to seeing everyone at dinner. Ed looked around and mentally assessed. The distinguished guests are starting to gather in full force. Excellent, this is the exact moment. I'll let Lucy rest in my room for a bit, then take advantage of the chaotic scene to start moving. Suddenly from afar, a familiar voice echoed. Janica ran over with a bright expression. I sent the spirits out to scout around the building as you told me to. Since almost nobody here has the ability to sense spirits, things went much smoother than I thought. So about Duke Gripin's private study. Before she could even finish her sentence, Ed suddenly stepped forward and covered her mouth. Ed signaled for her to be quiet. Get into my room. Janica flusteredly replied with shyness. Get into your room? Just the two of us inside there right now. That's precisely it. First of all, we need a private space free of prying eyes and ears. No one will dare enter here uninvited without permission. Yeah, all right, that's true indeed. Ed quickly closed the door. We could discuss private matters right here. But abruptly, someone who had already been inside Ed's room spoke up. I really didn't expect this turn of events. It looks like this place isn't an ideal spot for a sneaky rendezvous after all, because someone is already here ahead of time. Both of them quickly knelt down to pay their respects. Your servant did not think your highness was currently inside my room. Please forgive this discourtesy. Princess Sela. She held the letter in her hand and said, We don't need to waste time with lengthy, polite pleasantries. After all, you've already grasped the whole picture by now. You still choose to keep clinging to this sinking ship. Ed Rot-Taylor and Janica bowed respectfully before Princess Selaha. Ed spoke first, his voice low. Your Highness, I have overstepped. I truly did not know you were in my room. Selaha wore a sarcastic smile, lifting the envelope to emphasize her presence. She casually replied, Overstepped? Don't put it that way. For powerful nobles, surrounding oneself with 4 or 5 inferior women is a classic pastime anyway. I have no intention of meddling in the young lord's personal hobbies. Her gaze sharpened slightly, her voice carrying a warning tone. Still, I advise the young lord not to be too sincere in such matters. If you happen to have a child with her, the social hierarchy will easily be turned upside down. I've seen too many nobles manipulated by low-born people. How ridiculous is that? Hearing those harsh words, Janica couldn't help but start tearing up. Ed bowed slightly, calmly replying, Thank you for your advice, Princess. Then I wonder if your highness has any important business with me. Selaha placed the envelope on the table with an indifferent look. Of course I do. I'll get straight to the point. If you look closely, anyone can see that little Phonia is overthinking unrealistic things. The imperial throne simply isn't suited for her. She smirked faintly, extending her hand toward him invitingly. Instead, the young lord would be better off standing by my side. Hearing this, Janica's expression clearly showed anxiety. She looked on with hopeful expectation, but only bowed deeper, her voice humble yet firm. Even as a member of the Rott-Taylor family, this lowly pair of hands of mine would never dare to take the Grand Princess's hand. A precious body like yours is not something I can touch. That thought has never even existed in my mind. Salaha tilted her head and chuckled. Ha ha, hearing those words sounds so pleasing to the ear. You're quite the smooth talker. Even if it's just lip service, it doesn't matter. She stared straight into his eyes, her voice turning cold. But you're actually turning me down, aren't you? Duke Gripin, your father, will stand by my side too. Under his influence, the young lord would do well to make a wise choice. Deep down inside, Ed began calculating. Because of this alliance, Princess Salaha will cooperate with Gripin's plot to seize the Dark God's power. But in the end, she will be swallowed up by Nebula because she cannot control that power. Among the characters in Chapter 4, she meets the most tragic end. I absolutely cannot walk the same path as her. Therefore, I must find a reason to refuse. Ed took a deep breath and spoke. Thanks to the rule of Emperor Chloe, the Empire lives in an era of peace. At times like this, what we need is a virtuous monarch. I firmly believe that one day, Princess Phonia will become an empress worthy of her position. The calm expression on Silaha's face cracked, anger flooding her eyes. She clenched her fists, crushing the envelope in her hand. Phonia has no interest in royal power whatsoever. You know that full well, Ed calmly replied. Even if the princess currently asserts that she doesn't want to ascend the throne, I will still hold on to my belief and quietly wait for Princess Phonia to turn down Silaha's invitation. There is no better shield than using Phonia's name. Salaha fell silent, a heavy, tense atmosphere enveloping the room. She walked over slowly, lifted Ed's chin, and whispered, This is starting to get interesting. To be honest, I've always loved snatching things that belong to others. Usually, the most brilliant loyalty is the moment it gets shattered. I can't wait to see how long your faith in Phonia will hold out. Hearing that left Ed somewhat confused. Well, actually, I'm not really supporting Princess Phonia per se. There seems to be a bit of a misunderstanding here. Seeing both Ed and Janica look bewildered, Salaha withdrew her hand and said calmly, Never mind, we have plenty of time. This meeting will last another 5 days. During that time, you'll soon realize the difference as vast as heaven and earth between me and Phonia. If you change your mind, you can find me anytime. I will keep that in mind. With that, she left the room, leaving behind an enigmatic smile and a promise to meet again later. Left alone together, Janica let out an annoyed sigh, patting her earmuffs. I'm not some easy pushover either. Even though I bear the title of a commoner, I'm not someone others can look down upon however they please. I should have answered back eloquently like that instead. Thinking about it still makes me so mad. Ed sighed gently to comfort her. You're not that kind of person anyway. Janica was still sulking, but Salaha is a princess and gorgeous to boot. Yet she kept flirting with him. To change the subject, Ed immediately asked, Did you find anything while searching the mansion? Janica's expression turned more serious. About that. This mansion is just too huge. Searching was tough, but I did gather a bit of information. Mug is it? Right, he said that beneath Duke Gripin's private study, an unusually large amount of magical power is radiating outward. But according to the mansion's layout, underneath the study should be the kitchen. It's weird to feel such strong magic in a place where staff work. There's definitely something fishy going on. You should go check it out yourself. She added a warning. But that study, Duke Gripin only drops by occasionally, and when he's not there, it's always kept locked tight, making it very hard to investigate. Ed nodded. Yeah, we still have 5 days anyway. Just stay calm, observe, and wait for the right moment. I'll always be ready. If any unexpected incidents happen, come to my room anytime to let me know. Janica's face turned beet red as she stammered. H here? In your room, at any time. I still have way too much work to deal with. I haven't even finished reading half of the letters between On and S. If I stay cooped up in your room, Gripin will definitely get suspicious. I have to seize the gaps to read the letters and scout the library whenever I get the chance. But to avoid drawing attention, From now on, I need to attend all the banquets properly. The first day of the banquet began. The atmosphere was quite relaxed for everyone to prepare for the long schedule. However, the appearance of one particular figure caused a stir throughout the hall. Princess Selah stepped inside, wearing a midnight blue off-the-shoulder evening gown that shimmered like a starry sky. The dress hugged her upper body and featured a high slit on the thigh, highlighting her regal aura. Two men in black tuxedos with red bow ties walked behind her like capable bodyguards. A young lady approached. "Warmest greetings, Princess Selah. It is a tremendous honor to be in your presence. I am Tanya Rott-Taylor, the current legitimate heir of the Rott-Taylor household." Selah politely responded, "Pleased to meet you, Lady Tanya. You seem like someone very worthy of your position. The reputation of the Rott-Taylor family will surely endure for decades to come. Pardon the somewhat simple reception in the Grand Hall on this first day." Selah smiled, taking a glass of wine from a waiter. "I arrived earlier than scheduled, so you don't need to worry about it. Thanks to that, I've already witnessed a few interesting things." Right at that moment, Rott-Taylor stepped into the hall. Whispers echoed endlessly all around. "Is that him? The heir about to have his status restored within the family." Ed wore his hair neatly slicked back, his sharp gaze calm. He wore a white military uniform embroidered with gold thread, the stiff shoulder epaulettes emphasizing his status. A wide black waist sash completed his solemn appearance. Whispers broke out. That former successor looks way stronger than before. Taller, smarter, completely different from back in the day. Selah watched as he approached, smiling faintly as she said to Tanya, "The young lady has a good older brother." Tanya replied proudly, "Yes, I'm very proud of him." Selah took a sip of wine, thinking to herself, 5 days left, and in those 5 days you'll get to see plenty. Polkus, the deputy commander of the Magnus army holding military authority, will arrive on the third day. He's already on my side. Archbishop Samuel of the Telos Church will be present on the second day. He is also my pawn. Ed, I hope you'll learn a lot from this banquet. The second day of the banquet began with extreme tension. The church is the religious symbol holding the highest authority on the continent. As the church's carriage entered the estate, all eyes were drawn to the Holy Maiden's vehicle. The backing of Holy Maiden Claris carried colossal political weight. Depending on who Holy Maiden Claris chooses to approach and the content of those conversations, the balance of power could shift completely. Selah, an ambitious soul, had already made contact early on with Archbishop Samuel, the person closest to the Holy Maiden. That morning, Selah's butler brought a fragrant basket of Phalaenopsis orchids. The meaning of this flower is purity, innocence, and eternal friendship. No flower could suit the Holy Maiden better. Furthermore, it carried the implication of wishing for a sustainable growth in their mutual relationship. The Archbishop praised, "You always have such exquisite taste." Selah replied, "Don't flatter me too much. I've already discussed it with the Archbishop, so I'll be the first person to meet the Holy Maiden, right? No need to approach too blatantly right from the start. Just making a good impression is enough." But the Archbishop trembled as he replied, That thing. Actually, Your Highness, the Holy Maiden is currently not in her room." Selah was stunned. "Huh? What?" Meanwhile, in another corner of the estate, Holy Maiden Claris was chatting warmly with S. Rott-Taylor. "Meeting you, Senior, at your own home like this feels so special, just like a romantic encounter during a distant trip." Her affectionate tone caused two nearby waiters to awkwardly lower their heads. Ed didn't seem to want to drag out the conversation. He maintained proper etiquette. "It is an honor to meet you, Holy Maiden." Claris grabbed Ed's hand, her cheeks blushing slightly. "Meeting you is my honor, Senior." Then the two quickly headed to On's room. Ed said seriously, "Holy Maiden, I brought you here under the guise of showing you around the Rott-Taylor estate. All your actions are being watched. You should be well aware of that. Why do you sound so excited?" Claris sat on the bed with a bright smile. "I only feel suffocated when I'm in the middle of a crowd. Ed, when I heard the news that you were allowed back into the family, I was so happy I wanted to jump for joy, but I was worried Senior wouldn't receive a very polite welcome. Well, I wasn't someone welcomed right from the start anyway. So if anyone planned to harm Senior or utter insulting words, I was ready to teach them a lesson they'd never forget. Fortunately, Those worries didn't happen. Ed looked at her and replied calmly, "No matter what happens, it's something I have to bear on my own." Clarice stood up, clenching her fists. "Don't try to fight everything alone. We can solve it together." Ed looked blank and confused. "What do you mean?" Clarice flusteredly stammered her reply. Well, I mean you should use my authority. If Senior always stands by my side during tonight's banquet, no one will dare look down on Senior or view you with suspicion anymore." Ed was stunned. If the Holy Maiden straight up tells me to use her, the person who accepts that offer is going to look really weird. Clarice blushed, lowering her head awkwardly. "That's not what I meant. I just wanted to do something useful for you. And actually, I had my own thoughts, too. I kept trying to explain, so I ended up making everything a mess. All right, I will make up a dozen more foolish excuses." Clarice mustered up her courage and clasped her hands tightly. "Truth be told, I need a companion tonight. Will you dance a song with me at the party?" Publicly acknowledging this relationship will elevate your status, or maybe it won't. But either way, it still brings far more positive aspects than negative ones. Ed interrupted her question. Didn't the Holy Maiden just assert that she wouldn't look for weird excuses anymore? You don't need to dissect every single word of mine, Senior. In short, tonight I will turn down every single dance invitation, except for the invite from one single person. A heavy silence enveloped both of them. Unable to stand the tension, Clarice hurriedly excused herself. "I must take my leave now. I still have to greet other distinguished guests. Just running over to see you first probably already offended a few people." Hearing that, Ed couldn't help asking her, "Then why did you prioritize finding me before anyone else?" Clarice turned back to look at him with a hard-to-read, radiant smile. "Well, who knows?" The door gently clicked shut. Suddenly, the wardrobe behind him unexpectedly flew open. Tanya stepped down, eyes wide and jaw dropped. "Brother! Tanya, why are you showing up here?" She shouted angrily at Ed. "Brother, I've been running all over the estate looking for you because of this formal wear. Yet the moment I finally find you, the Holy Maiden is right next to you." "No, that's not even the main issue. What on earth are you doing? There's already Senior Janica, Senior Lucy, and now even Holy Maiden Clarice too? At this rate, how am I supposed to deal with all three of them?" He slapped his forehead helplessly. Things really just happened to turn out this way naturally. Out in the hallway, Clarice ran quickly, her heart pounding. She paused to catch her breath, smiling smugly to herself. This isn't Sylvania Academy. This is a political mixer. It doesn't matter who is more skilled at magic, nor does it matter who is wealthier or who is an upperclassman. None of that stuff works here. Well, at least inside this Rot Taylor estate, the one holding the highest authority is me. Tonight's party won't have a single person strong enough to go up against me. The illustrious Emperor Kloll has a son. However, ever since the Crown Prince declared his refusal of the throne, public support was naturally divided among the three princesses, sparking a power struggle. First Princess Selaha, with her ambition for absolute power. Second Princess Persika, with her profound erudition. And finally, the third princess with a compassionate heart, Princess Pinia. She knelt before the throne and slowly spoke up. "It's been a while. Is your Majesty still in good health?" The Emperor rubbed his head tiredly and replied, "My health is declining day by day. That's hardly news to anyone. Still, you don't look any better off yourself." Pinia's gaze was heavy, as if carrying a load of psychological burdens. She replied in a murmur, "Father, I do not believe I deserve to inherit this throne." As time swiftly slipped away into the evening, Pinia headed toward the royal library to meet her older sister. I heard you gave up your ambition for the throne the moment you set foot here. I always see you burying your head in books at times like this. So you haven't even the slightest interest in that position, right?" Persika calmly put down her book and glanced over at her. "Finding new books to devour in this place always brings me joy. Put that aside for a moment. It has been over a year since you suddenly decided to enroll at Sylvania, hasn't it? I'm almost used to you dropping by during every single break." Saying this, her voice suddenly lowered. "Yet you look much more aggrieved than before your enrollment. Is it because of that man bearing the Rot Taylor name again?" Pinia lowered her head in silence without answering. The banquet hosted by Crape and Rot Taylor is suspiciously small in scale. Many influential nobles, royalty, and even the saintess are in attendance. I figured you would be preoccupied with that. Crapin Taylor has always been a loyal subject and the very model of nobility. You and many others might think so. However, you have always looked at Crapin Taylor with a gaze full of suspicion. It almost seemed to be for no specific reason at all. In our circumstances, everyone has the ability to see through everything. For me, it is books. For Selaha, it is power. And for you, it is the hearts of men. Penia let out a tired, gentle sigh. Is that so? The root of my distress does indeed stem from someone bearing the Rot Taylor name. But it is not Crapin Taylor. It is Ed Taylor. I once wanted to escape this invisible power struggle and prove that I am worth far more than my current title. A year and 6 months have passed since I arrived on Aiken Island. Meanwhile, the balance of power is tipped entirely in favor of the eldest princess, Sela, and the throne is drifting further and further out of reach. But I never had any intention of reclaiming what was lost. That man proved that my secret weapon, my intuition, was utterly useless. Amidst her chaotic stream of thoughts, Persika abruptly cut in. I do not believe you when you say you harbor no desire for the crown. But I do trust your eyes. That is why I secretly conducted a bit of an investigation. These books are all reference materials that Crapin Taylor perused when he volunteered to inspect the library. They are all forbidden tomes containing ancient mythology, magic, and long-forgotten evil gods. I heard the news about how you once caused Crapin's son to be disowned, and how he recently returned. Most people accustomed to a life of aristocratic luxury would starve to death if they fell into a situation. Obviously, he wants to return and seize power. But isn't that very strange? Sure, he might have disowned his son just to appease you. But why on earth would he suddenly restore his status now? Penia's eyes snapped open as if realizing something. Why didn't I think of it before? Ed Taylor, the man who visited my room before leaving, told me this when he accepted the letter. I didn't expect your highness to help me so easily. I was already prepared to negotiate with you. If my initial suspicions were correct, did he deliberately get himself disowned because he discovered a truth about the family that others remained unaware of? And did he intentionally distance himself from the one researching the evil gods? Could his reinstated status actually mean he was dragged back home in chains? If so, the negotiation he mentioned probably means he wants to discuss ways with me to counter the dark forces engulfing the Rot Taylor household. Yet I fail to understand any of that, and instead use trust as an excuse to push him right back into danger once more. Persika calculated quietly. Tonight is the second day of the banquet, so it will continue for 2 more days. I would love to go, but it takes a day and a half just to travel there. So I suppose I must give up, although you could make it there in a single day if you rode a horse without stopping. Before the words could even fully leave her mouth, Penia grabbed her hands and stood up. Persika, I am heading out. Since you look like you're doing well, and it is getting late, I need to go to sleep right away. The third princess's bodyguards quickly prepared everything she requested. Princess Penia, we have prepared the fastest and most enduring horse, as you requested. I will push the horse at maximum speed. Our destination goes straight to Duke Rot Taylor's estate. Everyone stay close. Absolutely no delays. We must arrive within a day. Understood, Your Highness. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed through the silent night. Persika quietly observed everything from the royal library room. A man capable of making even the third princess ride through the dark of night. The Rot Taylor estate is about to experience quite a shock. She also wondered what he looked like, but now was not the time. This matter was getting more and more interesting by the minute. After all, the only princess left alone in the castle now was her. Switching the scene back to the Rot Taylor estate, the second day of the banquet, Ed knelt down and offered his hand to invite the saintess to a dance. May I have this dance with you? Of course, Senior. It is my honor. The space was enveloped in luxurious music. Ed gently placed his hand on Clarissa's waist, their feet moving in a smooth, rhythmic step. The saintess's face flushed pink, as if she were completely immersed in the moment. All around them, countless other nobles were also enjoying the dance. But then, relentless murmurs broke out, snapping the saintess back to reality. Look, that's the failure whose status was just restored. I saw him yesterday, too. He looked like a completely different person. But how can a lunatic change so fast? Clarice's expression fell as she realized the harsh truth that her plans had accomplished nothing at all. Ed noticed this change on her face and softly said, "There's no need to mind those words. I was just thinking that perhaps I've done all of this completely in vain." "It's all right, Saintess. You have already helped me a great deal. We had the chance to dance together, but I wasted it by worrying about unnecessary things. However, this banquet isn't over yet, so please dance with me once more." "Senior Ed, it is my honor, Saintess Clarice." The second day of the banquet, a more thorough search was about to begin. Lucy was keeping watch on the roof just in case any unforeseen trouble arose. Janica would break into Crepin's study to find evidence to bring him down. Dancing with Clarice had brought unwanted attention, but in the long run, this would definitely prove beneficial. I'm certain that no noble here would bring misfortune upon themselves by picking a fight or obstructing my plans. Except for her. Just as those thoughts ended, the voice he least wanted to encounter rang out. "You seem busy, Edrot Taylor." Princess Selaha looked at his expression and smiled. "Huh, you're making a face as if you've just brought on more trouble." He thought to himself, exactly right. She continued, "Leaving this grand banquet behind, it's quite easy to guess your purpose. You intend to fraternize with that commoner girl, don't you?" Ed slowly bowed his head and thought to himself, "Indeed I do, though not in the way she thinks." Afterward, he replied, "I thank your highness for your input. I will consider my actions more carefully in the future." Suddenly, Selaha threw her wine glass to the ground and continued, "Then I suppose I can put these words to the test to see if they're just empty promises." The wine glass shattered upon hitting the floor, and every eye in the banquet hall turned to focus on the two of them. The atmosphere froze, time seemingly standing still as the only remaining sound was absolute silence. Selaha raised her hand and smiled. "Will you dance with me? You seem rather decent at it." Ed looked down at the outstretched hand and calculated internally. Normally the man is the one to initiate the invitation, especially when he holds a lower status, just like I did with Clarice. But the eldest princess actively asked to dance with me first. With everyone's eyes fixed squarely on us, I have absolutely no way to refuse. That is what anyone else would do. But as for me, what is there to fear? He replied, "I must decline. How could I possibly dare to lead the princess in a dance? I am feeling unwell and would only cause further trouble." With that, he turned around and walked out the door, leaving behind the astonished gazes of nobles who couldn't believe what had just transpired. A surge of fury welled up within Selaha's chest. His insolence knows no bounds, and this banquet is where I will solidify my position as the future ruler. I'm at the head of the house, Crepin, on the first day, and I plan to meet the Saintess on the second. Not only did he steal the honor of being the first to see the Saintess, but he also refused my dance invitation. Has he willingly resigned himself to becoming Penia's lackey? He's merely shortening his own lifespan. How amusing. I will completely isolate you from every ounce of power. Investor Roland will visit on the third day. He is the backer of a merchant guild that controls all goods entering the capital. He will deeply regret realizing he stood by my side. He was the right-hand man to the guild leader, who had recently taken over all operations. But everything completely reversed when a subordinate brought him the latest news. "Lord Roland Bellalacha, your superior has canceled your business trip. You are required to return to headquarters and resume your work." "Huh? No way. Why? The guild leader is going personally? That's absurd. I should have been the one to go this time. I need to meet and build connections with Princess Selaha." The soldier didn't look annoyed, simply replying gently, "Would you like to speak directly with the guild leader?" Inside the luxurious carriage, a familiar silhouette carrying an unmistakable aura appeared. Instantly, Roland's face darkened, all resistance vanishing in a split second. "No, that won't be necessary." The eye of the storm, that could hardly be called isolation, but rather the exact opposite, the very center of it all. Lordle, in an alluring dress, smiled softly with calculated intent. The leader of the Empire's largest merchant guild had stepped into the fray. The Saintess of the Telos faith, wielding immense religious power across the continent. The third princess, who rode through the night with eyes that could see through human hearts. The once-in-a-century elemental magic genius Janica Phillip. Finally, the legendary magical prodigy, sleeping soundly on the roof, Lucy Mayline. All of them now shared a single, unified goal. They were all converging around one man, none other than Ed Rott-Taylor. The Rott-Taylor family estate was built on a massive 7-story scale. As night fell, even though the banquet remained lively and servants hurried back and forth through the corridors, the higher one went, the more the atmosphere inexplicably quieted down. The reason was that most functional service areas were located below, while the upper floors were reserved as private family spaces. The domestic staff was strictly forbidden from letting any strangers set foot from the 3rd floor onward. The guard turned back to look at Ed with a confused expression. "I heard you're feeling unwell. I can handle things myself." Naturally, members of the Rott-Taylor lineage are free to come and go. Crepin's study is at the very end of the 4th floor. Every window on this floor has been securely bolted shut. That also implicitly confirmed that he was not present. Crepin Rott-Taylor, as the host of the banquet, was surely busy entertaining guests downstairs. He hardly had the time to sneak back to his office right now. All preparations were fully in place. A window swung open, and a wind spirit quickly flew into the room. This meant that right now was the prime opportunity to strip away Crepin Rott-Taylor's dark secrets. Ed looked at Janica as she appeared and whispered, "How were you able to leave the party without getting noticed?" She smiled and replied, "Unlike you, Ed, nobody bothered to check whether I was there or not." The two of them slowly turned the door handle and stepped inside. But contrary to his assumptions, a familiar voice unexpectedly echoed from within the room. "You've arrived?" In the middle of the dark room, Crepin sat calmly in his chair waiting for them, as if he had known everything in advance. "We haven't had the chance to have a private conversation without being disturbed by others." He wore a sinister smile and continued, "Indeed. Let's have a talk. Father, I have countless questions for you, especially after you survived that terrifying ordeal. Where should we begin?" "All right, just who on earth are you?" His eyes widened upon hearing those words. The memories of the moment Ed returned to the estate rushed back. "I have something to give you, Father. My son would never call me father. He hated me to the bone. No matter what you've been through, my son's heart couldn't possibly change that fast. I didn't even sense a shred of suppressed killing intent from you toward me. You looked at me as if we were total strangers. And from that, I can confirm one thing. You are not Ed Rott-Taylor." With those words, his hand clenched tightly. Eerie magical currents immediately enveloped the entire room, forcing Ed and Janica to step back. But then a hint of astonishment crossed Crepin's eyes as he blurted out, "Oh, fascinating, summoning 3 intermediate spirits in the blink of an eye. You have the capacity to control high-level spirits, but I assume you don't want this building to collapse. Are you worried about the guests downstairs?" All 3 spirits leaped forward and roared, yet Crepin remained as calm as if it were nothing. Dozens of magic circles appeared consecutively around Crepin as he remarked, "Spiritist Janica Phillip, you may be powerful, but you are far too soft-hearted. However, those intermediate spirits are no match for me." Crepin's magical chains shot forward and bound the spirits tightly, effortlessly destroying them. "Miss Janica, I apologize." Even she was caught by those restrictive threads. Janica was dragged forward, unable to summon any additional spirits. The entire room suddenly plunged into chaos due to the interwoven magical currents illuminated by Crepin's spell work. The very next second, the chain binding Janica was cleanly slashed apart by a basic wind magic spell. Ed gripped the dagger tightly in his hand and lunged forward for close combat. He aimed straight for Crepin's neck without a single moment of hesitation or delay. But Crepin just stood there watching him, not even bothering to dodge. "You're quite something, aren't you?" The dagger was blocked right in front of Crepin. Ed's hands trembled as he tried to push it forward, but it wouldn't budge an inch further. "You are definitely not my son." An electric current surged through his arm, forcing Ed to drop the dagger to the floor. Damn it! The head of the house immediately counterattacked with a powerful spell, slamming Ed straight into the bookshelf behind him. His face hardened menacingly. "Who on earth are you?" Before the words finished, his attention suddenly collided with something that had just fallen. Ed's dagger was still hovering in midair, cloaked in blazing fire magic. A slash cut cleanly across Crepin's leg during the split second he let his guard down. It returned to its owner's hand thanks to spirit-assisted feedback. Ed lowered his center of gravity and spoke with firm determination. I may not be your son, but I am still Ed Rott Taylor. Crepin calmly drew his sword and replied smoothly. Such utter nonsense. Ed rushed forward once more, shouting to signal his teammate behind him. Janica! Janica responded instantly, with an intermediate wind spirit she had summoned beforehand. Understood. Violent whirlwinds swept through the room, throwing everything into disarray. Dust filled the air everywhere. The final boss of Chapter 4, Crepin Rott Taylor. The magic on his hand gradually shifted from blue to a gloomy dark purple as borrowed power erupted. Gravity, momentum, friction, every single law of physics lay subject to his manipulation. That was the power bestowed by the evil god Mebular, granting mortals the strength to reshape this world. But it wouldn't let him run wild so easily. He hurled a magic orb straight at Crepin, reinforcing its structure. He gritted his teeth and used his sword to block. The magic spell was severed. Some kind of magic artifact, eh? It seems he hasn't exceeded his mana limit just yet. Crepin still didn't fully comprehend the power of the evil god. According to the script, Crepin only truly awakens when he attacks the Academy at the end of Chapter 4. That means right now is the most opportunistic moment to take him down. Ed's hand clenched tight as he cast an intermediate tier explosion magic. The entire wall of the mansion was blown to ashes, and the shockwave rippled into the conference hall, startling everyone inside. A hand gently set down a wine glass. Selaha looked at everything with an amused smile. Today's wine is truly exquisite. It seems I've overindulged a bit. The servants in the kitchen beneath Crepin's room screamed in terror. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile above, everything was buried in a thick cloud of dust and smoke. But if we take down Crepin, a high-ranking royal official, we'll be branded as traitors. Are you okay, Janica? I'm Fine. To completely restrain him, we need to gather evidence of the crimes he's committed. Right. For some reason, a massive surge of mana is radiating from below Duke Crepin's private office. But the area under his office is supposed to be the kitchen. There's no reason for such a huge amount of mana to appear there. It's really suspicious. I figured there'd be a secret passage. I originally planned to investigate quietly, but given the urgency of the situation, I decided blowing it up would be faster. While they were still lost in thought, a wind-cleaving slash flew toward their position. Ed quickly shoved Janica out of the way, narrowly dodging it by a hair's breadth. The ground was sliced up like a loaf of bread. Crepin raised his hand, which had deformed into a hideous, deep red monstrosity. Your reflexes are impressive. It's as if you've faced me before, but you aren't high-level enough to be my opponent. An eerie mana burst forth behind Crepin, and countless demonic eyes appeared, glaring at the two of them as he stepped forward. He assessed, this mansion is clearly his home turf, so fighting here is going to be tricky. But do you know where you messed up? Ed quickly reached out, pulled Janica by the hand, and ran. You left an opening for my person to slip inside. Crepin glared at him, his voice cold. Aren't you being a bit too careless turning your back on me? But before he could finish his sentence, his vision was engulfed by a blinding flash. A massive bolt of lightning slammed down, shattering the room's wall and plunging everything into utter chaos. Lucy walked forward slowly, her lightning magic completely overpowering Crepin's borrowed spellcraft. She chewed on a piece of meat in her mouth and calmly explained, So sorry, but you won't be getting past here. At the same time, down in the mysterious basement, Ed was carefully instructing Janica. Listen, you need to remember everything you see here. Having you testify will carry much more weight than just me making the accusations. WY? What on earth is hidden behind all of this? I don't know that either, but we're about to find out the truth. The two stopped in front of a massive door. Along the dark corridor were countless, sickeningly mutated bodies, proof of the immortality experiments that had stolen the lives of countless people. This is more than enough to convict him. More than enough. Ed turned back to look at Janica and asked, Are you okay? I am okay. Let's keep going. This place was the very thing Crapin wanted to keep hidden forever. In this pitch-black basement, only a single corner was illuminated. Even under the faint moonlight, where everything seemed to have lost its color, a familiar hue caught Ed's eye. It was the hair color from a massive portrait that anyone entering the Rott-Taylor mansion was bound to see. A brilliant golden hair identical to Ed's. She was in the middle of the dark room, lit only by a skylight above. A girl was imprisoned with a sword driven right through her body. Her body was covered in injuries, missing an arm and a leg, looking agonizingly painful. The person was none other than Ann Rott-Taylor, Ed Rott-Taylor's older sister. His eyes widened, his teeth gritting in sheer rage. In his cruelty, the old man had planned to sacrifice his own daughter and any other children if necessary. Suddenly, Ann spoke up, startling Ed. "A lot has changed since the last time I saw you." "Yeah, both you and I have changed a lot." She gave a gentle, benevolent smile despite the pain tormenting her entire body. "Long time no see." A series of explosions went off, blowing the room apart and burying everything in smoke and dust. Lucy lightly snapped her fingers, activating high-tier light magic. Holy Sword of Light. Countless blades pointed directly at Crapin, surrounding him from all sides and overwhelming him with a near-infinite reservoir of mana. She declared coolly and calmly, "From this moment on, this area is off-limits. If you have a problem with that, feel free to try forcing your way in." Hearing that, Crapin fell dead silent. He slumped onto the ground, holding his head with a sigh. "Humph. Looks like that kid prepared thoroughly. Breaking through this is definitely not going to be easy." Back in the Rott-Taylor family's secret basement, Ed's eyes widened in shock. "You look so different from before, since the last time we met. Both you and I are different now. Long time no see." Ed and Janica slowly approached. Janica covered her mouth at the horrific sight of Ann before them. Ann smiled and said, "Even though my current state doesn't look great, and I imagine it hurts you even more to see it, even so, just once is enough. Being able to meet again just once makes me content." Ann Rott-Taylor, Ed Rott-Taylor's older sister, the owner of this body, a character who had never appeared even in a single sketch of the main story. "How has life at Sylvania Academy been? Still going well? It hasn't been easy, has it? You've never experienced hardship before, so you must be really exhausted, right? Now, it doesn't seem like the time to be asking about those things." Ann softly closed her eyes. "I suppose so. After our argument that day, you abandoned me. Oh no, you cut ties and left the family." Ed stepped closer to her and replied, "You should have chosen to leave like that too. You knew it deep down, didn't you? About the true cruel nature of Crapin Rott-Taylor. So why are you still on your knees serving him?" Hearing this, Ann immediately objected. "Father's actions can't be called cruel. Father loved and cared for us deeply. He's even leaving this family's glorious legacy to the two of us. So please come back. Come back, Ed." She reached out her feeble hand and gently touched his cheek. "Come live with Father. Because we're family, aren't we? A family stays bonded together forever." But in response to those words, Ed suddenly grabbed Ann's hand tight and declared, "Enough. You can stop this dull act now. You're not Ann Rott-Taylor." An abrupt silence fell before the entity inside Ann spoke with a threatening voice. "Ow. How did you know I was an imposter?" The frail, weak eyes from a moment ago were quickly replaced by the bloodshot glare of a monster. It was none other than a piece of the evil god summoned by Crapin. Ed glared at the creature in front of him, rage surging inside him. At the same time, up above, Crapin Rott-Taylor was seeing everything through his daughter's body. He spoke slowly. Ann voluntarily participated in the evil god control experiment. She remained loyal to me until the very last moment before losing herself. Then my son left the family for Sylvania after a heated argument with Ann. Only a few people in the mansion knew about this. How could a fake like you come up with such a thing? Ed narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself. Just as Crapin said, he had a fierce argument with Ann. He learned this after poring over countless letters exchanged between the two. Things Ed found in Ed's room. Those letters were all written in a short window right before the argument with Ann and his enrollment at Sylvania. Most of them repeated the same things over and over. Ed back then couldn't control his temper and yelled out, "Sister, why didn't you stop Father?" Ann turned around calmly, looked at him, and smiled. "This is the first time you've raised your voice at me, Ed." He didn't stop and kept going. "Look at this. This is an ancient text recording Mebular, the evil god of hatred and wrath from the divine era. It's a book strictly forbidden by the royal family. To summon an evil god, you have to sacrifice countless human lives, especially those of high-ranking, prestigious royal or noble bloodlines. You understand that clearly too, don't you? That father will resort to any means to achieve his ambitions. So before long, you're going to become his target too." Hearing all of that, On's answer didn't change at all. "I know." His eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you talking about? Sister, are you out of your mind? I'm not going to force you to see things my way." It seems On willingly offered herself to Crapin alone until the very end. "That's why, if you don't like what father is doing, you can leave the family right now. Ed, you don't have any talent for physical combat at all. Why not try pursuing magic instead? It just so happens that admissions for Sylvania Academy are open right now." The person who pushed Ed to Sylvania was On. A woman who heartlessly pushed her own younger brother away like that would have no reason to call Ed back to this family ever again. Feeling there was nothing left to exploit, Crapin quickly cut the connection. "Fine then. I guess you don't have an answer for me, do you?" On's body collapsed, returning to a lifeless corpse, unable to ever meet her beloved younger brother again. Ed clenched his fists tight. This debt will be repaid. Right as his thoughts were wandering, the ground violently shook, and the ceiling began rapidly collapsing. Janica looked at him anxiously and said, What do we do? The building is collapsing. What's with this tremor? Could it be?" At the same time, up in the mansion, Crapin slowly stood up and whispered, "I checked to see what kind of powerful mage you are. You're definitely not someone I can face alone. Looks like my prediction was right. Fighting you one-on-one really is impossible." The grotesque eye on his hand quickly detached and morphed into something gigantic. The aura of mana wrapping around it surged exponentially, becoming overwhelmingly intense. Lucy, who was casually chewing on a piece of beef jerky, was caught completely off guard by the sudden shift. She instantly summoned countless powerful light swords and impaled them straight into the evil god's eye, blowing it to ashes. Just when it seemed like she had succeeded, Lucy's attack proved utterly useless against the power of an evil god. In front of Lucy now was a massive cocoon formed by countless grotesque, wrapping tentacles. "Almighty evil god Mebular, please grant me your power." The giant tentacles instantly covered the entire mansion. The price for the contract was every single life in the Rot-Taylor domain. They lunged into the conference hall, impaling noblemen like thin sheets of paper. Blood-curdling screams echoed everywhere. "Ah, save me. What the hell is this thing?" Back with Ed, he quickly sensed the chaos consuming everything. Without a moment's hesitation or delay, Ed scooped Janica onto his shoulder and fled the collapsing basement. "We're running." He bolted through the dark corridors and sprinted up the stairs, ignoring Janica's stammering. "Ed, I'm really heavy." The moment both of them set foot on solid ground, the sight before them left him stunned. What is? Listen carefully, Janica. That magic circle was created as a sacrifice to revive the evil god. High up in the sky, where a massive eye has covered everything. He calmly explained the situation to her. He definitely used Mebular's mana as a catalyst to activate it. The evil god Mebular never grants human wishes without demanding a payback. We are the sacrifices, and if we're still within range when the magic circle expands, there's a good chance we'll die here. Only you and I witnessed what happened down there with our own eyes. That's why." Before he could finish, Janica cut him off. "If you tell me to run away first, I'm really going to get mad at you." Janica looked at Ed with unwavering determination and said, "Listen, if it's for you, I'd even sacrifice my life. Both of us have to make it back alive, because if I die, I'll probably... She shyly covered her blushing face. It was just a figure of speech. Ed looked at her helplessly and replied, "I really appreciate you feeling that way, but saying stuff like that while an evil god is floating in the sky." Suddenly, something lunged at them, startling Ed. He grabbed Janica and leaped backward right before purple lightning struck the ground and blew everything apart. "Watch out." They both turned to look at the newcomer. Dust and smoke covered the area, accompanied by a few familiar coughs. Cough, cough. As it slowly cleared, Lucy was sprawled across the rubble, calmly remarking, "He's definitely a tough one to deal with." "Lucy, are you okay?" She didn't pay attention to him, completely focused on analyzing her opponent. The way he uses mana is so weird that defensive magic is totally useless. It seems like gravity magic, but it acts like normal physical force. Definitely not standard magic. He uses a kind of magic that traditional mana control can't deal with, huh? Ed looked at her worriedly and asked, "Lucy, if you can't counter that magic then?" But Lucy replied with absolute, unshakable confidence, "I'm gonna win anyway." Lucy stood up and cast a spell targeted straight at the evil god. "The ones who are gonna suffer aren't me, but those black eyes up there." Instantly, high-tier light magic was activated. Annihilation. Countless magic circles appeared in the sky, slowly covering everything in an overwhelming power. 58 times. That's how many times high-tier magic will strike that disgusting orb floating in the middle of the sky. Lucy clenched her fist, pouring all her focus into the strongest spell she had ever cast to fight an enemy. An evil god was an enemy strong enough that Lucy didn't need to hold back. Countless interconnected magic circles began to detonate. Ultimate tier explosive magic, beginning of the end. A catastrophic mana storm raged, covering the entire sky, lighting up everything with the ultimate magic from humanity's strongest archmage. The shockwave of that power blew back toward its caster, causing Lucy to stagger backward. Ed stepped forward to catch her and said, "Lucy, you don't need to push yourself too hard." She raised her hand to touch his and replied, "Step back. If you stand too close to me, you'll get caught in the crossfire." She turned around and looked at the two of them seriously. "Are you planning to take care of that guy yourself?" Ed looked at Lucy in silence, seemingly trying to find a way to make it easier for her to accept. Sensing his resolve, Lucy merely let out a sigh, jumped backward, and let herself free fall toward the monster below, leaving behind a few final words. "Make sure you handle it properly. I came here to back you up after all." Lucy turned into a beam of purple light, charging straight toward the location where the giant eye reigned. Ed let out a breath and regained his composure. He began mapping out an operation plan. "While Lucy keeps the evil god Mebular occupied, I need your help with the rest of the people. Janica, you have so many spirits under your command. You should be able to cover a wide area all at once." She hesitated and turned to look at him. "Then what about you, Ed?" Ed unleashed a barrage of wind blades, slicing through the evil god's grotesque tentacles. He rushed across the battlefield in a hurry. The sky above the Rot-Taylor mansion was swallowed by a thick darkness, swirling heavily as if trying to crush everything beneath it. On the narrow trail leading back to the mansion, Princess Phonia spurred her horse into a full gallop. Beside her was a royal guard, hand gripping his sword hilt, his face pale as he looked up at the sky. "Your Highness, something is wrong. We should turn back immediately. Maybe there's still time to retreat." Phonia didn't answer, her golden eyes wide with horror, as if realizing something inevitable. A drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. The mana pressure in the air was so heavy it made breathing difficult. Inside the mansion, the lavish banquet had now turned into a living hell on earth. The magnificent white marble pillars in the grand hall were no longer symbols of royalty and power, turning instead into a death cage. Inside the banquet hall, luxury had been replaced by a scene of utter chaos. Guests in silk attire and sparkling jewelry were now screaming hysterically as they rushed toward the exit. A gentleman was hoisted high into the air by a tentacle, his chest pierced by black spikes, blood splattering across the stone floor. High-ranking nobles stood frozen in terror, staring at their private security detail, the very people who were supposed to protect them. One man ran over and yelled loudly, "What the hell are those shock troops playing at?" A squad of family guards was blocking the door, refusing to let anyone out. "Have these bastards gone completely insane?" Suddenly from behind, Clarice's voice resounded through the chaotic hall. "Get out of my way." She walked straight toward the guards before her, with absolute severity, and declared, "We must immediately report this to the Cathedral Knight Order station nearby." Hearing this, the guard captain responded with total indifference. "Not permitted." Clarice was stunned, screaming in rage. "You dare to openly disobey orders?" The knight captain slowly took off his helmet. "I am merely executing a different order, an order directly from our true master." The knight's head had now morphed into a hideous monstrosity, covered in sickening, sprouting eyes everywhere. Witnessing that horrific sight sent all the guests into a screaming panic, everyone scattering to save their own skin. "Ah, run. These bastards are all in on it together." The head of a mage family who was fighting off the monsters looked around and lamented. "There is almost no fighting force here, just high nobles and a young saintess. Yet such a calamity descends. These shock troops look incredibly abnormal. Please step back, saintess." Despite the chaotic situation, Clarice didn't run away. She confronted them head-on with her own power, unleashing divine holy magic. A powerful attack blasted forward, knocking the monster back to the household head's amazement. She looked straight ahead and clearly declared, "I'm fine. My protective magic is strong enough to withstand most attacks, so you don't need to worry." Before her words had even settled, the commander lunged at her with a flaming mace in hand. He bellowed in an unhinged, wild frenzy. "Focus your minds on protecting the other nobles. The top priority is escaping this mansion." A desperate nobleman clutched his head and roared. "Think about it. Only the members of the Rot Taylor house are absent from this banquet. They are definitely all in cahoots together. From that heiress girl to that newly reinstated son, the absence of every single one of them is the ultimate proof. That's right, we must report this to the royal court and execute 9 generations of their families to satisfy our vengeance." Hearing that made the saintess grit her teeth in fury. "All of you, shut your mouths." She unleashed a powerful holy spell forward, blowing open the locked wall. The guard was knocked down by the blow, sprawling on the ground, and panting heavily in exhaustion. "Everyone keep calm. We need to preserve our lives first." But nobody gave a damn about her words. It was every man for himself. "I thought we were dead meat. Run, hurry." But the moment they set foot outside, the sight before them froze everyone in their tracks, their legs giving out, unable to move a muscle. What the hell is that thing over there? High up in the sky, Lucy was struggling to hold off the growing evil god, though even that wasn't enough. The eye of the screaming nobleman suddenly widened. "Damn it, did it spot us?" The evil god's giant eyes snapped wide open, and instantly, countless monsters generated by it rushed toward the crowd with murderous glares. The woman behind him screamed, What on earth is that?" "Is that a gremlin? Did that lunatic go so far as to summon demonic beasts?" The moment those words left her mouth, his life was stolen away. A fatal bite targeted straight for his throat, blood spraying everywhere. The surviving nobles scrambled in utter panic. "AAH! Run! Get out of here! Everyone, please maintain your composure." The head of the house turned to Clarice and said, "Saintess, the enemy numbers are too overwhelming. With just the 2 of us, we couldn't protect everyone from the start. This situation is completely out of control. Without the intervention of the main army, I fear the casualties will be massive." But just when everything seemed most hopeless, a sudden flame descended out of nowhere, burning the monster to ash. The female household head's eyes widened in shock as she recalled, "I heard my 2 daughters, who are 4th years at Sylvania Academy, mention that they're taking the top spot in 4th-year magic was purely lucky timing, because among the 2nd years resides a once-in-a-millennium magic genius, and among the 3rd years is a figure known as the one-man army." Janica appeared alongside her massive army of spirits. Instantly, the vast battlefield came under her control. "Everyone, please evacuate according to the spirit's guidance. I will clear a path to lead you to the exit." Such an entity really exists. At the same time, Princess Selaha, under the protection of the chief butler, was trying to find an escape route by cutting through the central corridor. The head of the witch family, Senior Bloom River, along with the spirit army, were assisting the distinguished guests in evacuating. Saintess Clarice, together with Janica, were rushing toward S's room. "Senior Janica, where on earth are we heading?" "We just need to swing by Ed's room to grab a few items. We have to move fast." A night of horror was engulfing the entire Rot Taylor domain, everywhere filled with corpses, splattered blood, and collapsed stone, transforming the entire mansion into a fierce war zone. The only person who could grasp the full picture right now was that man. Ed was taking steady steps forward toward the enemy's hideout. The awakening of the evil god was originally the climax of Chapter 4, occurring during Taeli's second-year winter break. Yet contrary to the original plot, even though he had prevented the sage's letter from falling into Krapin's hands, the old man still summoned the evil god a full half-year earlier than expected. To claim the evil god's power, the lives of countless people had to be sacrificed. In particular, the higher the status and fame of the nobles, the greater the power bestowed upon the evil god. In the original story, when Princess Phonia served as student council president, she kept up relentless pressure to keep Krapin in check, making it difficult for him to conduct research or gather sacrifices. Pushed into a corner to find sacrifices, Krapin decided to attack Sylvania Academy because it gathered the children of the most prominent noble families. But now everything had changed. Penia had abandoned her ambitions for the presidency and royal power, and the restraint placed on Krapin vanished as a result. Thus, he didn't need to go through the trouble of attacking the academy. Simply taking advantage of the networking banquet happening right now was more than enough. To curry favor with Princess Selaha, he merely had to exploit those desperate for advancement, resulting in a surplus of sacrifices. At this point, I finally understood why he reinstated my title. I should have been a thorn in his side after surviving that curse. He reinstated me, so I would become a noble again, built up a bit of reputation for me, only to turn me into the most perfect sacrifice imaginable. Ed tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand, fury welling up within him. With a few simple sword strikes, Ed effortlessly sliced through the low-tier trash monsters clinging to him. His hand pinned a monster firmly to a nearby wall before pulling out cleanly, causing blood to splatter everywhere. After a moment of contemplation, he finally arrived at his destination, the Rot Taylor Hall, third floor of the annex building. Someone was already standing there waiting for Ed, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Who are you?" The monster burst out laughing maniacally. "KKK. He turned back to look at Ed, his hands drawing two short daggers menacingly. It was none other than an old enemy, Z. He turned back to look at Ed, his hands drawing two short daggers menacingly. It was none other than an old enemy, the Eagle Knight Kadek, whom Ed had defeated previously. "Ki, long time no see, young master." Even though neither side had particularly fond memories, they were old acquaintances nonetheless. Those who were sacrificed turned into monstrous slaves to the evil god. Mong was instantly summoned by Ed to join the fight, even though deep down a lingering obsession from when they were alive remained. They were now merely killing machines that only knew how to destroy whatever stood before them. Krapin's arm was clamped tightly in Mong's bite, and Ed seized the opening to cleanly sever it. However, they were no longer human. Since they retained their combat skills while gaining dark power, this battle would drag on endlessly unless their heads were decapitated. Krapin lunged forward recklessly. Loyalty, absolute loyalty to the Rot Taylor family. Against a knight of Krapin's caliber, the battle became harder than ever before. Right in the middle of the intense clash, the ground behind Krapin was suddenly ripped apart from below by countless tentacles. Sharp slashes executed by someone effortlessly decapitated Krapin. A spray of deep red blood painted the background for the stunned gaze of the newly arrived figure. The person I was facing right now was a character who didn't even appear in Sylvania's Swordmaster. A familiar golden hair, slowly pulling out a sword buried deep in her body. Leave this place immediately. Whether Ed was a main boss or a sub-boss, I had never seen her appear anywhere. Only now did I truly realize that, in my position as Ed Rot Taylor, I really was an essential gear in this bizarre world. It felt like I was standing face to face with my own destiny. On looked at Ed and whispered a warning. "I can't let you step a single foot further." While everything was turning into complete chaos, blood-curdling screams echoed non-stop in the tower area of the Rot Taylor mansion, the fourth-floor archives. Two guards were trying desperately to hold the door shut against the evil god's intrusion. Hold it tight. Stand firm." But the very next second, several sharp tentacles pierced right through the door, easily taking both of their lives. Through the tiny opening left behind, its glowing red, I peered through, growling menacingly. Tanya slumped onto the floor, her hands tightly covering her mouth in terror, her body trembling violently, her eyes filled with utter despair. Why did things have to get this bad? Suddenly, a violent tremor struck, and the entire tower began leaning precariously toward the annex building. If this keeps up, this tower is definitely going to collapse. Tanya's gaze shifted toward the third floor of the opposite building. Standing tall over there were two figures, Ed and Awn, facing each other. Right between them lay the burning corpse of the butler. Awn began raising her long sword, and Ed lowered his stance, ready for battle. Awn Rott-Taylor had a younger sister, 5 years her junior, named Tanya Rott-Taylor, and a younger brother, 3 years younger, named Ed Rott-Taylor. However, she herself was the rightful successor of the Rott-Taylor bloodline. With a swift spin and a decisive downward slash, she brought terrifying power, slamming directly toward where Ed stood. The defensive barrier he had erected shattered like an empty box. Her speed is insane. His gaze lowered to the weapon in Awn's hand, a legendary blade capable of absorbing all elemental mana, though almost no one possessed the strength to wield it due to its massive weight. The blade was known as the Dawn Blade. It was truly an overly extravagant gift for a child who had just completed her baptism. Ed clenched his fist and activated an intermediate tier spell, Concentrated Explosion. The entire room was instantly engulfed in a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Even so, no one doubted for a second that she would be the rightful master of the Dawn Blade. From a young age, she was not only exceptional in social sciences, politics, and administration, but also mastered all forms of magic and alchemy. Above all that, however, she was an extraordinary prodigy in swordsmanship. Powerful nobles who had witnessed Awn Rott-Taylor in her prime showered her with praise, declaring that a breathtaking flower had bloomed within the Rott-Taylor family. Yet, that was all a story from the distant past. Everything had changed beyond recognition, leaving behind only memories gnawing at the mind. Violent mana flared around Ed's body. He gripped the dagger tightly in his hand and stared intently at Awn. The Harmonious Blessing spell enhanced his temporary fire resistance. The younger brother who had once idolized his sister was no longer just a child looking up at Awn. The man sharing his exact appearance was now able to discern Awn's weakness after just a single direct clash. Ed stepped down hard on the Dawn Blade, pinning its movement. Narrowing his eyes, he thought, weight reduction. Imbuing fire into the sword was actually just a charade to hide the weight reduction spell. All her moves utilized centrifugal force. Since there were no straight thrusts, no matter how fast she was, as long as I focused on reading the swing's trajectory, I could dodge it. Awn's heavy sword relied entirely on momentum when the weight reduction spell was canceled and its original weight returned. Simply put, she used weight reduction to swing the sword nimbly, then dispelled it to leverage the heavy mass for a momentum-driven, devastating slash. A weapon whose mass constantly shifted like that was extremely vulnerable to external forces. The moment the Dawn Blade fell from its own weight, Awn's remaining arm immediately swung up to counterattack. In that case, I can also deduce the purpose of the weapon in her other hand. It's just a backup option when the main sword is restrained. But once the distance between us widens, she'll definitely go back to using her Dawn Blade. Once I grasped all these rules, reacting swiftly to her attack waves was no longer too difficult. In a single breath, Ed lunged forward and sliced off Awn's arm, leaving her stunned. But he quickly backed away. This is really troublesome. This situation is completely different from what I know about Awn Rott-Taylor. It's a variable outside the original script. I feel like I'm missing some crucial detail. I need to observe more carefully. Awn's severed arm lay flat on the ground, but the very next second it flew right back onto its owner's body. Limbs generated from Mebular's power were capable of self-regeneration, a notoriously difficult ability to deal with. In exchange, the price to pay was losing one's mind. Accordingly, anyone controlled by the evil god Mebular, even if still alive, suffered an agony far worse than death. As agreed upon, the slaughtering instinct devoured all reason, leaving only their strongest living wish to persist as a lingering remnant. Take Kadek, for instance, the Eagle Knight who was devoted to the Rot Taylor house. He held on to a faint, lingering wish to protect his family until his final breath. Naturally, his cognitive ability had become severely limited. On lunged forward, slashing relentlessly at him. Ed struggled to defend himself and backed away. Her speed, attack power, and range had all been significantly buffeted. This isn't good. I'm falling into an extremely disadvantageous position. Ed lowered his posture and formed a water arrow aimed at his opponent. I can't let this battle drag on any longer. Atop this annex building, Krapin was waiting to complete the ritual to summon the evil god Mebular. Even though Lucy was currently holding him back, if the ritual succeeded, every living soul nearby would become a divine sacrifice and evaporate. To survive, I must defeat On and stop Krapin's plot. That is, assuming all conditions for survival have been factored in. On easily sliced through his incoming water arrow. The Dawn blade thrust close to his neck as its attack range amplified. But right before it could touch him, Ed used spirit summoning at the last second to stop. An intermediate water spirit materialized and clamped onto the sword, rendering it immobile. There's no reason for me to take a risky path. Ed gritted his teeth and plunged the dagger in his hand toward On. But she still possessed enough reflexes to tilt her head and narrowly dodge it. Once the Dawn blade was counter-connection, she would switch to her next attack stance. Her speed remained as razor-sharp as when the fight first started, but now was gradually catching up to that rhythm. Both sides began exchanging blows relentlessly. Every single sword strike delivered with lethal intent. Just one minor slip-up here would cost them their very life. Every single step had to be executed with absolute precision. From inside his bag, Ed threw a combat attraction tool onto the ground, temporarily pulling nearby objects toward himself. He managed to catch the tip of the blade right as Arwen was pulling her strike back. Though it was only a split second, that was more than enough to turn the tables. Even if she recovered her weapon, her next slash would be delayed by a beat. But contrary to Ed's expectations, Arwen's movements suddenly surged when she activated acceleration magic. His eyes widened in sheer horror. Oh no, acceleration magic? On top of that, it's a forward thrust. The two lunged at each other, but it was clear that Ed's advantage had now completely vanished. Yet if he stopped now, he would definitely take the full force of Arwen's thrust and suffer defeat. Just as everything was falling into a complete dead end, the tower where Tanya was hiding suddenly collapsed onto the annex building. Tanya plummeted right into the area where the fierce battle was raging. Her body was enveloped in wind magic, but terror was still deeply carved onto her small face. The instant their two swords were about to clash, neither Ed nor Arwen could react to Tanya's abrupt appearance in time to stop. The cold steel surged toward its enemy to claim victory for its master anyway. But in that seemingly fleeting moment, Arwen's consciousness returned to take control of her body. She released her grip on the sword, turning around to catch Tanya as she fell from above. Facing Arwen, the dagger in Ed's hand drove straight through her body, marking the end of the fierce battle between the two family heirs. Having taken the attack from Mebular, the East Tower completely collapsed onto the annex, plunging everything into utter chaos. Thick smoke covered every corner. As it gradually cleared, revealing two figures lying on the cracked floor, Ed rushed over in deep panic. Tanya! But then he froze as a voice echoed. How fortunate. Based on what was recorded in the letters, it seems she once wanted to give up on everything, but our father possessed far too much ambition, and that became the family's shackles. That was why she chose to submit to Krapin. From that point onward, everything was nothing more than speculation. Krapin conducted atrocious experiments on Arwen herself to summon the evil god, the one who constantly craves souls of noble bloodlines. She was the most perfect sacrifice imaginable. Throughout all that time spent drowning in agony, what was it that Arwen truly yearned for? Even after being turned into a minion for the evil god, what held on to her fragile sliver of sanity while her very self was slowly fading away? Holding Tanya in her arms, Arwen forced out faint, weak words. Go. Hurry and go. Tanya, Ed, you two must never stay in this place. Ed gripped his dagger tightly, the stream of blood on his arm dripping down to the ground. "Please, get Tanya out of this mansion right now." On the staircase leading up to where Krapin stood, the heavy sound of a sword dragging along the ground echoed. At the center of the room was Krapin, finishing up the ritual to summon the evil god, and behind him, Ed's silhouette slowly emerged. Krapin turned his face slightly and spoke. "So you've finally arrived." But before he could finish his sentence, his voice cut off abruptly. A blast of deep blue energy fired straight at him without any warning whatsoever. The entire room was engulfed in dense dust and smoke. Ed stepped forward with Arwen's twin, swords in hand. Ed's surprise attack hadn't inflicted a single scratch on Krapin. His entire body was protected by tentacles. Ed dropped his secondary sword onto the ground. Krapin watched it fall, a look of confusion on his face. Ed immediately unleashed his full power, summoning the completed form of Mirrodin behind him, filling the atmosphere with suffocating pressure. Gusts of wind surged endlessly. Ed pointed his sword straight at Krapin, his eyes brimming with hatred as he declared in a cold voice, "Let's end everything right here." With those words, Ed clenched his fist and cast the mid-tier spell, Explosion Point. Krapin's body was swallowed by flames, enveloped in terrifying heat. Not stopping there, Ed infused his sword with power as well. He unleashed dozens of consecutive slashes at Krapin without taking a single breath. Basic magic. Firestorm. In a flash, the entire space was set ablaze, pushing the temperature to an unimaginable level. But as the flames slowly dissipated, Krapin's defense remained standing firmly without even a scratch. He looked at him and said nonchalantly, "Your technique is indeed exquisite, but that much is nowhere near enough." The second he finished speaking, shock struck once again. Ed charged straight at Krapin, cutting right across the battlefield despite the bright red flames. He unleashed a horizontal slash directly across his chest, causing blood to gush out relentlessly. Krapin quickly backed away and drew his own sword. Marion ran over to his side and warned, "You left Mug next to Tanya, didn't you?" Charging straight into a sea of fire without any protection from the fire element. "What in the world are you thinking?" Ed replied in a cold tone, "It doesn't matter anymore. Just block it." Mari was confused, but she still fulfilled his request, creating hundreds of wind blades and firing them toward the enemy. Yet Krapin dodged every single one of them with ease, sneering mockingly, "I'll give you credit for that. But if that's all the skill you've got, you won't be stopping me." Ed tightened his grip on the hilt, leaping head-on straight at Krapin. The two swords clashed, producing a deafening clang that echoed through the chaotic mess. Their eyes met in midair, but their expressions and emotions were complete opposites. "Have you decided to throw away your role as my son? Still, I find it quite strange. What on earth made you this furious?" Ed grit his teeth, thinking to himself, he's not wrong. I was never Edrot Taylor in the first place. I'm just a stranger soul that woke up inhabiting this body. The tragedies of the Rot Taylor family actually have nothing to do with me. And this blood feud isn't my business either. Thinking about everything rationally, that really is the case. Arwen had struggled just to survive, enduring all kinds of brutal experiments, letting her mind be eaten away, her form destroyed, and her self-respect ruthlessly trampled on for a very long time. The fact that this woman only wished for her younger siblings to be safe originally had nothing to do with me either. Yeah, of course the answer is no, but this isn't the first time I've witnessed scenes like this. Please live, survive no matter what. From my superior who sacrificed himself to take a bullet for me, to the girl who resolutely refused to run away. They were ready to burn out their own lives just to turn back the gears of time. People who are willing to give up their lives for someone else. I really can't comprehend them at all. Before coming to this world, and even after arriving here, my goal has always been a singular one. I must survive. I must live at all costs. Ed tightly gripped the dagger, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Keep on living, Ed. That was precisely why, toward people with that kind of mindset, he always held absolute respect. When that dagger went down to end Arwen's life, something inside him shattered into pieces as well. Arwen's body quickly crumbled into dust, leaving only Tanya, who was still fast asleep. Turning back to the battle, Ed kept up his relentless assault. Every single one of his slashes was easily parried by Krapin, making the situation increasingly difficult. He looked at Ed and spoke up. The vibe coming off you right now is completely different from when I first met you, and nothing like that guy back in the library. Is killing Arwen with your own hands tormenting you that much? TSK, feeling guilty over such a trivial matter? What a true disappointment. The moment those words ended was also when Ed's figure appeared right before his eyes out of nowhere. His sword drove straight through Krapin's body, his eyes looking as if he wanted to tear the opponent facing him into 100 pieces. Shut your mouth right now. Both of them plummeted straight down from the roof, crashing through the cloud of dust and smoke covering the mansion. His teeth were gritted tight, his wild fury making Ed completely unconcerned with his own safety. Suddenly, from behind, a gust of wind rushed over and lifted Ed's body off Krapin before the two slammed hard into the ground. A raging storm swept up, blowing everything around up into the sky and suppressing his entire body. Mari ran over to his side, looking quite displeased. Snap out of it. You're not acting like yourself at all. Ignoring her completely, his eyes were now locked firmly on the enemy. Mid-tier magic. Explosion point. Dozens of bombs were created continuously by Ed, sweeping across the battlefield with absolute destructive power. Ed had no intention of stopping, wildly casting magic until his very last drop of mana ran completely dry. Right as both of them set foot on the ground, Marion's body immediately began to fade away. Ed, your mana source? Ed was panting heavily in exhaustion, his body clearly completely drained. Only now is your mana starting to run dry? Even after continuously casting a high destruction spell like Explosion Point, Krapin flew out from the rubble, his body wounded all over, yet not a single hit had been fatal. Impressive, truly astonishing. But you need to wake up. Rage only narrows your field of vision. Instantly, the ground beneath his feet was smashed to pieces by a terrifying force, causing Ed's body to go into a free fall. This is bad. He flipped his body downward and activated defense magic. Before his entire body slammed down like a meteor, the ground was blown apart into a pile of rubble. Ed's body was severely injured despite using defensive magic. Cough, cough. Overhead, Krapin hovered as the evil god's body expanded further and further. The swords created by Lucy seemed unable to cause him much damage at all. Before long, the wicked god Mebular will complete its descent. Once the magic circle finishes activating, every living soul in this land will perish, and I shall reach the threshold of immortality. No matter how much you resist or fly into a rage, you can't change the outcome. I will endure forever, while you will have to lie down in the dirt, just like that son of mine who looked exactly like you. Ed struggled to his feet and replied, Edrot Taylor managed to escape to the academy, thanks to Arwen's help. On what basis do you claim he's dead? So that's how it is. It seems you still aren't aware of the situation. A year and a half ago, the son who received the expulsion letter sent me a reply letter right before he was kicked out of the Awfulest dorms. He thought to himself, a reply letter? Ed actually replied to that letter? This is the first time I've ever heard of this. Krapin slowly touched down and continued. Do you want to know what was written inside? The boy wrote at great length before it reached my hands, recording all his feelings as he ended his own life. A suicide note full of grief and indignation. Yes, that is precisely what it was. He smiled triumphantly. That's right. Right before leaving the Awfulest dorms, my son, Edrot Taylor, had already died. The scene cut back to the contents of Ed's letter. Father, I have received the banishment decree you sent. Being called the disgrace of the family and spat on by the world is still far better than lying on your experimental table having my soul devoured. That was why I played the fool, intentionally causing a commotion at the academy, insulting the princess, and smearing the family's reputation. Despite everything, from now on I entrust everything else to you. I have yearned for this for a long time, and all of this was possible thanks to Sister Arwen. I'm also grateful to her for arranging my enrollment at the academy after I was banished from the family. But more than that, she was the reason I kept on living. Based on what I heard announced to the public, did my sister really die? A year has passed since the day I was banished and came to the academy. And the reason I'm still alive to this day is because I believed she was still alive. Father, I know you have no intention of stopping your research on the evil god. The fact that you just left me alone at the academy proves I became useless to you, which also means you are still locking her up in that cold laboratory, torturing her body to death. I achieved the ending I always longed for, but when I realized my freedom was bought with her screams in the laboratory, I no longer had the strength to keep living such a repulsive life. Father, I will pay the price for my cowardly sin of choosing death without revealing your secrets to anyone. I know you won't care about this plea, but I beg of you, at least for Tanya, please don't drag her into this hell. Sent from your unfilial son, Ed Rott Taylor. Returning to the fierce battlefield, Ed's body was severely injured after falling from the upper floor. Ed Rott Taylor took his own life, but I remember seeing his name in the credits. Even if it was a miserable end, he was still alive. So the conclusion is that someone saved Ed Rott Taylor's life. Ed grit his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, "It seems only now do I finally understand why I came to this world." Ed Rott Taylor, the person I transmigrated into, had already died beforehand. Before transmigrating, after transmigrating, and even right now, my life has always been built upon the death of another person. Crapen looked at him and spoke up. Ed Rott Taylor, my son, was a weak-willed person who didn't possess a single shred of ambition. He only wanted to live a happy and peaceful life beside his family. Hearing that made Ed grow even more enraged. "Shut up," Crapen smiled. "You truly are pathetic." From inside his body, a mass of flesh detached itself and slowly hovered in midair. Raising his hand, mana began to surge wildly. That's how life works. Whoever possesses a stronger desire to live will devour the weaker. That is the law of survival of the fittest. The bizarre sphere suddenly snapped its eye open, a rush of unease quickly invading his body. Ed's eyes opened wide. Instantly, the battlefield was swept over by countless giant tentacles. The black magic of the evil gods, I fired inescapable, deadly beams of light in every direction, and any living creature hit by them would die instantly. Ed tried his best to put up a barrier, barely managing to block the violent storm of attacks from Crapen. When the attack concluded, everywhere was buried in thick smoke, dust, and wreckage. Crapen looked at him with an amused glint in his eyes. "The more I look at you, the more impressed I am. You used spirits to block the attack." Ed cursed under his breath. Damn it, he threw out his ultimate move right from the very first hit. "I've got to figure out a way to turn this around, or I'm dead meat." Crapen's ultimate skill, Eye of the Evil God, channeled a massive amount of dark mana from the evil god Mebular, but it came with a cooldown. Once activated, its 5 eyes would shut, slowly reopening one by one over time. When all 5 opened again, he would unleash those unavoidable beams of light a second time. There were only 2 ways to stop the Eye of the Evil God. Target Mebular, the source of the mana, or strike down the caster, Crapen himself. But theory was far from reality, and dealing with the overwhelming swarm of surrounding tentacles took way too much time. Damn it, this isn't working. There's no time to get close to him. I could use the Phoenix Ring to summon Marilda once more, but fighting in such a tight space is going to be tough for her, and her mana will drain in no time. Watching Ed's desperate struggles, Crapen couldn't help but mock him. "You can't defeat me." To survive and grow stronger, I turned myself into a monster. I killed my own flesh and blood with my own hands, sacrificed my subordinates, and crawled through the dirt like a filthy bug. Soon enough, I will achieve immortality and overthrow the royal court itself. I will crush everything that threatens my life and become an undying existence that endures for eternity. Gritting his teeth in sheer helplessness, Ed watched as the next eye began to open, completely powerless to stop it. "Too bad you won't live to see it." Just as everything seemed hopelessly stuck, a sudden scream cut through the air. Someone came crashing down through the collapsing mansion roof, wrapped in a radiant golden barrier that instantly drew the attention of both Ed and Crapen. It was none other than the Saintess. Carrying the holy scepter of S, she plunged directly onto the battlefield, disregarding all danger. Senior Ed. Her barrier quickly fractured and shattered as her body plummeted right toward where Ed stood. "What in the world?" Ed dropped the dagger in his hand and caught the Saintess midair. The two of them slid across the cracked, ruined ground together. His body was already severely injured, and landing like that only made things worse. Ed shot a sideways glance at Clarice and asked, cough, cough, Saintus, what on earth are you doing? Crapin floated down softly in front of them, his voice cold as ice. A Saintus? If you're praying for a miracle, I'm afraid you're far too late. The moment those words left his mouth, all 5 eyes snapped wide open. Crapin unleashed the eye of the evil god once again, laying waste to the battlefield. It seemed like the end for them, but Clarice erected a protective shield over the two of them. A divine blessing? Saintus, why are you? Clarice looked at him and offered a gentle smile. I knew you'd pull through. Senior, is this dangerous? Let's talk about it later, okay? Ed immediately sat up, shoving the Saintus behind him. Looking back at her with absolute seriousness, he said sternly, Saintus, stay put. This won't take long. But Clarice suddenly grabbed his hand to hold him back. Wait. Ed turned back and yelled in frustration. Now is not the time. Just give me a second. Clarice remained calm as she explained, I still don't fully grasp what's happening here at the Rot-Taylor mansion. But you know what needs to be done? It's just that you look like you're barely holding together right now. So please, take a short rest. While I maintain this blessing, even if it's just for a brief moment, can you try to recover? High above them, Crapin watched intently. You two survived? Ah, I see. Was it thanks to that blessing? Without giving him time to react, Clarice mounted a spirit amidst the thick smoke and swiftly bolted away from the fierce battleground. Seeing her flee, Crapin laughed even more boastfully. You chose to part ways with the Saintus who was protecting you? How utterly foolish. He pulled the sword plunged into his chest and cast black magic. The Reaper sighed. Hundreds of continuous slashes tore through the smoke, swooping straight toward Ed without a shred of mercy. Let's see how you block this one. But in the very next second, his eyes widened in utter disbelief. What? You still have mana left. Standing before Crapin now was Ed Rot-Taylor, scepter in hand, ready for one final strike. He lowered his voice, declaring with unwavering resolve, cut the crap. You talk about survival after committing those hideous atrocities? A surge of violent mana burst from his hand as the ring was activated. A legendary magic relic, Glass's Golden Phoenix Ring, warped the flow of time itself, borrowing mana from his future self to bring into the present. A rare scepter carved from a 1,000-year-old tree struck by lightning could even summon uncontracted spirits, provided there was enough mana. Maybe you had a point in the beginning, but using the deaths of your own biological children and countless others as sacrifices for immortality. How dare you call that a struggle for survival? Crapin smiled with arrogant disdain. Finished with your last words? To survive, one will do whatever it takes. I stand completely by that. A massive summoning magic circle materialized directly above Crapin's head. The blistering heat radiating from it incinerated his dark magic in the blink of an eye. Ed stepped forward slowly, thoughts swirling in his mind. From the person who died in my place, to the woman who sacrificed her life to save her younger brother, and that young boy who gave up on life because he failed to protect his sister. Whether their deaths were unavoidable out of necessity or made by their own free will, every single one of those lives weighs heavily on my shoulders. Some told me to leave them all behind, but I've never been able to forget a single one. Ed gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with intense malice and hatred. I despise monsters like you more than anything else in this world. Don't even dream of escaping the ones you murdered. You damn coward. From high above in the heavens, a colossal creature slowly emerged, radiating absolute, destructive power. Summon high fire spirit, Teorapis. While the battle raged on with terrifying fury, the merchant guild's carriage finally pulled up. Lordle stepped down, her face pale with utter bewilderment. What in the hell is going on here? She scanned the surroundings. Everywhere lay in utter ruins. The mansion was swarming with colossal monstrosities, plunging the entire area into absolute chaos. High up in the sky, Lucy was pouring everything into suppressing the evil god's expansion to protect the people below. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light caught her eye. forcing her to pause and watch. Even the soldiers down on the ground stared up in awe. What on earth is that thing? Janica and the princess, who were evacuating guests down the hallway, were also drawn to that overwhelming surge of power. The energy was pulsating right from the central guard. Her face instantly pale as she realized who had cast the spell. Ed was right there. Could it be? From the heavens above, a massive creature materialized, pressing down on every living soul inside the mansion with divine, crushing force. Crapen glanced at Ed and scoffed softly. No matter what schemes you're brewing, it's all in vain. Your time spent stalling has reached its absolute limit. Raising his hand, he began casting the dark magic evil wickedness. But before the words could fully leave his mouth, the creature he had summoned was reduced to ashes in a fraction of a second. Across from him, Ed tightened his grip on the scepter, thinking to himself, a single split second is more than enough. He pushed the power of the scepter and the ring to their absolute maximum. Even if this form remains incomplete, even if it is merely a tiny fragment of a lingering soul, I will summon that entity to descend upon this world right here, right now. A mythical creature straight out of fairy tales, the one who had burned vast primeval forests to the ground since ancient times. The sole ruler, holding absolute mastery over the fire element. High fire spirit, Theris. Ed pointed his scepter straight ahead, pouring every ounce of that grand legendary power into it. I will manifest it right here. The immense torrent of power released by Theris blew the entire mansion apart. Nothing within the attack's radius could possibly escape. Crapen's body was knocked backward by the sheer force, and Ed, the caster himself, was no exception. When the final attack finally subsided, thick dust and debris settled over the scorched ruins. The shape of Theris quickly dissolved into nothingness. High spirit magic, blessing of the fire dragon. The searing heat from the high spirit's flames could incinerate anything in existence, sweeping away even magical entities summoned from the void. Every source of magical energy circulating through this space was burned until not a single trace remained. All creatures summoned by the evil god were burned to cinders, vanishing as though they had never existed in the first place. At that very moment down in the basement, Crapen's silhouette slowly rose from the thick cover of smoke. What is happening? Why isn't my magic power recovering at all? Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, this isn't over yet. The moment you give up is the moment the void swallows you whole. That is the absolute law of life. I will resort to any means necessary just to survive. The very first ones I struck down to preserve my own breath were my own flesh and blood who fought me for power. Born and raised in the most prominent ducal house on this continent, to me, doing this was second nature, as natural as breathing every single day. Having no mana right now doesn't matter one bit. As long as I crawl out of this deep pit and receive the evil god's magic once more, fortune will surely smile upon me again. He reached his hand out as if trying to clutch onto his dwindling ambition. I have to get out of this place. If I just patiently wait for the moment my power restores, everything will be resolved. I haven't lost yet. Evil god Mebular, grant me more power. Please, lend me your strength. The raging sea of fire created by the high spirit had burned away all magical energy in the region. Yet, the root source of that energy remained intact. His desperate plea was answered by the evil god. From the evil god's massive eye, a tremendous surge of energy erupted, shooting straight toward the man who had summoned him into this world. At this rate, the tide will turn right back in my favor. But before that could happen, Lucy materialized and blocked the endlessly surging energy dead in its tracks. Staring directly at the evil god, she declared firmly, stop this insane plan right now. Someone capable of holding back an evil god to this extent doesn't have much magic power left either. As soon as she finished speaking, countless magic circles burst into sight all over Mebular's body, echoing her opening move from earlier. Immediately after, thousands of powerful lightning strikes slammed into the evil god repeatedly, completely blocking his attempt to reach Crapen and restore his power. His eyes widened in sheer horror as his chance to stand back up was shattered into pieces. What? Out from the dense smoke, Ed charged like a relentless predator refusing to let go of its prey. He grabbed Krapin by his long hair, and the two of them tumbled violently back down into the pit. Anyone who dared drop their guard in this death match would pay a devastating price. But the moment they hit the ground, the tables turned completely back in Krapin's favor. Strangling Ed's neck tightly, he roared, "Shut your mouth. How much longer do you plan on clinging to your final breaths with that rotting carcass of yours, looking like nothing more than a corpse? What do those dead fools have to do with me? They died simply because they were dumber and slower than me. And you're going to end up the exact same way." An arrogant smirk crept onto Krapin's lips as he envisioned his triumph. "The one buried in this abyss will be you, while I will be the one standing at the end. So go ahead and die." Ed gritted his teeth in sheer helplessness, thinking, "Because of the ring's backlash, my left arm is completely paralyzed, and the magic in my body has been drained to the very last drop. I can't rely on the breath of the wind or help from anyone else anymore. Maybe I really am going to lose my life right here. Am I going to die?" In that instant, his vision began to fade. A familiar figure appeared once again. "It's going to be all right." The soul of S. Rot Taylor stood there looking down at him, whispering softly, "You've tried your absolute best. You can let go now. You walked away from that life without a single word of resentment. So stopping here is fine, isn't it? Just rest." Ed. But the moment those words ended, Ed launched his counterattack. He clenched his fist tightly and dragged Krapin in closer, followed immediately by a furious headbutt straight to the middle of his forehead. "That is never going to happen." Krapin's face was battered from the sudden strike, leaving him dazed and desperately searching for a way to flee. Ed picked up a nearby rock and advanced toward him. He slammed it straight into Krapin's head without a shred of mercy. The one who took over this life in your place. Do you have any idea how brutally hard I had to struggle just to survive? I had to eat tree bark just to stave off hunger, hand-sewing every torn scrap of cloth on my back. Even with my clumsy aptitude, I clung desperately to the path of magic to carve out my own place in this world. I rose to become a top student, with underclassmen who actually looked up to me, and I could finally walk through this academy holding my head high. My tiny little tent, where close friends dropped by all the time, became a home I swore I would never lose again. Ezra Taylor stared at him and asked, "For what reason? How could all of that possibly come true? How did you manage to pull that off?" "You're asking me why? The answer is your sister. She never gave up on the hope to live, even while enduring pain far worse than death, just to protect you, and the relentless torment of turning your back on her. A regret unspoken until the very end that forced you to take your own life. And perhaps it's also because I never gave up either." Ed brushed aside the souls of Ed and his sister, stepping forward once more. "I am the one carrying all of that on my shoulders. You've struggled enough." He bent down and picked up the dagger with renewed determination. "From this moment on, I will put an end to all of this in your place." Krapin stared at him in utter horror, his body instinctively backing away in fear. That can't be happening." Grabbing a rock beside him, he lunged forward like a moth to a flame. With nothing left to lose, why is this happening? That clumsy attack was effortlessly intercepted and locked down by Ed. He raised the dagger high in his hand, ready to deliver the final strike. As the blade pressed close against Krapin's face, time seemed to freeze right before that final instant. A dull, heavy sound echoed through the dark, dust-filled basement as blood poured out, marking the ultimate end of this life-and-death battle. As every sound around his ears slowly faded into silence, Ed's vision dimmed along with it. "Now, you can finally close your eyes in peace." Using what little strength he had left, Krapin desperately questioned Ed. "Just why? How? How could you possibly come this far?" The ring's severe backlash made his head feel like it was being torn apart, while a scorching fever and bone-chilling cold tortured his entire body. He seemed to have no strength left to fight back at all. But even before things came to this, he had nothing left to say anyway, because this death wasn't something worth dwelling on in the first place. All he needed to do was cover his ears, close his eyes, and accept its arrival. Yes, that was how it should have been. But in the end, he managed to reclaim his life once again. It had always been this way. The evil god intended to descend by taking over a host body, but because Krapin, his sacrifice, had perished, Mebular could no longer descend into this world. But because Krapin, his sacrifice, had perished, Mebular could no longer descend into this world. However, two lingering complications still remain. Lucy looked at the evil god and spoke. Yeah, get lost and don't ever think about coming back. First of all, how on earth could a tiny human being manage to stop the advance of an evil god? And secondly, the one who made a pact with me, Krapin Rothtailor, was defeated even after receiving my magical power. Who on earth killed him? Right as the battle came to an end, Princess Phenia and Janica rushed over to the fierce battlefield. The princess collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with terror, unable to believe what was happening right in front of her. The princess collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with terror, unable to believe what was happening right in front of her. Unlike me, who hastily gave up the dream of royal sovereignty after just a few failures and trials. He did everything within his power, even when his consciousness was barely hanging on. It was almost like a pilgrim whose sole objective was to fulfill the mission of a lifetime. Right as those words fell, the underground chamber began to collapse. Janica quickly carried Ed out before everything got buried under the rubble. Afterwards, the soldiers started clearing the scene, setting up tents, sealing off the entrance to the mansion, and controlling who came in and out. Krapin Rothtailor was dead. Princess Sahila stood on high and looked down. This was probably the end of the line for the Rothtailor family. Krapin Rothtailor was dead. Princess Sahila stood on high and looked down. This was probably the end of the line for the Rothtailor family. Sahila smiled with satisfaction. Things are genuinely about to get chaotic now. At the same time, in the royal capital, the emperor was playing a game of chess with his daughter. My only older brother is in poor health, and both of my older sisters have left the capital, so I feel pretty lonely. Father, there's nobody here to laugh and chat. He rested his chin on his hand and sighed. You lock yourself up in the library all day long, and I couldn't pry an answer out of you even if I threatened to break your jaw. So what kind of phony act are you putting on right now, Persica? The second princess calmly placed a chess piece onto the board and replied, Don't say it like that, father. Every now and then I actually miss my family. Initially, public support for Phenia was the strongest, but after she enrolled in Sylvania Academy, the core factions within the royal court shifted their allegiance to line up under Sahila. Consequently, the focal point of the struggle for the throne was always located in the imperial capital. Depending on who managed to control the capital, resources and talent would lean toward one side or the other. Therefore, when both of them left the capital, even Persica, who seemed completely indifferent to the battle for the throne and lived cooped up inside the library, started making covert moves behind the scenes. By the way, father, have you ever heard of the treasure left behind by the great sage Sylvania? Sylvania's treasure, you say? Suddenly, panicked sounds echoed from outside. Your Majesty, something major has happened. He turned his head to look at the soldier who had just run over and asked, What is going on? There is an urgent report. Right now, at the Rothtailor estate. It looks like the epicenter of this power struggle is no longer the imperial capital. The scene shifted back to the princess's tent. Father must be extremely worried. We haven't even sent back a proper report yet. If he finds out that his precious daughter rode her horse to such a dangerous place. Phenia, but it's a good thing you came. Dealing with a disaster of this scale is something only we can handle. We are the ones who will inherit the legitimate power of the royal family. The young female mage who stopped that monster and the female spiritist who properly protected the guests. It's only right that both of them receive royal-level rewards. I will personally petition His Majesty that even if he doesn't grant them noble titles, they will at least be bestowed with immense honor and generous rewards. Hearing that, Phenia responded, I agree. Their efforts deserve to be recognized. They saved a great many lives. Well, the matter of rewards is settled. Now we have to decide who gets punished. Hearing that, Phenia responded, I agree. Their efforts deserve to be recognized. They saved a great many lives. Well, the matter of rewards is settled. Now we have to decide who gets punished. The third princess jumped up in protest, including Ed Rothtailor. He wasn't involved in Krapin Rothtailor's plot at all. He stood up against him and ultimately killed his own biological father with his own hands. Yeah, but what you saw is just the final scene after everything was already said and done. Don't talk like you witnessed the whole thing from start to finish, Fenia. Listen carefully. Ed Roth Taylor followed Crapin's will. Right from the start, he came to this mansion because Crapin granted him permission to return to the family. Naturally, he became the center of attention at the banquet because of that as well. But when he witnessed the power of that female mage, who could single-handedly fight an evil god, and the female spiritist, who fought and brought down countless monsters, in the end he betrayed Crapin and put on an act like he was some kind of noble-hearted person. Those words infuriated Fenia, causing her to shout, "That's not true, and your highness knows it perfectly well." Lucy stood on Ed's side. Sahila stood on Ed Roth Taylor's side. Well, from my perspective, those poor girls were simply manipulated by the cunning Ed Roth Taylor. Furthermore, considering that you handed an unsealed letter to him, it seems like you were tricked yourself. If even eyes blessed with innate talent could be fooled like that, it looks like you've developed quite a bit of romantic feeling for Taylor, don't you think? No sooner had those words left her mouth than a sharp slap echoed through the tense space. Fenia stepped forward and delivered a direct backhand to her older sister. The butler behind them looked anxious, but Sahila stopped him. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" She glanced at her younger sister and offered a subtle, cunning smile. "Fenia, you still haven't grown up at all. To convince the public, you always need a scapegoat to shoulder all the sins. The image of Ed Roth Taylor burning at the stake will be the greatest symbol showing that everything has been smoothly resolved. The public is just an excuse. You're only doing this because you're afraid of losing power to the Northern faction or the Elter Trading Company, aren't you?" While the two of them were engaged in a fierce argument, a familiar voice abruptly cut in. "What a pity. I have no interest in the royal family's power struggles." Lotel slowly drew back the curtain and stepped inside. "Pardon me. Please, do continue your conversation. I just heard something about stringing up a scapegoat on a pyre. But exactly who is this person?" Fenia glanced at her and thought to herself, "Lotel and I have never liked each other. I know that very well, but Lotel is currently standing on his side. Therefore, Ed Roth Taylor must be treated like a hero. He came from a family that betrayed the Empire, but he was also the very one who put an end to that betrayal. We must recognize his efforts on a royal level and restore his honor so that he can rebuild the Roth Taylor family from the ashes. Well, do the nobles who were taken hostage think that way? Crapin Roth Taylor is dead. Please remember that he once held key positions in the Empire and ruled like an uncrowned king. Everyone covets that kind of power. Don't your highnesses think so? If that's the case, take this opportunity to eliminate Ed Roth Taylor once and for all. He is extremely cunning and talented. If we don't deal with him right now, he might turn into a major obstacle in the future." Lotel's betrayal left the third princess completely stunned. Truth be told, Lotel didn't always bring about profits, and I am someone who only chases after profit. I simply judged that establishing a friendly relationship with Princess Sahila would bring far more benefits. And indeed it does. Fenia clenched her teeth in bitter anger. The third princess turned around and left. "Don't think I'll just stand by and quietly watch you guys frame him." Sahila gently lifted her teacup and said, "As expected, someone who leads such a large trading company at a young age naturally has a much sharper eye for the state of affairs. If anyone asks which of the two of us is more likely to become queen, even an idiot would choose Princess Sahila. Yes, Fenia doesn't have much talent for governance. As a benevolent princess, it is truly reassuring to have the backing of the Elter Trading Company. If I seize the royal throne, you could even dream of the entire western port of Oldek becoming the property of the Elter Trading Company. I'm just trying to do the best I can with what I have. However, bringing Ed Roth Taylor back to the royal palace might be a mistake." Why? Had Lotel started her familiar manipulative speech? It looked like Princess Persica had already begun expanding her sphere of influence. Persica? I knew Persica always harbored ambitions for the throne, but I thought there wouldn't be any issues if I consolidated my power through the Roth Taylor banquet. But the banquet got ruined, and Fenia came all the way here to confront me. If word of this reaches the capital, and those two use the Ed Roth-Taylor incident as an excuse to ally with each other, a troublesome variable has just popped up. And it doesn't just stop there. Lucy Merrill and Janica Felipper are also variables that are very hard to control. Both of them are extremely strong and tough to deal with. Well, that's certainly true. Sahila was persuaded and shaken by those arguments. Do you have any brilliant ideas? Lotel smiled and replied, quickly, hide him away and use him as a trump card to control these variables. In other words, turn him into a hostage. Oh, so instead of bringing him to the royal palace, it makes more sense to hide him somewhere else, somewhere nobody can easily find. Hearing that was enough to know the prey had walked right into the trap. I manage a gigantic logistics warehouse in Oldek. There are tons of similar warehouses in that area, and the inventory changes every single day. So even the warehouse owner has no clue what's inside. That place is so huge that people get lost in there every week. You could stuff an entire house inside and nobody would even notice. Regardless of what's inside or what people are doing, who even cares? It's a perfect hiding spot where nobody will ever know. We can secretly detain and control Ed Roth-Taylor right there. If he loses his usefulness later on, we at the Elter Trading Company can easily get rid of him with poison or a garrote. Oh, so the Elter Trading Company will step up and take full responsibility? When plotting grand schemes, risk management is the core element, and we do that better than anyone else. So as for detaining Ed Roth-Taylor, the Elter Trading Company will take custody of him and escort him to Oldek. After that brief conversation inside the tent, Lotel walked outside with an unbeatable outcome. Everything she wanted was already neatly resting in the palm of her hand. I believe I can make anyone willingly hand over their treasure to me as easy as pie. All right, I'd better go check on Senior Ed's condition right now. No sooner had she left the battlefield than another battle broke out right where she arrived. The Saintess and Janica were glaring at each other, the tension so thick it was almost suffocating. Far away near the base of a tree, Ed and Lucy were sitting down, gasping for breath from sheer exhaustion after the horrific megabattle. Lotel looked at the scene before her and clutched her head in a sigh. Looks like I just made a mistake. This isn't going to be an easy fight. The scenery flashed back to memories of the past. When this is all over, we're going home. That's what commanders always said when wandering aimlessly across the battlefield. Having a place to return to sometimes becomes the necessary strength for humans to endure a cruel reality. Amidst the mist of unconsciousness, those difficult times crept into a corner of memory that was hard to forget. Unfortunately, there was no place in this world that I could call home. The tug-of-war battle over Ed, Janica, and Clarice was still fiercely ongoing, and now an extra rival had been added to the mix, Lotel. Janica put forward her argument after finishing the first aid treatment. As you can all see, Ed is heavily injured. Ideally, we should take him to Fulon and keep an eye on his condition while he recovers. During the break, there's no better place to treat wounds and rest than there, and it's also very convenient for shaking off anyone tailing us. The Saintess refused to lose and retorted, but it's not like wounds magically heal just because the water is clear and the air is clean. High priests from the Holy City and the medical team that would be much more suitable. Lotel slowly walked over and cut in between the two of them. I can prepare a hideout and the finest doctors. But the real problem is what happens afterwards. The Roth-Taylor family has collapsed, and Senior Ed is in a politically unstable position. If he gets revered as a hero, it'll attract the greedy eyes of other nobles coveting the family's position. And if he gets accused of treason, it wouldn't be strange if the nobility executed him to safeguard royal authority. Can the two of you really balance this conflict and protect Senior properly? She flashed the smile of a victor. I'll take Ed to Oldek. That's the safest place for him right now. But contrary to expectations, the Saintess clearly declared, if he goes to the Holy City, I'm even ready to stand against the entire empire. Lotel turned to look at Clarice with a shocked expression. What? Are you serious? You're going to shoulder a conflict between the empire and the Holy City just for Senior Ed? Don't tell me even you, the Saintess, are doing all this just because of Senior Ed? Lotel presented her argument. The Holy City has no legitimate reason to protect him. Political negotiations with the empire require a valid reason to even have a glimmer of hope. If that happens, and the empire demands we hand Senior over, what then? Honestly, that's why political skills are necessary. Suddenly, Janica spoke up to break the tension. That's right, we can't let Ed be exploited by people in power. Lotel turned back, overjoyed with a smile. Right? Senior Janica? So shouldn't Ed come to my guild instead? That's why I'll be the one taking him along with me. Huh? If the issue is people in power exploiting his current reputation, the best way is to take him somewhere those powerful folks can't reach. Don't you think? If I decide to run away, I bet they'll never be able to catch me. Unlike Lotel or the Saintess, I'm not tied down to any particular place. While the three of them were still arguing over him, an authoritative voice rang out. So this is where you all are. Behind the three of them, the second princess walked over accompanied by a crowd of nobles, every single one of them wearing furious expressions. Sahila calmly gazed at the three of them, her deep eyes filled with calculation. She softly let out a chilling voice. Edroth Taylor, I, Sahila, the second princess of the Klol Empire, issue an order. Edroth Taylor will follow me back to the royal palace so we can carry out an investigation. The atmosphere instantly grew tense as all eyes turned in his direction. Janica and Clarice immediately fought back. What do you mean by that? Ed fought Crapen Roth Taylor and was heavily injured. Senior Ed is supposed to go to the Holy City for medical treatment. But then her words were drowned out by the fanatics. Saintess, we are also followers of the Telos Church. Over 10 high-ranking nobles lost their lives. It's all the fault of the Roth Taylor family, the ones who summoned the evil god. Just the fact that they secretly plotted this shows rebellious intent. Somebody has to stand up and take responsibility for this incident, right? The more chaotic the scene became, the more secretly delighted Sahila felt. Fenia, I told you already, power never tolerates vacuums. The crazed crowd screamed even louder. Since the family head position was vacant, punishing his son Taylor was entirely justified. Let's just stone this bastard to death. A sinister smile formed across Sahila's face. If I wipe out the Roth Taylor family, the nobles craving that masterless power will flock to bow before me with absolute loyalty. Furthermore, the one who ultimately holds a royal power will be me. But suddenly, from behind, a blade of wind abruptly dashed forward. Nobody touches him. It slashed across the ground and created a long fracture, drawing a boundary line against those arrogant and ambitious fools. All gazes immediately shifted toward the newcomer. The space abruptly plunged into an eerie silence. The person who had just appeared was none other than Tanya Roth Taylor. Even though she was utterly exhausted, she still had to step up and handle this mess. She slowly advanced toward the crowd with a whirlwind of thoughts in her mind. Older brother, I have no family members left, absolutely no one at all. I've lost my father and the honor of this household. The Roth Taylor family, to which I dedicated my entire life, is now viewed as traitors aiming for the throne and risks being framed as the clan that summoned the evil god to massacre high-ranking nobles. As for me, there is nothing left now. Truly nothing left. Only suffering trailing along. Thinking back to the time when you were banished from the family, when you started building a shack all by yourself in the far north of Arkan Island, did you also feel just as hopeless and empty back then as I do right now, brother? She spoke clearly in front of Sahila. Your Highness, I will remain around the area of this mansion. Nothing has been clarified yet. And if you intend to investigate, I am fully ready to cooperate. There might still be surviving servants, and someone also needs to start the reconstruction of this region. Whether people like it or not, the legitimate heir of the Roth Taylor family is still me. Please allow me to fulfill my duty as the head of the house. Decisions regarding Ed Roth Taylor's situation also fall under my jurisdiction. Hearing that, the crowd erupted into a noisy chatter. She's out of her mind, deciding to take office as the family head in these circumstances? How is that any different from walking straight into a death trap? Wait, does that mean the Roth Taylor peerage is still going to exist? Is she planning to shoulder all the compensation responsibilities? The atmosphere was so tense that even a single sound was enough to draw attention. Neither the royal faction nor the noble faction was willing to yield to the other. Sahila narrowed her eyes, thinking to herself that she had lost her mind. Taking over a collapsed household was no different from carrying firewood into a fire and letting oneself get burned to ashes. But the problem wasn't Tanya Roth Taylor. The real problem was that young man. Ed used to be penniless, even accused of treason. Yet despite everything, heavyweight figures including Fenia were now ready to side with him unconditionally. All of them possessed immense influence. The Saintess and the Summoner who displayed exceptional capability during this incident, and a powerful mage who possessed the ability to face an evil god all by herself. Daring to touch that young man might bring me massive trouble, but if I leave him be, he'll probably spawn much greater hazards in the future. If someone like him managed to acquire even a tiny shred of power or started building a faction, he would definitely threaten my royal authority. What should I do? What on earth should I do now? After a moment of reflection, Sahila finally made up her mind. If that's the case, then everyone is sorely mistaken. Ed Roth Taylor's contributions deserve to be recognized. My intention is to bring him back to the royal palace, treat his injuries, and ensure he receives a proper reward from His Majesty. For the time being, I will take him back to the royal palace. Afterwards, following Lotel's suggestion and keeping him hidden in Oldek wouldn't be a bad idea either. There's no predicting just how high a position that guy will reach by the next time we meet. Anyway, it's not like we can ask for his opinion right now, so we'll just transfer him back to the royal palace. Wait a minute. Lucy slowly stood up and sighed. He just woke up, and that's precisely why I woke up too. With the last dregs of her exhausted strength, Ed tried to stand up with a body covered in injuries. Seeing this, Janica and Tanya immediately ran over to support him. Ed whispered in a weak, intermittent voice. I heard everything, even though I was a bit groggy about what everyone was saying. He looked around once and made his decision. Janica wants to return to Falon. Clarice needs to go back to the Holy City because of her identity. Lotel has to return to Oldek to finish up business. Lucy seems indifferent to all of this. And Princess Sahila intends to take me back to the royal palace to close the case. So after all, who on earth should I choose to follow? Ed looked up at the high sky as the sunlight slowly faded, dyeing the entire space in a vibrant red. I will transition the scene to Lotel's house in the forest during the evening. Bella just finished her cleaning chores and was getting ready to leave. Suddenly, her gaze halted at an unexpected appearance. From a distance, Ed was slowly dragging his suitcase back to his camp with a bandaged body. Young master, have you returned to the academy before the break is even over? What about your companions? What happened to them? Ed looked straight at her and replied, Belle, go start a fire for me. It's really hard for me to use magic right now. The two of them sat by the fire and chatted. Was that journey of yours really that difficult? Ed silently stared at the blazing fire before him, thinking how the feeling of those wandering days on the battlefield was rushing back, and he suddenly felt a desire to return to somewhere peaceful. That was why Ed had turned down their offers and ultimately returned to the camp alone. Of course, it was difficult. I almost died a few times. That's why I wanted to rush back here. Belle looked at him and softly spoke. Come to think of it, you finally dropped that formality when talking to me, didn't you? You win. I'm so glad you understand. But what on earth made your attitude change? Ed remained silent for a long time. He recalled what had happened previously. Crape and Roth Taylor had been utterly convinced that Ed Roth Taylor had died earlier. But I had seen in the ending credits that despite being ruined and living a hard life, Ed Roth Taylor was still alive. Survival Guide to the Academy, Chapter 1, Scene 1. The moment a third-rate villain gave up on life, the image of the maid who used to take care of him naturally popped into his mind. She stepped in right as Ed Roth Taylor was trying to end his life and saved him from the depths of despair. Just like that, the maid ensured the survival of a fallen, shunned aristocrat that everyone else avoided. Anyway, I'm just glad you're safe. That maid had always stayed right by his side, no matter how difficult the circumstances were. Ed softly whispered, You're better than I imagined. I'm truly grateful for everything you've done for me. Belle stood up and gave a polite bow. You flatter me, sir. Well then, please excuse me. But her words were left unanswered by him. The summer break is almost over too, and it won't be long before you're busy again. So I wish you a truly peaceful night tonight, young master. Returning to Marilda's past memories, to the steep cliffs of the extreme north where we strolled among vast expanses of broad leaves or conquered mountain ridges, even tracing small streams flowing deep through the great forests. We would always encounter the presence of countless spirits. For someone who had only just reached the realm of a high-ranking spirit like me, this stillness was more than enough to warm my heart. Because of that, I often chose Arkan Island as my long-term sanctuary, only to wake up and realize I had grown so attached to this place that I could never leave. And ever since I poured my heart into that northern forest, humans suddenly became entities far too complex for me to treat casually. After all, since ancient times, I had experienced enough of the ups and downs of both conflict and harmony with them. I once stood side by side with them to push back the disasters that befell this island. Truly, the human heart remains an unsolved mystery to me. It is no coincidence that most spirits feel wary when interacting with mankind, because a human's lifespan is inherently far too short. From a spirit perspective, they always exude a sense of haste and urgency. You talk as though you aren't human yourself. In my eyes, you're no different from them either. If I had to find the weirdest one among all the humans here, it would definitely be this girl, a renowned, brilliant archsage of the distant far north. What are you so busy with? Sylvania smiled and replied, I'm planning to build a school right on this spot. An eccentric who was exiled for dabbling in forbidden magic. An eccentric who was exiled for dabbling in forbidden magic. Even though the initial scale is a bit modest, I still want to teach magic and basic self-defense skills. Oh, I'm also planning to include alchemy in the curriculum. Hearing that, Marilda merely sighed. It sounds to me like you're biting off more than you can chew. Not at all. These are the exact things I share with you. Unlike spirits, humans don't have much time to waste, so they always have to live in a rush. Besides, if I were to lay the foundations for the school in the Eastern Plains, you'd definitely throw a massive fit. Marilda, that's why I came here to ask for your permission beforehand. What? I promise I won't encroach on the northern forest. I'll keep it completely untouched just like before. So I hope you can be generous and turn a blind eye this time. From that very moment, I began to vaguely feel that blending in with humans might not be such a terrible thing after all. Back in those days, the scenery on Arkan Island didn't yet possess the aura of a place for seeking knowledge and studying under masters. It still wore its inherently pristine, wild nature. However, a spirit's time passes so swiftly, easily drifting in a completely unfamiliar direction compared to the mortal world. And after a long journey of time, the appearance of Arkan Island had changed beyond recognition. Observing the generations of students made that gap even more apparent to me. From the Academy's tactical department, countless brilliant generals and exceptional strategists were born. In alchemy, it didn't just stop at brewing medicinal herbs, but expanded into magitech, botany, gemstone crafting, and even magical biology. Even in the magic department, there emerged sorcerers powerful enough to cast supreme spells, even though they were unimaginably powerful and fundamentally different from everyone else. How swift and magnificent the transition between generations and the breakthroughs in knowledge truly were. Just like that, the months and years drifted by, and I found myself gradually left behind. Still just as lonely as ever until the scene cuts back to Ed's wooden cabin. Still just as lonely as ever until the scene cuts back to Ed's wooden cabin. It's still a bit early to declare that autumn has arrived, but this is a time when catching an illness is very easy due to the drastic temperature difference between day and night. Of course, with a body as completely shattered as mine right now, I didn't have the mental energy to worry about such trivial sicknesses. My left leg no longer obeyed my commands. One of my ears was completely ringing, and the vision in one I had temporarily gone dark. A persistent fever tortured me with alternating hot and cold flashes, occasionally making me nauseous and shivering. But regardless, I was still trying my best to recover in peace. Inevitably, this peace wouldn't last long either. Inside the kitchen, Belle was intently preparing a meal for Ed. Suddenly, his cries startled her, causing her to stop in her tracks. What? Belle hurried outside, asking curiously, Were you calling me? No, it's nothing. I just heard some rambling voices. That's Marilda, the spirit I contracted with, and I'm talking to her right now. I understand. She slowly closed the door and headed back to the kitchen. Marilda, in her tiny form, clinging onto Ed, smiled, ramming voices. Good grief, I feel deeply wounded. Let me repeat this one last time. I'm going to run away from home, just you watch. Lately, no one pays any attention to me at all, so I plan to lay low for a bit to teach you all a lesson. Consider it a way for me to raise my own value. You certainly know how to be a nuisance to others. Do you have any idea how terrified the stray souls and low-ranking spirits around here would be if I suddenly vanished without anyone looking after this northern forest? She jumped down from his back and continued. My presence here is for protection after all. And besides, you're only planning to rest until the break is over anyway, right? I'll manifest and take a walk around, probably near the academy buildings. To put it simply, you just want to take a little break yourself, which is fine. But Lucy is already in the capital, so whose man are you going to use to materialize? Well, it's the exact thing you're holding in your hand right now. Ed figured it out and tossed his staff down in front of Marilda. Ah, I see. Indeed, with the magical energy accumulated in this staff, you can totally manifest. It might be a bit too much for things like forming new spirit contracts, but this much should be fine. I can step away for a little while, right? After all, your maid is managing everything wonderfully. No matter what shady schemes you're cooking up, she'll always be right by your side. So don't even think about pulling anything sneaky. Marilda quickly transformed in her human form. I truly love the feeling of touching the ground with my feet when manifesting like this. She tossed the staff back to Ed. I'll wander around for a bit, so stop sighing so much. Go inside and rest so you can recover quickly. No matter how much you sigh, news from the family won't arrive any faster. Hearing that, Ed lowered his head and thought to himself, man, I want to follow Marilda's advice and focus on recovering my health. But fleeing from the Roth-Taylor estate like a runaway criminal leaves my conscience anything but at peace. I heard there was a fierce dispute over who would take me and where to go. While I was still unconscious, Janica had returned to Falon. Clarice had gone back to the Holy City. Lotel had set out for Odek to handle business affairs. And in the end, the one determined to drag me away by any means necessary was none other than Princess Sahila. That was clearly a plot to use me, the person directly involved, to gain an advantage for her faction. And since she used every sweet-talking word in the book to rope me in, turning down all of it truly exhausted me. But fortunately, that situation didn't last too long. What? Princess Phenia has already returned to the Imperial Palace. Princess Phenia had announced her return to the palace in the shortest time possible. And as the struggle for the throne heated up, Princess Sahila no longer had the luxury of wasting time with me. Of course, Sahila couldn't return empty-handed, so I was forced to send a representative to accompany her. And the person designated was none other than the one who single-handedly stopped the evil god, Lucy. Just Lucy's mere presence here was enough to make Sahila break out in cold sweats. I'm not entirely sure how she plans to manage, but her path ahead is undoubtedly going to be riddled with thorns. Ultimately, what troubled me the most was the fact that a person who had just lost both their father and older sister now had to single-handedly carry a collapsing family on their shoulders. A man's voice echoed inside the tent. Humph. I expected the nobility to be in absolute chaos. But what on earth is going on here? He was none other than the commander of the Northern Army, Magnus Calamore. Tanya sat opposite him and slowly spoke. Commander Magnus, it is deeply discourteous of us not to welcome you in the most formal manner. As you can see, this is the current ruined state of the Roth-Taylor estate. He fixed his gaze intently on Tanya, thinking to himself, Tanya Roth-Taylor, the vice-head of the Roth-Taylor lineage. Since my son Wade is studying at Sylvania, I've caught wind of quite a few news items from him. He mentioned that a first-year student had climbed to the position of Sylvania's student council president. So I was very eager to meet him. Yet it turns out this wet-behind-the-ears brat is the head of the family. The Roth-Taylor family is truly at its end. As you all know, I've been driven into a corner, so I don't have the mental capacity to probe or beat around the bush anymore. I'll get straight to the point. I am planning to overthrow Princess Sahila. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense as both household heads looked on in shock. Tanya abruptly stood up, her eyes filled with determination as she looked straight at the two of them. Do you want to join forces with me to pull that off? The scene shifted to the next morning when Belle returned. I'm terribly sorry for interrupting your rest, but there's a letter delivered to this address. A letter? Addressed to me? Yes. The envelope clearly stated the recipient was young Master Ed of the Ophelis dormitory, so I kept it and brought it here for you. Ed slowly took the letter and replied, How long has it been since I was expelled from the Ophelis dormitory? And yet mail is still being sent to me all the way out here. When he opened the letter and read the contents inside, Ed's eyes widened in shock. To Ed Roth Taylor, the worst kidnapper and captor in the entire world. I am well aware of all the cruel acts you have committed against an innocent, frail young lady. I will absolutely not tolerate you arbitrarily humiliating a pitiful, mute girl who lacks the ability to defend herself, someone who can't even voice the grievances she is forced to endure. I desperately wanted to report all your crimes to the Academy's disciplinary committee, but because the victim has such a forgiving soul, she constantly stopped me just to humor you. If you come here in person and apologize, I will consider postponing judgment. As soon as you read these lines, head over to the Glock dormitory immediately. Sender, Patriciana Bloom River from the Magic Department. The letter in his hand slipped to the ground, his mind flooded with chaos and confusion. Belle looked at him and questioned, Hey, young master, have you happened to kidnap or hold any girls captive lately? She lightly bowed and left. I'll take my leave now. Ed stood frozen looking at the letter, a million question marks swirling around him. What the hell is going on here? The scene shifted to the royal palace, where Grand Princess Sahila was pulling her hair out over the guests she had brought along. This isn't the right flavor. It had been 3 hours already. Beside her, a royal chef was kneeling on the ground trembling. He picked up the pieces of beef jerky from the floor and burst into tears. Your Highness, please forgive me. In my 13 years as the royal head chef, this is the first time I've ever served a guest like this. Right in front of the two of them was Lucy. She lazily lay upside down on a luxurious chair, spitting out a half-bitten piece of beef jerky. This one's wrong too. Sahila stood, clutching her head, trying to force an awkward, annoyed smile. I intended to use her instead of Ed Roth Taylor as a witness in front of the nobles, but she won't open her mouth, nor does she care to negotiate anything. Frankly speaking, she is extremely arrogant and obnoxious. Well, whatever, the Grand Princess was furious out of her mind, but couldn't do a thing. Survival Guide to the Academy Year 5. The final art talks about the Holy Dragon Bell Broke and the Archsage Sylvania. Because it covers the founding and origins of the Academy, a great many families and characters that only existed in that historical era will make an appearance. Among the warrior families are Kellermore, Nortondale, and Elphelon. Meanwhile, the wizard families include Saniel, Whitefelts, and Bloom River. Among them, the Bloom River family is a fallen lineage that lost its prestigious status because their extreme experiments caused too much damage, even destroying an entire hill due to an accident during the process. Therefore, they were branded with the moniker of the Bloom River Witch family. I have no right to judge them either, seeing as I myself hail from a family that summoned an evil god. But the Bloom River family really has a lot of issues. Elvira held Ed's letter in her hand and sighed in realization. Patriciana Bloom River? Was this sent to your old address, Senior? Ed calmly replied. Yeah, I figured you might know a thing or two about it. Well, the Bloom River family has a lot of bad rumors surrounding them, but they're also famous for their breakthroughs and alchemy experiments, so I know them quite well, especially the older sister, Senior Tragiana. She's a very famous person. Ah, you mean the top 4th-year student of the magic department? Yes, she mastered 2 types of advanced magic, and her grades are exceptionally brilliant. In contrast to her younger sister, Senior Patriciana is only known through rumors. People gossip that she's a useless, reclusive weirdo with zero interest in the academy. So when she sent that letter, she probably didn't even know you got kicked out of the Ophelis dormitory. Actually, alchemists like us tend to have fantasies about conducting numerous experiments in secret labs, so I can kind of understand. But Senior Patriciana is just too much. I bet she doesn't even know the student council president has changed. Rumor has it she just lives holed up in her lab and doesn't even bother showing up to class. Hearing that, Ed looked slightly surprised It's amazing she hasn't been expelled yet. Word is she makes up for her absences by scoring absolute maximums on practical and theoretical exams through self-study. Can something like that even happen? Could it be she inherited her brilliance from her older sister? That's true, but maybe it's just like that. Senior Trajiana and Senior Patriciana are twin sisters, you see. Ed lightly rested his chin in thought. So Trajiana went to classes in place of both of them. Well, if you listen to lectures twice for the exact same class, anything is possible. You might even become the top student in the class. That's just my theory. Elvira handed the letter back to him. Anyway, just looking at the letter, it seems Patriciana is bizarrely straightforward. I mean, nobody goes around kidnapping and detaining people for no reason like that. Why are you taking what she said as if it were the absolute truth? She gave a faint smile and replied, well, depending on the situation, kidnapping and detaining someone can make sense too. I bet Senior has your own reasons, right? While she was chatting, muffled whimpering noises kept echoing from somewhere. Ed cast his gaze downwards and spoke up. I tried to ignore it, but doing that takes too much effort. What on earth happened to this guy? Clebius was tightly bound, writhing on the floor as he listened to the two of them. I'm just molding him into a normal human being. If I left him alone, he'd spend all day talking gloomily about how terrible life is, then lock himself in a dark corner of his room and mumble to himself. So I'm trying to improve his social communication skills a bit. Clebius's eyes seemed to plead for desperate rescue. Please save me. I'll look at you as a real senior. I won't talk informally anymore, and I won't curse either. Ed asked back, looking troubled and awkward. So how long are you planning to keep this up? Until he agrees to come with me to the dormitory management banquet next week. It's a great place to build connections, and there's no better place to train social skills. She wore an amused smile as she continued. Besides, I also want to bring along a handsome guy as my companion. After all, I am a girl. Hearing those words, Ed's intention to save the guy was instantly snuffed out. I see. He directed his gaze toward the poor young man, helplessly lying on the ground, and thought to himself, hang in there, young man. Being dominated by someone else isn't all that bad. Clebius. Following his brief conversation with Elvira, Ed quickly made his way to the meeting point. The moment he read that letter, come to the Glock Hall immediately, sent by Patriciana Bloom River of the Mage Department. His hand tightened as he thought. Glock Hall is named after Grand Mage Glock. Just looking at the fact that he authored primer on celestial studies is enough to show how great he was. Star magic is a field so brutally difficult that no matter how many times you read it over and memorize it by heart, you simply cannot make any real progress. Fortunately, he had also been through that terrifying trial by fire and practical application, and through continuous use in actual combat, Ed had unlocked a brand new branch of magic. Have you finally arrived? Lost deep in thought, Ed walked right past Patriciana and quietly kept heading up. She angrily turned around and shouted, Hey, are you Ed Roth-Taylor? Ed snapped out of his daze and looked back in startle. Senior Patriciana? Seriously, that blank, innocent act isn't fooling anyone, you know. It's totally obvious you've already read my letter. I've investigated everything completely. You set up a campsite in the northern forest, didn't you? Ah, yes. Ed's expression turned confused, wondering if everyone hadn't known about that for a long time now. She pointed straight at his face and barked. Then out with it. What on earth are you scheming in there? I'm not scheming anything. I'm just living there because I don't have anywhere else to stay. Don't lie to me. The dormitories are still running normally. What kind of ridiculous nonsense are you spouting? Ed calmly replied. It's because I was expelled from the dorms about 2 years ago. What? Hearing those words made Patriciana pull back her hand in embarrassment. Oh, is that so? I really don't keep up with the news much. Anyway, that's not even all that important. Do you know a girl a bit taller than me with white hair tied up? Do I know her? The image of the familiar white-haired girl instantly flashed in Ed's mind. Could it be Marilda? She goes in and out of that campsite of yours every single day. And not long ago, I even saw her running barefoot straight into the northern forest. She vanishes completely for days on end, then occasionally pops up like she's just taking a stroll. Always barefoot, and she doesn't even have a decent set of clothes. She isn't even being treated like a human being. That's exactly why I took care of her and made sure everything was sorted out. If you don't confess what's really going on, I'm going to report you to the Academy. But if you don't know the slightest bit of news about the Academy, how on earth do you know so much about what goes on in my campsite? If I do tell you, what are you planning to do to me? Ed looked straight into Patriciana's eyes and softly replied, did you perhaps build some private secret research facility near the northern forest that completely violates the Academy's strict regulations? Hearing those words drove her completely furious as she began to channel her magic. Did you see everything? The overwhelming pressure forced Ed to step back anxiously, thinking to himself that he hadn't actually seen anything because she had just spilled it all herself. What an idiot! Right when he couldn't even use any mana. This time they were in deep trouble. Before he could even finish his thought, Patriciana fired her magic straight at him, but it was already too late. Just as he had no idea how to handle it, a layer of magical barrier suddenly erected right in front of him, timely blocking the attack. Someone slowly approached with a staff in hand. She glided lightly through the air before gracefully landing right in front of them. Seeing her older sister appear, Patriciana immediately went to tattle. Sis, you came at the absolute right time. This guy didn't even finish his sentence before. Trajanna walked right up and pinched her younger sister's cheek. She turned back to look at Ed and gave a faint smile. Sorry about that. My little sister is still a bit childish. Trajanna Bloom River, top-ranking fourth-year student in the Department of Magic. She bowed her head down and pressed her sister's head along with it. Deep down, she's a really kind child, so I hope you can overlook what she just did. Sis, you got it all wrong. In the campsite where this guy lives, there's a gorgeous girl he kidnapped. She raised her staff and dispelled the magic. You're the one who did the kidnapping, Patriciana. She raised her staff and dispelled the magic. You're the one who did the kidnapping, Patriciana. Marilda, was she trying to signal that she couldn't speak? Well, that made total sense. The moment she opened her mouth, a spirit's mana would be thrown into chaos, instantly exposing her true identity. Patriciana's face was filled with complete confusion. Marilda was hiding behind Ed's back, as if trying to dodge something. If you want to walk around the academy freely, it's best not to let them find out you're a spirit. Man, I'd love to lend a hand, but her mana is practically depleted to the absolute limit. Marilda quickly dissolved into thin air, leaving behind a blank space filled with tiny, sparkling glimmers of light. Patriciana awkwardly stammered, "Huh? A spirit?" She froze in shock at what had just unfolded before her eyes, but quickly snapped out of it as she realized her own ridiculous mistake. Patriciana hurriedly bowed deeply. "I'm deeply sorry. Please forgive me. Please, I beg you to forgive me." Ed looked at her, allowed a soft sigh, and thought to himself, do you really think a simple apology fixes everything? The scene shifts to Full-On, a place where cows and pigs greatly outnumber human beings. The scene shifts to Full-On, a place where cows and pigs greatly outnumber human beings. In this slowly aging village, where occasions for bustling excitement or dramatic sorrow are a rarity, a festival was currently underway. In this slowly aging village, where occasions for bustling excitement or dramatic sorrow are a rarity, a festival was currently underway. Holding a half-eaten piece of bread, her gaze drifted off into some distant direction as she sank deep into her swirling thoughts. Janica wondered to herself, I hope Ed is doing well, right? Suddenly, her father's voice rang out, startling Janica. You look worried, Janica. Is it because you're no longer at the top of the class? Second place is already a fantastic achievement. Huh? No, of course not. Naturally, I'm a little sad, but I'm not going to fall apart over it. You don't need to worry about me like that. Finishing her sentence, she let out a tired, gentle sigh. Sigh, if it's not because of your grades, is there some young man catching your eye instead? Those words made Janica instantly turn to stone. She jumped up in embarrassment and shouted, Huh? What are you talking about, Dad? Why would you say something so weird? A young man I'm eyeing? You're making it sound like I'm constantly thinking about him, or something. She grabbed her hair in frustration and tried to explain. You're always like this. If you have the free time to spout such nonsense, I'm going to go feed the cows. I mean, I was going to do that anyway. Just don't go asking me weird things like that out of nowhere. You gave me such a scare." Janika's parents silently exchanged glances with thoughtful looks on their faces, an eager smile blooming across both of them. A son-in-law, someone studying at Sylvania Academy. He rushed over, patted his daughter on the back, and laughed heartily. "Janika, you finally pulled it off? Does he know how to shoot a bow?" "My ultimate dream is to share a drink with my son-in-law while practicing target shooting. Well, though it's probably still way too far in the future for the kid to be drinking." Dragging out a dress, her mother chimed in, "Dear, don't make such a huge fuss. What kind of guy is he, though? Do you think his parents would prefer us to look a bit more polished? Or should I dig out my old wedding dress and get it altered? All right, what's his name again?" Flustered, Janika backed away and stammered, "Mom, Dad, you've got it all wrong. Why would the two of you think that? I'm not telling you. Why should I say anything? Why on earth do I have to explain myself to you guys?" Hearing those words left the couple so stunned they practically collapsed to their knees. "Ah, I see. So that's how it is. There's nothing we can do." They launched into a theatrical, highly dramatic weeping routine they had clearly prepared beforehand. "Dear, we've already prepared ourselves for this exact moment. Truly, I suppose this is something every parent has to go through. Now if Janika just dashes off to her room and slams the door shut, we'll practically just be left standing here with nothing we can do. That's right, this is the twilight of our years, so lonely and desolate. What on earth were you two even thinking? I'm not going to do that." They stared at their daughter with starry eyes, as if waiting for an answer. Janika was so awkwardly cornered, she had no idea how to reply properly. She finally decided to go with the simplest thing possible. "He's really good at archery." A few hours later, Janika stood there dazed amidst the endless chatter of her neighbors. "Oh, Janika, I heard all about it. Bring him over to the village sometime. I'll crack open my prized 20-year aged wild raspberry wine just for him. Alela definitely ruast awula beach. If he comes from Sylvania, he's bound to be super wealthy or at least a noble. Janika, you've done wonderfully. You're the absolute pride of our town." Cheers erupted all around her, leaving her completely frozen in place. "Janika, Janika, Janika." Her eyes narrowed in utter exhaustion as she thought to herself, "I genuinely cannot live here anymore. I want to go right back to Arkin Island this very second." The scene transitions to the northern forest of Arkin Island, the sky illuminated by a brilliant moonlight. Marilda lightly walked across the water's surface and spoke up. "It suddenly makes me reminisce about the old days. Back then, I used to feel a little touch of melancholy every now and then." "We just finished wiping out the Roth-Taylor household." Leaning against a tree trunk, Ed replied softly, "I wouldn't use the word wipe out. I have no idea how you see it, but to me, the Roth-Taylor family has a deep, heavy history. I've heard of their name for a very long time. Whenever I see massive powers or ancient lineages like that vanish completely, it really makes me realize just how much time has flown by. How should I explain this feeling? It's just a deeply depressing kind of sensation. Sometimes I feel like this world is simply leaving me behind in the dust. Maybe it's because I've already passed my prime as a spirit, but I end up dwelling on it anyway." Hearing that, Ed asked curiously, "Marilda, are you—" "Don't worry, I've still got at least another 100 years left in me." She turned to look at him with a smile. "What's wrong? Are you afraid I'm going to leave you behind soon?" "That's definitely one thing, but I was just wondering why you're feeling so down." Ed slowly sat down, intently watching and waiting for Marilda's answer. Marilda's gaze flashed with a hint of sorrowful contemplation. "Well, I suppose I am. That girl reminds me of Sylvania. That purple-haired girl who just recently started hanging around the forest. The Grand Sage was an eccentric scholar who focused entirely on her own research, no matter what the situation was. I wanted to keep an eye on the kid because she reminded me of the old days. Even though it seems like I ended up dragging you into trouble in the process, so..." Ed sighed and replied, "It's fine. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it." Trajiana already showed up and sorted everything out. But come to think of it, that girl isn't really all that similar to Sylvania after all. "I suppose so. I mean, Sylvania is the Grand Sage, and they look pretty different." "No, I wasn't talking about that sort of thing. What I mean is I actually found someone who reminds me of the Grand Sage from back then a lot more." "Who could that be?" "Her older sister. That person is actually you, Ed. You really remind me of her." The way you never give up no matter how terrible the circumstances are, and the way you can talk to me so naturally just like that. Is that so? He fell into a quiet, deep thought. He could practically feel that his intimacy level with Marilda had gone up, even without looking at the status window. He could sense a strong sense of camaraderie forged through all the life-or-death moments they had weathered side by side. Right as his train of thought ended, Marilda suddenly spoke up. I happen to have the remains of a top-tier wind spirit. If you want it, I can hand it over to you. The remains of Takalis. Supreme spirits are said to have only one individual per element. Though only ever recorded in books of magic history, the top-tier wind spirit was currently missing because that spirit had long since died of old age. If he could get his hands on those remains, his spirit arts proficiency would skyrocket tremendously. But that was something he had only ever heard tales of in history books. Marilda strolled around and continued to explain, it's not really a corpse. It's much closer to the remnants they leave behind when they fade away. Looking at her in confusion, Ed asked, why did you suddenly change your mind? Marilda leaned down slightly in front of him. No special reason. It's just really hard to find a good friend like you. Janica is a wonderful friend too, but she's not really the type I can vent my inner thoughts to. Though as you well know, nothing in this world is free. The scene cuts to the Arkan Island dock, where students were bustling as they returned to the academy. Ugh, I thought I was going to die of seasickness for sure. Zig and Elka stepped off the boat, carrying their luggage. Next time we should just take a carriage, even if boats are much faster. Traveling by boat really takes a toll on you, El, mostly because we brought way too much luggage this time. Suddenly, her gaze caught sight of someone. Right in front of the two of them was Janica, pulling her massive suitcase as she returned to the island. Ah, Senior Janica. Oh, it's Zig and Elka. Zig stepped forward, scratching his head in curiosity. We always head back a few weeks early to drop by the guild, but I figured Senior would usually return to school as late as possible to help out with family chores. What brings you back here so early? Flustered, she scrambled to find the most reasonable excuse possible. But the real reason was obviously that staying at home meant getting zero peace from everyone's endless praise and cheering. Janica finally let out a sigh and brushed it off. It's nothing. Things just ended up turning out this way. Zig bluntly cut straight to the point. Did things with Senior, Ed, not go smoothly? Huh? What did you say? Well, because you look pretty gloomy. Elka immediately turned around to scold him. Zig, saying stuff like that is super rude. Oh no, to be honest, recently Ed and I had a bit of friction. I'm really worried. I probably weigh him down as a huge burden, I guess. I need to make it up to Ed for everything that happened during the exam. I even told him we should head to Fulan together, but Ed turned me down and headed back to Arkan Island all by himself. I even went to live with him at the campsite, and while I probably feel annoying, he's just keeping it all hidden. Hearing that, Zig replied, I don't think Senior has anything to worry about. Usually, you can easily tell when guys don't like something. What do you mean? Zig thought for a moment and slowly answered. Well, it's simple. When guys want to keep their distance, they usually show a few specific signs. Before they knew it, evening arrived as the sun slowly dipped below the clouds. Janica finally returned to the familiar forest. She cheerfully waved at him. Hey, I came back here early. Ed turned his face away and replied, Oh, you're back at school early. Sign number 1 from Janica's mental list. They might avoid eye contact. She stepped closer and asked, how have you been lately? Are you feeling better? Yeah. Sign number 2. They might give blunt answers that instantly kill the conversation. And the final sign was that they looked unmistakably uncomfortable and unusually tense. All 3 crucial warning signs hit Janica like a physical blow, leaving her completely frozen. Am I really that much of a burden to Ed? Suddenly, Ed spoke up, shattering the tense atmosphere. Janica, I have something to tell you. Huh? What is it about? Ed looked straight at her and calmly began. Well, this might sound a bit weird, but let me explain because I have a solid reason for it. To be completely honest, this might not be an overly difficult request, but could also turn awkward depending on the circumstances. The thing is, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent, leaving only the chirping of birds and the crackling sound of the campfire. But then Ed let out a long sigh and wrapped it all up. Sigh, forget it. Annoyed, Janica rushed over and sat down beside him. I'm totally ready to listen to whatever you want to say. Ed, it's probably fine, just tell me. No matter how terrible it is, I'll totally be on your side. Ed recalled his earlier conversation with Marilda. If you get your hands on the remains of the top-tier wind spirit, it'll give your training a massive boost. Sylvania buried it after finishing her research, but if you want it, I can hand it over to you. Though as you well know, nothing in this world is free. Marilda turned back to look at him with an amused smile. I think it's about time you made some real progress, don't you think? Progress? What are you even talking about? You know very well that Janica likes you, right? In that romantic boy-girl kind of way. That's exactly why I have a little request for you. Ed's gaze locked firmly onto Janica's lips as a wave of bashfulness washed over him. He slowly raised his hand and gently touched Janica's cheek. Both of them gazed at each other amidst a blazing hot and intensely romantic atmosphere. Before the vacation ends, you're going to need to at least kiss that girl once. The two looked at each other awkwardly in the strange moment of silence, as Ed's arm gently reached up, his fingertips lightly touching Janica's cheek as if touching something fragile. As Ed's arm gently reached up, his fingertips lightly touched Janica's cheek as if touching something fragile. She stood there, clearly feeling the empty void that those words left in her chest. After a moment, she gently spoke up. Ed, can I ask you something that might sound a little weird? Go ahead. Janica looked down at her hands, her voice slow as if weighing every single word. Right now, I'm torn between whether I should force you to spill what's bothering you or just pretend I didn't notice a thing. Ed frowned slightly. Why are you asking me that? Because I'm afraid I'll be a hassle to you. Ed was stunned, his eyes wide as if he had never heard anything so absurd. What? Janica's eyes narrowed, her voice becoming so honest it made the listener fluster. I don't want to become a burden to you. Janica, you've never been a burden to me. Really? Really? A soft smile flickered across her lips, fragile yet warm. Janica slowly stood up, tucked her hair back, and replied, I get it now. Ed looked at her in confusion, not yet catching the meaning behind those words before Janica suddenly slammed her suitcase onto the ground with a thud and pulled up a chair to sit straight across from him. Her eyes sparkled with determination. Then I'm definitely going to have to pry it out of you. She leaned forward, her voice firm without an ounce of backing down. If you don't talk, I'm not letting this go. What concerns you concerns me too. So tell me, Ed, whatever it is, I'm sure if the two of us carry it together, we'll figure out a solution way faster. Ed, you don't have to fight through everything all by yourself. Before her words even fully faded, Ed spoke up softly, his voice strangely calm. Can you kiss me? The air seemed to thicken in an instant. A deep blush spread across Janica's cheeks, slowly crawling all the way up to her ears. Her mouth opened, but not a single sound could escape, until the silence was broken by an exclamation bursting out of her. Huh? The fire crackled softly beside their ears. Ed sat down and slowly recounted everything. Word by word dropped into the quiet space like stones thrown into a lake. Janica sat listening, her eyes glued to the flames, her hands clasped tightly over her knees. When he finished talking, she let out a sigh and shook her head gently. Oh, Marilda! Why on earth would she bring up something like that? She stood up and walked over to the corner of the room, turning her back to him as if needing a small distance to say the next words. Her voice dropped down, almost to a murmur. I think it's totally natural for you to be conflicted about that. I mean, Ed, I was right there in front of you at the time, after all. An unexpected wave of heat suddenly rushed over her whole face. Janica hurriedly turned around, her tone quickening. Wait a second, but what exactly did Marilda tell you anyway? Ed paused briefly, his eyes looking at a blank spot in the dark, his voice dropping low, like someone stepping over the threshold of something huge. It seems I was way too wrapped up in my own thoughts, but if I had to gather all my courage to say it out loud, he slowly confessed, each word dropping down in a way that startled Janica. I understand how you feel about me, and it'd be ridiculous to claim I didn't notice. She turned around, a forced, crooked smile on her face, her hands waving wildly like someone trying to put out a fire. Right, so that's how it is. Yeah, I'm like that. I mean, if I didn't care about you, why would I be so nice to you, right? That's totally obvious. There's really no reason for us to talk so seriously about this, is there? We're both adults here, so let me not make things weird. Right at that moment, Ed's voice rose softly, choking her stream of words right in mid-sentence. I'm sorry. That's just the kind of person I am. Huh. He lowered his face, his hands interlaced on his knees, telling the story with the nonchalance of someone long accustomed to bearing things alone, way before he ever set foot on Arkan Island. My top priority has always been survival. I didn't grow up in an environment that allowed me to think about anything else. Lately, I've had a bit more time to reflect, so I thought about your feelings for me and how I should respond to them. But only now do I realize that I haven't changed at all. He looked into the fire, his voice turning distant, as if looking at somewhere she couldn't see. Anyone who has watched their loved ones die from a bullet completely collapses. In a situation where even my own life or death can't be guaranteed, I have to think about how others would feel when facing my death. The pain of heartbreak is only temporary. It will fade away over the years. But the pain of loss lasts forever. His hands tightened, his knuckles turning white. That's why I turned into a selfish guy who only thinks about himself. I'm not the kind of guy who deserves to be liked by you, Janica. But Janica immediately spoke up, her voice not wavering in the slightest. Ed, you're not that heartless of a person. A faint smile softly bloomed on her lips as she opened up, her voice slow, as if picking up each piece of her thoughts. The reason you're agonizing over this so much is precisely because you care about me. Just like you said, if we kissed just because Marilda asked us to, I would have felt really weird about it, even though in that moment, I probably would have been a little happy. The moment those last words escaped her mouth, Janica instantly buried her face in her hands. I slipped up. Anyway, it's all Marilda's fault. I don't know what she was thinking, making us worry about something like this out of nowhere. Ed stood up and dusted off his hands, his voice calm like a man who had just made his final decision. Either way, I'll handle this on my own, so just pretend you didn't hear a thing. To be frank, no matter how you feel, I don't agree with doing that. I don't want to take advantage of you like that. Janica bolted up and rushed toward him before she could even think twice. Ed, I'm really glad to hear that, but I just realized something. The solution is actually pretty simple. We just need to flip it around. Ed narrowed his eyes, completely clueless. What? Before he could ask anything else, Janica stood on her tiptoes and placed a kiss right on his lips. The setting sun blanketed them both in gold as a gentle breeze swept through, softly fluttering her hair. The entire world around them seemed to go quiet and shrink down, leaving only this tiny space in existence. The two stood frozen in that moment, neither moving, with only their hearts beating rapidly in their chests and the shawl on Janica's shoulders quietly slipping off, hitting the ground right as the kiss slowly came to an end. They glanced at each other, their cheeks bright red with embarrassment, as an indescribable emotion seemed to take over their minds before any words could be spoken. The air was so still you could hear the crackle of the dying fire nearby. Ed awkwardly tried to break the heavy mood hanging over both of them. Janica. But Janica couldn't take it for another second. She spun around and dashed straight into the hut. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed against the ground. I'm so exhausted. That boat ride here completely drained me. I think I'm going to just pass out and sleep. See you tomorrow. The door slammed shut with a decisive thud, leaving no room for hesitation. Ed stood alone by the dying fire, staring at the closed door, then glanced around as if checking to see if what just happened was actually real. In his head was a nameless mess. What on earth was that? He stood there for a while longer, frozen like a statue, before looking down at his hand again. What am I supposed to do now? Inside the hut, after closing the door, Janica leaned her back against it and slid all the way down until she was sitting flat on the floor. Her hands covered her lips, her cheeks burning red, and her eyes stared blankly into the dark in front of her in utter disbelief at reality. Did I really just kiss him? The next morning, early sunlight filtered through the leaves, and the sound of birds singing rang out somewhere high above. Ed stood in the small yard in front of the hut, rhythmically swinging his axe to chop wood just like any other ordinary morning, without any special expression on his face. Belle approached, standing at a distance to observe him for a moment. Her eyes scanned every detail from how he held the axe to how he stood, to his breathing, which was just a tad more steady than usual. Something was different, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, but the data didn't lie. Her eyes scanned every detail, from how he held the axe to how he stood, to his breathing, which was just a tad more steady than usual. But to her surprise, the door wasn't locked. So Belle gently pushed it open and stepped inside. Janica was curled up in her blanket, only a mess of tangled hair showing. Belle stepped closer and spoke softly. Lady Janica. From inside the blanket, a pair of drowsy, half-asleep eyes slowly peeked out. Then she startled and bolted upright. "Ah, Belle? Is it you? I thought you were Ed. So you scare me to death." "Oh, I'm so sorry. It's not your fault at all." Belle, the head maid, tilted her head to inspect her young mistress's face, her gaze calm yet sharp. "Are you sick? You look like you have a fever." Janica hurriedly waved her hands. No, I'm fine. It's just that I feel a little warm, but it's not from a fever. It's because of something else." Belle nodded slowly. "Feeling warm, but not sick. You shouldn't jump to conclusions so quickly, Lady Janica." "No, I know my own body best. I'm the one who knows it best, right?" Belle looked at her with a puzzled gaze. Inside, she quietly began cross-referencing all the information she had on hand, analyzing every behavioral pattern and compiling data on both students since last night. A few seconds passed, and she softly spoke up. "Lady Janica, it seems Master Ed has been out chopping wood since early morning. His health hasn't fully recovered yet, so jumping straight into physical work right now could bring about negative effects." "Is that so? That's why. As his caretaker, I'd like to stop him. Could you go out and talk to him?" Janica immediately turned her face back toward the wall. "No, absolutely not." Belle stood up, stepped softly over to the door, and locked it with a neat latch. Then she turned back, her eyes sparkling with a flash of curiosity that rarely ever appeared on her face. "Did you sleep with him last night?" Janica sprang up like a coiled spring, her face instantly turning bright red. "What on earth are you talking about?" Outside, the sound of Janica's scream made Ed's axe come to a sudden halt. Janica threw off the blanket, her hands flailing wildly in denial. "We haven't gone that far yet." Belle tilted her head, her curiosity noticeably growing. "That far? Gone that far? Then just how far have you two progressed?" Janica stood slack-jawed, swallowing hard with difficulty. Her eyes darted away, then back to Belle, and then away again, not a single answer coming out. At the same time, in the holy capital, inside a grand hall where light poured through towering windows, an emergency royal meeting had been convened. The king sat at the head of the table, his eyes softly sweeping across the room before he spoke up in a low, deliberate tone. "There are quite a few empty seats. That alone surely shows how many talents the Rott-Taylor family used to possess." He paused for a beat to let the silence in the room speak for itself before continuing. "As you all know, the reason we are gathered here today is to discuss the tragedy that took place on the Rott-Taylor domain, as well as to decide on upcoming plans regarding this matter. Those who contributed deserve proper rewards, and those guilty must be brought to rightful justice. But as we all know, things aren't nearly that simple." His eyes subtly flicked over, lingering just long enough for the target to know they were being watched, especially when it came to the Rott-Taylor family. "There are still people whose degree of involvement is very difficult for us to judge. And I know that each and every one of you here has your own perspective." He went through each stance one by one. First Princess Selaha believes that all remaining talents within the Rott-Taylor family must be eliminated without exception. Second Princess Persika believes that the Rott-Taylor family should be stripped of their noble title, and Ed Rott-Taylor must be detained until the investigation is completely closed. Third Princess Phonia takes the opposite side, proposing to allow the family's officials to return while postponing all judgments regarding Tanya and Ed Rott-Taylor. The king turned his gaze toward his third daughter, a flash of surprise creeping into the corner of his eyes. "It is quite unexpected that you would step up to defend them." He let out a soft sigh, but it seemed the scales of decision had already tipped heavily to one side. "Father!" Phonia voiced her objection immediately. He didn't let her say another word, his voice cold and firm. The son of Crapin Rott-Taylor, the very mastermind behind this incident, E.D. Rott-Taylor. Before he could finish his sentence, His eyes suddenly widened in sheer horror. Before anyone could react, from behind everyone present in the grand hall, countless swords draped in magic appeared all at once, hovering in mid-air with their tips pointed at every single person, precise down to the exact millimeter. The mana pressure radiated like waves, so heavy that the air in the room felt thick enough to choke on, making even the most seasoned nobles break into a cold sweat. In the blink of an eye, the entire hall was completely covered. The sheer power gathered here was enough to level the entire royal palace if someone gave the order. Lucy stepped in from the center of the hall, her footsteps slow and steady like someone taking a casual stroll. Around her, dozens of swords rotated softly alongside her steps like satellites around a planet, their magic surging relentlessly. And when she stopped at the center of the room, the look she cast at the king was no different from the look one would give an ordinary person sitting in front of them. Nothing more, nothing less, without a single readable emotion inside it. Now speak. I am listening. The Kloll royal family held a meeting to decide the fate of the Rot-Taylor family. However, they reached the conclusion that testimony from the actual family members was required to fully understand the entire situation. Tanya Rot-Taylor will cooperate with the investigation on behalf of E.D. Rot-Taylor. As for Lucy Merrill, who was previously present as Ed's witness, she should be brought back to Arkan Island immediately. Even though Lady Lucy caused quite a commotion at the Royal Council, thanks to her contributions during the previous incident, her actions are temporarily being overlooked. Even so, she continues to tear up the royal palace, going from tormenting the royal chefs to waltzing into my private quarters and sleeping for hours on end without permission. On top of that, she brazenly wanders in and out of the palace's restricted areas. Her acts of disrupting royal order and security are so numerous that it's impossible to list them all on paper. Since she stubbornly refuses to obey the order to return to the academy, I hope that you, E.D. Rot-Taylor, can personally write her a letter telling her to come back. To my beloved E.D. Rot-Taylor, first princess of the Kloll Empire, Selahanya Kloll. Ed slowly read through the letter, confusion brewing in his mind. To my beloved E.D. Rot-Taylor? What on earth is that brat doing at the royal palace anyway? Belle stepped out from Janika's cabin and spoke up. Are you planning on writing a reply? I have to. But why are you clapping? Belle pressed her hands to her chest with a contented smile and replied, I'm just so moved. Even relationships that seem to be stuck in place can change over time. After all, she pictured that day scene again based on what Janika had told her. I've been a maid for a long time, and there have been plenty of moments that made me proud of my job. But this time, it feels like a brand new page has just been turned in my book of life experiences. By the way, are you planning to start working right away? Aren't you going to rest a bit more? I'm Phoenix. I'm planning to build a second floor to use as a workshop and library. You don't need to help with the minor chores. I'm recovered enough to handle the simple stuff myself. Belle continued to clap. It's great to hear that. I have some business to attend to around your campsite anyway. So, just ignore me. Ed paused slightly, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. What's going on? Realizing she had said too much, Belle quickly dodged the subject. I was planning to clean up the mansion today because its owner is returning to school tomorrow. The next day, Lordle appeared wearing her familiar uniform along with a smile. Long time no see, Senior. I heard from Belle that you're planning to expand the campsite. Yeah, I want to make it a bit more decent. I'm planning to add a second floor. Are you planning a private workspace up there? Ed turned to look at her. Yeah, you've got sharp eyes. Lordle came up and rested her head on his shoulder. Then while you're building it, could you go ahead and design my room up there too? A look of fluster washed over Ed's eyes. He didn't know how he was supposed to answer. Then he opened the bag beside him and pulled out a pouch of money. I plan on building it myself, so I'll probably need some extra hands and materials, so I hope you can help me out. Of course, I won't make you work for free. I still have some leftover prize money from taking first place this year. I plan to use it to expand the campsite. Hearing that, Lordle's expression turned a bit somber. I didn't think you were the type to spend money so easily. I thought you tried to save as much as humanly possible. Ed held out the money pouch and replied, I always feel like I'm indebted to you, so I should at least do whatever is within my power. But I don't think I'm going to accept that money. What? Lordle slowly explained. To be precise, I want to leave it as a debt between the two of us. If I keep helping you, that feeling of debt in your heart will only grow bigger, right? To me, that's worth way more. And by human nature, people always invest in things that hold greater value. Hearing that, Ed suddenly asked a question that caught her off guard. Did something happen back in Oldek? Lordle remained silent for a moment before softly laying it all out. Embezzlement, leaked information, damaged goods, and even double agents. When you went back there, the Merchant Guild Alliance was in total chaos, so you must have been swamped dealing with that mess. You were probably super busy, huh? Well, it's business as usual. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. Nothing's changed in Oldek at all. If I had to say something changed, maybe it's me. Maybe it's because I've been attending the academy for a while, or maybe it's because I met a certain someone. Ed listened in silence to everything. He seemed to catch her drift, but he didn't respond. Feeling the conversation getting heavy, Lordle quickly shifted topics. Anyway, once you start renovating the cabin, you won't have anywhere to sleep, you know. You're right. I'll have to figure that part out too. Lordle smiled playfully, pointing toward her mansion. Why take the long way around and tire yourself out? Isn't my mansion right here? Ed's calm reaction disappointed her a little. Does even this not fluster you one bit? Why have I been doing this whole routine this whole time? Lordle teased with a smile. I just wanted to see that flustered look on your face. So what if I actually say yes? I know full well there's no way you'd ever agree to that. What if I really do agree? Like that would ever happen. After speaking, she paused, looking at Ed's dead serious face in utter confusion. Huh? Are you being serious? For the entire duration of the construction. And so, he actually ended up borrowing a place to sleep inside Lordle's house that night. You go ahead and sleep on the bed. I'll just sleep on the floor. He quietly muttered to himself. It started to get pretty chilly, isn't it? Hearing that, Lordle let out a teasing smile. Then she pulled down the blanket covering her body to reveal her alluring figure and called out seductively, "Do you want to get under the blanket with me?" But the outcome was already set in stone. Ed firmly turned her down and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, as she stepped out of the house, a familiar voice called out, "Oh, Lordle, you're here." Janica appeared, sitting next to Ed, the shawl over her head trying to hide her flushed face. Senior Janica. Janica's eyes slowly drifted over to the person beside her, while Ed also lowered his face in embarrassment after what happened the day before. The two sat next to each other, but the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense and awkward, both trying their best to avoid eye contact. Sitting beside them, Lordle froze in sheer disbelief at their reaction. What? Her face went pale as she thought to herself. What's with this atmosphere? Next section, history and main plot returning to the main storyline. History rewinds back to distant years in the past. The mythical dragon sealed away by Leden Clor, the very first sword saint, has not seen the light of day ever since. Holy Spear Dragon Welbrock, a monster dubbed the Divine Dragon, who repeatedly tried to burn the world to ashes during the era of the gods. After being defeated by the heroes, it became a legend left behind only in history books. The generation of people who remembered it had also vanished with time. However, I saw it with my own eyes. Even Lucy could barely hold off its attacks. Abel Forceus, the guardian of the royal capital, was equally helpless in finding a way to defeat it. Whether judging from what I witnessed firsthand or relying on the game's storyline, frankly speaking, there is no way I can win against it. The only person who can slash through Welbrock's scales and pierce its heart is Taelim Clor. It's the swordsmanship created by Leden Clor, the man who sealed the sacred spear dragon many years ago. Only Taeli, the successor to that sword style, can save the world from the brink of destruction. Thinking about it carefully, this isn't just unfair, it's weirdly absurd. It's almost as if the entire world teamed up to force Taeli to become a hero. Ed toned his shirt, thinking to himself, well, whatever, since Taeli was able to defeat the golem summoned by Professor Glass, it shouldn't be a problem. But then his button started to burst. The real issue started here. The boss monster of Act 3, Lucy, had completely vanished from the script, and the Act 4 boss, Crapin Rot Taylor, died at my hands. Ed helplessly took off his shirt and sighed. Well, it's not like I could just sit back and watch either. In the original storyline, the sacred spear dragon would descend one semester before the main character's generation graduated. Counting from now, I still have about 2 years left. But in a world filled with countless unpredictable variables like this current one, I realized making such assumptions was completely meaningless. So far, all the boss battles occurred a full month earlier than expected, and the recent chapter was even half a year ahead of time. As more time passes, the pace of events becomes much faster than in the game. Scene changes to the Mexid Bridge Cafe. In short, I have no choice but to prepare as soon as possible. Ed and Eiley sat across from each other at a table, their expressions extremely serious. She softly asked in worry, "So, what are we doing here anyway? I didn't expect you to ask me to meet you here." Ed bowed his head slightly and replied, "I know you and Taylor don't really like me that much, so I'll just get straight to the point." He looked directly into Eiley's eyes and said coldly, "I'm planning to kidnap you." Ed's voice echoed out from inside the cafe. In short, to help Tor break through his limits, I have no choice but to throw him into a grueling training environment. And for that purpose, you're planning to kidnap me? Senior, I need him to be swallowed up by the flames of rage, and from there, summon every ounce of his strength to stand up against me. Kidnapping might sound cliché, but it's the absolute best tool to provoke someone's psyche. Ayla wondered softly. This was actually true. T always showed his strongest potential whenever he was pushed into a corner. Still, do we really need to go to such extremes? After all, why do you care so much about Taylor's growth progress, Senior? Ed stammered out casually. Well, if I really have to explain, maybe it's because I see a shadow of my past self in him. Yeah, my past wasn't exactly smooth sailing either. That's why I can't bring myself to stand by and watch him suffer without doing anything. So that's why you stepped in to help, only to turn around and ruthlessly push him into a tough spot? To the point where you don't even care if your own reputation gets completely tarnished. So that's why you stepped in to help, only to turn around and ruthlessly push him into a tough spot? To the point where you don't even care if your own reputation gets completely tarnished. Even I found this excuse extremely forced. But how could secrets about the Sacred Spear Dragon or the Sword Saint's grand ceremony just be revealed so recklessly? In the end, he sighed and gave a short answer. It's just that simple. Either way, I'm still known as a senior, right? Hearing that, Eiley lowered her head. I am sorry. I should have known I couldn't trick you. Maybe I had too narrow of a view of you in the past. Senior, I sincerely apologize for misunderstanding your intentions. Looking back now, I didn't put my complete trust in you back then. Yet in the end, the timeline unfolded exactly as you predicted, and Taylor made it just in time to rescue me. Besides, I also know that you were the one who guided him through the underground sewer system. This time, I'm willing to place my trust in you and cooperate with you. Stunned, he asked back in confusion. What do you mean? When it comes to getting kidnapped, I'm pretty confident I have quite a bit of experience. Though admitting that isn't exactly flattering. Will that really be all right? Just then, a stranger suddenly walked up and spoke. Hello, everyone. She walked over in front of Ed and spoke slowly. I'm a close secretary under the acting head of the Elk Merchant Guild, Lady Lordle's representative. My name is Lean Clemson. You must be Ed Rott Taylor, right? That's right. Is there a problem? She pulled a letter out from her bag, her face showing clear fear and panic. I'm very sorry for dropping by like this so abruptly. My purpose in coming here is to deliver a proposal for cooperation from the Elk Merchant Guild. The scene flashes back to 3 days ago. Why has the atmosphere around here gotten so weird? Why are you and Senior Janica acting as awkward as a newlywed couple after their wedding night? The two of you are acting so timid, wrapped up in this shady, bashful energy. And why are you avoiding my eyes when I ask you about this? Manager Bell stammered awkwardly, finally deciding to spill everything. Lady Janica and the young master actually shared a kiss. Hearing this, Lordle stayed calm, as if it was no big deal. One would expect her to react intensely, but surprisingly, she just fell in a deep thought. Ah, wait. Looking at that expression, she was clearly so shocked she froze on the spot. Are you really that surprised? Not at all. Truth be told, I was actually the one who took the initiative to kiss him first. Belle was openly shocked. What? The two of you have already progressed to kissing. Lordle pretended to be shy and teased. Oh dear, I let it slip. Please keep this a secret. Come to think of it, maybe laying all the cards on the table from the start would have been a better move. I was the one who claimed Senior's first kiss. Going around handing out this chapter for everyone to know to nail down the truth doesn't seem like a bad idea, after all. It's best not to. Doing that would be taking it a bit too far, wouldn't it? I still have my own self-respect, after all. Next time you stop by, remember to bring a few bottles of wine stored in my private room over at the Awfulest Hall dormitory. I had a wine cellar built under the villa, and now is a good time to get it running. Right now, I still can't clean up the space down in the cellar because I haven't been handed the keys yet. However, the construction side reported that it's almost finished, so handoff day won't be far away. I'm counting on you. Understood, my lady. Ah, right. I just received an updated price sheet for food supplies sent from the Elk Merchant Guild for Awfulest Hall. The prices went up considerably this time. Is that really true? When I reviewed the catalog this morning, I was extremely shocked as well. While we discuss finding a solution, can the guild maintain our supply quota as before? For Awfulest Hall's operational standards, letting meal quality drop is strictly forbidden. While I was away, Dune was authorized to oversee these items. Let me reach out and check on it. I sincerely apologize for troubling you with business matters while you are resting, my lady. It's no trouble at all. Once you're in the business trade, how can you strictly separate work time from break time? My recent vacation went pretty much the same way. If I didn't regularly purge the traitors who plot rebellion around me, who knows if one day I'd end up with a fatal spear jabbed in my back. The number of people trying to kick me out of this position grows in direct proportion to that. Those tricks of altering the books or embezzling public funds are, in the end, just child's play. However, those old foxes at the Merchant Guild headquarters are plotting to frame me as a corrupt remnant left behind by Elke Helland, a parasite leeching off the privileges of the old era. Looks like your recent trip back home wasn't very peaceful, was it, my lady? Well, of course, I'm never going to just throw in the towel easily. If I lose both my wealth and my status, I ask myself what I would even have left. At that point, both my true self and the world around me would just be a meaningless void. My lady, you really don't need to be that pessimistic. Oh, thank you very much for that polite comfort. But that's not it. After all, beside you, my lady, there's always the young master accompanying you, isn't there? Hearing that, Lordle froze for a brief moment. Manager Bell, it seems like it's time for your shift to end. Your working hours have clearly passed the scheduled time long ago. Yes, ma'am. Then I'll take my leave now. It truly was a lonely life behind defensive barriers, always having to draw lines and watchfully observe the world outside. No matter who the other person was, for a soul that always had to strain its brain to guard against every surrounding change like that, there would surely be moments when she longed to shed all worries, even if only for a brief blink of an eye. But fate wouldn't allow that girl to have such simple, peaceful moments. Instead of having to keep her eyes glued to every word to nitpick disadvantageous clauses in contracts, or constantly weighing and calculating how much profit this deal would bring, she wished to have more time to guess where that boy's heart was heading. What worries was he holding? What did he have for lunch today? Or what was his schedule for tomorrow? Even if all those fantasies were fragile, like soap bubbles that easily dissolve in a cool water, if every single moment that brought her closer or pushed her farther from that boy was an invaluable treasure to her, then I personally have no right to decide or judge their value. So, the duty of a maid like me is, in the end, just to take care of housework and look after daily living. I wish you a good night's sleep, my lady. Scene shifts to the Sylvania branch office. Elk Merchant Guild. Was this scented candle just changed? The faint fragrance is really pleasant. I appreciate this. Bien, I'm honoré. Phew, let's get down to business. I'm determined to approve and settle all the backlog documents from the Oldeck business trip within today. Dune, bring the food price sheet over to me. The latest update will be submitted for review and signature today. I will go fetch that file for your review immediately, my lady. But then she suddenly stopped. Memories of yesterday resurfaced in her mind. I just received an updated price sheet for food supplies sent from the Elk Merchant Guild for Awfulest Hall. The prices went up considerably this time. When I reviewed the catalog this morning, I was extremely shocked as well. Hey, wait a minute, Dune. Yes, I'm listening, acting guild master. Her eyes flared with clear anger. Bring the latest prize catalog over to me right now. The stack of documents in Dune's hands suddenly dropped to the floor, papers scattering in a mess. He smiled arrogantly and replied, I must decline this request. Lordle immediately stood up, casting magic straight toward him. You traitorous bastard. But then her magic quickly vanished. She couldn't gather even a bit of mana at all. What the hell is going on? Her eyes darted around, and she quickly realized the problem. This swallowtail butterfly scented candle costs at least 15 gold coins per stick. Rebellious behavior right now doesn't seem like a wise move, does it, Lean? From behind, the secretary was slowly taking out a rope from her bag. Well, we'll see who wins this gamble in the end. A while later, Lordle was tied tightly to a chair. Dune looked at her and taunted. It seems staying too long in this romantic, dreamy land of Sylvania has dulled some of the ruthlessness and sharp edges you used to have. You put your faith in me way too blindly. Hearing that, Lordle only let out a soft smile. Ha ha ha, trust? You think I ever trusted you? I've never put my faith in anyone. What makes you think you were a special exception? I used to turn a blind eye when I found out you were pinching pocket change from the accounting books to satisfy your taste for booze and luxury goods. But did that leniency make you delusionally think you were skilled enough to pull one over on me? Dune, go search everywhere. The commotion outside the building right now is probably your subordinates trying hard to find evidence of my embezzlement. But unfortunately for you, those things aren't hidden in a place like this. Oh, I did order my people to search the guild as thoroughly as possible. However, even I didn't expect them to find those petty pieces of evidence. Because in reality, that no longer holds any value now. This is clearly an overthrow scheme that was methodically set up way in advance. So what? You think just Lean and a few minor personnel left in this guild are enough to bring me down? What a recklessly groundless move. This is absolutely not something a person like you alone, Dune, would have the guts and caliber to direct yourself. There must be some big shot force behind the scenes pulling the strings for this play. Trying to pry it out of me is just a waste of effort. I won't open my mouth to reveal a single clue, because our core purpose in keeping you under house arrest here is precisely for that reason. Our side doesn't want to cause any more losses or damage to the guild either. So it's best if you sit still and quietly hand over power. How ridiculous. Driven into a corner like this, and you're still putting on aristocratic airs? In the end, you're just a despicable traitor, nothing more. Hearing those insults come straight out of the acting guild master's mouth was actually quite an interesting experience. Dune stepped forward and slapped Lordle hard across the face. Then he grabbed her hair and laughed arrogantly. As expected of a leader, you kept an astonishing composure until the very end without showing a hint of flinching. Isn't that the exact expression you were hoping to see? That's why I have to keep my head cooler than ever. The nature of us merchants is inherently scheming and treacherous. We will never act according to the path laid out by our opponents. That's why I have to keep my head cooler than ever. The nature of us merchants is inherently scheming and treacherous. We will never act according to the path laid out by our opponents. The girl known as the Daughter of Gold would never let emotions override reason, even in the direst circumstances. A mind that always makes the most optimal, clear-headed decisions in any adversity. That portrait is the true, famous Lordle Kehelen. Dune pulled out a piece of paper and said confidently. In addition, Lady Lordle just claimed that she never puts her trust in anyone, right? Was that really true? What would happen if a very special person to you also decided to join our ranks? Care to guess how that situation would play out? Lordle looked at the thing in his hand and said, "A contract." No, to be precise, this should be called a negotiation agreement. Sounds like it carries quite a lot of weight. You guys must have spent a lot of effort and thought to forge the signature on this thing. Huh? Yet this is just a ridiculous draft agreement full of absurd, tyrannical clauses. Are you really naive enough to think that person would sign their name to this pile of trash? But Dune's answer left Lordle stunned. Unluckily for you, that exact person just finished signing it, and right now he's still inside this merchant guild building. What? A moment later, the door to the room slowly opened, and a familiar figure stepped into the room. Ed appeared in front of Lordle. He was wearing a cloak, as if preparing to do something. He looked back at her and answered that it was exactly like that. The scene flashes back to a certain pouring rainy day when Lordle recalled. It was probably a memory from over a year ago. Inside the prisoner transport carriage, Elt was muttering desperate words. Don't people say that power gained through betrayal will ultimately collapse because of betrayal? I was so careful, yet in the end, I was no different from them. You look so lonely, don't you? Yes, remember this well. When you finally get dragged down to the bottom, in the end, no one will reach out a hand to save you. But then the air suddenly sank into silence. What's wrong, Lordle? Why don't you smile like your usual self? Right, now it seems you know. He stood up abruptly, walked over, and looked straight in her eyes. Take a good look at me, at the end of Gold King Elk. His eyes were filled with hatred and rage. This scene right here is your future. Lordle listened in silence, watching everything closely. Why were those words she heard back then like a curse echoing in her ears once again? Ed slowly stepped into the room, his face calm as he looked at her. That's how things turned out. 1. Regarding the report, whistleblowing internal corruption of acting Guild Master Lordle Cahelland of the Elk Merchant Guild, Edrot Taylor will cooperate and share all information requested by the whistleblower Dungrex. 2. Dungrex, current authorized representative of the Elk Merchant Guild, guarantees full support for tuition, living costs, and related expenses until Edrot Taylor graduates from Sylvania Academy. 3. Additionally, he will help Edrot Taylor meet early graduation conditions while actively supporting necessary funds and preparations. 4. Dungrex, current authorized representative of the Elk Merchant Guild, will actively support necessary regulations and physical facilities for Edrot Taylor post-graduation. 5. Edrot Taylor will officially become an employee of the Elk Merchant Guild and maintain that position for at least 5 years after graduating. In short, Dunn will support Edrot Taylor's early graduation, and in return, Edrot Taylor will join the Merchant Guild to cooperate in exposing Lordle Cahelland's corruption. Hearing those words, she just let out a subtle, scheming smile. If that's how it is, I guess I'll just have to accept it. Quite impressive. Interim Acting Guild Master. As you know, Lordle isn't someone who can be easily dealt with just by tying both her hands. Just because you took over the Sylvania branch, are you claiming that you've completely defeated the real force overseeing the entire Elk Merchant Guild? Of course not. Acting Master Lordle, the adopted daughter of the former master, is just a remnant of the old era. That's what headquarters thinks. Of course, because that acting master suppressed all of them during the past vacation. However, for that very reason, the acting master had to stay away from the Sylvania branch for a long time. Thanks to that, I was able to act freely as I pleased, and I found a way to completely subdue that acting master. Now, as long as we make it so that acting master can't do anything for 3 days, it'll all be over. Victory will be mine. Even so, I didn't expect Mr. Ed to agree to join our side so quickly. You two look pretty close, so I thought it would take quite some time to convince you. Ed answered decisively without hesitation. As long as the conditions are good enough, I'm ready to stand with anyone. Betraying Lordle isn't hard at all, but you also need to guarantee what you promised. How do you plan to subdue Lordle? And how can a merchant guild member guarantee early graduation at the academy for me? Hearing that, Dune smiled. A guarantee, huh? Do you want to guess what it is? He stepped up and opened the door to his room. During my time working at the Elk Merchant Guild, how long do you think I've been waiting for this chance to rise up? When Gold King Elk was dethroned, when we fell into chaos over the transport crisis, and when Sylvania faced crisis after crisis, I quietly laid low and patiently waited for my moment. Throughout long years, Ed glanced at the room for a moment, then privately remarked, "You laid low despite all those variables happening. And now you say this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance? Telling me to just trust these things means you're underestimating me. If you can guarantee early graduation at the academy, there must be some figure inside Sylvania Academy pulling strings in this." Ed's face instantly turned serious. That's right. Lordle did lead the Elk Merchant Guild's transport monopoly network. So inside the academy, there's definitely no shortage of people who find her an eyesore. Among high-ranking figures with the authority to approve early graduation for students, Principal Abel and the headmaster aren't the type to make backroom deals or shady trades for things like this. If anyone stepped up to negotiate, it could only be Vice Principal Rachel. If proposed to end Lordle's monopoly and give her power, she'd happily cooperate right away. That sharp logic left Dune with nothing to do but chuckle. Yes, I admit it. Your insight is truly impressive, Ed, to be able to see through so many things just from one contract. I'm lucky I didn't make an enemy out of you. Still, if you've realized that much, you must have already pictured acting master Lordle's current situation. Honestly speaking, that acting master doesn't have a single chance to turn the tables. The next guild master seat of the Elk Merchant Guild is expected to go to one of the elders among the 6 great merchants. A conversation with her from the Awfulest Hall occupation incident suddenly surfaced in his mind. Either way, I don't have any choice left but to trust him, because Slog, the guy targeting the next master seat, is supporting me for his own goals. Slug. He must have thought he'd be Elt's successor, but instead Lordle took control of the guild. So he must have been deeply bitter. So he's the one guaranteeing things for you? Yeah. Well, him too. Him too. You know it too. The Elk Merchant Guild is the greatest commercial organization on this continent. Who becomes the guild master is an extremely sensitive issue, even for the royal family. Ed's hand traced along the branches from his name and finally stopped at one name. Is that so? Dune stepped forward and smiled smugly. Is this name enough to serve as a guarantee for you? Persica Delpin Clol. That is the name of the second princess. Inside the royal palace, she was carefully reading reports sent over. This man named Dungrex. I quite like his capability and sharpness. Introducing me to old merchant boss Slog was great. But above all, it's this person. He even planned to recruit Ed Rot Taylor too. He's someone who holds Phonyish trust. Even First Princess Salaha has her eyes on him. The person that hero Lucy Mari clings to nonstop. And the person who returned after being reinstated right before a top family collapse. A survivor of the Rose Taylor family. This might just be the ultimate key pawn in this royal power struggle. She stepped outside and quietly sat down by the windswept railing. I'm looking forward to meeting you soon, Ed Roth Taylor. The scene cut back to the mansion 2 days before the start of the new semester. Can we really trust Ed Roth Taylor? Dune turned to her and replied nonchalantly, Lady Rihanna, you still don't sound like a merchant at all. Well, either way, it seems like he cares immensely about graduating. Even after snagging the top spot, he's still weirdly paranoid, like he's afraid he won't be able to graduate in peace. My goal is to graduate quickly and smoothly. For a guy like him, an early graduation is the sweetest deal on the table. On top of that, he threw in an unexpected condition that we agreed to, so now he has no choice but to work with us. An unexpected condition? He said he was planning to kidnap someone and asked us to set up a place to keep them hidden. He claimed it was to research holy magic, just like Professor Glass. After double-checking, it turns out he actually can use holy magic. So we handed him a basement storage room to use as a holding cell. I don't know the full details, but he doesn't exactly seem like a saint himself. In the end, this works in our favor anyway. Why is that? Because now we have dirt on him too. He's even staying at this guild building for a while, which makes keeping an eye on him even easier. The main reason we brought him over to our side in the first place was to win over Princess Persica and shake the guild master's resolve. An arrogant smirk spread across his face, confident that his plan was flawless. So whether he's trustworthy or not doesn't even matter anymore. Every single risk factor is gathered right here in this building. And all I have to do is keep watch for 2 more days. I've even doubled the number of guards. But just as he finished his sentence, a blood-curdling scream echoed from somewhere, snapping him out of his daydream. A terrifying explosion blew away the guards at the door, turning stone and rubble into child's play. What the hell? From inside the cloud of smoke, a figure slowly materialized. I already know everything, so stop wasting my time. Where is Isla Triss? His eyes widened with rage as he glared straight at a still-dazed Dune. I asked you where you're hiding her. Is it Taily Marlord? I know damn well Isla Triss is inside this merchant guild building. Dune's mind raced with chaotic thoughts. How did he? More importantly, how did he get here so fast? And then, a sudden realization hit Dune, snapping him fully alert. There was no way an attacker could have rallied all the mercenaries at the front gate that fast. As everything was reaching its boiling point, the door to Lordle's cell slowly creaked open. Her tired eyes fluttered open, only to see Ed standing there with an emotionless face. He spoke quietly, breaking the silence. Man, what a disappointment. I thought you'd at least be a little desperate and willing to surrender. Hearing that, Lordle merely offered a small, confident smile. I've been waiting for you to get here, bored almost to death. He took a look around and replied softly, yeah, I guess it must have been pretty boring. Looks like you haven't even eaten anything yet. All I've been doing this whole time is sitting here and thinking. And no matter how I look at it, I keep coming to the exact same conclusion. There's absolutely zero benefit for you to side with me. If you had just laid low and stayed out of this, that graduation you've been dreaming of would have come a lot faster. You must have seen that coming. So why on earth did you come here? Ed stepped closer and answered, that's true. Even if you escape this place, with Dune's plot to strip you of everything in the merchant group, you'll be left with nothing. You won't be the acting representative of the Elk Merchant Guild anymore, nor the runner-up of the magic department, and certainly not my business partner who supplies me with magical gear. Right now, you are nothing. Absolutely nothing. You're just Lordle. Her eyes widened upon hearing those sweet words. Unfortunately, right now, that's the only reason left for you. Ed sat down and cut her bindings. That's the one and only reason I came to rescue you. Lordle rubbed her wrists and smiled. I knew it the second you walked in here. After reading that contract, I got the whole picture. If you really intended to ally with Dune, you wouldn't have had any reason to show up in front of me in the first place. Did you seriously think you'd show up in front of a girl drowning in despair after being betrayed, spark a ray of hope, and tell her she hasn't been abandoned after all? Ha ha ha. Senior, you really have a sly side to you, don't you? First, we need to think of an escape route. Any minute now, Taily will. But before she could finish her sentence, she stood up and wrapped her arms tightly around Ed in sheer shock. Papers flew everywhere. The two of them crashed into a nearby table and tumbled onto the floor. Ed asked, bewildered, you said you already understood everything. Knowing something is going to happen beforehand doesn't make taking the blow hurt any less. One thing I know for sure is that this whole ordeal hasn't been pleasant at all. Senior, his hand slowly reached out, gently patting the little girl's head. It's all right. You ended up causing trouble for me again. Flashback to 3 hours earlier at the L'Oreal Mansion. Janica and Ed appeared outside Isla's room to prepare for the kidnapping plan. She asked him anxiously, Ed, are you sure about this? Is this really something we should be doing? Don't worry, Janica. I've calculated everything carefully. I've set up everything to resolve this smoothly without leaving a single trace of bad blood. Hey, what do you mean by that? I mean, if it's you, Ed, you must have a good reason for this, right? All right, let me get straight to it. Didn't I tell you before that you could ask me for anything? Janica closed her eyes tight, squeezing out every drop of courage to follow through. She burst open the window and jumped inside, her voice dripping with guilt. All right, let's do this. We're going to kidnap her. But when Janica looked up, she froze dead in her tracks at the scene before her. Inside the room, Isla had already packed up everything. Her calm composure left Janica completely bewildered. You're here. She beamed with a radiant smile upon seeing the two of them. I'm all packed and ready. Senior, we were actually planning to kidnap you, you know. Isla, I was genuinely surprised when you came looking for me that day. In a way, I felt like I was betraying Taily, so my emotions were a bit mixed. All right, if T needs me to become stronger, then there's really no other way. I'll just have to owe you one. I'm not worth much, but I'm placing myself in your hands. Senior Janica witnessed this and thought to herself, this is terrifying. How could she be so calm about this? Just a change of clothes should be enough, right? Should I bring a few personal toiletries? Is there a chance I'll be tied up with rope or something similar? If so, I should wear an outfit I don't mind getting ripped. Ed let out a faint, helpless sigh. We're not going on a picnic, so it's best to bring as little baggage as possible. Got it. So that's why she said she had experience being kidnapped. This way, kind of think of it, in the original script, she wasn't just kidnapped once or twice. But then Isla suddenly remembered something. Wait a second, I left without making my bed. If the dormitory monitor finds out, I'll lose points. I'll tidy it up real quick and be right back out. Janica looked at him in utter exhaustion and asked, Hey, can you really still call this a kidnapping? Who knows? Honestly, this might actually be an insult to professional kidnappers, the ones who have to shed blood, sweat, and tears just to pull off an abduction. He then left a letter at the scene to lure Taily to the meeting point. Time flew by, jumping to 1 hour ago at the Elk Merchant Guild's Sylvania branch. Down in the underground storage, Isla was tied up tight, looking every bit like a pitiful, genuine hostage. "You're bolder than I thought, Mr. Ed. I never imagined you'd get involved in something like this." She possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to high-level magic, especially superior holy magic. But obviously, this isn't something we can go around broadcasting. The Academy won't just sit on its hands either. After all, a student leading a normal campus life just got kidnapped. Right, which is why I want to make sure this news doesn't leak out. For an organization like the Elk Merchant Guild, stashing a girl in a storage room shouldn't be a problem at all, right? There's only one day left now. So, how do you plan on capturing Lordle? We're going to use a classic method. In this line of work, there's only one way to bring down someone in power. Dune turned to face him, a smug smile tugging at his lips. And that's by framing them to take the fall for every single crime. By the time Sylvania's next semester kicks off, control of the Elk Merchant Guild will already be in our hands. We're taking this step by step, so for now, just stay put right here as we agree. Ed narrowed his eyes, realizing Dune was still keeping the details of the plan under wraps. Well, he probably has his own reasons. And then, everything fast-forwarded straight back to the present. Taily Marl barged in, blowing the Elk Merchant Guild sky high. "I know everything, so I'm going to cut straight to the chase. Where are you hiding Isla Triss?" Dune feigned innocence and replied, "What the hell are you talking about? Are you implying we kidnapped Isla Triss? Don't play dumb with me. I received a letter written by Isla's own hand. I was a fool to lower my guard, just because your reputation's been improving lately. You guys teamed up with that guy, didn't you?" He clutched the letter in his hand, trembling with fury. "I know damn well the mastermind behind this is Ed Roth-Taylor. He's behind all of this. What the hell is this kid babbling about?" Taily slammed his foot into the ground, triggering a magical explosion that sent the surrounding mercenaries flying. "Bring Ed Roth-Taylor out to me." The assistant sprinted inside, screaming at the top of her lungs. "Retreat into the guild building, fast. If we stay out here, we're going to get caught in the crossfire." Dune gritted his teeth, desperately trying to scramble for a fix. Everything's going to be settled by tomorrow anyway. If things are going to end up like this, it's better if you go find Isla right this second. Head down to the basement, give up on Isla Triss, and just hand her over. But upon hearing that, the subordinate's face turned completely pale. In the middle of all the chaos that kid is causing, our men already went down to look for her. But there was nobody in the basement. The only thing left was a note Isla wrote before leaving that said, "Thanks for the meal." Chaos hit from all sides at once, sending Dune into a total tailspin. Damn it, what in the hell is going on here? Before he even had a chance to process what to do next, a massive shockwave ripped through the air. An explosion rocked the rooftop, sending up a thick plume of smoke and dust that shrouded everything, just like Dune's cluttered mind. At that moment, he looked out the window and muttered, "What? What just blew up?" A sickening sense of dread welled up in his chest as the grim reality sank in. "All of you, find Ed Roth-Taylor right now." At the same time, up on the second floor, Ed and Lordle were making a swift escape. She looked around and sighed softly. The construction cost for this building alone had gobbled up the entire quarterly budget of the main guild. Is now really the time to be stressing about money? We need to get out of here ASAP. I don't know what plot Dune is cooking up, but it looks like he can't pull it off without keeping you locked up. Though I gotta say, this rescue mission is looking pretty grand. Isn't that Taily Marl over there? Yeah, he's the top candidate for the Sword Saint title. Next. Either way, I get that the plan was to use Taily as bait to create a distraction, but at this rate, they won't hold out for long. The Merchant Guild has mercenaries, sure, but it's not an actual official military force. Exactly. That's why I brought a few people along to back up the Elk Merchant Guild. She turned to look at him. What? What do you mean? The moment Lordle finished her sentence, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. We finished clearing out the upper floor too, and the escape ropes are all set up. Glad to see you're safe and sound. Lordle, is that you? Zid, I didn't expect you to pull off something this massive. Senior, Ed, you made it? Taily's heading this way. The original plan was this. Use Taily to stir up trouble at the guild and rescue Lordle. But Ed, if we just stopped there, it'd be a total waste. So you need to test the limits of Taily's potential before it's too late. Before this, It wasn't easy to create the right environment or find a legit excuse. But now we got a fantastic meat shield. Let the Elk Merchant Guild tear everything apart, throw all the blame on the traders, and call it a day. The door to the room burst open as Taily stormed in. Allah, that's why I'm going to make the most of this to set up the perfect stage. Good to see a familiar face. Why are you here? Standing before him now was a familiar figure, potion bottle in hand. It was none other than Elvira. Sorry about this, but I need you to go all out this time. A confident smirk curled on the corner of Elvira's lips. I can't just let you breeze right past me. Flashback to 3 days before the semester started. Ed had meticulously laid out a plan. What's the reason you called us all here? Ed slowly explained. Lordle was just betrayed by her subordinates. Because of that, she's on the verge of losing her top spot in the merchant group. You mean Lordle Cahelland? People in the merchant group tend to bow to whoever holds real power. Dune managed to convince the second princess, Persica, to back him up, and he's even bribed both the merchant group's successor and vice principal Rachel. Given Dune's knack for manipulation, it's safe to say the Sylvania branch of the Elk Merchant Group is pretty much wrapped around his finger. This mess involves both the Academy and royal family members? Sounds like bad news. Precisely. This situation is going to be a lot more complicated than I imagined. Elvira chuckled softly and replied, Ha ha ha. Complicated doesn't cover it. It's insanely dangerous. You're asking us to storm the Elk Merchant Group empty-handed just to snatch Lordle out of there. When I said complicated, it's because I'm placing full trust in your skills, and I have zero intention of asking you to do this for free. Well, as you know, my current title is someone belonging to the Elk Merchant Group, so I'll be hiring you guys as freelance mercenaries. I promise to pay you a very handsome reward. Well, the pay sounds great, but are we just giving up on continuing our studies at the Academy? That's right. Plus, this involves the royal family. So, just taking Lordle away probably won't fix the root problem. Our goal isn't to clash with the royal family. The one handling the royal situation will be Princess Phony. I received intel that she'll be arriving here the night before opening day. So our job is simply to rescue Lordle and hold out for just one night. That's the end goal of this plan. Ed lowered his head slightly and continued. I'll still go even if I have to act completely alone. But right now, I can barely cast any magic and I haven't fully recovered my health, so I really need everyone's help. But then Janika's voice suddenly cut in. Regardless of what you guys decide, I've never really liked Lordle that much to begin with. Honestly, I don't want Ed putting himself in such massive danger just to save Lordle. Zed, sitting nearby, felt the tension in the room growing thicker, but I get one thing. Once you've made up your mind, even if I try my hardest to stop you, you'll still go through with it no matter what. She let out a long sigh. I can't just stand by and watch without doing anything. The only thing I can take on is helping to take a bit of the danger off Ed's shoulders. So how do you want us to move? Ed got straight to the point and began detailing the strategy. I'm not sure what Dune's exact scheme is yet. His ultimatum is that by the time the new semester starts, Lordle's career will be over. He wants to keep her under house arrest until then, which is why tonight, we make our move to rescue Lordle. Elvira left the room in the middle of the night to start the plan. I've got to stop by the dorms to handle some personal business, so I'll go ahead. Nobody look for me until tomorrow morning. Gvias covered his face, moved to tears. I'm finally free. As long as we take Isla and leave clues for Taily, he won't hesitate to charge headfirst into the merchant group. But what's your plan when you intend to team up with Taily to defeat the entire merchant group force just to save Lordle? That idea sounds completely insane. You guys will be standing on the merchant group's side to block Taily's path. Really sorry, Taily, but I can't let you pass through here. I've already struck a deal to work with Ed Roth-Taylor. You agreed to help without even knowing what that guy's plotting? Elvira tossed her collection of magical tools onto the ground, getting everything ready. Are you talking about kidnapping Isla to serve the research of holy magic? Oh boy, even if his methods are a bit aggressive, it's not like we have any other choice. Sometimes scientific progress demands sacrifice. Don't you agree? Magital gear, mana orbs. We need to keep this chaos going until the second princess, Persica, sets foot here, but we also need to keep the scale of this whole incident under control. She tossed her weapon onto the ground and thought to herself, I feel a bit guilty but I have no choice but to provoke him to push him past his limits a little. That way, his rage will be directed straight at me instead of being vented on the guild's people. Besides, it gives me a chance to test out these new toys I built over the break. Magic Gear Gale Release Device. Instantly, a violent storm erupted, sweeping Taily inside. He roared in anger. Anvira, I really didn't expect those kinds of words to come out of your mouth. This is truly unbelievable. A flurry of consecutive slashes burst forth, tearing apart the raging storm wrapped around his body. You're clearly not that kind of person, Anvira. The moment he finished speaking, a potion vial shattered from the slash. The red leaf reagent coated Taily's sword, weighing it down heavily to the ground. You have no way of predicting every single variable because they happen completely at random. Look at how heavy your sword suddenly became. You know next to nothing about alchemy. You were blessed with incredible instincts and combat potential. However, this place happens to be my turf. A water orb of magic flew straight at Taily's face in point-blank range, looking like she wasn't holding back in the slightest. At the same time, at the Elk Merchant Guild's Sylvania branch, 2nd floor. Is that you, Zix? I left a rope on the 4th floor for the two of you to climb up to the rooftop area. Move quickly. Awesome, thanks. We'll leave this 2nd floor to you according to plan, then. Oh, by the way, Senior, when you pass by the area near the 3rd floor reception room, you two had better step very quietly. I happened to catch a glimpse of Senior Janica alone, and she didn't look to be in a good mood at all. She's sitting inside the waiting room having tea. The overwhelming aura radiating from her was so intense that I didn't even dare to walk in and greet her. It looks like she's not happy with the current situation at all. Sylvania Branch, Elk Merchant Guild, 3rd floor. Hearing that, Lordle grew even more amused and ran right up to the door. Sigh, I still wanted to at least catch a quick glimpse of what she looked like. Lordle kept walking with a smile. Causing all this chaos just to save me? Senior, you reaching out your hand to rescue me really made my heart flutter. Senior Janica must have witnessed it all, though. Let's focus on the main task. Lordle, do you have any idea what scheme Dune is planning to use to overthrow you? Sylvania Branch, Elk Merchant Guild, basement. During your time running the guild, did you ever get mixed up in any shady deals? The kind of thing that could turn into a flawless excuse to bring you down. To be completely honest, I've had my hands in way too many shady dealings just to keep this merchant guild afloat. Huh. This thing is still sitting here, so I don't even know which story to bring up as an example. Hearing that, Ed was utterly speechless, at a complete loss on how to handle it. Either way, Lordle, it's better if you leave this building quickly. We'll retreat through the rooftop. Can you climb up on your own? Lordle slowly tied her hair up and replied, Stamina was never really my strong suit, but I'll give it everything I've got. All right then, hold on tight to my arm. We're going to climb up the rope very slowly. Lordle squeezed Ed's arm with all her strength, but the situation quickly turned grim. Ugh, as expected, Lordle's grip strength is way too weak. I was pretty confident in myself since I have plenty of climbing experience from before, but the real obstacle here is the side effect pain in my left arm that still hasn't subsided. Just as Ed's arm gave out, someone's hand reached down and grabbed hold of him. Do you have some weird habit of going out to train in the middle of the night like this? Did you really show up? Senior Trajiana, the top student of the 4th year. I came with Zix. I didn't expect you kids to whip up such a massive, earth-shattering event. After successfully pulling him up, Lordle caught her breath and asked, why on earth did Senior show up here? The second I heard a junior was in danger, I rushed right over. Are you kidding me? Does that answer sound way too fake? Truth is, I owe Ed Roth Taylor a huge favor, so I'm here tonight to pay off that debt. On top of that, the Roth Taylor family and the Bloom River family have forged an alliance. So just consider this an investment so I can collect a few extra debts from him later. Thank you so much for coming out, even though it's way past midnight. Having said her piece, she jumped straight down. Time to act. We don't have much time left. It was great seeing you guys. Watching you juniors is always so entertaining. It definitely brightened up my mood. Naturally, the ultimate mission is still getting Lordle out of here safe. Let's move fast, but I also need to figure out a plan to cut off Taily. Above all, I can barely draw on any power right now because of the negative effects of a ring. So going head-to-head with Taily right now would be extremely disadvantageous. It'll only get dangerous if, through some unexpected twist of fate, he manages to reach my location. Elvira will handle holding him off on the first floor. On the second floor, Zix is already in position, ready to engage. Up on the third floor, Janica is holding down the fort. And finally, right on the fourth floor, is the top mage of class 54, Trajiana. I've placed the strongest cards I have in my hand right here at this location. Just try and break through this entire defensive wall. Ed and Lordle fled into the pitch-black woods. Her vision was swallowed entirely by darkness. Ed grabbed her hand and said, "There's no other choice. It feels like someone's tailing us from behind. I can walk this trail with my eyes closed, so keep your head down and stay right on my heels. Once we reach the campsite, Ms. Bell will be waiting for us. At this hour, do the head of the maids never sleep," Ed explained calmly. "She has the key to your tent back at the camp, so I messaged her beforehand to open up for us. You can just head inside the tent and rest." Then, Lordle suddenly wondered, was that personally proposed by the head maid herself? When it comes to Ms. Bell, His words cut off abruptly as a realization flashed in his mind. Ed stared at Lordle in silence for a moment, then spoke softly. "Turns out you even harbor doubts about Ms. Bell, huh? Circumstances force me to become such a paranoid person. I admit she's a good person, but that only holds true as long as I still hold the status of her master. Once better perks or a safer haven come along, even a bond built over more than a decade is easily turned away from. Once better perks or a safer haven come along, even a bond built over more than a decade is easily turned away from." Hearing that, Ed gently let go of her hand. "If that's the case, does that apply to me too? That's the whole reason why, the moment I got back from Oldek, there was a wish I desperately wanted to express to you, Senior. In that land, I realized something. The second I sat in the chair of the representative guild master, I truly understood that I was still lacking one essential thing. Whether it's seasoned politicians, generals, or any survivor holding supreme power, without exception, every single one of them holds one thing in their hands. A loyal guardian who will stay by their side until the very end, oblivious to self-interest or personal schemes. Someone who belongs entirely to them. Even Mr. Elt never had someone like that. Maybe that was the key point that helped me claim victory. But this time I suddenly realized that sooner or later, I'll end up just as lonely like that, because I don't have anyone who's truly, wholeheartedly devoted to me. So please, Senior, accept becoming my person. And in return, I will belong solely to you, Senior. I know full well that nobody gives away anything for free in this life. Consider this a mutually beneficial pact." Before she could even finish her sentence, Ed answered clearly and directly, "That proposal sounds downright ridiculous, Lordle." Her voice fell silent instantly, her face painted with clear sadness. "Since when have I not been your person? Did you really think that all this time I never belonged to you? Isn't this coat I'm wearing the clearest proof? Hey, wait a second. What's wrong with you? Why are you?" Tears began to stream down Lordle's cheeks. Ed stepped forward, intending to comfort her, but he had no idea what to say. Is a little thing like this really worth shedding tears over? Shut your mouth. This is the first time in my life I've ever cried in front of someone else. But then, a soft, happy smile broke across her face. The two of them stood quietly in the dark night. Illuminating the surroundings was a swarm of fireflies shimmering in the evening air. Back at the Elt Merchant Guild building, the piece of paper Isla left behind was found by the soldiers. "Thanks for the hospitality. Judging by the situation, it looks like Isla Triss succeeded in her escape. Even after tearing apart over 20 secret underground vaults, they still couldn't find a single trace of her, which meant she had already escaped up to the second floor. If that's the case, all forces immediately redirect to the upper floors. At all costs, capture Isla Triss and that Ed Roth-Taylor alive." Just as he finished speaking, a massive shockwave shook the basement violently. "What new chaos is this now? Our forces can't push up to the upper floors right now." Right in the middle of the first floor main hall, Taylor Marl was locked in fierce combat with a female mercenary hired personally by Ed Roth-Taylor. "What did you say? A mercenary brought in for hire? What the hell is this? What in the world is going on in this crazy place?" Down in the first floor main hall, the battle was still raging with intense tension as Taylor's sword sliced threw Anvira's magic gear one after another. She kicked another one under her foot, sending it flying right in front of his face before detonating. A massive burst of energy unleashed instantly, engulfing Taily in a wild torrent of power. Great! At this range, keeping your distance is useless. With just these petty tricks at this level, you don't stand a chance of stopping me. Taily leaped out of the smoke, lunging straight at Anvira like an arrow, but a trap was already waiting there. The red flame flower reacted. A fierce blaze erupted between the two of them, forming a wall blocking Taily's path. He used elemental severing to block it. We don't need to push things this far. Stop right there. Suddenly, the sword in his hand grazed Anvira's arm, injuring her. Panic instantly rushed across Taily's face. Anvira, I'm sorry, but I have no choice. I have to save Isla. We don't have to face off like this. Just get out of my way. She stayed quiet for a moment, then softly replied, To be completely honest with you, you're way too emotional and soft-hearted. Taily threw out two sparkling green gems. They quickly transformed into giant magical beasts, standing tall to block Anvira's path. Taily immediately leaped back to keep his distance. Damn it. Wait a minute. Did Taily just drop his sword? Swept up in the fight, I dropped my weapon without even noticing. I have to stop. Suddenly, a blade of light materialized out of nowhere, piercing straight through the beast's body. Something created by Laden, the very first sword saint. Legendary swordsmanship techniques passed down exclusively to descendants bearing the McClure bloodline. Among those techniques was a skill that concentrated all mana onto the blade to slice the target in two. The name of that sword style was Void Swordsmanship. Backed into a corner like this, Taily Marl unexpectedly broke through to a higher level of mastery. Ironically, the only issue was that he himself still couldn't control or fully understand. The sword energy from the strike on the beast flew straight toward Anvira. She was completely caught off guard, with no way to defend herself. She squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for the impact. But after waiting and waiting, nothing happened. When light filtered into her vision once more, a mysterious figure had appeared, using his own body to block the sword energy. Clavius spoke out calmly and slowly. Hey, Taily, what kind of game are you playing around here? Just trying to stick around campus out of sheer laziness. To go home ended up landing me in quite a bit of trouble already. All vacation long, I got dragged around by Anvira to get stuffed full of basic etiquette rules. And as if that wasn't enough, I was forced to attend that damn annoying social party too. I've suffered through all kinds of torturous ordeals. I've got some business over by the dorms, so I'm heading over there. Don't any of you dare look for me until tomorrow morning. It took so much work to get just one day to enjoy my own free time, peacefully immersing myself in the familiar dark. Business over by the dorms? What kind of crazy scheme is their side plotting this time? And so he helplessly stood up to go look for her. Sigh, at this rate, I'm seriously going to go insane. And everything jumped right back to the present moment. Clavius, wait a minute. This is actually enough. Looking at Anvira's bleeding hand, he spoke up. Keep quiet, Anvira. Taily stood frozen in shock, staring at him. Clavius, this is... Suddenly, a violent surge of pressure erupted, leaving him completely stunned. As a swordsman, Taily Marl had heard faint rumors of that legend a few times. That rumor was originally wildly famous among both scholars and swordsmen alike. Yet he could have never imagined that one day he would witness that very rumor turn into reality right before his eyes. Wild mana surged through Clavius's body, his eyes overflowing with killing intent and a frenzy on the verge of spiraling out of control. Inside the Nocton Dale family, there existed a terrifyingly formidable demon sword. Shifting back to Anvira's memories. Stop meddling. Just stop. Out of all the lingering memories, this one was the most vivid. The Aniston family had a long-standing history as alchemists. I just couldn't stop poking my nose into other people's business. Inefficient potion formulas, magical engineering improvements, and recipes crammed full of useless ingredients. How could I just stand by and watch without saying a word? Whenever the chance arose, I would criticize my sister's research and expose every single flaw. See? I told you not to do that. Things didn't just stop at the research results. It extended to their attitudes and values as alchemists, and even their passion for research. Before long, Something happened. True to form, Elvira pointed out a slew of flaws in the magic potion vial. Are you seriously submitting this for the entrance exam? Well, the problem with this piece of junk is... But before she could even finish her sentence, a stinging slap landed hard across her face, bringing all nearby gazes to a dead halt. You're unbelievable. You don't need to try and understand ordinary people like us. You always act like you're the main character of this entire world, don't you? I already know why I failed my exam, so don't ever meddle in my business again. Elvira clutched her cheek in utter confusion. Sister, what on earth did I do wrong? Mana flow efficiency, ingredient value, and medicinal efficacy. Doing things the way I say is the most accurate answer possible. After all, it was just an outburst born from their own inferiority complexes. They were just taking their anger out on me. That was why I didn't stop. If anything, I pushed them even harder to follow my advice. Even when I heard the news that Sister Deila had quit alchemy to study accounting in the imperial capital, I decided not to bother caring about a sister who ran away from home just because her inferiority complex made her lash out at me. By the time I enrolled at Sylvania and became the top student in the Department of Alchemy, I had earned a reputation as a busybody because I constantly criticized and interfered with everything. But what other people thought of me didn't matter in the least. That was something I was already far too familiar with. Yet why right now? Why did those thoughts suddenly cross my mind? Does Clavius view me the exact same way? His body erupted with ferocious mana, his gaze gradually shifting into the pitch-black void of pure frenzy. Seeing this, Taylor hurriedly shouted out, Clavius, you don't even know what the situation is. It's true that I don't know the details. With that, he lunged forward with unimaginable speed, his teeth clenched tight in fierce rage. But I do know what you're about to do. The wall of the mansion was blown to pieces in an instant. Taylor was knocked backward by Clavius's attack, slamming violently into the pile of rubble. Dust billowed thickly across the commercial district's courtyard. Taylor struggled to push himself up, his breathing ragged and shallow. Clavius stepped out from a massive hole in the wall and issued a warning. Get out of my sight. If you cross the line again, I won't promise to hold back. Then his eyes suddenly widened in utter shock. Opposite him, Taylor unleashed his true power as well. His hair turned stark white, and holy power surged across his entire body. I won't back down either. Witnessing that only fueled Clavius's fury further. I knew it. Two terrifying streams of power violently collided mid-air. One a chaotic surge of dark mana, the other the purest holy light. The battle between the future's most fearsome demon swordsman and its brightest paladin erupted right in the courtyard of the Elt Trading Company. Their blades clashed against each other without an ounce of mercy. Taylor gritted his teeth as he issued a warning. When you haven't got the slightest clue what's going on here, stop sticking your nose into this, Clavius. A razor-sharp slash ripped straight across Clavius's back. Splashes of blood sprayed endlessly, but that blood transformed into an even deadlier weapon. The more wounds accumulated, the more monstrous Clavius's power became. But the price for that strength was the gradual erosion and loss of his final shred of sanity. I don't have a clue, but the price for that strength was the gradual erosion and loss of his final shred of sanity. I don't have a clue, but the very next second, Clavius's shadow materialized right behind him, a glowing red sword gripped tightly in his hand. Isn't it painfully obvious? Isn't all of this because of Isla? Though he managed to twist around in time, Taylor's arm was still sliced open by Clavius's blade. In exchange, he managed to deal an identical wound right back to his opponent. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't have gone this insane. So you already knew, huh? Clavius's movements abruptly accelerated, engulfing the space in surging waves of blood-red mana. A ferocious slash was unleashed, slicing agonizingly across Taylor's back. He completely failed to keep up with the demon swordsman's terrifying speed. Ah, damn it, what could I possibly know? Just like Isla is your weakness, I have a weakness of my own. The fight grew increasingly grueling as Taylor struggled desperately against the endless tempest of the demon sword. But the longer the situation dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for him. Clavius could not be stopped. Clavius could not be reined in. He cut down everything in his path and kept fighting relentlessly until exhaustion took over. Then, while he still retained even a scrap of consciousness, I have to end this. Taylor's eyes slowly closed as he thought to himself. My eyes can't track his movements anymore. But trying to bait the vampire's attack straight toward my own fatal spot isn't all that hard. I'll leave them exposed like a piece of bait, and then seize that golden opportunity to counterattack. Just as predicted, Clavius leaped into the air, plunging straight toward Taylor's back with the precision of a trap sprung shut. At the very final moment, Taylor's eyes snapped wide open. I'll pour every last ounce of my remaining mana into this decisive finishing blow. He swung his radiant, wholly infused blade backward with unyielding resolve. I'm going to end it all right here. But then, something unexpectedly materialized right before the blade's edge, leaving Taylor utterly stunned. The person who had just appeared was none other than Anvira. She stood directly in front of Taylor, desperately trying to block Clavius. Anvira, Taylor's counterattack, was interrupted midway, throwing the situation into a disastrous state. This is bad. It's a huge mistake. Even if I pull back, the demon's sword is still hurtling forward. The frenzy reached its absolute peak as Clavius completely lost his mind and reverted entirely to raw instinct. A horrific explosion blew apart the trading company's courtyard, engulfing all three of them in thick, billowing clouds of dust and smoke. Believing he was a goner for sure, Taylor cautiously fluttered his eyes open. Before him, everything remained intact, but Clavius had hurled himself straight into a wall at the very last second to halt his own attack. His body shuddered violently from the magical backlash, and his right arm was twisted and shattered. Suddenly, Anvira rushed over, threw her arms around him, and yelled urgently, "Get out of here right now." Taylor stood frozen in place for a moment. What did you just say? Get to the trading company, fast. Don't you want to save Isla? What's the most important thing to you right now? Rot Taylor is the one who took Isla away. The rest is up to you. You can apologize for whatever mistakes later. Go on, move. Hearing that, he spun around and bolted inside the building, heading straight for the second floor where Ree was waiting. Anvira pulled out a vial of sedative, trying to hold off Clavius as madness gripped his mind. Calm down, Clavius. She tried desperately to force the medicine between his lips, but to no avail. His teeth were clenched shut, refusing to budge. Damn it! Without hesitation, Anvira took the medicine straight into her own mouth, then transferred it through a reluctant, desperate kiss. Snap out of it, you idiot. Clavius's pitch-black eyes slowly settled, shifting back to their familiar white hue accompanied by falling tears. Anvira let out a long, exhausted breath, her face flushed bright red with embarrassment. You finally woke up. Why this guy? Suddenly, she flared up and shouted angrily. Why on earth did you interfere? I told you to stay put. That's supposed to be my line, damn it. Dragging me to pointless places, tying people up and preaching bizarre lectures all the time, restricting others, and always poking your nose into their business. You're the one who does that more than anyone else. Anvira faintly recalled her sister's words from years ago. Stop meddling. You always act like you're the main character of this entire world, don't you? No, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean to tell you to stop interfering. That's just how you express yourself. You're doing all this because of me, aren't you? So I can't even bring myself to say I hate it. Damn all. I must be completely out of my mind. Seriously, Daila Aniston. I used to think she couldn't overcome her inferiority complex around me, which is why she constantly spat bitter words at me, and I decided to just brush it off because she ran away from home. But looking back, the days we spent researching alchemy together were genuinely happy. Sister, that's enough. I thought that if you became a better alchemist, we could stay together forever. That's why I couldn't stop meddling in everything. It's my fault. Back then, I was definitely immature and clueless, but even after all that, I never stopped criticizing others. I justified myself by claiming I wasn't in the wrong. But if I hadn't built close relationships from the start, I never would have had to endure the pain of losing them. I casually poked my nose and to criticize others and deliberately made people hate me. That's why I ended up utterly isolated, with not a single person left by my side to tolerate. Yet this man, who seemed to know nothing at all, endured all of my scrutiny and moody temperament for all this time. I never imagined anyone would understand, not even the feelings I deliberately chose to ignore myself. Yet this pathetic man understood them. Elvira burst into tears, sobbing openly. "You really are an idiot. Clavius, you absolute fool." His hand slowly rose to pull her into his embrace. "Humph, this really is something." The two sat together in silence beneath the brilliant starlight, the rubble beneath their backs, making the atmosphere feel all the more romantic. "I think so too." While the battle reached its absolute climax, Isla was giving it everything she had, racing up toward the rooftop exactly as planned. What on earth is happening? When I first got the proposal from Senior Ed, I never imagined things would escalate to this extent. Jix, the person preparing on the second floor, still looked as calm as ever. But from the third-floor lounge, an eerily terrifying, murderous aura was constantly radiating outward. And most importantly, even this person, hello, Senior. She smiled and replied, "We've met a few times at academic seminars, so it's nice to see you. That's enough pleasantries. Hurry up and head straight to the rooftop. There's a rope leading outside up there. From there, head into the forest behind the building and follow the magic orb. Lee, whatever happens, hear me, so don't worry." "What do you mean by leave it to you? I'm just doing what I was asked to do. I'll get you to Ed's camp and stop Taily." Hearing that, her expression darkened instantly. "You don't look so good." Isla channeled her magic and slowly lifted her body into midair. "Whatever you're afraid of isn't going to happen. If you're wondering why we stirred up this mess, it's ultimately for everyone's benefit. Even so, how can you be so sure about that?" The senior smiled as she looked at Isla. "If you're curious, go ahead and ask Senior Ed yourself. It's about to rain. Hurry up now. Go to Ed's camp." The scene shifted to the campsite. Belle was sitting alone by the campfire. "While the young lady stays at the mansion, I will report directly to her the moment anything unusual happens outside." "Thank you, Belle." Afterward, Ed and Lordle headed inside to discuss their next course of action. This matter was tied to the royal power struggle, so the scale of it was bound to balloon even further. "We need to side with Princess Phonia." "Princess Phonia?" "Right. Amidst this conflict, she's the only one capable of standing on our side." Hearing that, Lordle replied without a moment's hesitation, "I don't think so. When Senior collapsed at the Rot Taylor mansion, I tried to quietly bring you under the protection of the Elt Trading Company. Princess Phonia must think I'm aligned with Princess Selaha. Back then, I didn't want to hand you over to anyone else." "Does that mean?" "Yes, and I have no intention of hiding it either. Princess Phonia will never trust me again, and I have no desire to bow down to her anyway. Princess Phonia and I are like oil and water." Hearing this, Ed's eyes narrowed slightly for a fraction of a second. "I knew it. In the original script of this story, the two of them could never get along even by the time the tale ended. No matter what storyline route unfolded, there was never a central character strong enough to bind them both to the same faction." Ed clutched his head and sighed. "Even so, things have already reached this point. This isn't the time to be picky. You have to consider your current situation. If we had more time, we could find another option. But right now, Princess Persica is backing Dune and Slog. Princess Phonia is the only one who can step up to counter our enemies. Therefore, can you temporarily shake hands with Princess Phonia for my sake?" Lordle fell silent for a moment before gently touching his hand. "Humph. Is this why they say whoever falls in love first loses? Fine. I'll cooperate with her just this once." "Yeah, thanks for taking it so positively. But wasn't Dune's original plan much deeper than this? Any goods or budgets circulating within the trading company can't slip past my notice. But what about outside the company?" "Outside the company, the Academy is the only place within his reach. And I've already checked all of those spots." Suddenly recalling something, she stood up straight. "There's still one other place where trading company funds were used outside of the dormitories and academic buildings." "Where is that?" "Right here. My own mansion." Dune Grex was the one managing the construction site for this mansion, wasn't he? The construction process itself had no issues. However, even during the break when I visited Oldek, there was one area that hadn't been fully completed, none other than the wine cellar. With that, it forcefully smashed the door leading down below. I intended to have Belle bring wine to store in this cellar, but Dune refused to give me the key under the excuse that construction was still ongoing. The sight that unfolded before their eyes left both of them frozen stiff in shock. Dune Grex had a habit of altering the trading company's ledger whenever the opportunity arose, all to slowly embezzle small sums of money. But if he kept doing that consistently over the span of many years, that amount was no longer small by any stretch. Before the two of them lay a massive pile of gold and countless precious artifacts. It clearly far exceeded anything Lordle could have ever imagined. The two headed back upstairs and resumed their plan. Run along, Lordle. Don't worry, I won't betray you. I'm not worried at all. She abruptly shoved him down and offered a faint smile. Because you belong to me, Senior. And I belong to you too. So let's meet up again when all of this is over. By then, I'll still be the representative of the Elt Trading Company. So you should always stay true to yourself too, Senior. The door slowly closed. All right, standing before the enormous pile of gold, Ed thought to himself, Lordle and I understand each other completely without needing to say a word. This isn't the kind of money that can be laundered in a short amount of time. Dune intends to frame Lordle by making all of the embezzled funds look like they were stolen by her. And finally, report everything to the royal family. So how is he going to pull this off? Dune had mentioned that Lordle's life would be ruined on the first day of the new semester. There was only one thing traveling from the royal palace to the academy that could arrive right on opening day. That was the unit responsible for escorting Princess Phonia back to school, the royal guard. Sitting inside the carriage, the third princess also sensed something unusual. The number of royal guards was noticeably larger than usual. It was clearly way more than necessary, but she just assumed it was because of the recent Rot Taylor incident. However, this carriage was waiting for the third princess of the Kloll Empire, Her Highness Phonia Elias Kloll. Clear the way. She had no idea that all of this was part of Dune's plan. He slowly pulled down his hat and introduced himself. I'm Dune Grex from the Elt Trading Company. What? A merchant? What business does a merchant have with the royal escort? We'll handle him. A soldier slowly took off his helmet. We've been informed beforehand. Princess Persika gave us orders to go to Arkan Island and find a merchant named Dune Grex. Grand Swordsman Toon? Some of the most elite swordsmen have infiltrated the escort team. And on Princess Persika's orders, no less. I didn't expect you to come see me this late. Dune smiled and said, You need to take Lordle Kihelland away immediately. I found evidence of embezzlement in the northern forest and detained her, but Rot Taylor of the Rot Taylor family led a group to rescue her. He's definitely in cahoots with her, so please hurry. Hearing this, Princess Phonia stepped right out of the carriage. Who? I just heard a familiar name. Lordle Kihelland and Esrit Taylor. Dune quickly knelt down and continued. It's an honor to meet Princess Phonia. I didn't expect your highness to step out personally. But this works out well. It's to my advantage. Princess Phonia has always been at odds with Lordle. If I play this right, Lordle Kihelland and Esrit Taylor are joining forces. So please arrest them. Suddenly, a wave of pressure bore down on his mind. Who did you just say to arrest? Princess Phonia was usually a relatively neutral person, but this person was different, even though she rarely cared about anyone on a daily basis. She was clearly the only ally standing firmly on Esrit Taylor's side. Say that again. Choose your next words very carefully. The battle on the second floor continued to grow more intense. Taylor was knocked back by Ree, sliding a long way across the floor. He slowly sat up and asked with a puzzled look, What is this? Why are you showing up here, Jix? Jix calmly looked down at Taylor with an unwavering gaze, his voice calm as he slowly explained. Are you still surprised, even at a point like this? I'm a student council member just carrying out orders from President Tanya Rot Taylor, so it's only natural that I'm on the same side as her older brothers, Rot Taylor. Just consider how things are. Taylor clenched his teeth, grinding out each word. Isla has already been captured. Yeah, I know that. Hearing this, Taylor's gaze turned dark. Jix slowly walked forward and advised, Just give up. Your body is already covered in wounds. Trying to keep going makes no sense at all. But seeing Taylor in this miserable state also left Jix wondering. Logically, he should have only run into Anvira downstairs. The condition of these wounds looked way too severe compared to that fight. But then his eyes widened in shock. What is this? What stance is this? Is it blood swordsmanship? Taylor mimicked Clavius's sword technique from the previous match down to the last detail to fight Jix. Tell me right now, where is Ed Rot Taylor? His figure vanished in the blink of an eye, followed instantly by countless high-speed movements blanketing the surroundings, just like those wind-tearing motions from earlier. Jix was incredibly shocked by this, but he still managed to block the sword in Taeli's hand using his innate instincts. He warded off blow after blow, raining down consecutively, the speed ramping up higher and higher. Owl burned brighter and more fiercely in the fiery atmosphere of the battle. Taeli had never surrendered or let his spirit be crushed. Even facing countless steep obstacles, he stubbornly forged ahead time and time again. But precisely because of that, his weakness was exposed. In an instant, the dazzling golden light was overshadowed by a newly emerged green mana. A magical spear materialized mid-air and slammed hard into Taeli's side. While you're leaping forward, I absolutely cannot let you pass through here. Jix grew serious as his mana flared up violently. Upper-level magic, advanced mana, dancing field. The spear in his hand knocked Taeli away, pinning him against a nearby wall. The impact was so violent it shattered the wall to pieces. Jix's face darkened as he thought to himself, Taeli's injuries are already too severe, while Janica is waiting up on the third floor. Spirit arts inherently have no way to support this. Looking at the scorching atmosphere up there, it's hard to predict what's about to happen. Thinking of this only fueled Jix's resolve even more. Because of that, I have to take you down right here in this exact spot. Shifting scenes elsewhere. Inside a dark forest lit up by glowing jewels, Isla followed the directions and finally reached her destination. She peeked out from a bush and saw Ed waiting by a campfire that was slowly dying out from the rain. Seeing her appear, the senior softly spoke up. "You've arrived?" Isla slowly stepped forward and said, "I have something we need to talk about." Without needing to listen any further, he understood her intent and replied, "I'm not going to stop, no matter what you have to say." Ed lowered his head slightly to let the raindrops streak down his hair. "Both Taeli and I think the same way. Definitely won't stop either." Taeli's body was now drenched in blood, the countless wounds making the pain spread further. He gripped his sword tightly and rushed forward once more. But this time, Jix wrapped his arm in mana and blocked it. He swung his spear up and retorted. "Is trying to talk you out of backing down just a waste of energy now? If that's how it is, then try parrying this blow of mine." The spear in his hand glowed brightly as it struck downward ahead. Just when it seemed like the final blow to stop Taeli, a feeling of unease ran through Jix's thoughts. My hand is still tightly gripping the sword hilt. So what the hell just happened? Jix's arm was struck by something at the very last second, leaving him utterly shocked. Looking ahead, he saw the silhouette of a light sword made of divine power in Taeli's hand being swung upward. Instantly, Taeli didn't stop and continued his attack. Numerous mana slashes appeared threateningly around Jix, forcing him to let go and step back. Jix's eyes narrowed as he thought, this is something that fundamentally shouldn't happen. Yet there is a legendary tale about two monsters forced to face a single swordsman. They turned to dust while staring blankly at each other's wounds, as if bewitched. A slash materialized, defying every rule of a blade's trajectory. Upper-level magic swordsmanship, swordsman form, phantom shadow slash. Countless overlapping slashes were unleashed. Their trajectory is so unpredictable that even Jix himself had to admit they were impossible to fully block. Knowing he couldn't evade, he chose to face it head-on, meaning even if I parry this blade, another slash will come tearing through the wind from a different angle. Impressive. Taeli knew he couldn't hold back anymore. Jix resolved to use his full strength to stop Taeli with a massive storm of mana. Upper-level ultimate technique, Verdant Spear. Both sides crashed into each other, deciding the victor. Let's end everything here. You'll regret it if you keep pushing any higher. That's not yours to decide, Jix. Spear, sword, gauntlets, mace. Jix mastered all kinds of weapons to a master's level. Because of that, his swordsmanship also reached the absolute peak. Even so, since ancient times there had been a swordsman who created phantom swords to slay monsters. A swordsman capable of cutting down everything in the world. Because no one else could match up to him, people bestowed a unique title upon that swordsman. Sword Saint form, void-rending slash. The giant spear in Jix's hand was shattered into pieces by Taili's slash. Even he hadn't expected Taili to grow this strong this fast. The entire ceiling was brought down by his slash, dirt falling continuously and pinning Jix to the ground. Terrifying tremors rippled throughout the mansion building. If this kept up for a little longer, the place would undoubtedly be flat. From the rubble, Jix flipped away a boulder and shouted, "Stop right now. Taili, pushing any higher won't benefit you at all. I know all too well what's waiting ahead. So please stop. Just stop and listen to what I have to say." At the same time in his camp, the argument grew even more heated. "You didn't say you'd go this far. There's no reason to push things to this extreme." The only goal was to make Taili stronger. "If I don't go all out to this extent, everyone is going to die." Hearing that, Isla's expression instantly froze. Ed let out a soft sigh and explained, "I never expected you to believe me from the start, so whether you believe it now or not doesn't matter to me anymore. However, since you've pushed me into a corner, I'm forced to reveal the reason. Every individual carries a mission they are bound to fulfill, especially those who mark the closing moment of a new chapter." The trading company's female secretary ran off in a panic, her face filled with despair. That reaction made Taili pause for a moment, because his opponent right now was one of the strongest people in this world. The protagonist always had to carry a heavy burden on their shoulders, but the previously established trajectory had been completely shattered. Several bosses had their scheduled appearances pushed forward by months. He himself had no idea what tomorrow would bring, or when the finale of this story would officially arrive. Even so, a few truths had become blindingly obvious. This world couldn't just be left alone like this anymore. Ed looked at the pair of scissors in his hand and thought, after graduation, Dune Graves will throw his full support into funding the settlement and the necessary infrastructure for Ed Rod Taylor. And the reality of getting a diploma and casually enjoying a peaceful life has completely lost all meaning. Ed burned the contract in his hand and said in a cold voice, "It's going to happen soon. The resurrection." Isla looked at him in confusion. What? I mean the resurrection of the divine Dragon King Wellbrock.